So this dude gets turned into Corinne Lough, a total nobody in the world of the hero summoning game. Mythic Heroes, a story set in an academy where dangerous stuff happens constantly. And here, Corinne gets the chance to meet Baek Sihu. He's the main character, and also another player who got isekai'd into this world. Since Corinne has binged every chapter and knows everything, he quickly buddies up with Sihu. He figured with Sihu on his side, they could save a ton of people, stop the apocalypse, and finally go back to their world. But reality had other plans. Turns out, this Sihu guy isn't nearly as innocent as he looks. Mariette, the Mirror Princess, died on her way to a memorial, and the first stage's final boss just vanished. Hidden deaths and disappearances, events that were never in the original game's plot. The suspicion kept piling up, until one night, Corinne decided to secretly follow Sihu and discovered a hidden treasure trove under his room. It's where he kept all the precious items he'd swiped from other characters, like Mariette Dunalep's magic staff. And it wasn't just that there were tons of items from all the characters who had gone missing, but the most messed up part? That had to be the body of Mariette Dunalep, preserved in a giant glass tank in the corner of the room. Just as Corinne was reeling from the shock, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Damn it, he was busted. Why are you here? Sihu asked, looking annoyed. Corinne, filled with rage, immediately confronted him. What is all this? You told me you were chasing Mariette and lost her trail. Sihu calmly replied. Oh, that? She's a boss anyway. You want me to waste the blood of a high-tier demon? I'm just using it properly. Besides, you've already had a little sip yourself. Corinne remembered the potion Sihu gave him earlier, and his stomach immediately started to churn. Seeing Corinne's disgusted face, Sihu just kept talking. What's wrong? I worked hard to make this place, you know. It took me a month to capture her and build this tank. Why? Why would you do this? To complete the story more efficiently, of course. Your method is way too slow, always trying to save people and losing in the end. Just kill the small fry and the giga already. You're always protecting people we can't even control, even after maxing out our reputation with them. It's better to just use them like this. Listen up. I'm much better at this game than you. He'd been lying from the very beginning. This bastard wasn't a newbie. With a dark expression, Corinne asked, How many times have you done this? Not sure? Let's see. Sihu mumbled for a moment, then answered. If I kill 3 more, it'll be an even 100,000. At that point, Corinne completely lost his cool, lunging forward to grab Sihu's collar and lecture him. Big mistake. That just pissed Sihu off. He flicked his hand, sending Corinne flying backwards, almost into the next server. Now Sihu was acting like a total maniac, trashing Corinne while also confessing he was totally into guys. His heart, he claimed, now had 3 chambers for blood, and 1 reserved for Corinne. The confession was so insane it gave Corinne whiplash. He threw a love tap punch at Sihu and tried to bolt, but was instantly caught and restrained. You can't escape me. I'll bind you to me forever. You're mine. In this fake world, you're the only thing that's real. Corinne couldn't stomach Sihu's psycho CEO lines, crying out, You're scaring the hell out of me. You absolute monster. It'll all be over soon. And once it's over, we'll be together forever. Sihu gave him a sickening smile, locked his darling away, and went to fight the final boss alone. The final stage is opening. It's starting, Corinne mumbled, looking at the notification. So this was Baek Sihu's plan all along. That guy always did everything on his own, so the final boss probably wouldn't be a problem for him. But once he defeats the final boss, what's going to happen to me? Luckily, Corinne wouldn't have to experience that horrifying future, because Sihu got himself killed by the boss. Everything reset to the beginning. Corinne's eyes snapped open as if waking from a nightmare. He shot up, looked around, and realized he was back. 3 years in the past. He'd been given a second chance. Corinne swore to himself that this time he would crush Baek Sihu before he even had a chance to grow. He remembered the Rotong River Dam collapse during the river monster subjugation quest. The dam suddenly broke, washing away an entire village. Thousands of water monsters and thousands of innocent people drowned. It was a horrifying scene, yet Baek Sihu had looked absolutely thrilled. Back then, Corinne couldn't understand that expression. But thinking back now, even with countless people dying, a psycho like Sihu only cared about the rewards. This time, Corinne was determined to stop it from happening. Right now, Sihu was only level 5, the same level as him. All the things that make a player strong are at the Merhen Academy. Sihu got way stronger after enrolling. He wasn't a monster yet, but there was no telling how fast he would grow once he entered the academy. The entrance ceremony is in 5 days. In other words, the only chance to take out Baek Sihu is right now. So, here's the quest. A carriage on its way to Morok City gets ambushed by monsters, and now the guards have to protect everyone until it's repaired. But our boy Corin? He didn't even wait for the mission alert. He was already booking it over there. See, his real job wasn't to save them from monsters, it was to save them from Sihu. Elsewhere, the monster-slaying crew lets out a collective sigh of relief. Laura, one of the guards, totally impressed by Sihu's performance, pipes up, "You've got talent, kid." Sihu puts on his best shy act and mumbles, "Thanks." Just then, the coachman yells, "Sir Lion, Laura, the carriage is fixed. Let's go." Just as Leon and Laura are sharing a laugh, a ferocious roar rips through the air. They whip around just in time to see a massive log hurtling straight for them. Leon immediately shoves Laura out of the way, managing to dodge the log himself just in the nick of time. A second later, both Leon and Laura have their weapons drawn, ready for a fight. From that guttural growl, they can tell what they're up against: a werewolf, a level 2 monster. The second it sees them, the werewolf closes the distance, and with just one swipe, Laura gets absolutely deleted from the server. The situation is critical. Leon screams at Sihu, "Get to the carriage, I'll buy you time." Sihu just tells the driver, "Just go, I'll follow you." "I can't just abandon Leon," he declares, then sprints straight toward the chaos. What a hero, right? Too bad Leon was already toast. The werewolf spots the newcomer, casually tosses Leon's body aside, and starts stalking toward Sihu. And that's when Corinne finally arrives, already cursing himself. "Damn it, has it already started? I ran at full speed but still couldn't make it. If only I had time to prepare, I could have saved them." Seeing Sihu's terrified face in front of the monster, Corin decides to hang back, hiding in a corner to observe. He's got to confirm something first. Is this the real Park Sihu, the hero who saves the world, or is he just another player like me? Sihu stares at the werewolf, his panicked look slowly twisting into a bloodthirsty one. But just as he's about to move, a woman's voice yells out, "Get down!" Alyssa Aiden appears, landing a clean sword strike on the werewolf. But this werewolf is no slouch. It instantly shoots out its claws, blocking her attack and leaving Alyssa genuinely surprised. Quick rundown on Alyssa Aiden. She's the second daughter of the Aiden family, wields the Odachi, one of the 6 king swords, and is basically the party's MVP. After her first attack fails, Alyssa immediately gets between Sihu and the monster, both to create distance and to protect him. "Stay back, I'll handle this," Alyssa tells Sihu. Unfortunately for her, that kindness was seriously misplaced. The second her guard is down, Sihu takes his chance, slashing her on the arm with a poisoned dagger. Clutching her wounded arm, Alyssa stares at Sihu in utter disbelief. But why? Sihu just smirks back. "Whoops, sorry about that. I was so scared my hand slipped." Corin, watching this, just grits his teeth. "So it really is you, Sihu. If Alyssa Aiden dies here, he gets the Odachi. And with a legendary sword like that, he can get into Lunia Aiden's party." Over with Alyssa, the poison is clearly starting to kick in. She starts getting dizzy, her vision of Sihu blurring. At the same time, the werewolf goes berserk and lunges right at her. No time to process the betrayal. Alyssa immediately focuses all her energy on fighting the monster. Sihu watches from the side, a little surprised. She's poisoned but still kicking. Must be because she's an important story NPC. After dodging a flurry of attacks, Alyssa leaps backward to create some space, gathering what's left of her willpower. Forcing herself to focus, she uses her ultimate skill, Absolute Step Slash, and lunges toward the werewolf to deliver the final blow. With that move, she could actually kill the monster all by herself. Sihu thinks, "Yeah, can't have that." Sihu flashes a wicked grin and throws another poisoned dagger right at Alyssa. Sensing it coming, she quickly uses her sword to knock it off course. "You," Alyssa snarls, gritting her teeth. So that really wasn't an accident. At that exact moment, the werewolf is already right in her face. She quickly lands a fatal stab, sending the werewolf straight to the great beyond. Its massive body collapses, pinning her to the ground. Just then, the poison takes full effect, leaving Alyssa completely paralyzed. She can only watch as Sihu takes her prized sword. "There it is! The Odachi is mine!" Sihu screams, yanking the sword from the werewolf's corpse. "Wait, this thing only works with a special skill. So how do I even use it?" Sihu strokes the blade, then looks over at Alyssa with pure cruelty in his eyes. "Oh, that's right. Killing NPCs gives you experience, doesn't it?" Just as Sihu gets ready to finish Alyssa off, a bag of powder flies out of nowhere and smacks him right in the face. "What the hell is this?" Sihu looks at the yellow powder on his hands, then glares around furiously. "Which one of you bastards was that? Show yourself." And just like that, 3 horned beasts appear, charging straight for Sihu. Turns out, that little projectile from earlier was made of tupanic mushrooms, the favorite snack of these monsters. They were covered in a thick layer of the stuff, so right now, in the eyes of these beasts, Sihu looks less like a person and more like a 5-star steak dinner with extra sauce. While Sihu is busy with the 3-horned trio, Corinne sneaks over to check on Alyssa. Thank goodness, she's still breathing. Corinne breathes a quiet sigh of relief and carefully drags Alyssa to a safer spot. But as he looks at the dead werewolf's body, a brilliant, nasty little idea pops into his head. He leaves Alyssa for a second, heads over to the werewolf, and uses a dagger to snap off one of its sharp fangs. Just then, Corinne's voice cuts through, not with fear but with a challenge. Killing 3-horned beasts in a flash. That Odachi is pretty sweet, huh? Sihu freezes. That voice. It sounds a little familiar. The moment Corinne turns his head, Sihu blurts out in shock. Corinne Lough? How did you even get here? Sihu raises his sword, asking Corinne with pure suspicion. Sihu's reaction makes Corinne wonder about this punk. Did he lose his memories or something? If so, this is even better. With that thought, Corinne just smirks and says, "Hey, you're gonna hurt yourself holding a sword like that." What? And Sihu, the absolute genius, actually believes him and looks down at his own hands. The second he's distracted, Corinne throws a handful of sand right in his face. The direct hit blinds Sihu, who starts swinging his sword wildly. "You bastard! Die!" Corinne sizes him up with a critical eye. This guy's sword skills are clumsy, but man, he swings fast. Physically, Sihu still got the upper hand. Time to take a gamble, it's the only way. Corinne ducks under Sihu's wild slash, closes the distance, and aims a cut right at his neck. But just then, Sihu's vision returns, and he easily dodges Corinne's attack. Plan A is a bust, so it's time for Plan B. Corinne relentlessly attacks Sihu with the fang dagger. The goal is to overwhelm him, leaving him no room to think straight, forcing him to focus only on this one fang dagger. And what do you know? It actually works. Just as Sihu gets busy parrying the fang with his sword, Corinne uses his free hand to whip out another dagger and stabs it straight into Sihu's shoulder. But he's not done yet. Corinne pulls the dagger back. Sihu uses his uninjured arm to block the next stab, but Corinne doesn't let up. He puts all his strength into the push, successfully driving the dagger through Sihu's neck and taking his life. Looking down at Sihu's motionless body, Corinne thinks to himself, "Thanks for everything, man. I gotta admit, you made me stronger. Even so, I don't regret this one bit, because I just took out a monster in the making." Player Park Sihu is dead, calculating abnormality in the main storyline, initiating backup world set scan, variable Corinne Lough analysis running, potential analysis running, ideology analysis, compatibility analysis, player log analysis running, transferring previous player's experience to hero Corinne Lough, transferring minimum reserves for story collapse and minimum stats, initiating backup player program Corinne Lough, rank AAA Knight, martial arts successor, backup player. Staring at the flood of alerts, Corinne has to ask, "A backup player? Does this mean I get a status window now?" Suddenly, a cough breaks the silence from behind him. Only then does he remember Alyssa. He rushes over to check her injuries and immediately starts first aid. After squeezing out the poison and bandaging the wound, Alyssa is temporarily out of danger. Corinne quickly goes to find ingredients and starts brewing a remedy for her. In her delirious state, Alyssa still manages to ask for the name of the benefactor who saved her. "You don't need to know. Don't think so much. Just rest. When the medicine is ready, I'll wake you up," Corinne replies, gently placing a cloth on her forehead. From now on, he has to move in the shadows. The fewer people who know him, the better. Alyssa doesn't ask any more questions, quietly drifting off to sleep. Now, Corinne finally has a moment to assess the situation. The story The Hero's Legend of Ahan is exactly what it sounds like, a story about a hero. While solving incidents at the academy, the player is supposed to become a hero and save the world. The hero kills countless monsters and defeats the final boss. A piece of trash like Park Sihu had to follow that storyline, because if the final boss isn't defeated, the world ends. But now that dude is dead, so who's supposed to take on that fate? Who else but me? But seriously, these scumbags. If they wanted me to do this, they could have at least done it properly. Corinne glares at the system window that says, "Access denied," and can't help but sigh. He's the backup player but can't even use the player support systems. He was actually getting his hopes up, and this is what he gets. Looks like things are going to be tough from now on. His memories of the original story aren't enough. He'll have to use factors from outside the system to get this done. With that in mind, Corinne carves an ancient character into the ground. A surge of fire elemental energy erupts from the symbol, and he can't help but smile. Just as he predicted, it worked. After 3 long years of brutal training, Corinne was no longer just a successor or some backup plan. He was dead set on survival, and his trump card was the magic he learned in his past life, ancient runes. These were ancient characters, each one pulsing with hidden power. Duty, restraint, and vow, known as the triple command runes. These were the hardcore rules governing this world, the source of human strength, and, the cause of all destruction. So Corinne decided to carve these powerful runes right onto his body. The first one he chose was duty. This command buffs the user's power whenever they swear an oath. You could make it easy. Like I won't eat chicken, but that's so simple you'd get basically 0 stat boosts from it. Even so, he needed to swear something he could actually stick with to the end. After some thought, Corinne made his oath. I will not feign blindness to, and boom. The system immediately popped up with a notification for duty. I will not feign blindness to greed before a good person's treasure. Your stats increase upon completion, but failure means a penalty of -10 to all stats. Next up, Corinne carved restraint onto his right arm and declared, I cannot perceive souls. The oath was set. If you don't follow it, you'll take 600% of your opponent's damage. Restriction activated. Damage from spirits is now 0%. Physical damage is up by 50%. See, in this world, everything has a bit of psychic potential. There are even spirits and ghosts without any physical bodies. Since spirits can only interact through mutual connection, they can't use their powers on things that have 0 spiritual awareness. And the benefit for following the vow? For Corinne, that spell just became a shield, protecting him from every single spiritual being out there. The last one was the vow rune. This one uses the weight of the oath itself as a defense, but it carries insane risks and equally massive rewards. That's why both Sihu and I used it in our past life. But even Sihu, a guy who could use literally everything in the system, failed at the very end. Which means, yeah, I should probably be a little worried here. With that in mind, Corinne chose the heaviest oath imaginable. I will save this world, the ultimate goal every warrior dreams of. The vow with the greatest ambition of all. And with that, the trio of commandments was complete. If he fails to fulfill this oath, death is pretty much guaranteed. The next morning, Elisa opened her eyes to find herself in a strange bed. She reflexively sat bolt upright, but the sudden movement made her cry out in pain. A nurse heard the noise and rushed over to check on her. Ah, you're awake. How are you feeling? Elisa curiously asked. Where am I? You're at Baek City Hospital. Who brought me here? The nurse just smiled and said, Your guardian just left. Just left? Seeing Elisa get agitated, the nurse quickly advised her, You shouldn't be moving around just yet. It's fine. Where are my things? Elisa then started looking around the room, searching. Spotting a backpack next to the bed, Elisa asked, Here. Is this from the person who saved me? Without waiting for an answer, Elisa grabbed the bag to check it. When she saw the belt, she frowned and muttered, There's still blood on it. Then, Elisa glanced at the nurse with a serious face and asked, Is there anywhere around here that sells honey candy? The nurse just sighed, reminding her, Right now, you can only have soup. 3 days after the attack, it was the opening ceremony for Baek Academy. Corinne was also on his way to the academy. He took out his wallet to find his student ID and noticed a letter tucked inside. I don't remember putting this in here. Corinne opened the letter suspiciously and read, To my son, you have no idea how proud I am of you. Please become a protector for the people beside you. After reading it, Corinne let out a long sigh and said softly, When did she even put this in here? Corinne Lough was just an ordinary, untalented kid, but he had a family. When I first took over this body, I acted really awkward and distant, but they still treated me the same, and that's when I started to love this family and this world. That's the difference between Sihu and me. Since it was the opening day ceremony, the entrance to Baek Academy was bustling with people and vehicles. Wow, why are there so many ships? This is Baek Academy, after all. While the new students were all buzzing, a short distance away, a blue-haired girl suddenly waved her hand and shouted, Hello, new students! Gather over here! Hearing that, Corinne immediately walked over. The blue-haired girl saw him approach and greeted him with a bright smile. Are you a new student too? Corinne stared at her, then nodded and introduced himself. I'm Corinne Lough. Wow, you're so tall. You must eat a lot. Do you want a potato? As she spoke, the blue-haired girl took a potato out of her basket and offered it to Corinne. Corinne muttered under his breath, A potato? A moment later, a vehicle carrying the group of new students headed into the academy grounds. That's the Creation Building, where magic students gather and study, and over there is the physical training hall. They let you borrow a lot of cool weapons. Sitting with the new students, watching the blue-haired girl cheerfully introduce everything to everyone, Corinne started to remember something. Meet Mariette, a second-year student and the top dog at Baek Academy. She's popular, she's perfect, and her future's so bright it's blinding. But life has a funny way of throwing curveballs at you. And Marie's future? It includes a giant, unfortunate plot twist. She's the final boss of the first act. And just like that, the bus of fresh-faced hopefuls rolls up to the area for new students. All right, listen up. As you get off, everyone grabs 1 potato and 1 sweet potato. After making sure everyone was off the bus, Mariette waved and yelled, Good luck! See you later! The new students filed into a massive, wide-open room. But while everyone else was gawking, Corinne noticed a magic circle on the ceiling, slowly humming to life. The expansion magic had begun. Suddenly, the entire room plunged into darkness. As the students started to freak out, a voice boomed, "Don't be afraid." "Why would Academy students be scared by something so basic?" Corinne muttered, cleaning his ear. He knew that voice. It was Old Man Hamen. He gives the same speech every single time, like some kind of training manual. See, this world has a long history of fighting the demon race. The most effective weapons against them are superhumans who use aura or mana. And the place that trains them? The Mukaba Warrior Academy. A single spotlight illuminated the source of the booming voice. The new students watched as a man in glasses slowly walked forward to introduce himself. "I am Professor Fermac Damon of the Knights Department, and I'm in charge of this year's entrance ceremony." Looking at Fermac's casual demeanor, Corinne smirked to himself. "It's been a while. Most of you came here to become knights or mages. Now, I know you all came here with certificates, but those are just paper. Don't be all talk, show me what you can actually do." The second Fermac finished speaking, a small screen materialized in front of every student. Corinne glanced down at the one before him. Corinne Lough. Aura limit, 680. Low. Mana limit, 120. Very low. Ability, none. Overall, rank, 6. Very low. Corinne frowned. What a drag. At least his physical stats weren't a total disaster. Just then, a row of numbers from 1 to 6 appeared in front of Fermac. "Ah, you're looking at your ranks. Go stand in front of the number that matches your own." Hearing Fermac's instruction, all the new students shuffled towards their designated number. Corinne stood at the head of the line for number 6, mocking himself. "There are about 400 people here, so that puts me in the bottom 1%. Huh. Good luck, everyone." The moment Fermac spoke, all the students dissolved into light, teleported to their own private spaces. Meanwhile, in the observation room, a group of professors was watching the entire situation unfold. A female professor with blonde hair looked at the orb showing the rank 1 and 2 students and commented, "This year's class has a lot of hidden talent. No need to evaluate the first and second ranks just yet. Let's wait until we've assessed the others." The granddaughter of the sword genius, Alyssa Aiden, the priestess of Avalogwin, Ayun, the mercenary of Sword Saint Ron Waski, the engineer Gulung, Granioluden, and the single rank 1 student, the genius Joa Guaran. At that last name, the blonde professor frowned in confusion. That child actually enrolled? What on earth is the headmaster thinking? A male professor with a goatee suddenly chimed in. "Do we even need to test the rank 6 student? The 5,000th rank was already a joke. Just fail rank 6 right now." The blonde professor shot back angrily. The headmaster said all students have the right to learn. Are you daring to go against his will? The other professor immediately backed down, stammering. "Well then, let's begin." In Corinne's dimension, a weapon cabinet dropped from the sky, followed by a system notice. "Monsters will spawn in 30 minutes. Please eliminate as many as possible." A test that just dumps you in an empty room and makes you fight monsters based on your level. Yeah, that's pretty tough. Mumbling to himself, Corinne walked over and opened the weapon cabinet, happily starting to browse. Now, let's see here. Most rank 5 or 6 students wouldn't even think. They'd just grab whatever they wanted. And most of the time, that'd be a sword. I did the same thing in my past life. At that moment, 3 green hound-like monsters spawned behind Corinne. Yeah, swords are cool, but they say it takes 100 days to use a spear, 1,000 for a saber, and 10,000 for a sword. So the spear is the obvious answer. As he spoke, Corinne grabbed a spear, spun around, and launched it towards one of the green hounds. The spear flew with incredible speed, giving the green hound absolutely no chance to react before it pierced straight through its head. Next, Corinne tossed 2 more spears into the air and grinned. Sorry about this. The 2 remaining green hounds scattered, but they only took a few steps before the 2 spears Corinne had just thrown rained down from above, impaling them both. Looking at the corpses, Corinne continued, "But I have way too much experience killing you things. Let's see, 20 seconds? That's a bit slow. In my past life, I couldn't even kill one of these things and got wiped out. But this time is different. I'm going to kill every last one of them until I reach the next rank." With renewed determination, Corinne slung a spear over his shoulder and yelled, "All right, send in the next wave." Corinne stood there waiting for a moment, but there was no sign of anything happening. He starts getting suspicious, thinking it's already been 5 minutes. Why isn't anything happening? Is this thing busted or what? Meanwhile, in the observation room, a Professor Zuzi looks over the footage from the level 5 group and just shakes his head. If they can't even kill that trash, what good are they? Back in his day, he could take down level 5 monsters in 1 minute and 22 seconds. If level 5 is this bad, he has 0 expectations for level 6. Professor Zuzi wanders over to their monitors and then wait. What? The monsters aren't being summoned? He figures there must be an error. In the arena, Corinne is literally yawning, waiting for the next wave, when 3 little green dogs get summoned. He just mutters, confused, "Huh? Why these guys?" Back in the control room, the goat-bearded professor summons the monsters for Corinne and immediately looks away, too busy watching the other pathetic failures. What Professor Goatbeard doesn't know is that the screen right behind him shows Corinne easily taking out all 3 monsters with just a few throws. Uh-oh, is that the first person to actually succeed? Wow, it only took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. I thought a level 3 would only need 2 or 3 minutes, tops. So what on earth are the level 5s and 6s doing? As he's complaining, Goatbeard turns around and sees Corinne, yawning. He gets confused and starts yelling, "What's wrong with that fool? Why is he lying down and yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters are supposed to be summoned constantly." The professor stomps over to ask an assistant if it's busted. Impossible. In 20 years, Miss Josephine's simulation magic has never once failed. The goat-bearded professor points at Corinne's screen, saying, "But he should have been eliminated a long time ago. Obviously the monsters aren't being summoned." A white-bearded professor asks, "And you actually saw the monsters not being summoned?" The goat-bearded professor stammers, "No, I don't necessarily have to see it happen." The white-bearded one presses, "So you didn't see it happen then?" Goatbeard tries to argue back, "For crying out loud, I told you it's a bug. I'll just summon them again myself." In the arena, Corinne is bored out of his mind waiting for stronger monsters, but instead, the same 3 wolves appear again. What the heck is this? Why does he keep getting these same pushovers over and over? "You guys aren't even training dummies," Corinne shouts, leaping up and unleashing 3 spears straight at the monsters. The 3 monsters are instantly wiped out. The result appears 7.3 seconds. 7.3 seconds. What? With a loud shout, the goat-bearded professor turns to call over Formac. "Look, Professor Formac!" Formac glances over. "What's going on? What's the matter?" Goatbeard asks, "What's the fastest time you've recorded for a level 3 or 4? Formac replies, "There was some kid named JG who did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask?" No reason," he mumbles. Waving him off, the goat-bearded professor turns back to Corinne's screen, thinking, seeing him throw a spear that well, he must be a hunter's son. All right then, let's see how he handles a level 4 monster. And just like that, a level 4 wild boar is summoned right in front of Corinne. This time, the fight was even faster. Corinne only took 3.7 seconds to deal with the monster. In the observation room, the goat-bearded professor is screaming, "It's not supposed to be this easy." Not believing his eyes, he directly summons a level 3 monster, an owlbear. The moment it appears, the creature roars and lunges at Corinne with one huge arm. Corinne dodges, appearing right under the owlbear's chin and thrusting his spear. But the owlbear reacts with insane speed, swinging its other arm to crush him. Corinne is forced to abandon his attack, dodging aside and drawing a rune. Instantly, flames erupt and engulf the owlbear. In the monitoring room, Professor Goatbeard sees this and just screams, "Ancient magic!" His outburst gets the other professor's attention. Even Formac looks over and whispers, "Ancient magic." Back in the arena, the owlbear is thrashing around in the fire, swinging its powerful arms. It doesn't seem to be doing much good though, but it'll block your vision, Corinne thinks, and that's all I need. As he says this, Corinne leaps high, holding his spear and aiming straight for the top of the owlbear's head. In the observation room, the white-bearded professor thinks in disbelief, "That kid. He's definitely not your average level 6. It's a shame the monster test only goes up to level 3 monsters. Wow, it's been a long time since we've had someone this interesting. I can't wait to see him fight the wraiths." At this point, Professor Goatbeard snaps back to reality, fiddling with the controls and muttering, "Ah, all right then. After this, let's start the level 5 wraith test." In the arena, Corinne gets a funny feeling. Something was definitely summoned, but I can't see or hear it because of the penalty, a restriction on perceiving souls. I can't feel or touch souls, which means I can't touch the wraith. Let's see if I'm right about this. To test his theory, Corinne stands perfectly still, closes his eyes, and starts counting. 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59, 60. Okay, done. It's activated. Confirmed everything. Check and double check. With a deep breath, Corinne shot his hand up and yelled, "I forfeit!" And just like that, his test results were in. Evil Spirit Test. Nam goals a draw. 4 headstress. Failed. 3 benzi. Failed. Monster Test. For level 5, 7.3 seconds, a new record. Level 4 Boar. 3.7 seconds, a new record. Level 3 Mama Bear. 11 seconds, yet another new record. In the observation room, a certain Professor Beardy just stared blankly at Corinne, who seemed thrilled with his own failure. He muttered, "He withdrew? This kid. What's his deal? When Corinne got outside, a whole crowd of new students were already buzzing with post-test chatter. Hey, what rank did you get? Level 4. I am so dead. How about you? Level 3. Whoa, you mean you took down the bear owl and the stomach demon? But Corinne wasn't paying any attention. His eyes were locked on a certain student with blonde hair, absolutely covered in tattoos. R.G. Hinchpiter. Oh yeah, that's the punk who kicks off the war with the other players at the start of the story. Baek Sihu took him out just for being annoying, though to be fair, Jaeger was arrogant and a total show-off. But at that age, it's pretty normal, right? Anyway, Psycho. Corinne's internal monologue was cut short by some nearby gossip. Look, they're the level 5s. Whoa, so they couldn't even beat those monsters? Someone lost to both a Cho-san and a Maha. Corinne glanced over at a kid with glasses in the level 5 group, head hung in shame, and thought, that kid got way too cocky. After trash-talking me and Shihu, he ended up getting the same treatment as Jaeger. Just then, a man stepped onto the stage, tapping the mic. Ahem. Good morning, everyone. I am Director Arokasa. To become stronger, you have joined this academy, a place where the powerful gather. Some are already mighty, while others have a long way to go. And while I cannot guarantee that you will achieve everything you want here, I do hope you can find your own path within these walls. We are here to help you take those first crucial steps correctly. But from the second step on, that responsibility is yours. That is all. Have a nice day. After Ariel's speech, the new students started to scatter. From this day forward, I am a level 3 knight, G.G. Hinchpiter. Yeah. While bragging, G.G. spotted Lack sitting all alone. He strutted over and called out, Hey, what level are you? Lack looked up and answered, I'm level 5, G. G exploded with laughter. Level 5? Pathetic. You couldn't even kill a Maha. Or a Cho-san? Seriously? Just then, Corinne strolled over, slinging an arm over Gigi's shoulder with a grin. Hey you, G. G questioned, who are you? Corinne ignored him, focusing on a tattoo on his neck. Whoa, that ink of yours is sick. The artist must be a pro. It looks amazing even up close. The one on your neck is your blood type, right? So you can get a quick transfusion if you're injured. You really came prepared, didn't you? G. G pointed to the tattoo, puffing out his chest. Whoa, you really know your stuff. To be honest, my mom did this one. She's a tattoo artist, and her specialty is Ling Guo. But since I begged, she did it for me in the Oskun style. She's a total pro. Got any other ink? Corinne asked with a smile, all while thinking, yeah, I already know everything. But how? In his past life, when Gigi went missing, his mom came to the academy and explained his tattoos weren't just for looks. They were because she was worried about her son here at the academy. Now that is a parent's love. G happily rolled up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo on his bicep. I have one here too. This is a flying chariot, the symbol for the Mura K3 Academy. Corinne let out a whistle. Whoa, that is so cool. I'm Corinne Lough and you? G Hinchpiter, he replied. Then Corinne turned to Locke and asked, and you? Locke shyly answered, Locke. From a distance, Alyssa saw the whole thing. She watched Corinne as he laughed and joked with the other two. So, she thought, he just saved his friend from getting bullied. That's pretty cool. He seems like a good person. Corinne, at that exact moment, was thinking something very different. And that is how you leave a good impression on Lack. His ability is total memory recall, I'm pretty sure. Just found myself a walking, talking, free skill book, heh. Corinne couldn't stop a sly grin from spreading, but Elisa, watching from afar, had another idea. You know, his smile is actually kind of cute. I wonder what kind of person he really is. Most of the facilities at Mech 3 are totally free. The coffee here is way cheaper than outside, and the dorms don't cost a dime. Out of all of them, the most recommended spot is the training room. The reason is simple. It makes impossible training possible. For example, fighting an invisible Ma Corinne spirit form. Look there. The top-ranked kid is using a spirit form to practice right now. Don't you normally have to be a second year to train with a spirit? I heard some of them can't even catch a wind type. All this gossip from the sidelines finally gets Mariette's attention, so she stops to see what the big deal is. And just in time to see the spirit smack the kid in the head. The crowd roared, Ha ha, look at him. Serves him right for showing off. Corinne leans on his spear, catching his breath. Is this really too much for him? Just then, the bearded windmaster walks up and says, So, you're the top freshman. Corinne jumps and turns to greet him. Hello, instructor. The instructor cuts right to it. Why are you fighting a spirit? Corinne replies. To practice my spear techniques. The instructor presses on. And you're confident you can do it? I'll make it happen. But inside his head, Corinne's freaking out. Why is this guy suddenly talking to me? Did I screw up the entrance exam? The instructor thinks for a moment. Then a grin spreads across his face as he pulls out a stack of tickets. You've got good spirit, he says, handing them over. Here, 10 meal tickets from me. Come find me when you succeed. I'll give you a real reward then. Haha. Holding the stack of tickets, Corinne is just completely stunned. By the time he looks up, the instructor is already gone. He breathes a sigh of relief, smirking to himself. What was I so worried about? A reward and food? I'll take it. That's not bad at all, right? All right, time for round 2. Corinne gets back to it, relentlessly attacking the spirit but failing every single time. In the end, it just gets fed up and smacks him right down to the floor. As he's lying there gasping for air, a towel suddenly lands on his face. Mariette steps forward with a cup of water. Having a hard time? She asks. Corinne answers honestly. Yeah, this is exhausting. Mariette suggests, you should rest. You've worked hard enough already. You just need to get used to it, and one day you'll get it. Try again next time. No, he thinks, I don't have a next time, even though I've probably got a year or two. Before, I had Dr. Sihu. We had a whole support network, potions and skill books too. But Sihu isn't here anymore. I killed him. So now I have to do everything all by myself. Stealing his resolve, Corinne takes the cup. Thanks, I'll think about quitting later. He gets back to his feet, eyes burning with determination. I have to become the strongest, and first, I need to figure out my own limits. It might be a little crazy, but I have to test how my current abilities stack up against my past self. I don't have a strong body, or any magic or aura. All my knowledge about Sihu and the future is useless when facing down monsters and these genius-level prodigies. But to fight them, I have to work harder than anyone else. It's my only option. My last 3 years of training won't fail me now. Fired up, Corinne unleashes a flurry of spear techniques, hammering away at the spirit. After getting nowhere, he suddenly hurls his spear at it. The spirit dodges easily. Mariette thinks, he threw his weapon? Did he give up? But then she immediately corrects herself. No, that's not it. He hit it, and now he's catching it. Mariette saw the entire play unfold. Corinne threw his spear, predicted the spirit's dodge, and leaped up to grab it mid-air. In the same motion, he catches his falling spear and drives it right through the spirit's body. Whoa, he's incredible. Just as Mariette is left totally speechless, Corinne comes crashing down hard onto the floor. Mariette rushes over worriedly. Are you okay? Lying on the ground, Corinne just gives a weak laugh. I definitely overdid it, at least for this body. The next day, at the Merkaba Academy, welcome, freshmen. A senior student is leading a tour. Today I'll be showing you all the school facilities. This here is the pride of our campus. And here we have. While Mariette enthusiastically introduces the campus to the new students, Corinne is lost in his own thoughts. To fight properly, the body is the most crucial part. And to build mine up without Park Sihu's drugs, there's only one way. Recalling an old lesson, don't ignore the misfortune of others. Corinne spots Lark, walks over, and throws an arm over his shoulder. Hey there, want to grab some food with me? Lark is just standing there totally confused when Corinne leans in close and whispers about a grimoire. He continues, a grimoire, to put it simply, is a skill book. It's a powerful artifact that lets you gain magic or a special trait just by reading through it. The Merkaba Academy library is as big as the whole school, meant to store and pass on knowledge. Total nonsense. It's actually a place to hide grimoires. Inside the library, Corinne points to a bookshelf and grins. If you want to hide a tree, you hide it in a forest, right? Lark, trailing behind, speaks up. Yeah, well, you better keep your promise. Corinne nods. Of course. Once you meet the condition, you'll get the grimoire. See, Lark is a super hard worker, a real model student. He's memorized every type of magic and written it all down in his notebook. Of course, knowing the spells and being able to use them are two different things. If your level and mana are too low, all the theory in the world is useless. But a grimoire? That's a different story. Musing to himself, Corinne starts scanning the shelves, running through the alphabet. A, B, C, E. There it is. Hearing a ruckus behind him, Lat turns around like an annoyed parent, telling them to knock it off. A second later, his jaw hits the floor. A secret door? How did you find this? Corinne just shoves him forward. Lat screams, wait for me, let's go together. In the narrow hall, he trails Corinne, whining about how creepy the walls are. Suddenly, Corinne stops, turning to a confused Lat and holding out his hand. Lat, it's time to fulfill your promise and you better do it right. Oh, okay. You need help fighting the evil spirit, right? But what do I do? Before Lat can even finish, Corinne just decks him, knocking him out cold with a grin. Heh, let's get started. Corinne stands there thinking, sure, he came to save Lat, but he also had a special mission to finish. If he catches the evil spirit, he gets the rare item he wants. But there's one small issue. Duke Sebastia is a variant spirit, making this an impossible mission. Why couldn't it be a normal spirit? Why did it have to be a special edition super ghost? This guy was a commander from 800 years ago whose opening attack instantly killed most players at the start of the quest. But not our boy. Thanks to a handicap where he can't see souls, the Duke's attacks are totally useless against him. The problem is, he can't see the Duke either. So, Corinne hoists Lat's body up with a grin. Duke Sebastia, my apologies, but I can't see you. Why don't you possess this guy's body instead? This insane offer actually makes the rampaging Duke stop his attack. He stands right behind Corinne, silent, as if he's actually thinking about it. In this world, there are factors that can turn normal people into powerhouses like a Macedung or a werewolf. One day, Duke Sebastia awakened as a Macedung and killed his own servant. He tried to control the instincts, but failed. Terrified he'd kill his wife and daughter next, the Duke moved his family away and sealed the city gates. To prevent a total massacre, he used magic to seal his own soul inside a book, the very book from this library. And so, Sebastia decides to possess Lat's body. Just like that, Lat's eyes flash dark red and he lunges at Corinne with a roar. Looks like the Macedung just needed a little push to go berserk. With a little smirk, Corinne just leans back, easily dodging the attack. He follows up with a quick punch to the head, knocking his opponent to the ground. Part 2 of the plan. A variant spirit can draw out a host's maximum hidden potential. And model student Lat from the Legends of Ahan just happens to have the lowest physical strength stat possible. Corinne feels for the guy, really. But this is the best strategy to complete the mission. Okay, so if he kills Lat while he's possessed, he can get his hands on the highest grade items. Things like the Duke's white coat or the Macedung armor, all legendary items the Duke once used. As his opponent gets back up, Corinne changes his strategy. Aren't you curious? About your wife, Duchess Luina, and your daughter, Cecilia? About how they lived after you were sealed away? And then, Corinne tells the Duke everything. How his wife passed away after leaving the city, and how his daughter became a famous explorer, traveling all around the world. He doesn't like what the Duke did, but as Corinne, a man with a family to love, he gets it. He wants this poor soul to have a dignified end. Corinne gives a small smile and asks, "So what do you think? Are you satisfied with my answers?" Tears stream down Lat's face as Sebastia speaks through him. "I'm sorry for attacking you. Thank you for telling me." Corinne grins back. "No problem. Your punches are weak anyway." Sebastia then says, "I still have more questions." Before Sebastia finally passed on, he and Corinne talked for a very long time. In the end, Sebastia faded, leaving 3 items. 2 of them were, an epic item, the Sul Ash of the variant evil spirit Duke Sebastia, and a grimoire, the magic book, the one that once held the Duke's sealed soul. It's filled with unique abilities and spells you can learn by reading. As for the final red book, Corinne uses it instantly without hesitation. 9-Soldier Perseverance. Rebirth. You have received a new, unique ability. You have used the magic book, 9-Soldier Perseverance. Like a warrior who never loses the will to fight, as long as you're determined, your body will continue to recover. Corinne thinks to himself, 9 soldiers, huh? I have no idea how much it can heal, since I never really get hurt anyway. Just then, Lat starts to wake up. Corinne looks at him and says, "You're awake, don't move. An evil spirit just possessed your body." Lat asks suspiciously, "Shouldn't being possessed hurt?" Corinne avoids eye contact and starts lying through his teeth. "I don't know, maybe?" Then, Corinne shoves the grimoire at him and says, "Stop talking and take this." Lat blurts out, "Wait, is this a real magic book? I actually get to keep it?" Seeing Lat so happy, Corinne thinks to himself that this is why he chose him. Sometimes, you just want to see someone's hard work pay off. And right on cue, a system notification pops up. Quest. Don't be indifferent to the suffering of others. Mission complete. Duke Sebastia. Difficulty, B. Reward, 80 points distributed evenly. No more details available, of course. As he helps Lat up, Corinne is just thinking, wait, I got 80 points for that? In this world, every level up grants you 5 stat points. So 80 points should be like 16 level ups. But he never got a level up notice, so it's just a flat 80 points. Is this to make up for him not being able to grow his stats directly? But as far as experience rewards go, ding. The system chimes in with more details. Quest, don't be indifferent to the suffering of good people. Stat points, 40. Reward distribution, even, times 2. Basically, you weren't a jerk to Lat Berman. Stat points, 40. Reward distribution, even, times 2. You also weren't a jerk to Duke Sebastia. The next day in the training room, Mariette shows up with a basket of potatoes and shouts, "Hey guys, anyone want some potatoes?" "I do." "Me too." While handing out the goods, Mariette spots Corinne warming up nearby. Forgetting everyone else, she walks over and asks, "You trying to catch a spirit again today?" Corinne just nods. "Yep." Mariette grins. "All right, I believe in you, Junior. I'll be cheering you on." Some other guy scoffs. Mariette, how is a rank N first year supposed to catch a spirit? I gave it my all yesterday and still failed. Don't give the newbie false hope. Yeah. Why is he always trying to get Mariette's attention? Hearing them, Mariette just smirks and turns around. Is that so? Well, I'll bet 2 gold coins my junior succeeds. Another guy shoots back. Mariette, why do you baby him so much? I'll bet 70 silver he fails. Hearing the noisy crowd, Corinne just sighs. Why am I suddenly the main event in their gambling ring? I just wanted to practice in peace. Shaking it off, Corinne grabs his spear and gets into his stance. Whatever, just focus. I got those stats from helping Sebastia, so I should definitely be strong enough to catch it. Problem is, I don't even know how strong I am now. Guess I'll start with the weakest, most basic stuff. The technique he used to beat spirits before was the serpent's lunge. Among spear arts, that one's pretty tough. So, he thinks, if I use the most basic of basic moves, spear burst, it probably won't even one-shot it. With his plan set, Corinne uses spear burst and thrusts it at the spirit, and then the unexpected happens. The spirit gets vaporized by this one basic move. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. He did it in one hit? With a spear burst, of all things? Even Corinne can't believe it, wondering, hold on, wasn't that way too strong? Just then, Mariette walks over. Yesterday, you shocked me with 3 moves. This time, it only took 1. Ah, yeah, Corinne mumbles, thinking, what is this? Looks like she witnessed the whole thing yesterday. No, more importantly, a mage who can see spear arts with her naked eye? What kind of ridiculous vision is that? Mariette then shoves a bag of money at Corinne. Here, this is your share. Corinne just stares blankly. Huh? Mariette explains. Thanks to you, I made a little profit. It's only right that you get a piece of it. Corinne, still confused, says, my share? Mariette asks, what, you don't like it? Of course I like it. Who turns down money? Mariette, you are a genius. Let's keep this up, he thinks. Corinne takes the money bag from her, and the two share a wonderfully wicked grin. Later that night, Corinne is walking the halls alone, lost in thought. It was the same in my past life. I fought like hell to master my spear arts, and it's happening again. I'm almost at step 5 of the 6 steps to enlightenment. The path is long, but my spear skills are improving faster than I expected, so I'm not worried. The real issue is rune magic. Corinne raises his hand to draw the Hagalaz rune. System notification, you lack mana. Same old story from his past life. Rune magic requires an absolutely insane amount of mana. If I could master it, I'd be way stronger than before. I need to think this through carefully. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. You! Corinne freezes on the spot. That voice. It doesn't matter how masterful his spear becomes or how well he knows rune magic. There's one person in this academy he can't beat, the only one even Doctor Who couldn't kill, and one of the most powerful legends in a Han's heroic saga. The notorious balance breaker herself, the extraordinary Yaksha Quarren. Looking at Quarren, Corinne's mind races. Why did she suddenly appear here? And why is she talking to me? I don't know the reason, but I'm just going to ignore her and leave. This is one ticking time bomb I can't handle. Quarren tried to leave, but Quarren stopped him, speaking as the one who had been merged. I don't think you're the real master of this body. Those words sent a cold chill down Quarren's spine. He shot her another terrified look, his mind racing. How in the world does she know? I took over this body. It seems one body now holds 2 souls, a human and a monster, coexisting. Quarren's existence itself defies the natural order. They say the yin-yang eyes of those lingering between life and death can see the true color of a soul. So honestly, it would be stranger if she didn't realize what was going on. Lost in thought, Corinne just stared at Quarren, not answering her question. Seeing his silence, Quarren pushed further. So, how was it? What was it like to crush and devour the original soul? I don't know, Corinne snapped back, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. This same issue haunted him in his past life. Were the old him and the new Corinne 2 completely different people? Were these assimilated memories truly his own? If they were, then who was that other guy attending the all-boys military dynamics academy? But it's all pointless. Quarren doesn't see it that way. The true owner of that body is not you. A flicker of surprise crossed Quarren's face at Corinne's reply, but it was gone in a flash. Her eyes turned ice cold again. That body is the original. You're just a thief who stole it, so you have no right to manage it. In a town near my hometown, there was a guy who'd turn into a green giant when he got mad. His name was Brooks. Ever hear of him? Grow, Zico. Funnier still, these 2 opposite personalities absolutely hated each other. So, pretty interesting, right? Because they were good at completely different things. Corinne tried to sell the joke, pointing to his head with a dopey smile, but his story totally bombed, earning a look that was 30% confusion and 70% pity. At this point, he just let out a sigh and said, anyway, What I'm trying to say is, whether it's the original soul or a new one, both have different personalities. Isn't that how they coexist? Like it or not, we were born into one body, and no one is guilty simply for being born. Kwa Ran was silent for a long moment, then said darkly, "In this world, there are some whose very birth is a sin." Corin knew the deep anguish behind her words, but right now, he couldn't do anything to help, so he chose to stay quiet. "See you later," Corin said before turning to leave. The next day was the weekend, but he was up early, heading to the south side of the academy to check the mission board. Taking on the various quests posted here was the key to leveling up for the next main mission. It was a necessary part of the process for getting stronger. My goal isn't just to level up, so I don't need to be too picky. I just want to test something out. Corin glanced at the girl beside him, wondering why she was staring so intently at the board. Come to think of it, he didn't have much information on Elisa at all. In his past life, that bastard killed her. And now, his memories were different from what he'd seen in the game. The more he thought, the more curious he got. Corin decided to just ask Elisa directly. It turns out she was in desperate need of money. Level 2 academy students get a good amount of financial support. But since Elisa's family is in the nation's top 10%, the school decided not to help her. Plus, my family is into that whole free range thing, so I have to earn my own living expenses, down to the last penny, no matter what I say to them. Seeing her miserable expression, Corin felt a pang of sympathy, so he kindly offered a suggestion. "If you need money right away, how about a patrol mission? The pay is pretty good." "Oh, really?" Elisa said, cheerfully reading the patrol mission info before turning to Corin. "They'll accept up to 3 people. You want to team up?" "Can't. I have something else I have to do." Corin refused because he already had his own plan. He was going to choose the most valuable missions and quickly boost his stats. The first mission was to find a lost cat named Nabi. The experience and reward were both low, but that wasn't the point. His goal was to fulfill a precept. By saving Nabi from being killed by a water monster, Corin could prevent the owner's misery and stop her from falling into depression. And from that, he could receive a reward from the precept system. Sure enough, right after returning Nabi to her owner, Corin's system pinged. Duty fulfilled. You did not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of Anna Macmillan. Difficulty. E. Reward. 5 points, distributed evenly. Yes, the precept system really works. This meant that even tiny little missions would help him raise his stats significantly. Corin was so excited he let out a laugh so creepy it terrified little Anna, who quickly grabbed her cat and ran for it. After that first successful mission, Corin went on a roll, completing one quest after another, like saving a weak kid from bullies or finding a wedding ring for a newlywed couple. But while he was basking in the joy of his skyrocketing points, Corin suddenly realized he'd forgotten something far more important than stats. He had even carefully written himself a note about it before leaving this morning. With time running short, Corin heads over here, where a beefy dude is turning purple because he can't perfect his chicken sauce recipe. Just then, Corinne appears like a god, telling the guy to add some malt before flashing a peace sign and ghosting the restaurant entirely. "What's with that psycho? What kind of idiot adds malt to this?" he complained. But the big guy still gave it a shot. A moment later, his shout could be heard 100 meters away. "This flavor." This was it. Hearing this from outside, Corinne smirked. Yep, this was another case he just had to solve. A world without seasoned chicken is a chaotic one indeed. Just then, a system notification popped up. Fulfilling duty before the misfortune of Dungizo. Difficulty E. The reward. 5 equally distributed points. Corinne only does this stuff for fun, so getting points for it sent him over the moon, making him wave his arms and laugh hysterically. Little did he know, his bizarre celebration was being watched by Corin from a rooftop. "What a strange person," Corin muttered. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind Corin. "I let you be because you didn't leave the city, but you should at least get an exit permit first." Corin glanced back at the female professor, then turned away without a word, her eyes fixed on Corinne, remembering what he'd said about being born. It is a happy thing. Then her mind flashed back to the past, to a man staring her down, hissing, You should never have been born." Corin just stared silently at the sunset for a long, long time. You could practically see the loneliness draped over her shoulders like a sad, invisible cape. And so, the next day, the school held an evaluation for all first-year students, testing their survival skills in the hunting grounds. The blonde professor started explaining the rules. If you reach the hut at the north end of the forest, you will temporarily pass. Please wear the armband corresponding to your rank. You'll need to return it at the destination hut. You'll get points based on your arrival time with the armband, and your rewards will match your score. While the professor talked, Corinne glanced around, looking for Corin. Of course, she didn't show up. He figured Corin wasn't allowed in practical exercises for fairness reasons. Just then, someone called his name. It was Alyssa. Alyssa, did the mission go well? She answered cheerfully. Yes, thanks to you, I earned some living expenses. Glad it helped. Oh, want some candy? I bought it for my little sister, but it's way too sweet for her. With that, Corinne pulled a shiny golden candy from his pocket and offered it to Alyssa. Coincidentally, it was Alyssa's absolute favorite kind, so she happily accepted it without a second thought. All right, students, the hunting grounds test begins now. With that, the blonde professor created a huge magic circle, wowing all the students. Even Corinne couldn't help but be impressed. He had seen countless mages, but using spatial magic on this many people, only Josephine could pull that off. The great archmage, as legendary as ever. A few seconds later, the students were teleported one by one to random locations inside the hunting grounds. The second Corinne's feet hit the ground, he heard fighting not too far away, which surprised him. A fight already? The hunting grounds is a major event that even veterans have to attempt over and over again. It's a battle royale system where you start at random spots and have to snatch your opponent's armband to score points. Seeing two other students going at it, Corinne just ran off thinking, yeah, you guys have fun. I'm not interested in you. The most dangerous person right now is the level 2 Alyssa with the blue armband. With Corinne gone, he just needs to handle her. The rest are free points. Alyssa, you probably don't know this, but I put a tracking rune on that candy you ate. This little rune will make sure we meet again. Corinne followed the signal with a shameless grin, calling out Alyssa's name. Meanwhile, back at the starting point, Professor Josephine told the principal, Principal, I'm heading into the forest too. Even with professors everywhere, it's better to be safe. Just then, Josephine noticed something was off and looked around. Wait a second. Where is that child? Principal, don't tell me you. The principal just smiled. I didn't send her. She went there on her own. She went on her own? Yes. I think her heart might finally be starting to change. Somewhere in the forest, Alyssa was scolding the students she'd just beaten, who were now scattered on the ground. Why would you all act like this? Don't you feel pathetic, ganging up on me like that? One student who apparently hadn't had enough decided to run his mouth. Being pathetic is kind of our specialty. Just then, a guy lunged at Alyssa from behind in a sneak attack. Too bad his plan was shattered by a giant rock that came flying out of nowhere. Wait, she knows that guy. A wave of relief hits Alyssa. Corinne, you came to save me. Unfortunately, that warm, fuzzy feeling lasted for all of about 2 seconds before Corinne's next move sent a chill down her spine. It's so pretty, that blue gauntlet. With that, Corinne lunges, aiming his spear right at Alyssa. Of course, for a level 2 knight, this was nothing. She easily dodged the attack with a simple sidestep, but her fragile teenage heart? Oh, that took a direct critical hit. Corinne, I actually trusted you. You gave me candy, so I thought you were a good person. Corinne, with zero shame, just shoots back. Hey, you can be a good person too by giving me that gauntlet. Let's break it down. Alyssa is a level 2 knight from a pure martial arts school. Her special defense skill, probably still in the beta phase. So in terms of combat power, she's currently sitting at a mid-tier level 2. That's why Alyssa can't quite match her genius older sister, but make no mistake, she's still in the top 1% of all talents. This is the same girl who just wiped the floor with a 7-person alliance of level 3s and 4s, so a level 5 like Corinne was no big deal, or so she thought 30 seconds ago. Now she was desperately defending herself against Corinne's storm of relentless attacks. Alyssa's brain was screaming, he's too strong! He's mixing up close-quarters combat with long-range lunges. The guy was a master of feints, counters, and applying constant, suffocating pressure. Still, as a level 2 knight, Alyssa quickly calmed her emotions and started to analyze her opponent. She noticed a weird, almost unnatural difference between his stabbing and slashing motions. If I can just exploit that tiny gap thinking this, Alyssa locked onto Corinne's arm, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. But surprise! It's like Corinne read her mind, instantly using his spear to neutralize her sword. Then he gives her a smug grin and says, Talent's not going to get you very far without real combat experience, kid. Next, Corinne uses his spear to completely disable Alyssa's sword, combining 3 basic attacks into one deadly combo. He wove his spear techniques into an effective attack and a lightning-fast counterstrike, successfully defeating Alyssa. Alyssa was sent flying, clutching her stomach and thinking, I'm lucky I managed to block that at all. He's not absurdly strong or fast, but his technique is flawless. What the heck is this guy? This is a level 5 knight? I was completely defeated. With no other choice, Alyssa had to hand over the blue gauntlet to Corinne, who cheerfully took it, promising, I'll put it to good use. Just then, a loud noise and the sound of distant screaming caught Corinne's attention. But before he could even go investigate, a massive greatsword came flying straight for him. Corinne instantly blocked it with his spear. This was a sword made of mystic iron, 4 times denser than regular steel. Add some support magic, and you've got a weapon designed to fight giant monsters. Yeah, not exactly easy to parry. Corinne pushed with more force and barely managed to deflect the blade. What? You blocked my heavy sword? Not bad. Ron recalled the weapon, then coldly ordered Corinne, that gauntlet. Put it down and get lost. Level 5. Corinne got a good look at the guy who just tried to kill him. His inner voice just started screaming, "Oh no, it's Tenderon Waski!" I really did not want to run into him. Even after taking down countless opponents, the guy didn't have a single scratch on him and looked totally relaxed. This proved one thing for sure, he was on a whole different level than Alyssa. So, with things looking grim, Corinne clenched his teeth, held the gauntlet tight, and just bolted, much to Ron's surprise. But a few seconds later, Ron, with a fiery glint in his eye, yelled a weirdly specific threat. "That thing you're clutching. I bet it's blue, right?" With that, Ron unleashed everything he had right at Corinne, while personally giving chase at top speed. Corinne was freaking out, screaming, "Are you insane? I thought you only did things you were paid to do." Then, he shouted back at Alyssa, who was running right behind him, "And why are you following me?" Alyssa, gasping for air, just yelled back, "Because I don't want to die, and I don't know the exit." Corinne just kept running, trying to reassure himself. Okay, no need to fight. As long as I escape with this gauntlet, everything will be fine." Too bad for him, Cranio was already waiting at the exit with a giant, fluffy monster. He saw Corinne with the gauntlet and just smirked. "Well, sorry about this. If you want to pass, you'll have to leave your rank insignia behind." Corinne's situation was officially a disaster. He had Cranio in front of him and Ron right behind him. He'd tried so hard to avoid the big names, and now he was stuck between two of them. At this point, there was truly no other way out. If a fight was inevitable, then he had no choice but to face it head on. A little while later, a knock echoed from the door of the exit house. Well, look who it is. The champion has arrived. May I ask your name?" An old man opens the door to see Corinne, a smirk on his face, holding Elisa's blue armband. "I'm Corinne Lough. I'm here to pick an item. Got it?" Whoa, bringing back the blue rank insignia. Now this is one heck of a student. Hearing the praise, Corinne just shrugs it off. "It was nothing. I just got lucky." But outside, Alyssa is still completely shell-shocked by what she just witnessed. It was insane. He slipped past the greatsword's attacks with pure speed before it could even unleash its full power. After snatching the sword right from his opponent, he slammed it straight into the ground, making it impossible for the guy to get his weapon back. Any attacks he couldn't block? He just dodged, tricking them into hitting the golems instead. With some seriously quick thinking, he ducked behind Drone, using him as a human shield against the golem's attacks. So while Drone was busy tanking the golem, Corinne swooped in, attacked its core, and shut it down for good. A moment later, Granel went down too, since his golem puppet was out of commission. His speed, his foresight, and even his determination, it was like watching a veteran of 1,000 battles. The whole thing was decided in a flash. That had to be experience built up over a long time. But he's so young, how could he possibly be that good? Watching him was like seeing my sister all over again. Remembering Corinne's words about not relying on talent alone, Alyssa made a silent vow. I have to work harder too. Meanwhile, Ron stared at the sword in his hand, wondering how Corinne figured out a counter before he could even unleash his full strength. How did that kid figure out my weakness? In the blink of an eye, it was like he knew every single one of my techniques and skills by heart. In another corner, Cranell clutched his injured arm, replaying Corinne's words in his head. Against a small, fast weapon, a golem is pretty much just a walking practice dummy. If it were me, I'd have a friend watch my back instead of that golem. Cranell had just replied, "Friends? I don't have any." Corinne, looking totally confused, just answered, "Well, you should try and make one then." Remembering that, Cranell's heart ached as tears streamed down his face. That bastard was mocking me. So yeah, today, the 3 strongest students were all thinking about Corinne Lough in their own special ways. Now, among the participants still out on the training grounds, the strongest was supposedly Yule, the one with the sun god's protection. But she wasn't the only top-tier player out here. You also had the #1 mage of the Mercenary Academy, Mariette Lev, who was helping everyone train by playing the role of the monster. For Yule, this was the first time she'd ever faced an opponent so completely out of her league. And just like that, the training session on the field was over, or so Marie thought. After giving Yule the shock of a lifetime, Marie walked over, gently asking, "Are you a new student?" "Hi, I'm Marie. My name is..." "Yule. And what about her? What's her name?" Marie glanced behind her, asking about the girl in the nun's outfit standing nearby. "That's Corinne. Oh, you must be looking for someone. My advice? Gather your friends and fight me together next time." Corinne treated Marie's words like they were just wind, casually walking right past her. But she didn't get far before a massive wall of ice shot up from the ground, blocking her path. "My bad," Marie said with a smile. You can ignore me, but by the rules, I'm still the monster. I can't just let you go. What a pain. Corinne glanced back at Marie, her eyes turning dangerous. Anyway, back to Corinne. After adding up the points, the guy at the finish line gasped. A total of 117 points. I haven't seen a score like this in ages. Corinne just grinned, asking cheerfully, "Does this mean I get to choose my prize?" Instantly, a list of items appeared before Corinne. The most valuable item was shark bear bile. But he came here with a plan. Corinne didn't hesitate and chose the ginseng seed. Oh, you've got a good eye choosing that. What about the other 17 points? Corinne thought for a second, then picked a plant nutrient supplement and a bag, before quickly leaving the finish line. Man, shopping is awesome. Even after playing 1,000 times, he's never had a run this perfect. Plus, it's the first time he's seen so many people clear this stage. Corinne spotted Gigo and Lack running towards him, or more accurately, towards the goal line. Oh, second place, 19 points. Gigo said happily. I got 15 points, Lack added, panting for air. Corinne just smiled and praised them. You two make a good team. Gigo wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. This was easy. Let's go train in the fitness room tonight. If you've got enough energy for the gym, then help me find the golem's weaknesses instead. Ha! Corinne's words made Crenell flinch nearby. We'd love to, right? We'll totally help you out. Cranio was touched, but of course, he had to act tough and say I'm fine. Dude, this is when you're supposed to say thank you. Corinne corrected him, then quickly helped him search for the golem's core. In the past, Corinne and Cranio had worked together a lot. There just aren't many heavy tanks as good as golems in these early big monster brawls. And with that, things were finally wrapping up. The second-rank mage, Cranio Ludin, was restoring the golem's core. The second-rank knight, Alyssa Aiden, was injured. The second-rank knight mage, Yoon, was down for the count. Corinne rushed over to check on him. After confirming Yoon, who was just a lump on the ground, was still breathing, Corinne finally let out a sigh of relief and helped the guy up. Yoon was completely out of it, mumbling something about Mariette. That girl. Suddenly, all the animals in the forest started bolting in a panic. Yoon just whispered again, Mariette, run. A natural gift for magic analysis combined with a massive mana pool. A mage who seemingly never knew despair, disappointment, or failure. As they say, Mariette Dunalep was a true genius, a prodigy. To Mariette, this training ground was basically her personal playground. She just had to control the difficulty and help her juniors grow, like a good senior should. But against Guarin, well, that was a completely different story. And now, Mariette was cornered, gasping for air after a relentless assault from Guarin. I need to analyze this, Mariette told herself. But in that instant, she saw Guarin charging straight for her. No time to think, Mariette immediately launched a volley of ice arrows right at Guarin. But a trick like this had zero effect. The arrows shattered on impact, and Guarin just kept coming, completely unfazed. I can't block this with just low-level magic. Mariette had promised her professor she wouldn't use any attack magic above intermediate class, but now? Yeah, she was definitely dipping into advanced magic. In other words, even if she hated to admit it, Mariette had to get serious. It made sense the thing in front of her wasn't a knight or a mage. It wasn't a game. It was a natural disaster in human form. Mariette used high-level magic to create an ice wall around herself, but it was useless. Guarin smashed right through it. And then Mariette took the full force of Guarin's kick. The blow left her seriously injured. As Guarin stalked closer, she panicked, raising a hand to cast another spell and screaming, "Stay away from me!" Just then, a voice cut through the chaos. Guarin, that's enough. Professor Josephine stepped out of a spatial gate. After scolding Guarin, she gently asked Mariette, "Are you all right, Mariette?" Yes, I'm fine." And with those famous last words, Mariette passed out cold. So, this training exercise ended with some pretty unexpected results. First off, the person who finished first and got the most points was Corinne, a first-year student. And Guaran, the top first year, had gotten into a serious conflict with Mariette, the top second year. Hearing Mariette was hurt, Corinne booked it to the infirmary to check on her. Seeing her sleeping peacefully, Corinne finally relaxed a bit. For real, I thought she was about to awaken as some kind of final boss. She seems okay. Guess things are still following the original story. I'll leave it for now. There are still 3 weeks before her awakening, so I've got things to prepare. Leaving the infirmary, Corinne headed to the edge of the training grounds forest to meet someone. He glanced around suspiciously, and seeing no one, he squeezed out a ton of eye drops. Then he tripped by the lake, dropping a ginseng seed. Oh no! The precious seed my mother left me! As Corinne was sobbing his heart out, a gentle voice asked, "Why are you crying, child?" There he is, Corinne thought, secretly thrilled. In the legend of Hero Ahan, there's a one-time only Easter egg. For those who don't know, An Easter egg is a little hidden secret the creators put in a game or story, just to make things more interesting for observant fans. The Hermit's Golden Axe. A woodcutter accidentally drops his iron axe in the lake. The hermit asks him if the golden axe or silver axe is his. Just like the original story, a golden and a silver version appear, but it's limited to weapons of unique grade or lower. If you throw anything else in, nothing happens, so that's where most people gave up. Corinne had tried throwing 500 different items into the Hermit's Lake. Some veteran players even threw in tons of random junk, including rare hero items. An Easter egg the damn developers added when they were bored. Back to the present. After hearing Corinne's sob story, the hermit held out a golden seed and asked, "Is this golden seed yours?" "No, sir," Corinne replied obediently. "How about this silver seed?" "No, sir," Corinne continued, following the script. The hermit smiled kindly, revealing the ginseng seed. "Then this must be your seed." "Yes, that's it. That is definitely my seed." Corinne puts on the performance of a lifetime, complete with a face full of tears and a joyful smile, replying, "Even with gold and silver in sight, I value your honesty more." And so the hermit leaves Corinne with all three types of seeds, ginseng, silver ginseng, and gold ginseng, before dramatically diving back into the water. Which means he totally missed Corinne's absolutely wicked grin. Sure, regular ginseng seeds boost your mana, but the gold and silver ones? Oh, they have seriously special effects. They're duplicatable items. This is a super secret Easter egg. You can only get this one specific way in the legend of hero Ahan. Plant the golden ginseng seed, and the plant glows gold. Plant the silver one, and it'll shine with a silver light. In the last timeline, some guy ate the gold one and Corinne got the silver. But this time? Oh yeah, they're all for him. That night, Corinne dragged himself back to the dorm after a long day, but his brain was already buzzing about what came next. According to the original plot, the whole incident that turns Mariette into the first boss monster is set to go down in the next 3 weeks. She has a nasty run-in with the serial killer Macaron from the Fog City, John's Way. He's not sure how the demon's minions inside Mariette get awakened, but he knows they still have time, which is why he had to flex on those B-list fighters. Because let's be real, nobody wants to team up with some weak 5th-rank knight, no matter how nicely you ask. The only way to grab their interest is with raw talent and pure power. In about a week, they'll be all healed up. That's when he'll make his move and suggest a party for the first boss in the legend of hero Ahan, the special Makadung, Mariette Dunalep. He still has 3 weeks before she awakens. With enough prep, trust, and a solid crew, he can totally save her from that miserable fate. Until then, he's gotta train Alyssa. He also needs to help the mercenary Ron control his sword, recruit UN from the Aveliquin forest, and get buddy-buddy with Cranio, the grumpy wizard. If he preps right, this should be a piece of cake as long as no variables pop up. And with that happy thought, Corinne went to bed, clueless that a massive variable was about to hit. In the dead of night, Mariette's friend, Isabel, suddenly woke up. She saw Marius sitting bolt upright in her bed and rushed over. "Marius, are you okay? How's your throat?" Seeing Marius silent, Isabel figured she was still upset about getting beaten by Corinne and tried to comfort her. That, number one. She needs to learn her place. Besides, you were totally handicapped by your skill level. Suddenly, Marius's eyes flashed crimson. She stared at Isabel's neck, then grabbed her shoulders tight and whispered, "I'm so thirsty." Meanwhile, for beating up a senior, Corinne was sentenced to 4 days of detention. Ugh. Corinne slammed a book shut, remembering Josephine's lecture from yesterday. "I never should have sent that to you. If you want to learn, I'll teach you personally. Now reflect on your actions." Corinne seriously wondered, should I just jump out the window? Right as she was considering it, a wild Corinne appeared, hanging upside down outside her window in the most ridiculous pose, scaring the daylights out of her. "Ha! I knew you'd be in here," he said with a cocky grin. "You're Corinne, right? I think I saw you before. I'm Corinne Lough. Open up." He then held up a box of pastries he was carrying. Corinne tried to act all aloof and uninterested, but she totally caved and opened the door for him anyway. "These are for you. I didn't know what you liked, so I just grabbed something." Showing up empty-handed felt weird. Corinne pointed right at Corinne's face. "You know you're breaking school rules." Corinne just laughed. "Am I? I'm just hanging out in a tree. So? What if I feel like coming in? It's not like Professor Josephine is around right now." Corinne gave Coran a quick once-over, thinking he came here in case she was hurt, but she didn't have a single scratch on her. It looked like she was just grounded, forbidden from going out or meeting people because of what happened on the field. She was a demi-human, so it made sense Josephine would worry. Still, locking her up for more than 4 days. While Corinne was lost in thought, Corinne casually dropped a bombshell. "Where did Professor Josephine go anyway? It's been over 4 days and I haven't seen her." "What?" Corinne blurted out. "You mean she hasn't come back even once since then?" Nope, that one word from Quarren shocked him so much he completely forgot he was hanging upside down, lost his grip, and face planted onto the ground below. The impact was so bad it instantly triggered his persistent warrior regeneration ability just to heal himself. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he shouted a quick goodbye to Quarren and bolted straight for the infirmary. Professor Josephine just left? She abandoned the most dangerous person at the Merca Academy? Plus, Professor Dana from the Magic Department and Professor Forma from the Night Department were once guards. Something was seriously, seriously wrong here. His request to see Maria? Denied flat out. And Isabel, her bodyguard, had completely vanished. On top of that, they posted guards outside the infirmary. From the start, this whole thing smelled fishy, and every new detail just proved Corinne's gut feeling was right. Blocked from visiting Maria, Corinne decides to go with Plan B, a little bit of foul play. He spins a lie that Josephine sent snacks for the guards. The poor guy believes him completely, chowing down on the laxative-laced food Corinne handed over. And less than a minute later, it's code brown. In a moment of pure desperation, the guard asks Corinne to cover his post while he makes a mad dash to take care of business. With the guard gone, Corinne slips inside. He takes a deep breath before pulling back the bed curtain, trying to convince himself. It's not possible, right? There's still a whole month to go. It's way too early for this. Please, let my gut feeling be wrong for once. Mariette? Corinne calls out as he pulls back the curtain, revealing Isabel. Mariette was supposed to be here, so why is it Aesop wait? Wasn't she missing? In a flash, Corinne's eyes lock onto the bite mark on Isabel's neck. There's no doubt about it. This is what the professors were trying to hide. Mariette has awakened as a vampire and just became the final boss of the first arc. On top of that, this all happened a full 3 weeks ahead of the original script. As soon as he's back from the infirmary, Corinne hits the books. Turns out there's a 4-phase attack strategy to beat the boss of Act 1. Phase 1. Quickly deal with the monster's assault. Phase 2. Trap her in magic circles and, after gaining the upper hand, move to the next stage. Phase 3 involves a direct showdown with the rampaging enemy inside her blood domain. Once we take her down, she'll shift into her final form, kicking off the last phase. The core of this strategy is that final form, so you might not even need a player for this fight. If the Academy's top first years just teamed up, getting to Phase 3 wouldn't be all that difficult. But right then, Corinne gets a splitting headache. Alice's weapon was destroyed because of him. Ron Waski's sword was broken, also because of him. Granul Luden's golem core is still shattered, and yep, that's on him too. Did he seriously just take out all the top-tier first years himself? This is not good. He messed up, big time. Corinne clutches his head in a full-blown panic. In the original story, Mariette attacked her roommate and went berserk after the incident in Fog City. In his past life, after that happened, everyone just waited for Isabel, who was down by the dorms, to quickly sort everything out. But Baek Sihu intentionally let Mariette escape. But thanks to him, everything's a total mess now. Alyssa has 8 broken bones, and Granul's golem is useless, making him worthless in a fight. He considered asking Quarren, but he couldn't predict how the battle would change if that guy got involved. So, the very next day, Corinne kicks off his recruitment plan. First up is Ron. In a corner of the gym, Corinne approaches Ron and makes his offer, holding out a mercenary job certificate. This mission is especially tough, he says. I need to find and capture someone alive. Ron just scoffs. Are you insane? A merc's principle is to only take fights you can win. Besides, you broke my sword. I only have 2 left. At first, Ron absolutely refused to budge. But the second Corinne mentioned a reward of 20 gold coins and 100% pure soul dust, he threw his principles out the window and joined the team on the spot. Next target, Yig. For Yig and Lack, Corinne easily won them over by knowing exactly what they wanted. He used a magic book to lure in Yig. For JG and Lack, he tempted them with the honor and fame they'd get from successfully fighting a uniquely powerful demon. A sub-dealer, a healer, and a few others should be just enough to get through Phase 1. With that, he had the bare minimum requirements met. That night, the group assembled and got moving. Corinne remembered what Sihu once said. After that, she cried and ran into the forest. It took so much effort to find her. Who would have thought someone so powerful would dig a tunnel in the forest and hide in it for a whole month? He said she hid in the woods, and there's only one forest near the Mercarva Academy. So Corinne leads everyone to the hunting grounds. Is she really here? Mariette, I mean? Master, I know our target, but how are we supposed to find her? Ron asks. Corinne, leading the way, just says, we search. We could be searching for years. How will we know? We'll just ask around, Corinne says. It'll work out, don't worry. Corinne's carefree expression makes Yig suspicious. You already know what's going to happen, don't you? Without waiting, Yig plants her staff in the ground and begins an incantation. Oh spirits, guide us to her. Wah, Lack. Watching Yig cast her spell from the side, can't help but be amazed. A whole swarm of spirits is gathering, RG adds excitedly. Judging by their reactions, countless spirits are answering Yig's call, not that our boy Corin can see a thing. Corinne muttered to himself, then turned to ask EUN. So, have you found Marie yet? Yeah, about that. EUN stammered, before the entire group shot Corinne the weirdest look, leaving him utterly confused. What? What are you all staring at? Where is she? She's right behind you! Someone shrieked in absolute panic, but Corinne didn't need the warning. He already felt the danger, instantly blocking the monster's sneak attack with his spear before spinning around and slicing it out of existence. And then, it wasn't just one. A whole swarm of monsters charged straight for them. Did Miss Mariette turn into a monster? Lack and Jaeger-G yelled in unison. Not a chance. Corinne shot back immediately. Hearing that answer, Jaeger-G absolutely lit up, laughing as he charged the horde. You dare face the mighty Jaeger-G head-on? Perfect timing. I was just needing a good warm-up. Jaeger-G, don't rush ahead. They'll surround you. Fall back 3 steps. Stop being reckless. Just fight smart and we'll thin their numbers, Corinne yelled, trying to get through to the battle-crazed warrior. He then turned to command the others. Lack, you take the rear. EUN, you're with Lack. Ron, I don't need to tell you what your job is, right? Just don't push up too far. With that, Corinne charged forward to support Jaeger. Everyone else immediately snapped into their assigned positions. As Ron cut down monsters, he watched Corinne, a feeling of pure admiration welling up inside him. Even though they were ambushed, the guy didn't even flinch. He just instantly laid out a logical strategy and started coordinating support. He wasn't just strong, he had the experience of a team captain and the mind of a strategist. The guy was a natural-born commander. Who would believe he was only a rank 5 knight? The Academy's evaluation system had to be completely broken. The horde of monsters kept growing, making Jaeger-G antsy. He yelled over to EUN, Hey, I thought Miss Mariette was supposed to be here. What's going on? I don't see any Mariette, just a ton of monsters. Hey, I'm just telling you what the spirits told me. EUN replied frantically. Just then, Lack offered a theory. You don't think Miss Mariette is controlling them, do you? Monsters don't normally hunt in organized packs like this, and they seem way more aggressive than usual. That's not it. Corinne flatly denied it. Mariette is not the one pulling the strings. A feat like this is way beyond her capabilities. And even if she could, this kind of chaotic, all-out assault just isn't her style at all. Then why? Ron demanded. Why are all these monsters attacking us? It wasn't either of those reasons. Every monster has its own hunting instincts, but sometimes they get so desperate they forget all the rules. Like when they're running from something they can't possibly fight. Something that makes them flee in terror. As Corinne spoke, a figure stepped out of the forest. The group saw her and gasped in unison. Mariette! Corinne immediately barked his orders. Prepare for battle. You, Lack, fall back. Lack grumbled as he retreated. Can a guy even catch his breath? Yulak moved back with Lack, calling out to Corinne. Is this position good? Corinne nodded, then directed the others. Ron, Jaeger, 1 step back, then provide support. Ron just smirked while readying his weapon. Looks like you already have a plan. I trust you, my master. Jaeger-G, meanwhile, showcased his 2000 IQ with a critical question. One of your steps, or one of my steps? I'm taking the offensive, Corinne stated decisively. Immediately after, his system flooded with notifications. 3rd precept, I will save the world. Target, Mariette Lev. All stats increased by 50%. Mariette's destiny, her impact on this world. These buffs weren't based on what happened in his first life. No, this was scaled to her future. World-altering impact. I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world. And stop Mariette. Looking at the final message, Corinne took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, raised his weapon and yelled, All right, let's go. The objective was burned into his mind. Save the world. Step 1 was to stop Mariette. But this conflicted with his very first rule. Don't ignore the misfortune of others. The quest updated, Rescue Mariette Dunalep. Good luck, hero Corinne. Mariette just groaned, her entire body radiating a dangerous dark aura. Her eyes were blood red and filled with killing intent. And yet, tears streamed down her cheeks. That tragic sight made EUN's heart ache with sympathy. She's crying. But Ron's voice cut in, cold as ice. It changes nothing. She's just another demon to be purged. With that, Ron hurled his greatsword at Mariette, but a dark orb instantly blocked it. Unbelievable. My greatsword was stopped cold. Lack pipes up with an explanation. It's a blood sphere, a charming little creature born from Makazong's own blood. Apparently, a newly awakened Makazong having one is a huge surprise. Sensing a panic attack coming on, Corinne plays it cool, telling them not to worry since it's just a baby. It hasn't even had its first dose of its master's blood or magic pumped into it yet. Without that constant juice from its owner, it's pretty much useless for anything except being a glorified, moving shield. Roan points out that a mage's biggest weakness is their defense, so giving one a personal shield is a major problem. Corinne's response? It'll be fine, no big deal. Corinne just scratches his head while Mariette screams, "Get lost!" and unleashes a massive area of effect spell at the entire group. So much for a calm approach. "I'm on it," replies, immediately springing into action. She basically says, "I don't know about other places, but this is a forest. This is my turf." Then she slams her hand on the ground and a magic circle erupts. In an instant, colossal tree trunks shoot up from the earth, creating a gigantic wall in front of her and the team. This handy skill not only blocks the attack but also boosts Un's attack speed and shields her soul from nasty debuffs. The second Mariette's magic slams into the tree wall, Un feels the insane, destructive power behind it firsthand. Seeing Un's face dripping with sweat, Rigger starts to get nervous. He worries out loud, what if that defensive wall breaks? Which makes Lack, who was already terrified, absolutely lose it and start yelling. "Don't jinx it, Rigger. What is wrong with you?" Un, meanwhile, is thinking that one attack cost her half of her mana just to block. Makazong's toxic aura is starting to affect her, but she knows she has to hold out to give everyone a chance to strike. Besides, Corinne promised he would defeat this thing. Un thinks, trying to psych herself up. You're at your limit, aren't you?" Corinne calls out. "Just hold on a little longer, I'll finish this thing in 5 moves. He sounds so sure of himself. "You really think you can?" Of course. The battle with this Makazong has 4 phases, and phase 1 is just beginning. In phase 1, she summons monsters to attack the party. In phase 2, after you clear out the minions, Mariette herself joins the fight. You have to face her all the way from phase 2 to phase 4 before she even considers using her strongest spells. In other words, until the final stage, she's not even at full power. She's just warming up. And this time, it's all happening exactly as it did in Corinne's past life. "Lack, move first," Corinne orders. "Un, you can only use that spell about 2 more times, so be careful." Lack is shocked, asking, "You were counting?" "Yep," Corinne replies. "And once your mana runs out, I suggest you run for your life." Corinne tells Lack, then turns back to the wall. The attacks so far have been wide, but not all that powerful. The real danger is the alchemy spell that comes after. And right on cue, the cracked wall explodes into pieces. The moment it collapses, Un starts chanting, "Mother Earth, nourishment from tree and barley, O gods and children who cover the world." While Un is chanting, Corinne quietly mutters a phrase in an ancient language himself. When Un begins to glow and a whirlwind forms, Corinne knows the gods are answering her prayer. And here's the kicker, even though Corinne wrote the incantation, only a true spirit druid can actually use it. It looks like an ancient language, but it's a secret system language from a lost civilization, something you only get by finishing the main quest for Un, the aspiring forest mage. Mage of the ancient forest, the beloved child of nature. A 1,000-year-old secret language that belongs only to a clan with deep ties to the spirits. The whirlwind gathers all the ancient trees, pulling them to one spot until a giant golem emerges, leaving Rigger, Lack, and Drawn completely floored. Even Un is staring in shock, yelling, "That language can summon this?" Her face makes Corinne laugh to himself, thinking, well, in this situation, we don't have another choice. With no time to waste, Corinne immediately barks out an order to Rigger. "There's still a living horned owl. Throw it to the golem, quick." "A living horned owl? Seriously?" Rigger skeptically looks around, only to shout in amazement, "Whoa, you were right. There really is one here, Corinne." Corinne just smirks, deciding not to mention he prepared that owl earlier while everyone else was busy fighting. "Hurry up and throw it into the golem's chest," Corinne urges him on. "Got it," Rigger yells back, perfectly tossing the poor owl into the golem's chest. The sacrifice burns, fueling the massive summoned creature. The instant the horned owl was incinerated, the energy core on the golem's chest changes color, and its eyes shift from red to bright blue. "Forward," Corinne commands. The golem lumbers towards Mariette, but as it moves, Un feels a sharp, twisting pain. This thing is clearly taking a toll on her. Let's be real, trying to control a summon this powerful for even a few minutes is going to be incredibly difficult for her. With that in mind, Corinne starts hyping up UN. "Don't stop, UN! If you stop now, everyone's gonna be toast!" UN was in so much pain he was drenched in sweat, but he still managed to answer, "I know, I'll try my best." Seeing the dummy approach, Mariette unleashes a massive wave of magic. Corinne, is this really okay?" Jaeger asks nervously, seeing the training dummy looking like Swiss cheese after Mariette's attack. "Don't worry," Corinne says, calming him down. "It's not a living thing, just a puppet. A few holes aren't going to kill it. And in theory, in a fight between fire and ice, There's absolutely no way fire can lose. At least, that's what he thought, until he saw Mariette's magic completely snuff out the dummy's flames. Watching the dummy power down and collapse, Corinne looks worried for the first time. It's like his entire understanding of magic just got flipped upside down. This is the special difficulty level, named Mariette S. Dunalep. At this point, even UN can't take it anymore and just collapses. UN, fall back, you're done. What? But Corinne just cuts him off. Your mana is gone. You're useless here now. Understood. UN doesn't argue and follows Corinne's order. Hey, you think we can actually handle this ourselves, Corinne? Jaeger asks, totally panicked. Mariette Dunalep just used a massive wide area attack, so her magic is weaker now. You guys know what that means, right? What? It means it's our turn to attack. With that, Corinne rockets towards Mariette. Ron and Jaeger don't just stand there, they charge in right alongside Corinne. While dodging Mariette's magic, Ron sends his greatsword flying towards a sphere, but the moment it makes contact, the blade is stopped cold. Damn, this sphere is tough, Ron complains. Just then, Jaeger leaps high into the air, building up momentum for a massive smash. That's Jaeger's special attack, overlapping destruction. Any damage the opponent takes gets multiplied several times over. He's actually useful, Corinne thinks. Good thing I brought him. Haha, I broke it, but Jaeger barely has time to celebrate before Corinne screams, "You idiot, watch out!" Because breaking the sphere triggered Phase 3, the Blood Realm. Mariette screams, unleashing a powerful shockwave that wounds Ron and Jaeger and sends them flying far away. Only Corinne is left standing after Mariette's explosive burst. He plants his spear in the ground, thinking, we're trapped in this world now. When the blood sphere broke, it activated a trap, and now they're stuck. The pressure is on. Before, it was only passively defending itself. But now the sphere has absorbed her blood and magic to create this. I didn't think I'd be fighting this phase all by myself. In the previous timeline, you needed at least 3 people to even have a chance against Phase 3. But now? Corinne lets out a sharp breath, slings his spear over his shoulder, and says with total confidence, "It's no problem. The result's the same. I'm still the one who wins." On Mariette's side, thoughts of a vampire's thirst surface in her mind. If you're born a normal person, you can tell the difference between animals and humans. If you're truly a human, it's natural to shut your eyes in fear. But when I see animals fighting for their lives, a strange cold shiver runs down my spine, so different from the burning in my throat. My thirst was drawn to the neck of someone whose name I didn't know. I bit down. My fangs, which had always been there, tore through the skin and reached the blood vessel. That creature was trembling. I couldn't tell if it was fear before being hunted or a violent struggle. But it didn't matter anymore. I no longer felt the need to shut my eyes. The groans of pain were like a piano melody, and that warm, red liquid flowed over my tongue, wetting my throat. It flowed through me, warming my cold skin, until my veins felt like they were finally opening up again. Isabel's moans and the creaking of the bed finally stopped. All that was left was my own heart, hammering like it was about to explode. That delicious smell of blood both suffocated and disgusted me. My body, now full of life, felt like it would collapse. Because I finally realized that wasn't an animal. I had sinned. I had nearly killed my friend, just like killing an animal. Mariette started to panic. But it wasn't just that she felt something even darker inside her. Even as she realized she had treated a human like a beast, she clutched her growling stomach and ran away. Until a certain boy found her. And that boy was Corinne. Back in the present, Corinne is facing a wolf-headed beast. It spits thorny bullets from its mouth straight at him. Corinne confidently uses his 6-step, 4-step spear technique to butcher this miserable dog. "Anyone who dares bite a human deserves to die," he yells, charging forward with a spinning attack. The monster immediately summons 2 of its underlings. Okay, this dog is really starting to piss me off. He easily dodges the attacks from the 2 smaller hounds. Using his 6-step, 5-step spear move, he sends them both to meet their ancestors. This is nothing more than free appetizers. It's all too simple compared to its cheap roars. The monster gets furious and instantly vanishes, moving so fast his eyes can't follow. All right, let your big bro here teach you a thing or two, sweetie. See, winning isn't about some fancy plan. It's about finding the weak spot in one step. That old trick? So, last season, it's not going to work twice. Hwasa ui. Hwasa chion chion. Dok ryong pa. This power was so insane it shattered the entire spatial dome covering them. But that wolf monster? It chose to protect its creator, right up to its very last breath. Corinne just couldn't understand why it would do something like that. Hang in there, kid. He's definitely going to save his mother, Mariette. The final phase. The moment it begins, Mariette Dunalep throws a party member into critical condition. That's why you can't cancel her bloodlust effect all by yourself. Normally, to rescue a teammate targeted by the vampire, you'd need a plan. The whole party has to bunch up, making it hard for her to pick a target. But right now, nobody can help Corinne. A system alert pops up. The vampire Marie, Eve Dunalap's health and mana are regenerating. Now you get it, don't you? The feeling of having your life force drained away. But he can take it. Corinne has a skill for this exact situation. This kind of thing, he can handle it. A persistent warrior reborn, one who never, ever loses his will to fight. And with his unbreakable will, his body constantly heals. Corinne remembers that kind-hearted kid, sharing potatoes and chatting, telling her to slow down, which sparked something inside Mariette. Ever since he came of age, the moment Duke Sebastia awakened as a vampire, he drained his own servants dry. Not even the greatest commander left in history could control his own thirst for blood. It took Baek Sihu a whole month to capture Mariette alive. He forced her to drink monster blood, which was like salt water, it only made her thirstier. But Mariette had never killed a single person. She endured the thirst with her superhuman willpower. This whole setup was just an unnecessary pain for a boss with only one weakness. And that's exactly why Corinne believed a better, happier ending had to exist somewhere. Mariette finally wakes up, a mess of tears and snot, apologizing to Corinne. It doesn't matter how many times he has to die, or if she's the head witch, or even a vampire. None of that is important. Corinne has always seen her for who she is, just like Baek Sihu. The lessons from his master in this world truly changed him. That master once told him, "I'm an adult, son, and as long as I am, I'll carry the burden of protecting you." The very man he used to look down on as just some NPC in a game protected him and called him a child. As his successor, Corinne witnessed his master's final moments and heard those last words. It's time to be sure that he's an adult now. He looks at Baek Sihu, vowing to choose a different path. The system window flashes. Mariusz, difficulty S. The rewards roll in. Aura rank up, mana rank up, and 100 pain resistance points, evenly distributed. And just like that, Marie Eve was happy again. Corinne thought her taste buds would have changed, but nope, she still loves potatoes. Marie Eve just grinned. Potatoes are always delicious. No matter how you cook them, they're always good. Corinne then leans in close, making her face turn bright red. Flustered, Marie Eve playfully shoves him, saying she's dirty and smells bad right now. But does he care? Not one bit. I mean, he wasn't exactly fresh when she bit his neck either. Meanwhile, Mariette just sits in a corner, terrified. Corinne is seriously scary to her. She honestly thought she was a goner. Mariette is terrified, and she knows she could never be as brave as Corinne. But meeting Corinne sparked something inside her, changing her mind and getting her to join the hunting practice. Corinne had accidentally run into Mariette during training and wanted to fight the #1 mage. So she used her real power, which totally provoked Mariette and awakened the vampire inside. She just can't fathom what drives Corinne to never give up. It was the same thing with the spirit body back then. Everyone mocked him, saying it was impossible. But in the end, Corinne did it. The image of him in Marie Eve's mind is absolutely legendary. Honestly, those rewards mean nothing to him. Corinne just likes a good ending. The good guys get rewarded and the bad guys get punished. You know, one of those touching, teach-you-a-lesson kind of stories. To him, she's a good person. Kind and beautiful, too. Long story short, he just wants a happy ending. Hearing this, she turns beet red and mumbles about needing a bath and finishing her potatoes. A cute way to kick him out. He just smiles, agrees, and promises to see her later. Mariusz smiles to herself, thankful for his comfort, but she's not sure if she even has the right to be happy. For now, Mariusz will be temporarily detained. After everything that happened, it's not like she can go back to normal right away. But Corinne thinks she'll be released soon enough, because Corinne will be there to keep things in order. So, even if Mariette awakened as a Macedon, most people weren't exactly losing sleep over it. But then the president requests a private meeting, leaving Corinne completely baffled. Turns out, the president wants to discuss Mariette's punishment. Corinne is shocked to hear she's getting one. He seriously never saw that coming. Well, so much for the happy ending he was hoping for. Corinne rushes to explain, but it's too late. Her punishment is already set in stone. He still wants to say something, you know, as the guy who actually fought alongside her. What kind of punishment gets decided this fast anyway? The president just smirks at Corinne's intense reaction and says, "Relax, there isn't any punishment. I also figured she wasn't dangerous, so I really wanted to see the reaction of someone who actually fought with her. Now I have absolutely no doubts about my decision. Don't you worry, she'll be released very soon. We just need to confirm her stability. I've heard from other students, but I'm curious to hear the details from you. Even a simple version would be fine." Corinne could finally breathe again. He explained what he could, stressing that Mariette was safe, that the girl wasn't a monster. He had no idea how much the president believed him, but he made his point loud and clear. After hearing the story, the president grew thoughtful. It looked like they'd have to make an official announcement about this. Of course, they wouldn't reveal everything. and after hearing the details, the president took his leave. The president bows, offering an apology and thanks to Corinne for helping prevent a disaster caused by the adult's own inexperience and pride. If Corinne ever needed anything, the president swore he'd do his best to repay him. Corinne thought to himself, President Ariel Casa is the real deal. This was a man who always knew his own weaknesses and tried to take on even more responsibility. Remembering the president's words, Corinne was sure his intentions were good. He cheerfully told the man to raise his head. Meanwhile, Mariette sat alone, completely lost in thought, replaying that moment with Corinne, the moment her sanity was swept away by a tidal wave of emotions. When she finally pushed that cold monster inside her away and found her human side again, the only thing she could do was apologize. Mariette obsessed over that apology. What right did she have to say sorry, anyway? Was Isabel even safe? Since she cared about everyone so much, the guilt was just eating her alive. That's why Mariette didn't resist Professor Josephine's magic, she just accepted it. Then she locked herself away behind iron bars. When Corinne visited, she put on a different face, but in reality, she was exhausted, a monster, a demon, an enemy of humanity who could drink human blood at any given moment. But his simple words, "I want you to be happy," made all of her worries just vanish. It was the most sincere thing she had ever heard, because she remembered him risking his own life to save her, even after she'd become a monster. That powerful moment, his sacrifice and sincerity, made Mariette realize that this memory would forever be a part of her life. A week after Mariette's rampage, people were still gossiping about it because some jerks leaked that she was still at the school. Since the demi-human Quaran postponed enrollment, the rumors died down. But Corinne was still stunned to hear Mariette was apparently still locked up. A full week had passed. On paper, at least, Mariette Duna Lep had been set free. Everyone was congratulating her for becoming special. But Isabel wasn't here, which meant she wasn't really free at all. Mariette got lost in her thoughts again. She must be scared of me. She must hate me, right? If I were her, I wouldn't want a friend who drank my blood. I don't want to be a burden to other people or Isabel. If that's the case, I need to just disappear from this academy. A knock on the door broke through her dark thoughts. She wondered, who could possibly be visiting at this hour? She opened the door, and there was Isabel. She threw her arms around Mariette, sobbing, "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" Mariette was stunned to see her friend like this, wondering why on earth Isabel wasn't afraid of her. She just smiled and said she saw everything before she passed out her friend's face after the bite, looking so lost and feeling so guilty. But no matter what happens, they'll always be friends. So no matter what, I want you to still think of me as your friend. It was like a huge weight had been lifted. Mariette started crying like a child. To think she was so sure Isabel would hate her. The truth is, Isabel was already feeling much better, but she hadn't been discharged yet. She couldn't have left right after Mariette was freed unless a certain junior snuck her out. And the junior she was talking about? None other than Corinne. He believed a girl like Marielle Downalep wouldn't crumble after an accident like this. Marielle blushed, realizing he had helped her once again. And so, the first part of the story comes to an end. Everybody got a happy ending, something that didn't happen last time. Even though some unexpected things happened and nothing went according to plan, he honestly liked this ending even better. Even without a player in the game, the world keeps turning, and though it wasn't planned, everything still got a happy ending. Corinne's daily schedule was pretty monotonous. It was just class, lunch, class, training, dinner, and more training. But he has to get stronger, and with the scenario involving that girl fast approaching, he needs to hurry up. Supreme Chariot, Heavenly Ladder, Poison Dragon Strike Mariette watches Corinne train for a bit, totally impressed by his moves. "You're working so hard today, too." She acts completely normal, as if that other thing never even happened. She's brought him a ton of delicious food. "You've worked so hard, so you have to eat a lot," Mariette says cheerfully. "I didn't make much, but please finish it all." Corinne is all in, promising to devour every last bite. But then his bandaged hand starts bleeding, and she internally freaks out. "Oh no, I saw blood and now I'm drooling. Gotta deal with this walking blood bag." And fast. Fresh blood and the packaged kind have totally different levels of freshness and flavor. It's like organic food versus stuff sprayed with pesticides, or more like frozen meat versus a fresh steak. So, does that mean you're just going to eat frozen meat forever? It's fine to drink mine sometimes, you know? Mariette is completely lost. He's literally offering his blood to her, totally voluntarily. Mariette's face turns beet red. Corinne keeps teasing her, "I can regenerate, so if you get tired of the packaged stuff, you can always come to me." Or maybe, "Are you craving some right now?" Mariette starts having an existential crisis. Humans are terrifying. "Stop saying things like that. I refuse. I don't want to be a bother to you." She hands him a vial of macarong blood, saying, "This might be a little nauseating, but it's great for your body." Macarong blood is a top-tier magic ingredient. Corinne chugs it without even thinking. A system notification pops up. You have absorbed a high-grade elixir containing a special ingredient. His aura rank has increased by 1 level, and his maximum aura is up by 500. 10 points have been evenly distributed. Corinne can already feel the difference. It's nothing amazing, but he's definitely way stronger than in his previous life. Perfect. With this, he can finally start befriending that girl, isekai'd, a direct heir of the famous Aiden swordsmanship family and a rank 2 knight. Her life has changed a whole lot compared to how it used to be. After feeling an invisible wall between her and a 5th-year knight she met at the training grounds, she realized she needed to improve and actually started trying. But of course, that motivation lasted right up until a few minutes ago when she ate some delicious honey candy. Isekai'd is, at her core, lazy and unmotivated, with zero interest in sword fighting. This is despite her talent being near genius level. Her attitude toward studying is atrocious, and she always gets below average grades. She's perfectly happy here. No swinging a sword, no sweating through brutal sparring matches with her siblings. Best of all, her sister isn't here. She was ready to enjoy the peace and quiet, but then Corinne appeared, completely ruining her vibe. He points out she's been skipping the training hall. She quickly explains she's been busy with homework and other missions. Corinne smoothly invites her to his party, knowing full well that this particular job pays really well. Elisa is so annoyed she could cry. Why does he keep seeking her out? In some ways, Corinne has become seriously difficult for her to deal with. Standing in front of him, she feels like her lazy habits and wasted talent are completely on display. Her whole deal is exposed the genius swordsman, who became a rank 2 knight at a young age, the granddaughter of the legendary prodigy. On top of all that, his training methods are just plain hard. He's always going on about the basics, Elisa grumbles to herself. Shouldn't they be practicing cool, deadly moves at their age? Corinne continues his sales pitch. The party gets 2 gold coins. The difficulty is only level 2. Elisa's head starts to spin with that much money. She could buy so many new clothes and honey bomb candies. Okay, I'm in. So much for pride when there's cash on the line. They'll head out mid-next week, so it's time to get ready. I'm doing a short-term mission today for 20 silver coins. Want to do it together? More money. Her eyes light up. Yep, handling a money lover is way too easy. This should be enough for the scenario to trigger. He isn't 100% certain, but all his predictions point to today. Elisa actually enjoys patrol missions. She just has to follow a route through the city center and check for any problems. Monsters this close to the city are usually weak anyway. Mid-level monsters are rare here, so the chances of something going wrong are super small. It's low effort for high pay, so Elisa has 0 complaints. Plus, she's constantly surrounded by admiring guys, and all the compliments are great for her ego. 10 monsters appear, and she takes them all down in an instant. Psh, that was nothing but a tiny little problem. You call that nothing? That's our Aiden family prodigy for you. But the praise just reminds her of her own family looking down on her. Your sister had already reached the pinnacle by the time she was your age. At last, we have found the true heir to the Aiden family of sword geniuses. Lunia Aiden is the greatest prodigy of this generation. As for the second daughter, she's an illegitimate child. Her bloodline isn't even pure. Elisa tries to ignore it all now. So what if her family looks down on her? Is she really that bad? Today's patrol was perfectly safe and happy, and it'll stay that way, as long as nothing else happens. Then, a signal blazes across the sky from last week's patrol, a monster nest, and at least rank 2. That's a flare only visible through special goggles, a little secret method of the Tiger Guard. If nothing happens on patrol, it's an easy day. No monsters, no problem. But when things go sideways, everyone has to join the raid. It's a rank 2 monster nest, found by the last patrol. A cozy little home for a pack of werewolves and their alpha. Werewolves are the kind of monsters Elisa can normally handle. This should be easy. Except the boss is a Dullahan, a rank 1 beast. Elisa is floored. A Dullahan all the way out here? To end this fast, she unleashes her family's signature technique, Aiden's first slash, territory break. And it completely misses. The Dullahan dodges like it's boneless. The flexibility on this thing is just ridiculous. It counters fast, with way too much experience. This monster is at least rank 1. At this point, all she can do is scream for Rin. A warrior's honor is something Elisa apparently left at home. While her friend Corinne is busy fighting another monster, Elisa just starts crying. The creature was a split second from taking her life, but then it just exploded. Elisa thanks her savior, then sees the familiar sword. It's the eldest daughter of the famous Aiden sword family, the one destined to be the next heir. The strongest swordsman of her generation, the one set to follow the path of a genius. Yep, it's Lunia Aiden, Elisa's older sister, and she is not happy about what her little sister has gotten herself into. Seeing a Dullahan and not retreating? Why didn't you analyze your enemy first? And more importantly, that pathetic sword draw, who the hell taught you that? Elisa quickly apologizes, but her big sister isn't interested in any excuses. She tears into her, saying the consequences are entirely her own fault. A few words won't change the situation. You have to remember, your stupid moves put the soldiers who trusted you in mortal danger. Elisa just stares at the ground, only managing a tiny yes. Her sister's yelling is enough to scare anyone. Stand up straight, you're a swordsman. Lunia then turns to Corinne, saying, I am the sword saint. First disciple and first sword master, Lunia Aiden. Corin introduces himself as the 8th disciple of the Gante spearman and a friend of Elisa. She latches onto that last part. A friend, you say? He knows exactly what she's implying, but he can't just reveal his abilities. Only 2 people use a spear this way besides Corin. There's only one other. Lunia can tell the guy opposite her isn't talking, so she doesn't press him any further. The Aiden's elite squad are all rank 2 knights, also known as the 5 swords. Swift sword Jenny, twin sword Lena, paired sword Siren, demon sword Miria, and bow sword Mai. They report all monsters in the area are dealt with and ask if they should chase the ones that fled. Every single one of them is at the same level as Elisa, or higher. Lunia orders everyone to stand down. No need to pursue, we're going home now. You too, Elisa Aiden. Sword practitioners who train in groups are often called sword societies. They follow a leader, band together, and eventually call themselves a school. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garand kicked off a new generation of swordsmen, and as the head of the family at the time, he started spreading his martial arts, making the Aidens the most famous sword clan on the entire continent. Now, at the Mach 3 Aiden Sword Village, Lunia is the village master. Authoritarian, disciplined, with a tendency to act like a crime syndicate. All of that started at the beginning and has stuck around to this day. Even Elisa has to kneel and address the master formally. I, a direct disciple of the family, rank 2 swordsman Elisa Aiden, greet the village master. The people around them can't figure it out. Even if she is a direct family disciple, why would she make her own sister kneel like that? Lunia reads the list of missions her sister has done. Patrol duty, merchant escort, handling rank 4 monsters. She calls it all pathetic nonsense, especially the mission to help out at a coffee shop. Elisa explains that she thought the cafe uniform was cute, that it looked really nice. Lunia calls her sister pitiful, saying she can't believe she'd use the family's official certification for something like this. Are you trying to disgrace the Aiden name? All of these missions are just killing low-level monsters. Do you think that makes you some kind of hero? Elisa, don't forget that a person's fundamental nature can never be changed. After that lecture, Elisa just hangs her head in silence. After Elisa's group leaves, the village master asks about Corin's background. He's just a rank 5 knight, apparently. But Lunia doesn't buy it. The Mech 3 Academy's ranking tests clearly aren't that trustworthy. Corin's gaze was fixed on Elisa the entire time. Even so, the monsters couldn't even touch him. He was totally distracted but still didn't hesitate, as if he had decades of experience under his belt. Now that's the kind of subtle skill you can only get from grinding it out in the real world. And his spear work? Looks pretty basic at first glance, but to the top swordswoman from Aiden, she could tell his skills were actually legit. Their little chat was short, but hey, she was definitely impressed with the guy. If he's on her little sister's side, then she'll definitely see him again, since the academy invited her for an exchange. Whenever Mariette, aka the Potato Senpai, shows up, she brings a ton of stuff. We're talking potato cakes marinated 30 times with lamb. The meat was super fresh since Professor Josephine asked for help butchering it. And Corinne? He's absolutely loving every single bite. I mean, compared to his boring vampire life of living off blood packs, this stuff is just incredible. He's so moved. Mariette is beaming, already offering to bring beef next time. How about some braised oxtail? Corinne grabs her hand and gently replies, I'd love that. Her brain totally short circuits, and she promises to bring the oxtail stew for sure. Anyway, his hands are really big, calloused, firm, and super strong. The hands of a man full of energy, powerful and amazing. But the romantic mood gets completely shattered by Isabel and Marius, the professional vibe killers. And with that, they say their goodbyes and leave. Man, girls are seriously confusing. In his past life, he couldn't even go outside for 3 whole years because of that Baek Sihu guy. Life is just full of surprises. The reason he never got to date anyone was all thanks to that bastard Park keeping him on an insanely tight leash. His friendships now are a world away from his past life. One guy brings him rare wild mushrooms, and they even hit the library to study. Ron also comes to find him a lot, though it seems Ron sees Corinne less as a friend and more as a useful partner. So whenever a difficult mission with a high reward pops up, he's always suggesting they team up. Suddenly, Jaeger and Lapis turn pale with fear. It's Corinne, here to collect on a food promise Corinne made a month ago. Lapis and Jaeger make a run for it. So the two of them head out to eat. And since she gives off major cat vibes, Corinne takes her to get some fish. Corinne was about to swallow the fish whole, which is just no way to treat good food. After some skillful work, a perfect bowl of fish rice was ready. Food isn't just for swallowing, you have to see it and smell it. That's how you show respect. Oh, and his weapon production is almost done too. It's a little ahead of schedule, but Phase 2 is about to start, and it kicks off with the final exams. Good Game hasn't studied a single thing, and the test is in 10 minutes. This guy literally waits until he's drowning to start swimming. When asked, Corinne just shrugs and says, "I don't need to study." You might call it cheating, but this guy is on a different level. This isn't his first time taking this test, so just hand over that #1 spot. The exam begins, and Corinne eagerly reads the questions. What in the world if the inertial value of actuator X is Y? What is the required value for Y? No, to perform an 85Z actuation? And poof, the smile is gone. He just freezes for 5 seconds. What does this even mean? Before he knows it, time is up. Good Game is yawning his head off, and Corinne's paper is completely blank. Except for his name, of course. Even Good Game managed to answer a question or two before dozing off. This is a whole new level of humiliation. He completely forgot the word study just isn't in his dictionary. He's all about researching deep, specialized skills, not cramming basic knowledge. Corinne clenches the exam paper with new determination. This test is nothing. There is still a way. At the festival hall, it's time for the practical exam. This is the golden opportunity to save his absolutely horrendous score from the written test. These practical exams are created by the night department professors, or sometimes by special guest instructors invited from the outside. 15 students per team have to face them and show off their skills. Since he's a level 5 knight, he figures the instructor can't be that tough. The instructor walks up and confidently apologizes in advance. But judging by the crowd's reaction, it looks like this particular instructor is a pretty big deal. It's none other than Erin. She greets Corinne personally. We meet again, Corinne Lough. Corinne's jaw just drops. What is she doing here? The first-year group practical exam is about to begin. The special guests for today's exam are the Master Swordsmen from the renowned Erin Swordsmanship Academy. The Swordmasters don't seem too impressed by the students. Except for one. After the signal, everyone rushes forward like a swarm of bugs. Ron immediately starts calculating, even though they're up against elite-level swordsmen. Their side has Alyssa Arden, so that's 2 high-level fighters. But the Senza technique is too much. A unified sword attack sends everyone flying. The odds of winning are not looking good. The instructors approach, obstructing their vision and throwing the whole group into chaos. Their combat experience is on a whole different level, making this way too difficult. Ron realizes his first job is to secure a clear line of sight. And just like that, Demon Sword Elisa gets distracted worrying about drone. Big mistake. Speed freak Jenny is already right in her face. These guys are so cocky, thinking 3 of them can wipe the floor with 10 students. Elisa's backed into a corner, and everyone watching is basically holding their breath. Just as you'd expect from the legendary 5-peak sword of Aiden, this dude's power is absolutely insane. And just like that, they start picking off students one by one. Right now, it's down to just Elisa and Drone. But get this, Drone's experience is right up there with these so-called legendary swordsmen. The dust clears, revealing Milia completely overwhelmed by some swordsman dude. Looks like Drone is about to clinch his victory any second now. Meanwhile, Elisa is still struggling with her opponent. Jenny starts trash-talking, like, "You really call yourself the heir to the Zenith sword with skills this pathetic? If this is all her power, she won't even graduate. She might as well drop out, go home, and learn to chase chickens with that thing." Oh, those words hit a nerve. Elisa is furious. No way is she letting that happen. She even activates her special eyes, seeing all the limits in the space around her. But nope, she's still helpless against an opponent this strong. Jenny just sighs, totally bored. Looks like this girl has a long way to go. According to the original plan, though, Lunia Aiden's role was supposed to be completely different. So why is she joining the fight against Corinne's group? Lunia strikes a pose, telling them to consider this a special grade calamity experience. A what now? A special grade calamity, a monster that can single-handedly take on an entire army, the kind of thing that gives whole legions nightmares. It's a monster you have almost 0 chance of beating, basically a walking, uncontrollable disaster. Most guards go their whole lives without seeing one. Anyone who claims they did is usually just called a liar or crazy. But if we're talking about her, well, that's a different story. Lunia Aiden can fight those monsters because she's a monster who hunts other monsters. And so the brutal, merciless battle begins. JG nearly bought the farm, thinking this test is way too extreme. How is anyone supposed to survive against a beast like this? And the crazy part? She was actually going easy on them. If this were a real fight, they'd all be wiped out in 10 seconds flat. Lack is so scared, his soul is literally leaving his body. RG begs the handsome Corin not to die, because nobody's strong enough to carry his heavy corpse. The second he says that, bam, he gets blasted away. And just like that, everyone's down for the count, leaving only Corin standing. He could pretend to surrender, and that would be that. But she has a feeling he's not going to do that. This is a rare chance to fight someone strong, and she isn't passing it up. Corin, meanwhile, wonders if anyone can actually beat Mythic. See, in his past life, these two were comrades, fighting side by side in countless battles. She was the one who gave him his spear and taught him every advanced combat technique he knows. It's no joke that Corin learned how to use a spear from her. But up until their very last training session, he could never surpass her. Mythic was the one challenge he could never overcome. To get stronger, he has to beat her with his own two hands. Mythic looks satisfied and attacks first, but Corin manages to block the initial strike. And so it begins a blur of slashes and parries. The crowd can't believe it. Some first-year student from the academy is actually going toe-to-toe with Mythic, but he's clearly getting tired from the constant attacks. Seeing her opponent is out of gas, she pulls her sword back. There's no way it can end this simply. She's using the ultimate Aiden sword technique, Killer Instinct. Mythic preps a final blow, and everyone's freaking out, wondering if she's about to kill him. Immediately, people are screaming for the test to be stopped. This is the legendary Aiden technique, the territory slash, and only Mythic can pull it off. Her blade moves forward, almost as if everything is in slow motion. He tries to thrust his spear at her sharp blade as fast as he can, but his spear, it won't move an inch. In this frozen world, he's completely paralyzed. He can only perceive this frozen reality at a few specific points. It was the same when he fought Mariette. Is this a coincidence? He has zero control over his own movement in this space. Just one more step. He has to get closer. Just one more final push is all it'll take. And he does it! Corin forces his spear tip to touch Mythic's blade, and everyone is absolutely shocked. It was instinct over knowledge, a feeling of being the center of the universe. Mythic knows that Corin just reacted to her territory on pure, raw instinct. She decides that's enough for now, not forgetting to mock his low-tier weapon for being incompatible with his skill. Then her eyes shift toward a stunned Elisa. The test, the fight, none of that stuff matters anymore. The only reason she fought him was to let Corin experience her territory. Corin finally gets it. He lost the fight, but he achieved his goal. Mythic says she's staying in the city for a while on business. She warns him not to interfere with her and her sister, because the result won't change no matter what he does. Mythic is absolutely determined to keep Corin away from Elisa. Corin understands why she showed him her territory, but he's not so sure things will go exactly the way she plans. And boom, the judge's decision is unanimous. Student Corinne Lough just aced the practical exam with a perfect score. The students were all buzzing, going up against Mythic and getting a perfect score. Solo? What in the world is this guy eating for breakfast? Some people didn't even think he could face her, especially since the kid's just a level 5 knight. The professor grading him figured this kid must have had some kind of spiritual awakening. A few days later, Corinne knew he needed a major weapon upgrade. No reminder needed. Corinne heads to a weapon shop, and let's just say the owner is extremely curious. The academy usually hands out rare materials, so Corinne doesn't even bother explaining. He's been through this song and dance many times before. These super rare materials cost 100 gold coins, something no normal player could ever hope to use. Typically, you save these for after a successful quest. However, our boy has super level spirit dust, a rank 2 analyzer, and a rank 1 piece of granite silver. On top of that, he's got the full, unwavering support of the school board. This weapon will be the stuff of legends, the war spear of the Silver Knight from Elisa's homeland. She remembered slicing a level 5 demon open, then grimacing as its guts and blood spilled everywhere. But the smell of human blood was different. She recognized it instantly, even though it was the first time. This particular scent belonged to a species teetering on the edge of extinction. Elisa was casually on patrol, this time on a 70 silver coin werewolf catching mission. Still, it beats the urgent quest to catch a killer in Fog City. The reward for that one? A diploma and a consultation with an academic advisor. Then, she heard people whispering about a level 5 knight, none other than Corinne Lough. He cheerfully greets Elisa, but the other guards are definitely not happy to see him. The Guards Association has complained countless times about their quota system, and they even tried to put the students on a starvation diet. These guys probably didn't expect a level 5 kid like him, but he was just glad Elisa was there with him. The other guards were shooting daggers at him with their eyes, but nobody dared step out of line in front of the Holy Knight's granddaughter. Seriously, dude, stop staring. It's getting weird. He then asks Elisa about her informant. An informant? But that's not what he really meant. It seems Corinne knows something about her older sister. He warns Elisa to hurry because her sister is dead serious. She plans to make it so Elisa can never wield a sword again. But this girl? She will never give up. The werewolf den is packed with 2 werewolves and more than 20 regular wolves. The team skillfully handled the pack, even capturing one. But then, something unexpected happened. A thick fog rolled in, making the fight 10 times harder. One guard started worrying about the level 5 kid, but there was no time. Luckily, Lady Aiden was still doing her job perfectly. Suddenly, a horde of ghouls appeared. An area like this shouldn't have so many, and are those demons with them? Demons can't exist in remote places with so few people. This means they're artificial demons, man-made ghouls. Elisa realized this as she faced one down, but with so many, another attacked from behind. In this critical moment, she could easily lose her life. However, she reacted just in time, slicing the creature clean in two. This smell, the smell of human blood, was so distinct. While Elisa was still in shock, another ghoul lunged for her back, but Corinne was there in a flash to take it out. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "Those aren't real people. Their bodies are just puppets controlled by dark magic." The main event of Act 2 is taking down the Fog City Killer. In the original story, players had to chase a psycho serial killer that Mariette had already defeated in Act 1. But he chose the werewolf hunting mission. And on this mission, the killer Joan Zay was discovered and eventually captured after a fight. As everyone panicked, Corinne told them to run, unleashing his 6'5" slash to finish the guy off. But if he went down that easily, there's no way he was the final boss. Joan Zay is way too strong for him to capture alone. Still, he did an amazing job destroying his puppet. That's enough for today, the real villain thinks, hoping he'll meet Corinne again. The problem here isn't about power, but about his opponent's mastery of stealth. He dissolved into a cloud of smoke and vanished. This must be the Huadar technique. When the necromancer who summoned the fog hits 0 HP, the mist disappears. The thing Corinne just destroyed was only a puppet and the source of the fog, a zombie created from the corpse of a mage. The reason he's so hard to catch is that he uses these puppets to spread misinformation. You can't find him when he's literally become one with the fog. This fog is extremely dangerous. Corinne yells for everyone to run immediately, not even bothering to retrieve his spear. He's not worried, since it automatically returns to him anyway. Suddenly, one of the guards gets tangled in tree roots behind him. Elisa turns back to save her teammate, but a demon's hand shoots out from behind her, quickly dragging her away. Corinne urgently tells everyone to get out of the forest. "Don't worry about us," he says, "and let me borrow that cloak." He grabs the spear and cloak and charges straight in. There won't be a second time, he thinks. Don't mess this up. He'd been trapped in this mist before, and it tore a tendon in his leg. In less than a minute, she was closer to death than she'd ever been. A second chance at life means you gotta make it last, but Elisa was surrounded and totally out of time. She desperately swung her sword at the vines, but they wouldn't break. Wrong stance, not enough power. She remembered her sister's perfect form. Was she really just this weak? Elisa felt hopeless, ready to just give up. She'd wanted to be the cool hero for once, just like how Corinne saved her. She wanted to be someone worth looking up to. Then, as she was spacing out, Corinne's voice cut through everything her savior. Corinne rushed over to Elisa, his face etched with worry. Crying her eyes out, she wailed that she couldn't get it to let go. "Save me! I'm going to die!" He threw his cloak over her and told her to calm down. He grabbed her hand and the sword. Swinging like a maniac won't work. Focus, and put everything you have into one solid hit. All she needed to do was breathe. He promised to protect her from the undead hordes, and she knew what she had to do. But Elisa, terrified, sobbed that she wasn't strong enough, that the mist was hurting her and making her dizzy. Corinne wasn't having it. He said with total conviction that she could absolutely do it. Of all the swordmasters he knew, she had the most raw talent. "If you commit, you can do this. Just one step is all it takes." With that, he shot into the mob like an arrow. All right, it was time for Elisa to get over her massive self-pity complex. "I can't last any longer, so how can you with a lower aura than me still be fighting? If you're saying that to me, I guess I have no choice but to do it." And just like that, her determination was back. She raised her sword, ready to unleash the secret art that could slice through absolutely anything. To use it, she had to awaken her cursed eye, an ability that lets you see the lines of fate itself. This was the ultimate technique of the Aiden family's first swordmaster. Domain Slash. With a single stroke, Elisa wiped out every evil spirit on the field and shattered their creepy fog. The mist vanished, and everyone was safe. That monster was Jean Geo, the infamous serial killer from the City of Mist. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Did a human just slice the entire forest in half? Someone in the crowd recognized the move. "I've heard about this. That's the legendary Domain Slash of the Gurney." Even Corinne couldn't believe it. He thought she'd use a basic technique, never imagining she could already pull off that legendary move. Elisa was ecstatic, cheering like a little kid. She finally did it. But hold on, it was way too early for her to be using a skill like this. Her teammates, however, were thrilled. This basically meant she was the next head of the isekai'd family, because no one besides the Blade Master is supposed to be able to use the domain slash, except, apparently, her. Everyone cheered for Elisa, the next successor and future of the Aiden clan, and just like that, Corinne's entire plan went up in smoke. Why does everything always go so wrong? The daily news was all over it. Janze had been defeated. Infamous killer who slayed countless knights, taken down. The headlines were wild. A candidate for the head of the prestigious Aiden sword family was now a superstar. The fifth sword read the news, and she was absolutely furious. She crumpled the paper and threw it away. The great Aiden sword family, a clan that operates on the principle of absolute power. Under the legendary Grand Aiden, they had all been waiting for the one swordsman who could truly succeed him. The domain slash. It exists on a spiritual plane. A state Grand Aiden has been waiting for someone to reach. Meanwhile, Lunia trained until she was covered in sweat and blood. The calluses covering her hands told the story of her entire life. But even Lunia, the so-called genius of her generation, couldn't impress the old man. And yet, her little sister, who'd only recently picked up a sword, that illegitimate child the family head brought home from the outside, Lunia had never, ever considered that kid a rival. They were sparring when suddenly, Lunia was struck. It wasn't even a special move. How could this possibly happen? She collapsed in a pool of blood, while Elisa stared, completely horrified by what she'd done. Lunia hadn't seen the attack. No, that's wrong. She couldn't see it. By the time she focused her senses, the blade had already hit home. It wasn't about speed. It was something more. Something different. A domain. Elisa had already taken her first step onto that profound path of the sword. She couldn't believe that such a young, lazy kid had done it. She was shocked, but she finally understood the title her grandfather had given Elisa, a twisted nature that ordinary people could never comprehend. Sword demon, a talent born of devils. Garant had also designated Elisa as a candidate for the next family head. And so, despite everyone's protests, Elisa Aiden became a contender for the leadership of the Aiden clan. That memory, of her half-sister who grew up completely neglected by their father's family, was definitely still lingering somewhere deep inside her. The fifth sword saw her master spacing out and got worried, but she just said quietly, "Don't worry, I want her to step into that domain." Because if she could just witness that sword technique one more time, maybe, just maybe, she could finally reach it too. Lunia gives the command. Prepare for the Grand Sword Challenge. Meanwhile, Elisa is on some serious bed rest. Rin pops in to ask about recovery time, and the verdict is, slap some meds on it, she'll be fine in a day or two. He's also scratching his head over how she even pulled off that domain slash. Just seeing a technique with her special eyes doesn't mean she can just, do it. Elisa gets all shy, mostly because he actually believed she could do it. And what do you know? She tried it and it actually worked. Ugh, don't you just hate those effortless geniuses? Suddenly, a frantic knock at the door. It's Mariette, here to see Rin. After intros, we learn Mariette's a second-year mage, and Elisa's the top fifth-year knight. Rin asks if she's here for Elisa. She just bashfully admits that she was really, really worried. Then her face gets all scary as she starts the interrogation. So, are you too close or something? Yikes, that look is terrifying. Just then, another guest arrives, Warren, demanding food again. He notices Mariette immediately tenses up around the guy. But then again, he figures pretty much anyone would be uncomfortable around a dude that looks like that. Mariette practically shivers when she hears Corinne ate the same food as Warren. Oh, so that's what she was worried about. Corinne just cheerfully explains, "Don't worry, I'll prepare an amazing meal just for you too." At that, Mariette totally lights up. Corinne realizes all these powerhouses just gathered by complete chance. He then turns to Elisa with bad news. The rumor about her inheriting the domain slash is out. Her sister's definitely coming for that duel, and soon. Elisa just completely freezes. See, the sword challenge is a tradition where 5 master swordsmen test the new head of a family branch to see if they're worthy of the title. At least, that's the official story. In reality, the Aiden family has been using it to legally get rid of rivals for ages. Elisa starts bawling her eyes out, convinced she's going to die, but Corinne says he has a brilliant plan, for a price, of course. From now on, whenever he suggests fighting monsters or hitting the gym, she has to do it. No questions asked and absolutely no complaining. Basically, she's a permanent party member now. Elisa frantically agrees, promising anything as long as he helps her, and he's going to hold her to that promise like a sacred oath. Corinne Lough navigates these tough times using the hard-won truths he's learned his whole life, lessons paid for with his own blood and sweat. That very night, Goran challenges one of the 5 swords, announcing he's from the Elisa Dojo, a master swordsman. He charges in, totally confusing his opponent who has no clue why this kid is attacking. The reason? Corinne promised him sushi if he won. Meanwhile, Corinne himself is squaring off against another member of the Five Swords. He also introduces himself as a master from the Alyssa dojo. His plan is simple, a universal truth. Strike first, before they can strike you. He claims he just wants to learn from the famous master Lena. Talk about a super team in the making. From the Alyssa dojo, Swordmaster Corinne Lough. From the Alyssa dojo, Martial Arts Master Goran. From the Alyssa dojo, the Flying Swordsman, Drone Gwaski. From the Alyssa dojo, the talented mage Mariette Dunalep. And the new leader of the Alyssa dojo, isekai'd herself. Just like that, the Aiden family's top swordsman is defeated. Lena still has absolutely no idea what his endgame is. It's simple, really. To grow a new dojo like Alyssa's, you gotta build up its reputation. And his expansion plan is aggressive. The headlines are already out. The new Aiden head defeats the family's #1 swordsman. News of the Five Swords getting completely wrecked spreads like wildfire. Officially, it's a sword trial to pick the head, but everyone knows it's an excuse to crush the competition. And that's exactly why Corinne declared he's going to completely shatter this whole rotten system. His method? Crashing their little test and taking down the Five Swords one by one under the banner of his new dojo. What Alyssa really wants is a one-on-one duel with her sister. If she wins and makes it official, her sister's cronies can't touch her. And that's why this whole thing kicked off. Dojo registration fees, operating costs, mercenary fees. You get the picture. Thankfully, it's all being bankrolled by their rich benefactor Mariette. But there's a catch. Once Alyssa gets her mission reward, it goes straight to her. Lunia finds this all very interesting. If Alyssa wanted to run, she should have bolted the second she saw her. She knows this whole dojo challenge idea wasn't her little sister's. Facing her sister, Alyssa, is just a crying, terrified mess. That expression alone tells Lunia that Corinne Lough is behind everything. Seeing Alyssa frozen in fear, Corinne gives her a little prompt. Time to say your lines. She has no idea if she can actually beat her sister, the #1 swordsman under the powerful Lunia Aden. Alyssa finally issues the challenge. As the new head of the Aiden dojo, I demand a duel. Lunia's reply, fine, but we're not using training swords. But Alyssa is ready. It's the first sword of the Aiden clan, the great Lunia Aiden, versus the second sword, Alyssa Aiden. Let the battle begin. And so begins the ultimate war between sisters. Mariette's doing the mental math, and it's not looking good. Even at full power, she knows beating Lunia is a total long shot. She's seriously worried for Alyssa. But Corinne? He's completely confident she can handle herself. Right now, Corinne and Mariette's trust levels are holding steady. No changes there. Lunia tosses him a bag of money way too much for simple repairs. This, she says, is for a restructuring, right as she launches her attack. The very first strike makes Corinne and Mariette's jaws hit the floor. The whole dojo trembles as the two girls finally face off. Alyssa just watches in awe. Her sister's passion for the sword is still burning bright. She's a total idol. She's like a real hero from a fairy tale, a hero just like Grand Aiden from the stories of her childhood. Compared to a legend like that, she's just the daughter of a mistress. Her mother died giving birth to her, and her father saw her as a stain on the family name. All he valued was the pure blood of Grand Aiden. Alyssa always loved seeing her big sister, but the day she first drew blood against someone, everything went south. Back to the fight, Lunia swings again. She steps back, then unleashes a lightning-fast slash forward. Alyssa is sticking to the textbook, playing it safe. She's a great attacker, but surprisingly, she's fighting on the defensive. Alyssa manages to block a powerful hit, but the sheer force of her sister's strike sends her sliding backward. Lunia taunts her. Your footwork is sloppy as ever, you coward. Alyssa's plan is to use speed to throw her off and aim for an opening. But honestly, Alyssa is no match for her sister. Lunia unleashes her supreme sword third form, Thunder Slash. She dodges it, and thank goodness she did. A second slower and she would have lost her head. Alyssa immediately closes the distance, ditching her sword to attack with her body instead. They both crash to the ground. Lunia lands a hard punch, angry that her sister would resort to cheap tricks. She raises her sword for a final blow, but Alyssa blocks it. Everything is happening just as Miss Rin predicted. Time for the continuous sword break. Lunia isn't holding back anymore. The kid's got spirit, but she's still green. A single kick sends Alyssa crying out in pain. She moves in to end the fight with one final technique, but never expected Alyssa to block it. She's actually starting to keep up with Lunia's speed. Not only that, Alyssa can now see into her domain. And this is the sister Lunia wanted to see, the one who'd finally stop hiding her true, incredible talent. It seems Alyssa finally gets it. The battle isn't something to fear, it's right here. And now, Lunia will answer in kind. The two sisters charge at each other, flashing back to a memory the first day Alyssa ever held a sword. Back then, she just dreamed of being a great swordswoman like her big sis. Now, as their blades meet, light explodes like stars. The domain slash detonates, blowing everything away. Corinne and Mariette are breathless as the dust settles. The winner has been decided. Against all odds, the winner is Alyssa. Against a swordmaster like isekai'd, Alyssa's only real advantage was her domain slash. So, the only way to win was inside her domain. Corinne coached her to focus on evasion, escape, and taunting. By using his knowledge of Lunea's habits from his past life, they seized their only chance to win in a domain battle. And just as predicted, Alyssa is in total shock that she defeated her sister. Now Lunea and her crew have to stay out of her business. Alyssa runs toward her sister, suddenly terrified. The weaker girl just publicly defeated the master, Lunea. It's easy to see why she's scared about what this loss will do to Lunea's reputation, or how her sister will turn her back on her now, but that worry was for nothing. Lunea just ruffles her hair like they were kids again. Isekai'd. The first time Corinne met her in his past life was long before the incident with Mariette. He was actually surprised to meet her so much earlier than in the original timeline. Back then, Lunea was searching for Elisa's killer. In the end, she never found the culprit, because it was Baek Sihu. Even 3 years after Elisa died, Lunea never stopped looking. Every year, she would visit her sister's grave to pray, which completely confused Corinne. He thought she hated her sister. And to be fair, she did. She saw Elisa as lazy and undisciplined. She thought she was annoyingly clingy, but Lunea also knew no one else could ever soothe her sister's pain. The truth is, Lunea never hated Elisa. Even if her sister surpassed her, she would silently support her with a smile. That's the Lunea Corinne remembers. Elisa gets all emotional as her sister ruffles her hair and says, "You've grown taller." And with that, Isekai'd has been defeated. Isekai'd versus Isekai'd. Difficulty B. Reward. Aura rank increased from low medium to medium. That's a plus 600 mana, with 40 stat points spread evenly. Not too shabby. The next day, Alyssa admits she's scared of fighting, but some messed up part of her actually smiles during a brawl. So she tries to avoid throwing hands, feeling like it turns her into someone else entirely. She's also terrified of her sister Lunea, so she pretends to be a slacker, only doing basic missions. But after that win, she's now the official heir to Aiden, meaning Lunea and her crew are definitely side-eyeing her. But if Alyssa runs away, the bond she has with her sister will be completely severed. Corinne argues it's not that simple. Things might get awkward, sure, but you can't just slice family ties with a knife. After all, they're sisters, and she handled herself way better than he did as a kid. He just got his face punched in by neighborhood bullies all day. But back then, the hardest part wasn't the physical pain, it was his own anger for not having the guts to fight back. Alyssa is way stronger than Corinne was at her age. He just hopes she can always hold her head high. Alyssa wonders why he talks like an old man when they're the same age. It's like he's lived a whole nother life or something. She can totally feel it. How could she possibly know Corinne has lived 14 years longer? And if you count his memories from when he was 30, the guy's basically 50 years old. Alyssa thanks Corinne for dinner, and for that time back in the forest when he totally saved her life. That voice, that figure, it was definitely Corinne. No doubt about it. Alyssa eagerly says she owes him big time, so he should just ask for anything. His request? To be friends. And yeah, that totally threw her for a loop. She's never had a boyfriend before, so this is probably a good thing. A boy who's a friend, that is. She's just happy to have a reliable buddy like him. Punishment awaits the wicked, while a bright future is reserved for the good. Let the children be happy and may everyone have better choices. Meanwhile, Isabel Common is getting worried about her friend Mariette, who has a seriously creepy admirer. This dude is literally willing to kneel and offer his own bag of blood to her. Or, just his neck. Mariette keeps turning him down, saying she gets blood bags from Professor Josephine daily, but Isabel is getting sick of it. The idiot's cringy lines are just making Mariette uncomfortable. That happens every day, so it's not the real problem. The one she's actually worried about is Corinne Lough. He's the guy who's gotten closest to Mariette recently. Sure, he's just a fifth-rate crude knight, but that's not the point. The fact that he could stand up against the swordmaster Lunea means the guy is seriously talented. But what's really bugging her is seeing Mariette and Corinne go into a room together and lock the door. Who knows what those two could have been doing in there? Isabel presses her ear to the door, trying to overhear their conversation. Turns out, Corinne is just bringing up that land they got from registering the dojo. Since it's being rebuilt after getting wrecked, he's thinking about putting an inn there. He tells her if she invests, he guarantees her profits will at least triple. Who knows, maybe their luck is about to turn. Isabel's immediate thought? This scumbag is trying to scam Mariette for her money. So at the training hall, she's watching Corinne's every single move. She then sees Alyssa, the second child of House Aiden, chatting with him. They're talking about food in a fancy restaurant called Danchuk. This makes Isabel even angrier. Isn't that place like a super famous date spot? This player just finished charming Mariette Mager and is already moving on to another girl. She gets so mad she loses her grip and falls. But her hatred for Corinne? That didn't fall at all. Not only is he a two-timer, but he also dares to talk about money. Unbelievably shameless. The next afternoon at the restaurant, Corinne is eating with Coran. They're both chowing down on sushi and meat. And of course, he brings up money and the investment deal with her too. All while Isabel keeps spying on them. She's finally reached a conclusion. Corinne Lough is an incredible con artist and a total scumbag. There were corporation, registration fees, dojo renovation costs, daily mercenary fees, rentals, and all sorts of other expenses. It all cost 97 gold coins during the fight with Lunia, which is like 100 million won, and all of this was thanks to Mariette. He's super grateful, never expecting she'd just hand over 100 gold coins. He thinks to himself, do mages really make this much money? Lunia pitched in 50 gold coins for the reconstruction, and Alyssa earned 110 from her dungeon expeditions. Warren also has a ton of wealth managed by his followers, and Yoon, Lap, and Giger have their own savings too. Even that money-obsessed moron Ron has a ridiculous amount of cash. In the end, Corin managed to scrape together 550 gold. With that much, he bought the entire plot of land. Even though it's just a desolate plain on the outskirts of the city for now. But next semester, they're hosting a friendly festival with Borum Academy from the Eastern Continent right here. It's going to be peak season for inns, with tourists flooding in from all over. An investment of a few hundred gold is something he can earn back in just 2 weeks. Corinne is a boss and a regressor. Knowing the future means you have to use that info, and he plans to drain every last penny from the world into his own pockets. Meanwhile, the chairman is chatting with Professor Josephine about the Catholic Church's official stance. The royal family, the mages, and the association aren't exactly fans of their school, but Josephine promises him, our order will support your decision. She believes everyone deserves a chance. The chairman decides he needs to step out for a bit. The professor offers to go in his place, but he shuts that down. Other places maybe, but the Catholic Church is no place for her. Hold down the fort while I'm gone. If anything happens, use the emergency contact network. Professor Josephine sits down to review a stack of reports. Makazong's renewable energy experiment? Rejected. The rights to build a third dorm. Next is a report from Corinne Lough. The professor is shocked. What is that kid planning now? It was Corinne Lough's request to harvest ginseng and secure land. Over at the West Academy lab, Corinne was tending to his ginseng patch. Alyssa wondered if they were really going to harvest ginseng in a place like this. All she knew was that they scream like crazy when you pull them from the ground, so you have to protect your ears or risk a ruptured eardrum. You absolutely need good ear protection, and it's best to harvest them in a wide, open field. And so, the two of them geared up with special earmuffs made from silver fox leather. Corinne couldn't harvest the ginseng alone. He needed one person to grab its flower and pull along the root, while another cut the root from the stem. As long as they're attached, the ginseng will never stop screaming. This was already his 4th time harvesting ginseng. In his past life, he did this with a doctor. After using all his strength, Corinne finally yanked the root up, but man, why was this thing buried so deep? It started to scream. Corinne called for Alyssa, not realizing she was practically foaming at the mouth from the noise. That's what you get for not wearing your earmuffs right. Fine, I'll do it myself. They say if you bite a dog, it won't bite back. He decided to just scream at it. You think you're the only one who can scream? My scream is way scarier. With that, Corinne tossed it into the air and separated the stem and root with a single slash. The ginseng root immediately shut its mouth. Finally, it's done. Is harvesting ginseng really supposed to be this terrifying? And then there was the girl next to him. He dragged her all the way out here, and she was totally useless. Looking at the pile of ginseng, Corinne started to worry. He needed to find a silver one, but he felt like he'd pass out if he did that again. Suddenly, someone called Corinne's name. It was strange since he'd put up a no-entry sign. Turns out, it was Mariette. According to her schedule, she had a few tests in the lab, but she heard a commotion outside and jumped down to see what was up. Talk about jealous. She jumped from the 12th floor just to see what Corinne was doing with another girl. He just explained they were harvesting ginseng, and Mariette was immediately interested. But after that whole ordeal, Corinne was completely exhausted. She paid him no mind and went to harvest one herself. Corinne panicked only a knight should be able to cut them. Just then, Mariette easily pulled up a silver ginseng root. Corinne's face went pale. If she heard the scream, she'd probably die from shock. The ginseng was pulled up, but before it could even let out its first cry, Mariette lopped its top right off with a swift slice. Apparently, she has an entire ginseng garden at home. She'd already harvested 30 roots just this year. This girl is on a whole other level. She decided to brew some medicine and asked Alyssa to find something to put in the pot, like rabbit meat and potatoes. Alyssa immediately followed her captain's orders. Corinne had no clue what to do now. But no worries, because Mama Mariette wouldn't let him do a thing. She'd handle it all. There are two ways to absorb ginseng: eat it directly or brew it into a potion, which is way more effective. You add the roots from red amaranth and silver amaranth plants, wolfberry roots, deer antlers, and 28 other ingredients. Then you boil it all together. Do that, and you can create a ginseng decoction. While everyone was busy, Corinne had nothing to do. He sat there bored, scribbling a few characters in the dirt. Mariette recognized them as an ancient language. She didn't know the meaning but had seen them in her liberal arts class. She wondered where Corinne had learned it, but this was the original ancient language. He told her he learned it from his master. Just a few years ago, she taught him the ancient language and how to use a spear. She left behind her martial arts and the original ancient text. He figured out the martial arts, but the ancient language was a different beast entirely. Knowing the letters doesn't mean you know how to use the language. To reclaim and inscribe the ancient language on one's body, that's a power only one person could ever wield. One of his ultimate goals is to reclaim and master this original language. While his master tried to pass it to him, she was killed before she could finish. It was all because of him. Mariette wondered, who exactly was Corinne's master? Knowing an ancient language? That pretty much screams you're from the wizard's tower. But nope, she's just a totally normal person, the kind you see on the street every day, super kind, always trying her absolute best. Mariette noticed Corinne was getting pretty emotional talking about his master, so she had her top familiar bring in some potatoes. Turns out that pipe-smoking owl is the same wolf monster from before, and now she's got it completely tamed. By constantly sharing Corinne's blood, she officially scored this adorable familiar, and yeah, it is pretty cute. Wait a minute, if its body is made of his blood, that means Corinne is basically its dad. And just like that, the little guy gets all embarrassed. So this new father-son duo starts having a blast together. This little demonic furball is bursting with energy. Finally, the ginseng potion is ready, and Corinne chugs it down instantly. The system announces you've absorbed the ginseng decoction, and your mana recovery has just skyrocketed. Max mana is up by 1,300 points. Now that he's all juiced up, he tells the other two to drink up too. This ginseng herb is seriously powerful, but there's a catch. It's a one-time only power-up. If he gave what was left to Lough or Yun, you can bet they would be over the moon. What's left is platinum ginseng, and Corinne decides to just eat it raw. The system announces you've absorbed the platinum ginseng, and your magic core has formed. A magic core is where a knight stores all their magic. It usually takes insane training to create one, but Corinne just got one without even trying. And once his level is high enough, he can get even more. Alyssa excitedly tells Corinne to eat the yellow one too, just for the extra kick. But the time isn't right. He's going to save that yellow ginseng for later. After everything that's happened, during a school council meeting, Professor Hamann demands they reevaluate the abilities of a rank 5 student named Corinne Lough. For a first-year student who's only rank 5, this usually isn't worth anyone's time. Everyone's wondering why they'd bother reevaluating a student like that. It's because these professors haven't seen the first-year midterm exams yet. Corinne Lough went toe-to-toe with the legendary swordmaster Lunia Aiden for 3 solid minutes. Nobody can believe it. They just assume she went easy on him, because why would a swordmaster go all out against a kid during a simple midterm exam? But the professor still believes it. In fact, no one in this meeting thinks Lunea held back against Corinne Lough at all. One guy argues that promoting the kid based on some midterm results is just plain ridiculous. Even if there's reason to question his abilities, school rules say you only get promoted after new results. That's the law. Fine then. Let the council handle the official ranking evaluation. He thinks they just need to reevaluate him, but that means changing that kid's entire class schedule, and his homeroom professors too. Another professor speaks up, saying since Professor Hamann brought it up, he should be in charge, and Hamann is more than happy to oblige. Even though rank 5 seems way below his actual stats, his duel with Lunea Aiden was absolutely legendary. His swordsmanship, no matter how this professor with the highlighted hair looks at it, seems just like that person's technique. We definitely need to reevaluate this kid. Today, Corinne and Alyssa are in the same class, sitting right next to each other, but that happens to be Jigger's seat. Alyssa quickly apologizes and offers to move, but he says not to worry about it. He acts all charming on the outside, but then turns to give Corinne a look that could kill. He's seething with jealousy. The most popular girl in school, the potato-loving upperclassman, the super cute demon girl, and now the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. He's just dying of envy over that main character energy. Only Corinne gets to live like he's the star of some romance movie. So what about Jigger's high school life? Why is his corner of the classroom so cold and depressingly empty? The professor walks in and announces that class has officially begun. And as mentioned last time, today is a group project. Everyone groans. They absolutely hate group projects. He begins to explain the task. Since you all are in the night department, I won't give you difficult math problems, or assignments like growing magical plants. like the professors in the magic department might make you do. He snaps his fingers, and a paper appears. The topic for this group project is spearmanship. Everyone has no idea why. Alyssa cheerfully turns to Corinne. Since spearmanship is his specialty, this project should be a piece of cake for him. But Corinne is dead silent. In his past life, this group project was about boxing. Their professor, Format Damon, is a master boxer. His entire fighting style revolves around constantly changing distance and pressure, not to mention his special darkness ability. He's a rank 1 knight from the VQ2 Academy up north and is famous for the ancient runes carved on his gloves. Corinne doesn't get why a guy like that is teaching here. He can feel that the professor is testing him. Format says the project involves researching a unique style of spearmanship. Afterward, the students will have time to demonstrate various spear techniques they've learned. A student raises their hand. Professor, won't students who use spears as their main weapon have a huge advantage? He says he'll take that into account by adjusting the grading and giving out bonus points. Each group will have 4 members, all chosen at random, especially when doing group projects with people who have no clue what they're doing. The freeloaders, the excuse makers with a suddenly dead grandma. Corinne survived this for 4 years as a PE major and 3 more at the academy. This time, however, is completely different. Meet G.G. Hinchpiter, a third-class knight with insane physical abilities. His judgment isn't half bad, and he can get the job done. As for Alyssa, what's there to say? She's a straight-up sword-wielding prodigy. The final member is Corinne, a bit prickly, sure, but she's a hard worker. Lately, just watching her intense focus in class has become Corinne's new favorite pastime. With a team this strong and dedicated, the dark ages of group projects might finally be over. He booked the training room for 3 hours, planning to kick things off by teaching everyone some theory and attributes first. But this training room isn't exactly looking 5-star. Then again, Corinne and Jigger have been using it for 2 months. The walls in this room are made of high-density anti-shock material. They're not supposed to break. And yet, it's wrecked. Corinne is a walking disaster. 1 punch was all it took. Corinne just told her to spar with Alyssa to practice her spear skills. So why did she blow up the whole room? And from that look on her face, she has zero idea she did anything wrong. Of course, the whole team got booted from the training room, with nowhere to practice. They ended up at church on Sunday to rethink this whole project. Corinne lets the members share their thoughts, dead silence. Then Elisa apologizes for not being able to control her power yesterday. Still, she did a pretty solid job. At least he can help her practice. Corinne's spearmanship is so perfect, Elisa could master it just by copying him, but that's only because she has amazing observation skills. For Gigi, though, using a long weapon like a spear is a bit of a challenge. He was struggling with the spinning moves, not sure how to get it right, but he's doing great too. Once he learns the 8 basic spear techniques, he'll be golden. As for Corinne's skills, she couldn't care less. Maybe it's because our guy added so many Earth-like customs to the game's system, which would explain why some traditions here feel so familiar. He then asks about the church stuff, the goddess's purification ceremony, a mandatory service they all have to attend on weekends. So that explains why Corinne has to go. She's actually volunteering to become a nun, studying with the other believers. Honestly, she should read the scriptures. You can actually learn some useful things from all those myths and legends. The Catholic Church definitely has some outdated views, but it always teaches its followers the same fundamental lesson, and that's love. Love yourself, your friends, your family, and everyone around you, to love and be loved. It's super important. Meanwhile, Alyssa's still wondering why she lost yesterday. Corinne, without missing a beat, says it's because they're all too weak. You guys put up no resistance at all. I used a tiny bit of my strength and you all just folded. Weak is weak, even if you train. The strong will always win. She's not wrong, from her point of view, but that's the kind of brutal honesty only the overwhelmingly powerful can get away with. So he makes her a bet. If he can make her kneel in under 1 minute, she has to treat everyone to a meal. Corinne agrees. But if she wins, she doesn't need a prize, because obviously she's going to win anyway. And so, the match begins, with G giving the signal. The other two have no idea how things escalated to this point. They get into position. The moment start is called, Corinne lunges forward like a cheetah. He opens with his secret technique, his strongest move, Amza-Hoa-Zawai. Corinne blocks it like it's nothing. She's as strong as they say. In that case, Corinne uses Ho-Kyu Fong-Ni Bo, but his weapon completely shatters on impact. No weapon in hand, but his confidence is unshaken. Kwai-Bot Bo. Corinne can't seem to land a hit, and it's starting to annoy her. She decides to end this with a single punch. Corinne will be in the hospital for at least a month if that thing connects. Corinne's advice is to dodge, but he wants to try blocking it. Corinne uses Batbo Liansich and parries the blow perfectly. Corinne is stunned he didn't dodge, and a second later, Corinne is right behind her. Ran stumbles forward and drops to her knees, and just like that, she knelt. Unacceptable. She wants a rematch, but that's gonna be a big nope. Heh. That smug look on his face just makes Ran even more furious. A few days later, after taking some time, he finally has a full grasp on each member's abilities. He figures now he can slowly teach them spearmanship and prepare for the group's final presentation. But then Ran calls out sick. What a terrible liar. The timing is just too perfect. In cases like this, the group leader has to use his secret weapon. He shows up right at her house, bringing a steaming, hot, delicious meal right to her face. For a massive foodie like Ran, resisting delicious food right under her nose is impossible. The meal cures her sickness instantly. It was that simple. Corinne says, a real chef doesn't need 30 minutes to complete a masterpiece. They only need 15. From sourcing fresh ingredients to prep work, most chefs take about 15 minutes to get a dish out to their hungry customers. What he means is, it took him 3 whole years of training just to make some demon girl kneel once. Turns out her favorite food and his martial arts have a lot in common, like picking the right ingredients versus the perfect stance before a strike. It all starts with the smallest details. Rin sheepishly tries to make up with her, but Ran says nothing. She just shoves a notebook at him. And wouldn't you know it, it's that research paper he assigned her. She went and finished the whole thing. Rin is secretly thrilled. She might act all cold and distant, but she still did the homework, which is what counts. Meanwhile, Alyssa and Jaeger are busy training their spear skills, now that they don't have to worry about research thanks to Ran. The whole team is getting ready for their group presentation. Time flies, and suddenly, it's the middle of May. First week of presentations, and the order is drawn by lot. The group right before Corinne's team takes the stage. This is Team 1, led by Palais, and their topic today is the Southern Spear Arts. Their presentation looks polished, very well prepared, but after the professor's praise, he decides to test their formation. And by test, he means Format Damon, top graduate of the Northern Guard Academy and former first-class knight, is about to throw down. The deal is simple. If any team can last 10 seconds against him, they get the highest score. And just like that, the real group project begins. None of the students saw this coming. It wasn't in the syllabus. The professor moves like a blur, jab, left hook, you name it. He's moving so fast, no one can even track his fists, and believe me, he is not holding back. One by one, they all go down, littering the floor. So yeah, Team 2 is up next, and their spirits have officially been crushed. How are they supposed to fight Professor Format? Maybe they should just forfeit now. Their style? All about deadly critical strikes from the north, supposedly flowing just like a dragon in flight. And it all falls apart. The spear style is uselessly complicated, and the users haven't even mastered it. What's the point? Then Team 3 steps up, and what do you know? It's Corinne's group, with him as the leader. They're demonstrating the 8 trigram spearmanship, composed of 6 forms. Their demonstration begins. They deflect incoming blows, disarm their opponents, and they nail it. Corinne is tearing up, totally moved. Ran must have trained way harder than he thought. The professor even praises them for cutting out all the useless flair. Simple, maybe, but the core of their technique is brilliant. Corinne says the group will prepare for more training, but the professor shuts that down. He only wants Corinne for a one-on-one combat demonstration. Corinne realizes this was the professor's plan from the start. The second he agrees, the professor lunges jab, left hook, instant attack. A punch from the right follows in a special stance, a classic combo boxers use to overwhelm their opponent. Normally, you'd block from the right to avoid damage. But Corinne, this absolute genius, moves his left foot, not his right. He already knew the professor was left-handed. And just like that, Corinne completely blocks the professor's attack. The whole vibe of the fight changes instantly. Nobody can believe their eyes. A 5th-year student just parried a strike from the legendary Professor Format. The professor thinks to himself, this level of skill, he's already past the student level. Now show me what you've really got, not these basics. His spear technique might be unpredictable, but he taunts, let's see you block this next move. He decides to unleash his final technique. The attack looks absolutely terrifying, and everyone's eyes are glued to the action. Except Corinne is just standing there, calm as can be. Format immediately stops his attack. He has no idea why the kid isn't moving. Turns out, the 10 seconds were already up. You must be surprised, Corinne says. You've only used your right hand until now, but you're actually left-handed. All of his reactions meant one thing. He knew the professor was only testing his skills. Format turns and addresses Team 3, saying that when it comes to secret techniques, fools always choose flashy moves, but true mastery lies in perfecting the basics. And with that, Team 3 gets a perfect A+. Everyone's cheering for Corinne. Format asks to speak with him alone. No pressure, just a casual chat. He gets straight to the point. Are you really a 5th-year knight? Corinne's performance during the match just didn't add up. He tries to be humble. But for a guy who can't even sense spirits normally, he has some insane tricks up his sleeve. It means our boy must have had some kind of breakthrough, putting his real power level leagues above others at his rank. The professor admits the faculty has been debating about him specifically, whether or not they need to reassess this student's true capabilities. So, he's going to be assigned a few more complicated missions. Through those, his rank will be re-evaluated. The highest rank he can achieve will be decided by those missions, because Corinne has shown skill and achievements far beyond a 5th year. Sure, the missions will be tougher, but that also means Corinne will be raking in much better rewards. He'll be able to choose high-rank missions if he wants. He could even take a 2nd-year mission right now, something that should be totally impossible. He happily accepts the re-evaluation. Time for a promotion. First things first, Corinne's got 2 quests on the board, monsters or evil spirits. And of course, the choice is all his. Right now, the guild's offering 4 dungeon dives. Lucky for him, 2 of them are monster hunts. He just has to snag 1 beast and 1 spirit before the clock runs out. Decision time for our boy Corinne. Lucky for him, 2 of them are monster hunts. He just has to snag 1 beast and 1 spirit before the clock runs out. Decision time for our boy Corinne. Next day, he meets Professor Hamen in some creepy, deserted woods. Definitely a bit too gloomy for a good morning, if you ask me. Turns out, when Professor Hamen was younger, he'd just charge into a haunted, misty forest to catch monsters for fun. And with a bit of luck, he survived to tell the tale, which apparently kicks off in the deadly west side of the woods. So yeah, listening to the old hero's war stories is actually giving Corinne some seriously good intel. The professor lays it out. His first mission is a 2-headed ogre on the mountain west of Fog City. It's slow, but incredibly dangerous. Corinne's a bit confused. A 2-headed ogre is normally rank 1, so why is this one quasi-rank 1? Simple. It hasn't hit puberty yet, so it got demoted. From what Hamen has heard, it's gathered its own little posse of wild wolves and other low-level monsters. Dealing with this thing head-on is a big no-no. A truly talented person knows you need brains just as much as brawn. So, this whole mission is basically Corinne's final exam. The stage is set at a cave on the western mountain, the ogre's lovely home. And no one is coming to save him, not Hamen, not the guild. Sure, they'll step in if he's about to die, but that means failing the promotion test on the spot. Hamen wants to hear Corinne's take on the situation. His assessment, our boy starts breaking it down. Footprints show the ogre and the wolves are moving together. So, they're basically roommates. The pack has 3 wild wolves, but only 2 are following the ogre. One of them appears to be a female, and get this, she's pregnant. He crouches down to inspect the ground and finds something else. Not just footprints, but drag marks. This means some poor monster was dragged off, but not eaten. And neither the ogre nor the wolves are known for saving leftovers, so they must be bringing food to a friend who can't move. An amazing deduction. Hamen then asks how he plans to take them all down. First up, he's going to challenge the ogre and separate it from the wolves. They might be monsters, but their senses are razor sharp. His ultimate weapon? That big brain of his. And unfortunately for these monsters, our guy is a master of mind games. Even though humanity has spread its influence across the world, there will always be threats lurking, evil entities creeping into the shadows, and the ruler of this forest is one of them. A 2-headed ogre that controls these woods, where very few humans ever dare to go. To him, this forest is his kingdom, and the long-furred wolves are his loyal subjects. But now they're gone. The female, who just gave birth and couldn't move, vanished without a trace. The realization sinks in, and the beast's rage is unleashed. The angry howl of the forest's ruler and his followers makes the entire ground tremble with pure fury. Consumed by rage, the 2 male wolves let out a piercing scream. They have to give chase. They have to rescue the female. The wolves follow her scent, with the massive ogre right on their tails. Her scent gets stronger, and they can also smell the intruder who took her. As always, nothing in this forest can stop them. It's time to make the foolish trespasser pay dearly for disturbing the king of the forest. The chase is over. What they find is the female, lying on the ground, whimpering. Her mate checks to see if she's safe, and they try to help her up. And like a string being cut, wooden stakes fly straight at them. This is no longer a rescue mission. Now, they have to run for their lives. There are no trees to hide behind. Only one spot seems safe. They desperately try to catch their breath, completely oblivious to the cruelty of humans. A massive explosion rips through the forest, incinerating them all. That ogre. He just lost his loyal subordinates. The tyrant's roar of fury echoes everywhere. More tree trunks fly, but a simple trap like this can't even touch the enraged beast. He is truly the ruler of this forest, but he has no idea that the real hunt has only just begun. The king of the forest, this 2-headed ogre, also happens to be a natural-born hunter. The first head has incredible vision, while the second has a killer sense of smell. They combine their powers to avenge his fallen wolf pack. So tracking the pack wasn't hard at all. If anything, there were an absurd number of tracks left behind, almost too many. It was some clown who didn't even bother to hide his footprints or scent. He can't believe his pack lost to a guy like this, but for the whole first day, the ogre finds nothing. Even though the clues are all there, no matter how much the ogre pursues them, he just can't find his target. He even feels like he's about to catch him, but at the last second, nothing. Shaking off a bad feeling, he barrels forward, running right into an ambush. It would have been a perfect surprise attack if one of the two heads hadn't noticed. The second head was awakened by a hailstorm pouring from the sky. The ogre is only grazed by a few shards of ice. The purpose of this attack wasn't to kill him, it was just a warm-up. But the assault didn't stop there. Every time he was about to sleep, a hailstorm would rain down on him. He tried ignoring it. I mean, what's a little ice? That is, until the rocks caught fire. After a wild chase that went on until dawn, and after all the chaos he caused, for 3 straight days, the prey left just enough of a trail to be followed, but never showed itself. And then it hit him. He wasn't the hunter. He was being hunted. The moment our guy realized the roles were reversed and he was the turkey, not the farmer, all that was left was a sad, bitter rage. And just like that, the source of his rage appeared. Corinne, letting out a massive, bored yawn, gave a single greeting. Time to wrap this up. Seeing him, the beast didn't hesitate for a second and lunged. But Corinne was already in the air, bringing down a devastating blow from above. The plan was simple. The moment his prey landed, he'd use this 2-meter birchwood club to send that tiny body flying. But a second, devastating strike left him in pure agony, and so, the tyrant of the forest, the beast who ruled these woods, was hunted down by a human. Corinne was actually annoyed. All that effort to build up his internal energy, and the thing was just too weak. Well, that's one problem solved. 3 days earlier, he and Mariette were having a heart-to-heart. Corinne cut right to the chase. If you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me? This question made Mariette practically cough up blood. She swore she was with him all the way, absolutely to the very, very end. Turns out, he had a plan that needed her help. Okay, starting tomorrow, I'll explain the plan to you and Alyssa. Hearing that, Mariette was suddenly not so happy. Why was that little brat involved in a plan for the two of them? Sure, she was a veteran guardian and a special Macedon who'd survived a chaotic youth, but deep down, she was still just a girl. Corinne's dangerously misleading choice of words was enough to make her heart skip a beat. But she wasn't an idiot. The boy was always one step ahead, planning things out perfectly, whether it was when he saved her or when he helped Alyssa Aiden. She was incredibly grateful for his dedication. But how much did he really know? And what was he planning? She couldn't help but question it. But hey, she'd already fallen into his trap. Love makes you do stupid things, so she decided to follow that one-sided crush once again. The reason mages want to be professors at the academy isn't just for the massive book collection at the Great Merkaba Library, it's also for the giant research facility at the west end of the academy, where the most incredible, dream-worthy materials are stored. This includes a special monster that can't be killed, only sealed away. Elsewhere, Fomak and Dana were chatting. Dana wondered if Fomak had seen the forest tyrant, the one that ate an entire iron mine and is now imprisoned here. Professor Fomak wanted to write a thesis on the influence of special demon species, specifically how low-ranking entities with magic affect us mortals. To do that, he needed to carve ancient runes onto this very special monster. Dana was thrilled. Mages who are fluent in ancient runes are incredibly rare these days. It was so lucky they had him. Almost nobody understands ancient runes anymore because they're just that old, and they're pretty useless in actual combat. But what really surprised Professor Dana was that a special Macedon had volunteered to assist her with the experiment. A showdown between two special beings, the fated meeting of Marie-S. Donald F. and the King of the Iron Mine. The next mission, the Haunted House. This is a pretty simple side quest you could pick in the second semester of the original game. But to beat the level 1 spirit haunting the place, you have to dodge attacks from countless household objects and find a hidden magic circle in the basement to destroy. The difficulty of this quest goes way beyond a simple challenge for veteran players. The main catch? You can't sense spirits. Normally, Corinne can't sense spirits either, but this is an exception. He can feel Count Sebastia, who possessed all the magic tools in the haunted house's lab. A poltergeist phenomenon occurs when the house is successfully possessed, which basically means the ghost can start throwing real physical objects around. Against something like that, religious texts are useless. So Corinne's solution? He's bringing a giant spear. Jump, attack the chandelier, pull it down, slash the chain, and sever the connection. Simple. Then, do a little hop to dodge. Now, just point the spear forward and chuck it through the window, shattering the glass. Evade the debris by rolling towards the door. Once inside, slash the clock on the upper right, jump slash 3 times. Destroy the nails shooting out from the stairs, and don't even look up, just charge forward. In the middle of the floor, when it flies at you, just slice it in half. Then, crush the magic circle to weaken its psychic power. There's a candle on the top right. Kick it once and use the spear to channel a Hagalaz fire rune. Then, head to the 3rd floor. The door will explode and a painting will randomly fly at you, so be ready to dodge. An unmovable wall appears next, followed by flying plates that will inflict a tetanus debuff, because of course they do. At this point, no more furniture will be flying at you. And this is when the teachers are going to start asking questions. See, all the magic runes carved into the house will activate at once, and the building will burn itself down. A perfectly safe exit. Real men turn their backs on explosions. You got to admit, the kids got style. The teachers who heard this plan felt their jaws hit the floor. This was a challenge that even a level 2 mage couldn't handle, yet Corinne did it. After muttering to himself, he just stood there, grinning like some kind of genius psycho. This was the final strategy of the legendary Shimmer. This stunt sent shockwaves through the Korean Shim community as the professor congratulated Corinne, placing a hand on his shoulder. After an incident like that, he was without a doubt certified as a grade 1 demi-human. There's a port city nearby called Sa with an amazing restaurant, and the professor suggests the two of them go grab a bite. If he's right about Sa being the place for raw fish, then the guild should be there too, which is exactly why he raided the goblins in this area. The professor, totally hyped, rambles on about their meal, even enthusiastically offering to show him a fantastic place for fresh fish. Corinne peeks from behind a tree, and suddenly we're in a flashback to 88 years ago in the Arctic region of the Peninsula continent. Even though it was a frozen wasteland, the land hid a countless amount of natural resources beneath its icy surface. The mountain of ice contained so much ore, people called it the Iron Mountain, and the pioneer miners who came for iron and gold saw something insane. A massive horde of monsters was just feasting on the iron ore, a beast that devoured absolutely everything. The ghoul of the Dingo Peninsula, the Iron Mountain King. It was the first time it had ever laid eyes on a human. Meanwhile, Aiden Alyssa is in a total panic. She can't be late, that's what Corinne told her a few days ago at the lab's 1st floor. Mariette is brewing a miracle drug when Alyssa barges in, but the senior plays it cool, saying it's just a little vacation project, nothing important. Dioku was the one who said Mariette had called for Alyssa, which is the only reason she even showed up. Turns out, this was all Corinne's idea. He asked Mariette to explain a few things to Alyssa, who then hands her a vial of this so-called miracle drug. Alyssa doesn't really care. If it's good for her, she's ready to down the whole thing in one shot. Mariette frantically stops her. It's super hot and needs to be sipped slowly. Besides, she needs to check if it's even safe. The second she takes a sip, Alyssa gets a weird look on her face. Turns out it's just insanely delicious, like a home-cooked meal. So tasty, safe, and non-toxic. Now Mariette gets to the real reason Corinne sent her to explain the situation with the King of the Iron Mountain. The ghoul sealed in the lab, the Iron Mountain King. Alyssa just bolts, her mind completely racing. She has no idea why Corinne called her, but it doesn't matter anymore. She has to get there. Meanwhile, down in the 4th basement floor, Mariette is talking with the professor. The professor asks his student what she thinks the difference is between a monster and a special grade demon. Mariette immediately thinks of power. Power is the obvious difference, and one of the strongest abilities is the power of domination. Some demons radiate a different kind of energy than the usual ones. In theory, they're called alpha entities. And unlike the normal ones, they're much stronger and always take control. An alpha can easily control other demons, but that power doesn't work on special grade ones, who can only control weaker demons, something Mariette knows from experience. Her mind flashes back to escaping the green beach, driven mad by thirst. She controlled other monsters, making them bring her blood. Still, Mariette thinks her method was a little different from pure domination. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, she weaponized their own fear against them. The professor continues his lecture, explaining the 3 types of demons: monsters, goblins, and demi-humans. Those are the 3 basic classes, but the alpha trait affects them differently. Trying to order around demi-humans, though? Impossible. They need more research on that. Demi-humans are more intelligent than humans, so that kind of mind control is useless against them. Alright, enough theory. Time for a practical test. Everyone starts bringing out the fang ghouls for the experiment. The goal is to test the influence of a special monster's alpha trait. If Mariette can master this trait, then humanity could theoretically control almost all monsters and goblins. This is a much bigger experiment than Mariette realized, and as a mage, her curiosity is definitely piqued. If this works, humankind can finally get ahead of demonic threats. It was time for Mariette to test her domination on the fang ghouls. She stands before them, a fiery look in her eyes, and commands the pack to come forward. One by one, the horde of monsters crawls out from their iron cages. Following her training, She tells them to stop, then to lie down. But they don't listen at all, instead just falling over and rolling around on the floor. Mariette is confused, but Dana says it's the communication limit between them. Low-level monsters are just too dumb to understand complex commands, so now they'll test the difference using monsters of the same species. Professor Formack will be the one to release the king's seal. He begins chanting a spell, preparing to release the seal on the colossal monster king first. The moment the alpha is released, the smaller ghouls get way more aggressive. Protective circles 1, 3, and 7 instantly activate, reinforcing the seal's chains, but the smaller ghouls lose control and charge right at them. Luckily, Mariette still has the situation under control, but then, a massive crash echoes through the lab as an emergency alert blares. The monster in cage a 107 has escaped. Professor Dana looks absolutely terrified. That monster, it's Mantuko. The monster lunges with its razor-sharp maw, but Mariette is faster, unleashing a storm of blood spears right at its face. But holy crap, this thing is fast. Just as she's scrambling, Professor Formack arrives like a superhero and takes it down, but something feels wrong. And just then, the entire laboratory begins to violently shake. A panicked staffer sprints in, screaming that a monster is breaking out of its cage and ramming itself into the containment wall. DNA frantically boots up Manual Protocol Z-17, activating the anti-monster defenses and sealing magic. The professor is now going to reseal the Iron Mountain King herself. Sure, they'll lose a ton of research money, but not dying is usually the top priority. She's totally confident she can handle this. Meanwhile, the other lab teams are in full panic mode. Team 2's magic circle fails, and the main sealing circle is busted too. Someone didn't just break the circle, they sabotaged it. At that moment, the chains holding the Iron Mountain King just shatter. He's out. Elsewhere, Corinne and his teacher are enjoying a 5-star meal in a port city. The reason for this fancy feast? Old man Hammond dragged him to a famous sashimi restaurant to celebrate his big promotion. Corinne casually hints that he'd love to have a little celebratory drink. But Corinne's just a third-year student, so getting booze is basically impossible. For some reason, these bars are ridiculously strict about checking IDs. This world's weird mix of medieval times and modern tech makes for some pretty wild rules. Oh, the utter tragedy of not being able to enjoy fried chicken and a cold beer. You'd never believe Corinne, a guy from a country known for its drinking culture, is now being denied a single drop. So he launches into some big philosophical speech, claiming he wants his teacher to be the one to properly teach him about the art of drinking. Hearing this, old Hammond's eyes practically sparkle. He can't believe this kid is looking at him with such pure, heartfelt admiration. This couldn't possibly be a desperate ploy for alcohol. No, this is a student who genuinely wants to bond with his mentor. Or so he thinks. And just like that, Corinne's scheme is a massive success. The drinks are poured. The old guy totally fell for the trap. Suddenly, a sound cuts through the air. A dog's sharp bark jolts him. And who else could it be but the female lead's dog? Corinne is crushed, his heart breaking. He waited so long, only to be foiled by a fluffy little menace. Meanwhile, back at the lab, the situation is completely out of control. The Iron Mountain King is on a rampage. Formack frantically turns to Mariette. They need to stop this thing now, before the entire facility is reduced to rubble. Mariette immediately hurls her fallet spear right at the beast, but before it even makes contact, the spear just disintegrates into dust. That barely even tickled it. Professor Formack can't just stand by, growling that he'll handle the rest. He throws a punch with all his might, but it feels like hitting a giant, angry pillow. This thing's hide is so thick, his punch did absolutely nothing. After taking a few more love taps, the monster gets seriously ticked off and charges with its massive horn. The professor is sent flying backward, slamming hard into a rock wall. The situation is pure chaos now, with alarms blaring non-stop. Every single seal on the Iron Mountain King's containment unit has been released. Now, countless giant monsters are pouring out. It's time to activate Code Red. The order is given. Evacuate all staff, deploy security teams, and activate every last defensive magic circle. Finally, they mobilize the spirit golems to the scene. The golem squad is activated, containment systems online. No monster gets out of this lab alive. Facing the golem team is a poison dragon and a Vu Hyren, both rank 1 magical beasts. This is not going to be easy. Even the mighty golem team is having a hard time stopping this tidal wave of monsters. DNA is worried. If these things escape the academy, it'll trigger a massive monster outbreak across the entire region. A horned monster ignores the golems and charges straight for DNA. In the last second, 2 swords fly from out of nowhere, piercing right through it. DNA can only stand there, eyes wide, watching the whole thing unfold in total shock. It was Ron who saved her. He casually says he's just out for some field experience, then dares all the monsters to come at him. They try, but are immediately pinned down by swords of every color. One of the monsters answers his challenge by spitting a terrifying plume of fire right at him. To counter the blaze, nearby scrap metal instantly flies together, forming a massive golem that transforms into a scrap golem cannon. Granel is thrilled because he's in complete control. It actually works. The technique Corinne taught him is the real deal. A few days earlier, Corinne had insisted physical training was the key to power, then put Granel through a brutal workout. The price for this tip? Granel had to join today's little field trip, but the scrap golem cannon is being pushed back. This rank 1 monster is just on another level of strong. It's on the verge of being completely torn apart. Just then, massive tree roots erupt from the ground, reinforcing the golem's giant body. Say hello to the scrapwood golem. And yep, Corinne taught this method to Duen too. How he knew all this would happen is the big mystery, as the poison dragon begins heading for the 3rd floor. Elisa slices her sword straight through its body, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But is the monster actually dead? Nobody knows. Dana is just floored that all these students are at least rank 2, Class C, knights or mages. The professor has never been so grateful to see a bunch of kids in her life. But then, a thought suddenly hits her. Why are all of you here in the lab at this exact moment? In unison, they just say it's a field trip. Corinne's master plan was to have these kids show up and handle the problem for him. And him? He's just chilling at a restaurant, casually enjoying his meal. Yeah, the Iron Mountain King wasn't dead, not even close. Its blood domain instantly swallows the entire area. Luckily, they set up that magic barrier just like Corinne said. So now it can't burrow underground to escape. The Iron Mountain King just lets giant ice spikes pierce its body. Everyone watching just goes pale with absolute terror. Mariette has to remind them to keep their guard up. This is no ordinary magic beast. It's a rank 1 monster straight out of a kaiju movie. Just moving around is enough to make everything explode. Cranio can't hold it back any longer and has to call Duen for backup. The spirit golem's body completely shatters from the rank 1 monster's attack, but Cranio reassembles the joints using a magic technique Corinne taught him. Add in Duen's support spell, and the golem is now way stronger for its rematch. According to the plan, Duen will use his buff effects to power up the golem's fists. On top of that, they'll detonate all 5 absorbed bombs inside the spirit golem at once, blasting the monster with a huge amount of magic. The legendary student Ahan had already taken care of a ton of monsters in the lab. Golem balance control systems are online, magic power enhancement is active, and the designated target radar is a go. Weapon equipped, natural wood fists, and the spirit bomb's explosions will be enhanced. Without hesitation, Granel orders the golem to advance, its ultimate scrapwood form blazing with elbow thrusters. This is the kind of moment that makes a veteran gamer's heart pound. Granel looks at his golem, bursting with excitement, and has already named it the Luden Warrior. This right here is the legendary hero Ahan's Dream Team composition. Meanwhile, back in the port city, far away from the lab, Corinne chose this mission for one reason: to get to this church. A nun opens the door. Corinne claims he's a student on an off-campus mission and couldn't attend mass, asking if he could use the prayer room. The nun totally buys it, and he sits down at the prayer table. If he remembers correctly, this is the seal. With the situation blowing up, he hopes she can get here as fast as possible. He activates the seal and immediately gets a reply from a hidden person. She asks him, "How do you know about this seal?" Corinne knows she must have a million questions about him, but now's not the time. They have way bigger problems to deal with, starting with this emergency. Back at the lab, the brutal battle between the golem and the Iron Mountain King rages on. Alyssa sees the spirit golem and is completely stunned. She's never seen anything like it before. But she can't look away now. She has to focus on taking down this monster first, a rank 1 dragon beast. Alyssa has to face it alone, but Corinne specifically told her she absolutely cannot use her domain slash. Alyssa knows Corinne said that because he sees her potential, but honestly, she has zero confidence she can live up to his expectations. Suddenly, there's a crack. The entire space around them shatters. It's the blood domain. Mariette is unconscious on the ground, covered in countless wounds. Just like Corinne predicted, there was no way she could beat this ghoul. It immediately evolved into a legendary ghoul monster after absorbing the legends from the mine. Its ancient blessing gives it insane attack resistance. That's why countless heroes died trying and failing to kill this thing, forcing them to seal it away here. Even so, Mariette refuses to give up. Corinne asked her to do this, so she has to fight with everything she has, and she is not allowed to fail. Professor Dana, of the magic department, can do nothing but stand there with her jaw on the floor. A snow alchemist versus a legendary monster, and the head of her family, Mariette, versus a ghoul. She's struggling, but she's somehow still managing to fight. A battle like this should only be possible if she were a special rank. Professor Dana suddenly realizes she is witnessing a moment that will one day be written into the history books. She can't hide her shock and fear. Marius uses a multi-layered blood snow barrier, aiming it straight at the monster. The students fight desperately to keep the ghoul from escaping, but everyone can feel that failure is just moments away. Even the girl, who could die at any second, is saved when Diaku appears just in time, pulling his master from danger. Over with Elisa. She has no idea how to beat this thing if she can't use her domain slash. The monster is still on a rampage, its mouth gaping wide enough to swallow the whole world. With Elisa practically channeling Corinne, there was only one option left: dodge and slash, pushing all that useless fear out of her head and just acting. She unleashes Heaven's Ascension. Countless slashes rain down on the beast, causing a massive explosion that blankets the area in smoke. And just like that, Elisa actually pulled it off. She won, and she didn't even have to use her territory slash. Right then, a familiar voice rings out Corinne's back. He's just standing there, arms crossed with a casual look, telling everyone they did a great job. At the same time, Crenell's spirit golem also wins its fight, crushing its opponent. Crenell boasts that he doesn't need friends, only his Luden warrior. Yeah, except he definitely needed to be friends with Corinne to even create that Luden warrior in the first place. Corinne takes a quick look at the situation, so King Hiran is dealt with. But where's the poison dragon? All he sees is a ton of blood. Alyssa quickly gives him the rundown. Mariette is still trying to hold off the poison dragon. Josephine wants to know what the next plan is. After all, he dragged her all the way here from the church, so he better have something in mind. Corinne only asked for her help to catch the demon corpse, but there are way more monsters here than just that one. While explaining the plan to Mariette, Corinne had mentioned something specific was supposed to happen here. It was probably about the wild boar monsters with ancient runes from the lab, making them nearly impossible for Mariette to control. But after she fed them the specially prepared rune stones, all she had to do was activate the rune resonance to cause a chain reaction of explosions. This was meant to wipe out the entire herd of boars. Meanwhile, his silver spear, inlaid with a primordial rune stone, was the perfect weapon to defeat the lab's other monsters. Among the high-level monsters that survived, about 30 elites remained, with the Iron Mountain King as their leader. Corinne charges ahead without a single worry. I mean, why would he be? All the main characters of this hero legend are gathered right here. These are the heroes who are destined to save the world in the future. After confirming that Marie was okay, they, along with the spirit golem, were ready to launch their counterattack and take it down. This party is not just luxurious, it's completely stacked. But the reason they lack confidence is the giant demonic beast standing right in front of them. The Iron Mountain King, uncontrollable ruler of the Iron Mountain. It crushes everything in its path, completely untamed, ruthless, and without a shred of mercy. Everyone scatters to avoid the brutal king as it devours everything in its way. The naive Crenell, eager for a fight, orders his Luden warrior to charge, but Corinne quickly stops him. They can't face this thing head-on. Crenell, however, doesn't care because this warrior is a powerful golem, the very one that defeated King Hiran. Crenell repeatedly orders it to use Spirit Bomb X7, but his moment of glory ends fast when he sees his warrior's arm get chomped right off. Well, what's done is done, so Corinne decides to let Crenell keep the demon corpse busy while everyone else begins to spread out. He asks Duen to create vines to hold it down from one direction. The vines bind the demon corpse tightly, but it just uses a primordial rune to instantly break free from its restraints. Ron moves in from behind to attack with his magic dual swords. As expected, Corinne is a master strategist, timing everything perfectly to minimize casualties. There was a fire sword and a lightning sword. All his weapons were enhanced by top-tier magic stones he got after taking down Mariusz in his vampire form. But this Iron Mountain King has a different kind of power. It continues using primordial runes, its eyes as sharp as knives. Every single one of those swords fails to leave even a scratch. Corinne gets it, immediately ordering Diaku to attack, and sure enough, it works. To damage the Iron Mountain King, they have to separate their physical and magical attacks. Its primordial rune, Bazi, can basically turn heaven itself into nothing. Through this primordial rune, the Iron Mountain King gains both incredible power and a perfect defense. It resists physical attacks with its red feathers, and magic attacks with its blue feathers. It switches its feather color back and forth to deal with each type of damage thrown at it. Duen and Crenell will stay back to hold it down, grabbing on again if it breaks loose. Ron will handle mid-range, while Alyssa and Corinne wait in the rear. Marius will be leaving the actual attacks to Diaku. Her job is just to stay mobile. She rallies everyone, telling them not to overthink it. This has to be a quick fight, so just throw out every card they have. This young man is definitely going to lead them to victory against a legend. The demon corpse attacks. Duen and Crenell use their golem to block it, and its feathers change from blue to red to block the physical attack. Immediately, all their restraints are neutralized, and it successfully breaks free. Next, Ron uses his swords to hold it in place. The tactic remains the same. Pin it down so it can't escape. Then, Diaku will slam right into the middle of the boar's face. Everyone cheers when they see it works. That attack was even more direct than the last one. However, the demon corpse's feather color hasn't changed. The transformation has stopped, it's still red. Turns out, after discovering its green fur granted it magic resistance, the beast used a little trick to set fire to Dioku, its most dangerous enemy. A massive ancient spell that vaporized everything it touched. A single, devastating blast of light sent Dioku flying into the distance. Corinne immediately yelled for Mariette to recall Dioku. She acted instantly, and Corinne charged forward. She dashed right in front of the sparkling green beast to see just how it planned on stopping this next hit. She leaped high into the air and plunged her spear straight down a one-hit kill technique, her ultimate move. The crimson attack was aimed squarely at the giant beast. For everyone watching, it was the first time they'd ever seen a simple spear throw cause such an insane shockwave. However, the monster's reflexes were just as good. It actually managed to block the attack. She told Mariette to use the blood spear one more time. If it uses blue feathers to block the blood, then on the other hand, if it uses red feathers to block her spear, it won't be able to stop the blood spear. This was a combo of both physical and magical damage. You really have to wonder how this giant monster is going to block a relentless assault from the blood spear. But hey, they don't call it the Iron Mountain King for nothing. It just let out a smug laugh and blocked both attacks at the same time. An absolute defense against both physical and magical attacks, also known as the indestructible golden body. Its fur had turned a brilliant gold. The king was laughing, completely satisfied. This was its secret trump card, 5 minutes of unbeatable golden invincibility. No one could stand against the king in this state. Corinne panicked, yelling for everyone to get out of there. For the next 5 minutes, no attack could even touch it. But it was too late. They were completely surrounded. There was nowhere left to run. Building debris had blocked their escape route. This was all part of the beast's plan, and it was smiling. To corner these poor humans, it had slammed into that wall who knows how many times. The giant couldn't fight back against it. It's time for the king to finally break free from the prison that held it captive. Golden Feathers, the final form of the Iron Mountain King, the demon of the Dingo Peninsula. The 5-minute invincibility mode of the Part 2 final boss. It was a terrifying moment that had made countless players despair. But, as it turns out, there was a hidden strategy. Corinne ordered Alyssa to immediately open the seal. Physical and magical, a penetrating sword skill that ignores 100% of all defenses to deal true damage. Aiden's #1 swordsman, Alyssa, unleashed the most effective attack against a legendary opponent. She drew her sword and charged straight at the beast. Corinne praised Alyssa, saying one of her was better than 10 other team members. Alyssa blushed, embarrassed, but worried what would happen if it just blocked again. And this is where the professor gets to shine. Professor Josephine restored the giant magic circle in a flash to suppress the demon. The indestructible golden body is strong, sure, but once that defense is shattered, the monster can't use its ultimate spell anymore. Mariette was also ready to use the blood spear again. The rest was all up to Professor Josephine. This would be the final blow. The 80-year nightmare, the beast that had slain countless heroes, the demon of the Dingo Peninsula was finally, utterly destroyed. The light that erupted as it vanished was something no spear user could ignore. The 8th origin of heaven, the item needed to ascend, was left behind by the divine being. No amount of power could destroy this ancient artifact, but its protective shell, the ancient stone, was another story. 80 years ago, a beast on the Dingo Peninsula chewed up and absorbed a ton of these ancient stones. No one ever dreamed of taking it down to get them back, because the ancient stones grant their owner immense power. But now that the demon's seal was broken and it was defeated, the protective layer around the ancient stone inside it was also completely shattered. So where did the original ancient power that was lost go? The answer is simple. It would wander, seeking the nearest vessel before settling down, and it just found its destination. 10 years ago, this was the exact reason he joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor. The Iron Mountain King was defeated by academy students, a much gentler end than he had hoped for. It had been sealed for 80 years in this prison, but now with its power, he just needed to leave the academy and vanish from the city. But the person who defeated the beast, Mariette and the great demon king of Iron Mountain's vanquisher, Knight Corinne, were standing right in his way. And who was he? None other than Dip Fomak. He was the disciple of a disciple once expelled by Corinne's own master. By that twisted logic, that makes her his grandmaster. It seems he finally realized Corinne knew his true identity. Fomak had only one thought after seeing her use the exact same spear techniques as his master, because the only person who used the 6-part spear style to that level. When he saw Corinne use the same moves, he probably thought she was just another one of his master's disciples. But nope, she was the disciple of a master he never even knew existed. Right where he had infiltrated to carry out his mission, she had already figured out his entire plan. He must have found Corinne's very existence confusing and suspicious, so the safest option was to just ignore her. Corinne, the one who fought Lunia and Aiden in the midterm ranking battles, was sent to the city outskirts. It was all just an excuse for him to get her out of his way. So, Formac thought his grand plan was a total success, shipping Corinne out of the city and calling it a day. What a genius. But our boy Formac clearly didn't expect him to use Lady Josephine's seal to teleport right back into the action. Surprise! Turns out, Professor Dana's experiment and Mariette's riot were all super convenient for Formac. He was just waiting for the perfect moment, the primal gate. Corinne wasn't about to let him take it anywhere. Formac finally drops the act, not even caring how Corinne knows everything. Some scrawny, overlooked student trying to block his path? To him, this whole situation was just a complete and utter joke. After all, Formac was famous as the #1 knight on the entire continent. A pretty big deal, apparently. Not only that, he's the mastermind who broke the ironclad king's seal. He's the final boss of Season 2, later known as a Heavenly King. His power is easily on the same level as a maxed-out Lunia Aiden. Yeah, this guy is seriously bad news. With things going his way, Formac obviously holds nothing back. He unleashes his dark energy, confident this fight will be over in seconds. Formac's abilities are all about lightning-fast counters and amplified damage in the dark. But Corinne didn't pick this spot by accident. This place is covered in ancient sun glyphs, and that light is making Formac real nervous. The natural enemy of darkness is holy light. A dark mage needs shadows to unleash their full power, just like a water mage needs moisture. But with these sun glyphs glowing everywhere, Formac is basically fighting with one hand tied behind his back. Corinne just sits there, chin resting on his hand. It took him 20 straight days to carve all these glyphs. But the payoff? A massive advantage. Every single glyph has its own strengths and weaknesses, its own specific effects. He'd been preparing for this final showdown long before anyone else. This was the ultimate counter, drowning Formac in sunlight and holy light. That shadow wrap move cost Formac a ton of mana, but it didn't matter. Whatever he tried, Corinne had a perfect counter ready. Still, the guy just won't give up. Facing such a persistent and tricky opponent, Formac instantly uses Shadow Flow, a sudden, brutal, close-range attack. Corinne whips out his spear to counter it. Next up, a crushing punch aimed right for our hero's handsome face. Corinne twists, narrowly dodging the damage. Formac keeps pressing with his erratic, unpredictable footwork, but Corinne just keeps on dodging. Shadow Flow is a relentless combo. Corinne counters with his own footwork, a technique honed purely through raw experience. The two trade blows and insults. Formac needs to get out of the city, fast, before people realize he isn't actually dead. If he was really going to bolt, he'd obviously use space magic to teleport far away. But Corinne has absolutely no intention of letting Formac just walk away. Like it or not, a duel was about to happen. It was the law. Higher risk means higher rewards. For darkness-bound folks like Formac, the law makes a formal duel impossible to refuse. Bound by the law, Formac has no choice but to accept the duel. The terms are fair, a one-on-one fight. That's exactly why Corinne came here all by himself. A duel is sacred. A life-or-death battle between two people, which means the law is restricted to 1 versus 1. As long as Corinne was alone, the duel would activate. He had no other choice. Formac recognizes him now, the disciple of the Spear King, wielder of Heavenly Queen, Erin Danua's first spear. According to the rules, there's only one outcome: win or lose. That's it. The system chimes in, repeating the laws. First law, duty. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. Second law, restraint. I cannot understand the spirits. All damage dealt is increased by 50%. Third law, the oath. I will save the world. All stats doubled. Warrior's perseverance 100 times more effective. Pain resistance. Total domain control. Medium magic circle. Mana flow, 3,500. Corinne Lough is now ready to save the world, I guess. A battle between spearmanship and martial arts. In reality, it's a fight all about controlling the distance. The martial artist uses speed glyphs to close the gap, while the spearman tries to keep them at bay. The martial artist just needs one chance. The second the spearman shows an opening, they'll rush in. But the spearman already saw this classic move coming. In close quarters combat, jumping is a terrible idea. It leaves you wide open. The martial artist waits for that exact moment his opponent lands, then unleashes Endless Heavenly Return, a 7-hit combo while they're airborne. Formac slams a ghostly spear return punch right into his opponent's face. Corinne takes the hit, and even though Formac's hand is bleeding, he doesn't stop. He does everything he can to close the distance, which actually shocks Corinne. He can't believe Formac can fight through that much pain. Pressing his advantage, he uses Heavenly Strike, hammering Corinne with a countless barrage of fists. He poured all his remaining strength into this final move. But for a split second, Corinne sees his fist open up. Format grabs the spear. It was a feint. He carves a glyph onto it. And now, weaponless, this fight just got a whole lot harder. For a spearman, losing his weapon is like losing an arm. Corinne was forced to eat a face full of knuckles from the guy's fists. He thought he could just recall his spear, but nope, it was stuck way too deep to pull out. Format pops up from behind and throws a punch, but it looks like he seriously underestimated Corinne. Weapon or no weapon, this kid is still a master. Turns out a spearman can still know a thing or two about throwing hands. As he says this, he claps back with a Bagua Dragon Ascension Palm. After all, the root of all martial arts is a good old-fashioned punch to the face. Corinne pours every ounce of his strength into a Bagua 3 palm strike, aiming right for the guy's chest. Format's a little surprised, but honestly, Corinne's fist work is nothing compared to his spear skills. He doesn't take a single scratch from the enthusiastic attack. Format counters with his left. Corinne's Bagua is strong, but he completely forgot one very important thing. For him, this is just a backup weapon. For Format, this is the art he's dedicated his entire life to perfecting. And then came the combo left hooks, straight jabs, flying fists, body shots, elbows. Corinne couldn't fight back anymore. He could only try to block. Format winds up for one final punch to end the match. But just in time, the spear zips back to block the blow for Corinne. Format is stunned. How in the world did that spear come back after he'd already chucked it away? He finally has to admit something. That kid in front of him took all those hits on purpose just to get close to his spear. Now that the weapon is back in his hands, he wastes zero time, unleashing the Fire Serpent flash stream and stabbing him over and over again. Blood erupts from Format like a fountain, his clothes ripped to absolute shreds. You have to admit, it's a pretty impressive sight. The way Corinne handled losing his weapon and knew when to give up on fisticuffs, that was some seriously smart and precise strategy. Since when did Format find himself in such a bad spot? Even though he's beaten to a pulp, he's still trying to act all cool and unfazed. Facing this situation, Format finally has to get serious. He carves 3 runes into his arm. In a world where the sky doesn't exist, a piece of it was forgotten. Format summons his celestial art, the City of Night. He has sworn his entire being to the service of darkness. Corinne using sun runes against the dark is pretty clever, but a cute little trick like that won't do a thing against eternal night. This is the forbidden land of the great warriors of the dark heaven. He charges forward, announcing that Corinne has 2 options today. 1. Get torn into 100 pieces by dark monsters, or 2. Get punched so hard he'll go say hi to his ancestors. Corinne just calmly asks one simple question. Isn't this a one-on-one match? He knew the guy would pull some cheap tricks, so he prepared a golden ginseng root. The second he pulls it out, the thing starts screaming 7 times louder than a normal one, and nothing can block the sound. Even dark monsters can't stand before the shriek of this one-of-a-kind ginseng, which means Format can't handle this little trick either. Blood is pouring from Corinne's ears from the awful sound, but he's still confident he's going to beat this guy right here. The beast is dead, the ginseng keeps on screaming, and all of his shadow clones are starting to disappear. He also makes sure to let Format know that he has a powerful healing ability. The longer this fight goes, the more he'll adapt and gain the upper hand. Format, on the other hand, will just have to suffer. This sends him into a rage, and he uses Shadow Wrap times 12. He declares that from the second Corinne entered this fortress, he had 0 chance of winning. He keeps attacking, and Corinne dodges every single blow. Suddenly, the guy is right behind him, pinning him down. Corinne immediately uses Ghost Spear Whirling Return to break free from the hold. More runes are summoned, combo techniques, a spiral counterforce. Corinne is just taking hit after hit. He laughs and rips off his shirt. The light erupting from his body completely overwhelms everything. That's why the dark magic is useless now, but doing this is basically suicide. His body could get incinerated at any moment. Corinne rushes forward with the Supreme Fire Serpent flash stream. It's time to stop the games and fight to the end with pure skill. This is a fair fight, so both of them need to attack with their full strength, no more holding back. Instinctively, he can feel it, the warrior he's facing is his one true mortal enemy. At this moment, Format is ready to bet his entire life on this fight. He activates the 6 Paths of Sura. It's a self-destruct skill that burns every last bit of the user's magic in exchange for overwhelming power and speed, a technique only the Grand Heavenly Kings possess. Now, the real fight begins. The 6 Paths Spear Technique's Battle-Breaking Spear versus Sura. Corinne uses the same skill, and both warriors put everything they have into this single blow. Both of them endure pain that's impossible to avoid. The two are perfectly matched, a dead heat. It seems like it's all over. The spear is covered in blood, and so are they. They stand in silence for a long time. The result is exactly what everyone hoped for. Corinne's spear successfully punched a hole straight through Format's body. He'd won, sure, but closing his eyes only brought back the haunting screams of that fight. This was his big rematch with Fomak after getting totally wrecked back in Phase 2. Our hero and his crew were trapped in a total nightmare, a hell cleverly disguised as some kind of paradise. Good people like Chesson and Corinne lost way too many friends in that fight, and it was all thanks to one of the four heavenly kings, Fomak Demon. But unlike last time, this demon king got absolutely wrecked, collapsing in a bloody heap right in front of Corinne. Corinne walks over to loot the body, and just as he suspected the special item he was looking for wasn't there. It was one of four hidden treasures, the Gem of Destiny. If that monster actually had it, Corinne's chances of winning would have been basically zero. Turns out, our boy had already snagged what he needed. Some guy named Tate Vantaja is hunting for 8 ancient stones, trying to summon a whole city of darkness into their world. Still, Corinne just couldn't see how that was important enough to justify slaughtering all those people. Being mad at the world is understandable, but their way of handling it was completely messed up. And now Corinne's just sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted, with a busted left eardrum from running around with that magic ginseng. His right side was no better. He bet too much on his healing ability, and the sun artifact just torched him. He could handle the burns, but the punch from Fomak was the real issue. It broke a few ribs and completely scrambled all his insides. He could barely even lift his left leg, which also took a massive beating. You'd think he'd be used to pain by now, but nope. He had to fight just to stay conscious. System notification. You have defeated Fomak Damon. Your reward is now being delivered. But that hardly mattered. His vision was blurring as everything faded away. Beating a major boss meant a nice bonus reward was coming. While fading out, Corinne spots Alyssa waiting for him. Professor Dana is handling the cleanup, but she looks incredibly sad. Roan had already left, but Duen and the others had been found. Before dipping, Roan made it super clear their relationship was strictly business. The artifacts and golden ginseng were safely stored away. Alyssa lets Corinne crash on a park bench, and he immediately starts praising her barrier skill, saying he couldn't have won without her. Of course, Alyssa humbly tries to brush it off, but that doesn't change a thing. She was crucial. It suddenly hits Alyssa that Corinne was always drawing those ancient scripts during their missions. He had been preparing for this specific battle for a very long time, so Alyssa has to ask why he insisted on facing that monster all by himself when they could have fought as a team. Corinne just stares at her. To him, it's simple. Fewer people means fewer deaths. Cold as ice, but hey, he got the job done. With his ribs broken, he gets shipped off to the hospital. His plan was just too dangerous to drag anyone else into it. Once everyone hears, they rush over with food and fruit, peeling peaches and literally spoon-feeding the guy. Meanwhile, his two bros get a front-row seat to watch our hero get doted on by all the ladies. I mean, look at this. Who wouldn't be a little salty? We feel your pain, guys. All these beautiful girls fussing over their friend. The two of them just can't believe they have to witness this torture. The jealousy is real. Alyssa senses the awkward vibe and suggests they play a game. Mariette happily agrees, even wanting to invite Corinne's other friends. And just like that, with one sentence, the jealousy melted away into admiration and gratitude. Just then, a knock on the door. It's Miss Josephine, along with Lady Ariel Casa, the current headmistress of Merkabadine Academy. They showed up exactly as Corinne expected. He knew he'd have to face them sooner or later. Time to prove his worth. The headmistress promptly kicks Corinne's friends out of the room, citing security reasons. He could tell they were still suspicious of him, so he needed to change the subject. Fast. Corinne drops the bomb that Fomak was a spy, but they don't seem surprised. They must have found something on the body. But he still had a card up his sleeve. Tate Vantager Fomak was his disciple. Josephine absolutely loses it, claiming that's impossible since the guy supposedly died 80 years ago. The six-form spear technique? Infinity. Of course they knew all of it, since they were the ones who taught him in the first place. And as it turns out, Corinne is one of them too. The second Josephine learns he's Vantager's disciple, she flips out and goes on high alert. But Corinne isn't some random killer. He's not dumb enough to reveal this if it would hurt him. He also knows he's not talking to their real bodies. Their true selves are stuck in the main building and can't leave. Vantager's disciples are still alive and scattered all over the continent, and he's become way stronger than before, and he's not alone anymore. This whole mess is because of a decision the headmistress made 80 years ago. Her original power got scattered, and she's only recovered 2 parts of it. Corinne pulls out a newly found ancient artifact, something even the headmaster and the Liefeld Stone of Truth might not know. Turns out, he's holding one of Danua's 4 sacred treasures. As long as he can't fully recover his power, he's no longer considered a threat, a usurper to the throne. He gives the stone to Erin Danua, and the pieces start falling into place. It's why Josephine, with her 80 years of experience, never became headmaster. And why the rising star Ariel Casa instantly snagged the top spot? Because 80 years ago the headmaster was Viren, and 50 years ago it was Weir. The current headmaster, Kassa, shares a secret with them. Their bodies are all fortified and empowered by these ancient stones. Corinne just smirks and takes off his shirt, revealing his body is covered in the same kind of runes. He and the headmaster have the same goal. Corinne kneels before him, offering to become his vanguard spear to protect the world. He says he'd be honored to even be treated as a mere servant. Ariel Kassa, no, that's Erin Danua. Corinne can't forget what he did in the last timeline, and now it is payback time. Meanwhile, Josephine slowly makes her way back to her room in the main building. Erin sits in silence, truly wondering, can he trust this kid Corinne? And is she really still alive? Erin knows better than to trust anyone easily, so his only option is to have this student watched. They can't fully trust Corinne yet. With so much responsibility, Erin can't act rashly, because every single word from Corinne could be a lie. And yet, there's one thing he just can't figure out. Why did that kid look at him with such deep sadness in his eyes? At Makabar Academy's anniversary celebration, there's going to be a rank reappointment ceremony based on everyone's performance. And this is a huge deal. The rank you get when you first join is temporary. This one, from the Academy's Guard Association, is official. So, you can bet students are training like their lives depend on it, all for a shot at the best official ranking. Many students are already on par with the Academy's official guards, and now they will begin announcing the rank changes. Second-year student and top of the magic class, Mariette Dunalep. Mariette proved herself by helping handle the disaster at the training grounds. To be fair, she contributed almost nothing last semester, since she was forbidden from leaving the city after turning into a Maka dragon. However, Mariette helped Professor Dana research her massive mana pool post-transformation, which was a huge benefit to the Academy. With an ability like that, of course she was getting promoted. Above all, her efforts in stopping the Iron Mountain King were crucial in minimizing casualties at the Academy. On the recommendation of Headmaster Kassa and Guard Association President Dina Grendia, Mariette is promoted to semi-special rank. The crowd is moved to tears. She's now the youngest semi-special ranker in history. Her name is definitely going down in the books. The next students called up are just like Mariette. They all made huge contributions during that incident. Hearing this, the crowd starts whispering. Who else helped? Nobody seems to know what's going on. While the incident is well known, the details were kept top secret. No one knows about the Iron Mountain King or the traitor, Professor Fomak Damon. The names are called out. Cranel Luden and Duin from the magic class, from the night class, Alyssa Aiden and Ron Waskey. And finally, Corinne Lough. All four are promoted to semi-first rank. Corinne, despite being a rank 5 guard, showed an absolutely outstanding performance, so Headmaster Ariel Kassa, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Haman Gels have all recommended him for a promotion to first-rank guard. The crowd erupts in whispers. Jumping from rank 5 to rank 1 in a single semester? That is completely unheard of. Corinne officially goes from a rank 5 guard to a first-rank guard. His skills are undeniable, but the real reason for this insane promotion was his critical role in defeating Professor Fomak. And the most important part? The special privileges of a first-rank guard. The authority to join the main guard squad immediately. He got it in less than 2 years, a massive game-changer for his future. Corinne will gather all the elites here. Strength and connections build power, and that power will let him do anything he wants. Finally, summer vacation has arrived, and everyone in the group has their own different plans. Some need to make money, some are going home, one has an internship, and another is seeking advice from experienced upperclassmen. Someone is heading west. Cranel heard a castle is being demolished and wants to find an energy core for his golem. Elisa is annoyed. She'll probably have to return to her family estate since her grandfather is calling. As for Corinne, he remembers his old house, completely empty. His family had gone on vacation. Without him, so they traveled all the way to Ven because some glitchy messenger system delivered the memo 3 days late. Elisa, bless her heart, summons all her courage to ask Corinne if he wants to crash at her place. Apparently, going alone is a little too spooky for her. Which is weird, because for a girl like Elisa, fear shouldn't even be in her vocabulary. And besides, nothing bad ever happens in the game, so Corinne turns her down, deciding to check out the sea to the east instead. See, Corinne has a place he absolutely has to get to, and it can't wait. He's still got some time before the next semester starts, and without this summer break, getting there would be impossible. So Corinne hops on a train and his real journey begins. He just has to survive a 9-hour ride to the northern continent first. Oh, and did I mention there's a gang of robbers on this train? They pull out their weapons, telling everyone to put their hands up and empty their pockets. Classic. The passengers are all pale with fear, dead silent. The bald dude leading the charge is a semi-first class, and he's loving the power trip over these normal folks. Just then, 2 people accidentally stumble into the exact train car where this whole shakedown is happening. The bald leader goes ballistic. Where did this idiot come from? He screams at them, asking if they can't read signs and telling them to get their hands up if they want to live. But Baldy has no idea who he's messing with. This is Corinne Lough, and this kid isn't scared of anyone. He doesn't say a word, just one clean uppercut sends the guy's head smashing into the roof of the train. Corinne Lough is a first-class knight. Why would he sweat some semi-class scrub? And with that, his southern adventure officially kicks off. In the library of Mercadia Academy, Corinne cracks open a grimoire about a warrior's insane healing power. It reminds him of a soldier he once saw, dying on a blood-soaked battlefield. The guy was literally holding his torn-up body against a rock, but somehow, he was still standing. Corinne asked him if he wanted a quick end. The warrior just said, "I'd kill for a drink of water right about now." Respecting this tough-as-nails soldier, he grabbed some water from a nearby lake to quench the man's thirst. And then something absolutely wild happened. All of his wounds healed up completely. After finishing the book, Corinne is just stunned. That warrior was practically dead, but recovered, standing as proud as a living legend. Suddenly, his buddy with the dead eyes walks up and asks, "Is my castle in the south still standing?" He tells Corinne to swing by his office if he's ever in the area, but Corinne has no clue what he's talking about. He never found anything like that in his past life. The friend doesn't bother explaining. He just tells Corinne that he has to find that thing for himself, and he hopes Corinne gains that warrior's courage. Because with that kind of bravery, there's absolutely nothing in the world you can't accomplish. He wasn't some grand hero or a wise sage, just a humble man who would save the world. You always have the choice to run from danger, but he chose to stand his ground. At that moment, a spirit leaves his friend's body. The spirit shows deep respect for Corinne, thanking him for the news about his wife and child back at the southern gate. And that's the real reason Corinne decided to head south. He figures going with Mariette is a good call, since she's a southerner herself. Back in the present, a police officer is gushing with thanks for helping them catch the robbers. He admits he would have been in big trouble without them. The crooks are all lined up, and the officer rewards Corinne with a nice, heavy bag of money. Corinne tries to play it cool, saying it's not necessary, but come on, who's gonna turn that down? He graciously accepts their kindness. His personal quest is basically never ignore people in need, and the reward for this little side mission is 2 skill points. Totally worth it. Being a good guy pays off. With a bag full of cash, the two of them cheerfully head off to find a good place to eat. The officer watches the 2 students go, thinking how happy they look just from doing a good deed. They arrive at the gateway to the southern lands. Every carriage here is heading for the major southern city. From there, it's another 8-hour ride. Basically a medieval torture session for your spine. Welcome to Wyvern's Landing. Corinne's used this method of travel a few times in his past life. It's way faster and more comfortable than a carriage, though some people aren't fans. Yeah, because you get to travel on giant birds. They get to skip the 30 silver coin fee, because Mariette's clan hooked her up with a ride that's a little different. Meet the Horusver, a Varsender, a massive, majestic eagle. This is the legendary ride from the city of LEP, the fastest and most agile transport in existence. This thing is worth 12 wyverns. You better hold on tight. The ground crew scrambles to prep the landing site, getting visual confirmation from 200 lits up. Estimated arrival time is in 10 minutes. 2 of the staff are just gossiping, wondering what the academy is up to. It's the academy's break, so all the students went home. And that can only mean one thing: their princess, Mariette, is on her way back. Looks like everyone is getting ready to roll out the red carpet with a massive welcome. They touch down, the doors opened, and bam, a whole army of servants lined up to greet Lady Mariette as she began her vacation. Someone congratulated her on a special promotion. Meanwhile, Corinne was just now realizing their destination was Left City, and to the east was Duna City. Put those 2 city names together and you get Dunalef Mariette's family name. She said her family were farmers. Yeah, what kind of farm owns 2 cities? Something about 2 million of them. Poor Corinne naively assumes it's 2 million pyong, but the truth is 2 million hectares. His jaw just drops. That's equivalent to 6.5 billion pyong. It all made sense though, since the Dunalef family was absurdly famous down south. There was the Dunalef Hair Salon, the Dunalef General Store, the Dunalef Agricultural Center, and even a Dunalef Pro Wrestling Federation. You name it. They slapped their name on it. The endless signs on the road pretty much proved that. Standing before the massive Dunalef mansion, Corinne was just speechless. Mariette never said she was rich because it was her parents' money. The butler decided to speak up. She was going to inherit it all anyway, being the eldest child. Noticing she'd brought a junior home, he slid right up to Corinne to start teasing him. For generations, he explained, the family has always had a live-in son-in-law. They even provide a house and business support. He went on about how Lady Mariette was called the flower of the South for her beauty and brains, even as a kid. The amount of marriage proposals she got was enough to fill an entire potato warehouse, apparently. Maybe even more. Corinne just nodded along, but the guy was talking so fast he didn't understand a single word. Then there was the matter of the Duke's castle, which had recently been purchased by a Baron Cassius. In Corinne's past life, that castle was owned by someone else, some corrupt merchant from the southern islands. A real piece of work. Just to get permission to enter, he and his partner had to grind day and night fighting a giant sea monster. After all that trouble, they finally got in. He was not looking forward to doing that again. But Mariette had already given Baron Cassius a heads up, so they could apparently go there whenever they wanted. She told the Baron that Corinne wanted to visit, and he immediately agreed, telling them to come over any time. In fact, he was throwing a party on Friday, so they should both come. Corinne was frozen. Problems could really be solved that easily? After all, in his last life, he had to work like a dog just to get in once. Mariette was a goddess, a superstar, a queen, the most beautiful problem solver on the planet. She suggested they go shopping tomorrow for party outfits, since it was pretty boring here. The prices alone made him dizzy, 3 gold for a suit, 6 for accessories, 4 for another outfit. And on top of that, there was a watch, and who knows what else. The payment method? A blank check. All of it was designer gear. This kind of cash could make you a real estate mogul in the capital. The absurd cost was making him more than a little flustered. He was half expecting her to make him sign a contract, but Mariette just kept shopping happily, buying so much it started to genuinely scare him. She then presented him with a large wooden crate filled with a type of mineral used frequently in Odachi. It was an item he never thought he'd touch, something the entire academy probably didn't have, indestructible stone. Unlike silver crystal, which shatters under powerful magic, this stuff doesn't break. He was grinning like a kid who just got the world's best Christmas present. He had no idea how she even managed to get this, since it's not something you can just find lying around. This one stone made him happier than all the other gifts today combined, because it's the special stone used for Emperor Garandadel's legendary hidden sword. Mariette shyly explained that if he put it on his spear, its power would increase like crazy. Even his entire field of magic would grow, letting Corinne crush any trial with ease. She knew how much it would help, so she hunted everywhere for this special gift. Seeing Kraft this happy made her happy too. It was definitely worth the effort. That night, they returned to the mansion for a massive feast. When you're a guest here, eating with the family is mandatory. The woman with the warm smile was her mother, but before he could even introduce himself, someone else cut in. He said he needed to ask Corinne one question before dinner, and his answer would determine if he even got a seat. The question was simple. Are you a virgin? This was Mardadunalef, Mariette's father. Corinne completely froze. The wife next to him smacked her husband on the arm, scolding him for such a shameless question. But what dad isn't like that? If Corinne became the son-in-law of the Dunalef clan, well, as they say, a bad start means a bad ending. This dinner was not going to be smooth. The dad kept pushing, saying his daughter was a hard one to win over. Mariette would only marry the person she truly loves. Mariette had to physically drag her dad away before he could say anything else mortifying. The lady of the house, however, had heard all about Corinne and was genuinely eager to meet him. She bowed deeply, sincerely thanking Corinne for everything he'd done for her daughter. Corinne was totally confused. He just did it because, well, it felt right. And get this, Mariette's mother starts blushing. She thought her daughter's letters were pure fantasy, but nope, this Corinne kid actually delivered the fairy tale. Then dad just pops out of nowhere to lay down the law. Yeah, I'm grateful. But you're only allowed to hold hands, and you better stay pure. The two women were so mortified they just used force to shut him up. Corinne just thinks this family is a total trip. The next day at the Duke's castle, Baron Cassius practically runs out to welcome them. The dude's grinning like he just won the lottery. Seeing this super friendly attitude made Corinne question his entire existence. No way this was the same person. Was this really the same guy from his past life who said he wouldn't open the gate unless Corinne caught a sea slug for him? As they walked into the castle, Corinne had to admit he was feeling pretty proud. If he hadn't saved her, he never would have seen her looking this gorgeous, and the South would have lost its beloved lady. Seriously, the Dunlap family's influence in the South is absolute. Getting Mariette to show her face was way more useful than catching some dumb sea slug. Everyone at the party started buzzing, shocked that the Dunlap family was here. Turns out, Count Brandria has some serious pull. Our duo brought all their gear. The plan was to wait for the party to peak, talk to the Count, then head to the study. Suddenly, some slick-looking guy slides up, introducing himself as Galay from the Rondinium family. He asks Mariette for a dance, and then a whole swarm of other guys rush in, all wanting the first dance with her. They were practically fighting over her, and Mariette had no idea what to do. So Corinne steps into the rescue, calling them out for their lack of class. Corinne kisses her hand and asks Mariette for the first dance himself. This is basic etiquette, people. He forgot in his past life and got an earful. Pro tip, you want the first dance? You kiss the hand first. Mariette was so moved she couldn't speak and immediately accepted. The two of them flow together with the music, and he feels like he has to repay his savior for everything she's done. He relied on her a ton back in the South, but man, this situation right now is seriously dangerous. 2. Very firm, very round things kept bumping into him, and our boy Corinne was struggling to keep his composure. Overcome with embarrassment, Mariette's high heel stomps right on Corinne's foot. It hurt like heck, but he played it cool, pulling her closer to guide her. Mariette's face turned beet red, and she got even more flustered when Corinne started talking. He tells her to forget everyone else. Right now, she just needs to look at him and enjoy the dance. Now put your feet on mine and follow my lead. Look me in the eyes, feel the movement. You're a natural at this. It felt like they were the only two people in the room. Just as he learned in his past life, you find your balance by looking into your partner's eyes. They both started smiling, neither of them sure who began it. They shared a dreamlike moment. After the first dance ended, other guys tried to cut in, but Mariette turned every single one of them down. Corinne then escorted her from the party, leaving the rich boys absolutely fuming. Their goddess was leaving with some random nobody. The other noble ladies, however, thought the whole thing was incredibly romantic. Corinne's protectiveness was so cool, and that dance was absolutely breathtaking. Our duo finally makes it to Duke Sabancia's study. The mission: find a trace of the Duke. Corinne recalls that in the game, the player had to find clues about his wife and daughter. Normally, you could just hand this book to the Duke to complete the side quest. But in the game error, his past life, there was no mention of searching the study. He has no clue why he was summoned, but Corinne starts searching anyway. They look around for a while but come up with nothing. Man, this quest is tough. There's no evidence, no hidden compartments, none of the usual tricks. And to make things worse, Mariette is now starving. She rushed over so fast she didn't even have time to eat. Mariette gives Corinne this super shy look, the kind of look that just naturally happens when a relationship starts leveling up. And then, somehow, she's sitting on his lap. Turns out Corinne's letting her drink his blood to make up for her missed breakfast. She leans in and bites right into his shoulder. Corinne doesn't even flinch. He just says he must have the pain tolerance of a warrior because he can't feel a thing. Suddenly, it hits him. The endurance of a tenacious warrior. He received that skill along with a soul. Remo, the book where Duke Sabancia's soul is sealed, has special powers and curses. Corinne tells Mariette to summon Yivka. Corinne wants to try summoning her in a semi-transparent state, like an astral projection before her physical body can fully form. Mariette works her magic, and bam, Dioku goes from a handsome wolf boy to a disgusting worm pig thing. A moment later, poor Dioku just fades out of existence. But Corinne, unable to perceive spirits, suddenly felt a bone-deep chill creep over him. The world plunged into darkness, and the horrifying truth dawned on him. Yeah, maybe someone should have mentioned that the spirit sealed in the Grand Grimoire library was Duke Sabastia himself. That dude decided that since he couldn't die, his bloodlust caused his soul and body to literally split apart. So where's the Duke's body? Oh, just standing right in front of Corinne, radiating absolute killer intent. He asks the kid why he's here with his soul fragments and just what he's doing in this castle. Corinne pipes up with a little question of his own. If his body and soul are separate, how is he still walking around? But Duke Sabastia is not having it. He makes it clear that He asks the questions, and Corinne is only allowed to answer. The guy radiates terrifying power. So much for this being a simple quest. This is way more than just a normal book. Flashback 800 years ago, there was a great general who commanded the entire South Duke Sabastia himself. People called him the strongest of his era. No, wait, the strongest of all time. And now Corinne has to fight this strongest of all time legend. The Duke asks him flat out, "Did you kill my soul?" Corinne says no. He actually helped his soul find peace and finally pass on. He was kind of hoping for something a little better than that old magic book as a reward, honestly. The Duke doesn't believe a word of it. If his soul really led Corinne here, he wouldn't have brought a vampire along. He's not buying the lies from this kid's mouth. Besides, Corinne is wondering how a soulless corpse can even move like that. Because this body belongs to a vampire, it's immortal. It needs a soul fragment trapped in this castle to keep him from becoming a monster like the one Corinne brought with him. He's talking about Mariette, of course. Corinne desperately explains that she's not a demon, that she controls her vampire powers. The Duke looks completely hopeless. After fighting his own bloodlust for 800 years, he destroyed his soul, his senses, and his emotions. But one thing never left him: the taste for blood. An instinct he can't escape. He doesn't believe in things that he can't verify himself. If Corinne plans to stop him, he's going to get hurt too. Man, Corinne really should not have brought Mariette. They locked up Sabastia's body for so long because he's got a major vendetta against vampires. That legendary hero has completely lost his mind. If he was the strongest then, he's at least a semi-special grade threat now. Corinne has to give it his all. He unleashes the sixth form of the six paths, the ultimate serpent Ashura, and launches himself at the Duke. The Duke simply counters with his poison dragon head technique. The absurd power radiating from his sword is the power of creation itself. He got it by killing a dragon back in the day. He then combines it with his ultimate technique, the Ghost Sword Dragon Slayer, and cuts a line straight down Corinne's body. Looks like he messed up. This guy is way stronger than he thought. To the Duke, she's a low-class monster, unfit to live a normal human life. Mariette has no clue what he's talking about, but his bloodlust proves that all willpower can overcome this. Eventually, she'll just crave her lover's blood and end up slaughtering everyone she cares about. He aims his sword right at Mariette and relentlessly tells her to get out of this place. She dodges one slash, but the sheer terror is making it impossible for her to fight back. Seeing his master under attack, Dioku lunges forward, biting the Duke's arm, and is immediately bound by restraining chains. His jaw is locked shut, too. The Duke offers some sarcastic praise, noting his impressive speed for a mighty beast. He's faster than the Duke was in his prime, sure, but he's just a monster relying on pure strength without strategy. While talking, he stabs Dioku through the chest with the sealing sword of Romania, which traps immortals in a linked space. A monster, he says, will always be a monster, that's all. Mariette doesn't believe it. She thinks that's totally wrong. If Corinne said it was okay, then it's okay. Seeing the girl's fierce belief, he immediately brings over Corinne's mangled body. This, he says, is the best path for them both. Mariette collapses beside his weakened form. Corinne's hand trembles as his blood forms a puddle. Mariette stares at it, her breathing heavy and ragged. To the Duke, this is what he expected from a lowly vampire, unable to conquer her base instincts even as her lover is dying. But that's just what the old ghost thought happened. The truth? Mariette never drank that blood. Instead, she used her own blood as an elixir, feeding it to Corinne. Not only did she resist drinking his, she gave up her own. Mariette completely shattered her limits. She should have lost all reason, surrendered to her primal instincts, but Mariette actually did it. It was something Sebastia himself could never do. He couldn't save anyone. He was the one who succumbed to his desires, but this boy and this girl were different. A realization seemed to hit him that he couldn't judge everyone by his own failures, and then he plunged his sword straight into Corinne's chest, with Mariette powerless to stop him. She didn't know how much longer this spirit would mess with them, but she absolutely refused to let him take her Corinne away. A brilliant light enveloped them, and in a flash, they were back in the previous room. Corinne just placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down, saying he was fine. Mariette, of course, was a mess of tears. It was Duke Sebastia who had saved Corinne. Tossing his sword aside, he revealed he had transferred his own magic core to the boy. Now Sebastia finally understood why his spirit had led Corinne here. He could see the qualities of a true hero within him. Those who crave power are always greedy, but Corinne wasn't like that. He possessed a faith and dignity those people could never have. Most of all, Corinne succeeded where he had failed. He had earned the right to change this world, the world Sebastia couldn't protect 800 years ago. Duke Sebastia wanted Corinne to be the one to finally fix the mistakes he had made so long ago. And with those last words, his form slowly dissipated, vanishing completely. Corinne could feel it beating in his heart, the magic core of the great General Sebastia Zook. Talk about an unbelievable reward. Mariette threw her arms around him, clinging to him, terrified that he had been lost to her forever. Crying, she made Corinne promise not to die unless she gave him permission. But hey, all's well that ends well, and a reward this epic was more than enough. Corinne's prize for this round was none other than Sebastia's own magic core. His magic level shot up instantly as the core's power began to take form. If Corinne had one wish, it was for the Duke's soul, tormented for 800 long years, to finally find happiness. The system notifications blew up. You have acquired Duke Sebastia's aura core. Your aura has leveled up. A special core ability has been formed. Corinne's second core not only boosted his aura rank, but it was a whole second core, period. And this thing came with insane abilities like persistent regenerating warrior, endurance, total domain, and dual core. But something still felt off. In the game from his past life, Duke Sebastia never gave players this power. Wouldn't it have been better if he was just this generous from the start, instead of making everyone suffer? Suddenly, a maid walked in, only to witness two people with their clothes in disarray. One lying on the other's lap, both breathing heavily. Corinne knew this looked bad, and he scrambled to explain that it's really not what it looks like. But how could she possibly believe him? Seeing is believing, after all. The smell of sweat, the heated atmosphere, the maid turned beet red, unable to speak. She just bolted, not forgetting to apologize for interrupting their activities. All Corinne could do was yell after her that it was all a big misunderstanding. This news, of course, sent Mariette's father into a rage. He swore he would skin Corinne alive, grind his bones, and drink his blood. It took 20 days to clear up this mess, during which Corinne wisely hid in the mountains to train his new aura. People all over the city were hunting for the scoundrel who dared touch their lady. But thankfully, the misunderstanding was eventually resolved, right after Corinne became public enemy #1 of the South. By the time he returned to the academy, the second semester was starting, along with preparations for the festival. The two sat in a carriage, happily discussing business. Their inn was going to make a fortune. It was guaranteed to be profitable. A massive wave of tourists would flood in for the festival, and their inn would thrive. After making a huge profit, he'd sell the land for a mountain of cash. Then that money would just make more money. With these plans, Corinne was on the fast track to being filthy rich. Just thinking about it felt amazing. Festivals were the absolute best. But a bucket of ice-cold water was promptly dumped on all of Corinne's hopes. A super typhoon was approaching something that never happened in his previous life. A storm that massive would definitely cause problems for the festival. But Mariette? Business is business. He still had to write the promissory note. If he couldn't pay her back, well, Mariette wouldn't make it too difficult for him. She'll help, but only if Miss Rin agrees to one little condition. He thinks her offer sounds super suspicious, and there's no way he's letting this slide. We're at the special dorms of Mary Kaba Academy. The two of them are crashing in the headmaster's room, who's the only one here right now. Professor Josephine is on vacation with Warren back at Gion Chapel. The headmaster agrees to let Corinne stay the night. After all, he's not exactly a stranger anymore. They even considered just letting Corinne stay here for the term. And yeah, he knew it was mostly to keep an eye on him. Professor Josephine and Headmaster Erin still didn't trust him one bit. This storm, though, was a real head-scratcher. A hurricane this big should be causing way more damage, but right now, nothing major. The city was fine, but the suburbs were getting hit hard. The storm also wasn't moving. Why? Because it wasn't natural, it was the work of a monster. Our story kicks off on a vital sea route in the southern archipelago. Here lived the lonely king of the ocean, the sea serpent, who one day went completely nuts, decided humans weren't his problem, and started sinking ships and invading their turf. Naturally, some guy decided he wanted to be a hero and fight the crazy sea king. That guy was Levin Tulinaria. Ignoring his dad's worries, he was dead set on hunting this A-rank monster. If he beat it, boom, instant promotion to a first-class knight. And then, he could finally swoop in and steal Lady Mariette from Corinne. The dude got rejected for one dance and spun that into a full-blown obsession. He just had to surpass Corinne, kill the sea serpent, and bring peace back to the land. So off they went. A strike team fought for 5 straight nights, and peace sort of returned to Elbian. Just a little piece of it. In the end, they couldn't catch the sea serpent. It got away, but not before taking a bunch of innocent lives with it. These bats, Anvin bats, create storms to give birth in. They literally become the eye of the storm to hide from predators. They're called golden bats because their flesh and blood are basically miracle cures, and even other monsters are dying to get a taste. The injured sea serpent couldn't ignore this flying buffet, so the pregnant bat booked it north, flying as fast as she could to a safe place. And the spot she chose to have her babies? The cursed land Corinne just bought. Who knew your financial future could be torpedoed by a bat? He had no idea why they were here. Weren't they supposed to be breeding on some remote islands during the summer? But then it dawned on him the butterfly effect he'd created. One little flap of his wings brought a literal hurricane to his front door. The guys building his inn took one look at the sky and got the heck out of there. They couldn't exactly keep working with the weather getting crazier by the second. Continuing would be a death sentence. If this storm keeps up for another week, Corinne's inn project is completely finished. He'd already spent 280 gold coins just to buy the land, 330 on materials, another 220 for labor and finishing touches, and only 110 of that was his own money. The rest? All loans. If this business tanks, he'll be stuck with a crushing 720 gold coin debt. At this rate, he was absolutely completely doomed. A bit later, the Mukaba Academy held an emergency meeting. Headmaster Ariel Casa summoned a few professors and students, including Hameng from the Knights Division, Dana Arian from the Magic Division Professor, Ega Linton, and Lurala Musk, an alchemy professor, plus Ugin Renshi, the new Knights Division Professor. They argued about the Anvan bats causing the storm. Hameng was all for catching them, but Ega shot that idea down immediately. He claimed the storm would pass in a month on its own, so there was no reason to risk it. Lurala wanted to know how he could be so sure. Ega explained that the bats' breeding season lasts from June to September, and they have notoriously short cycles. Even factoring in other variables, the storm would be gone in a month, tops. If that was true, then there was no need to act. Lurala agreed they should just wait and see. Ogin, however, argued they had to handle it now. Students couldn't return, the festival would be delayed, and the academy would look like it just sat on its hands. Someone else argued that they're a school, not monster slayers, and the association should be the one to act first. Opinions flew across the room, some for, some against. Total gridlock. Corinne, silent until now, finally spoke up. He knew he was just a kid, but he begged them to listen. He launched into this fiery speech about courage, goodness, and fighting for his ideals, even if it meant dying to protect the weak and defeat evil. We are guardians, protectors of humanity, so of course we must fight. The guy was getting so worked up he couldn't control himself. And why not? This was his golden opportunity. The more they pushed back, the more frantic his performance became. His mouth was saying all the right things about the victims who lost their homes, but his heart was screaming about saving his own broke-ass life. He went on about people forced onto the streets, jobs lost, hungry kids without a roof over their heads. We can't abandon them. And people were actually buying it. They were so moved by Corinne's sincere plea, they started praising him while he kept up the sad boy act. He kept laying it on thick, the spirit of knighthood, the guardian's oath, how he just wanted to save people. We have to save the people. Hearing all this, the other upperclassmen get their hero mode activated. Plus, they're huge fans of Miss Rin, a hot-blooded knight at such a young age. And just like that, an assault team is formed. In the name of the righteous guard, they swear to protect them with their lives. With this epic performance, all the professors and students agree to attack. The assault team is a go. Now, all they have to do is wait for the perfect moment. Seeing Corinne so moved, the professor never imagined he had such a noble, heroic heart. Oh, he's being sincere. All right, he's got to pay back a 720 gold coin debt. Corinne's entire life savings depends on this mission. The plan is simple. To catch the golden bat Anvin living in the eye of the storm, they need a support team to create a crack in the storm itself. If they make a crack, the entry team goes in and takes down the Anvan. It'd be great if it were that easy. But these monsters got trapped trying to eat the Anvan, so they've been starving for a while and are absolutely furious. Still, Corinne isn't too worried. In his golden years, this professor was called Ha-Men the Slasher, the #1 semi-knight Ha-Men Gels. He wields a 2-meter-long staff like it's a simple club. This is the #1 semi-knight, Professor Ogun, and a first-class mage and temporary team captain, a man of exceptional talent. That's not a pipe, it's the staff he uses as a weapon, Professor Ega. And best of all, a second-year student who's also a first-class knight like Corinne Lough, a member of the Manzo tribe of the North Island, Berjaker the Berserker. With a squad this stacked, it would be weird if they didn't demolish these monsters. That Berserker dude is seriously massive. Is he some kind of human-giant hybrid or what? Anyway, the main goal is to capture the Anvan. They have to get into the eye of the storm before the damage spreads. And of course, before there's damage to his future mansion. For the mansion, for the money, for a rich future, you just wait. Anvan, everyone prepares to enter the eye of the storm, with the others following close behind. But once inside, they discover a small storm within the larger one. This has never been seen before. Ega figures it sensed them coming and used its last bit of strength to create a smaller storm. This can only be a mother's instinct. Even for a beast, it's pretty incredible. According to Professor Ogun, if they can endure some nasty wounds all over, they can probably punch right through it. But since that would cause a ton of casualties for the professors, there's no need to push themselves that hard. Ega immediately fires a signal to the support team. Professor Dana, receiving the signal, instantly unleashes her power. She summons crimson lightning from the sky, but it looks like she might have used a little too much juice. This thing could probably wipe out the entire professor squad. Everyone quickly dives behind Ega's shield. They just needed enough power to clear the storm, but she went completely overboard. The sheer destructive power is insane. With just a single strike, everything is utterly annihilated. The whole team was almost wiped out. This is exactly why Heyman hates mages. But anyway, the problem is solved, right? The storm should be gone. Except it's not. The storm is still there, completely unfazed. With that much lightning, even a top-tier monster would be toast, yet this thing didn't even flinch. They start to realize something's wrong. The Anvan is getting bigger. It looks like it's evolving. Demonic evolution is a unique phenomenon that happens when a creature accumulates enough life experience. It's not just a stage where the alpha leader of a pack ascends, it's when the very vessel of the species itself ascends. For a creature that can survive a storm of this scale, it's not surprising it has a resistance to lightning. And the Anvan absorbed all of Professor Dana's lightning. They can't treat this thing like some weak monster anymore. The Anvan is now the king of lightning and rain. Everyone is immediately sucked into its vortex. Calling for backup now would only make it stronger. This creature is no joke. The situation is pure chaos. But the more chaotic it gets, the more room Corinne has to show off. He uses his fire snake will, slamming his sword into the ground to anchor himself in midair. Then it hits him. His martial arts only work with his feet planted firmly on the ground. Well, he's totally useless now. Corinne can't do a single thing. His big moment to shine is gone. He looks over at Bojacker, but that's a lost cause too. Being stuck in the air renders even a giant useless. But Corinne can't give up, not with that 720 gold coin debt on the line. It all depends on catching that bat. So Corinne uses Bojacker's shiny bald head as a springboard and launches himself upward. Just because he's flailing around in midair doesn't mean he's helpless. Oh no. Corinne refuses to give up, not to some oversized lizard. So Corinne launches himself up, using actual people as stepping stones. He's got to kill the monster, trying to swallow his 720 gold coins. And so we have it, a man blinded by revenge versus a monster just trying to protect its baby. Their lives all hang on this one moment. A truly desperate battle has officially begun. But of course, a new challenger appears to block his path, not that it matters. 2 moves, Self-Immolation Mountain and Crimson Strike, are all he needs. He stabs his sword into the storm, but it's totally useless. Apparently, all that fancy ground combat means nothing in the air. Corinne starts to feel completely helpless. So this is it, huh? Is it all for nothing? Is the game really over? He's already regretting it, thinking he should have just spent that money on some good food. Then, in the middle of the storm, at his absolute lowest, he hears it. A sound so loud it cuts right through the howling wind. Someone is fighting in van, but who in the world is it? They use just a few basic moves, a slash here, a slash there, and the monster is completely toast. And just like that, the storm dies down, revealing a figure hidden in a thick cloud of dust. Even if he has to walk through the Valley of Shadows, Corinne isn't afraid, because a divine spirit has always got his back. Just before being buried under a 720 gold coin debt, the cavalry arrives, and this rescue team is none other than Guarin and Josephine. The tornado spawned from the storm smashed the city outskirts, causing chaos and leaving behind some serious damage. Thanks to some quick intervention, the city itself was mostly fine, besides some country roads. A few people got hurt, but they'll recover. The academy runs on tax money, so yeah, keeping up that heroic image is a really big deal. For the academy-trained guards, volunteer gigs are just part of maintaining that image. But while Mariette is all cheerful, Guarin is a totally different story. With his friend being such a grouch, Corinne decides it's time for a little lecture. He asks, "Do you know when humanity even started having a civilization?" Turns out, it all began with the discovery of a leg bone with a healed fracture. If you break your leg in the wild, you're pretty much guaranteed to die. But this broken bone had actually healed. That means someone helped them, sticking around until they were all better. When someone in trouble gets help, that's the start of civilization. But to Guarin, that just proves humans are weak, and it means nothing to her since nobody has ever helped her out. So without missing a beat, Corinne says that he will be the first one. Guarin goes silent for a second, then just walks away. She clearly doesn't believe him in her mind. A weakling shouldn't talk so big. See, Guarin knows she's a chimera, a creature created by forcing a human and a monster to get close. If he knew about her past, and if he knew her true nature, Guarin probably wouldn't trust him enough to turn her back. A voice constantly screams in her head, "Return the body." She knows this body isn't hers, but she is never ever going to give it back. On the outside, she's cold and uncaring, but deep down, Guarin has a tiny bit of hope that Corinne will actually help her. Their academy is in Merkadva City. People call it the safest city in the world. But that's a total joke. It's filled with back alleys, and the crew running those lawless zones is the Black Star Guild. Their main business is trafficking slaves and distributing illegal liquor. To keep their status, they have special businesses like, for example, dealing with customers like these. Whenever they see some drunk, rowdy customers causing trouble at the bar, they show up. The Black Star Guild sells this bar its liquor but also collects protection money, so if you want to find them, this is the place. Some big thugs walk over to Corinne. They spot his uniform and figure he's just some academy kid, a minor. The guild probably wants to avoid trouble, so they tell him to leave after his drink, offering to pay. Corinne, however, doesn't care and pours the drink right on the dude's head. The goons behind him are furious but get stopped by their boss. This manager has dealt with plenty of punks like him. They start trouble thinking that being an academy guard makes them untouchable. You'd think he would just let it slide. But nope. He orders his men to jump in and teach this kid a lesson. These guys are the mad hunting dogs from the north, infamous slave hunters, also known as the crazy red dogs. A student is like a puppy that doesn't realize how scary a tiger is. How scary? This scary. Corinne punches them one by one, making sure everyone gets a turn. In just a flash, all those so-called hunting dogs are beaten black and blue, completely wrecked. They were served a mouthful of pain. If they're the crazy red dogs, then he's the expert who catches them. And to make sure the manager didn't feel left out, Corinne gave him a solid punch right to the face. On that day, the Black Star Guild completely disappeared, but besides taking down a gang, Corinne had his own reasons for targeting them. They were traffickers, and he wanted to free all of their victims, the demi-humans. In this world, demi-humans are treated horribly and locked away like animals. They're different from normal people, so they are easily shunned and despised. Corinne freed them from their cages. He told them an escape carriage from the Dunlap family was waiting outside for anyone who wanted to leave. The freed demi-humans were unbelievably moved. Playing it this way should lower their guard around him. And now for the final step, he asks a demi-human about two sisters named Ren and Jungkong. She points to two kids nearby, who are way smaller than he imagined. In her past life, Rin met these two when they were already 20 years old. He'd heard werewolves' bodies develop based on their mental state, but this was just way too small. Noticing someone approaching, the older sister grabs the younger one protectively, begging them not to hurt her brother. The sister is Ren, and the little brother is John. Corinne heard werewolves awaken right after birth, which means they were sold as kids. Ren used to be defiant. Her attitude is completely different now. She became like this in just 1 year. In his past life, Ren and John were villains working for the werewolves' fanatical church, a group of orthodox fundamentalists, extremists who, in a twisted effort to raise awareness for demi-humans, committed countless atrocities against enslaved werewolves, which led to a massive showdown with the first and second princes. Those two were not easy opponents in the past, but in the end, they both got absolutely wrecked by Baek Sihu. So Corinne is basically recruiting future mid-bosses, these unfortunate villains who will evolve into powerful monsters. He reaches a hand out to them, and immediately gets smacked away. Corinne just pulls the two into a hug. These kids have never been protected and have always been oppressed, truly tragic. After they finally calm down, they start to introduce themselves. Corinne also introduces himself, saying he's Corinne Lough and he's a guardian. It seems like the two siblings are finally feeling a bit more at ease. So, he's won them over. But should he really hand them over to the academy guards? Corinne originally thought mid-bosses like Ren and John would be powerful, not little kids like this. He expected way more. His original plan was to use their unique abilities to keep his enemies in check. Just then, Lenia, a tavern employee, walks up. She might look like a regular back alley bartender, but she's actually the manager of a massive information guild. She wants to know how Corinne plans to handle the two kids. For now, he'll take them inside and get them a good meal. Hearing that, Lenia seems to think he's some kind of philanthropist. Explaining the whole situation would be a pain. So whatever, she can think what she wants. Besides, he still has to save Corinne, just like he promised that day. The next day, at the eastern dock of Makaba City, a flying beast landing zone. A one-legged white bird touches down, carrying visitors from the east. A young man with white hair flashes an officer's insignia from Boromisa Academy. The old man is their master, Kangrian, and the two behind him are his disciples, Jin Hyo and the student council president, Kang Yulhwa. A staff member gives them a cheerful welcome to the Eolat Kingdom, where a carriage is already waiting. These three are here for a reason. The leader of this place apparently stole something from their kingdom, and the emperor is absolutely certain of it. The old master tells his students to hide their killing intent. They have to forget all that for now, because it's the only way they can operate. But for Jin Hyo, forgetting is impossible, not after what that bastard did to them. Looks like something dark happened in his past. Jin Hyo vaguely sees a girl standing before a bonfire as an entire building burns to the ground. 1 month after the bad incident, the academy is buzzing about the upcoming festival. And trust me, it's not just a festival, it's basically an all-out war between the academies. An event where students from the 4 academies in each region gather, and everyone is fired up, training like their lives depend on it. Some think they need to form teams early, others are debating between individual matches, duos, and group battles. Alyssa asks Corinne what he's competing in. He says they're doing the pair match, dragging her along since they're a fixed team. For the group matches, teams are assigned randomly, so he's not sure, but he hopes he gets teamed up with Alyssa again. If Alyssa has to team up with Corinne again, she's doomed to continue her life as his personal, overworked gopher. Alyssa wonders why Corinne didn't just pair up with Mariette, since she's the strongest one there. But he thinks Mariette will definitely compete in the singles tournament. Apparently, she really wants that solo prize. Suddenly, a murmur goes through the crowd. They all see 3 people in Eastern-style clothing approaching. And here they are, the main characters of Part 3, the immortal Taoist Kang Ruiyun, the hunting dog Jin Hyo, and the sword saint Kang Eogwa. The Taoist goes straight to Josephine and demands that a student from Marikaba be transferred to Borame Academy. Naturally, she refuses. He insists it's a reasonable request, coming from the position of the child's blood relative. A year ago, they faced a terrible accident, and at the center of it was his granddaughter. While a temple was burning to ashes, Josephine took his granddaughter away. They finally found the girl, and of course, they want to bring her home. However, Corinne is a special case. The real reason he demanded a meeting as a judge for the dueling event was all for her. The old Taoist claims that a monster resides inside the girl's body, and he simply wants to help her. Yeah, right. So, Kwa Ran is only alive because of that kid, a final wish from Principal Ariel's pal and Kang Yi's dad. But Kang Ryun? He couldn't care less, saying they'd handle it their own way. Jodfin insists a monster can't just blend in with society, conveniently ignoring that Kwa Ran aced her first semester just fine. So now, he demands proof. And the bishop sent by the church chimes in, "That vicious demon has integrated? You sure about that? For all they know, it could be part of some wicked scheme. They're not buying it, they trust their eyes, not her empty words. Their brilliant idea? Let Kwa Ran loose during the festival. Their logic? If that inner monster exists, the chaos of the festival will surely bring it out. It's a baseless argument, but Josephine knows she can't win them over. When it comes to trust, being a witch doesn't exactly help her case. But maybe. This is an opportunity. Proving a demon can coexist with humans could change everything for the better. So Josephine agrees to let Kwa Ran fight in the singles tournament. Afterwards, Kwa Ran gets to decide her own fate. Whatever happens on the Eastern continent is one thing, but here? Her legal guardians are Principal Ariel, Josephine, and the Saintess of St. John's Cathedral. Yeah, that's a pretty solid lineup for proving her credibility and keeping her safe. With the deal struck, Josephine politely kicks the two clowns out before they contaminate the air any further. Come to think of it, this all lines up with Corinne's warning that Vantage's minions are hiding somewhere in the festival. He didn't know the specifics, just that something big and bad was about to go down. His best guess? The Catholic Church and Barame were involved. Or maybe both. Yep, definitely both. The fading church is desperately trying to regain influence, and Barame's spirit mages are getting in on the action too. The key to it all? Kwa Ran. This is it, folks. A major event that'll decide a character's fate and completely flip the main storyline. It'll even steer the fate of the entire Ulot kingdom. Corinne asks the professor to watch the church, specifically the new inn where the Borame students are staying. Makes them an easy target to spy on. Still, Josephine can't quite bring herself to trust Corinne. She's still convinced he's one of Vantage's disciples, but Corinne doesn't even flinch. He basically tells her, "Go ahead and doubt me, it's the smart thing to do." But no matter what, his goal is unchanged. Corinne just smirks, revealing his oath. "I will save the world." If only she knew what that oath meant. Her suspicions might have eased up a bit. Meanwhile, word on the street is that students funded that new inn on the outskirts. Corinne insists he's got nothing to do with it, even if she heard he's the one collecting the funds. Totally unrelated. And the fact that Mariette just moved in and is setting up a street stall nearby? Pure coincidence, of course. Securing 100 long-term guests, daily supplies, food, drinks, transportation costs, the usual. All these money-making schemes were planned by a true visionary. Hey, sometimes a guy needs a little help. So Josephine stays suspicious and Corinne keeps playing dumb. Deadlock. Time passes and the team tournament preliminaries finally kick off. Only 16 teams will make it through, and of all the main characters, only Kwa Ran is a no-show. Guess she's saving her energy for the singles tournament. Looking at this lineup, no weaklings dared to even apply. Alyssa barely scraped by to get in. And the man in charge of the opening speech is none other than Kang Ryun himself, acting as the judge. This prelim will decide the 16 teams moving on to the main event, and the difficulty is cranked up to nightmare mode. If the ribbon on your hand falls off, you're eliminated. The theme of the test? The most crucial duty of a protector, rescuing civilians. Instantly, the 8 Gates formation activates. Everyone knows Kang Ryun is the best formation master on the entire Eastern continent, but nobody gets how this massive spell connects to rescuing people. In front of them, stone figures appear, along with the first rule. Rule 1. Touch a civilian, and you can command them. Rule 2. Lead them to your objective for 1 point each. Rule 3. Grabbing the wrong civilian costs 2 points. They just need a tap to get them moving. Looking at her hyped-up friends, she can't help but admire their energy. Meanwhile, Alyssa takes down some kind of dog monster and is immediately showered with praise from her teammates. A clean one-shot kill. That's our Alyssa for you. They're so lucky to have her on the team. This mission is all about proving your skill as a protector. To save the civilians from monsters, you have to get as many as you can to the safe zone. Alyssa's feeling pretty good about their progress. If she can just rescue the 2 civilians ahead, they'll have saved a total of 10. Now all they have to do is find the safe zone. One of the teammates volunteers to go out and scout ahead. Since this is the 8 Gates formation, a safe zone has to be nearby. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking like crazy. Not an earthquake, it's Corinne's team. And there he is, standing proud. His team tied all the stone figures together into a giant human train, and they are not slowing down. Corinne stands there, just laughing his head off. Guess 1,000 points isn't enough for him. 1,000 students are meant to haul these limited edition statues for points. But why would he bother with grunt work? This isn't just Corinne anymore. No, you gotta call him the almighty, immortal class helper. For a guy like him, just eliminating the competition is way, way easier. The big master plan started with just 3 people, Corinne, Jaeger, and Locke, plotting to build their own little fan club of followers. Because if you want to get ahead, you need minions, right? So Jaeger and Locke just stand behind him, gassing him up about what a great leader he is. Such incredible charisma. And Corinne? He just eats it up, arms crossed with a smirk so wide he can't even close his mouth. The goal is to pass the qualifiers. But the next round only has 16 slots, so all the unnecessary rivals have got to go. So his big brain plan is to lock down a safe zone, lure in a bunch of followers, and then use them as human shields to avoid any real fights. Some red-haired mage is not having it, though. He's furious with Corinne's methods, gripping his staff and screaming, "Let's take them all down!" But his buddy stops that little suicide mission just in time. Then another voice screams out, calling Corinne's crew cowards. Seriously, if they keep posturing like this, the attack will never start. And the current scene? A whole army of stone statues forming Corinne's perfect impenetrable shield. For this mission, if Corinne's team moves a statue to the safe zone, they all get 1 point. But if it gets smashed by the enemy, they lose 2 points. And there's Corinne, sitting comfortably on his stone throne. He smugly declares that victory is guaranteed as long as everyone follows his brilliant plan. The attackers below are absolutely furious, screaming that Corinne is a coward and that if this keeps up, they're doomed to lose. So all at once, his opponents charge the statues and his team, daring Corinne to come down and fight them one-on-one. Their plan? Swarm the statues and throw his whole crew off. Seeing their confidence, Corinne just flashes this wicked, evil little grin. He puts a hand on Lack's head, who smiles just as slyly. The golden moment has arrived. Lack's been waiting for this, but Corinne tells him to wait just a little longer. And then Lack unleashes a massive fireball. The fireball slams right into the crowd, creating a huge explosion. The attackers can only scream in pain. The students who got hit are panicking if the statues go down. They're done for. But Corinne just shrugs, saying they've got plenty more statues, so little damage is no big deal. And this really shows the difference between the two teams. Corinne's team spent their time gathering statues from the start, building up their power. The other team just focused on trying to destroy their opponent's statues. I guess every side has its own strategy. With a savage grin, Corinne orders his team to instantly take down anyone who dares to advance. His teammates in the back just yell out, "Understood!" He thinks these little two-sided missions are pretty fun, especially as the number of eliminated students keeps growing. Anyway, back in the present, Alyssa and Corinne have finally met face to face. Alyssa points at Corinne, totally terrified and unable to believe her eyes. She never in a million years thought he'd show up here. Corinne spreads his arms wide, looking like some clown as he declares himself the Almighty One, his eyes glowing pure white. He looks down at Alyssa with a cruel smile, calls out her name, and gives her permission to join his crew for this battle. Alyssa, sword at the ready, can't believe what she just heard. She just stares at him and asks, "What?" Corinne tries to coax her, telling her to take off the attacker's insignia and join his team instead. He even offers to make her vice captain, but Alyssa shuts him down flat. Of course, Corinne doesn't care about her refusal. He was never really asking for her permission. He just needs more bodies to throw at the enemy, and he's decided he needs her. So Corinne gives a new order. Whoever can drag Alyssa over to his team gets to be a squad captain. The second the order is given, tons of people appear from behind and attack Alyssa. She's still completely stunned, with no idea what's happening. The group of 3 attacking her actually feels kinda guilty, but they can't disobey their leader. One of them shouts, "Attack!" and they all charge. Alyssa cries out when she realizes these 3 were on her team. They just used this chance to switch sides. Her former comrades shamelessly admit they'd rather fight her than have to face Corinne. Hearing this makes her cry even harder. She trusted everyone so much, and this is how they repay that trust. Corinne just watches the whole thing with a growing smirk. Peace was never real, just a lie. The nature of this world is to do whatever it takes to get ahead. Blood splatters everywhere. When people feel threatened, they'll do absolutely anything to ensure their own survival. In a life or death moment, loyalty means absolutely nothing. Everyone just attacks each other in a brutal frenzy. Still, Alyssa manages to defeat the 3 who attacked her, but now she's furious, yelling that she's had enough of all this. Facing her teammates' betrayal, Alyssa is finally broken by Corinne's manipulation. Drowning in grief, she declares she doesn't need anyone on her side. And she's going to fight with everything she has, without holding back against anyone. Alyssa Aiden has officially been made vice captain. Meanwhile, over with Mariette, she gets it in this fight. Forming a team is the only smart play. Going it alone is basically a death sentence, especially against a second-year genius like Mariette Donald. Yeah, no chance. Mariette's team is powered by friendship, so of course a ton of people joined up. They're confident their unbreakable bond can handle anything. However, when Corinne's army of stone statues invades, Team Friendship suddenly hits a major roadblock. Mariette is stunned to see Corinne. Isabel quickly steps in to reassure Mariette that they can win. Sure, Corinne has more soldiers, but their attack power can't possibly match their own. Then Corinne's sweet, melodious voice rings out. His words freeze Mariette for a solid 3 seconds. Corinne, with actual tears in his eyes, asks if this is really how she wants to oppose him. And with that line, Mariette's already wavering heart pretty much just explodes. Mariette is completely tongue-tied. Isabel, standing right beside her, has no clue what's going on. Poor Isabel hasn't realized their 2 years of friendship mean nothing compared to a dramatic first love. Mariette raises her scepter high, her face bright red. This first love has corrupted her into a monster, just like Corinne. She even screams that she's on his side now, then lunges at her own friends. The girl she attacks is just baffled, with no idea what's happening. The air fills with constant screams. Isabel just stumbles and falls backward in complete shock. She's breaking into a cold sweat, unable to believe Mariette would do this. Before she can even recover, Mariette has finished off everyone else and is coming for her. Isabel can only stand there, stammering, completely frozen in fear. Meanwhile, Corinne's little demon squad is loving the show, cheering their heads off. They praise the new recruit as each person falls. After taking out all her friends, Mariette raises her scepter to celebrate. She flashes that trademark Corinne-style savage smile. The poor souls he's corrupted are getting more unhinged by the second. They stand behind Corinne, chanting slogans of total victory, vowing to sweep away all obstacles. You know, forward, brothers. Corinne flicks his cloak back with a grin from ear to ear. Having teammates carry you really is the good life, huh? The teachers watching this on screen are also sweating bullets. They have absolutely no idea what is going on out there. Kang Ryun asks Josephine if she knows Corinne's plan, but even she couldn't have predicted this chaos. To be fair, this is definitely the biggest surprise of the tournament. Josephine admits that Corinne makes moves she can't anticipate, and that everything she suspected about him is turning out to be true. Team Corinne passes the round in a flash and celebrates like crazy, doing some very weird victory dances on a pile of statues. So while their performance was incredible, Team Corinne also managed to leave a horrible impression on absolutely everyone. The next round is duo battles. Team Corinne's first opponents are the twin siblings of the Chen family, who are also second-level guardians at the academy. The Chen sister unleashes a storm of talismans. Corinne dodges effortlessly, then points at the twins and orders Alyssa to attack. Alyssa is startled, wondering why Corinne isn't fighting himself. Still, she gets into a serious battle stance. She raises her sword, muttering that this whole mess is his fault. But whatever, she declares she'll handle the Chen siblings herself. 2 sharp sword strikes flash out. Alyssa's attack hits both targets perfectly. The siblings cry out in pain. The fight ends in an instant. Corinne comments that Alyssa's strategy seemed pretty effective, but Alyssa snaps back that she was the one fighting alone. Corinne, who just stood there directing, actually disagrees. He claims cheering is a form of support. Alyssa is visibly fuming at this point. Din Hyu and Kang Iowa are watching from the stands. Din Hyu recognizes Alyssa as the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but he's not very impressed with her power. Kang Iowa's sharp eyes analyze Elisa's abilities. She concludes Elisa's skills aren't bad, at least against weaker students. But the person Kang Iowa is really watching is Corinne. She realizes he's the true core of this team. Every single problem and every twist originates from him. Kang Iowa recalls recent promotions and confirms it in her mind. Corinne has to be the one who was promoted to a 5th-level guardian. Kang Iowa thinks back to the 2 tough opponents she researched before the tournament. The first person she was on guard for was Berserk, and the second was the demi-human Maka Dung Marius Dunalep. But after seeing Corinne so easily dodge that last attack, she's having second thoughts. When you consider the actual power and skills of the Chen siblings, they aren't weak at all. This only proves one thing. Corinne's true strength is on another level. Looking at Corinne on the field, Kang Iowa notes that he has an incredible eye for observing every little detail. With quick, precise decision-making and veteran-level judgment, Corinne is basically the strongest student here. No contest. Din Hyu gets it too. Going up against Corinne? Yeah, that's not going to be an easy day at the office for either of them. A cunning guy like Corinne isn't someone you can just fight head-on. He seriously hopes they don't draw that matchup from hell. Mid-thought, Din Hyu spots someone. He whips his head around with a sharp gasp. Din Hyu's eyes instantly flood with killing intent, his face twisting with pure hatred as the stadium cheers roar, totally oblivious. Outside the arena, Kwa Ran is just casually strolling away from all the chaos. With everyone glued to the matches, the rest of the school is a ghost town, a quiet that's totally alien compared to the usual noise. Kwa Ran closes her eyes. The silence brings back that day, the day she became a Raksa. Flashing back, Kwa Ran was just a little kid. When she awoke from the transformation, all she saw were flames hot enough to scorch flesh. Everything had been annihilated that night. A voice echoed in her head, "Kill them all, let them all die." But just as she's lost in the past, a hostile presence yanks her back to reality. Someone's attacking. Jin Hyu comes flying in, launching a fast, direct kick right at Gwaran. But Gwaran's sharp eyes seem to have already figured it all out. She can clearly see Jin Hyu's method and the trajectory of his attack. Gwaran blocks it perfectly, and Jin Hyu uses the momentum to back off and create some distance. Jin Hyu is seriously impressed by her insane reflexes. Meanwhile, Gwaran recognizes the source of that murderous aura rolling off him. Warren notes his killing intent is way too heavy, while Jin Hyu just rambles on that no one ever sees his attacks coming, let alone blocks them. Jin Hyu charges straight for Warren, absolutely convinced he's going to take her down this time. From his form and speed, she has to admit it, Jin Hyu is a seriously tough opponent. Warren pauses. This level of hostility. There's got to be a reason. She asks him, "Have we met before?" Jin Hyu just scoffs, completely denying what Warren said. He insists he has no idea who she is, but his face tells a completely different story. His mouth says never met, but his eyes are screaming, "I know exactly who you are." Jin Hyu then apologizes for his extreme actions, claiming he mistook her for an acquaintance. A prank gone wrong. Gwaran is just speechless. Kwaran feels a strange familiarity with Jin Hyu, but for the life of her, she can't remember a thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter to her anymore. Kwaran warns him to be careful, and he just smiles, promising to be more cautious next time. But the moment Kwaran is out of sight, Jin Hyuk's killing intent flares up again, thick and suffocating. Kang Rui Woon, who saw the whole thing, slowly approaches Jin Hyuk. She thinks that move was way too reckless. Kang Rui Woon lectures Jin Hyuk for his impulsive stunt. He never should have revealed his power here. But Jin Hyuk doesn't think he did anything wrong. He argues his little test just proved their master's 8 gates technique affects Kwaran. Watching Gwaran's retreating figure, Jin Hyuk mutters about a powerful monster created by soul mages. To seal that monster and save her, the 8 gates Golden Lock Annihilation formation absolutely has to be set up. Kang Ryun sees Jin Hyuk's trembling, clenched fists. She knows he's barely holding himself back. But she still tells Jin Hyuk to shut up and wait. To provoke a Raksa, they need the perfect opportunity. When this is all over, Kang Ryun thinks that maybe if they just remove that thing from Gwaran, Jin Hyuk can finally calm his murderous rage. Jin Hyo promises not to act rashly because what he really wants is to kill her after her inner demon is subdued. And with that, the second round of the playoffs begins. The contestants have all arrived at the Kingdom Center, Ellis, in the city of Nazaria, where the second round will take place. Inside a roadside tavern, every table is full. Waiters rush back and forth through the buzz of laughter and chatter. Corinne is also sitting in the bar. The second round being held in a place this remote was completely outside his calculations. He recalls Professor Josephine's announcement. Professor Kangryun had changed the location. Hearing the news, even Corinne was a little surprised. Josephine had also bluntly asked Corinne if he was the one who stole Griffin's shipment. He, of course, flatly denied knowing anything about it. Seizing the opening, Josephine pressed him again, asking what that thing he didn't steal was. Corinne looked away, flustered. The truth is, he did take it. But what he took were goods from the old church, things Kangryun had been secretly smuggling into the country. Corinne sighs, thinking of the heist. The items he stole are necessary to activate the 8 gates formation, the one targeting Koran in the next round. Josephine had already figured out Griffin's shipment was robbed and had him cornered. But it was all a play, orchestrated by Kangryun and Lee Jin-young to get him to retrieve those smuggled goods for them. And speak of the devil, Kangryun walks right into the bar. Seeing the old man, Corinne silently curses the sneaky old rat. Meanwhile, our scheming genius, Elisa, remarks that this city of Nazaria isn't quite like the rumors say. She asks him if he wants to grab a bite, but Corinne reminds her that the guide explicitly said no eating or drinking here. A disappointed Elisa wants to know why. Over on the other side, it looks like Kang Ryun has finished whatever he was planning. He loudly announces that all 16 members from Griffin Academy and 16 from Kilkabar Academy have finally arrived. Kang Ryun bows with a sinister grin, announcing the time is 58 minutes. While the other teams are busy feasting and laughing, his countdown continues. 59 minutes, and 59 minutes, 30 seconds. The second he hits 59 minutes and 50 seconds, a few students are already drawing their swords. And with the final countdown from 5, Corinne also stands up, weapon in hand. Alyssa, bless her heart, has absolutely no idea what's going on. She just looks back and forth between Corinne and Kangryun in total confusion. The old man gives the signal to begin, and the card in his hand glows a brilliant gold. Corinne immediately attacks a dude holding a chicken leg. Blood goes flying, screams echo everywhere, and Alyssa is just completely bewildered, asking what in the world he is doing. Mariette also wastes no time, landing a fatal blow right through another student's head. The others follow suit, and it's an absolute slaughter. Heads are rolling, blood is everywhere. Staring at this absolute bloodbath, Alyssa still can't process what is happening right now. The tavern is now just a pile of corpses and gore, with only the strongest fighters left standing. Alyssa's face is pale with terror. She doesn't get what everyone's doing. So Corinne, noticing her breakdown, tells her to take a closer look at the bodies. She calms down just enough to actually observe her surroundings. Turns out, the people they just killed weren't people. Their bodies are decomposing way too fast, revealing muscle and bone in the blink of an eye. Corinne wonders what possible reason Kang Ryeon had for choosing this place as the second qualifying round. From what he knew, the city of Nazaria had been trapped in a time loop ever since an incident 300 years ago. During the day, everyone here is just a normal person. Life goes on as usual, nothing to see here. But when night falls, the entire city of 1.2 million people becomes the land of the Thema. The eerie, haunting image of Nazaria at night flashes through Corinne's memories. This place is a bizarre anomaly, better known by its other name, the City of the Dead. And right after that grim realization, an announcement rings out from the still-lit tavern. The knockout round has officially begun. Kang Ryeon carefully explains the rules for round 2. Each team will be separated, and their main objective is to collect moonstones. The deadline is the morning of the day after tomorrow, and hey, if anyone wants to quit, their request will be approved immediately. After the rules were laid out, teams got some basic instructions, a backpack of supplies, and were then promptly kicked out of the tavern. Outside, about 1.2 million living corpses are just shambling around. Corinne's team, Team D, still has the usual crew, Alyssa, Jurgo, and Valak. As they walk, Corinne seriously calculates their next move. If they want to save his sister, his team has to make it to round 3. And the requirement for round 3? Only the top 4 teams make it. For now, he has no choice but to play by the rules of this Thema festival. A full moon now hangs directly overhead. Corinne's got a plan. The really strong monsters are all in the city center. So, his team will target the outskirts, where the difficulty is way more manageable. Corinne launches his spear from a rooftop. Any Thema hit by his attack instantly disintegrates, clearing a path for his plan. Yeah, turns out Corinne is basically all they need. The scene shifts to a watchtower on the outskirts. His goal is to get to high ground for a good vantage point. From up there, he can spot the zombies that have swallowed moonstones, because their bodies will literally start to glow. Once they reach the watchtower, he immediately spots a few glowing zombies and wonders what's up with them. At the moment, Corinne is still focused on gathering points safely and efficiently. Corinne explains that these glowing zombies can be considered the final bosses of this round. They have to catch those ones, sticking to a quality over quantity strategy. He suggests Valak use his flight magic to support the other 3. Valak doesn't even need to attack, and he agrees to the plan. Valak decides to use a spell to get things started, but before he can even finish his sentence, he realizes something is very wrong. Everyone wonders about Corinne's suddenly shocked expression. He says he hasn't even cast a spell yet, but the zombie below, a revenant, is already dragging its sword on the ground. A massive Titan zombie is charging straight for where Corinne's group is standing. Corinne has no clue why this Titan is targeting them of all people. He's sweating absolute bullets. He yells at Valak to run, which just makes Valak panic too, wondering why they have to flee. But Corinne can't tell them the real reason that this is the final boss of the central area, or the whole team will freak out. Corinne just screams at Valak to use the flight spell, now. But Corinne was a step too late, because Lack was already toast. The attack was so fast, Corinne broke into a cold sweat, having no clue what just hit his buddy. After taking that hit, Lack gets booted right out of the arena. Logging out of the contest, all Corinne can do is scream his name helplessly. A notification declares Lack eliminated. Take one big hit, and you're teleported out of the match. Seeing Lack get ejected by the system makes Corinne's face go pale. If a strike that fast took out Lack, he knew he was in some serious trouble. No time to dwell on Lack. Corinne immediately starts barking orders to Jiggle and Alyssa. Meanwhile, Titan is down below, already gearing up for his next big attack. The Titan hurls its weapon, and a massive beam of energy erupts from the spearhead, shooting straight for Corinne. The watchtower is sliced clean in half, its upper section taking a dramatic nosedive. Corinne is already running, telling Giger and Alyssa to climb the collapsing tower and head the other way. Giger is already fuming. He's realized that teaming up with Corinne is basically a magnet for absolute disaster. The crash of stone echoes through the air. The clock tower was flattened in an instant, leaving only a cloud of dust where the soaring building once stood. But then a rock moves. Something is still alive down there. Of course, it's Corinne's crew. He and Alyssa are somehow still in one piece. He quickly checks on her, and Alyssa jokes that hanging with Corinne is always eye-opening. Corinne just gives her a pained grin. Corinne's already decided that day one is a total write-off. They lost someone way too early. Now their only option is to run until sunrise. Maybe. Giger enthusiastically agrees with Corinne's brilliant plan, but his good mood lasts about 5 seconds before a giant hand snatches him up. Giger must be seeing things, because he swears he's looking at 5 giant toes wrapped around him. A demonic bat appeared out of thin air, swooping down to grab Giger. All Giger can do is scream for help. Corinne, meanwhile, is just frozen, totally confused about what is even happening. Alyssa warns Corinne about the creature. Corinne gets a good look at the newcomer, and his face falls. He'd considered the worst-case scenario, and it just arrived. The White Soul King has appeared. Turns out, all the noise Corinne made was basically a dinner bell for another powerful monster. Corinne feels the situation spiraling. First the giant titan, then the abyssal demon. And now the White Soul King has decided to join the party. All 3 of Nazaria's bosses are here, and every single one is elite grade or higher. And Corinne and Alyssa's group is now completely surrounded. A worried Alyssa asks Corinne what to do, are they all about to die? Corinne just clicks his tongue in annoyance. As if on cue, all 3 bosses charge in to attack Corinne and Alyssa. Corinne grunts that he has no idea what to do. He'd planned for everything, but it feels like fate itself wants him to fail right here and now. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes down from the sky. Even Corinne is caught off guard by the strange phenomenon. He turns around. A massive thunder-like attack, crackling with blue lightning, slams right into the Titan, making the entire area tremble from its sheer power. But Corinne realizes this isn't an attack. It's just a massive flashbang, meant to completely obscure their vision. When he can finally see the source of that blinding light, Corinne recognizes it as a spear, and it looks like he knows exactly who it belongs to. A hand reaches out, gripping the spear shaft. A dark, cloaked figure zips past Corinne, telling him to head in this direction. Alyssa runs over to Corinne to check on him. Seeing he's okay, she asks about Giger, but Corinne just stands there completely frozen, not saying a word. In the end, both Corinne and Alyssa decide to get out of there. In a dark alley, Corinne leans against a window frame, desperately trying to catch his breath. The mysterious person asks if he's okay, adding that luckily, no one was injured. Corinne is still just trying to regulate his breathing after running for his life. Corinne thanks the mysterious stranger for the help, but he can't help but ask about the spear in their hand. The mysterious person replies that she has a question too. She pulls down her hood, asking how Corinne could have possibly learned her spear techniques. Hearing this, Corinne's eyes go wide in absolute shock. He can't believe his ears. Alyssa seems just as stunned by the stranger's appearance. Honestly, Corinne thought her voice sounded way too familiar. The stranger walks right up to him, looks him over from head to toe and nods, saying, "So that's how it is." When he saw her incredible speed earlier, he recognized the technique as the silent godly step, and looking closer at her eyes, those crystal blue eyes, clear as a stream, he becomes certain of her identity. This is Erin Danua, Corinne's master from his previous life. Erin just smiles, confirming that he is indeed her student from the distant future. Corinne is still completely stunned. He asks why Erin is even here, and the scene rewinds to the past, during the winter break of his senior's second year. We see Sihu standing in front of the headmaster's office, waiting for Corinne. The moment he arrives, Sihu scolds him for being so slow. Corinne just shrugs it off and calls Sihu rude right back. Getting straight to the point, Corinne asks why Sihu called him over. It's only when Corinne realizes he's standing before the headmaster's office that his jaw drops. Before he can process anything, Sihu is already knocking loudly on the door. The office door slowly begins to open. Sihu knew Corinne wanted to get stronger, so it seems he found someone to teach him. He looks into the room, which is flooded with light, as Sihu's voice echoes in his ear. He says he's going to introduce Corinne to a teacher who can help him level up. Erin, sitting inside, looks out. She immediately recognizes Corinne as the guy who's always with Sihu, so she greets him first. And that was the fateful meeting, all thanks to Sihu's gamer privilege. It was the very first time Corinne ever met his master, Erin Danua. Back in the present, a murderous presence still prowls the city's alleyways. This entire house is basically a fortress, juiced up with magic to keep the undead out. After setting up the defenses, Erin strolls in, explaining that your average zombie can't even get past the welcome mat. Being the polite one, Alyssa thanks her and offers up some chocolate. Erin takes a seat, appreciating the gesture but dropping a bombshell rule. No eating food from another era. Yeah, she actually tells Alyssa to watch out for that. Corinne watches Alyssa happily munching on her chocolate and frantically scrolls through his mental encyclopedia. Okay, so they're 300 years in the past, stuck in a time loop. And if you eat the local food, one of 2 things is going to happen. Option 1, the food just zaps back to its proper timeline. Option 2, you get trapped in the past forever, Corinne, knowing this, has wisely avoided breaking that rule. But if someone does break it, well, something is definitely bound to happen. Corinne just breaks into a cold sweat watching Alyssa. He sighs. Whatever, eat up and find out. Then Alyssa asks why Erin is even here. Erin immediately corrects her. From now on, it's teacher Erin. Corinne wisely keeps his mouth shut. Erin just raises her glass, takes a sip, and says she gets the picture. Alyssa, trying to make small talk, brings up Corinne's ancient master. Since Erin was apparently around for the big incident 300 years ago, Alyssa wants all the juicy details. Corinne overhears this innocent but loaded question. Yep, this whole situation is one giant mystery. The city of Nazaria is a time loop. Everything here is stuck on repeat. Watching Erin calmly sip her tea, Corinne gets suspicious. How is she walking around with a clear head when everyone else is stuck in a loop? Erin stands up to answer their unspoken questions. The reason she's not a mindless drone? Oh, she's just buddies with the Grim Reaper. Naturally, Corinne is still completely lost. Erin wanders to the window, explaining that Nazaria is a giant curse designed to mass-produce the undead. Her job is to prevent the birth of the undead king. And guess what? He's scheduled to make his grand entrance right in the city center. Hearing Undead King shocks Alyssa, leaving her totally bewildered. Corinne, on the other hand, is unnervingly calm. He just pushes himself up and says if that's the case, they better get moving. Erin tries to stop him. This is her mission, she insists. It has nothing to do with him. He just turns back and asks one simple question. You need help, don't you? Erin cracks a smile, admitting he's a sharp kid. And so now they're all sprinting towards the city center. Corinne knew it from the start. Erin never planned on turning down his help. After all, the main mission for this qualifying round is the exact same quest he has to clear. He has to team up with the mysterious swordswoman Erin to stop the Undead King's debut. Just then, Alyssa spots something and alerts Corinne. He just grunts in acknowledgement, still thinking to himself. Helping Erin was never really a choice he could refuse from the start. A titan roars, brandishing a massive blade and ordering its undead minions forward. One look at this thing, and Corinne knows the game plan. Take out 3 of these undead lords to weaken the main boss. The titan swings its blade, sending a shockwave of pure force their way. It's a fast, decisive attack that Corinne and Erin just casually sidestep. Too easy. Teacher and student, Erin and Corinne, move as one. They unleash their combo ultimate, sweeping 1,000 armies. Next, they both slash down, launching their coordinated swift wind spear technique. The area lights up, and the titan, caught off guard, just throws an arm up to defend itself. Corinne lunges, but his spear is parried. This is the opening Erin was waiting for. She ducks under the massive blade, using the blind spot to launch her own attack, just as planned. Erin drives her spear straight into the titan's gut. The plan worked! Corinne immediately yells for Alyssa. Now's her chance! Alyssa was already in position. Hearing the signal, she moves in and with one clean slash, sends the titan's head flying. She lands without a sound. The headless titan drops its weapon to the ground. Corinne immediately moves in to collect the loot, a massive moonstone from its chest. Alyssa stands there, clearly waiting for a good job. Corinne has to admit, adding one person to the party seriously lowered the difficulty setting. Corinne is still in awe of Erin's power. She just gives him a smile, tells him he worked hard, and that this is enough for today. The sun starts peeking over the eastern rooftops. Normally, when you're out on a mission like this, you'd set up camp and rest for the night. But Nazaria is backwards. This city is perfectly safe during the day and an absolute death trap after dark. Cut to a house flooded with morning light. Alyssa is completely passed out. From outside, a voice calls in, asking if she's still asleep. Erin teases Corinne, saying since they're both just kids, what's the big deal about them sleeping together? But he just props his chin on his hand, insisting he's not a kid. So she switches tactics. Since she's taught him everything, what else could he be? Corinne has absolutely no comeback for that one. Corinne just looks away, listing off all the skills Erin taught him. Hearing this, Erin finally admits that yes, he is the disciple she chose. The one thing she never expected, though, that the kid she picked would turn out to be just a perfectly ordinary kid. Hearing this, Corinne fell even deeper into thought. Turns out, Erin chose Bantha as a test subject, a decision she came to regret 80 years later. Corinne knew all of this, but he kept his mouth shut. Why dump more misery on someone who's been time-frozen for the last 300 years? Lost in his own head, Corinne didn't even notice Erin poking him right in the cheek. The sharp-eyed Erin sensed Corinne's unease and asked what he was so scared of. She felt lucky to have such a devoted student, but he just figured she was lost in her own thoughts. And then it clicked. Erin realized what was worrying Corinne. After just a few sentences, she already figured out that her future wasn't looking too bright. Corinne immediately tried to deny it, but she just called him a blockhead, asking if he forgot how powerful his master really was. A sad memory from his past life surfaced. Corinne silently answered her question when faced with endless evil and hatred. Erin was the one who stood against it all. In that critical moment, Erin stepped up to block the enemy, trying to buy him more time, but Corinne refused to accept her sacrifice. Even in that impossible situation, Erin became an unshakable pillar of strength for him. She declared she was the adult and it was her duty to Corinne, just felt his world crumble looking at her back. Erin was the master who guided him, taught him, and changed him, and she was the one who sacrificed herself to protect him. Back then, Erin had turned to him with a smile, reassuring him it would all be okay, even when she knew they couldn't possibly win. Corinne's mind drifted to that bastard Baek Sihu, cursing himself for not seeing the scumbag's true colors sooner. He'd asked himself countless times if he had just eliminated that plague, Baek Sihu, first. Could he have actually saved his master? Even knowing the future, he just kept failing, time and time again. And with every failure, he had to scramble to fix his own mistakes. Then he remembered that winged monster. Just a single flap of its wings was enough to cause unimaginable destruction. He thought about the festival, and even meeting his revered master from 300 years ago in this very city, none of this was part of the plan. A single unexpected variable could ruin everything. He squeezed his eyes shut, unable to escape the feeling that he was doomed to fail all over again. That thought haunted him, making it impossible to even close his eyes. He'd accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. Erin immediately asked what he failed at, making Corinne jump like he'd seen a ghost. Erin just laughed, saying only fools dwell on the failures of others. The smart ones are too busy analyzing their own mistakes, so at least Corinne was in the smart category. He just glared back, asking if she'd still say that if she had failed as miserably as he had. In response, Erin simply hugged her student from behind. She admitted that she was, and still is, constantly failing. The hug caught Corinne completely by surprise. Erin continued talking about her failures, but ended by saying her one right decision was choosing him as the heir to her spear arts. He could only stare back, wide-eyed. Erin kept holding him tight. She was, after all, the Queen of Elysium. She would bless the path ahead for Corinne, so she urged him to rest, get a good night's sleep, and everything would be fine. Corinne nodded, repeating Erin's words in his head. But he wasn't sure if things would really be okay, or if he could truly save everyone. Scene change. We find Gwarin at the individual qualifiers, a festival held between the Mukaba and Griffin academies. In the arena, Gwarin's opponent was attacking relentlessly, but she wasn't even bothering to fight back. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. The knight couldn't land a single hit, screaming in frustration. Why? Professor Josephine just advised Gwarin not to get too serious. The knight was so defeated he literally collapsed on top of Gwarin, grabbing her head and whining that she should go a little easier on him. Corinne's words rang in Gwarin's ears, reminding her that the world is full of weak people, so she should treat them gently. Another opponent swung an axe right at Gwarin's head, but it did nothing. Corinne's voice echoed again, telling her that her very existence was a threat to others. He had asked for her cooperation to get through this festival as smoothly as possible. The axe-wielding knight gave up, bowing his head in tears. Gwarin recalled that her sparring sessions with Corinne were way more fun than these pathetic matches. In the past, when Corinne started training Gwarin, he began with the simplest of basics. During a meal with Professor Josephine, Gwarin had frankly admitted Corinne's power was far beyond normal, and Josephine completely agreed. Josephine tried to draw a comparison, but admitted that no one could possibly measure up to Corinne. Gwarin refused to lose again. The lessons Corinne taught her were now burned into her very being after months of grueling training. Remembering the techniques Corinne showed her, Gwarin clenched her fist. She threw a single, ultimate punch, and a massive azure dragon erupted, roaring towards her opponent. The dragon tore past the opponent, sending his axe flying right out of the ring. The axe explodes right in his face, and with a dragon's shadow looming behind, the guy starts sweating bullets. A tiny glimmer becomes a full-blown explosion, making him turn ghost-white with fear. Gwarin realizes she might have overdone it, but her face remains a perfect poker face. Her opponent is so terrified he can barely stand. He collapses to his knees. But Gwarin doesn't reply. She's so used to these pleas that they just don't even register anymore. Gwarin places a hand on her chest. She doesn't feel sad, but for some reason, her heart aches today. A moment passes, and it's finally time for the last match of Group C. This time, Gwarin's opponent is a student from the Griffin Academy. She figured he'd be just like all the rest. Jin-Hyu speaks first, his greeting catching Gwarin's attention. He has this smug, unsettling grin plastered on his face while he talks. Jin-Hyu unleashes two skills back-to-back Heavenly Wind Swift Arrow and Armor-Piercing Gladiator's Grass-Cutting Kick. Each kick is lightning fast and packs a massive punch, but Gwarin just stands there, perfectly still, completely unfazed. Jin-Hyu attacks again, his body shrouded in a murderous aura. Watching him, even Gwarin has to admit this guy is seriously strong. The crowd immediately erupts. realizing Jinhyu is on a whole different level from the previous challengers. Jinhyu unleashes a powerful kick, aiming straight for Quaran's face. But she just stands there, with no intention of fighting back or even dodging. With a massive boom, smoke and fire engulf the stage as a powerful collision rocks the arena. After the dust settles, Jinhyu stares wide-eyed, unable to believe what he's seeing. Quaran is still standing in the exact same spot, and the ground around her is completely untouched. Outside her little circle of safety, the entire arena floor has been gouged into a meter-deep crater. She calmly asks Jinhyu if he's all out of tricks. With the power of Ajaxa, Quaran's defensive capabilities are pretty much absolute. If that move were used on a normal person, almost no one could have blocked it. Quaran advises Jinhyu to just give up, telling him it's useless to continue. But Jinhyu just laughs like a maniac, calling Quaran a monster over and over. Jinhyu's words finally get under her skin. She snaps back, asking him exactly what he means by that. His voice drops to a growl. He's talking about the mercy she's showing everyone by not fighting back against him. He says that mercy should have been for his family, right before Quaran slaughtered them. As he speaks, Jinhyu grinds his teeth, his eyes wide and pupils shrinking. Jinhyu screams that he will kill Quaran, no matter what price he has to pay. That day, he was lucky enough to survive, but the others weren't. His eyes filled with tears as he stared at the devastation around him. Smoke filled the sky, bodies were everywhere. He clutched his loved ones, his mind completely consumed by hatred. Quaran can't believe her ears. Fear and guilt well up from deep within her. She never imagined anyone survived that terrible night. The scene shifts to a study in Nigeria, inside a room overflowing with books. A voice keeps muttering about what went wrong and why his calculations were off. The immortal king, a ghastly archmage named Garon, stares intently at a book. He senses something is off. His frail skeletal body looks like just skin and bones. He declares that this moment is perfect, a miracle, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from the heavens. He glances out at the peaceful scenery beyond his window. He's confused. He can't remember if he activated the magic circle or not. Why was his ritual a success, but everything around him is still so calm? It seems Jaron has figured out the loop. He remembers successfully performing the ritual and transforming, only to be sent back to 3 days before it even began. He has no idea who's messing with him or how they're making time repeat itself like this. But this time, after being sent back into the loop, he finally realizes something. He screams out 2 words in terror. The witch. He's certain a witch is behind all of this. Jaron throws the door open and sprints outside. The face of Erin, a spear-wielding witch with silver hair and blue eyes seared into his memory. Jaron runs as fast as he can across the green lawn. After 300 years, he has finally identified Erin as the source of all his problems, but he still doesn't know how or why this has been repeating for 3 whole centuries. Jaron stands on the ground, staring up at the blue sky above. He sees it the spell formation imprisoning the city. Looking at its center in the ancient script, Jaron instantly deduces Erin used the maximized power of the moon to enhance the magic circle she carved over the city. This is a type of pure magic, refined by a raw power more intense than any archmage in history. Jaron's eyes are fixed on the massive formation in the sky. He silently gauges the power of its creator. And he also sees a strange object inscribed onto it, something holding an insane amount of power, a source of primordial language. This is a special ancient language that was lost and forgotten about 300 years ago. A stone that absorbs lunar energy, carved with a specific letter, symbolizes the meaning of the 2 words. The beginning. Deep in thought, Veyron doesn't notice someone approaching until they call out his name. The greeting gets his attention. Veyron bursts into a manic laugh when he sees it's Erin, absolutely ecstatic to have finally realized he's been trapped in her spell for 300 years. And then it clicks. Jaron realizes Erin is the one behind everything. A freakish laugh escapes him, his sleep-deprived eyes glowing with the pure joy of finally solving the puzzle. He laughs, declaring that Erin is the reason time in this city keeps repeating. It's all her fault. Erin just stands there, listening. No reply, no denial, not a single word. Her eyes are just pure ice and cruelty as she slowly calls out the immortal king's name, Jaron. Just that one word hits Jaron's body hard, making him seize up, unable to move, letting out a pained grunt as his body starts to bloat and expand. He's transforming, his eyes glowing like a bloodthirsty demon. Being forced to transform like this is pure agony, and tears start streaming down his face. As his eyes roll back, Erin just calmly reminds him to play his part properly. On the second night in the gloomy city of Nazaria, Alyssa and Corinne get their plan started under a starry sky. Alyssa uses herself as bait to lure out an AB streaker, then cleanly slices it in half with one swing. Corinne's doing the same on his side, having just finished off the White Soul King. They've successfully taken down 3 kings of the undead. Even though Corinne and Alyssa aren't high-level guardians, they're taking out high-level undead bosses. Alyssa holds up the moonstone, beaming with pride, excitedly showing Corinne the loot they just scored. But he just sits on a pile of monster corpses, lost deep in his own thoughts. They were hunting these monsters way too easily, and he knew why. This was all Erin. Their only target left was the immortal king. He knows Erin must have done this hundreds, maybe thousands of times. Her guidance was just too perfect. The plan was flawless. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, the final boss they have to face appears. Jiran, standing in the middle of the street, a dark aura explodes from him. Their mission is to beat Jiran before he fully awakens his power. The immortal king, Jiran, the mage who started the Nazaria Undead Legion's rebellion 300 years ago, and the one who craves the undead throne. Alyssa looks a little disappointed when she sees Jiran's true form. She turns to a smiling Erin, asking if this weird-looking dude is really the legendary immortal king. Because yeah, he looks messed up, but not exactly intimidating. Corinne guesses his appearance is probably due to an incomplete evolution. Erin thinks for a second and agrees his soul hasn't been fully demonized yet, and he definitely lacks the wisdom of a real mage. Corinne doesn't care. He tells everyone to stand back, leaving Erin totally confused about what he's planning. And then she sees it Corinne suddenly rushes forward alone, wanting to handle Jiran all by himself. Alyssa panics, trying to stop him. No matter how he looks, Jiran is still a superclass boss, and Corinne agrees with her. Even if he's an incomplete monster, Jiran is still the king of the undead, revived by a forbidden dark ritual. Jiran's power is definitely way beyond Mariette's. Calling him the final super boss isn't wrong. Corinne runs up to Jiran and casually says hello. Jiran seems to sense that something bad is about to happen. Corinne unleashes his purple lightning technique, blasting Jiran directly. The purple bolt smashes down, shattering everything around them, and Corinne feels the immense power coming off Jiran. After the attack, he just lets out a sigh of relief. Looks like Jiran isn't a total pushover after all. The immortal king Jiran roars, unleashing his own power in response. He spams one ultimate after another: Death Curse, Death Wind, Apocalypse. Jiran's power demolishes buildings and shatters the streets. Alyssa can't believe Jiran is casting high-level magic spells back-to-back, without any cooldown time. While putting up a shield to protect herself, Alyssa worriedly asks if Corinne is okay. The immortal king Jiran can't believe he's being attacked again and again. But in Corinne's eyes, his power is just decent. He activates his own technique, slicing Jiran into pieces. Because Jiran wasted so much magic, he couldn't block the final blow. Corinne unleashes his last attack, Nacha Makik. In the end, the immortal king Jiran is just a puddle of blood at Corinne's feet. Enemies obsessed with raw power are always the easiest to deal with. If you can overwhelm them with pure skill, it's an easy fight. Besides, Nazaria is a repeatable quest, and he's already killed this guy thousands of times before. Alyssa is just stunned by the result. Corinne defeated Jiran way too easily. She feels like he's getting stronger every day. He then notices it's just him and Alyssa. She just realized it too. Erin is gone, even though she was right next to them moments ago. Corinne quietly thinks for a moment, then decides to find Erin alone. He tells Alyssa to stay put and watch out for the undead. Alyssa watches him leave, wondering about Erin, as she looks down at the smoking, ruined city. A place with absolutely nothing left to see. Corinne then finds Erin, standing all alone and staring down at a totally unremarkable pile of rubble. Walking up to her, he asks about the undying King Garong, saying this isn't his first rodeo. Erin just admits he's right. This whole disaster has happened a total of 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Nazaria gets a quest to take down the Demon King. A sorcerer named Garong used an eclipse to turn the entire city into the living dead. This happened 353 months and 27 days ago. 1.2 million zombies just popped into existence, then vanished along with the undying king. The weight of it hits Corinne. Erin has relived this 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Erin takes on Garong. Corinne asks her why this time loop even exists. She just smiles sadly and answers his question. It's because she's the one who created this city. Erin slowly drops a terrifying truth bomb right on him. This entire cursed city, Nazaria, was her creation. And if those 1.2 million undead ever escape, the whole continent, the entire world will instantly cease to exist. A cursed stone appears with countless magic circles lighting up the sky. Erin used her own curse to interfere with Garong's magic. After hearing all this, Corinne can't even begin to process the idea of trapping 1.2 million people in a rebirth cycle. Doing something like that. It's just beyond cruel. A gloomy voice echoes from behind him, saying he'll understand soon enough. Corinne recognizes that voice immediately. It's Death himself, complete with chains and a razor-sharp scythe. Death says he'll keep watching him, because Corinne is the one who dares to defy death. Maybe death already knows Corinne is a regressor. Turns out, death is just a system-created being meant to collect the souls of the dead. The job of death is to make sure all collected souls are reincarnated, keeping the great circle of life going. So yeah, the undead, who constantly escape death and claw their way back to life, are a massive pain in the neck for the Grim Reaper. Nazaria's 3-day loop was created by Erin. That's why Death came here to destroy the ancient curse that's messing up his whole death operation. But she made a pact with him, since the undead would just turn anyone they killed into more undead. Let's rewind back to when Erin first met Death. She very seriously laid out the problem. If those 1.2 million undead escape the city, all of humanity will become undead, and there won't be any souls left for the cycle. With that sharp ultimatum, Erin forced Death's hand. He could either ignore the cycle of 1.2 million souls, or watch the entire world system collapse. And so, Death chose to make a deal. The pact between Erin and Death has 3 conditions. As long as these are met, Death won't interfere with the 3-day loop. First condition, Erin Danua must defeat the immortal Garong. After that, Garong's memory gets reset to 3 days prior. Once everything is reset, Erin is forced to leave the city. That's the second condition. And finally, Erin Danua, the one who created this 3-day cycle, can no longer interfere with the loop. After that, the existence of Titan, the immortal giant, the hell monster AB Shrieker, and the White King will all slowly be defeated. The undying King Jerome gets executed on the 3rd night. This 3-day cycle has been repeating for 300 years. Back in the present, a weary Erin recounts it all, completely drained. After 20,000 loops, Jerome finally realized that he was stuck in a 3-day time loop. Corinne is furious. He doesn't know how much longer Erin can possibly keep repeating this. How much more can her mind even handle? How many more times can she keep killing Garong? Corinne yells at Erin, asking how long she plans to do this, repeating these 3 days forever. Though exhausted, Erin says she'll keep going as long as she can. She gets why Corinne is here. He's trying to save someone, and in the process, he's saving a lot of people. What Erin says makes him think of Kwa Ran, and she urges him to get a move on. Death watches Erin's lonely figure, only to remark that saving the world requires sacrifice. Corinne is just an anomaly. Erin doesn't belong in this world anymore. She will intentionally ignore his existence. Finally, Erin turns her back and walks away. Erin sacrifices herself so completely that nobody can ever recognize her or even know what she's given up. The thought makes Corinne grit his teeth in a silent rage. He knows she's always thinking of sacrificing herself. Her mind flashes back to her master in a past life, who accepted grave danger just to protect everyone else. And that's exactly why Rin respects her so much, this quiet hero who always chose to defend the world in secret. But Corinne, thinking outside the box, decides to call on death itself. Erin just whips around, totally bewildered, wondering what on earth he's trying to pull. Corinne holds his hand out to the Grim Reaper, offering to strike a deal right then and there. He's not giving up on his master, not taking no for an answer. Erin makes a frantic dash to stop this madness, but nope, too late. A blinding flash from the new contract blocks her path. The golden orb on the scales glows, and Death actually looks amused, turns out. A liar making a deal is peak entertainment. The Grim Reaper actually commends Corinne for his sheer audacity. A guy who literally cheated Death now wants to make a deal with it. The scales are all out of whack, but Death just looks at this kid and asks him to name his price. And so, he lays out his terms. Corinne wants to completely nullify the contract made by Erin Danua, but first, he demands a legendary artifact, something from level 10 or higher, at least. But as with any deal with Death, he has to offer something in return. Corinne takes a moment to think it over. He promises that within 6 months, he will completely cleanse the undead-infested city of Nazaria. Death literally freezes for a second, stunned by Corinne's outrageous promise, and flat out tells him it's impossible for a kid like him. But Corinne just brushes off the cosmic doubt. He says whether he can or can't isn't Death's problem. His only job is to weigh the deal. Corinne then asks Death about the contract's fairness, and a second later, the golden orb on the scales swells in size. It glows brighter and brighter. After measuring the weight of the pact, Death finally gives its verdict. The deal is still not fair. Wiping out 1.2 million souls apparently isn't enough for what Corinne wants. Even though Death says that, the golden orb is already way heavier. The deal is still lopsided, which leaves Corinne completely baffled. So Death tells Corinne to pick a number. Only then, it says, will the scales finally achieve balance. Corinne breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking it over. An odd number means a top 10 epic item, so if he has to choose, the choice is obvious. After weighing his options, Corinne picks his prize. The deal is struck, leaving Erin still in a state of total shock. She can't believe he had the guts to do that. She rushes over, demanding to know what just happened. Corinne sees her run up, surprised she waited for him. He then explains the contract he just made with death. The terms are simple. Within 6 months, he has to purify all of Nazaria. If he succeeds, her own contract becomes totally void. Hearing the conditions of this suicidal pact, Erin just lets out a helpless scream. All she can do is call him completely insane, because she knows if he fails this contract with death, his very soul will be wiped from existence. Corinne just lowers his voice, telling her with the utmost respect that this is something he learned from her. He grabs her by the shoulders. He tells her straight up everything he's doing now, he learned from watching her, and that just stops Erin cold in her tracks. At first, Corinne thought this whole thing was just some kind of game. But in those moments of pure danger and utter difficulty, standing in a world of fire and smoke, with monsters lurking everywhere, he met someone different. For the first time, he met a true hero, a hero that he failed to protect, one who stood alone against the world, and who died just to keep him safe. The memory of her turning to smile at him amidst all that fire and ruin is a pain he can't stand. He grips Erin's shoulders even tighter. This time, he's going to be the one to save her. He swears he won't fail again. He's not that same weak kid anymore. Besides, it's not like he's trying to save the world or something crazy. What he's doing is actually pretty simple. He flashes a huge grin, saying he's just repaying a debt. Under the peaceful, starry night sky, everything feels still. Flash forward way forward in Nazaria. Erin is facing down some grotesque, lumpy monster holding a bizarre staff, and the thing is absolutely terrified. It just keeps screaming, "Witch! Witch!" while throwing every spell it has at her. This has been going on for 300 years. The monster is hit with a relentless barrage of attacks. At this point, it can't even put up a defense anymore. And finally, Erin makes the thing completely explode. Just another day at the office. She pulls back her hood with a heavy sigh. The city is still the same chaotic hellhole it's always been, as Erin stands alone, looking down on the ruins. 300 years of the same mechanical, repetitive grind, fighting this awful schedule, day in and day out. Why? Simple because she's a hero. She's the last holy warrior left on this godforsaken land ever since the king of the Shadow Kingdom was lost to the void. Erin Danua always knew she was different. Living the life of a hero was just her destiny, something she accepted without a second thought. And she still is, still living like a hero. But now, after all this time, there's one single difference. For the very first time, someone looked her in the eyes and said they wanted to save her. She always believed saving people was a hero's job, and that was that. So she pushed down her own feelings and forgot to even take care of herself. And yet, Corinne just told her he wants to save her, all to repay a simple favor. Erin pulls her hood back on. Yep, this Corinne kid managed to dig up feelings she'd buried for 300 lonely years, all with a promise to stick by her side. A glance away, and Erin's already replaying Corinne's words. Someone genuinely caring about her? That's a new one, and it's hitting her right in the feels. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper watches from the sidelines, totally satisfied with the show. After all, Erin's his old buddy of 300 years. He chuckles to himself, a hero falling in love? Hey, he's not complaining. This is prime entertainment. The Grim Reaper himself was having second thoughts about his little deal with Corinne. Yeah, this was gonna get complicated. He let the kid pick any option, sure, but he never expected this choice. But in that moment, Corinne knew exactly what he wanted. Our boy chose the Orb of Death, an all-offense, no-defense kind of item. One good whack can literally separate your body and soul. This thing is basically the Grim Reaper's scythe in a convenient weapon-mountable package, a perfect little artifact of death. Thing is, it only works at full power for the big guy himself. For any old human, its abilities were pretty nerfed. And for a guy like Corinne who couldn't even sense souls, it was the absolute worst choice possible. But hey, a deal's a deal. And the more Death thought about it, the more he kind of dug this whole crazy situation. He had to admit, this was getting interesting. He had no clue what Corinne was trying to change, which made it all the more fun. Meanwhile, over at the Nazaria city gate, Kang Ryun stood there with his arms crossed, thinking hard. The qualifying round was just about to end. 8 teams, 32 people from Borome and Mukaba, and only half of them would make it to the next round. At 6:50 in the morning, the scoreboard lit up. Team 1 of Borome Academy was at the top. The pretty girl and her teammates had racked up a total of 558 points. Makilkaba Academy's Team 2, with the demi-human Mariette, was sitting at 499 points, while her teammate was still rambling about some spells. Mariette agreed that if their team hadn't shattered that moonstone, they probably would have taken first place. The final scores were posted 558 for Team 1. Team 2 had 499, Team 4 had 160, and Team 3 trailed with 155. Team 6 had 126, Team 8 had 98, Team 7 had a sad 5 points, and Team 5 still hadn't shown up. Looking at the board, everyone pretty much called it Barame had this in the bag, and there was nothing else to see here. Some people were just glad to be alive, while others compared their pathetic end to the fall of the legendary Manrek bandits. Zerger and Lack, two guys who got eliminated early, were still freaking out because none of their teammates had returned yet. Mukabe Academy was good at teamwork, but their individual skills were kinda weak. And speaking of weak, there was Corinne's Team 5, nicknamed Corinne's Useless Crew. Almost immediately, everyone else started chiming in with the trash talk. They all said that besides Team 2, no other squad from Mukaba Academy stood a chance of getting to the next round. Corinne's team even lost 2 members right at the start. No way they could pull off a comeback. Kang Ryun was absolutely loving this. He was secretly hoping 3 Borome teams would make it to the finals, and only one from that Mukaba Academy he hated so much. Just as the gossip hit its peak, the door swung open. Corinne's voice echoed, "Good morning." Alyssa realized they were cutting it super close. Seeing they only had 1 minute left before being disqualified, Alyssa breathed a huge sigh of relief. Corinne just waved it off like, "Hey, we're here, aren't we?" Kang Ryun cleared his throat. Sure, the two of them just overslept. Alyssa was not having it, snapping that Corinne should have eaten after they finished. But Corinne wasn't about to wait. I mean, they were in the middle of a competition. If you don't eat now, when are you supposed to? An annoyed Kang Ryun told Corinne's team to hand over their stuff so he could update the score, secretly convinced they were getting eliminated. Alyssa placed a single stone on the scale. Kang Ryun was still busy mocking them when the board suddenly lit up with 250 points. Jaws dropped all around the room. 250? No way! Kang Ryun immediately declared Team 5 in 3rd place, but Corinne stopped him cold, saying he wasn't done submitting their moonstones yet. 3 moonstones from the 3 undead kings were placed on the scale. Everyone who saw it completely lost their minds. They started screaming, asking where Corinne's team even went to hunt. Did they seriously go to the city center and fight those 3 legendary monsters? But the shock wasn't over. Corinne pulled out one final item, a moonstone as red as blood. The moonstone of the immortal king Gayron was placed on the scale. The score shot up so fast it was dizzying. Everyone was speechless. Kang Ryun's entire crew stared with their eyes bugging out. The scoreboard displayed the grand total for Corinne's team, 1,768 points. Corinne just gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Meanwhile, old man Kang Ryun still couldn't believe his eyes. The final ranking showed Corinne's team in the lead, 1,768 points. And the 4 teams advancing to the finals were Team 5, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 4. A carriage was already waiting outside. The morning air was electric. Alyssa asked Corinne if he was still planning on going there. Corinne just grunted in response. He confirmed he had to go, and it seemed like Alyssa had already figured out his plan to save Erin. Alyssa then announced that she and Mariette would be going with him next time, flashing a beautiful, bright smile. She didn't want him trying to do everything alone. She didn't know his plan, but if Corinne kept acting like this, she was going to worry herself sick. Corinne was totally stunned. He had always just assumed Alyssa was kind of an idiot, but it looked like he was dead wrong. He agreed with Alyssa and thanked her for the thought, but warned her to pace herself. They had a mountain of work ahead of them. Corinne closed his eyes, pretending to be calm, but his mind was already running a million calculations. He wants to figure out how to use this new power from the death god, but this divine artifact is a bit different than he expected. But hey, the Orb of Death could be the perfect secret weapon for his little mission. Corinne remembers Gua Ran's lonely back as she insisted his help was useless. Corinne let out a confident smile. What if this little gift from the underworld was the one secret key that could save that kid? Back at school, Corinne heard from Professor Josephine that Gua Ran had been imprisoned. Let's roll back time to a little girl named Lan. She was loved by everyone, and seeing her big sister after so long, she happily ran over to give her a massive hug. Her sister was just as happy to see her, immediately asking how her health had been lately. But Lan was an unlucky child who had never once stepped outside due to a terminal illness, and her face was always pale with exhaustion. Turns out, Lan was born with the absolute yin body, a body that carried a self-destructing curse. A place of endless demonic energy that shattered the balance in her body, a curse she'd carried since birth. Lan's father, Kang Wu, tried everything imaginable to cure his daughter, but no medicine could break the absolute yin curse. Their happy, warm family just shattered into pieces as he tore his room apart in despair. Lying on her sickbed, Lan tried to call out to her father, and Kang Wu could barely say her name back. If you had to name 2 tragedies in this story, the first would be Lan's curse. Every breath was a struggle, but Kang Wu swore he would save her. And the second tragedy was this. To save Lan, Kang Wu would do absolutely anything, and his expression twisted as if he'd become a completely different person. And that was Kang Wu's raw talent, the man known as the greatest soul sorcerer of his era. He spent his life searching for a source of yang energy strong enough to contain the yin in his daughter. He tried hundreds of remedies, but the wall of the absolute yin body was something human effort alone could never overcome. And from that point on, Kang Woo's way of thinking changed. If there wasn't enough yang energy to suppress the yin, then he just had to find a way to drain all of the yin out. And so, on this living child, curse after curse was carved. The most familiar monster to a soul sorcerer is one tasked with a mission, guiding souls. Kang Woo had accidentally turned his own daughter into a jiangshi while she was still alive. This jiangshi possessed fire attributes, and in that moment, she was truly born. Din Hyu's blood boiled at the memory of that so-called mercy. His eyes blazed with fury, thinking it should have been for his family when they were murdered. And without another word, Din Hyu decided to kill the person right in front of him. Surrounded by a sea of raging fire, he was dead set on killing his target. All around them lay the scattered bodies of the dead. Kwaran panicked, watching the scene unfold as Kangryun seized the moment, ordering the fire to kill every human on this land. Not a single living thing was to be spared. Din Hyu immediately roared that Kwaran was a monster, a cold-blooded and heartless monster. Not only that, Din Hyu accused her of still pretending to be a good person. How disgusting. But Kwaran was just confused, trying to deny it all. Din Hyu wouldn't stop taunting her about her own body. He screamed that she wasn't Lan, just a monster who stole Lan's body, but Kwaran kept denying it, believing this body was hers. Suddenly, a hand shot up from below and grabbed Kwaran's foot. A skeleton cursed her to die, then immediately switched to begging her, pleading for her to die. The words were full of sincerity, because that skeleton had torn her father to shreds, and now it would bury Kwaran in the name of the royal family. The skeleton's hands moved up, squeezing her neck while begging her to die. The cries of agony echoed, saying Kwaran should never have been born. Then, Lan's ghostly figure appeared, terrifyingly demanding her body back. Kwaran was terrified as all the sounds rushed in on her, feeling like it was all too loud as she unleashed her power. Powerful vines shot towards Din Hyu, making him cry out in pain as he used his hands to shield himself. In that moment of enraged chaos, golden chains shot out, wrapping tightly around Kwaran's body. The chains squeezed so hard that Kwaran collapsed, only having time to say that she deserved this body. While Kwaran was lost in her own nightmare, mumbling that she absolutely couldn't. We cut back to Professor Josephine's office. Professor Josephine was seriously explaining the reason why Kwaran had been imprisoned there. After Corinne heard everything, he had pretty much anticipated something like this. He just never expected it to come so soon. He wondered if the official reason was the real one, or if it was about those two forbidden objects. Professor Josephine could just tell he was onto something, giving her glasses a little push-up detective mode activated, confirming her suspicions were true. Professor Joss Finn added that Corinne was being held by Sayane's bone chains, with an Eastern talisman also keeping her in check. But during her fight with Jin Hyuk, both talismans got torched. Naturally, Bishop Li Jin-yang used this as an excuse to slam Corinne's lack of control. And so, on Professor Kangryun's orders, Corinne was shipped back to the east. They also decided they'd just whip up a new talisman to suppress Corinne's power. Problem solved, right? But something felt off. Corinne figured their reaction was way too extreme for just one broken magical restraint. The story didn't add up, and now they were trying to throw the Academy under the bus for not controlling Corinne? Absolutely ridiculous. Ariel, who'd been standing there the whole time, quietly asked Corinne just how much he'd figured out. From her expression, it was clear she already knew. In this whole mess, it was obvious that Professor Kangryun, the guy from the east, was cooking up some kind of scheme. Corinne, already thinking ahead, wondered if Ariel was actually planning to let those guys get their hands on Corinne. He proposed they just leave everything to him. A little rushed, sure, but he was totally confident he could handle it. Corinne stated his goal loud and clear. He wanted a world where everyone could live their own lives, with no one left behind. And with that, the hero's legend kicks off Act 3, featuring the flying Yaksha, a demon that's a whole different breed from the ones before. Professor Josephine fell silent, and Ariel said nothing. Trusting him with this story meant he'd be forced to make an impossible choice. The choice was simple, save Hua or save Lan. The easy way out, the efficient choice, would be to just pick one of them. That's what a pragmatist would do. But Corinne doesn't play by those rules. See, kids have to choose. Adults, they take both. So the new main quest is locked in. Save both Hua and Lan, difficulty A+, with plenty of special conditions attached. Meanwhile, in a dark cell, Corinne can only think one thing. This body is mine, until Kangryun fades in from the shadows asking, is it really? Corinne had no clue who this guy was, so Kangryun was all too happy to introduce himself as Kanglan's uncle, the original owner of the body she's hijacking. This only sends Corinne into a rage, demanding her body back. but Kangrian just tuts, saying there seems to be a slight misunderstanding. Kangrian knew Coran wanted total control of that body, which reminded him of a certain incident from the past. The time when he ordered Hua to wipe out every single human in the land, leaving not a single living thing behind. Kangrian then puts on his most scheming face, whispering that he can help Coran achieve her goal. He looked like a venomous snake, smiling as he offered a sweet, poisoned apple to a child. A voice, Hua's voice, called out a warning, but it was just a ghostly whisper, unable to reach Coran. Kangrian taunted her, saying the body might be hers, but she's never once truly possessed it. 2 days after the qualifiers, everyone got a day off, probably to let the students just back from Nazaria recover. So, Corinne and Mariette Dunalep took a walk through town, preparing their strategy before Kangrian made his next move. Corinne asked Mariette how their little side hustle stall was doing, and she told him the final sales report came in yesterday. He was dying to know how much cash they made, and Mariette was more than happy to spill the details. For the meat skewers, they got ingredients directly from a noble family, added a bit of sauce, and sold them at a 300% markup. Thinking about it made him grin like a fool, imagining piles of gold. The payday he'd been waiting for was finally here. This was the true price of tourism. Griffin would just have to spend all his money. Just then, Mariette Dunalep spotted a magic stone throwing game, and the owner instantly tried to rope her in for a round. Suddenly, Corinne realized he recognized the owner from last year. The man explained the stones were just defective rejects from a local quarry. They were broken into small chunks, and as Mariette picked one up, she noticed it looked a little strange. The owner urged her on, saying it felt soft to the touch. Mariette, now curious, tried it out and found he was right, it was soft. The owner, a real salesman, explained that because magic stones absorb mana so well, their properties can easily change. That's why they're used in magic staffs. But Corinne saw the soft stone and immediately thought it could explode at any moment. He had to test his theory. Corinne grabbed a stone. With his honed throwing skills, his accuracy was nearly perfect. It flew straight into the bullseye. The stall owner looked completely bewildered as he announced a score of 95 points, while Mariette cheered her head off. You see, with these defective stones, higher accuracy means a smaller blast. Lower accuracy, however, means a much bigger boom. And in the game, Corinne had already tested every piece of gear and magic spell specifically to reduce his accuracy down to 0%. So with his detective-level reasoning, he figured the explosion's range could be boosted to 100 million. And if you know how to play the game, you get results. So, Miss Lin strolls up to the stall owner, offering to sell him this whole pile of magic stones. And he's willing to pay double, leaving the owner completely baffled as to why anyone would want this many rocks. Lin just flashes a dangerous little smile, saying nothing. Obviously, these stones are for a special skill only the pros know about, and that's exactly why she's here. Suddenly, the air around our guy goes all dark and stormy as he cackles at his own evil plans. And honestly, Marie S. Dunalep finds his psycho smile super creepy. But then he just casually asks her about the carriage company owned by her family, and then for the entire carriage schedule, making Marie S. Dunalep wonder what kind of new scheme he's cooking up now. All she sees is Corin, and she just knows he's about to make his move. The carriage takes off, and the governor calls Iowa over for a little chat. Just then, Iowa shoves a wooden charm into Guarin's mouth, a little something made to be the ultimate nightmare for zombies. Iowa gives her the side-eye, watching her reaction like a hawk. Guarin can't handle it and collapses, coughing uncontrollably. Iowa chills in a corner, thinking, is that all it takes? The charm only weakens Guarin, but for Iowa's plan, that's more than enough. The whole point is to separate Guarin from Lan, but hearing this just makes Guarin even more furious. Iowa, looking extremely annoyed, explains that he already told her this. At some point, Kangrian will separate them both, and this sends Guarin into a full-blown panic. Iowa flatly explains that Guarin will either disappear or become an evil spirit. She freaks out, not wanting to lose this body. But Iowa couldn't care less, because that body never belonged to Guarin in the first place, and it's about time she learned that. Guarin absolutely loses her mind. Outside, the driver hears a weird sound from the carriage and looks back towards the noise. If he hadn't looked, he would have just thought it was a bell. But a second later, a massive vehicle appears out of nowhere, scaring the absolute daylights out of the driver as a massive crash happens. The impact is so insane, it sends their carriage flying straight into a wall. The driver is knocked completely out. Kangrian materializes, asking if his two companions got hurt in the chaos. Aurora and Jin Hyuk, being nimble badasses, say they're fine, but they wonder if this was a bomb attack, a plan Kangrian knew nothing about. Just then, a mysterious orb falls to the ground. Kangrian instantly realizes this is no easy opponent as the entire area warps into a blood-soaked nightmare, leaving Jin Hyuk utterly confused. Seeing this total disaster, a group of bandits starts cheering. Their moment had finally come. Why wait? It's the perfect time to loot everything. Then they spot Gwarren growling on the ground and figure they've hit the jackpot finding such a pretty girl. And just like that, the bandit leader grins from ear to ear and orders his men to grab Gwarren. A clown-faced goon immediately calls dibs on handling the girl himself. Meanwhile, at Professor Josephine's place, a loud scream announces a kidnapping, and nobody has a clue what's happening or who got snatched. A man in a brown suit bursts in, frantically reporting the incident that had just happened 5 minutes ago. This news shocks Professor Josephine so badly that this woman, who hadn't sworn in 35 years, lets out a glorious curse word. Back on the road, the kidnappers are making a high-speed getaway on horseback. Gwarren sits on the horse, questioning all her life choices, and demands to know what in the world is going on. And who's holding her? Corinne. He tells everyone not to cause trouble while he's rescuing her, but Gwarren just thinks he's being completely useless. Corinne tries to explain that if those other guys had taken her, she would have been in real danger. But to Gwarren, Corinne means nothing. They're just roommates. Meanwhile, Corinne is just thinking to himself, phew, made it just in time. Because if he had let Kangrian take Gwarren, he would have forcibly ripped her soul from her body, meaning either Gwarren or Lan would have been erased forever. Gwarren just stays silent, soaking it all in. One of the bandits rides up, telling Corinne they've arrived, and that he'll create a distraction and leave a false trail, just like they planned. The guy grabs his bag of gold, looking absolutely thrilled. Corinne wishes him well, hoping they don't meet again under bad circumstances. But yeah, that smiling face says he got paid a lot. And for a moment, all is quiet. Then suddenly, Gwarren just faceplants, and Corinne has no idea what's wrong with her. Gwarren has been looking pale for a while, and she mumbles that the people who took her made her drink something. Hearing this, Corinne gets excited, wondering if it's a magic charm, but then he figures, nah, with her luck, she probably just caught a cold that'll take days to shake. In the middle of this vast forest, he says something that makes Gwarren scream, demanding to know what he's planning. He doesn't answer. He just starts running, making Gwarren struggle and demand to be put down so she can run herself. But Corinne stubbornly tells her to stop trying, she can barely even walk. Miss Rin had no problem carrying him, since Quaran was light anyway. But Quaran's face told a different story, desperately trying to say he was uncomfortable and wanted down. Rin just brushed off his complaints, telling him to put it on her tab, a move that left Quaran completely speechless. Dianhu couldn't believe someone had the guts to bomb them, and Kang Ryun was just as clueless about what was happening. The atmosphere suddenly turned a menacing red, throwing Dianhu into a full-blown panic about what was going on. It was a total who am I, where am I moment. And to top it off, the barrier was seriously glitching out. Looking down from above, Marie S. Dunlap decided this was chaotic enough, recalling Corinne's words about stalling for 1 hour. From the outside, the barrier looked like a giant sphere, closing in to scoop up everyone inside as screams erupted from within. Spirit beasts suddenly swarmed out, attacking Kang Ruiyun's group and making Dunhu wonder what the heck was wrong with his barrier. Kang Ruiyun immediately turned and called out to Awa. Awa, with her usual quick thinking, instantly knew what he wanted and confirmed she would follow his lead. Marie S. Dunlap noticed this strange development, then freaked out seeing her own team using the whoever's scared just leave strategy. Meanwhile, over on his side of things, a heavy rain began to pour. Garen's condition was getting worse for no clear reason, and Corinne, holding him, was worried sick. They'd gone far enough. In this state, they just had to find a place to rest. But suddenly, a strange figure appeared right in front of him. Iowa landed with the most extra pose ever, thinking she was miles away, only to realize the guy in front of her looked awfully familiar. No time for talk. Iwa went straight for the attack, swinging her weapon at Corinne, who wondered how she caught up and even broke the barrier. He tried to shield Quaran in his arms but got hit by a dart, leaving a nasty wound. Quaran, despite being 1 foot in the grave, still managed to ask if the guy helping him was okay. But Corinne, with his invulnerable body, just reassured Quaran that he was fine because the blade wasn't even poisoned. Worried he couldn't protect Quaran and fight, Corinne placed him under a tree, telling him to wait, but Quaran was terrified. Corinne glanced at the situation behind him, then repeated his question to her. In situations like this, you just charge in and fight, no hesitation. Corinne rushed forward to give Ewa a beatdown. Ewa saw him charge, her face a mix of surprise and not surprise, since she figured he wouldn't run. Corinne explained he was just eliminating the worst option first. Then they both launched at each other like moths to a flame. While fighting, Ewa started trash-talking Corinne, hitting him with questions like, "Do you really think you can beat me?" Right after that question, Ewa unleashed a massive blow that sent Corinne flying backward. But with tons of experience and that main character plot armor, he slammed his weapon into the ground to stop himself. For such a heavy attack coming from a low-level fighter like Iwa, it was pretty much expected. He focused his energy, and looking at the woman before him, Corinne realized this was the Sword Master. The strongest knight, Xia Griffin, also known as the Sword Maiden. The insanely huge aura you could literally see with your own eyes was all the proof he needed. Iwa cleverly reminded Corinne to stop holding back and just go all out, pointing out he had an aura of his own. But here's the thing. Corinne's aura was basically a cheap trick. It was a trump card he could only use in emergencies, but honestly, it felt more like a useless card. It could only store a massive amount of aura, like a sealed-off dam with no way to open the floodgates. Awa figured if Corinne didn't want to use his full power, she'd just have to go along with it his way. If he wouldn't reveal his power willingly, then Iwa would just have to force it out of him. Iwa used her dragon-slaying calamity technique, which totally freaked Corinne out before he could even analyze the move she used. He tried to hold his ground and figure things out, then decided to use his first form, the dragon-slaying strike, with a you-started-it attitude. Corinne's incredible technique immediately summoned a dragon-type spirit beast. Corinne unleashed everything he had, holding nothing back with his heaven-devouring war art, followed by body-shattering spear and then annihilation slash. The fight got so intense that you'd need an oxygen tank just to keep watching. After who knows how long, the fight finally stopped. Corinne fell to one knee, completely out of breath. Iwa had fought this battle seriously, no games, but faced with Corinne's cheekiness, she decided silence was golden. Iwa looked at her opponent, thinking about how every single technique she used should have been a guaranteed win. But damn, she couldn't even put a single scratch on this guy. Iwa was genuinely curious who in the world was she fighting. But instead of asking who he was, she wanted to know why he was protecting Gwaran so fiercely, which is a pretty weird question to ask the guy who literally kidnapped her. The humor was totally lost, so Yua just introduced herself as Gwaran's older sister, and in her eyes, Gwaran was a monster, a cruel and vicious demon. She was pretty sure Corinne had heard about the massacre back in Luna, right? Hearing all this, Corinne just felt a little bad for her. The real criminals were out there living it up, completely above the law. Meanwhile, the people below were left to tear each other apart. Naturally, Yua had no idea what he was talking about. So he tried to explain that the dojos in this country are absolutely brutal, constantly challenging and destroying one another. That was the reality of the situation, but the more he talked, the more confused Yua got. But before she could react, he unleashed his power with a lightning-fast slash. Realizing just how dangerous this was, Yua immediately launched herself off the branch she was standing on. She closed the distance in a flash. This time, she was so pissed, her entire aura turned pitch black. Yua glared ahead, but the person in her path just stammered, then yelled out her own name like a battle cry. "I'm the head of the Alyssa Dojo, Alyssa Aiden." Alyssa Aiden then announced, in complete bewilderment, that she wanted to challenge Yua to a duel. Yua was so stunned she almost choked. Corinne, of course, decided to stir the pot, praising Alyssa for her unique brand of courage. Challenging someone out here? Now that's what you call dedication, even though nobody had a clue how strong she was. But Alyssa just charged forward with her sword, full of admiration, begging Yua for a lesson. Yua just stood there, completely speechless at this whole mess. Yua casually blocked the blow, asking Alyssa, "Are you serious right now? Is this really happening?" She was baffled. Did this person actually think she had successfully challenged her? Just like that? Alyssa couldn't care less about the situation. She just shot Corinne a wink, telling him to get on with it. Corinne, knowing an escape route when he saw one, gave her a big thanks. He happily scooped up Gwaran. He joyfully announced he had nothing more to say and was going to bounce, leaving them to their business. All a helpless Yua could do was scream for him to stop. The sky started to pour. Corinne tried wringing out his white shirt, muttering about his luck before deciding to just set it aside for now. Because hey, at least this downpour would jam up the keen senses of any guards or knights sent to find the hostage. Inside a cave, Corinne squeezed every drop of water from his clothes, silently thanking the weather for delaying any potential pursuit. Corinne didn't forget he was with Gwaran and turned to ask how she was doing. But she just laid there, silent. This was the only response he got. Placing a hand on her forehead, Gwaran weakly managed to say sorry. Gwaran told him she had a fever. With no other choice, he had to perform first aid on the spot. He gently pulled Gwaran into his arms. He took out a vial of medicine, telling her this would make her feel better. And this wasn't just any potion, it was a high-grade divine elixir. After the medicine soothed her a bit, Gwaran finally asked him where they were. He explained that this cozy little spot was Horn Bear territory, a den they dug out. As soon as he said it, Corinne noticed something was wrong. Gwaran's condition was getting worse, and it would take a while for the medicine to fully kick in. Corinne let out a worried sigh, which Gwaran noticed. Seeing him about to leave, she got anxious. He told her the truth he was going to hunt a bear, because they were definitely around here, and he was going to use its pelt to keep her warm. But right at that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning struck, stopping Corinne in his tracks. Then, a hand grabbed onto the hem of his pants. Turning around, Corinne saw Guarin struggling to sit up, her breathing already becoming uneven. Her face was filled with a desperate plea, begging him not to go anywhere. While Corinne was getting things ready, Guarin's mind drifted to memories of her past. The words, "my dear daughter," echoed deep in her subconscious. It was the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes for the very first time. A strange man stood before her, crying his eyes out, repeatedly calling her daughter, overwhelmed that the child had finally woken up. From Guarin's point of view, he was simply her master, looking down at her with tear-filled eyes. The man called Guarin his daughter. He also called her Lan. Seeing this tearful scene, Guarin felt absolutely nothing. As a newborn Jiangxi, she only knew that this was what she was supposed to be called. Guarin repeated the word the man said, not understanding its meaning at all, but he was overjoyed, pulling her into a happy embrace. But in that exact moment, Guarin instinctively realized she needed to play the part of Lan, because if her father found out, he would immediately abandon her, and a part of her was terrified he'd run off to find the real Lan. Guarin had imagined countless times what the future would be like after she returned this body, but it wasn't long before this life of lies started to cause problems. It all came crashing down for one ridiculous reason. That's when the man she called father casually let go of Guarin's hand, stating flatly that she wasn't his daughter, leaving the poor girl absolutely stunned. It was the first time Guarin had ever seen so much blood. Her so-called father had ordered her to exterminate a sea beast that was rampaging through the city. Right next to her, some uncle figure who'd treated her wounds before was laughing his head off, amused that a total rookie could easily kill a level 1 monster. This was the very same guy who had named her Hua. And in that moment, goaded into action, Guarin finally completed the mission her father had given her. You could see it in Kangrian's eyes, pure greed and calculation, while Guarin had to endure the cold indifference from the man who now knew she wasn't his child. And that's when Guarin realized her own value to them. So after that, whatever they wanted, whatever the city lord wanted, what the royal family wanted, or what the priests wanted, Guarin had to obey all of them, becoming a relentless killing machine, no matter if the target was a monster, a demon, or even a human. She remembered the moment that Skeleton grabbed her, and fragmented memories flooded back images of people turning to ash. Guarin decided right then and there she needed to eliminate the weak original to claim this body for good. And just like that, she transformed into someone else entirely. Phi Thien Jia Soa was born. Her eyes then landed on a strangely carved stone in the hay. Guarin was resting when Corinne suddenly handed her something. She wondered what was up, but he just figured she liked the dark. More importantly, he really wanted to give her the object in his hand. So Corinne tossed Guarin a piece of cloth to use as a blanket. Guarin tried to refuse, saying she didn't need it, but the kid was stubborn. He made her take it without a single complaint, since the night was getting seriously cold. Besides, dawn was coming soon anyway. Corinne told her to get some sleep, promising he'd wake her up when the sun rose. He assured her the rain would be gone, which left Guarin sitting there totally baffled. She couldn't figure this kid out, so she just asked him what he wanted. And really, this was a totally normal question for her, because in her past, everyone she met wanted something from her. Her father wanted his lost daughter, her cousin wanted a healthy younger sister, and Kangrian? He wanted a weapon that could slaughter everything in sight. They all wanted something, but Corinne just stayed silent. He simply asked if she remembered their first meeting, leaving her completely clueless about his endgame. Since she didn't remember, Corinne offered to tell her the story. Back then, she'd confessed to him that she wasn't the original owner of her body. She'd said she was just a thief who'd stolen it without any right to it, and his answer back then is the same as his answer now. Being born is not a sin. For Guarin, hearing that was a completely unexpected move. But for some reason, that just made her furious, and she called it an incredibly irresponsible thing to say. She screamed at him, yelling that he knew nothing about the danger of freeing a monster based on a few empty, feel-good words. Even Josephine and the Elder knew that much, and all the things he said were just pretty little lies. The idea that he could turn a monster good again? Absolutely laughable. And on top of that, he thinks the world can change? Yeah, right. So Corinne just played dumb. From Corinne's point of view, whether the world could change or if a monster could become good, he honestly had no idea. His goal came from something much simpler. See, Corinne was once one of those unlucky people, and out of all of them, he was the only one who could save them. Hearing that answer, Guarin fell silent. Corinne figured that response was probably enough. It was at this moment that Guarin finally admitted her true feelings. She was scared. The more she talked, the more she seemed to shrink into herself. She knows this body isn't hers, it never was, and everyone keeps telling her she has to give it back. Guarin is fully aware she has to return it. Oh, she knows that part all too well. But what she's truly terrified of is what comes after. Once she returns it, What happens to her then? Corinne could only watch her in silence. Helpless, Corinne looked up, desperate for an answer. The only thing she wanted to know was simple. Should she return this body or not? Corinne thought for a moment. His answer, that she needed to return it, absolutely crushed her. It was disappointment layered on top of disappointment. Corinne squeezed her eyes shut, accepting it so he was just like the rest. But before she could finish, he cut in, saying they should all talk together first. Then he cheerfully proposed that Corinne could be the landlord. He'd pay the deposit and the rent, so could they be roommates? Corinne was totally blindsided by this completely unpredictable offer. Corinne freaked out, telling him those were two totally different issues. Besides, he already knew exactly what she was. But to him, that really wasn't a big deal. He'd seen plenty of humans do things that were way worse than any monster. He'd even seen so-called heroes who secretly went around murdering people on the side. So the choice is what really matters. Corinne lies down beside her, making himself at home, telling her that her nature is irrelevant because she hasn't chosen a path yet. He'd planned to tell Corinne he'd help until she made her choice, so she didn't need to worry and could just get some sleep. Hearing that, she just sighs. Might as well sleep. It's not like Corinne minded crashing for a bit either. But this whole thing is still a knot in Corinne's stomach. From the very beginning, the outcome was set in stone, and there was no turning back. Watching Corinne's retreating figure, Warren is torn up inside. He can't tell him the truth, not when it would risk the only person offering him a hand. The pain is just relentless. Warren can't take that hand, but he can't let it go either. What a mess. The next day, as soon as the sun's up, Warren asks Corinne where he's going, but it seems he's actually looking for something, muttering, "It's gotta be around here." He takes a look at what's left of the wreckage. Everything's burnt to a crisp, totally useless. But then his eyes land on something interesting. Corinne tries to reassure Warren, holding up a piece of a lightning-struck jujube tree. He figures this chunk of wood might actually be useful in this forest. Corinne just cuts to the chase and asks again, is Guaran a jiangshi, a Chinese hopping vampire, or not? He also asks if she knows that a jiangshi with yin energy as dense as hers would have certain weaknesses. This is apparently news to her. He gently places the wood in her hand, explaining it's packed with powerful yang energy, usually used to exorcise demons. But if a jiangshi like Guaran eats it, well, a few things are going to happen. Corinne explains it'll balance the yin and yang in her body, temporarily shutting down her vampire-like traits. Yeah, this high-level stuff is flying right over her head, so he breaks it down the side effects. If she eats it, she'll lose control of her body. This, of course, just makes her even more suspicious and terrified. Guaran throws the piece of wood away, having no idea why Corinne would give her something so sketchy. He just picks it up again. Look, it's decision time. Guaran can't just keep selfishly taking the benefits without any of the responsibility. Corinne knows exactly what purely selfish people are like, and he is not about to let Guaran become one of them. He just wants her to choose. So once again, he places the wood back into her hand. No matter what, Guaran has to own her choice. But this is all happening so fast, she can barely even process it. Just as things are getting to the climax, a voice cuts in from nowhere asking what Guaran is doing here, making them both whip their heads around. A strange figure with a dark blue aura walks towards Guaran, radiating pure rage. Corinne, sensing trouble, immediately shoves Guaran aside, leaving her totally confused. Corinne has never been the subtle type. He just charges forward, telling Guaran that no matter where she runs, this guy and his crew will hunt her down. So, the only option is to deal with this, right here, right now. Jin Hyu shouts Corinne's name, but our guy denies it, claiming his name is Emoton. Jin Hyu isn't buying it, thinking Corinne's just shameless enough to wear a disguise. Without wasting a second, Jin Hyu unleashes his power, throwing out a storm wheel attack. The two immediately dive into a ridiculously over-the-top brawl. Jin Hyu raises his arms, finding this whole situation pretty amusing, probably blaming it on the monster's influence. Corinne actually gives his opponent some props for being able to use alchemy without a magic circle. And then, he immediately follows up his compliment by telling him to watch closely. And just like that, Jin Hyu gets pummeled without a chance to block. The punches come at a terrifying speed, maybe even faster than Yu Gua's. Jin Hyu tries to fire off another storm wheel attack. But for Corinne, it's just, By the time Jin Hyu realizes what's up, it's too late to fight back. Corinne decides the game is over. Suddenly, talismans appear from nowhere, swarming in as the sky bursts into flames. Corinne has no clue what is even happening. Kang Ruiyun appears, informing him that whatever he does is useless, because the talismans are based on the 8 trigrams formation. It messes with his thoughts, his muscle control, and his internal energy flow. Trapped, Corinne spits out a curse, but Kang Ruiyun is completely unfazed. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Ruiyun forcibly slaps a red talisman right onto Guaran's forehead. Ran tried to fight it, but her eyelids started feeling like they were made of lead. Her body completely froze up, leaving her standing there like a statue, making EUA super curious about that talisman Kangrian just used. Kangrian, reading EUA's mind, confirmed it's a talisman that seals consciousness, and once that's gone, the soul is trapped in the void forever. And in that moment, EUA realized they could finally send Lan back home. But Corinne, in the background, was still struggling, shifting from useless punches to verbal threats, warning Kangrian he'd pay for his delusions. Kangrian couldn't have cared less. He just walked away with his crew, leaving Corinne behind as a snack for the monsters. Corinne could only scream in agony, unable to accept that Ran was just gone. He called out to her, but it was useless, totally meaningless. Corinne was left all alone in the massive forest, and suddenly, his screaming stopped. But then some seriously weird noises start coming out of Corinne's mouth. He goes from total agony to pure smugness in seconds because the plan worked a little too well. Corinne's kneeling on the ground, trapped in some kind of magic circle. A moment later, a pack of purple wolves with eyes brighter than high beams starts creeping up on him. They circle our boy Corinne, growling and looking menacing. Then every single one of them starts charging up energy, like they're about to do something big. One wolf opens its massive jaws and lets out a howl. But look at Corinne's face, totally calm, not a hint of panic. What a weirdo. Turns out this whole wolf pack drama was just to rip off his jacket. But Corinne is super into his role, staring at the ground like his life depends on it. Then, when he thinks no one's looking, he flashes this super sinister smirk. The coast is clear. And boom, right back to his cheerful, innocent act, stretching his sore shoulders like nothing ever happened. The two golden wolves are back to normal too, praising him for a great performance, but complaining it took too long. Suddenly, Corinne wonders if Len and John are done yet. The smile fades, and then come the tears. A moment later, Len and John are back in human form, all confident because Lenia handled things. But now they're wondering why he had them do all this in the first place. Corinne just covers his mouth with a smirk, acting like it was no big deal. A thought pops into his head. Wait, does this count as a conspiracy theory? At an old, moss-covered castle, a voice echoes from inside. So, this is the Yugawa, huh? She's staring someone down, seriously asking why they still haven't found the attacker yet. A maid kneels before her. The guy looks a little stressed, telling her to be patient. Yugawa and her crew are way out of his league, and this place is beyond his reach. But still, Yugawa is not buying it for a second. She suspects they brought a whole lot of something with them. This dude's face goes pale. He's seething inside, thinking about how these heretics would never have dared speak to a bishop like this before. He then tries to argue that they're a group that sticks to the shadows, not the type to just reveal themselves, all while telling himself to just suck it up. The church is weak right now, and he needs their power. Kneeling before Yugawa's judgmental gaze, the chunky guy keeps rambling, saying he found a guild that can provide a substitute. They're merchants who've been trading with the East for ages, and they're bringing the goods today. She eyes him suspiciously, demanding the guild's name, the Mandragora Guild. As soon as he says it, we cut to a bright sunny day where an MC's voice is booming over the crowd. It's finally time for the festival's main event. The team finals have begun. Inside the locker room, you can feel the tension. Who's gonna walk away with the win? The MC's voice mixes with the roar of the crowd. Everyone is hyped. Meanwhile, Kang Ruiyun just pops up out of nowhere with a wicked grin, remarking how great it is that everything is still intact. In a corner of the room, a girl dressed head to toe in black armor, with a black and red flag on her chest, clutches something in her hand and gives the order, "Let's go." Outside, the audience is going wild as the MC announces for the contestants to enter the arena. It's the qualifying round for Kang Yewa's team, with blocks A and B. Kang Yewa struts out with her team, oozing confidence as always. Next up, Mukaba Academy, blocks A and D. Mariette and Alyssa walk out, but the MC notices something. Isn't Team D missing a member? The host stares at them, confused. Their team captain, Corinne, is gone. He didn't even show up for the doubles round. The MC assumes he's definitely out of the finals, but then something makes him stop mid-sentence. A ridiculously arrogant voice echoes from an iron gate. "The moment of victory! I will personally lead you all to the gates of Valhalla." Yugawa sees this and is annoyed, but also a little shocked that the bastard is still alive. This absolute lunatic stands on stage, arms raised, screaming about who's ready. His followers behind him chant his name. Imutan, Imutan. He puts on his best budget Joker face, looking so smug that the bishop has to ask the professor if they can just start the match already. Kang Ruiyun immediately nods. Fine. He waves his fan, and a burst of golden energy flows out. He can't help but mutter, "That annoying kid. I have to admit, he's special. I declare the test has begun." The moment he finishes, the ground starts shaking violently. A massive spell formation materializes as the rules of the game are announced. The winner is whoever finds the right path to the center and retrieves the Imperial Dragon Seal. And just like that, a golden dragon appears, with glowing eyes and a ridiculously long beard. It's right in the middle, surrounded by other beasts and a whole mess of magical arrays. The players see this setup and immediately break out in a cold sweat. Is this supposed to be a maze? Crap, this is already getting confusing. A golden announcement lights up, the formation activates, and the whole arena shifts, splitting everyone up. This one guy with murder in his eyes holds up a fan, bragging that his ancient poison is already deployed. Now, he sneers, there's nowhere left to run. Meanwhile, that girl dressed head to toe in black remains perfectly still. Her hand clutches something mysterious. But over here, the broadcast screen suddenly glitches out, leaving everyone totally baffled as to what's happening. Why is the feed interrupted? Turns out, a mysterious blue formation is glowing right below the screens. The panicked announcer frantically turns to his colleague for answers. He's yelling, "What's going on?" The other guy is just as freaked out, guessing that the magic from the formation is causing the broadcast interference. Hearing that, the red-haired MC just lets out an irritated sigh. Just then, Riang walks in, deep in thought and full of plans. From this moment on, he will begin the ritual to separate the fire from the land. Riang then turns, ordering Yugua and Hyo to protect the Black Tortoise in the north. The second they get their orders, they both take off at an insane speed. He just keeps muttering that as long as the Black Tortoise is protected, he couldn't care less if everything else gets destroyed. As Yugua flies off, she shoots him a look, silently telling him to protect her uncle. Riang just tells her to relax with a completely indifferent expression. Meanwhile, some smug magic user is laughing triumphantly. He stands with his hands on his hips, soaking in the crowd's whispers and saying, "The Nine-Dragon Bagua isn't that place. Find the exit to the formation. Corinne, can you please remove that disguise? I want to call you master." Since ancient times, the protector of the emperor at the center has always been the Black Tortoise of the North. It was always positioned right behind the emperor, so the Black Tortoise could both defend and attack at any moment. Soon after, Yugua and Jin Hyu appear, standing beneath a giant snake turtle statue. Jin Hyu speaks up, telling her to look as a voice echoes out. Therefore, if you want to break the formation of the four mythical beasts, you must destroy the Black Tortoise first. Suddenly, two people launch a surprise attack on Yugua and Jin Hyu. Corinne appears before Jin Hyu with a friendly smile, saying, "We meet again, artisan of prosthetic legs." Jin Hyu starts sweating bullets, wondering just how much this guy already knows. "How did you get here without getting lost?" An innocent Alyssa wonders aloud if just two people are enough, but our guy here looks completely unfazed. Like he doesn't have a care in the world. He reassures her, "It's fine, definitely better than leaving Mary to handle the other three alone." Speaking of Mary, she's over there radiating pure battle lust, ready to take on everyone. Yugua, however, is fighting while calmly wondering if her uncle's 8 gates technique has been nullified. From what Yugua understands, the 8 gates armor has 365 variations, including stone walls, mazes, and fog. No matter how powerful you are, it's impossible to break through. While she's lost in thought, her opponent speaks up, telling her that he knows she's feeling anxious. He suddenly breaks into a sinister grin and asks if they bought an ancient artifact. And yes, he knows because he followed their trail and found it. After hearing him out, Yugua immediately furrows her brow and demands to know how he could have possibly known about the artifact. Because, you see, it was stolen long ago by a gang. That's the only reason they had to buy the artifact from a merchant guild. After a few seconds, her eyes flick to the side as if she's realized something. He decisively knocks her back with a single blow, then admits he was the one who stole it. His eyes now look like those of a bloodthirsty man-eating beast as he reveals that both the Thieves Guild and the Merchant Guild were his creations. Yugua is absolutely enraged, unable to accept this horrifying truth. With her sword in hand, she rushes to strike back, but her enemy remains completely calm, certain they have no chance of defeating him. She knocks Alyssa backward, and seeing this, the guy asks Alyssa if maybe she should get some revenge for last time. Last time, Alyssa was brutally defeated by Kang Yua, losing badly only because Corinne told her she had to yield. It took everything Alyssa had just to survive that encounter. Hearing her grumble, Hyu-uk smirks and slyly asks if Kang Yua has finally acknowledged Alyssa. He barely finishes his question before she tells him to shut his mouth. With that, Kang Yua tightens her grip on her sword and says they need to end this, and fast. She barely finishes her sentence before she and Hyu-uk charge forward like the wind, blazing with pure fury. On the other side, Alyssa's group gives no ground, charging forward to attack. Kang Yua and Hyu simultaneously unleash their signature moves, the armor, piercing annihilation palm, and the dragon-slaying sword style. A furious, intense aura engulfs her as the divine technique is chanted. Mad Dragon, Demon Slash, Ultimate Savage Art, Ascending Heaven, Poison Dragon, Emerge. The other side is no slouch either, as Alyssa uses her domain/sword style to counter. The instant the energies from both sides clashed, they created a terrifying shockwave. Everything becomes a blur from the brilliant light that explodes as the two techniques collide. A moment later, figures gradually emerge from the haze. As the dust settles, Elisa looks around grimly, her gaze landing on Kang Yua. At this point, Hugh and she are both completely stunned. His leg has been severed, and her sword isn't in much better shape. Unable to accept such a humiliating defeat, Kang Yua grits her teeth in anger. The regret shared between them only intensifies. Their faces darken as they stand up, turning to Elisa's group with a look that says they want to eat them alive. In their eyes, a fiery resolve burned bright to destroy Hua and save Lan. Without hesitation, they charged forward, but before they could strike, someone else's weapon shattered the barrier, promising to reveal the truth. Gulin made it clear, if they didn't talk, they would fight to the last claw and fang. Hio and Gang Yogua's faces twisted in shock at the scene before them. A bizarre beast with tiger fangs and bull horns appeared. Taoti, one of the four perils, a being of pure destruction, the polar opposite of a guardian beast. Reading the words on the turtle shell only deepened their horror. Why was Taoti on the black tortoise's shell? Master Kang Ruiyun was a sorcerer. He couldn't have missed that. Gulin's gaze turned cold, asking if they really tried using this ritual to separate Hua from Lan, a plan that obviously backfired spectacularly. Staring at the object in her hand, Gulin dropped a bombshell. Kang Ruiyun never cared about Lan from the very beginning. For his own ambition, he sealed Lan away. For his career, Lan had to be sacrificed. The one Hanta wanted from start to finish was always Hua. This was Sorcerer Kangryun's ritual, designed to destroy Lan and let Hua completely take over the body. 3 years, a long yet short time, after witnessing the creation of Hua by his own daughter Gang Yogua, Hanta became captivated by its power. That idiot only focused on finding his daughter, and by the time he realized he'd lost control of Hua, it was too late. Hanta was framed for the Luna City massacre and captured by the royal army. This, of course, made Kang Ruiyun incredibly grateful to have a scapegoat for his crimes in Luna City. Not only that, but he also created the Flying Knight Yaksha Hua for him. But the one thing Kang Ruiyun never saw coming was Kang Yi. Yu had entrusted Guaran to the principal of Merkaba Academy. Even for a brilliant sorcerer like him, interfering with another continent's business was tricky. And just when Kang Ruiyun was hitting peak desperation, that man arrived. He was Tes Spontaha, a living legend from 80 years ago, the creator. The man with the face of a devil had one simple request for Kang Rion: wreak havoc, kill everything. Then, shatter the principal's protective shell so that woman could never leave the kingdom. For Kang Rion, it was an offer he couldn't refuse. If he could get Hua, what was destroying one little city? Soon, the chains of Seiyin, a holy relic from the Western Church, would imprison her and drain her limitless inner power. And the very thing that bound Guaran in her human form, Lan's soul, would be completely annihilated. Finally, he just had to feed her the 10,000 human flesh pill from Bantaja, and Guaran would ascend into a queen, awakening as a true Yaksha. Just as Kangrian was laughing maniacally, Gulin's voice cut in, declaring that none of that was going to happen. He smirked and said if everything went too smoothly, it would just be boring. Kangrian was stunned to see him. Before he could even reply, Gang Yogua cut in, asking if he really planned to use a ritual to destroy Lan. She couldn't understand why he'd use a fiendish artifact over a divine beast. So many questions were racing through her mind. Was it possible the Luna massacre was ordered by Kang Rion, not because Guaran lost control? Kang Rion didn't answer right away, just smugly thought about how useless they all were, confirming they had been played. Kangrion's eyes filled with murderous intent as he activated a blood art technique, telling them not to worry. Because in 10 minutes, every living thing in the spell formation would melt and become one. He attacked with a crazed look, vowing to turn them all into a power-up potion for the Yaksha's ascension. An Unmungui is just a second-class monster, right? And yet, after a desperate ascension, it easily wiped out a whole group of 1-star and 2-star paladins. If Guaran, a super-class monster, ascends, then resisting her would be absolutely impossible. A single spoken sentence made all the patterns and seals in the spell formation instantly vanish. This sent Kang Ruiyun into a full-blown panic, screaming about why his formation was gone. Gulin calmly stated it was time for the explanation. The artifacts Kang Ruiyun secretly stole and transported, who was the real thief? Was it the merchant guild that supplied goods in a pinch? If so, who introduced them? More questions piled up. Who provided the artifacts, and who carved the runes onto them? Gulin smirked and said he did all of it, not forgetting to call his opponent a damned old fossil, adding that once all the Four Perils artifacts were destroyed, he was finished. The old man flew into a rage, cursing him, then yelled that it wasn't over and launched an attack at Gu Lin. In that instant, the seal restraining Lan completely shattered. He abandoned the ascension, putting all his energy into eliminating Gu Lin's group first. He could always redo the ritual later. At his command to kill, Lan immediately sat up. Hio's jaw dropped, realizing the old man was truly controlling Guaran, which confirmed he was behind the Luna City massacre. Even with Gang Yogua beside him telling him to calm down, he couldn't. But his legs were broken and her sword was shattered, leaving them powerless. Then her eyes glanced over to Hio, saying there was, in fact, something they could do. Four eyes lock onto each other. Not a word is spoken, but the plan is understood. Lin tells Alyssa to coordinate just like they did against the Iron Mountain King. One distracts, the other strikes. The second the fight starts, the entire battlefield shatters and explodes. Alyssa just stands there, completely shell-shocked by the chaos erupting before her very eyes. And just like that, Lin, with his weapon in hand, becomes someone else entirely, launching forward with an aura like a meteor burning through the atmosphere. Alyssa watches him, thinking to herself that she probably wouldn't even last 30 seconds against him. She wonders if anyone could possibly defeat him right now. But yeah, she's totally wrong. Garin charges in like a weapon and parries the blow. For Garin, this moment is like a light steam bath. Lin, getting his attack blocked, grits his teeth and screams, "Ice, you damn piece of crap, will you just stop?" 1 minute and 20 seconds in, and despite Lin attacking with the fury of a wildfire, his opponent, this walking natural disaster, hasn't budged an inch. Garan fires back with a venomous claw attack, but Lin narrowly dodges it. Any slower and he would have been torn to shreds. Seeing this from the side, a frantic Alyssa screams out Lin's name to keep him on his toes. The moment he realizes something's wrong, Garan is already on top of him. The ground heaves and explodes, looks like the apocalypse is right on schedule. Everything about this was on a whole other level. Just trying to keep up with Garen's movements was enough to completely pulverize all of Lin's internal organs. Garen rushes in with a sky-shattering aura. Lin has hit his absolute limit. Regeneration is useless. In that moment, everyone thought he was finished, that Lin was about to die. But he still stands, waiting for his opponent, even though just one more hit is all it'll take to completely erase him. With pure determination in his eyes, no matter what, Lin is going to fight to the very end. But then, something even more shocking happens. A figure appears, blocking the entire attack meant for Lin. When he comes to his senses, he sees Elisa, covered in wounds and about to be logged out of the server. She just didn't want Lin to die. She had forced herself to take dozens of steps within the domain. The pressure on her body from doing that is way more horrifying than just taking Garen's attack head-on. This isn't over. Garen rushes straight for them again. Lin, on high alert, yells at Elisa to get out of the way. But the enemy is way too fast. With her injuries, Elisa can't move. All she can do is brace for the next impact. Seeing this, Lin has no other choice but to dash forward at godlike speed, hoping he can pull her to safety. And then a shocking explosion goes off like a preset trap. The emotionless Garen stands there, looking around the now empty battlefield. Turns out Lin was quick enough to move Elisa somewhere safer. Even so, he can't stop scolding her for her ridiculously reckless move just now. After that, he pulls out a special healing treatment and helps Elisa with her wounds. This is a special herb Lin carries with him. If he hadn't treated Elisa immediately, she'd either be permanently disabled or would have died from blood loss. A moment later, Elisa's condition starts to stabilize. Normally, Lin would have tried to hold out until Mary destroyed all the cursed artifacts, and then all he would need is the slightest opening. Elisa's domain would inflict 100% piercing damage, and Lin would deliver the final blow. He had this whole plan cooked up since he got back from Nazaria, but two things went wrong. First, Garan was freed from her restraints, way stronger. And second, Elisa got seriously injured trying to save his hide. And although he handled the immediate crisis, Elisa is now completely out of the fight after recklessly dashing dozens of steps inside the domain. Thinking about all this, Lin can only sigh, wondering if he can even hold on until Mary destroys all the remaining artifacts. When he hears Elisa apologize, he thinks to himself that he can't really blame her for blowing up the plan. Looking back, if he'd taken that hit head-on, Lin would have been instantly deleted. He takes Elisa to a safe spot to hide. Then, he cautiously scans the area, on high alert for anything. Elisa asks worriedly if he's okay. His response is two simple words: not okay. All the aura stored in his reincarnation core and his body is totally depleted. After fighting Sadian Hu and now Garan, he's used up way too much. And now, Lin is seriously debating whether he should even continue using it. He could try, but his reincarnation core holds a power his body absolutely cannot handle. Just then, Elisa drops a bombshell, From the very beginning, Garan has never once used her right hand, which means all that power was just a warm-up, and apparently, she's holding something. Hearing this, Lin just starts to laugh. In the end, she has to make the choice herself. She's still carrying that burden, so that means she, Gowron, is still just standing right there. From out of the smoke, Lin's hazy silhouette appears. He wipes his lip, a victorious smirk forming, and then points straight at Gowron, saying, "There's no other way." The faint image of a girl appears through the thick clouds of dust. Corin grinds his teeth and laughs at himself, remembering an old memory, the Sky Envoy dropping an item in panic. He doesn't understand why Corin gave it to him. He quietly picks the item up, declaring that Gowron has to be the one to choose. She can't just keep saving someone so selfish, a parasite who only takes without any accountability. The disgusting face of Sihu flashes in her mind, a textbook example of a self-serving monster. Corinne absolutely refuses to let Corin become another villain like him. So Corinne places the item right back into the other girl's hands. She spells it out for her, she wants to help, but no matter what path Corin chooses, she has to take responsibility for her own actions. Corin was terrified, sweating buckets, unable to even speak. But back in the present, she just looks completely unhinged, and Corinne wonders if her friend is even in there anymore. The massive broadsword begins to contract, reforging itself into a sleek and deadly spear. Her eyes sharpen with purpose. Oh yeah, Corinne remembers now. That's the demon sword of Savantia Duke, the one she saw in his castle. That awesome, legendary presence, Corinne is certain its incredible magic has been passed down to her. Savantia Duke, the great hero from 800 years ago, right here, right now. Corinne is about to bring that legend back to life. She asks Corinne if she's waited long enough, and the possessed girl flinches in response. Corinne lunges forward. First demonic spear, Dark Heaven. A black, swirling energy instantly envelops the weapon. The Sky Piercer charges to meet her head-on. Demonic energies from both sides collide in a terrifying explosion, the blinding light blasting away almost everything around them. The showdown we've all been waiting for. This isn't just a fight between Corinne and Corin anymore. They're now wielding the powers of the legendary Sky Piercer and Savantia Duke. This is a true battle of legends. Kang Riang screams in disbelief. No, that's impossible. He's convinced Corinne is no match for the Sky Piercer's might. But you can't reason with guys like this, so it's best to let them wallow in their own delusions. He roars, ordering Corin to finish her. The puppet's strings twitch as she inhales deeply. Corinne takes one look and instantly sizes it up. The aura concentrating in that fist is about 1,000 strong. She's got a counter for that. Time to bring out the Dark Heaven demonic spear. The blindingly powerful attack crashes down. The pressure at the point of impact is just unreal. The power Corinne prepared to meet it, also 1,000 reincarnation. A perfect calculation. Corin might have 100,000 reincarnation, but she can only unleash about 1,000 at any given time. So as long as Corinne can match that output, she's confident she can stand her ground, even while struggling to defend. But the insane pressure from borrowing Savantia Duke's aura is crushing Corinne's body, literally tearing her apart from the inside out. Corin gains the upper hand. A single punch sends the spear, flying as searing pain makes it impossible for Corinne to keep her grip. It feels like every tendon and bone in her body just snapped, totally useless. Covered in wounds, Corin still forces herself to get up. Not stopping. Not now. She knows she can't give up. Corinne forces power into her hand. Dark Heaven, 8 trigrams ultimate fist. She blocks Corinne's attack, stunning her. With unbelievable speed, Corin throws a kick right after, but Corinne miraculously manages to block that too. Seizing the opportunity, she closes the distance, risking it all on one more step forward. Her footing is solid as a mountain, and her left arm is pulled back, coiled like a loaded spring. Kang Riang's jaw just hits the floor. Dude, you might want to close your mouth. Corinne focuses everything on this moment, her consciousness, her breathing, every muscle fiber, all for a half-step opening that will only exist for an instant. She found the opening. Her eyes are burning with pure, uncut determination. Corinne is not about to miss this chance. She unleashes everything. Dark Heaven 8 trigrams ultimate fist, followed by Flying Star, Breaking Evil, Fire Vigor 8 powers, and Primordial Chaos. The pressure of the assault absolutely shatters the ground. Corinne collapses, gasping for breath, her body a wreck. Then, Corinne lets out a single cough, spitting up fresh blood. Disbelief. Corinne actually broke through her absolute defense. But then, Corinne just keeps walking forward as if nothing happened at all. Her power hasn't weakened in the slightest. Corinne couldn't completely suppress her after all. She slowly advances, step by step. Corinne looks defeated. Is this the end? Kang Riang roars with laughter. I knew it. A mere human stood no chance. He gives the order. Kill Corinne. Time is up. but suddenly a strange purple aura engulfs Corinne. The look in Corinne's eyes says it all this was part of the plan. Corinne is frozen solid, unable to move. Her mouth hangs open, like she's trying to say something. Corinne's eyes widen in shock. The ground shakes violently around them as entire mountains begin to crumble and fall. What in the world is happening? Countless chains erupt from nowhere, wrapping around Corinne until she's completely bound. Kang Riang panics. What? What's going on? And right on cue, Corinne lets out a small smile of relief. She wasn't wasting a single second. It was all part of their plan, with Mary, Kang Yuga, and Sa Jin Hyuk. Her teammates, who disappeared from the fight earlier, must have destroyed all the artifacts powering the enemy's formation. The old villain is just stuck on a loop, like a broken record, repeating the only thing he can think of, impossible. This can't be happening. A blade presses against Kang Ryun's throat, and the old man looks ready to faint. Jothan swoops in, telling him not to move a muscle, and he freezes. Kwa Ran lets her body go limp. Looks like that problem is officially handled. But then Corinne spots some unfinished business. Kwa Ran is over there, completely dazed and under some kind of spell, so he slowly approaches. And even though she looks like an absolute wreck, Kwa Ran can't hide her surprise. He rips that damn talisman right off her. So cruel. Who puts something that nasty on a girl? Freed from the puppet master's power, Kwa Ran collapses. Corinne moves fast to catch her, just as the crazy crimson glow finally fades from her eyes. She blinks awake to see him smiling down at her, and the blurry world slowly snaps back into focus. Kwa Ran's expression is so gentle, but Corinne just reminds her he meant what he said. He will help her until she makes her own choice. So Corinne tells her to make a choice, a real one, with pride. The demand catches her completely off guard. Her hands clench into fists. She can't let him regret this. She has to repay his kindness. She has to prove she isn't a monster. Because what defines her isn't her nature, it's her choice. The dark energy finally melts away from Kwa Ran's body. She stares, stunned, as it gets crushed into nothing by an overwhelming power. The jade algae. It's gone. Kwa Ran panics with absolutely no idea what to do now. With the jade algae gone, everything feels useless. It doesn't matter what she chooses now. The outcome won't change. Kwa Ran is heartbroken, wanting to repay him right this second. Corinne just smiles weakly, remarking how the jade algae shattered. Damn, she's strong. He starts to pass out, but not before reassuring her that there are still other ways. Kwa Ran slumps against his shoulder, thanking him for his kindness. Then, through gritted teeth, she finally confesses she's a monster. She hurt him, she killed so many people, she even stole Lan's body. She worries she can never be forgiven, but Corinne just gives a faint smile. He pulls her close, admitting that he doesn't know either. She sobs into his arms, and he promises that the two of them will find the answer together. So, Kang Ryun's big awakening ritual was a total failure, and now the guy has been captured. As for cleaning up the mess, oh, just the usual. Corinne explains he got his orders from Professor Josephine and Master Erin on how to handle this, which really just means how to cover it all up. Having a head professor from Griffin cause this mess is one problem, but the fact he used Kwa Ran could make everyone fear her. Some people would condemn her out of fear, while others would just try to get their hands on her incredible power. So, the official story is this. Professor Kang Ryan died in a tragic accident. Yep, that's what they're going with. He already spoke to Griffin's headmaster. A calm female voice speaks up, and Corinne replies with a slight smile that it's good everything was resolved peacefully. Griffin couldn't have hoped for a better outcome than this. She then asks if he demanded proper compensation. The woman replies that the headmaster tried to let it slide, but she agreed with Corinne. From his bed, Corinne just laughs, saying, My, the headmaster is just too nice. The voice, by the way, belongs to Professor Josephine. She continues, saying they can't afford to easily trust others, before giving Corinne her genuine thanks. And there's Corinne, sitting bandaged up in bed strategically, of course, revealing just enough. He plays it cool, accepting her thanks like it's no big deal. He says with absolute certainty that one day they will all be able to trust one another. Professor Josephine hesitates for a moment, but says she hopes that day will come, then tells Corinne to rest up and get well soon. With that said, she turns and leaves the room. She pauses at the door to remind him the festival isn't over yet. The second the professor is gone, a slender hand appears at the door. It's Marie! Her face is glowing as she rushes in, throwing her arms around Corinne and asking a million questions. She checks everything, from his face and body down to a single broken fingernail. Corinne just glances at his hand, not seeming to care much. Marie gives him a scolding smile, asking why he always has to be so ridiculously reckless. Why must he always get himself hurt and end up in the hospital? Corinne's eyes widen as he sees her tearing up, and he awkwardly tries to comfort her as she wipes them away. She looks up at him with red eyes, her tone half joking and half deadly serious. She tells him she's crying because she was just so worried about him. you idiot. But our boy Corinne, a man with absolutely zero romantic cells, asks a completely unrelated question like, weren't you hurt, senpai? She had destroyed all the rune stones and artifacts by herself, though Kwa Ran did destroy one too. Corinne starts putting it together, so that's how they escaped. He realizes it's because of her that he survived, but the moment he mentions the others, Marie explodes, screaming and blaming them for this whole disaster. But Corin wasn't buying it. He shot that idea down, arguing they weren't bad people, they were just backed into a corner. He understood that Jin Hyu wanted revenge for his family, and Iowa was just trying to save her cousin. They were just doing their best. The real villain here was Kangryun, the one who took advantage of their desperation. They were hating the wrong person. Mariette Downalep looked at him with pure admiration, amazed at how mature Corin always was, and felt a tiny bit jealous since she was supposed to be the older one. Hearing that, Corin flashed a ridiculously sleazy grin and tried to sweet-talk her into calling him Big Brother. Mariette Downalep pouted, totally annoyed. There he goes again, always trying to get people to call him that. She blushed slightly, her voice filled with sincere worry, practically begging Corin not to get himself hurt, even though she knew it was completely unavoidable. Corin didn't answer right away. He just stared down at his own carefully bandaged hands, lost in thought. He couldn't deny it. It was a simple fact. He was supposed to save the world, yet he had no special powers, just a gamer clinging to his swordsmanship. His body was going to pay a heavy price. Marie E. Dunalep softly asked Corin again if he had anything to say to her. For a long time, it felt like he was living in another world entirely. She paused, then said with absolute conviction that she would fight alongside him. Just like this time, she'd always be there to help him. No matter who he fought, she would always have his back. Marie Ed Dunalep's sudden declaration completely stunned Corin. Deep down, all he could feel was immense gratitude for her encouragement. Because from now on, he'd be fighting enemies driven by twisted ambitions and false beliefs, powerful foes who want to destroy this very world. So how could he save the world against enemies like that? His answer was simple. Together. They clasped hands, a silent seal on their noble promise. Yeah. Mariette Donaldette then quickly brought up their next plan she needed to register for the upcoming Harvest Festival before everyone got too busy with the holidays. The two of them immediately started hashing out the details, starting with Corin being the team leader. Mariette Donaldette would be the vice leader. But just as Corin was about to suggest more members, her sharp ears picked up someone calling his name. Corin looked toward the door in surprise and smiled a greeting. The visitor was Alyssa. Mariette Donaldette also gave her junior a friendly hello. Alyssa was rolled in by a nurse, sitting in a wheelchair. Both her arms and legs were wrapped in casts as thick as logs. Corin, with zero filter, just burst out laughing, saying she looked like a mummy. Alyssa pouted, unable to cry or laugh, and shot back. And whose fault is that? Corin bit his lip, remembering the moment. Yeah, it was definitely his fault. He felt incredibly guilty, but also so grateful to her. Corin flashed his signature heartthrob smile, making Alyssa blush bright red. She quickly looked away, flustered, and mumbled a half-hearted reply. Thanks to Marielle J's divine medicine, her bones had healed, but she still needed 2 weeks of rest. The best medical care is great, but with the festival ending in a week, she'd miss the closing bonfire run. Corin tried to console her, saying she'd be out of the hospital soon and just needed to rest up. Alyssa started wailing from her wheelchair. She really wanted to do the bonfire run. Corin reminded her about the winter ball, but Alyssa wasn't having it, protesting that the two were totally different things. He thought about it for a second. You know, she's got a point. Since he'd been to plenty, Corin confidently promised Alyssa he'd buy her a jazz brand dress for the winter ball, completely oblivious to the terrifying beast he had just awakened. Alyssa's jaw dropped when she heard that. She stammered, asking if he was serious. That super expensive luxury brand? Corin just smirked, telling her to go wild. He was loaded now, after all. Alyssa immediately called him out for the whole Big Brother act since they were the same age, but she instantly dropped it, asking, wait, did we really make a lot of money? Corinne flashes this wicked little grin, absolutely sure he's got enough for a fancy dress. But Marie S. Donalep? Oh, she just entered full-on bloodlust mode. A terrifying aura pours off her as she finally voices the fear that's been eating away at her. Could it be that the other members Corinne wants to invite are them? Corinne, completely clueless, just laughs and points, introducing Alyssa Aiden and Lenia Glay. Marie S. Donalep carefully asks if they're girls. Corinne, still missing the giant red flags, cheerfully confirms there's a gorgeous girl working in intelligence. Oh, beautiful is she, Marie thinks, as Corinne adds 2 more names, Len and John. And who are they? Marie asks. Corinne explains they're werewolf siblings, and that Len's the girl, so she only needs to note John is the boy. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Marie S. Donalep lets out a soft, defeated sigh. Still not getting it, Corinne keeps talking, saying he's thinking of inviting EUN too. though it's a bit awkward. But then he figures, hey, they're close. She'll definitely agree. Marie's internal monologue is screaming, "You mean that Dritto girl you're always so chummy with?" Our boy just casually replies that they're close enough to joke around and grab meals together sometimes. He finishes the list with Quaran's name, so certain she'll join that he tells Marie S. Donalep to just go ahead and write it down. As Alyssa watches in pure horror, the pen in Marie S. Donalep's hand shatters into a million pieces, signaling that a Category 5 hurricane of rage is about to hit. Corinne is still rambling on about how Professor Josephine already agreed, so it's all good. Then he finally looks up, sees Marie S. Donalep and stammers, "Senior?" He's met with the face of pure, terrifying fury as she repeats one question over and over. "Are you trying to make me lose my mind?" The panic in Corinne's eyes is crystal clear now. But hey, he dug this grave himself. Everyone was terrified of her. They watched her, condemned her, and said she should never have been born. They threw stones, did the most disgusting things, and called her a monster. This time, she had hurt Corinne, and she'd almost harmed everyone else, just like before. But this time, that boy stepped in to shield her, promising he would help her until she made her own choice. For Quaran, strength was everything. It justified pushing out the original host and taking this body, so she couldn't be weak, couldn't depend on anyone. But then Corinne showed up, speaking those unbelievably gentle words to her. He said he would help her make a choice she could be proud of, that they would find the answer together. At that moment, she just broke down and cried. Those warm words were like a fire, thawing a heart that had been frozen and hard for so long. And even now, just remembering it throws her into confusion. Quaran sits in her room, hand over her heart, wondering what on earth she's supposed to do. The warmth is painful, and his concern feels like sharp daggers stabbing into her chest. She hates him, hates Corinne for making her little heart ache. She's been alone since birth, living a life of being used by everyone. And that's why she can't let anyone into her world, which of course is when Corinne pops up at her window. He flashes that signature pretty boy smile and starts chatting her up, asking if she's okay, how she's been. But Quaran cuts him off before he can say more, standing up with a sudden urgency. Quaran brings up the plan, asking if he's really sure he can change things. Corinne doesn't answer right away, his eyes dropping in thought before he lets out a heavy sigh. How pathetic. He reaches his hand out, but it's quickly grabbed. Quaran snatches his hand, her voice stuttering as she tries to stop him, even foolishly asking if he wants something to eat. Her whole body is trembling as she waits for his reply. Corinne sees the fear in her eyes, and with his other hand, he gently pats her head to comfort her. He whispers that it's okay, and promises that when this is all over, he'll definitely buy her fish. Outside, Quaran levitates in the air while Corinne stands below, holding a spear. "Begin," he says. The spear's name? The Gem of the Grim Reaper. A little note pops up. A soul-harvesting weapon with a 100% accuracy rate. But if a human uses it, the accuracy plummets, making it useless. For Corinne, who can't even sense souls, the accuracy is a big fat 0. Corinne hurls the spear right at Quaran, but it's easily deflected, veering off to stick in the ground. Quaran is baffled, but Corinne isn't surprised at all. He just looks at the spear and tells her, "Watch this. I'm about to show you some real magic." The trick is the mana stone from the festival. Its dispersal range gets bigger the lower the accuracy is, which usually makes it impossible to use. At its absolute lowest accuracy, the max range is 100 meters. But what about Corinne, the guy with literally 0 accuracy? For him, the range becomes infinite, activating the effect without ever needing to touch her soul. Technically, this isn't Corinne's attack at all. It's an attack from the dispersal mana stone itself. A brilliant purple light erupts from the spear, completely engulfing Quaran, and then, suddenly, she begins to fall. Corinne dashes over to catch her, swearing he only transferred a little bit of magic, then immediately starts fussing if Quaran is okay. Quaran rests in his arms, flashing this absolutely gorgeous smile and whispering her thanks to Corinne. But it's Lan who's awake now, sparkling eyes, blushing cheeks, and she calls him Opa. Corinne, still holding her princess style, is totally thrown by this, and his mind flashes back to previous introductions. There was Marielle Downalep, who slammed the table, furious, and Alyssa, who hated calling him Appa, arguing they were the same age, so it was just weird. And don't forget little teary-eyed Anna, who hugged her cat and called him Mr. Knight. Mister! So yeah, this is a big deal. Our boy is shedding tears of joy, feeling like his soul has been saved. He finally escaped the uncle zone. He silently thanks Lan for making this first impression an absolutely perfect one. Corinne sets her down, and Lan can totally tell he's happy about it, which he doesn't deny. Getting called an old man all the time wears you down, so Lan's Appa was a balm to his soul. Lan admits she figured as much, since it always seemed like he was dying to be called Appa. Her words warm his heart, turns out. She's been paying close attention to him. Guaran had this body for 3 whole years. Lan stands, slowly feeling her own legs. The whole time, she was a prisoner in her own body, only able to watch everything through Guaran's eyes. Feeling for her, Corinne asks if she's not resentful after having her body stolen for 3 years. But Lan just smiles, hikes up her skirt, and bolts down the road. She yells for him to watch her run, explaining it's the first time she's been able to run like this since she got sick. As she joyfully runs around, Lan figures it must be thanks to Guaran using the power stored in her body. Corinne watches her go, shouting for her to be careful since her body isn't used to it, and overdoing it would be bad. Her mood darkens as she confesses that at first she hated Guaran, and she screamed to get her body back. She stops, splashing a foot in a puddle, explaining her voice was never heard. Guaran just talked to herself like a recluse. Feeling the breeze, she continues. She knew those monologues weren't about ignoring her. It was Guaran showing her own guilt and regret, all pointed inward. She squats down, adding more. She understood exactly how hard it was to overcome that fear and anxiety because they were sharing the same body. Looking at her reflection, Lan touches the water as if seeing Guaran. That's why she won't push Guaran away. It took courage for her to give the body back. Corinne hears this and realizes what it is. Forgiveness. After having her body stolen for 3 years, she's ready to embrace her. He smiles, praising her for being so mature. Lan looks up, smiling happily back at him. Of course she is. Her body might be 14, but Guaran is only 3. She always wanted a little sister, and now she actually has one. Corinne's eyes widen in realization. Yeah, that makes sense. So now they're sisters sharing one body. But then she speaks up, making him suspicious. Still facing away, she poses a hypothetical. If she were in danger, would Appa save her in that super cool way again? Easy question. He says all she has to do is ask, anytime. Lan turns, admitting she knew he'd say that, and calls him awesome. Then another Appa leaves Corinne looking totally baffled. But then she pivots to something completely random that she likes him too, and she's not done yet. Guaran and her have the same taste. She tosses something in a puddle, making it splash, then starts listing things like food, music, and books. Then she suddenly leans in and whispers, our taste in guys too, making poor Corinne short-circuit. That's some next-level flirting he was not ready for. At the same time, she puts a hand on his chest, teasing that if he married her, he'd legally get 2 wives. This flusters Corinne so bad he can't think straight. He stammers out a no, and asks what she's even talking about. She presses herself against his chest, looking up seductively and demanding an answer right now. But Corinne's face is beet red, and he's completely speechless. He manages to resist, pushing her away and scolding her for joking like that. Still, Lan insists she isn't joking at all. Where she's from, people her age are already doing everything. Then she puts on this worldly expression, cheeks blushing, and dangles the bait. This whole love thing, you know? Corinne backpedals, saying if they're going to live with Guaran, they should probably ask for her opinion too. Suddenly, Lan stands on her tiptoes, pecks him on the cheek, and thanks him. Corinne freezes, totally stunned, eyes wide and jaw on the floor. Then she suddenly collapses against him. A panicked Corinne wonders what happened and calls out for Lan. But a pair of fierce eyes looks up and answers, yo. And then she goes on a rampage, threatening him not to get the wrong idea. All that stuff was just total nonsense. Corinne can only think, wow, switching personalities is easy, huh? Then she storms off, muttering, who are you calling, sister? So annoying. It's a misunderstanding, so shut up. Watching this solo argument, Corinne is justifiably confused as hell. So they're just chatting, and she turns to ask him if he's leaving, reminding him about dinner before rank 1's same old spot. He just looks baffled, but agrees anyway. A moment later, he figures it must be Guaran and Lan's way of apologizing. Saying sorry with food? Yeah, that's kids for you. But then he remembers her whispering about liking boys. Shaking his head, he convinces himself that kids will just be kids. Meanwhile, somewhere else, somebody is kicking the bucket. A gloved hand twitches as someone laments the insane amount of resources the old church poured into this rain festival. They really thought that after everything was over, they'd be able to bag the first princess of the Protestant church. But as it turns out, a crusader on the ground, who looked like he was about to meet his maker, somehow dodged death's door and started mumbling. A total failure. Thinking about that weird sword, he wonders who that guy was, and how he knew every single one of their plans. He stared up at the ceiling, completely unable to believe his eyes. He'd followed Sir Le Dunhan's command, summoning 100 Crusader Knights to this century-old tunnel, every single one of them deployed. And now, every last one of them was lying on the ground, just like him. He couldn't accept it. He'd taken a huge risk to deal with the threat of Guaran and Lan. But there he was, Corinne's staff resting on one shoulder, hand on his hip, looking down at him with a mocking smirk. 100 Crusader Knights? What's that supposed to accomplish? If they were serious, they would have sent the entire order. Corinne was the one who ruined everything. In that moment, he pointed right in Corinne's face, demanding to know how he dared do this. You think you'll get out of this alive? But then something came flying, hit him right in the head, and he went sprawling backwards. The one who did it was Corinne, who casually tossed something from a distance to knock him out cold. Professor Josephine says she can handle the situation from here. Despite that, Corinne catches his staff and tells her it's fine, saying he has a chance to test out a new technique anyway. Josephine watched, impressed, wondering how that one single throw took them all down at once. But she praised him anyway. He did a great job, especially since he wasn't at 100%. They could take care of capturing the rest. Hearing that, he didn't bother with pleasantries, just pointed and reminded her to first remove the suicide poison pills hidden in their right molars. As Josephine walked forward, she had so many questions. How did he know about the tunnel the old church prepared 100 years ago? And why did he ask to monitor the old church from the start? Outside, darkness had already fallen. Relieved for now that he was an ally, Josephine tied up the unconscious knights. The next day, at an old castle, dawn was breaking. Guaran was already awake, thinking about the unique stillness that comes with power. After all, nothing could truly injure her body. The rhythm of this body was much slower than an ordinary person's. To put it simply then, suddenly, Lan, from inside her head, was screaming for Guaran to get up already, but despite being wide awake, she stayed on the bed like a corpse. Turns out, Lan didn't want to leave either. Yep, they're a pair of lazybones. Lan relentlessly kept prodding. You're up now, right? The nagging got so bad Guaran covered her ears, as if that would stop her from hearing Lan, and yelled at her for being too loud. Even so, she could still hear Lan's voice echoing in her mind, complaining. Seriously? You'd say that to me? Let's go get breakfast. Suddenly, she heard a noise from outside and jumped up. Her curiosity piqued. Walking downstairs, Guaran clarified that she wasn't up because of Lan, just because she was curious. Then, all of a sudden, she sees Corinne sleeping on the floor. He's even drooling. She wonders why he's sleeping there, but Lan just squeals excitedly. Opa Corinne. Then Lan pushes Guaran to wake him up, but Guaran just asks why she has to do it. At that, Lan starts spinning tales, warning that his mouth will get crooked if he sleeps there, and urges Guaran on like it's a 5-alarm fire. Seeing her poke his cheek with her finger, Lan asks, does this mean you like Corinne too? Hearing that, Guaran gets flustered. She doesn't know. He's just so unpredictable, always doing things she never asked for, and he always seems so intense. She can't understand him at all. Then Lan, like a little ghost, crouches down beside Corinne and Guaran, asking suspiciously, so you hate him? She quickly answers, no, I don't. Then, Lan clings on like a hungry leech, pushing, so you like him? Guaran hesitates, then pokes his cheek hard, muttering that she hates him. Suddenly, Marius Duna Lep appeared from behind her with a grin, asking why she was up so early. Guaran just shrugged. Because it's too noisy. Then, Mariette orders Deco to take Corinne back to his room so he doesn't disturb Guaran and Lan. As she walked off with Deco, Mariette shot a sarcastic comment over her shoulder at Guaran. If you're tired, just go back to sleep, Junior. But Guaran mumbled something incoherent about a sofa, leaving Mariette totally confused. Still crouching on the ground, Guaran asked, why not just leave him on the sofa? This comment just confused Mariette even more about her intentions, but she still replied that there were no blankets, the floor was cold, and he would freeze. Hearing that, Guaran hugged her knees, watching unhappily and admitting to herself, well, I can't really argue with that. Suddenly, Mariette cheerfully announced that there were steamed potatoes in the kitchen and told her to go eat. Then she turned back, adding with a wink that they could eat later. It was fine if she ate them all. Guaran hugged her knees, watching Mariette's retreating back thoughtfully. Then, her gaze turned sharp as a killer's. She growled, we? In another place, at another time, a teacher stands at a podium lecturing. In situations like these, you can make use of the materials around you in an emergency. Sitting in the classroom, Corinne thought to himself, even though the festival wasn't over yet, classes were still going on. He'd already learned this material his last time around, so he decided to focus on other things. Just then, a system notification appeared. Corinne Lough. Strength, 8,130. Mana, 6,770. Traits, Veteran's Resilience, Pain Tolerance, Field Insight, 3 cores, and Mana Release. Looking at his new stats, Corinne scratched his chin. With these numbers, he had already surpassed Arissa in her initial stages. And in addition to that, he looked closely at his list of traits. Veteran's Resilience, Pain Tolerance, Field Insight, 3 cores. He's releasing his demonic energy, running the numbers. Our boy imagines the 3 cores in his chest glowing red, blue, and yellow, trying to find the perfect balance. See, normal knights only ever manage to master their first core, but he scored a second one from a silver mandragora and inherited a third from Duke Sabantea himself. So while other knights are stuck with one, he's rocking 3 of them. He cracks a little smile, remembering Arisa said she finally got her own core too. Taking a few steps into his domain apparently helped her level up big time. He thinks back to that last battle. Arisa fought until she was a bloody mess, covered in wounds, but she never once thought about dropping her sword. She used to be ranked pretty low, but her insane growth in just 6 months means she's definitely one to watch. The only thing left to figure out is that demonic energy release the system mentioned. It's a skill that lets him build up and unleash 20% of his total aura and mana at high pressure. Super useful stuff. Right now, his aura stat is 8,130. 20% of that is a massive burst of over 1,600. That's an incredible amount of power. And yeah, Corinne has already tried to test it out once before. The problem? When he tried it in the hunting grounds, he completely lost control of the thing. Corinne props his chin on his hand, totally frustrated. Maybe he could do something similar with Duke Sabantea's demon sword. Could he really one-shot a dragon? Suddenly, the teacher speaks up. 5 minutes left in class, and she's doing a notebook check. Corinne is still lost in thought. The words don't even register. Then it hits him. A notebook check? Why would she do that now? Who am I? Where am I? He sees the professor's smile, but it's radiating pure menace. Oh right, everyone's been sleeping in class. She is pissed. Judging by Professor Lulala's personality over the last 4 years, her punishment is always making them clean the classroom, which normally wouldn't be a problem. Except this isn't a classroom. It's the dedicated alchemy lab. We're talking experiment stains, dusty vials, cobwebs everywhere, and who knows what other mystery gunk. Pretty much sums up his mood. The other students are in the same boat, scrambling to copy notes, but it's every man for himself in this disaster zone. He can feel his afternoon plans turning to dust. Damn it. After this class, he was supposed to enjoy the festival all afternoon. Better late than never. He figures he should at least write something and fumbles for a pen, only to touch a small hand. Startled, he looks at the hand. To his left is Jigger, and to his right is. He looks up, groans, and quickly pulls his hand back. But suddenly, she grabs it, lacing her fingers through his. Corinne is horrified. His face turns beet red, eyes wide, jaw on the floor. Is this Lan? Her face is bright red too, but she just looks at their joined hands with a satisfied smile, then presses his hand to her chest, asking if he wants to see her notes. Appa! Lan gives him this dazzling smile and asks again if he wants to see. Corinne's face is on fire. He stammers, not entirely sure what she's even talking about anymore, and just guesses she means the notes. Lan invites him to lunch, and Corinne just agrees, even offering to treat her, which sends all the students behind them into a frenzy of whispers. While they're all gossiping about how weirdly close the two of them suddenly got, Mariette's subordinate is already there in the distance, listening in, and it's none other than the hunchback. After class, the two of them walk down the hall talking a bit about Lan. Eventually, Corinne brings up that photo of Hyuk and Chairman Kang Yuhua. Those two bear a pretty heavy responsibility for that whole incident, and of course, they were also. They could still be held accountable. Kang Ryu would have been secretly executed, off the books. Now that he's gone, Yuhua has to take over as head of the Kang family. Lan has always felt that Hyuk and Yuhua suffered a lot because of her. Corinne gets a little curious about the term. Does family head just mean the leader of the clan? Lan confirms it. The family head handles everything from chores to arranging marriages. Then her whole expression shifts as she leans into his chest, telling him she already got permission to marry him. This, of course, just makes Corinne even more flustered and awkward. All he can do is raise his hands in surrender, silently praying someone stops Lan before this train goes completely off the rails. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Mariette is yelling at the hunchback to report every single detail. Immediately, he starts explaining in some bizarre language. As Mariette stirs her soup, her aura gets darker with every word he speaks. So that's how it is, she mutters. Her mind is brewing up some seriously jealous thoughts. Sure, they aren't in a relationship or anything. Mariette is a logical person. Her actions are usually about survival, not romance. But still, their constant closeness had to mean something special, right? An image of Lan, from a time before, wishing she could one day become Corinne's wife, slowly fades into view. From the Duke's own mouth, she heard it something about a husband and his 2 wives, which was more than enough for Mariette to grasp her situation. She was absolutely furious, gripping her chopsticks so hard they shattered while she schemed up a special kind of indirect revenge. After a moment, a deliciously wicked plan came to her, the classic honey trap, and suddenly she couldn't wait to try it. But Mariette quickly dismissed the thought, babbling nonsense, at least in the eyes of the hunchback Duke. To him, Mariette looked like she could spontaneously combust from pure rage at any second. Suddenly, she called out to him, asking his preferences. The Duke squinted, gave a sly grin, and his final answer was simply suang. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, Mariette and Corinne sat across from each other at a long table, where she revealed a little something she'd been working on just for him. She then presented a bowl of Darum's special blood soup, a recipe the old farmhands used to make. She was sure Corinne would love it, and right on cue, he was ecstatic to get a taste of home, eagerly asking how she got the secret recipe. Corinne downed the entire bowl of soup in one quick gulp. Mariette cheerfully explained the soup was made from hardened blood, but Corinne just kept praising how good and smooth it was, making her even happier. He slammed the empty bowl down, letting out a satisfied sigh, when a system window suddenly materialized in front of him. It announced he'd consumed high-grade hardened blood, learned the monstrous strength skill, and gained 30 strength points, leaving him totally baffled. Corinne's face darkened as he called out her name. Mariette jolted, listening intently with a blank expression as the system window popped up again, showing a temporary 200% strength boost that couldn't be stacked. Instantly, Corinne was so overjoyed he rushed over and hugged Mariette, repeatedly telling her he loved her. This made her blush so hard she froze up, thinking that listening to the Duke was actually a brilliant move. Elsewhere in the library, Warren's voice pipes up, saying she wants to share a story about a friend. She'd heard someone say that when you're with a certain person, your heart feels like it's floating on a cloud, which surprised Josephine. Warren continued, saying it felt like sitting on a fluffy cloud, her heart constantly pounding. Sometimes it even felt like a sharp pain in her chest, she confessed, blushing slightly. Josephine started to suspect this was a love consultation, pushing up her glasses and thinking that Warren, now free from her demonic curse, had become a girl in love for the first time. And then, it clicked. Josephine was dead certain the guy was Corinne Lough. He was the only one Warren really interacted with, a guy notorious among the female students for being a heartbreaker. She figured for a newbie like Warren, this would be a seriously tough challenge. Josephine guessed with a sharp look that the object of Guarin's affection was a man with a lot of female admirers, so she gave Guarin some advice. Opportunities are rare, because guys who get a lot of attention rarely make the first move. Josephine put a hand on her shoulder, speaking earnestly while secretly recalling something from about 100 years ago. There was a famous romance novel titled 101 Ways to Seduce That Guy, basically the Bible of love for. Suddenly, Josephine offered a different piece of advice that Warren needed to be aggressive, or she'd never win his love. Hearing that, something immediately clicked for Warren. Josephine finally got straight to the point, telling her to crush anyone in her way, this advice coming from a very single witch. A witch whose only romantic experience was a 100-year-old novel and was somehow still considered a prize in the witching world. Warren and Doran, both hopelessly inexperienced, took every single word of this terrible advice to heart. After the consultation ended, Josephine wished Guarin luck in winning her love before leaving. But then, what Guarin saw next absolutely stunned her. It was the hunchback Duke, lighting a fire outside the cold mansion. Inside, she saw the silhouette of a girl with her Corinne. Guarin's pupils shrank in horror. It was Mariette, sitting right on top of him, breathing heavily. She pressed down on his shoulders, her mouth wide open, showing off the characteristic fangs of a macadung. Then, she slowly lowered her mouth to his neck, her chest pressing against his. As she bit down, Corinne held her tightly in an intensely intimate scene. Guarin saw every last detail. Her lips trembled, a deep sense of betrayal washing over her. The falling leaves mirrored her own shattering heart. Now she understood Corinne was just a guy who liked to help people, but it seemed his kindness was reserved only for Mariette, and her heart clenched tight. Her mind raced with painful thoughts. Was she being arrogant? How could she have ever thought Corinne actually liked her? Mariette, who had been enjoying the moment with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and stared right at her, making Corinne flinch. She gave a tiny smirk, pulled her fangs from his neck, and licked the wound clean. Corin was now in her sights, an unmistakable look that said she wouldn't give up her Corinne to anyone. Separated only by a wall of glass, the two girls stared each other down. Suddenly, Lan reached out and grabbed her sister, asking to take over the mission as her hand reached for Corin's face. And just like that, Lan was the undisputed queen of this love war, vowing to personally sweep aside anyone who dared get in her way. Elisa takes a bite from the fork, then gushes about how delicious the mousse soko is, which totally catches Corinne off guard. She just laughs it off, saying she's from the countryside, a place that doesn't even have a single cake shop. This seriously makes him question reality. Like, is her hometown really that far off the grid? But man, all Corinne wanted was a little break to prep for his vacation and grab some sweets, and now he's stuck eating cake with literally everyone he knows. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. It's Mariette and Guarin, both wanting him to eat cake, but Guarin is closer, so he naturally looks at her first. After taking a bite from Guarin's fork, Corinne glances back over at Mariette. And yeah, she's pouting hard, completely silent after watching another girl feed him. Guarin suddenly demands the strawberry cake she's holding, and with no real reason to refuse, she reluctantly agrees. Then Guarin turns and asks Corinne to get her a cake instead. He scrambles to grab the cakes while Mariette looks on worriedly. When he finally brings them over, Guarin just opens her mouth, expecting to be fed. Out of nowhere, Mariette just smashes the cake right in her face, calling it a loving bite, leaving Corinne completely frozen for a second. Mariette then wipes her hands, a sinister little smirk playing on her lips. She maliciously asks if the cake was good. Warren says yes, but with a heavy emphasis on, "You'll get yours." Mariette then asks if she wants more, and the mood instantly drops. Even Corinne has no idea why the atmosphere turned so ice-cold, his eyes darting between them. Wiping cream from her face, Warren radiates a dark aura and asks about Mariette's potato farm. She pushes even harder, mocking Mariette's so-called potato cakes. Mariette's face darkens as she asks if Warren wants more strawberry cake, but who would be dumb enough to take that offer? Watching this brutal war of words, a sweating G turns to Corinne asking what in the world is happening. Even he's freaking out, muttering about how scary this is. The whole thing is way too much, so he stands up, says he needs the bathroom. Gigi and Rack immediately jump up too, which leaves Alyssa totally confused. The three guys bolt out of there with their arms linked, immediately starting to gossip about the girls and their murderous auras. When Alyssa returns, she's forced to eat under the crushing pressure from Corinne and Mariette, who are exchanging polite but incredibly heavy insults. Finally, Mariette boasts that Corinne is going south with her this winter, and they're even going to a hot spring together. Not to be outdone, Corinne shares that Corinne already went with her to a holy land, received a blessing, and then casually insults Mariette's stinky hot spring. Both of these announcements leave Alyssa feeling completely out of the loop, since this is all brand new information. Then one of them drops the final bomb. Corinne has already decided to go home with her. Alyssa can only shout, "What?" while all three guys are still in the bathroom together. Suddenly, Corinne gets a really strange feeling. Alyssa slams her cup down with a trembling hand, fearfully explaining that Corinne said he had business in the east, so he teamed up with her to see the eclipse. This revelation just makes the other two girls radiate an even more intense, murderous aura, now directed at a third party. The pressure crushes Alyssa, her voice shrinking to a whisper. Her vision blurs, and all she can do is stammer a few words. Then she screams "Why?" so loud that even the men's room can hear it, making a confused Corinne turn around. A few days prior, Corinne had asked about the Eastern Forest. See, some people loved by spirits, called writs, can travel with them without interaction, but a spirit coming from that far away is incredibly rare. The person standing right in front of him is Yuen. She reports that she's found the people he was looking for, writs named Uskias and Findias, a secret realm holding one of the four great treasures, the Sun Clausulas, and the writs who protects that land is Uskias. In the game, the main story has Tess Bantaja and his royal guards taking all the great treasures from this secret place. But even Bantaja and his elite guards couldn't manage to get their hands on that one. Getting stronger is great, but weakening your enemy at the same time? That's even better. Of the four treasures that would fall to the royal guards, if Corinne could just snatch one first, well, usually no one knows the time or place, so it's impossible. But after defeating Fenmark Derman, the reward was a map to the Sun Clausulas, one of the four great treasures. This info wasn't in his inventory, it was beamed directly into his memory. During an eclipse, when the sun is weakest, Clausulas can be claimed. In the 3 years of the game, an eclipse only happened once. Fast forward to February 8th of the following year. Right in the middle of spring break, Yuen reports on the location of the Wolf King's territory. He keeps thinking even if it's hidden, with Yuen's power, Corinne is sure they'll find a clue. Perfect. All according to plan, Corinne thinks, a small smile forming. He clenches his fist. This break, Corinne will go to the east, find Findias, and get his hands on the treasure of George Solis before anyone else. And then, he'll destroy Banthara's plans. The thought alone makes him smile with satisfaction. Corinne vows he will make them fail. Completely. So after Corinne gives his whole sob story, he keeps hesitating, saying the trip is also a good excuse to get his old man, Sabanzia's opinion. But his passionate explanation gets him nothing, but a stone-cold glare. She asks when he's leaving, and Corinne's eyes pop open, completely surprised. She holds out her hand, and a crest materializes in her palm. It's her family's sigil, she explains, basically an all-access pass that will get him cooperation almost anywhere. Then she warns him not to get lured away by anyone promising him potatoes. Corinne immediately snaps back that he's not a kid. Then she grabs his hand just as he's about to leave. She looks all shy, hesitating like she's building up the courage for something big. This something big is her declaring she's going to drain his blood without a single regret, planning to live off her stored supply for a long, long time. After a quick thanks for the meal, she gets right down to business. One day before departure, Corinne steps out of the shower, soaking wet with a towel on his shoulders, feeling totally drained from being a human juice box in his sleep. He glances at his bed and finds Corinne already there, sighing dramatically. He's totally stunned, but she just complains that he took forever to wash up. Corinne demands to know why she's in his room. Her only response is a deadpan declaration that she's sleeping here now, which of course sends him into a spiral because they're not a couple. She just points out they've slept together before. He remembers that night and immediately denies it, arguing that was a desperate move to escape the rain. Inside, Corinne was just hoping Josephine wouldn't find out what she was up to. Besides, after the other day, she felt she could lean on him a little. Corinne just ends up smirking and starts taking off his outer shirt. She immediately stops him, asking what the heck he thinks he's doing. This makes him misunderstand completely, thinking she's actually worried about him. The two of them are lying on the bed, and Corinne stares at the ceiling, telling him that if he gets hurt, it would make her sad. This catches him off guard. She finally asks if he's going to keep fighting, just like he did for her. Then Corinne leans in close, promising that she'll protect him so he won't get hurt. For a moment, he turns away but seems to understand her feelings, eventually thanking her. He then talks about his journey to the east. Corinne is reassured, and her words that day gave him the extra push he needed to try harder. The next day, a voice rings out in a coffee shop. It's Corinne. He's asking Alyssa if that's her in the newspaper. The headline is explosive. Swordmaster Galonzo gives the fifth sword to his granddaughter. The war for the Aiden family's inheritance has begun. The news literally makes Alyssa choke on her coffee. She claims she knew absolutely nothing about this. He just says it makes sense, since she's finally free from her family's grip. He then asks if everyone's packed their bags. Alyssa and Yuen quickly chirp yes. Alyssa packed food and clothes, the essentials. Yuen, on the other hand, smugly says she doesn't need to pack, confident in her nature-bending powers. Corinne's face immediately falls into an expression of pure disappointment. He says they're being such obvious rookies, which leaves them both a little confused. Corinne then drops the bomb. They're riding a wyvern straight to the east. He asks if they know what that means. Total silence. Corinne grins mischievously, revealing the answer. You two are about to regret this. So much for being main characters. Both girls, who were just bragging about being all packed, were now in for a rude awakening. Right now, they're being thrashed by the wyvern so hard they can't even speak properly. Alyssa has it worse. She can only make groaning noises. She starts screaming at Corinne that she can't even open her eyes. And Yuen, our dear Mother Nature, is getting her face rearranged by the wind. So much for her natural powers. She learns a lesson she'll never forget, vowing to not just rely on nature anymore. Corinne, meanwhile, was prepared from the start, decked out in specialized gear. Looking back at the two messes behind him, Corinne could only think of one word: idiots. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, it doesn't matter what season it is, you need cold-proof clothes and goggles. He had it all: experience, knowledge, and common sense. They just kept screaming his name on the way. After all the pleading with nature and mankind, they finally turned a new page. A place of crystal-clear waves and lush islands, also known as the Eastern Paradise. Elisa is so off balance she's just flailing her arms around, and he just stares, confused. On the other side, more elephant-like creatures emerge from the jungle, and they all start charging. These beasts are known as olifants, with beady eyes that are always locked onto their prey. Elisa, still in the air, points towards the distance, shocked to see a village far away. She's worried about the village, but Corinne just mutters that they don't need to rush. Saving one little village won't set them back too much. Alyssa then bravely orders the wyvern to descend, while Corinne tells Yuen to make the trees grow and block the stampede's path. As for Alyssa, she's on attack duty. According to plan, Yuen immediately makes trees sprout up, their roots wrapping around the elephant's legs. The trees burst from the ground, creating a seriously thick wall of wood. But while Yuen holds the monsters in place, Alyssa launches a sneak attack from behind, leaping down from high above. She raises her sword, brimming with power. Then, with a single strike, she smashes it into the elephant, causing a deafening shriek. Yeah, she's got a bad feeling about this. The elephant just gets even angrier, thrashing around more violently. The tree roots are officially useless, and Yuen knows it, his face written with pure worry. Alyssa instantly backflips to safety while Corinne jumps down to grab his spear, with Yuen the mage providing cover. He starts yelling orders to focus on the leader and tie it down. He'll handle the rest himself, of course. Suddenly, Corinne feels something. In the distance, a group of riders on horseback charges toward them, leaving everyone totally speechless. A single slash cuts right through an elephant's legs, followed immediately by another. The elephant herd is wiped out in moments. These new arrivals? They're the elite monster hunters from the House of Aiden. One of them suddenly speaks up, telling Alyssa she's as pathetic as ever, then throws something at her. Confused, she catches it instinctively. The person quickly tosses something to Corinne, too. He's got no idea what's going on but takes it anyway. When he opens his hand, all he finds is a piece of candy, which only adds to the confusion. The candy thrower is none other than Lunia. Alyssa is completely thrown off by this whole ridiculous situation. Lunia just shrugs it off, asking Corinne about his rank. She calls it a wonderful step forward, tells him to keep it up, then turns to leave. Just watching her go, a single thought crosses Corinne's mind. She's still as cold as ever. I mean, that's just who she is. But then, Lunia remembers something. She slowly turns around and asks with a straight face, "Do you want to marry me?" The question floors Alyssa and Yoon so hard they almost faint. This is something they never would have imagined, not even in a fever dream. Even Corinne's face twists up, basically screaming, "What in the actual heck is going on?" A major family in the south controls the fertile lands, countless islands, and all the important trade routes. The east, however, borders a heretic empire, deals with a harsh climate, and is constantly attacked by demons from the wastelands. But even in these awful conditions, the East has held strong, all thanks to them, the protectors of the region, the Aiden family. Inside the familiar Eastern compound, rows of people bow respectfully before one person. They all shout in unison, "Welcome home." That person is, of course, Lunia. She gives an order. "That's my sister and her friend. Prepare their rooms." The guards immediately obey. She then turns to her sister, "Alyssa, you're with me." Meanwhile, Corinne and Ewan are playing chess. Ewan sighs. "This game is way too hard. How is Miss Lunia so good at this?" She smirks. "You have no idea how much experience I have." Then she whispers to Corinne, "Is Alyssa okay?" The tension back there was insane. She replies, "It's fine. They're sisters, after all." Yoon is still panicking. "Do you think she'll punish us for not handling the elephants?" But Corinne doesn't think Lunia is that kind of person. As they're talking, the door opens. Someone enters and bows to Corinne. "Master Lunia wishes to see you." Across the way, Lunia waits with her hands behind her back. She turns her head to look at him, her expression impossibly cool and elegant. "You're here." Lunia tells Corinne to sit, saying they have a lot to discuss. He's just sweating, wondering if he's about to get punished. She pours him tea and asks, "You're turning 18 soon, right?" "Same as my sister." Then, out of nowhere, "Are you married?" The question is so unexpected, Corinne nearly chokes, wondering why on earth she would ask that. Lunia gets straight to the point. "If you don't have anyone, do you want to marry me?" Corinne is suspicious. "Are you serious?" From the look on her face, she's not joking. She props her chin on her hand, sizing him up. "You have talent in martial arts, and you train hard. Your face is acceptable. It meets my standards." Corinne jokes, "I didn't realize you were so shallow." Lunia just shoots back, "Hey, I'm a woman too. I have to at least consider the face and body of the man I'll be sleeping with." But Corinne knows there's more to it and asks for the real reason. Lunea's gaze turns razor sharp as she looks at Corinne and replies, "It's because of my sister." She thinks back to that day. After Alyssa beat me in our duel, that meddling old sword emperor showed up and declared her the 5th-generation swordmaster. The old man vanished right after he said it, leaving Lunea's supporters completely unsettled. Lunea takes a sip of tea and continues, "My position became unstable. To fix it, I've been getting endless meeting requests from famous swordsmen and heirs of powerful families. In other words, political marriage proposals, but Lunea hates that idea. She doesn't want to be some prize on the marriage market." Corinne finally gets it. "So you want a fake marriage with me to fool everyone?" Lunea sips her tea with a knowing smile, nodding along. Oh yes, she knows. Alyssa might be the illegitimate child of the Aiden family, but she came back to a hero's welcome. That's just what happens when you're named the heir super early. You get thrown right into the middle of a brutal family power struggle. A woman in red, sword in hand, cuts right to the chase. "I heard your father appointed you as the 5th swordmaster." Little Alyssa kneels there, her spirit strong, but the pressure on her is absolutely massive. The woman drives the point home in the Aiden clan. "Father's word is law. Your opinion means nothing." This lovely lady is Sophia, Lunea's mother, and the first wife of the current patriarch. Everything here follows the will of the former patriarch, Garand Aiden, and that old man's wishes carry some serious weight. She throws the sword down, telling Alyssa that as the 5th swordmaster, she must strive for the family's honor and the safety of all mankind. She will be choosing and commanding the elites from the main family branch, and she'll be training constantly. Alyssa just grips the sword and agrees, because honestly, she can't exactly say no. It's been this way since she was a kid, and she knows deep down that this family will probably never truly accept her as one of their own. Out in the courtyard, Alyssa walks alone with her thoughts. Sword in hand, she stumbles upon a room and hears voices inside. Peeking through the door, she sees Corinne and Lunia chatting away. Lunea suggests, "So tomorrow, let's spend the whole day together. Just hanging out." Alyssa leans back against the wall, her mind racing. Wait a minute. Are they dating? Her sister's lips were slightly upturned, her voice more excited than usual. She remembers her sister asking Corinne to marry her, a question that came out of nowhere. Yep, that's her big sister, all right, always cold and decisive. Alyssa figures a huge deal like marriage must have a good reason, and she's sure her sister has good intentions. She felt this vibe since the midterm test Lunea was both curious about and impressed by Corinne. It was a mix of respect for a talented swordsman and a desire for his territory. But still, she wouldn't have proposed if she didn't like him. Alyssa cracks a small smile. This is actually good, since she adores them both. Lunea is the half-sister she has always admired, the one who took care of her like a mother since she was little. Even if they're rivals now, she genuinely wants her sister to be happy. Corinne is special to her too. He believed in her, supported her, and helped her survive her sister's followers. The young girl sits outside the door, hugging her sword tight. They look good together, and they're two people she loves and respects more than anyone. This should be a good thing, but her heart still feels heavy. Elsewhere, white snow is falling as Lunea takes a drag from a cigarette, a puff of smoke warming the air. She holds up a paper, asking, "What's this, mother?" Sophia answers that it's a list of famous swordsmen from the East and the firstborn sons of every noble house. Most of our supporters are from my family's side, so I can't just ignore the pressure to set up these meetings for you. She recalls Corinne's grumpy face. Okay, he's handsome, she'll give him that. And objectively, he's a good man. Plus, he's got that relentless spirit for mastering martial arts. In the end, Grandpa is the one who decides the next heir. Sword Emperor Garand. Corinne has reached the domain level, so Grandpa would just overrule any objections. A thought suddenly sparks in Lunea's head. She thinks about Alyssa's feelings for Corinne, wondering just how deep they go. It's at least a crush, maybe more. She taps the ash from her cigarette, lost in thought about that particular feeling. But what belongs to my little sister belongs to me. I have the right to possess it. As a leader, she can't be bothered by such trivial matters. Outside, a girl speaks up. My lady, are you really planning to go on a date with Corinne? Lunea barely reacts. A date, Jenny? That sounds so unpleasant. Think of it as a premarital investigation. Are you dissatisfied? Jenny wonders aloud. Is he really better than the men Lady Sophia brought? That's the whole reason we lost the sword match, you know. He completely dominated you at such a young age, and he's got his own legendary achievements. He is absolutely worthy of you. The young master turns to look back at her. Well, Jenny, you certainly have a good eye for people. But then Jenny just has to ask, are you really going on a date looking like that? For someone with Lunea's personality, it's no big deal. But from an outsider's point of view, Jenny is seriously concerned. Down below, the date is about to begin. Lunea calls his name and Corinne looks up, his jaw practically on the floor. He just stares at her, forcing her to ask, what are you looking at me like that for? Lunea looks like a different person in a traditional dress, adorned with jewelry. Is there something on my face or what? Corinne says, no, nothing, blushing a little as the girl quickly links arms with him to officially start their little date. Deep inside the forest, there's a rustle of movement. A scout reports back that there are signs of monsters nearby. Alyssa is already leading her unit, barking orders for them to move to the location immediately. Looks like she got stuck with duties because her big sister was busy on a date with some young guy. Inside a house, lights glow and soft music plays. A man stands there, singing beautifully. But outside, a monster is getting wrecked by a young girl, her face and clothes drenched in blood as she gasps for air. But she's not done yet with her sword in hand. She lunges forward to slaughter them. Back inside, a man and a woman are enjoying a peaceful, artistic moment together, watching the stage lights and listening to the beautiful melody. Outside, Alyssa is still relentlessly slaying monsters. Maybe slicing things up helps her think less about those two. They, along with everyone else in the audience, give the performance a roaring round of applause. And she gives herself a little clap too, her face a mask of determination, her clothes stained with the blood of her enemies. The two people she cares about are sitting together, clapping with the audience in the theater. Meanwhile, Alyssa claps her hands together too, but only to dust them off after a job well done. She lets out a sigh and turns back to the piles of monster corpses and her waiting comrades. Everyone worked hard today. Blue skies, white clouds. The concert is over, and the two of them chat, gushing about the angelic voice they just heard. Lunea still has her arm around Corinne, asking, so, did you have fun? He just quietly says it was a new and interesting experience. She moves her hand down to hold his, saying, that's good. The most important thing is that you're happy. She then kneels to kiss his hand, declaring it a wonderful day. Corinne's confused, isn't the guy supposed to kiss the lady's hand? But for Lunea, this is totally normal. And of course, Alyssa is standing right behind them, witnessing the entire scene. This girl, with her innocent face now covered in blood, has to stand there and listen to the two of them being all caring and even making plans for tomorrow. After it's all over, Corinne heads home, and Lunea turns back to find Alyssa. "You look awful," she says. "Just got back from patrol?" Her little sister just looks down. Alyssa asks, "Were you just with Corinne?" Lunea answers bluntly, "Yes, I just hung out with him." Alyssa's grip tightens on her sword as she mutters, "Is that so?" Hearing her sister ask if they had a good time makes Lunea crack a small smile. Alyssa adds on, "You're wearing the traditional uniform. I thought you hadn't worn that in 7 years." Her older sister calling her name makes the poor girl jump. Lunea walks past her and says, "Change your clothes and meet me at the dojo. We're having a practice match." Alyssa is stunned. A practice match? Usually, she would try to avoid sparring with her sister at all costs. She doesn't know why her sister is suggesting this now, but she knows she can't refuse. In the dead of night, a voice cuts through the silence. "This is unusual. You always run away." And surprise, surprise, it's Lunea. Now both she and Alyssa are ready for the upcoming fight. Alyssa is clearly a little tense after her sister's comment. Then, Lunea points her wooden sword forward and tells her little sister, "No one is watching, so be decent and don't hesitate." As soon as she finishes, both of them get serious and introduce themselves. One is Lunea Aiden, Grand Master of the Aiden First Sword Style. The other is Alyssa Aiden, a level 1 swordsman of the Aiden First Sword Style. And with that, both girls are ready. The match begins. Suddenly, Lunea slams her wooden sword hard on the ground. A second later, a whirlwind of boulders she created flies straight at Alyssa, who freezes for a moment in pure shock. But in a flash, she gracefully shatters each boulder one by one, successfully dodging the first attack from her sister. But Lunea isn't finished. She uses her second technique, instantly flashing behind Alyssa's back with a simple question, "Do you remember?" Seeing Alyssa frozen, unable to react, Lunea gives her a few seconds to process before telling her to keep going. Hearing that, Alyssa finally snaps out of it and spins around in a panic. But it's already too late. Lunea unleashes a relentless combo on her. Even while getting absolutely pummeled, Alyssa's eyes burn with fierce determination. But that last hit from Lunea was a direct mental assault on Alyssa. She's struggling to block Lunea's relentless attacks, but her reflexes just can't keep up with the speed. Then, a sudden glint appears in Alyssa's eyes. Lunea is still hammering away at her, but a thought forms in Alyssa's mind from the first move to the final blow. If she can just predict Lunea's attack pattern, she won't just block Alyssa is going to shatter that wooden sword. This fight is razor thin, with both of them showing openings to the other. Lunea figures if Alyssa can read her moves, a counterattack is totally possible, and Alyssa seems to be lining up her perfect shot. The target? Lunea's head. She lunges straight forward, but Lunea dodges it with ridiculous ease. Lunea suddenly reminds her, "You stopped breathing," before slamming a fist right into Alyssa's gut. The blow sends her flying back several meters. Covered in dirt and bruises, Alyssa looks at her sister and thinks through pure effort and endless training. Her sister's experience has been forged to an unbelievable, almost godlike level, and because of that, you could say she's basically a sharp-witted fox. Lunea walks over to praise Alyssa, saying she's improved so much and must have trained hard. But even with the compliment, all Alyssa can think is, "Wow, Lunea's just on another level." She manages to stand and squeak out a yes, before Lunea asks, "It's because of him that you've changed, isn't it?" That question makes Alyssa freeze up completely. Lunea continues, "Do you know what he and I have in common?" Alyssa's face darkens as she asks what. Lunea just slips into a battle stance, replying, "We don't waste power on fancy swordsmanship. We think the exact same way. To fight and to win. Flashy and complicated moves are useless," she says while launching an attack. Alyssa luckily blocks the surprise strike just in time, as Lunea reminds her that one small slip means it's over. But she wasn't done yet. Lunea had another combat lesson to teach. Next, sometimes dodging is the smartest move. Alyssa is totally confused. Dodging? But that's... Alyssa was confident she could read Lunea's movements, predict her next attack, and then Lunea uses a piercing thrust that Alyssa can't possibly avoid. And just like that, Alyssa drops her sword and surrenders. Remembering their last bout, she thinks, "I really thought I was catching up to her. Even just a little. After that win, I finally felt like a swordsman to be proud of." But snapping back to harsh reality, Alyssa realizes how naive she's been. That victory was nothing but a fluke. Lunea walks past her with some parting words. "Keep trying. Otherwise, you'll always be stuck in our shadow." She finally gets it. The gap between her, Lunea, and Aiden is just impossibly huge. Even with Alyssa looking completely crushed, Lunia just keeps walking. Man, she's really kicking herself now, feeling like such a fool. A few days later, Lunia is getting a drink from her mom, who immediately starts grilling her. So, another year's gone by, and you're still not engaged, Lunia. Sophia keeps going. I heard you've been seeing some young boy recently. Lunia's reply is short. It was just a coincidence. But her mother is seriously strict. She lays down the law. You're only allowed sleepovers after you're engaged. Besides, men are just tools to elevate the family's status. This is Sophia Aiden, who was known as the best female swordsman in the East back in her youth. But after her husband cheated on her with a mistress, her whole perspective on marriage got seriously twisted. Sophia reminds her daughter to marry the man who offers the most benefits, but Lunia tells her not to worry. She confidently declares, I'm sure he's leagues better than anyone you've got in that matchmaking book. Her mother looks surprised. Oh, is this kid really that impressive? Lunia then starts hyping up Corinne to her mother. He was able to enter the domain at a very young age. You could say his talent is on par with our great ancestor. Sophia asks what exactly his talent is, and Lunia explains it's a special kind, not just muscle, but a talent that always leads him straight to victory. Then Lunia pauses dramatically, making her mom antsy. Without missing a beat, Lunia adds another one of Corinne's good points. The kid is handsome. This actually stuns Sophia. Lunia's expression right now looks terrifying. It seems her ambition has awakened. His face is my type, and besides, it'll be fun to steal something my little sister wants so badly. Seeing her daughter with this kind of expression, Sophia is rendered completely and utterly speechless. All she can mutter is, I'm starting to have doubts about your morals. And for the first time, Sophia rethinks her own views on marriage. 9 days have passed since arriving at the Aiden family estate, and the New Year's celebration has finally arrived. The whole vibe feels just like modern-day Korea. Dima excitedly waves over to Corinne. As he walks by, Yuan mentions they were looking for him, but he gives no reply. The festival is about to end anyway. Corinne's face is grim as he thinks. The original reason we came to the east was to find the hidden treasure of Findius. Findius, the secret land of sorcerers, is a natural fortress surrounded by mountains and packed with monsters. It lies beyond the borders managed by the Aiden family, right on the eastern frontier. At that moment, Yuan is thanking a spirit for guiding her. She even offers it a piece of cake, which it happily nibbles on. Tagging along into the forest with Yuan are Lunia and Corinne, who seems a little surprised by the tiny spirit. Lunia thinks it's great to have a spirit user along. Yuan leads the way, promising they won't get lost. Corinne then turns back to Lunia. We're all really grateful to you, Lunia. Thank you for coming with us. Because of you, we were able to cross the border so easily. She smiles at his formality. No need for thanks. I still don't get why you're looking for a secret land beyond our borders. You're underage, and you're also my fiancé. Doing this is my duty. In a mountain range, this crawling with monsters, a normal guard won't cut it. Since Warren and Mariette still haven't arrived, Lunia's support is priceless. Stumbling behind her, Alyssa stammers out a few words. I think it's better if you don't say things like that. She means the whole marriage proposal thing. When Lunia asks why, she explains. Well, people will give us weird looks, but Lunia just scoffs. Since when do I care what other people think? Seeing her sister is dead serious, Alyssa awkwardly gets straight to the point. Sis, if you have no intention of taking responsibility for Corinne, then you really shouldn't have interfered with his marriage. That's not cool at all. Hearing this, Lunia just laughs. Why would you think that? But their chat gets cut short by a UN announcement. It's just ahead. Once we pass this magic circle, we'll be there. The group stands back and watches as the UN casts the spell. Suddenly, their reflections in the magic crack and shatter, trapping each of them in a separate shard. Corinne figures it out instantly. We've walked into a trap, as expected from a place guarded by a high-ranking monk. Now he's all alone in the woods, separated from his friends. He wonders, a spell that makes anyone who enters the barrier completely disoriented? He guesses it's probably some kind of test for anyone trying to enter this hidden area. But man, is this trick old? Corinne immediately gets into a fighting stance, calling out his enemy. Come on out, illusions, monsters, whatever, I'll take you all on. Then, footsteps. Someone calls Corinne's name. The second he hears that voice, his face goes pale with absolute panic as sweat starts pouring down. The person greeting him is none other than Sihu, whose simple hello makes him tremble uncontrollably. Sihu flashes the most villainous smirk imaginable. Long time no see. Corinne can only curse his luck. You've got to be kidding me. He stares in horror at Sihu. Why him? Of all people, why him? All of Corinne's confidence vanishes in a flash. Without a second thought, he lunges with his spear, shouting, What the hell is going on here? In the instant Corinne strikes, Sihu raises a hand to block. A strange power appears, easily stopping the attack cold. Corinne glares at Sihu with pure rage, grinding his teeth and yelling that he's just a fake. But Sihu isn't angry at all. Instead, he just gives a wicked smile. You're not wrong, Corinne. But then again, you're a fake too, aren't you? Hearing that, Corinne's expression turns ugly. He's figured out his disguise is gone, and there it is. The fear he's been hiding has finally shown up. It's the main character of this world, Sihu. No matter how evil Sihu is, his power is undeniable. The guy is basically a god, on a completely different level from the current Corinne. In a flash, Sihu is standing right beside him. He lets out a cold laugh. You can be proud if you kill him, but do you really think you can save this world? Cold sweat covers Corinne's forehead. Sihu's words are like a massive weight crushing his spirit. Seeing his expression, Sihu looks even more pleased. He says he tried to take everything for himself, but still failed. So what could someone like Corinne, with his incomplete system, possibly do? How could he ever defeat Tespanta? Corinne's brow furrows, but after a long moment, he says with determination, I can. He'll get one of the 4 great treasures to weaken the guy. And that's exactly why he came all the way to the Eastern Sands. Sihu just scoffs, lies. If you really wanted that ending, you should have chosen me again. Corinne fires back that his innocence would be threatened, but Sihu just rolls his eyes. Oh, please, you know you like it. Sihu lets out a soft laugh and says one single word that leaves Corinne stunned into horrified silence. Sacrifice. Sihu is clearly pleased with this reaction, and with a gentle smile, he continues his verbal assault. How does it feel to sacrifice yourself for others? But think about it, instead of saving those NPCs, you should be thinking about me. Oh, Corinne knew exactly what the guy was implying in that head of his. Basically, if Corinne had just snatched up all the loot for himself, he'd be way stronger by now. And yeah, he knows his hero routine isn't exactly the most efficient playstyle. So get this, Shu sacrificed 10,000 people just for this power-up. Apparently the whole game is rigged. The stronger you are, the more people you've sacrificed. So of course, this psycho turns to Corinne and suggests he should sacrifice a few things too, so they can save the world together. Corinne just stares, totally horrified. This guy is literally trying to recruit him for the dark side, but Shu is in for a disappointment because Corinne just lets out a cold laugh. Energy crackles in his hands as he says he'd never regret his past choices, even if he had to start all over again. Hearing this, the illusion of Sihu just looks completely and utterly confused. Corinne's eyes are blazing with killing intent now, figuring this whole mirage is just a trick of the senses that needs to be shattered. He thinks back to every single person he's ever managed to save. Mary Danae, Alyssa Arden, Hua, and Lan. He has zero regrets about saving them, and he's going to save even more people, whether it works out or not. With his eyes now burning with pure resolve, a brilliant red energy explodes around Corinne. He doesn't hesitate for a second and drives his fist right into Sihu's face. And just like that, the illusion shatters into a million pieces. With the monster handled, Corinne retracts his gun, his thoughts drifting. Seriously, like some cheap illusion was ever going to scare him. But it did sober him up, and he had absolutely zero regrets about anything he'd done. Even if he could go back, his choice would be the exact same. No hesitation. And just like that, Corinne was back in the real world. Lunia's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Corinne whipped his head around to see the 3 of them walking right towards him. He was a little suspicious. UN is a Ritz, so she's immune to illusions, but how in the world did Lunia get out so fast? Lunia just gave him a calm smile. Apparently, the thing kept rambling, so she just straight up chopped it to pieces. Corinne let out a dry laugh. Yep, that sounds about right for her. He then glanced at a still dazed Alyssa and asked how she was doing. Lunia figured the illusion must be her happy place, but she'd probably snap out of it soon. While the 2 of them were talking, a deep voice suddenly boomed out, surprised they escaped the mist. Both Corinne and Lunia immediately went on high alert, scanning their surroundings. When they finally located the source of the voice, they saw a massive black panther perched on a cliff not too far away. Corinne was completely stunned. A talking panther that wasn't even a magical beast? As if reading his mind, the panther apologized, and a green energy suddenly flared up, enveloping its body. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther had transformed into an old man who was smiling at Corinne's group. He kindly said it was an honor to meet Richie and her friends, introducing himself as Uskias, the guardian of Findias. He offered to lead them there. Lunia eyed him with suspicion, clearly hesitating, but they followed him anyway. Before long, they arrived at a palace swarming with guards. This was the place that housed the Sun Sword, Clausulus. Corinne studied the people in front of him, then quietly turned to UN and asked. She nodded in confirmation they were her kind. Hearing this, he didn't press further, instead taking in the view. He couldn't help but say it was beautiful, then asked if she'd sell him a piece. UN looked at him in disbelief. Mortals called this the Green Land, and he dared to ask about buying it? Corinne just chuckled, saying he was investing in future real estate. And with that, Corinne's group followed Uskias deep into the palace. They stopped before an ancient tree, where Uskias opened a door and invited them to enter. Uskias took the main seat in the room, looked at Corinne, and asked why he had come to this remote land. Without any hesitation, Corinne stated his goal. He was searching for one of the four great treasures, the Sun Sword, Colossalus of the Shinu tribe. Upon hearing this, Uskias's expression immediately darkened. So, he was searching for it too. Corinne gave a slight nod, stating he was the official successor of Queen Eden Danuos, the heavenly envoy. He was his master's heir, and not even a do-over would change that. But he had already caught the key word in Uskias's sentence. If he said too, it meant someone else was also after it. Before he could even finish the thought, a door swung open, and a creepy voice announced that he smelled the scent of blood. The newcomer, Hanta, stormed in and stared daggers at Corinne. After a long moment, he coldly said, "You're the one who killed MAC." At the same time, Corinne was sizing him up as well. He figured someone would show up, but it looks like it's another lunatic. Murius's envoy, King of Darkness, Beast King Junsuke's. Hanta's brow furrowed, asking how Corinne knew him. Hanta then leaned in, his eyes boring into Corinne's, his tone dripping with mockery. The little guardian of the queen. He declared the throne of darkness belongs to a single master. When the age of darkness comes, the goddess. But, he suddenly stopped, a flash of impatience on his face. A moment later, he turned his head towards the door and screamed a warning, telling them not to call him again. Then he snapped his gaze back to Corinne. "My apologies," he said. "Now, let's get down to business." At that moment, Uskias suddenly spoke up. Both of them wanted the Clozola's sword, but he had no right to give it away. He was only here to issue a trial. Corinne couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Of course, the writs would remain neutral, but that didn't make this situation any more fun. He had no idea what the trial was. While his new rival was also in the dark, he remembered that in the last round, Banta's side had possessed all four great treasures. As Corinne was lost in thought, Uskias continued, telling them both to wait in their assigned quarters. The details of the test would be announced after a discussion. Hearing this, the guy named Dunn just smiled. He loves a good challenge. He then narrowed his eyes at Corinne, who just stared right back at him. The two were locked in a tense standoff. After a long moment, Hanta broke into a wide, unsettling grin. He was really looking forward to this. The bright morning of the next day, Elisa was still lost in her illusion, lying on a white bed with her eyes shut tight, but she was deep in a dream, her eyelids twitching slightly. In her dream, she saw a perfect life with a happy, reunited family. The two people she worshipped and admired the most had just exchanged vows, swearing their love for each other. 12 grandchildren called her auntie and clung to her. This was a happiness that should never be broken. Lunia is a faithful person, and Corinne is not the type to make his partner cry. So, this was supposed to be a happy ending, right? Good for everyone involved? Yeah, try telling her that. Visions from her dream made Elisa's body tremble nonstop, like she was fighting something back. Suddenly, Corinne's voice calling her name cut through the haze, making it impossible to tell dream from reality. Corinne had actually come to find her, and seeing Elisa still knocked out on the bed, he couldn't help but sigh. They were already short one person, and here she was. All he could do was hope she'd wake up by morning. Just then, Elisa's arm shot out and grabbed his collar. Before he could process it, she bolted upright, giving Corinne a heart attack. Elisa was now face to face with Corinne, way too close for comfort. He panicked and called her name, but she silenced him before he could finish. Elisa opened her hazy eyes, looked right at him, and whispered two little words, brother-in-law. He couldn't hear her clearly and asked what she said, but instead of answering, she just started gently stroking his fingers, making him freak out. Seriously, what was she doing? But oh, the surprise party wasn't over yet. Elisa suddenly leaned in closer. This move put them in a very interesting position. Elisa's hot breath on Corinne's neck made him squirm, and not in a good way. A moment later, she whispered it again, brother-in-law. Then, with a seductive smile, she said, "Luina isn't here right now, you know." Corinne was absolutely terrified, stammering out a, "What?" Just as Elisa's eyes slowly drifted shut. Then she just flopped right on top of him. Corinne could only wonder what on earth was happening. Meanwhile, Uskias announced the second challenge. Elisa was confused. "Wait, second? Isn't this our first mission?" But he just answered her. "You've already completed the first trial. It was a test of how far you would go to stand by your principles." A memory of Corinne punching Sihu flashed by as Uskias continued. "A test of your resolve and righteousness." He raised his hand and declared, "You have all proven your true selves." Hearing that, Elisa muttered the words back, "Proven my true self." And then she remembered last night pinning Corinne down, whispering all that seductive nonsense. "Brother-in-law, my sister isn't here." The memory made her cringe so hard she let out a tiny squeak. I don't think I can go that far, she mumbled. Beside her, the totally clueless guy gave her a thumbs up. Don't put yourself down. Be confident. You stuck to your beliefs. Lunia on her other side patted her head and encouraged her too. Whatever your righteous actions and goals may be, just commit to them. Human strength comes from conviction. Hearing that just made her blush even more. I don't think I can do it. She fell to her knees, and Eun tried to console her. Elisa, if you're tired, just get some rest. But Elisa refused. No way, a sinner like me. Then Uskias announced that their companion Rifts would be assisting them, which caught her by surprise. He laid out the mission. Find mistletoe on an oak tree to make a staff. The deadline was sunrise. Now, begin. An oath had already been made, stating both sides would accept the results and not fight for 60 days, all before the challenge was even announced. Corinne eyed the opposing team, thinking this was definitely not standard procedure, but he had asked Uskias to mediate. It was to stop the other guy from interfering and causing trouble. Unlike the neutral Rifts, that dude totally supported Banthaja. And with that, their team started the search. Corinne, however, was still worried. Even though Eun's power had improved, Doom Norix was a sage. They might not fight, but the power difference was gigantic. Eun suddenly reported in a panic, "Big trouble. The spirits aren't responding." Lunia sighed. Just as I expected, they've all sided with Doom Norix. This was not going to be easy. Suddenly, Alyssa yelled out, "Corinne!" She pointed to a branch and announced, "I found the mistletoe." He replied with a deadpan expression, "Elisa, that's a mushroom." At the same time, Corinne was thinking to himself, this is a complete long shot. Mistletoe rarely even grows on oaks. Right then, Elisa cheerfully held up another branch. How about this one? He didn't even pay attention, his thoughts racing. Just finding an oak here is hard enough, let alone one with mistletoe. It's nearly impossible. Thinking about that old man, even with the forest spirits, it would be tough. But now they had all sided with Doom Norix. The girls brainstormed, "Hey, what if we cut some mistletoe and stick it on a normal oak? I'm pretty confident in my chopping skills. That would defeat the whole point of the ritual." Hearing that, an idea sparked in Corinne's head. The next morning, it was another perfectly clear day. Uskias announced, "The trial is over. Each of you, present the staff you've prepared." Junsky X had no idea what happened. That guy confidently stated, "We prepared a big, hard staff, but it looked tiny compared to the one from Corinne's team." Junsky X couldn't believe it. "How can yours be bigger and harder than mine?" Lunia refused to answer him. "Shut up, you loser. You don't need to know." In his head, Corinne explained their cheat. Elisa put a mistletoe seed inside an oak seed she found, and then Eun used magic to make it grow. With that thought, he gripped the medicine bottle tighter. "It should have died, but I tested a little something from the east, and it worked." Uskias announced, "You have all successfully completed the second trial." He then slowly walked forward. "Since everyone passed, I will announce the final trial." Bathed in the evening light, he pointed ahead. "In this northern forest, there is a red mountain ash tree. Your mission is to bring back its fruit." Corinne looked up at the sky and guessed, "This probably won't be simple." Suddenly, a roar came from above. "I am Savan." His eyes gazed down at them. "You came here for the fruit." Savan finally declared, "Prove you are worthy." Turns out he's a sky giant, the same race as the Titans who protect the sun in legends. Jonesuke X just scoffed. "A giant. How scary." Lunea shared her thoughts. "It seems a bit difficult if we want to beat him," Corinne advised. "Don't even think about it. Winning or losing won't get us the Crusolas anyway." An idea sparked in his head. "They probably won't make us defeat him, judging by the first two trials. Maybe it's..." Savan confirmed Corinne's thought. "I will test your wisdom. You must solve the riddles I give." Corinne added, "Of course, legendary creatures love riddles." "You didn't know?" Lunia replied. "Not really," while Jonesuke X just smirked. "Sky Titans love riddles, huh? I'll solve them all." Turns out, sky giants love rare treasures and puzzles, but since the world is so fragile, they limit their fun. Corinne said he agreed, and Savan immediately announced the rules. The first side to get 5 correct answers wins, and to be fair, each side can only send 2 people. He then laid out a restriction. Because Drid is familiar with riddles, they are disqualified from the competition. Hearing this, Jonesuke X chuckled, "So Titans do love riddles." Corinne thought to himself, "Anyone representing us would be better than them." Lunia made a clueless face. "Do I look like someone who's good at riddles?" Alyssa raised her hand to volunteer. "I've solved some riddles in books before." Corinne felt that for their side, just Alyssa and him would be enough. After both sides chose their teams, Savan declared the start. He posed the first question. "In the morning it grows, at noon it shrinks, in the afternoon it grows again, but at night it disappears." Corinne let out a hum, repeating the question in his head. If I just think a little more, I'll get it, he thought with a determined look. The answer is, but a hand shot up first. It was isekai'd, a shadow, Sivan said. Correct. Corinne and Alyssa were stunned. Was that just a coincidence? He told himself, he's been so overwhelming lately, I almost forgot. Corinne looked on, dumbfounded. Sky's special trait. Next, the giant read the second riddle, a thing that cannot be seen, that no powerful being can defeat. It is always approaching, but once it passes, it stops forever. isekai'd calmly replied. The answer is time. And then the third riddle, it is joy and comedy, and also tragedy, a play that all living things star in. Once again, he laughed loudly and answered, life. To be or not to be, that is the question. Corinne's mind raced. This isn't random. It feels like facing 10 people at once. isekai'd just laughed. Skicks are great at riddles. This is way too easy. Corinne frantically turned. Elisa, you try. Don't you read a lot of weird magazines? She tried to explain. They're not weird magazines. I just subscribe to what every proper young lady should read. Next, Sivan gave the fourth riddle. To me it is beautiful, but others cannot understand. To me it is violent, but to others it is an escape. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This question is really complex. Am I really this dumb? Suddenly, Alyssa cut through Corinne's thoughts. Can I try that one? He could only grunt in response. Sivan simply said, go ahead. She hesitantly gave her answer, adultery. Alyssa's mind flashed to a wedding scene between her and Corinne. To me, it is beautiful, but others don't understand. To me, it is violent, but to someone else, it is an escape. Alyssa finally concluded, adultery. Hearing that answer, everyone was shocked. Huh? What did she say? A dead silence fell over the area. She spoke first. Well, it's not wrong, is it? Sivan agreed. Interesting. Suddenly, she burst into tears, begging, that's not what I meant. Please say it's wrong. Corinne just couldn't process it. What is Alyssa even thinking? And Alyssa tried her best to argue her case. It's not like that. Please don't look away from me. Give me a chance to explain. In the end, Corinne simply stated the facts. Even though she broke the flow, was it just a coincidence from a cautious person? isekai'd answered 2 questions correctly in a row, and the showdown ended with our complete and utter defeat. isekai'd laughed, grabbing his prize and turning to leave. This fruit is beautiful. I did well, didn't I? His followers rushed to congratulate him. Only a single thought remained for Corinne's team. We totally lost. Alyssa was distraught. What do we do now? Did we really fail? Lunea tried to lift her spirits. The trial can't end like this. We just lost one necessary ingredient. Believing that, Alyssa sighed in relief. Oh, that's good then, she continued. We Rits never give up after just one failure, maybe. Suddenly, Lunea's gaze became wary. Lunea asked, is it an enemy? Lunea focused her senses and replied, there's no one there. People start calling out her name, and Un confirms it, yep, there's not a single spirit anywhere in sight. Alyssa chimes in, saying now that she thinks about it, there are no monsters either, which is weird because they were everywhere on the way here. Corinne does some quick mental math, no spirits and no monsters, on Monster Mountain. Something's not adding up here. If both are gone from this area, there are only 2 possibilities, and he glances at the crew walking ahead. Either somebody went on a cleaning spree, or they all ran for their lives from something with totally overwhelming power. Zunsky just cackles, then turns and asks if maybe they've just wandered in too deep. Dune Norwich mumbles some magic words and slams his staff down. A magic circle flares to life, summoning a massive castle, which then immediately gets sliced clean in half, raining down bricks and stone. Corinne screams his head off, yelling to get back as that terrifying power slams right into the ground. A blinding circle of light erupts, and Un just freezes on the spot, completely terrified. Corinne grabs her and yanks her out of the way, his eyes snapping behind him to see a humanoid monster materializing. So Corinne immediately barks out an order to fall back. Un thanks him, while Corinne just stares, unable to believe that thing is here. And Jules? Still laughing and releasing snakes. In a flash of blades, the humanoid monster shreds through every single snake. Lunea is absolutely floored, and she knows who it is, the one who will one day be famous. She breathes. It must be Aiden, as he steps forward to block a strike from the sword demon. See, beyond Aiden's borders, there's a charming little place known as the Demonscape. It's a land where wild animals and demon beasts call themselves kings, all living in a bizarre, twisted balance. And the guy who shattered that balance was just some old man with a sword and an absolutely insane aura who looked down and declared, that demon and its sword are mine. They're not called full-on demons because, at their core, they're basically just superpowered animals. They have beastly limbs but can totally understand human speech. This one, however, just grips its sword defiantly, electricity crackling from its hand. It's rare, but sometimes a demon beast is born with a surprisingly human-like form. And this was one of them, standing on two legs, holding a sword. Was it born to survive or just destroy? Who knows? The old man just grunts and raises his own blade. Seeing a demon beast actually holding a sword, the legendary Sword Emperor just started laughing. A demon beast trying to use a sword? And just like that, a completely one-sided teacher-student relationship that only the teacher knew about began. The two became a blur, fighting for 8 straight days. The demon beast attacked relentlessly, a whirlwind of terrifying speed and glowing red eyes. And the Sword Emperor? He just stood there, his massive, dull sword resting on his shoulder. He was smiling, actually enjoying this fight, practically teaching the monster with every move. He threw technique after technique at the beast, which desperately tried to block and counter every single one of them. A wicked purple aura exploded from the demon beast's body as the Emperor mused to himself. All right, what should I name this guy? And so, the Emperor himself gave it a name. He called it the Sword Demon with its twin swords and its piercing, deadly red eyes. Being called that name, a name only it and that crazy old man knew, actually made the creature hesitate for a split second. But in the future, that name would echo across the world, becoming the stuff of legend, the strongest swordsman of the heroic order. But seeing it attack Donald Riggs and Sky Z proves that right now, it's definitely not playing for the good guys. Which, could be a good thing, but it's really not a reason to celebrate. Corinne is currently wondering how in the world they're supposed to stop this thing. Welp, looks like it's their turn now. The sword demon just charged right at him. Lunia instantly flashes behind its back, shouting, "You demon beast!" She unleashes a super powerful, determined strike, but the beast just casually parries it, sending Lunia flying backward without even trying. It was a flawless combo that left her stunned, her sword hand jolting back as her body flipped through the air. Lunia hits the ground, but the force of the blow sends her skidding back a huge distance. It takes her a second to regain her footing, raising her sword once more to face it. The demon beast levels its sword, fixing her with that same deathly stare. Lunia asks it, "Where did you learn that sword style?" She doesn't get an answer. Instead, in the blink of an eye, it's already standing right behind her. Sensing the danger, Lunia spins to dodge the slash. But the attack isn't over. The sword in its other hand comes streaking right for her head. The tip of the blade is literally a hair's breadth from her eye. For a horrifying second, Lunia thinks there's no way she can possibly stop this attack. But she just growls, "How arrogant," and dodges the fatal blow with a slight tilt of her head. The demon beast keeps the pressure on, its sword still aimed at Lunia, trying to end this fight quickly. Lunia leaps into the air, and the sword demon spins to follow, its hands and its feet transforming into razor-sharp blades. Its eyes never leave her. That's some insane focus coming from a demon swordsman. It's like it's wielding a dozen swords at once, every single one aimed at a single target. Blasts of crimson sword energy shoot straight for Lunia, who is clearly on the ropes. Meanwhile, Lunia, a master of controlling distance with her blade, prepares to block. She activates her mind's eye. Her gaze sharpens, seeing through every single one of her opponent's moves. Red and white auras clash violently. Lunia perfectly defends and prepares her counter, lunging straight for the demon sword in front of her. The demon just can't believe it. All of its sword strikes were just casually parried by this girl, like it was nothing. What seals the deal is Lunia's pure decisiveness and experience. The heel of her boot slams down, pinning the demon's foot to the ground. A small, confident smirk plays on her lips as she whispers, "Time to end this." Behind the pinned demon, Corinne and Alyssa have time to wind up their own special moves, unleashing a bloody massacre and an iron breaker technique. They rocket into the air, one golden attack and one green, raining down destruction where the demon was just standing. But somehow, the creature does a backflip out of the way, leaving Lunia shocked. How did it dodge that? It had to be magic. After dodging the killer attacks, it lands perfectly, its feet planted firmly on the ground. But the sword and spears of our 3 heroes immediately close in, trapping it from all sides. It's a perfect pincer movement. Corinne and Alyssa on the ground, Lunia striking from above. Corinne screams, "You are definitely not getting away." But then things get weird. The demon's face splits down the middle, showing 2 completely different halves. One side is a demonic shadow with glowing red eyes of death. The other side is a human shadow with a twisted, evil grin. It unleashes its sword Shadow Soul Slash. 6 more arms, each holding a glowing sword, sprout from its body. It roars, slashing wildly, leaving 0 openings. Sword energy explodes from every direction, trapping the trio. Corinne grunts, realizing that just moving in this domain is like trying to breathe underwater. It's an imperfect technique, sure, but it's an 8-hit combo straight from hell. On the brink of death, Corinne's face glows, and a golden image flashes in his eyes. Aiden's first sword, Domain Slash. A golden dragon emerges, coiling around him, trying to block the demon's barrage. But even at full power, it only stops 5 of the hits. There are still 3 strikes left, and they are all aimed directly at Lunia, who is just half a step too slow. For a horrifying second, they see a vision of the 3 blades hitting her before she can even draw her sword. Corinne's heart plummets with worry, but then her sword is out, erupting with pale blue energy and crackling with overwhelming lightning. A sphere of pure lightning forms around Lunea, creating a barrier that blocks the incoming strikes. This is a final defense skill only supreme swordmasters can learn. With her sword raised and body wreathed in electricity, this move is called the Body Protection Aura. Watching this, even the demon looks completely stunned, but Lunea isn't finished yet. She immediately unleashes another attack. She lets loose an impossibly sharp slash that cuts the demon's shoulder, drawing blood and making it flinch in actual fear. The 3 of them quickly regroup. Lunea speaks first. It dodged the fatal point? She adds, "This thing is dangerous. We have to finish it here." Corinne nods in agreement, and all 3 of them charge forward again. Corinne can tell its sword skills haven't peaked yet. He knows its final form is a technique called Thousand Hands, endless, a skill that can cut absolutely anything. They have to destroy it now to prevent a catastrophe later, but the sword demon just laughs, looking down on the 3 of them. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes materializes behind it and whispers, "Hello there, my friend." The demon jumps, completely startled. It hadn't sensed a thing. It spins instantly, slicing the mysterious figure into a dozen pieces. The black fragments fall to the ground with a thud and start to smoke. They then melt into pools of black sludge with tiny purple dots inside. And from that sludge, a swarm of black snakes shoots out, flying right at the demon. The sword demon, however, doesn't even flinch. It just stands there and grins while the black snakes latch onto its body and immediately turn a sickly green color. Now, standing before Corinne are 2 people, one of them an old man with a white beard, holding a staff that radiates green magic. The other guy? A dark sorcerer literally made of snakes, just casually pulling his body back together. These 2 are the king's top goons, and the monster just laughs in their faces. Even the legendary sword sage is completely terrified of these guys. He unleashes a hurricane of sword strikes, hacking away at the snakes, but they just keep coming back for more. And after temporarily solving that little problem, the sword sage makes a run for it. The one with the creepy smile is legislator Dune Norik, and his buddy is Beast King Junsky. The 3 girls are practically frozen in shock, while Corinne just whispers, "Monsters. So that's the enemy we have to face." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a voice echoes from a treehouse. "Sorry, I couldn't do anything at all." That's Iun, beating himself up on the bed. Lunea tries to cheer him up, saying, "Don't worry about it, it was unavoidable." Alyssa chimes in with a smile. "It's fine. I'm not that badly hurt anyway." She then remembers the monster used Aiden's own sword style. Alyssa wonders aloud, "You think it somehow read a swordsmanship book?" Lunea just shuts that down. "Don't be ridiculous. It's a monster. The only way it could learn that is through thousands of battles." Lunea's eyes narrow, and there's only one person who would do something like that. A wicked laugh rings out from behind, making them both spin around. "Looks like my granddaughters finally noticed me, huh? And who else would it be but their grandpa, the Sword Emperor Garand Aiden?" One of the girls immediately snaps, "What did you do? Teaching a monster swordsmanship?" He laughs. "Just an old man's hobby. But let's get the story straight. I didn't teach it, I just showed it." The Sword Emperor steps down, and a wave of power erupts, creating a strange domain-like space. The very ground beneath their feet warps into a massive chessboard. Space itself shatters as he strolls past his granddaughters, announcing, "This is a domain." He then clarifies, "That thing isn't moving in a human's domain, but in the domain of a sword monster." The Sword Emperor just smirks. Who knows, we might be about to witness the next stage of sword fighting. His granddaughter just glares back, basically calling him a crazy old man with her eyes. "Grandfather," Alyssa calls out. Flashing back to her sister and those 2 immortal freaks, she declares she's done being weak. Alyssa steps forward, her face full of determination. "Teach me swordsmanship." The Sword Emperor just smiles and agrees. "All right, I'll teach you." And so, they face off a tiny figure standing before the massive, imposing frame of her grandfather. A natural talent captivated by the sword. This is where the chaotic training for enlightenment begins. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, everyone stands before Reed. Corinne asks, "We failed to get the fruit, but can we still do the final challenge?" Reed casually replies, "Sure, but since you don't have the fruit, the final challenge is going to favor Sky and Dune Norris." Hearing this, somebody complains, "Don't be so biased, Reed. We only lost because that sword demon ambushed us. At least give us some kind of advantage." But nope. Reed holds up his staff and announces, "Nourish the magic staff you've already made." "Until it touches the sky," Reed continues, pointing up, and you face the giant who protects the sun. Corinne does some quick mental math. 3 weeks until the solar eclipse. They have to make that staff reach the sky before then. Back with Alyssa, she's still shaking. Her own demonic energy surges when she fights, so she understands just how terrifying the sword demon's power truly is. He's on a completely different level. Meanwhile, the wound on her neck is still bleeding. As Alyssa hesitates, the Sword Emperor's voice cuts in. Your fundamentals are still terrible, you know. Granddaughter, he continues. I never thought you'd ask me to teach you. Alyssa snaps back. What about that other student, that monster? Why didn't you just kill him? The Sword Emperor replies. He has the talent to reach Sky Sword, a realm you've never even heard of. Then he smirks. Of course you haven't. I invented it. This news obviously ticks Alyssa off. She stomps her foot, lunges forward, and swings her sword, screaming, Stop messing with me, old man! The Sword Emperor raises his own sword to the sky, which begins crackling with an overwhelming aura and pure lightning. Anyone who reaches this realm can slice the sky in half and split the world in two. He brings his sword crashing down, gritting his teeth. I want to see a swordsman like that. Alyssa barely manages to block, cursing, You crazy old fossil. They're face to face again. He just cackles at his granddaughter. You're getting more and more like your sister every day. On a beautiful morning in the kingdom of Eolap, we see a southern castle with unique architecture, nestled against a mountain. Mariette is adjusting her dress. Mother, can I go now? The spring ball ends in 4 days, and Corinne has already left a sign for her. She's in a rush. He wants her to meet him before the 2nd day of the 8th month. She could make it in time on a wyvern, but remembering all the other girls constantly around him makes her feel a little insecure. All dressed up and looking proper, her face flushes bright pink just thinking about Corinne. Suddenly, the door flies open. It's Mariette's dad shouting, No! You can't go anywhere! The holiday is for family! An arm immediately wraps around his neck. It's Mom's familiar voice. She can go there and start a family of her own, you know. Mom holds her husband in a chokehold, laughing. Our little Mariette is old enough to fall in love. She then winks at her daughter. Now hurry up and give me a grandchild. Hearing that, she turns beet red, covers her head, and makes a mad dash for the door. Completely flustered, she summons her wyvern and borrows Retzfeld's gear, shouting, Let's go! Let's go! We're off to find Daddy! The great bird takes flight. Is this the sharp intuition of a high-level mage? Because Mariette can already sense a new rival has entered the game. In another part of the world, under a clear blue sky, a gentle voice speaks up. Greetings, Saintess. I am Quaron, an apprentice nun. They're inside the great church at Holy Temple No. 1, in Jerium. The two of them enter a massive room. At a desk far away, the Saintess sits, her soft pink hair swaying gently. This is the Saintess, Estelle Hadassah Elat, who radiates a pure and beautiful aura. She approaches them, looking the picture of innocence. She dives in to hug the girl, overjoyed. Quaron. But the response she gets is ice cold. Get off me. So this saintly lady, with cheeks for days, pinches the kid's face and asks about some drama at the guild. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? The girl just blushes, turns away, and demands, Just get this restraint off me. The saint just grins, super amused. Oh? And why is that? Warren shyly complains. It's hot and really annoying, just do it. But then she notices something's off, and the saint squints suspiciously. Wait a second, you're Warren, aren't you? The kid flashes this totally innocent smile. Hello, Saint. I agree we need more power. And when asked why, because I'm going to be his first wife. The saint just freezes, processing that bombshell. After a beat, she places a hand on the girl's head as golden magic runes begin to glow. 1 month later, Warren's eyes snap open. So, is the restraint gone? The saint just replies, Only the first seal is unlocked, kiddo. Immediately, the girl whips around toward the window. I'm leaving right now. But Professor Josephine is there to be a buzzkill. It's 24,000 kilometers east from here. You should probably take a griffin, the professor advises, sensibly. But Warren is not having it. I'm faster than that, and I can't let her beat me there. The Great Harem War is officially on, as the professor yells, No, Warren! It'll take 3 weeks, he yells, but she's already leaping out the window, shouting back, I'll get there in 2 days. The saint just stands there, smiling to herself. How strange. All these girls fighting for Corinne, Maka Dung, Dang Reb, and the Sword Tiger, Lunia Aiden. And then there's Elisa, who's had to deal with both of them. Man, Corinne is a certified trouble magnet. The saint just smirks. From killing the Iron Mountain King to whatever this is with Warren, her junior Corinne is something else. Flash forward 3 days. Corinne is mumbling with a stick in his mouth, trying to patch up Elisa, who's screaming her head off in pain. I'm gonna bleed out before we even climb this stupid tree. I'm dying. Corinne just waves her off. Knock it off, you're not dying yet. Elisa just pouts, totally unconvinced. But Corinne looks at this tiny little magic wand and says, Yeah, I think I can climb it. She stares at the massive difference between the two staffs, totally baffled. How on earth? Alyssa gives him a look full of doubt. I really don't think that'll… But Corinne cuts her right off. Don't worry, it's gonna be fine. Looking at him, Alyssa thinks to herself. It's always like this with him, like when he stopped those giant wild lizards from escaping. Or when he faced off against Professor Fermac, or fought that indestructible monster. How does he have such an unbreakable will? No matter how impossible the challenge, he always finds a way forward. She finally turns to him. Corinne, what exactly is your plan? But before he can answer, someone else shows up. Working hard so late at night? A guy named Duneric steps forward. Corinne, Spear of the Queen, I need to have a word with you. As he gets closer, reaching out a hand, Elisa jumps to her feet with a raised eyebrow. Corinne asks, what is it? Duneric asks, hey, why do you humans insist on stopping paradise? Corinne puts his hands on his knees. Because a whole lot of people would die, obviously. You didn't know that? He stands up, pressing the point. As a druid who respects nature above all else, why would you side with them? The old man simply replies, it's obvious. After hundreds of years, I've only reached one conclusion. To protect nature, humanity must die. As he says it, his face darkens, a killer's glint appearing in his eyes under that hood. Alyssa gets it instantly. She thinks to herself, he's not human. His eyes are just empty and indifferent, like a plant's. He's radiating pure malice for the world. Deep down, the guy is death itself. Corinne puts a hand on her shoulder. Elisa, watch carefully. Then he levels his gaze and the tip of his spear right at the old man. What I want to do is kill every last person who thinks like you. Duneric just strokes his beard and chuckles. You came all this way just to stop us. I get that you're serious, but for now, you're going to fail. He glances over at their two magic staffs. Just look at them. See the difference? I've lived with nature for hundreds of years. You can't close a gap that wide, no matter what kind of magic trick you pull. Duneric squints his eyes. This is also the law of nature. Order, rules, laws, efficiency. That's your whole problem. You really think you know everything, don't you? Corinne just ignores him and walks toward the staff. See, after he posted about tossing a mandragora in a lake, everyone thought golden mandragora was the secret to a power-up. But for guys like Corinne, who are bored with the usual grind, they use those super rare items for a little experimentation. Corinne pulls out a vial of yellow liquid. He's probably the only one who tried to actually grow a golden mandragora, turning that tree from Alyssa's first trial into a giant staff. Just a few drops created this effect. Even if you've lived 100 years in nature, you've never seen this. This liquid? He made it himself. A one-of-a-kind hidden item, never seen before. Golden mandragora fertilizer, and Corinne pours it all over his magic staff with a smug, confident grin on his face. Golden mandragora fertilizer helps magical plants grow, creating a massive mana regeneration field. It restores 185 mana per minute. The ground starts to shake as Corinne's voice rings out, hey, around here we call new players newbies. All the while, Dune's eyes are secretly observing every single development. Corinne just smirks at him. I don't know how many years you've lived, Gramps, but the longer you live, the more you learn. He stands confidently before his magic staff. I'm about to show you a miracle. The staff erupts in a brilliant golden light, then rockets straight up into the sky at an insane speed. That blinding light and its rapid ascent leaves Alyssa with her jaw on the floor, completely stunned. In just 1 month, it has practically pierced the heavens, reaching all the way to the sun. Looking up, Corinne mutters, wow, I didn't think it would get this high. Morning comes. He shields his eyes and looks up. Nice. The growth rate is 3 times faster than I expected. Drift suddenly appears. No matter how you did it, you did a great job. Now, I'm heading to the sky as Finland's representative. My final piece of advice is this. Don't miss the moment the sun weakens to get the cloud solar. He grips Corinne's hand firmly, adding, and as a resident of this land, I want to say goodbye. He bows deeply in respect. It's all up to you, young hero. Corinne just smiles as Alyssa calls out to him, Corinne, I'll go get my sister. She asks anxiously, are you planning on leaving right now? Corinne shakes his head. No, climbing that thing isn't a 1 or 2 day job. We need to prepare. We'll leave in a week, after gathering enough food, clothes, and supplies. He gazes upwards. The final battlefield for Klaus Solus, one of the 4 legendary treasures, is waiting in the sky. Corinne thinks to himself, you better get ready, Duneric, because he's bringing the strongest crew, including Alyssa and Lunia, right here. And on top of that, there's also Maka, Mariette, and Warren. A blinding light flashes from Yoon's staff, and Corinne's annoyed voice rings out. In the end, nobody even showed up. He and the small group are already climbing, wondering aloud, what is our guild even doing that nobody came to see us off? Corinne scratches his head, totally confused. The powerful team he planned to bring is missing 2 key members. Right now, it's just the Lunia sisters and Ayun. Down below, in a wooden room, a guardian demands, "They've been discovered near the bottom? What is the meaning of this?" A servant stammers back. "They weren't like this when we first brought them here." And surprise, the two missing members are Gwarin and Mariette. The old man marvels, this powerful aura. Their strength is terrifying. What could they have possibly seen in that illusion? Utkias looks dead serious. "They've been like this for days. If this continues, the divine land will be in danger. I have to enter the illusion and bring them out." Two of his subordinates step forward, asking, "Is there anything we can do to help?" A line of light splits their master's body into two halves, one red, one blue. Utkias, with his eyes closed, answers, "No need. I will split myself and bring them both out." His eyes snap open as he dives into the illusion. Inside the vision, at an academy, people are gossiping. "Did you hear? She had a child before she even graduated." Mariette walks past, spotting kids that look like mini Corinnes as the whispers echo in her head. "So she broke the rules, right?" Another voice sneers. "The kid looks exactly like his father." And just like that, the scene shifts to a wedding hall. Mary enters with a soft smile. The officiant announces, "The groom is now entering." Her eyes widen, desperate to see who it is. Walking down the aisle is none other than Corinne in a sharp, black suit. "Oh my God, look at him," Mary thinks to herself. "How can he be so incredibly handsome?" Her cheeks flush a deep red. "He's so handsome, Corinne." The officiant's voice booms again. And now, the bride is entering the hall. Mary glances over, wondering who it could be. Wow, the bride is gorgeous. Stepping into the hall with a bouquet in her hands is Gwarin. The guests whisper, "They make such a beautiful couple." The bride smiles beautifully and calls out to the groom, "Honey." Watching them embrace so lovingly, Mary's world begins to crumble. She can't believe her eyes. She collapses to the floor, watching the happy couple before her, thinking, "This isn't right, is it, Corinne?" Stunned, tears streaming, a whole year just vanished for Mary. She watched a happy little family of three, with a kid who was the spitting image of Rin. Mary stared, absolutely convinced, telling herself that child just had to be hers. Sure, Rin looked incredible on her wedding day, but for Mary, that dress just dredged up some old history. And of course, her first thought was, "I definitely could have done that better." Her mind was already racing houses, land, mineral mines, even a title. Whatever he needed, she figured she could give it to him. In this little fantasy world of hers, Mary only saw Corinne. If he'd just come back, they could live happily ever after in their cozy little home. That's all it would take, and she'd give him everything. Her eyes snapped open. Oh boy. Looks like Mary just had a terrible, brilliant idea. The love of her life marrying someone else? No, she couldn't accept this loss, couldn't believe this was her reality. But then it hit her. Corinne will get old. He's just a human after all. His life would be over in 100 years or so. Mary, on the other hand, is an immortal. As she placed a hand on the unconscious man's forehead, she thought, what if I make him like me? Then they could live together for all time. And finally, he would belong to her forever and ever, 100 years. Mary figured she could put up with their joke of a marriage for a mere century. After that, she'd just snatch him away and erase every last memory of Gwarin from his mind. Her tears fall on Corinne's face. Oh, the classic look of the heartbroken Mariette. She swore to herself, I will make him happy. Meanwhile, in some alternate fantasy, Mary is the one in the wedding dress, and Corinne is leaning in for a sweet kiss. And who's the lucky spectator for their happiness? Gwarin. Both her personalities feeling like a complete and utter failure. This was the first time Gwarin had ever given her heart to a man. Now she's watching from a tree as he feeds Mary every single bite. All she can do is laugh bitterly. One personality asks what they're even doing, while the other, Gwarin, just has to wonder, what am I even watching? When her other half asks what she wants, Gwarin retorts, getting my heart broken was not on the agenda. My love, my husband. She wanted to call him by every name in the book. She dreamed of a simple, happy life with a normal family. But reality just slapped her with a front row seat to Corinne's happiness with someone else. She closes her eyes, asking herself, why can't I have that? Please, help me. Then her eyes snap open. I want that happiness too. And we're whisked away to Gwarin's imagination, where Corinne is on the bed asking, long time no see, you been well? She doesn't say a word, just walks over, links her fingers in his, and shoves him onto the bed, ordering, take it off. She violently rips his shirt off, making him gasp. What's gotten into you? She gets right in his face, accusing him. You! A sharp bite sank into his shoulder, making Corinne squeeze his eyes shut as her mark was imprinted on his skin. She sat over him, giving him a smoldering look. This is your fault, she thought. I gave you absolutely everything I had. So naturally you have to be mine. Morning light streamed in. It seems our couple spent the entire night together. Mary slept soundly in Corinne's embrace, their hands still tightly clasped together. Time flew by, flowers bloomed, and of course this little dream world even brought her a beautiful baby. Mary smiled through her tears, believing she had finally won, an innocent expression on her face. Lying beside her, the immortal Mariette was also squinting against the harsh light. Both girls were lost in their own illusions when a voice called out. Mary woke up, completely confused, as a man introduced himself. I am Uskias, guardian of Finlandia. If you came to see Corinne, he said, you might be a little late. He began his journey to the sky. 3 days ago, to be exact. The girls were floored. Had they really missed him? They both blurted out, wait, how did you know we came for Corinne? Which made Uskias freeze up for a second. The great Rith foretold this day would come, he stammered. I am the guardian, so I know many things, he said, vowing to himself to bury the girl's dark secrets. Meanwhile, on the path to the sky, Alyssa shivered. It's freezing, Corinne. There's nothing up here. He carved a few lines into the tree with his moonjade and answered, just hold on, we're almost there. According to the old records, the forces of Banta held 4 great treasures. These included the Spear Aradra, the Sun Shield Cloud Solace, the Lifestone Leofi, and the Magic Shield Andre. If this was anything like the game, he was currently chasing Banta's minions. He could even pop over to Goriath and Muriath, but of course the treasures were long gone. The game said the magic shield was in a dark abyss. In reality, it was probably in some venomous snake cave. So, what the Guardian said about Cloud Solace, about having to go up high and to reach for the sun, was probably just a metaphor. Right then, Yuen yelled, look, Corinne, the clouds are coming down. You can almost touch them. Corinne, still climbing, replied, the clouds aren't coming down. The oak tree is growing up through them. It was pushing its way through the cloud layer. The higher they climbed, the stronger the wind blew and the colder it got. Corinne suddenly gasped, stunned by the sight before them. A massive castle sat on a floating chunk of rock, suspended in the clouds. Soon, the group stood at its gate. Corinne sized it up, but Lunia just crossed her arms, saying it looked small. At this scale, she said, this could be a fortress for a giant. You got to admit, it did look pretty epic. Ewan reminded them. Uskia said a guardian of the sun is here. Whoever it is, we can't just use the front door. The Mara fruit is our ticket in. Corinne just smirked. All right, let's just try calling out. He took a deep breath. He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, anybody home? His voice felt tiny against the giant walls, but then the gate slowly creaked open. Corinne, Alyssa cried out, worried. He just smiled. All right, let's just see what happens. From here on out, we'll play it by ear. A giant's voice suddenly boomed out. Who are you? A massive hand gripped the gate as it continued. Humans? How dare you set foot in this place? And behind that gate, it wasn't just one giant oh no, it was a whole welcoming party. Lunia immediately drew her sword while Elisa started to panic. Oh God, they all seem super high level. You're actually planning to fight them? One giant leaned in close to Corinne, asking, tell me, human, did you bring the key? Our guy just calmly replied, we don't have it. It squinted its eyes. You don't? In that case, you'll make a fine meal for me. And just like that, it threw a gigantic fist straight at Corinne, who simply raised a hand to block it. Too easy. Corinne then explained, we are the Pioneer Heroes, officially recognized by Lord Uskias. He even knelt down to sell the story. Soon our master, who commands all, will bring the red fruit of the Maramok tree here. The giant asked, and who is this master of yours? Corinne just smirked and replied, our master is the great hero, John Stay. His devious thought was, if you don't have it, just pretend to be with the guy who does. He then pointed back toward UN. He continued, we also invited a Rick to be here as a representative of the sages. Her face went pale as she gasped, a Rick! The giant leaned in, skeptical. Recognized by Zavin in Finlandia, are you? All UN could do was let out a nervous laugh. Haha, well, about that. Corinne whispered into her ear, do it. Do that thing. So, UN raised her magic staff. It began to glow, branches sprouted, and after muttering an incantation, a massive green figure with 5 circles on its head appeared. They call it a Wickerman. Even so, the giant still looked down at him and continued. A Rick who knows about the red Maramok fruit and can control a Wickerman isn't a strange choice for Uskias's representative. But the key. Corinne quickly jumped in. I know we can't get the sun without the red Maramok fruit, but our hero told us it's only proper to announce ourselves to the great giants first. Hearing this, the giant actually smiled. Fair enough. The gate opened once more as the voice boomed, good. Followers of John Stay, we shall welcome you as our guests. But it didn't forget to add a reminder about the sun, and Corinne, getting the hint, bowed politely. Of course, that's a given. He flashed a smug, wicked grin. See? Piece of cake, right? The two girls behind him gave absolutely no reaction. Lunia asked Corinne, was this the plan? He simply replied, everything starts from here. And with a scheming smile and calculating eyes, he added, now we're going to loot this place. As a precaution, he'd told Lunia and Yuen to stay behind while they headed for the giant's treasury. It was a bit embarrassing, but in his previous playthroughs, stealing was just another Tuesday for him, thanks to an infinite inventory bag. So the first thing he did in any area was find the treasure. Alyssa followed, asking him, Corinne, how did you find the treasury on your very first time in the giant's castle? He replied, treasuries are usually hidden in similar spots. The problem is, we have to find the sun sword here. Whoa. Before them was a huge room filled with gold coins. The Glausalaskan sword has to absorb sunlight for 3 days, so it said you can only retrieve it during an eclipse. When the sun's power is weak, Alyssa said, so we just have to get it at night, right? He nodded. Probably. She picked up a sword, put on a golden crown, and asked, do you think we can really find the sun in a place like this? Corinne glanced over cautiously and replied, I was hoping there'd be no one guarding it. It seems that just taking the sun sword was going to be impossible, not with this mountain of gold in front of them. Then a giant hen appeared. She looked at it, confused. A chicken? Seems a bit small for a giant's meal, doesn't it? Corinne urgently whispered, someone's coming, hide. Elisa panicked. Hide? Where do we hide all of a sudden? The giant appeared with a big toothy grin. Oh, my little baby, are you here? It looked toward the clueless chicken. Ah, my love, come here. Inside a cramped space, the two of them pressed close together, trying not to make a sound. They were just thinking, please just walk past us. Then the chicken appeared, staring right at them. Yep, it definitely saw them. It peeked around and clucked. Corinne stammered. That thing. Alyssa signaled him. Shh. Corinne went silent. It let out another cluck, grimaced, and then popped out a very large, solid gold egg. Corinne wondered, that chicken. Did all this gold come out of it? Elisa's face darkened. That's a pretty crude way to put it. The giant picked up the chicken, held it up, and gave it a big kiss. Aw, you adorable thing, let's go with Daddy. Corinne's eyes went wide, filled with nothing but gold. He took it! If I could just steal one of its gold nuggets, I'd be set for life. Alyssa reminded him, get a grip. We came here to find the sun, not the gold. Phew, that was close, Corinne agrees. Yeah. And then, awkward silence, as the two of them, lips almost touching, just blush at each other. Corinne, of course, is replaying her sexy face from that moment in his head, probably thinking, man, good thing my sister isn't here right now. Wait, why am I even thinking about that night? Right then, Alyssa snaps him out of it. Hey, Corinne, what do you think about her? He gets all flustered. Lunea? She's an amazing person, I really admire her. Alyssa, totally seeing the blush, just echoes, admire her? Corinne doubles down. She's a great person. So honest, so kind and beautiful. What guy wouldn't be into that? Still leaning in close, Elisa keeps pressing. Is that so? Corinne, playing it cool, just says, anyway, let's just keep looking. The eclipse happens the day after tomorrow, and it ends in 2 hours. If we don't make it by then, Sky will get the sun fair and square. Elisa couldn't care less about any of that. She stands up and says, but Corinne, there's something strange. He asks what, and she just says, step aside for a second. There's a place that's always lit by the sun for 3 days, but at night it's totally unreachable. They both turn their eyes toward it. Could it be? But its power will weaken during the solar eclipse. A place like that actually exists? Today's a crescent moon, but up in the sky, that moon looks suspiciously full. Turns out the clown soulless sun is just floating over the sky island, doing a really bad impression of the moon. Back in the room, the four of them regroup. Yuen asks, so sun for 3 days, moon at night, and it's just hovering over the sky island? Corinne explains that it's probably not as far as the real sun or moon, it's just an illusion created by the sky island's barrier. But there's no way we can actually touch it. Yuen wonders aloud, is there any way to get to it at all? He strokes his chin, thinking, probably not for us, but the eclipse is in 2 days, so let's just stay calm. And just like that, 2 days vanish. So much for the plan. In those 2 days, they came up with absolutely nothing. No way to reach the sky. And to make things worse, June Sky and Dune Norris are almost here. So much for that 2-day head start being useful. Down below, those two are climbing step by step, getting closer and closer to the giant's territory. From behind, the rumbling voices of giants make Corinne pause. If they aren't reeds, can we eat them? The other one replies, hold on, they might be different. The Sky Sage Saven ordered our bloodline not to attack any reeds. and he specifically said to give the sun to whoever brings the red Mara fruit. One of the giants gets giddy. After we hand over the sun, we'll finally be free. We can climb down and eat all the humans. The other one adds, and that doomed Tsukijaki guy already prepared the fruit, right? He brought a ton of offerings with him. Corinne just smirks at their conversation. Phew. Well, I guess coming here early wasn't a complete waste of time after all. The sun is still hanging there, and they still have no plan. As the eclipse begins, the giants start talking again. Savan's definitely not here. This place is a little cramped for a sky sage anyway. But outside, John Sky has arrived. He throws his arms wide. My heart is pounding. The gate opens and his people cheer, let's go get the sun sword. Before they can even step inside, a voice rings out. Stop! Seize that man! This, understandably, makes Sky a little nervous. Wait a second, it's Wickerman, clinging to the gate and staring them down. A voice echoes out, completely baffling John Sky. My master, the great hero, the day has finally come. And there's Corinne, dressed like a joker, holding a golden egg-laying chicken. He kneels reverently. Master, I have done as you commanded. Sky just stares at the clucking chicken in front of him. What is even happening right now? A piercing scream cuts through the air. Thieves! And a sword comes swinging down. The giants go absolutely berserk, smashing everything and roaring. How dare you steal our treasure? Sky screams, I'll kill you. But something makes him freeze, his eyes going wide. Corinne keeps the act going. Oh, great Sky, oh, mighty hero. We have stolen the treasure from these foolish giants, just as you ordered. The chicken is still in his hands. How is he supposed to talk his way out of this one? He's totally lost. Huh? Me? When did I ever? Corinne turns back to the giants, adding fuel to the fire. Now, let us destroy these idiots together. Dunorix finally catches on. It's a trap. He tries to cast a spell, but the giants are already in a rage, yelling, Kill them! Eat them! They charge forward with massive fists, smashing down hard. Followers get snatched up, screaming in pure agony. Save me, don't eat me. But it's no use. The giants just pop them in their mouths, laughing, Ha ha, we're gonna eat Zun Tsukijaki. Suddenly, one of them stops, like it's choking. Purple snakes and black smoke pour out of its mouth. Dunorix, furious, glares at Corinne, who couldn't be more pleased. He just laughs, thinking, no one can stop me. Not the humans, not Zun Sky, not anyone. If I can't have the cloud's solace, I'll just burn it all to ash. UN, watching from the rear, calmly decides, just let them kill each other. Best case, they all die. Lunia shoots him a look like, Corinne, do you have no shame? As the group rushes on, he just smirks back. Imatan, shame isn't in my vocabulary. Lunia's totally lost. Who the heck is Imatan? Alissa has to explain, oh, it's a thing, sis. She pulls out a handkerchief for Corinne, all dramatic. Wipe that off. My fiancé's essence. On you? It's just too much. How tragic. Alissa asks, but what if Junsky beats all the giants and gets the moon? Corinne, not even pausing his wipe down, just shrugs. It's fine. And he's still rocking that ridiculously evil smile. When we hit the ground, I'm chopping down every last oak tree. That's when it finally clicks for them. This guy's a villain, no, a straight-up demon. Corinne leads the charge, totally manic. Only the victors get to write history. Ha ha ha. Getting Lao Solis is obviously the master plan. But if I chop down the trees first, I can trap the king's 2 flunkies on this sky island forever. Everything is going exactly as planned. Suddenly something forms below. Lunea shouts, wait, what is that? It feels like they've stepped into another dimension. Impossible. The thirst of twin swords rings out the sound of metal forged in bitter cold. And from battles born of hot-blooded slaughter, a familiar figure emerges, twin swords in hand, radiating a bloodthirsty, evil aura. It's none other than the sword demon. Its deathly gaze locks onto Corinne's crew, and it lets out a low, chilling chuckle of pure excitement. They're blocked by their rival from that last insane fight. Lunia steps forward, drawing her blade decisively. I'll handle this. She activates her protective aura, instantly shrouding her body and her sword in a layer of black mana. On top of that, lightning crackles around her blade with immense power. The sword demon charges, but blows right past her, much to her confusion. Did she really just get ignored? She turns to watch him, realizing his plan. He's going after the domain users first. A little backstory on this guy, the sword demon is fated to become the king's strongest swordsman in legend. But right now, he's just a pure, simple monster. He's not really tied to the end of the world. So Corinne readies his spear, aiming with everything he's got. Well, if that's the case, I'll have to rely on the precepts, Toxic Dragon Strike, Spear and Sword collide, erupting in a blinding flash of gold and purple. The second move, sharp, crescent-shaped waves of sword energy come slashing down. Moves 3 through 7 flash by, striking all of Corinne's vital spots. He basically can't even defend himself. The sword combo is over. With its final move, Eight-Armed Void, it teleports behind him with a wicked laugh. Corinne just stands there, blood spraying from his body. Before he can even register the pain, a massive blow slams into his ribs. The agony is so intense he lets out a strangled cry. The sheer force sends him flying. Alyssa grips her sword, her voice full of panic. "Corinne!" But he immediately stops her. "Stay back!" Corinne grimaces, jaw clenched. In a fight, you only ever look forward. He stares right at the sword demon, preparing his counterattack. But somehow, it has already appeared right behind Elisa. Corinne frantically shouts a warning, "Get out of there!" When the domain ends, the sequence continues. Lunea says, gripping her sword. Movement is a half-step slower. "You dare to look down on me?" In a flash, she appears before them all, glaring at the demon. "And you dare ignore me?" "I am Lunea Aiden, the domain slash." When moving outside of a domain, Lunea's power is even greater than Corinne's. But again, the sword demon just gives her that death stare, and her domain slash loses all power before reality. A domain that's exhausting to enter just once. And this thing casually walked into two of them back to back? Lunea is floored by the sword demon's insane power, and it's using that same technique that instantly defeated Corinne, the Eight-Armed Void, and then Lunea gets it. This time, too. It's aiming for the domain user, not her. She watches it intently, making a quick calculation. When this domain ends, her little sister can only block 3 of its attacks, at most. Lunea is not pleased. She lets out a sharp tusk and fixes her intense gaze on the demon. The sword demon doesn't care. It's focused on its target, a cruel smile on its face. A sword shatters, blood flies, and Elisa stands there, wide-eyed, completely lost. The small, fragile girl lets out a soft cry, calling for her big sister. But Lunea is already there, blocking the demon. She draws a second sword, grabbing its arm. But even she is trembling before the sword demon's incredible power. She mutters, "This cursed domain." Then she smoothly flips the smaller blade in her hand and drives it deep into the creature with all her might. Struck by the surprise attack, the sword demon throws its head back and howls in agony. Then it just goes nuts, sinking its teeth into Lunea's shoulder as a horrified Elisa watches. She rushes in to free her sister, and the demon leaps back, leaving Lunea kneeling. "Sister! Sister!" Elisa cries out in worry, but Lunea's response is ice cold. She pulls her arm away from her sister. "Let me go. This isn't the time to worry about me." Her eyes are hard as steel. "Once you enter a battle, you don't look back. You foolish little sister of mine." And with those words, Lunea collapses right into Elisa's arms. "Sister!" she called out, her mind a chaotic mess of questions. The opponent in front of her was a literal sword demon. Elisa wondered, how in the world was she supposed to fight something like that? A chant rang out, and a familiar blue light appeared. Yuen's Wickerman towered over the sword demon, looking down on him. Yuen stepped forward. "Alyssa, run now." But Alyssa was just thinking. A Wickerman summoned twice, with no sacrifice? The Wickerman's huge hand came crashing down. It was about to snatch the sword demon, who had absolutely nowhere to run. He whips out his sword, ready to show off the Adenryu twin blade technique. With a single swing, 2 massive red dragons erupt from the blade, blasting right towards Wickerman. His summon gets wrecked, and the backlash slams into Yuen, making him cough up blood. Elisa watches in horror as her whole team gets wiped out. Witnessing this, the poor girl is terrified and gets the brilliant idea to run for it. But the swordsman is already moving, stomping the ground and leaping high. He dives for Elisa, the last one standing, who barely gets her sword up to defend. She tells herself she can't run, not when her 3 teammates are lying defeated right behind her. Corinne struggles to pull out a potion and curses. "Damn it." Yuen, lying nearby, asks worriedly, "Corinne, are you okay?" He replies, "I'm fine. Worry about Lunea first." Corinne knows he could recover with time, but in this situation, there's absolutely no way out. While he's deep in thought, obsessing over their lack of power, a voice suddenly echoes from behind them. "Well, hello there. You all look pretty pathetic, huh?" He dives down, followed by giants in a casual freefall right behind him. He snatches the kid's head and lets out a sinister laugh, and then Junsky smashes through a tree, landing right in front of Yuen, laughing like a maniac. He eyes Corinne, "The kid who killed Bymeth. Let's see your real power." Our boy just smirks right back. "You bastard. Thanks for that." A system window pops up. Backup system activated. Checking precepts. His hand begins to glow as he aims it skyward, that same smirk still plastered on his face. A spear, called from the trees, answers his command and rockets down. It zips right past Junsky's face in a blur. Even while he's all banged up, Corinne unleashes Limitless Heaven Reversal, Chaotic Spear, shredding the snakes wrapped around him to pieces. Then, without missing a beat, he slams his spear right into a tree trunk. He sits on it and sighs. Junsky's voice floats over. Quite a performance. Corinne spots him on a branch and asks, "According to the geese, we aren't supposed to attack each other, right?" He takes off his hat and chuckles. Hee hee, that's right. So if you violate the rules, your head explodes and you die instantly. His head starts to swell, and boom, it explodes. Just like that. Truth is, it doesn't really matter who solves those riddles first or who actually gets the sun sword. His head grows back, he puts his hat on, and glares. You just kill them and take it. Corinne clenches his fist, then flips him the bird with a grin. I was thinking the same thing. He unleashes his blood spear, and crimson lances rip through and completely obliterate Junsky's body. Just then, the two girls who were running late finally show up. Mariette asks worriedly, "Corinne, are you okay?" Thanks to that handy regeneration, Junsky's familiar voice echoes again. Well now, what is this? The sound makes Mariette jump in surprise. He drops down right in front of the two girls. Friends of his, are we? They both scream in perfect unison. So creepy. Corinne instantly dives down, planting a powerful kick right in his back. The girls call out his name in worry, but Corinne just yells, "Don't worry about me! Get up there! Hurry!" Junsky just looks at him and asks, "Hey, trying to save your little friends? But I am curious. As the Pope, you must know this, right? My master will grant you any power you desire, so why in the world are you fighting us?" Corinne replies, "Burmak, Dune Norris, and you as well. Bantaza too, your methods are all wrong. What's the point of becoming a god in an already desolate world? As for why I'll defeat you, that part's simple. The precepts appear on screen. Precept 1, apathy. Never abandon good people who fall into misfortune. Precept 2, soul blindness. Do not perceive the soul. Precept 3, the vow. I will save the world. Mighty Warrior's regeneration increases by 120%. Pain endurance and domain comprehension activated. Hero Corinne Lough. A light erupts from him, shining like the sun. Defeat evil and save the world. Junsky keeps on smirking as Corinne declares, "By the authority of the beast monarch," then drives his spear straight into him. I must be there to witness my own victory. He remembers that day. As the demon sword gripped his twin blades, a voice echoed from above. In the dark, a shadow on a mountaintop looked down, calling him a monster. That person was the Sword Emperor himself. He smirked and stated with absolute certainty, "That sword is mine." Under the crescent moon, that was something he absolutely refused to accept. He leaped up, spreading his arms wide, unleashing a murderous aura and questioning everything. "Why did you teach me to use a sword?" Then he crossed his blades and slashed. Only, this time was different. His opponent this time is Alyssa, a girl who looks about as threatening as a baby rabbit. He'd written her off, saving her for last, and lands a pretty heavy blow that makes the poor girl grunt. He slices through everything in front of him, thinking, I wonder if the old man knew I inherited more than just his sword. It was that feeling the old master had. The power of the blade, the strength of the body, and the crushing boredom of being better than everyone. He summons a phantom sword crackling with power, knowing that even with all this, he still can't touch that legendary old master. So, he takes it out on his opponents, giving them a look that could kill, and now he's unleashing all that power right at Alyssa. The killing blow is closing in. Is there any way this kid is going to get out of this alive? A massive explosion rips through the air, looking like it shattered everything. The sword demon's attack was total overkill. But after he launched it, he starts to wonder. Through the thick clouds of dust, Alyssa is still standing, and she slowly starts to walk toward him. A smirk plays on her lips, her eyes suddenly sharp and confident. She asks, "You really think I'm not strong enough to stop you?" He just roars and charges forward, slashing wildly. She brings her sword up to block, but his attacks still get through. His blade cuts into her skin, and she's bleeding pretty badly, but for some reason, he finds this situation completely unacceptable. A feeling he can't understand. He's supposed to be the predator. He winds up for the final slash, but this weak little prey who should have been gone ages ago is still resisting. One strike slips past and snaps her hair tie, but he just can't process it. Why won't she fall before his might? How in the world is she still standing? Alyssa is now using the new moves she learned from her grandfather, her hands a blur as she parries the sword demon's attacks. On top of that, she's smiling, a creepy little smile, like she's enjoying some kind of twisted thrill. Her black sword, wrapped in blue magic, flashes towards him. A single clean strike, and now his own blood is flowing. She smiles at him. "You seem to have slowed down." He just growls in confusion. He can feel his power is still at its absolute peak. It's just that his prey, Alyssa, is swinging her sword. Way, way faster now. She unleashes a torrent of sword forms, forcing the sword demon back. It's been a long time since we've seen him on the defensive. Technique after technique is thrown at him. He's being completely boxed in. The sword demon roars, desperate to break free. He unleashes his energy domain, then lunges forward with the 8-armed slash. The first of the 8 strikes goes for Alyssa's neck, while the second and third target her hip and leg. The 5 remaining strikes hit her small body, knocking the sword from her hand. But after landing the blow, the sword demon feels absolutely nothing. Alyssa's eyes are laser-focused, almost as if she knew exactly how he was going to attack before he did it. Grabbing her sword with both hands, she charges forward. Mind's eye open, she's using a continuous slash from inside his own domain. A gleaming arc of light is left behind as Alyssa flashes past. It cuts across his shoulder, making the sword demon roar in pain. That domain-breaking slash just opened a huge gash on his shoulder, and blood is spraying everywhere. In that moment, the sword demon seems to realize something, the reason he came here. Meanwhile, she launches another technique, Poison Dragon's Emergence. The sword demon parries the attack. To him, the person before him is his own kind, a true prodigy of the demon god, one who is captivated by the blade itself. He thinks, if I can kill her, I can finally reach that old demon's level of power. He summons his flaming sword wings again, ready to face a real rival and her blade, which glows with that same blue aura. The 2 girls who just arrived are busy fighting off giants, but our sword demon? He's completely bored by all of it. Everything except for the small girl in front of him. She radiates an aura that excites him, awakening his will to fight. He thinks Alyssa's birth, her entire life, every single bit of her effort, was all for this one moment. He gathers all of his remaining strength, letting out a murderously dense aura. The sword demon knows he now has only one mission: to cut, the highest state he can possibly reach. He clasps his hands, and 2 swords appear, standing perfectly parallel. Then comes the Adenphi sword demon form. Right now, it looks like he has 1,000 arms. Using the 1,000-armed form, he aims all of his sword energy right at Alyssa. The attack's range is so huge it even hits the charging giants. And after that, he stands there, looking utterly exhausted. That last attack took almost all the power he had left. But suddenly, something feels very, very wrong. After all that incredible power, Alyssa is still standing, walking up right behind him. A single, long slash mark cuts across the giants and through him. Even the huge tree trunks behind them have been sliced clean through. Every single giant has an identical slash mark right across their neck. They had no idea what just happened as their heads began to fall. The demon sword himself got a cut across his face as thin as a thread. He wondered, could a realm exist even higher than the 9th slash? Alyssa just stood there. Her expression was pure ice, with stray lightning crackling around her. She stood there, remembering Lunaia's warning. Once you enter a battle, never look back. Corinne had said the same thing. When you fight, only look forward. She then remembered all those times they sparring with her older sister back at the clan estate. And all those times she failed. She looked down, biting her lip until it bled. Alyssa stepped forward, telling herself from now on she would only advance. She was Aiden's awakened heavenly sword, a level of power most mortals could only dream of reaching. The sword demon, a supposedly unmatched foe, was just surpassed in a single step, creating a miracle in an instant. One move, called Infinite, wiped out everything, shattering the very fabric of reality. Just before he died, the sword demon finally got it. So that's it. My entire life's training was just to be a stepping stone for her. Meanwhile, down below, Corin was having a much tougher time against Jun Sky. He gritted his teeth, thinking that just climbing this thing was already a nightmare. From behind, a massive snake arm lunged. Corin whipped his spear around to slice it, yelling, "Hey, could you not be so extra?" His pursuer just laughed maniacally. "Hee hee, looks like you're really struggling, aren't you?" This was Jun Sky, the so-called Beast King, a lone creature of insane power, a bottomless dark abyss, and home to venomous spirit snakes and all sorts of unknowable freaks. Turns out he's one of the 4 great mysteries, and now a swarm of poison snakes is bursting right out of him. They all lunged for Corin, who looked worried for a hot second before his whole vibe changed. He smirked and said, "The soul of a pathetic beast like you isn't worthy to be my opponent." The round stone on his spear began to glow with some seriously dark energy. It was called the Jewel of the Death God. Its effect? It always hits, splits the soul from the body, and completely ignores every single defense. Those soul snakes just fall from the sky like rain. But Jun Sky was totally calm. He just smiled and kept charging, asking, "Hey, I can keep this up forever, but what about you? Got enough mana left?" Corin leaped up, retorting, "You seem to know a lot, but your eyes clearly can't see the whole picture." Then dangerous-looking bright spots appeared all over him. Looks like our boy just had a classic anime realization. In this entire world, a special magic fertilizer nurtured an oak tree that reached the very heavens. So how far do you think its roots reach, huh? Sucking up infinite mana? This vast land? I cultivated and nurtured all of it. This place grants me limitless power. The first spear under the Empress, Corinne Lough, stood proudly on his weapon, ready to reap the sweet rewards of his hard work. But then, Junesky's voice rang out with something that made Corinne's confident expression completely vanish. He smirked. I have to admit, in my current form, I can't win. How long has it been? His whole army of creatures merged into one body. His true form was a gargantuan serpent, coiled around the massive oak tree. This was one of his ultimate forms. Corin just gave a bitter smile. You have got to be kidding me. The great serpent of Fanga. This thing was bigger than the colossal oak tree itself. Corin stared at the monster, thinking, so this is one of Junesky's final forms. The guy really has no limits. He spoke in a chilling, demonic voice. The queen imprisoned me in darkness, in a cramped little space. While she was locked up, her throne was empty like a wolf hunting deer with no fence to stop it. I will devour everything she wants to protect. I will devour the queen's #1 spear, Corin, and with it, the last piece of the goddess, Erin. As he finished, he lunged forward, mouth wide open, revealing rows of sharp, venomous fangs. Corin, meanwhile, was perfectly calm, asking, do you ever talk about anyone other than yourself? He stamped his foot on the spear, launching into the air and warning, I already told you, this is the domain I created. Resonance magic runes activated. Besides Junesky's deathly aura, cracks began to appear on the tree, glowing with golden light. Corin's voice echoed softly, you should have chosen your resting place more carefully. Junesky, in his snake form, began to panic. What is this? You bastard, are you insane? And then he remembered. All the runes Corin had been secretly carving into the oak tree on his way up were now activating at once, fueled by an endless supply of mana. Kenna, Sohulo, Bokanan. Those runes caused the entire oak tree to erupt in flames. The massive snake coiled around it was caught in the blaze. Damn it, Junesky roared. He screamed. You created this hellfire. You think you'll get out safe? But Corin was already leaping higher, completely ignoring him. He looked down with a smug smirk. You came here to fight me? I came here to get that. Down goes Junesky, screaming in disbelief. Impossible. Classic. The fourth treasure, something you can only get during a solar eclipse. Corin was taking his chance, leaping up to grab it. The sun sword, Glaucilus. Well, I guess at this point, whoever can actually wield the power of Glaucilus wins, right? He grips his spear, talking big about how the loser falls and dies. Corinne just smirks at the dude literally on fire, telling him to fly if he wants to live. The guy is busy turning into charcoal but still finds the energy to call him a bastard. Then, a single wing bursts out from the inferno, and with it comes the roar of Junsky. He's right behind Corinne, claws out and ready to tear him apart. In a flash, he's done with his human form, transforming into a full-blown dragon and charging Corinne as they soar toward the sun. They chase each other through the clouds, finally reaching a giant's floating castle, which triggers a full eclipse, plunging everything into darkness. Far below, Mariette is busy throwing some serious magic at one of the giants. She spots him in the sky and yells out his name, Corinne. Junsky throws out some backhanded compliments, saying he's pretty good for a human. Corinne just grits his teeth. It's time to end this. He's now facing Junsky's second final form, a mythical dragon. This next attack is packing every last ounce of his strength. The third core unleashes. His entire body radiates with killer intent, his eyes blazing with resolve. With spear in hand, Corinne puts everything he has into a single thrust aimed at the dragon. Junsky roars back, declaring this will be the final clash. The first spear, Black Profound, is just about to pierce its target. But suddenly, Junsky's eye snaps wide open as if he just figured everything out. His body shrinks back down to a human form with smaller wings. You fell for it, he says. Corinne's spear flies past him. Did he just transform to dodge? Junsky launches a counterattack, forcing Corinne to desperately parry the blows. You can see it on his face that exchange took a serious toll on his energy reserves. Junsky starts asking him, do you know the condition for a red rotten magic seed to sprout? He just effortlessly nullified a full power attack and is now holding those exact seeds. Turns out, in total darkness, these seeds absorb negative energy to germinate, and this very moment the eclipse is the perfect condition for them to awaken. The magic plant shoots up at an insane speed, its trunk coiling around and completely enveloping the sun. Then come the summons. Countless snakes, a frog the size of a house, 3 savage dragons, and 3 magic-wielding bulls, a whole legion of shadow beasts unsealed from hell. And the king of them all? Junsky himself, who transforms into a massive black bull that's even holding a treasure. All of them seem to be cradling something glowing inside. That's when his hand finally grips it, the sun sword. In his new bull form, Junsky lets out a triumphant roar, Corinne just grimaces, thinking how unlucky he is to have to fight the sun twice. All is quiet for a moment on the giant's fortress wall right before Corinne gets absolutely launched into it. The impact shatters stone and kicks up a cloud of dust. Corinne lies there, groaning in pain, but still manages to carve out a rune. A massive fire erupts behind him as Corinne struggles to his feet, spear at the ready. Junsky just strolls over, laughing his head off. Looks like you spent all day setting that up, huh? Is that really all you've got? He taunts. Just then, rings of light flare around Corinne, unleashing a torrent of hellfire straight at Junsky. He simply raises the sun sword in his hand, and all the flames are forced to bow before it. Useless, Junsky mutters. Corinne leans on his spear, thinking, damn it, I can't even stall for time? He slashes down, unleashing a horrific blast of solar energy from the blade. A massive explosion erupts right where Corinne was standing. Rock and debris fly everywhere. Luckily, he managed to slide out of the way just in time to dodge that deadly attack. But the bull is suddenly right in front of him. He swings his sword and screams, die! Corinne desperately kicks off the ground, avoiding the blade just as it crashes down. Junsky continues his assault, asking, you think you can run forever? Corinne actually smirks. You're the real joke here. A beast wielding a weapon? That's what makes sword fiends a special existence. He charges forward, laughing. Haha, looks like you're about to die. Suddenly, his extreme energy warps the area, creating a domain. A grid like a chessboard appears around them. The tip of the spear collides with the sun sword, creating a deafening sound. It's ascending heaven versus poison dragon's emergence, but a single blow is enough to send Corinne's weapon flying. His heart suddenly starts glowing. Junsky glares at him, readying the final blow. It's a desperate, suicidal attack designed to pierce even a Jiangxi's indestructible body. Instantly, Corinne pulls his hand back into a fist, charging it with an incredible amount of energy, preparing to punch that bull head-on. Black Profound 8 trigrams Extreme Fist. The power of this one punch is so devastating it shatters the nearby floating castles. The air is thick with dust, the outcome unclear. A broken horn falls to the ground. Corinne's fist is bleeding as he lies on top of Junsky, coughing violently. He laughs, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Corinne lies there, feeling hopeless. Even after giving it his all, he couldn't defeat this monster. The Sky Castle itself is trembling after that massive battle. The residents of this castle? They all mature into demons, and right now there are 2 special grade ones being bombarded by a relentless volley of magic attacks. Mary held off the giants, screaming for Warren to hurry up and help Rin. But Warren just froze, staring at the absolute beast in front of her. She landed a punch square on its face, but it barely seemed to register. The giant just grunted, grinned, and made it clear this wasn't going to be easy. Just 2 girls, facing down 50 giants from the Sky Castle. Yeah, 50. The power gap was insane, and to top it off, the giant king in the back was radiating some seriously terrifying energy. Elisa worked a miracle, slicing through nearly half the giants in a single blow, but those were just the peons sent to chase down Junsky. The real commanders, the elite guard, were still untouched up in the Sky Castle. One of them, wearing a crown, was putting out some next-level power. He just smirked, looking down at the 2 tiny girls in his way. In a situation where they couldn't even guarantee their own safety, escaping was impossible. In the end, there was no one left to count on for help. Cut to Corinne, pinned under Junsky's boot, completely exhausted. Junsky just stood up and kicked him away like trash. Corinne lay there in a pool of his own blood. Even his tough-as-nails warrior regeneration had hit its limit. The healing had slowed to a crawl. His reincarnation core felt completely drained of power. He was helpless. His body felt like lead, and his vision started to blur. Corinne forced his head up, wondering if this was really the end. Then, an image of Sihu appeared, saying, "Told you so. The more players die, the stronger they get. At least I made it to the final battle. What about you? You almost died just fighting one of Tess's underlings?" Behind him, Junsky was raising the sun sword. Sihu just laughed. "Get it now? Everything you've done up till now has been pointless." But Corinne's answer? Wrong. And that made Sihu's ghost falter for a second. He went on, "You're more experienced than me, so why don't you get it?" "Oh, right. It's because you've never actually seen it yourself." The smile of his senior, a vampire who somehow still made everyone around him smile. The kids who were just starting to accept themselves and grow up. And that one guy, always pushing past his limits, moving forward step by painful step. The image of Sihu leaned in and whispered, "You look like you're in pain. Why not just give up? You've done enough." But Corinne wasn't about to be taken down by a ghost. He stood up and shattered the illusion. He was on his feet again. If you really knew all that, you wouldn't have lived such a careless life. Junsky looked a little surprised, turning back. "You can still regenerate?" Corinne's spear flew back to him, but Junsky snatched it out of the air. Again? Junsky held up the spear. If you want this back so badly, then come and get it. And he wasn't kidding. He hurled the spear right at Corinne. It pierced straight through his right shoulder, pinning him to the wall as he screamed in agony. But he wasn't done. Junsky charged forward with the sun sword, slashing down and yelling, "It's over!" Corinne still refused to give up, grabbing the burning blade with his bare hands, stopping it right in front of his face. The sword's energy made his flesh sizzle as he yelled out in pain. The solar energy burned away his clothes, and the pain for Corinne was absolutely unbearable. The sky castle was engulfed in flames. Corinne lay on the ground, his entire body covered in burns. Junsky clutched his sun sword, breathing a sigh of relief. He slung it over his shoulder and started to walk away. But suddenly, he whipped around, his face a mask of shock. Corinne was standing up. Again. He grabbed Corinne by the head and lifted him up. "What? You're still not dead?" He casually tossed him into the air. "If I burn you down to the bone marrow, you won't be able to regenerate, right?" His body started to transform into that of a dragon. Seeing Corinne raise his hand, Junsky scoffed. "Still reaching for your spear at the very end? Fine. Burn to ashes in this fire." And from his dragon mouth, a massive torrent of flame shot directly at Corinne. But what happened next was not on his bingo card. Junsky stared, stunned. What is this? Are my flames being sucked in? By the time he realized it, the sun sword was no longer on the ground. Corinne, using the last ounce of his strength, was gripping the sword. He coughed weakly. Somehow, the word reincarnation was now carved onto the blade. That was it. When he'd caught the blade with both hands, he secretly carved his sigil onto it. Corinne gasped for air. "So, you're just a lapdog for the king, huh?" He gave a cold smile from behind the sword and asked, "Then what about me?" The dragon unleashed another blast of fire, roaring, "You annoying pest! Damn you, just die!" Corinne simply pointed the sun sword right back at him. In the last playthrough, Shu and I defeated the king's servants who used the 4 treasures. So what happened to those 4 treasures, I wonder? From Corinne's palm, light began to gather like a miniature sun. That's right, he was the queen's spear. And he was the only one in this timeline who knew the true power of Cloud Solace. With the energy glowing in his hand, he revealed the truth. The previous master of Cloud Solace was Corinne himself. His whole body lit up, surrounded by fire. A notification popped up. You have used Cloud Solace. Cloud Solace is choosing its user. Cloud Solace recognizes you as the Sun Warrior. Your new title, Sun God, Corinne Agatlam. Having absorbed the sunlight, Agatlam now received the sun's protection as long as it was visible. A wave of dragon fire passed right through Corinne, and from the middle of the flames, the blinding light of the sun appeared. Junsky was stunned, completely unable to understand. A sunbeam shot past the burning dragon's head. Corinne transformed, stating confidently, "This is the second time I have used the sun." Not giving up, he transformed into a boar to try and punch Corinne from behind. Corinne dodged it effortlessly, muttering, "Kenna, Sakwalu." The rune-carved stones around them began to stir. A massive ring of fire traps the two of them. Junsky just loses it, screaming, "You bastard, that letter is mine!" Cloud Solar gathers all the heat and fire from the area, funneling it right into the tip of his spear. Channeling the sun's power, a flame born of Junma magic ignites Cloud Solar. The blazing spear tip takes direct aim at Junsky. The world goes dead, silent. Then he just vanishes. That single blast completely obliterated an entire wing of the castle. Junsky's body just turns to ash, floating on the wind. Corinne slams his spear into the ground. 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000, bring 'em all on. I won't stop until I've saved this world. Corinne stands there, radiating nothing but confidence. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Warren is seriously struggling against a giant's powerful strikes. It throws a punch at her, roaring, "You're the one who hurt my comrades." From behind, red spikes fly in as she unleashes a red flame spell to fight back. The giant whips around in alarm, but it's way too late. Its body is riddled with red arrows like some kind of demonic pincushion. Mariette and Dioku had arrived just in time. She immediately asks, "Warren, you feel that too, right?" Something is not normal over where Corinne is. Still, their current situation here is a real mess. They're facing down tons of giants, and the head honcho hasn't even bothered to show up yet. Mary chimes in, "All right, Dioku and I will attack first and open a path for us." One of the giants suddenly points off in the distance. "Gee, General, look over there. What is that?" And there, a light as blinding as the sun appears. Hellfire steps touch the ground. It's Corinne, holding a literal miniature sun, pulsing with raw energy. Seeing that incredible power, their primal instincts just scream at them to submit to something far greater. And before the sheer force of his sun god power, every last giant is forced to their knees in submission. Warren just manages to gasp, "Oh my god." before looking over and realizing Mary is already gone. She'd already run over to hug Corinne when no one was looking. He's a bit worried, she's a high-class vampire. Standing under a literal sun probably isn't comfortable. He asks, "Are you okay?" Mary completely ignores him. With tears welling up, she asks, "What does that even matter? Why are you so badly hurt?" "I couldn't live if something happened to you." At that moment, Warren finally walks over. "You're injured?" Corinne just reaches out and pats her head, replying, "It's fine. I'm okay, really." He gives a warm, blinding smile and adds, "Everything's fine now." Mary just holds on even tighter. So yeah, the three of them just stand there, ignoring the entire army of giants still kneeling nearby. His aura suddenly shifts, and Corinne's hair returns to its usual black color. The giants, seeing this, look up with wide eyes. Corinne offers a weak smile. "It's okay, guys. Don't be scared." "That was a mistake." The giants roar. "Get him, he's weak now. We can beat the sun god's power." And just like that, the whole horde charges. Corinne is confused. "Hey, why isn't the sun god's power working?" Warren answers, "Those idiots must have finally snapped out of it." The giant leader leaps forward, closing the gap in an instant. Warren panics. "They're too fast, we need to move." It lands right in front of them, hand raised to smash them flat. "I'll kill you all!" Corinne screams for everyone to dodge. As its massive hand comes crashing down, the giant bellows, "I'll eat every last human and turn them into my slaves." A huge shadow falls over them. Corinne thinks, "This is not good. We're about to be captured." But surprise! A flash of lightning zips by, and the giant's arm gets sliced clean off. Corinne smirks. "Took you long enough to get here, old man. And what do you know? It's the Sword Emperor." He strolls in laughing. "Yeah, well, it seems this old body of mine has gotten a bit slow. Climbing all the way up here wasn't exactly a walk in the park for these old bones. Thinking about the sword demon and Elisa's battle, the Emperor offers some praise. That fight was incredible. The pressure they put out was truly something else. He smiles at Corinne's crew. "Go on, young man. It's my turn to play with these unruly children." That's all the permission he needed. Corinne rushes off. "Yes, sir, thank you." He glances back, watching one man face down an entire army of giants. The Sword Emperor just grins. "That's right. I may have been late to the party, but this should more than make up for it. Looks like I missed a fantastic show earlier. But in the end, this one sword of mine can solve all their little problems. One slash splits the charging giants in two. Besides, getting to fight in a place like this? How absolutely magnificent," he exclaims, floating midair. With a brilliant flash, he strikes true. A rare sight indeed, and with perfect timing, the Sword Emperor, Garanda Den, has arrived. As the three of them descend, Corinne speaks up. "All right, once we're down there, we've got something to do. Let's be real. If it weren't for the Sword Emperor, he and everyone else would have been toast. A debt like that has to be repaid." So Corinne gets an idea. To be safe, they should just chop down the tree. A suggestion that leaves both girls utterly confused. He remembers nearly kicking the bucket thanks to the guy who raised that sword fiend. The memory makes his blood boil, and he recalls an old saying, "A gentleman's revenge can wait even 15 years. Well, today is payback day. He gives a cold smile. Everything has consequences. It's time to make that guy suffer for a good long while. Mary raises her magic staff. "Okay, if Corinne says so, then we'll do it." Warren doesn't object either, starts casting, and boom, a massive, blood-red arrow pierces right through the oak tree, its sheer power splitting the trunk in two. From high above, the Sword Emperor seems to notice, gritting his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. He just stands there, staring at the severed tree. Just like that, his path home vanishes into the clouds. In a room, a voice calls out, "Young man." Then, Elisa slowly opens her eyes. Someone opens the door, asking, "Oh, so you're finally awake?" In the dead of night, Corinne sits on a tree, just watching the moon. Elisa comes outside and spots him. He turns to her, asking, "You all right?" She walks over, sitting beside him. "I'm sore in a few places, but I'll manage. When I first came to the academy, I thought I'd get to enjoy a more normal life. Staying up late, napping in class, sometimes just wondering what's for lunch at the school cafeteria. But I'm so far from what anyone would call normal now." Elisa clenches her fist, thinking back to how she enjoyed fighting the sword fiend. "Maybe I've been warped by all the killing." Corinne immediately tries to calm her down. "There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. Destroying evil things is always the right thing to do." Elisa seems a little startled by his words. He continues, "What matters are your beliefs and your choices. Even if you're fascinated by that feeling, you wouldn't draw your sword for evil, right? This world is filled with plenty of strange people, and most of them would make some pretty strange choices. But you want to live a normal life, even with all that incredible power you possess. So you should be damn proud of yourself." Hearing him say that, Elisa blushes, leaning on his shoulder and whispering, "Promise me something." She looks at him with puppy dog eyes. The moonlight feels so romantic tonight. Since I never know when I might lose my way, just let me keep doing normal things like this. On the weekend, we'll go into the city, grab some snacks, see the latest plays, then go shopping and get coffee. Just normal stuff like that. Hearing her list these simple things, Corinne smiles warmly. I'll do all of that with you, he agrees. Elisa beams. That's awesome. And just like that, the story of the Sky Island officially comes to a close. Of course, life rarely ever wraps up that neatly. Over at the Aiden family mansion, Corinne is in the middle of an announcement. That's right. He grins like it's no big deal. I'm going to hold an engagement ceremony. Warren and Mary both freeze on the spot. They immediately erupt with questions. What? What did you just say, Corinne? An engagement? With who? It's a classmate, isn't it? They don't even let him get a word in. Lunia steps forward to declare, it's Lunia Aiden. In 1 week, I'll be holding an engagement ceremony with my fiancé. Mary just stammers, us, lovers. Fiancé? Lunia just keeps going. If the eldest daughter of the Raff clan and the abbess of the Grand Cathedral act as our witnesses, House Aiden would welcome all of you. She stares at the two gobsmacked girls. Our boy Corinne thinks to himself, this is hilarious. I should probably mess with them a little more. They look like they're about to have a meltdown. So he chimes in. It was in that moment. I fell passionately in love with Lunia. Even though she's young, her straightforward and determined attitude completely captivated me. Lunia, of course, plays along, acting all shy. And that night, under the full moon, we gave ourselves to each other. Mary can't listen to another word. She stands up. I'm going outside. She remembers the vision of him leaving, the 100-year wait. The look she gives Corinne could kill, and it makes him a little nervous. Warren, on the other hand, isn't quite as strong. She bursts into tears. Congratulations, I'm so happy for you. Sob. Realizing things have officially gone way too far, Corinne frantically tries to explain. No, wait, this is all just a big misunderstanding. But she isn't listening. The poor girl just covers her face and runs out crying. Corinne is left totally flustered. Okay, now how am I supposed to fix this? Lunia stands there, smiling. My, how sinful. She covers her mouth to hide her grin, and my fiancé too. You just look so pathetic right now. Under the moonlight, Corinne wonders, where in the world did those two go? If I find them, I'm definitely knocking their heads together. He steps into the bedroom. But what if they've hidden again? I'll probably never find them now. I really brought this on myself. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Warren appears right behind him, her expression as cold as ice. Corinne spins around, totally bewildered. Ran, you needed something? But the tiny girl just tosses her coat and lunges at him, yelling, you bet I do. Corinne, completely caught off guard by her ambush, gets shoved right onto the bed as she leans in, calling him Appa. Then she announces, dead serious, I'm sleeping here tonight. Corinne is understandably worried. Ran, you okay? He looks at this tiny terror with actual concern, saying, you're being super creepy right now. Next thing you know, she's totally passed out on his chest. Corinne just stares down at her, whispering, kids will be kids, I guess. Holding hands to sleep? Really? The moon is waning, he'll count it as a win. And just like that, morning arrives. Our groggy hero looks at the girl, completely lost. Ran, wait, no, you're Flower, right? You're up pretty early. The kid asks a totally random question. Before Corinne can even process it, she hits him with, so, where's the Conco? Why didn't it show up? He stretches and casually explains, oh, they don't roam around here. They probably stick to the north, where they have proper nests up in the kingdom. Time for breakfast. Hoa Ran looks less than thrilled. Inside, someone mentions a fake engagement? And would you look at that, Corinne is sporting a fresh black eye. He manages a weak smile, I was just joking. Guess I didn't think it through. Please tell Ran I'm sorry. A woman's voice cuts in. Honestly, O'Rourke, you did fine. Things just don't always work out the way you want. Facing Corinne now is her Flower persona. She gets a huge piece of fish, offers him a spoonful, and orders, here, eat. And she adds a little reminder. Next time, maybe try to be a bit more thoughtful, okay? Corinne is genuinely touched. He stares at the food for a moment, then gives a soft smile. All right, thank you. All right, new mission, find Mary. The problem is, it seems even the Aiden family servants have no clue where she is, which means there's only one expert for the job. Diogo, a ridiculously smug-looking red dog. He glances around wondering, seriously, why is this mutt so popular? Then he leans in, find her, and I'll buy you the best black cow from Nam-sun. So, where could Mary be? Got any hints for us, buddy? The dog just coolly whips out its financial statement. Corinne mutters, how is this stupid dog richer than me? I have risked my life working this hard. How am I poorer than him? After enduring maximum mockery from this four-legged millionaire, Diogo finally spills. Mary's location. the main Aiden residence, in the guest house down the alley. After learning the truth, a very embarrassed Mary just kept kicking her blankets. Curled up in a ball, she calls out from under the covers. Corinne, she continues, I always believe what you say, without a single doubt. If you said you'd give me piles of gold, I'd believe it. If you said it would rain knives tomorrow, I would believe that too. Mary emerges from the blanket, teary-eyed. So, Corinne, you must never lie to me. Promise? In her head, though, she's thinking, it hurts now, but in 100 years, he's mine. Meanwhile, all the girls crushing on Corinne already know his engagement is totally fake. They figured out all their dates were just a performance for everyone else. This actually made them feel way better, like they could finally move on. Well, except for one person. Alyssa, Lunia's sister. Why am I even here? She wonders. This whole semester has just felt so strange. Did it start with the fight against the Black Sword? Or maybe that serial killer case back in Fog City? Or since he said he'd be with her? Their relationship. Her thoughts scatter as her eyes widen in shock. Lunia is leaning right over Corinne, and it looks a whole lot like they're about to kiss. While he's just sitting there completely clueless, Lunia whispers, someone's watching. We need to act sweet. So he takes her hand, noting, your hands are pretty rough. She gets a little flustered, admitting, yeah, they're not exactly what you'd call ladylike. Corinne gently holds her hand, telling her honestly, but I think they're beautiful. Lunia gives a little praise. You're so perceptive. Too bad your situational awareness is absolute garbage right now. Corinne is lost. My what? Did I miss something? Lunia eyes the next table, hands on hips. It's nothing. We're fine. Go on. He asks, completely clueless. You didn't enjoy the date? She starts to say. Actually, then she turns back with a cool smile. You're so sweet, I think I might just have to claim you for real, my dear fiancé. The engagement ceremony is here. Guests arrive in lavish outfits, with women wearing the region's traditional formal wear. The bride, Lunia, appears in a stunning white gown. Everyone agrees they're a perfect match, as Corinne calls her beautiful. She whispers, you really know the right things to say. He replies, I'm being honest, it's not empty praise. The MC announces, the engagement ceremony for Corinne Lough and Lunia Aiden now begins. As the guests cheer, he pulls Lunia into a dip, but suddenly a voice cuts through the crowd. Wait! Corinne flinches. Something is definitely wrong. Right in the middle of her own engagement ceremony, Alyssa starts shouting, I object! And cue the dramatic flashback. We see Lunia holding baby Elisa, defending her from people calling her a filthy bastard. She fired back, filthy? Don't make me laugh. Lunia stood her ground, declaring, this beautiful little thing is my sister. That tiny newborn, who once weighed barely over 2 kilograms, was suddenly saying, hey big sis, I'm all grown up now. I'm over 100 centimeters tall. I'm gonna be a cool knight like you, and just eat honey candy. And just like that, more time flies by. The little girl grew up, her bright, sparkling eyes lighting up as she said, big sis, I'm going to the academy tomorrow. This was the kid who usually stared at the ground instead of looking anyone in the eye, and now, after less than half a year at the academy, she'd always been so clumsy, a kid who couldn't even take care of herself. But now she was grown. Lunia had to wonder, so you finally decided, huh? She runs, grabs the guy, and just starts pulling, completely ignoring his confused questions. Elisa screams, what are you doing? But Lunia just needs him to follow her. Lunia's mom is losing it, yelling, after them, while Alyssa's mom looks on, weirdly impressed. Lunia, meanwhile, puts on a big show of fainting. A woman nearby frets. For this to happen at a wedding, are you all right? Before anyone can answer, a huge roar echoes as someone screams, Corinne! The familiar giant eagle appears, and everyone just thinks, oh great, what now? Warren swings down on a rope, hand out, yelling, let's go! Alyssa is already sprinting right toward him, right on cue. And Lunia? She rushes to hug her mother, which also conveniently stops her from interfering. Alyssa bites her lip, glances at the stunned crowd, then takes Warren's hand. The eagle soars into the sky with all three of them, yelling a cheerful goodbye. Lunia puts on her best heartbroken face. This shock. I think I'll be swearing off men for a while. And so, the engagement party at the prestigious Aiden swordsmanship clan ended in complete and utter chaos. Mission accomplished for Lunia, who smiles as they fly off. Meanwhile, on the Eagle, Corinne is asking the obvious. Okay, what is happening right now? Just then, something drops from his coat. It's a letter from Lunia just for him. I'll be back to officially claim you, my fiancé. Alyssa leans in, smiling. You knew, didn't you? Corinne just nods. Yeah, and just like that, he'd finally gathered a reliable crew for the new journey ahead. Mary turns back to ask him, Corinne, where are we going now? He unties a bow from his neck, replying, we just keep going. Corinne just smiles. because there's still so much work left to do. And with that, their little vacation to the East Sea was officially over. Night falls over the great clock tower again. Who even knows how many times it's been now? It's been 3 nights. A cloaked figure is busy slaughtering waves of black spirits. A voice from the darkness asks, "Why are you smiling?" Erin calmly unleashes her bright flame technique, replying, "Is there a reason I shouldn't be?" The fire burns the spirits, and they shriek. The voice drones on, "The army of the undying king grows stronger, while you are reaching your limit. If you can't keep your promise to cleanse this place, that kid's life is over. The deadline's close. Aren't you worried?" Erin slowly lands, her feet touching the ground. The voice presses on, "On the contrary, you seem to be enjoying yourself." She smiles, a faint blush on her cheeks. "That's right, because this means Corinne is coming back soon." With a sharp blade pressed to his neck, Corinne finally has to surrender. "I lose." Erin offers some feedback. "Still, I can see you've been training relentlessly. Your fundamentals are rock solid." She's sharp, easily noticing. "It looks like you're focusing on mastering the 8 trigram style. Any special reason?" Corinne admits, "Of all the martial arts books in the library, it was the first one that caught my eye." Erin keeps pressing. "And why did you choose the spear?" Corinne gets excited. "I heard spears are easier to use than swords." At that, Erin turns to give him a look. "Very practical." Corinne admits, "And if I'm learning, I want to learn your style, not just the 8 trigram spear." To which Erin gives him a hard no. "Absolutely not. That would devour the soul of a student like you, Corinne. Spend another half year on the 8 trigram spear." And with that, Corinne's good mood was crushed. The ultimate technique is the 6 harmonies spear. When he said he wanted to learn it, Sihu introduced Corinne to a certain someone. But man, there's so much to learn. It's been over a month with no real progress to show for it. He's seriously jealous of Sihu, who just opens a skill menu and can instantly cast some kind of grand magic. But then Corinne tightens his grip on his spear. Being jealous is pointless. He resolves to train even harder, pushing himself every day, bit by bit. His goal was simple: just get stronger. Every sharp thrust felt powerful as he practiced the 7 basic forms, the 5 stances, and 8 techniques. But Corinne was aiming for something much, much bigger than all that. Night has fallen, and the air is still. The only sound is Corinne's heavy breathing. And finally, I did it. And then one day, after just 2 long months, Erin held up his bruised hands. Finally, he'd done it. She was completely floored for a second. But then her tone flipped. Why the sudden obsession with getting stronger? If it's just about raw power, the hero's got that covered. But Corinne always figured that even a hero needs a little help on the side. He had to at least be the guy's driver. Besides, he continued, if he was stronger, fewer people would die. Erin was genuinely touched by his words. She couldn't help but praise him in the end. What a kind kid. Corinne just gave a happy little smile, saying it was the normal thing to do. Erin's lips curled into a smile. All right. Cut to the magic tower, total chaos. The mages there teamed up with some savage program to shatter Erin Danner's protective seal. Once the barrier shattered, Erin Danner stepped out into the real world, bringing with her a death event, all according to a pre-written script. Erin left her will to protect the world with the players, unlocked when Danner's secret treasure was opened. This was the most important event in the entire chapter, an event that no player could possibly stop. Or so, Corinne thought, and yet, the hand holding his own felt so warm and unbelievably strong. Someone like her was fated to die. Knowing that while seeing her smile, the thought weighed him down. He couldn't smile back. Erin's confident steps suddenly came to a halt. Then she asked, "You know about me and Tess, don't you?" Corinne confirmed it. Yes, she had passed on everything, including the 6 harmony spear, to her most trusted disciple. According to all the intel Corinne gathered, their goal, Paradise's descent, literally meant the end of this world. In the end, she refused to take the final step of her succession, and it was without a doubt the biggest and worst failure of her entire life. Erin confided in him. "I hesitated so much. I've failed more times than I can count, and I didn't always make the right choice." Then she suddenly called his name. "Corinne Lough." He was panicking internally. "What is this?" Erin's voice was firm. "Will you accept me, Erin Danner, as your master?" Corinne fell silent. This was the event and dialogue any player of Heroes Legend Ahan would instantly recognize. Because he knew this was a special event, only unlocked after meeting the right conditions and building up enough good karma. And so Corinne answered sincerely, "Yes, I accept you as my master." And right then, Erin gave him a shot of motivation. "It's okay to fall. Just stand back up. It's fine to fail. Just succeed the next time. It's fine to cry. Just laugh louder." She pulled Corinne into a tight hug. "Hold on to your justice, your beliefs, and walk your own kingly path." Then she lightly kissed his forehead, granting him the goddess's blessing. Corinne would never, ever forget the warmth of that moment. In Nasri, the city of the dead. A deadly night on loop for 300 years. However, the undead king's army is getting stronger bit by bit. That fragile 300-year balance is at its breaking point. Erin is in deep trouble. It's the third night. At this rate, the undead king Jarok is about to become a permanent part of history. The situation is critical. A voice suddenly rings out. I've already handled Jarok. Corinne calmed her down. Don't rush, we still have some time. He flashed a confident smile. I came to save you, Erin. Fun fact, if undead King Jarok dies, time resets 3 days, and his undead army vanishes too. Just like nothing ever happened. Nasri's population is 1.2 million people. Plus, if those undead escape the city, the whole continent is doomed. So, his master made a pact with the god of death. For 3 days, the city is peaceful. At night, it becomes a city of the dead ruled by the undead. A loop that could go on forever. However, if you defeat the undead bosses within 3 days, you can face the undead King Jarok. So Corinne thought it through. To do that, his master split her soul, and the soul here completely forgot about the main body. And so she repeated that fragile loop for 300 whole years, but Jarok began to notice, and the loop has hit its limit. So Corinne made a deal with death. He would purify Nasri within half a year. Now, with that half-year deadline closing in, he and Erin have looped it 3 times. During the 3-day breaks, they just chill. Just peaceful moments, reading books together. Not only that, they also enjoyed plays and saw movies. The final moment had arrived. Erin admitted, I had a lot of fun, thanks to you. But Corinne was curious. After 300 years, aren't you bored? Erin felt that watching alone and watching together are totally different things. Corinne was happy too. Glad you had fun, though I wish we hit that amazing restaurant. But according to Erin, it doesn't need to be fancy to be meaningful. With her future student, any food would taste great. Corinne hesitates for a second. Erin, tonight. But Erin cuts him right off. Tonight, we cleanse Nasri and end this eternal night, right? Corinne just smoothly plays along. Yep, according to your theory, it should work. He thinks to himself, I already tried this with North Sihu. This time it's gotta work. As long as nothing gets in our way. Corinne tries to reassure her. So, no pressure, he says with a massive grin. I told you, I'm just here to grant your wish. All you have to do is grant one of mine when we're done. Erin's a little surprised. A wish? She narrows her eyes, already guessing, is this about, could we possibly? Just then, something shakes the very fabric of space. After 300 years of regressing and countless deaths, Jarok has finally found the answer. According to everything he's seen, if you place the 2 languages here, one in front and one behind, the paradise of death will live on, time to corrupt the primordial language. The Nazraneh loop is over, and the city's power has multiplied. The guy is absolutely thrilled he finally succeeded. Jarok has evolved, and now a torrent of dark magic pours out of him. The real mastermind behind all this, the one and only immortal King Lich. He lets out a deafening scream. Die, you witch! This time I'll tear that body to shreds, humiliate you, and your soul won't escape me either. Over in the combat zone, a priest stationed in Nasri Cruz is just staring, completely bewildered. What in the world is happening right now? The guy is panicking hard. All the undead from every patrol zone are gathering in one place. This has never happened before. Turns out the true immortal king is summoning every undead in the city. This is it, the infinite undead assault. In another area, Corinne is using his own body to block a giant boulder. Erin calls out, worried, are you okay? Even she's baffled. Weird stuff happens sometimes, sure. But I've never seen anything on this level before. First, we hide and figure out a plan. Corinne agrees, but a surprise attack suddenly launches Thunder Smash. Luckily, Corinne manages to block it, again with the Thunder Smash. He struggles to hold his ground. It's not over yet. The situation is beyond dire corrosive pollution and dead earth. Corinne can see the sky is full of lightning while the ground just spews endless poison. Erin quickly deduces that Jarok has fully become a lich. If so, his magic in this city is nearly infinite. Don't stop, keep moving. Then, a bunch of mid-level demonic beasts appear, trapping them in the 6th trap. That finally sets Corinne off. Seeing the move he's about to use, Erin screams in terror. Don't use the flight skill, if your feet get stuck. But Corinne completely ignores her advice. Ancient language, hardening. Then he uses another skill, ancient language, wind. One blast makes space itself seem to shatter. Erin smirks, impressed. Now that's strong. Corinne's attack was enough to force the immortal king onto the battlefield. You slippery little eels. He unleashes a 10-hit Thunder Smash combo, screaming die, before letting out that ear-splitting laugh again. But suddenly, the immortal king's laughter stops. He's stunned. Impossible. My Thunder Smash is disappearing? Spent 300 years operating only at night. Did you forget? Then open your eyes and look. The immortal king freezes in place. It can't be. That familiar voice rings out again. Corinne has activated his skill, Connection to the Sunday, temporarily unleashing the power of light. He confirms it. That's right. It's the sun. The immortal king scoffs in disbelief. You say the sun? He bursts out laughing. Don't be ridiculous. How could you suddenly create such an incredible amount of power? Next, the immortal king attacks with everything he's got, unleashing a full-power thunder smash. Thinking he's invincible, he sneers. Do you really think you have a chance? The immortal king releases his endless magic reserves from his body, and at his command, the living dead keep charging forward. Suddenly, a look of confusion crosses the immortal king's face. Ancient symbols light up on the floor, baffling him. Ancient language? The king is shocked. How can you possibly possess so many ancient languages? At that moment, Corinne finally speaks. You're right. Power like this doesn't just come from nowhere. In truth, he spent his last 10 days with Erin, the only time Corinne ever truly got to be a disciple. A hero destined to be forgotten. A plan Corinne built up over 300 years. And just like that, the charging legions of the dead are stopped in their tracks. A powerful light spreads from the symbols. They're the remnants left behind from countless battles, carved all over the city by Erin herself. Corinne reinforces the spell. It's a shame, but this is our final night. And then he unleashes the final attack. Disappear, immortal king. It melts, it burns, it purifies. No priest, no other source of power, has ever performed a cleansing on such a massive scale. The immortal king is utterly terrified. Impossible. How can an ordinary human being possess this kind of power? 1.2 million deaths, 300 years of darkness, all of it. And now, Corinne and literal death are just watching over the peaceful city from above. The Grim Reaper can't stop gushing, totally in awe. I can't believe you used Danan's treasure for this. It was just a one-time miracle, Corinne says, playing it cool. Besides, that's not even my full power. Death gets serious. You completely fulfilled your end of the deal, so, and he makes his decision. I will uphold my end as well, my queen. Finally, Erin can let out a sigh of relief. For real this time, it's all over. But her mood darkens. Corinne, when this pact ends, he cuts her off with a low voice. I know, the vibe is officially killed. He's already seen this future, where the one who protected this land for 300 years simply vanishes. Erin tries to shrug it off. I'm used to it. Corinne looks stunned. Yeah, she adds. I've fallen plenty of times before. Corinne just sighs in response. Did I cry a lot? She asks. His honest answer? Constantly. But he makes a silent promise to himself. I will never, ever forget you. Erin suddenly pulls him into a hug. Even if you get lost, I hope you stay true to yourself. Hold on to your beliefs and walk the path of a king. A little warmth spreads in his chest. Her memories might be different now, but she's still a hero, saying the exact same words his old master once did. Erin's voice is gentle again as she offers one last thing. I will grant you the goddess's blessing. Corinne is just frozen in silence, completely floored by all this. His eyes widen in shock as Erin leans in and kisses him, making the moment even more intense. She whispers his name, Corinne, as tears finally stream down her face. I truly want you to be happy. Some time passed after that. Now, Corinne is standing alone in the pouring rain. Once the sun did its job, the darkness returned, and Erin was nowhere to be seen. See, of all the disciples she'd raised since childhood, not one had ever stepped foot in the royal capital. Thanks to a betrayal by the one she treated like her own heir, the queen had been sealed away for over 80 long years. The thing that wakes her from her long, quiet sleep is a sudden, overwhelming flood of memories. 300 years ago, during her wandering days, a brave Erin had proposed a deal. Death, make a pact with me. For some long-forgotten reason, Nasri was at stake. She closes her heavy eyes. Is this time number 3784? An endless war with a dark sorcerer tethered to the city itself. Corinne could only imagine it. His other self must have been so incredibly lonely and miserable for 300 years. But this time it was his turn. Death, make a pact with me. This threw the Reaper for a loop. Wait, isn't this the kid who betrayed her? He was sure this guy had stabbed the queen in the back, but Corinne was clear. This time, I want to save her, and he walked right up to Erin's side. Then he flashed a confident grin. See? I told you. As her questions swirled, the last memory to surface in Corinne's mind was Erin's blushing face, her sweet voice unforgettable. No, wait. Then came her goodbye kiss. Her parting words, I will grant you the goddess's blessing. A magic circle flares to life, and Josephine appears. Erin! I brought a new book. Want to read it? At that moment, though, Erin was hiding her face in her hands. I'm going insane. Josephine was completely baffled. What are you doing? Erin unconsciously touched her lips. The The memories had merged. They weren't fading. Erin's face turned bright red all over again. Corinne, her student. That was her very first kiss, and it was officially an unforgettable memory. Over at the second grand shrine of the Holy See, a voice called out, Nasri, a city of 1.2 million, purified in a single night? A subordinate reported back, yes. It was like the sun itself. A blessing for mankind. Estelle just replied, I know. This was Saintess Estelle, said to possess the greatest holy power in the history of ever. 4 years ago, she had visited Nasri and successfully purified the place with a prayer ritual. But just 3 days later, everything went right back to the way it was. Nasri had always been a burden and a terror, but a manageable one. This new power that could cleanse it completely, though? Now that no one could identify who was wielding that kind of terrifying power, the situation was far more dangerous and unpredictable. And because of that, Estelle was determined. I have to find out who purified Nasri. This news sent shockwaves across the entire continent, shaking up the Mage Tower and the Old Holy See. The news even reached the frozen northern regions, on the Dingo Peninsula of the Northern Kingdom, where snow constantly blotted out the sky. On this harsh, frozen land crawling with deadly ice and rampaging monsters, the people of the North had always been preparing for war. It's a land where strength is the only thing people worship and admire. Then, over 80 years ago, a certain warrior appeared. He was apologizing to someone. I'm sorry, Shanghai. More than anyone, he's the one who deserves to be at the top. The other man's eyes were filled with brutal intent as he slammed his spear down, making his victim scream in agony. Han's voice dropped. The heavens, he seethed, had been stolen from them. Tess just shrugged it off. Okay, whatever. So who did it? Duan roared back. Corinne Lough! It was Han. He's definitely the one who got Formac, too. So this Han guy calls himself the first spear of Erin Danua. Tess repeats the name, Corinne Lough, and asks with a bit of curiosity. You know that name? Tess revealed. Of course I do. My main rival switched from that Baek Sihu kid to him. He got so mad he literally crushed a rock in his fist. To think the guy would show his face less than a year after that incident. His underlings saw that and started shaking in their boots. What kind of power is this? But Tess was lost in thought about his dear master, a person he both loved and hated. Han spat out the name with venom Erin Danua. If you dare call yourself her first spear, Tess broke into a wicked grin. Then I'll just have to pay you a visit myself. And now we cut to Corinne, standing before the massive, familiar academy. He smirked. Well, look at that, it's year 2 already. We're in a special zone, a place built to manage the academy's more unique cases. In other words, this is the quarantine dorm, made just for Warren and Mary. With only a few residents, Professor Josephine gets stuck as the dorm mother. Staring at the chaos before her, she just asks, What is this? Warren casually explained that it's a bluefin tuna. He even gave a sales pitch. It's great for the brain, you know. It'll boost your intelligence stat. At this, Josephine snapped her head around and yelled, Corinne! Oh, she knew exactly who the ringleader was. Explain this, and yeah, Corinne is basically her right-hand man, the vice dorm leader. So he explained that Mary, his senior, said lots of guests were coming and wanted bigger furniture. Meanwhile, the movers were freaking out. Dude, if this falls, we're dead. Be careful. Corinne declared. Warren bought a bluefin tuna from the market, so we decided to share it with everyone. But Warren wanted to hog it all for himself? No, that's mine. So Corinne did the logical thing and called Alyssa for backup. After Alyssa professionally butchered the giant fish, Corinne got all excited. Iris Hymace, please have a seat. I'll even give you a discount. Josephine just watched, completely helpless. All right, that's enough of this, she sighed. Clean up and prepare the rooms for the new students, like we discussed. Corinne quickly piped up. I can handle it myself. The freshmen I mentioned are brothers, so they can totally share a room. Josephine flatly refused. No, I'm helping prepare the new rooms for the students. We still have 2 more to set up, and more importantly, then she announced, the new students arrive tomorrow. I need you to give them the campus tour. Can you do that? Hearing this, Corinne got a devious look on his face. Only if you agree to one little condition. You see, every year, the top second-year students get to guide the freshmen, and Mary is a third year now. A voice from a fancy carriage rang out. All right, on your left is the Hall of Creation, which means the person leading the new students is none other than Corinne, looking smug as hell, where magic majors gather to study pretty much anything. The guys were fawning over him. Whoa, you're so cool. That suit is awesome. And Corinne was just soaking it all in. The girls, however, were not impressed. How about you sing a song to win us over? Warren's face grew dark watching this mess. Just stop. A little later, Corinne announced, all right, everyone, the tour ends here. The professors are waiting inside. Go on and give it your all. Afterwards, Warren just said his goodbyes. I'm heading out. Corinne was surprised. Already? So suddenly, Warren replied, I'm late. Someone told me they were going to meet me. This made Corinne wonder, who's that? Without another word of explanation, Warren just blasted off into the sky. Corinne looked up, totally bewildered. Hey, they said no flying on academy grounds. Then he just cracked a smile. Guiding the freshmen really makes it sink in. The new semester has officially begun. A familiar voice called out, Big boss. Sir, we're heading inside now. Corinne gave them a nod. All right, good luck in there, Zen. Zen's voice rose with confidence. Of course I'll be fine. There are a few noteworthy freshmen this year, but Corinne looked at the two in front of him. These two were definitely going to be the main event. This way, everyone, he directed. Be careful getting off the carriage. Next up, Corinne headed to another area and called out, Alyssa, you're in charge of the West Annex, right? Alyssa quickly warned him. Watch your step. But her next words made Corinne freeze. You are Lord Corinne, aren't you? And then another new voice chimed in. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Corinne. The person introduced herself. I am Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. At that moment, Corinne realized he'd been dead wrong. He thought Zen and his brother would be the most talked about freshmen this year. Corinne immediately dropped to one knee, shocking Alyssa. People might not know her face or her name, but absolutely everyone knew the family name, Elrat. He gently placed a kiss upon Miriam's hand. She's the second princess of this nation and the legendary villainess of the century from the story of Hero Han. She smiled, amused. How very elegant. Who taught you that? Corinne simply bowed his head in response. I learned it from an acquaintance. But in reality, she was teaching him right then. When a gentleman stands before a lady, Miriam suggested, he should kiss her hand and ask for a dance. Corinne silently agreed. Of course. Now look, Miriam said softly. Lord Corinne. Corinne couldn't forget those old memories. It's beautiful, isn't it? She is our daughter. And there are so many other things. That cruel face is burned deep into his memory. I met her in the last round, but it wasn't at the academy. Just then, someone else enters. Well, if it isn't Lord Corinne. Corinne looks up, his face a mask of pure surprise. Okay, hold on, according to the script, the princesses weren't supposed to be here yet. This time it's Estelle. Hello, I am Estelle Hadithar Elrat. Shall we shake on it? Corinne steps forward to greet her. Lady Estelle Datha Elrat, the honor is all mine. Estelle just waves it off. No need to be so formal. We're classmates now. Honorifics? Please. Her eyes immediately lock onto the person beside him, Miru. Oh, you're here too? Didn't see you? You're so tiny. Miruam snaps back, totally annoyed. I told you not to shorten my name, Estelle. And seeing that reaction, it just makes Estelle want to poke the bear even more. You can call me Big Sis Miru D, or Senior if you prefer. I did take a 2-year school break, but starting today, I'm back. Miruam scoffs. You should respect your elders. The only thing you have more than me is useless muscle. With that, she turns to leave. Elisa, on behalf of myself and the student council, thanks for the tour. I'm out. See you later, Junior. Elisa is just left there scratching her head, completely lost. Yes? I mean, it is an honor, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Corinne is practically turning to stone. Yep, his life is over. Over in a carriage, a kid named Doan is losing his mind. Nuna, are we actually going to live here? Jian, feeling the secondhand embarrassment, warns him, don't be such a country bumpkin. But Doan can't stop gawking. It's so huge, like a castle. A shadow behind them catches his eye, and John instinctively ducks behind his big sister. Excuse me, Miruam says, introducing herself out of nowhere. I am Miruam Elizabeth Elrad. Then she just casually tries to make conversation. We're in the same class, right? Let's shake. John cautiously steps forward. Hi. But as he reaches out, his hand is suddenly grabbed, and Miruam spits out some seriously vile words. Your whole beast tribe was slaughtered by us. I'm surprised a little piece of garbage like you even managed to survive. And then his sister steps in. Touch my magic staff again, and I will gut you while you're still breathing. Understood? It's like walking on thin ice, you never know what's coming. 2 characters who weren't supposed to appear until the second half of the story? Yeah, they're both here. Did another butterfly flap its wings? Our main character speculates from up high. This has to be because I purified Nasri, right? I attracted attention way too fast. He's already holding his head in despair. It's over. Another tiny flap just became a full-blown hurricane. The professor suddenly calls out, Student Corinne Lough, is it too early to be daydreaming on the first day? Corinne jolts back to reality. Sorry. The professor fires back, then explain the concept of a peace arbiter. Corinne completely blanks. That is. The professor bluntly shuts him down with 2 words. 0 points. After class, Corinne walks off fuming. What kind of class even was that? He's so annoyed. The first day is for orientation and getting out early. It's practically a rule. Corinne peeks into another room. The special dorm is supposed to house Professor Josephine, along with him, Mary, Warren, and the Wolf siblings, which is why Corinne's group prepared 2 extra rooms. Josephine had even asked him, "You said 2 more people were coming, right?" Thinking back, a horrible realization hits Corinne. "Oh no, don't tell me it's..." And right on cue, a familiar voice chimes in. "Welcome, Lord Corinne." Mirwam says with pure arrogance, "Shouldn't you be a little more polite? Here, kiss my hand." Corinne quickly looks for an excuse. "A gentleman only kisses a lady once a day, Your Highness." Interesting. A commoner who actually knows noble etiquette. Mirwam raises her voice, getting straight to the point. "I'll be direct. Support me in next year's succession war." Corinne tries to avoid her intense gaze. "I'm just an ordinary guardian. Do you really need my support?" Mirwam just smirks. A knight who wields a holy relic recognized by both the old and new church? That's a totally different story, isn't it? She really emphasizes those 2 words, Kai Solus, as she boldly moves closer. "You're pretty sharp. Do you doubt me?" Her hand lands on his neck and pulls him in. "I can make it worth your while." And just like that, they both tumble to the floor in a very suggestive position. Mirwam locks her legs around Corinne's waist. "Tell me what you want from someone as noble as me. I'm willing to give you any and all pleasures you desire." She whispers, "Go on. Ask me for anything you crave." All while Corinne stares down at her with zero expression on his face. Mirwam keeps trying to seduce him. "I'll give you everything, just say you love me." She practically sings, "Yes. Oh, my hero." She keeps laying it on thick with the suggestive lines. "My destiny, devour me and make me yours." And then her mouth starts to open. At that exact moment, a flash of light erupts between them. Corinne stands up, wiping his mouth with a smirk. Then he says it bluntly. "Did you really use enchantment incense just to seduce me? That's not very fitting for a royal about to inherit the throne." Mirwam's logic is that marrying the champion of the sun god is a massive political power move. Marriage and childbirth are the 2 oldest forms of currency, Lord Corinne. Now Corinne is curious. What was all that destiny talk about? But Mirwam has no intention of explaining. "You don't get it? Fine, let's just forget it." She's like, "Maybe try again when you're in a better mood." But Corinne shuts that down fast. "Nope, not gonna happen." But Mirwam is so sure of himself. "You might change your tune after you hear my offer." "Oh, really?" Corinne reveals he learned a valuable lesson from a friend, always be wary of the pretty ones. And with that, he slams the door shut, which only seems to make Mirwam even more intrigued. "Well then, guess I'll just have to try harder." Escaping the room, Corinne is gasping for air. "Man, that was close. This kind of thing has been happening way too much lately." He flashes back to another close call. "Corinne, thanks again for today." He was genuinely scared. Even Senior Mary was getting a little too close for comfort. And then there was Alyssa. This leads to Corinne's current complaint. "Look, I get that you picked drama as an elective, but why'd you choose some trashy soap opera script about an affair?" Alyssa just sighs. "But the story is beautiful. Her too." And then, there's this a small hand fitting perfectly inside a much larger one. So now Corinne is stuck. Corinne uses every single break to cling to him. He awkwardly asks, "Are you really comfortable like this?" She says nothing, which is basically a yes. And that's when Corinne puts it all together. Ever since he swallowed the sun, he's been overflowing with positive energy. Meanwhile, Corinne is a black hole of negative energy. So just being near his body makes her feel amazing. That seems to be the gist of it. Seeing that Corinne has zero intention of letting go, Corinne has to remind her, "Hey, break's over." She whines, "Just a little longer. This guy is so over it." Of course, sometimes Jian shows up to stir the pot too. Elsewhere, someone is getting the full story. "Wow. Sounds like you're having a really tough time." After hearing everything, Lack gets straight to the point. "So, your problem is that girls can't keep their hands off of your body?" Corinne confirms. "Exactly." Then Lack gets all serious. "Corinne, I'm telling you this as a friend." He flips him the bird and says, "Go die. For real." Suddenly, G starts yelling, "Just pick one already." Meanwhile, Corinne is completely lost. Why is everyone getting so mad all of a sudden? Lack is fuming. "It's useless. G, just put this chick magnet out of his misery." But then a voice cuts through the chaos, stopping everyone. "Hello, Corinne-san." Miruam's arrival shocks Corinne. "Your Highness? What are you doing here?" Miruam makes a simple request. "I'm going into town. Would you mind being my guide?" Corinne has no choice but to agree. Sure. I can do that." G assesses the new situation. "Looks like we don't need to do anything. He's about to be torn apart anyway." Lack, however, has a different idea. "At first I was creeped out, but now I think we need to study this seriously." He guesses Corinne's body is emitting some kind of pheromone. and for some reason, they're immune. G. G is totally confused. What in the world are you talking about? Lack just points ahead. Look over there. The second Ariel sees Corinne. He breaks into a huge grin. Corinne! Long time no see. Corinne just plays it cool. Hey, Commander Ariel. G. G is absolutely floored. No way! He attracts guys, too? That dude is definitely hiding something. At that moment, Ariel is up on a stage, giving a speech. Turns out the new students from MK3 Academy will be participating. He adds that some of the second years are already out in the forest. A few top students will be playing the role of monsters to test the freshmen. The objective? Defeat them and steal their armbands by any means necessary. All right then, Ariel announces. Let's begin. In the forest, students are already talking strategy. You're a class 2, right? One kid makes an offer. There aren't many of us. Want to form a temporary team? Another student happily joins in. Let me in on that. Gerard puts on a friendly smile. Great idea. Let's group up, count off, and split up to search. But inside, he's fuming. So annoying, he thinks. Just a class 2. Getting beaten by Princess Miruam, a class 1 mage, he could understand. Gerard sneers with disgust. But being put on the same level as these filthy beastmen? If it wasn't for my sacred mission, I would have left this academy ages ago. He then remembers last semester, when the church's dark unit infiltrated the academy to deal with monsters. They were captured, and Bishop Reynolds denied any connection to save them. So Gerard made a decision. They sent him, Gerard Loser, to go undercover as a model student, hiding his true identity. Just then, his teammate yells, "Found one! Over here!" Gerard, he thinks to himself, they're just class 3 and 4 trash, but I'll pass this test with them to gain their trust. The guy is unbelievably arrogant. With 400 students like me, I almost feel sorry for the upperclassmen. So in the end, it all comes down to who takes them down first and gets the armbands. They did say we could use any means necessary, right? Gerard lets out a sly grin. I'll lead these fools with my superior intellect. Pretend to be their friend for a bit, then use them as pawns when the time is right. Suddenly, something catches his attention. A beam of light shoots up from the ground, tearing up the earth. Gerard spots Josephine perched on a branch, watching everything. Still, he thinks, this is just how the seniors usually do things. This only boosts his confidence. I will lead the freshmen in this hunt. Now, let me choose the senior I wish to take on. Josephine asks herself. His request has been approved, but is this really a good idea? She observes him thoughtfully. These freshmen have no idea about the secret truth hidden among the second-year students at Merkarva Academy. For instance, UN, the guy who mastered Drit's ultimate secret technique, Liu Ren, in only 6 months. UN's sudden appearance startles everyone. What now? He also made some killer investments and got a top-tier primeval sword. Then there's Doron, the mercenary swordsman. In a similar story, some successful investments and a mysterious benefactor handed Granel a book on golem crafting. Granel Luden, the ultimate golem master. And there's one more who needs no introduction. Warren clenches his fist. This. And she has already taken down the entire group. This was getting hard to control. You had Bishion, Ayaka, Warren, and the next heir of the Aiden family all in the mix. Ivan, Elisa, Aiden. The second they saw her, everyone bolted. She just laughed, thinking, hey, all I did was smile. The crowd was a mess, begging for mercy. What in the world was going on? Who's this guy stopping by the tree? Lariman scowled at the chaos, completely unimpressed. Are these pathetic fools really running from one person? Jeremy's eyes were locked on the enemy before him. An ancient symbol flared to life on the ground. Then boom, the whole area exploded, catching some poor kid mid-sprint. Another student went down. Turns out, this psycho had turned all the top second years of MK3 Academy into living weapons and was just picking them off. The fires raged, growing bigger by the second. The masked figure spoke in a menacing voice. What is it? Was this for real? Jeremy was so terrified he couldn't even talk. And then the person just glared, making it worse. Come on, smile for me. The flames roared to life, burning through the trees and turning the forest into an inferno. Jeremy grabbed a body and ran. He was raised in the San Michaela Monastery, a man of faith his whole life. Too bad a very sharp spear was getting closer by the second. He stumbled and fell flat on his face. In that moment, he probably asked himself for the 1,000th time if God was even real. He was absolutely terrified, but now, he was 100% sure of one thing. That face was pure nightmare fuel. Yep, demons were real. Then a voice cut through the chaos. All right, that's enough. Gerelman was so scared he didn't dare look up. But then a hand landed on his head. Huh, you're tougher than I thought. Then came the introduction. Nice to meet you. I'm Corinne Lough. Gerelman was still processing. Corinne Lough? You mean... His expression flipped from total terror to complete shock as an old memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. This was the guy who fought the legendary swordmaster Lunia Aiden and actually survived. Corinne made his pitch. I'm scouting talented freshmen. Besides the princess, you're the strongest. So, want to team up? He even offered a handshake. Strong people are always welcome. Jeremy immediately blurted out, Yes, I'll do it, senior. Corinne smiled, totally satisfied. Good. But what was his real first mission in this forest? It was to assess Jeremy, a spy from the old church. Jeremy, meanwhile, was thrilled to be chosen by Corinne Senpai, remembering his training. Get close to your enemy. In another part of the woods, some student charged forward, screaming, Die, you animal! John sent him flying with a single punch. Jian heard the commotion and turned around, completely annoyed. John, what was that? I told you to check his pockets too. Get the armband and strip him clean. John just sighed, totally over it. Fine, Jian said. If you have everything, let's go. But thanks to that little delay, our classmates are ahead of us now. Zen explained that they're basically the villains here, and the second-year knights are trying to steal their armbands. She totally got it. Taking a senior's band is worth more points. But since they're too strong, everyone's just ganging up on them to farm points. Zen then pushed them to hurry. At the end of this thing, there's a cabin where we trade armbands for rewards. We have to move. When Jian saw what was up ahead, she was speechless. We're almost there. The cabin. Why is it on fire? The next second, the whole building erupted. Was that an earthquake? Jian screamed. What is going on? John spotted a second-year senior reading a sign. The rewards are upstairs? What are they even doing up there? Then, the flames just vanished, leaving the house looking perfectly normal again. Miriam smirked at the two of them. Interesting. I like it. He stepped forward. Just the smell of an animal. The guard behind him shouted, This thing was made by Drit A. Destroying it will be tough. Two others yelled back, What are you doing? Keep moving. Follow the princess, John asked with a bit of doubt. So what should we do? He suggested just turning back, and Jian agreed. I'd rather die than go in there with Eta. Just then, something flew right past her. And suddenly, she really wanted to change her mind. Maybe we should follow them. Magical beams were firing non-stop. Why are there so many? Roan's voice was ice cold. It's what the client asked for. They said not to go easy on you. Elsewhere, a massive pillar of light shone down. For receipt, the infiltration was complete. The structure's layout was surprisingly simple. He's got the whole place mapped out: 3 entrances, 3 rooms, and 3 guards. The paths connect, and the second floor has 2 rooms. Next, Raziz drops down into one before heading for the 3rd floor. His hand grips his sword. Looks like none of this year's freshmen beat him here. Suddenly, Raziz's spear flares with light. What was that? A bizarre feeling, like something just poked his soul. He remembers intel on an item, the Orb of Death, capable of splitting soul from body, though it's less effective on complex beings like humans. Then Rashid realizes the bigger problem. His focus is shattering, and his stealth technique is failing. A voice suddenly cuts through the air. Freshman Knight, Class 2, Rashid Aden Mustali. That stealth technique. It's from the Assassin Tribe A. Rashid is a little stunned. How does this person know about the tribe? He hesitates. I'm sorry, then lunges forward to attack. You really shouldn't have said that. But the girl isn't scared at all. She handles Rashid with a single, devastating kick. He stumbles back in total disbelief. What just happened? With no other choice, Rashid preps another attack as his wire whips past Corinne's face. She just somersaults away, amused. Not bad. And not only that, she neatly catches his sword. But if you're going down that path, you're just an underworld assassin. Corinne is dying to know what he'll do next, but inside, Rashid is fuming. He hates that philosophy. His whole purpose for coming to the academy was to escape, to live a life that wasn't about killing people. He'd sworn to leave the tribe behind. Rashid's hand suddenly loosens its grip on the sword, but a flash of light reflects on Corinne's face. If his identity gets out, and the entire tribe is endangered because of it, Rashid's armor begins to open up. He's actually going to risk it all. Then he'd have to seal the secret with his own death. The heat from his spell creates a huge explosion, but Corinne just calmly blows out a puff of smoke. You're walking a very dangerous path, you know. Turns out she just absorbed his entire attack. Lucky for you, fire and heat are kinda my specialty. Corinne continues, much to Rashid's shock. And one more thing, she has a little reminder for him. Whether you learned it as an assassin or through magic, that stealth technique, I think I'll be needing it soon. And so, Corinne's second goal in this entrance exam is to test the abilities of all the potential new faces. Corinne makes another demand. You're going to join me for a job. On the other side of the field, John and Zen are running for their lives after escaping a drone. Someone cheers them on from the sidelines. You can do it. John is out of breath. Zen, That smell. Zen finishes his thought. I know. A sharp sword is drawn. You're here too? Zen spots a familiar face and calls out, It's Miss Corinne. Her reputation is huge. What's going on? I heard this year's test is way harder than last year. A massive spear suddenly slams into the ground, shocking Zen. She has no idea what is even happening. Meanwhile, Corinne rushes past and drives her foot right into John's stomach. He lets out a sharp cry of pain. Then Corinne turns to lecture him. If you're in a fight, never let your guard down. John groans. I'll die if I do that. Zen just stares, trying to process it all. Corinne suddenly gets angry. Did you not hear what I just said? She uses her magic to blast John. But inside, Corinne feels conflicted. She hates doing this, but there's no other way. She has to be the villain. This is tough, really tough, the final task in the entrance exam. Corinne watches as the situation develops. Finally, the fur begins to show. Zen and John have transformed into their beast forms. To make sure these kids can stand on their own, you have to help them grow. Corinne gets serious about it. All right, let's end this exam. Here's a little fact. Controlling a beast in its transformed state is easier when there isn't a full moon. But a full-on beast transformation is a whole different story. At that point, they just enter a state of pure violence, and Corinne is ready to fight. In their final form, they look completely human, but in this partial state, even the hesitant ones become bloodthirsty. Once transformed, they turn into killing machines. Corinne reminds herself that on top of everything, she has to deal with two of them. Beast forms don't need words. Their teamwork and attacks are perfectly in sync. Especially for siblings who've survived countless crises together, their rhythm has never been off. Zen charges ferociously, forcing Corinne to use all her strength to fight back. Seeing this, John immediately rushes forward, trying to save his older sister. Corinne retorts, But what's the point if you just freeze up when your sister gets attacked? Don't just think about saving her. With that, she takes down John too. Attack the enemy. The blow is so powerful it sends him flying. John lets out a massive roar of pain, but Corinne still moves in for another strike. Another terrible decision. You have to keep a cool head. Then, she brutally punches him again. Corinne gives him a serious lesson. If you have time to roar, use it to watch your enemy. Hesitating for 1 second means you're giving your enemy an extra second. Meanwhile, Zen sees an opening and attacks from behind. Corinne admits it. Right, the sister is stronger than the brother. But in the end, she's still caught. Aim for the opening precisely. Don't fight in a rage. Corinne spins around and lands a painful blow. Strike the right spot. A critical hit like that is meant to tear right through Zen's body. And down she goes, completely exhausted, her body feeling like it's weighted down with solid rock. But Corinne's got a gentle reminder for her. Get up. Keep moving until your arm is broken and your neck is slit. You know, real motivational stuff. Welcome to a real fight, kid. She's completely stunned, wondering, does my big brother seriously face battles this insane all the time? Corinne suddenly slams his sword into the ground, scaring the daylights out of her as tears well up in her eyes. He pulls her up, thinking, all right, that's probably enough trauma for one day, right? I really can't push them any harder. He knows they haven't hit their final form yet, but he needs them to understand what a real fight feels like. Corinne just laughs. Pretty scary, huh? Was I a little too harsh? My bad. Jean is so terrified she just clings to the guy. She's thinking, this master of mine is a total monster. Stop treating me like a kid. But Corinne's genuine response is, my fault. But your reflexes and physical condition are truly outstanding. You haven't defeated me, but you passed. Now get going. You can just feel their mixed emotions, relief, and restraint all bundled up in that hug. They're comfortable, but they know one day they have to escape that embrace. A while later, Corinne's still standing alone in the room. His eyes dart back as Miriam speaks up. They're gone. You just gonna stand there all day? She says with total disdain, those mutts may have some physical talent, but you played them like they were toys. Very impressive. Corinne's expression turns serious. Now it's my turn to test you. If you want to pass, you have to beat me. But I can't go easy on you like I did with those kids. You're a witch. An annoyed thought crosses his mind. Did she really just call us dogs? Miriam finds this hilarious. If you pull out what's under that skirt of yours, I'll be forced to go all out. Then she turns, letting a blue sash drop to the floor. Last time he didn't take this bait. He declares slyly, Miriam, you are eliminated right here. Corinne quietly analyzes the situation. The witch Miriam hiding a spirit under her skirt. But she didn't even flinch when he called her bluff. He plots carefully. This won't be like last time. How should I handle her? At the top of the tower, students gather around a board. What's that? What does it say? 4 words light up the board. The hunt is on. They're all losing their minds. Are you kidding me? And to top it off, night has already fallen. The students walk away annoyed. If only that psycho clown wasn't here. Dude, don't call a senior a psycho. Isn't that Corinne Lough? The name sounds super familiar. The gossip starts flowing. Rumor is, he's marrying the daughter of the Duna family, who's also the fiancée of Swordmaster Lunia Aiden. Yeah, he's definitely a psycho. Right in the middle of their chat, one of them lets out a terrified scream. Corinne appears from nowhere. It's him, and his voice is pure menace. Hello, time for a little performance from Corinne. Excited for your assignment? The students just stare. That guy. His smile is so creepy. Corinne pours some liquid onto a rock. This is the reward you all deserve. Level 4 and 5 magic stones, and even some higher tier items. Then he leaps closer to them. Do you know what you and these items have in common? Corinne snaps his fingers with a playful grin. You're all so flammable. Suddenly, the pile erupts in flames, making the students yell, "You bastard!" Corinne just laughs out loud. There goes your tuition money, kids. The top-ranked student looks absolutely furious. Our rewards and our test results. Just one punch. Please, just let me punch him once. Let me go now. The student behind him replies, I'm not even holding you, while another just breaks down crying. I swear, I'm about to lose it. My reward, my magic stones. Right then, a piercing shriek cuts through the air, freezing every student in place. A magical beast flies over, carrying a massive wooden chest. She waves down at them. Hey, everyone! The students look up and recognize her. Is that Senior Mariette? The chest lid bursts open and a blinding light pours out. They all wonder, wait a minute, is that what I think it is? The crowd goes wild with excitement. That's hematite, a level 3 magic stone, and those are level 2 gauntlets. Corinne steps forward again. Now then, allow me to introduce the volunteer blacksmiths who will forge your weapons for free. The students are just stunned. They're all from Corinne. Goran claps from the side. Let's give a huge round of applause for our third year Mariette, for bringing the materials and the smiths, and for our second year, Garon. Let's thank her. Next up, Elisa whips a cloth off a table, revealing a massive spread of food. You must all be starving, right? Today's menu uses only the best ingredients, not your usual cafeteria junk. There's even honey candy. Her invitation is clear. Eat, drink, take everything. Eat your hearts out. Their faces are bursting with excitement as they soak in this incredible moment. Amidst a dazzling fireworks display, Corinne raises his glass. Today is your day. And they're all thinking, maybe we were wrong to judge this hero. The materials and the cooks were all arranged by Mariette. They're even calling her beautiful as she hands out potatoes. He even had Garin hunt down every freelance blacksmith she knew. The students are completely baffled by this sudden kindness after he acted like such a maniac. Elisa and Corinne just stood there, watching the other students happily eating their food. She turned to him and asked, those expensive magic stones for 400 people, did Corinne really pay for all of them himself? Are you really okay? He wiped away a tear. Yeah. Besides 1 or 2 mansions? Yeah. I paid for all of it. Corinne plays it cool, acting like money isn't the most important thing. Elisa just stares at his face and thinks, man, this guy is creepy. But for Corinne, something else is way more valuable than cash. A memory flashes back, people screaming for help. I don't want to die. Corinne saved them. And the precious gift was a fighting chance. He'd saved every single penny just to give his juniors magic stones and smithing gear, exactly as planned. Having the right equipment doesn't guarantee a win, but it sure does skyrocket their survival rate. But even with Corinne's help, a sense of unease lingered, tied to the innocent image of Elisa. This next battle is one he absolutely cannot avoid. He needs to keep Jack Mang close, sharpening blades with the sound of grinding steel. It's all part of Corinne's grand plan. A massive trial is coming, right here. Elisa, wondering where he went, asks because it's all going down at Muka Academy. Just then, a figure approached through the dim light. It was Elder Sigma Thab Atmulik, who declared, we must capture that creature. A failed experiment, neither human nor beast. Elder H.M. Moston replied, everything is ready. That creature will fall into our hands, especially since the Imperial Sorcerer is joining the hunt. Admold mused on Maria Dan Oreb, that demon girl. Mostan added, she must belong to our Mage Tower. The Mage Towers group was heading for the academy. Their first plan was to capture the demon girl for research. But history was about to take a hard left. Under the moonlight, a figure stood on the tower, one who had been preparing all along our boy Corinne. The special dormitory houses students the academy values most. At first, it was just Kwa Ran and Corinne rattling around in there. But now, the place is practically full. And every morning starts with a squabble with Kwa Ran. After a shower, he heads to the second floor, packed with unexpected students. At the end of the hall is the room for our 2 queens. The first queen, Estelle, had already left for the Holy Cathedral for morning prayers. The second queen, Mirawam, was off to her lab. With both queens deviating from the original story, he couldn't shake the feeling something big was about to happen. At the opposite end of the hall, Corinne threw open a door, his voice booming with energy. "Hey, you two twins, time to get up." Du immediately whined in a sleepy voice. "Big brother, just 3 more minutes, please." Deng quickly copied him, begging as well. "Brother, just 5 minutes." In the original story, these adorable kids would grow up to be villains. After being pushed so hard during the exam, they were completely wiped out, acting just like little kids. Carrying a sleepy Deng on her shoulders, she gently coaxed him. "Come on, time to brush your teeth." He yawned and muttered, "I hate toothpaste." According to the source material, they're villainous sub-bosses, so they're pretty strong. Considering the trials ahead, them evolving early is actually a good thing. These children, who became villains after enduring horrifying events, were somehow still this adorable. He felt his hesitation vanish. Cut to the headmaster's office, where Ariel's voice echoes mages from the tower are visiting. Corinne asked calmly, "What is their purpose?" The headmaster explained. "To use Muka's grand library and to survey the students in the magic department." Professor Josephine quickly jumped in. The mage tower is always short on new recruits, so a survey makes sense. These days, kids want to be academy masters, not tower mages. You know about the tower, don't you, student Corinne? The mage tower once held a monopoly on all mages and magic. It was a place of injustice, where young mages were exploited while the higher-ups took all the credit. But with the rise of Muka Academy, the mage tower lost its top spot, becoming bitter rivals with the school. And around that time, the old religion's witch hunt began. The mage tower, already hating the academy and seeing demons as lab rats, naturally became the religion's henchmen. The academy fought back. Heroes rose up to end the witch hunt in what became known as the Witch Revolution. Corinne replied nonchalantly, "I could never understand the mage tower as well as you do, Professor. After all, you participated in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. It's even in the textbooks." She shot a quick glance at Ariel, then raised an eyebrow. "That was a long time ago." "Besides," Professor Josephine slowly added, "it wasn't just me." Her expression grew heavy as she admitted, "With me." Ariel then spoke another name, and Banthajat. The topic of Banthagiyat, a traitorous disciple, was clearly an uncomfortable one for the professor. But a useful tool is a useful tool, since both of them claim to be Banthagiyat's students. Time to leak some future intel, just as planned. Corinne revealed in a low voice, "The mage tower has ties to Banthagiyat." Hearing this, Professor Josephine's face immediately filled with alarm. That means the mage tower's visitors this time. Ariel sat silently, thinking to himself, "Corinne gave me the intel, so he must have a way to confirm it." So yeah, this isn't some friendly campus tour. The real target here is something called the engraving. Corinne lays it all out. The magic tower's entire visit is because of her. Mariette is totally blindsided. "Me? Why?" Corinne slowly explains it's her unique vampire bloodline thereafter. See, they're obsessed with researching demonic beings, and they would kill for a sample. But Mariette cuts in. Mariette, trying to sound tough, blurts out, they have no idea who they're messing with. Her family, the Danarebs, are basically the potato empire. They control the nation's food and are the strongest house in the south. Corinne just looks at her. Normally, angering a family that powerful would be insane. But the magic tower, they really don't care. He drops the bomb without hesitation. They're followers of Tess Banthagiyeth. Mariette is floored. Tess Banthagiyeth? Yep. He figures it's time to spill all the tea. Corinne lowers his voice. "Listen, what I'm about to tell you stays between us. It's about Banthagiyeth's true goals and power." After getting the rundown, Mariette starts connecting the dots. This is all about the paradise advent that the traitorous dean is trying to create. She lays out her theory. They're gathering 4 primordial elements and 4 great treasures to completely destroy all civilization on Earth. And it gets worse. Mariette asks carefully, "And then, create his own perfect world, right?" Corinne's expression turns grim. "Exactly. That's why the Magic Tower and Banthagiyeth's followers don't care how powerful their enemies are." He adds that they figure everything will be destroyed anyway, leaving only what they want. Mariette is horrified. Is this insane plan for real? It sounds completely nuts, but here's the scary part. Banthagiyeth actually has the power to pull it off. And this is the moment Corinne's been waiting for. So, I know this is a lot, but I have a favor to ask. But her reaction is surprisingly cheerful. "This is amazing. I thought you could handle anything without me. And yet you actually need my help?" As she says this, Mariette's cheeks turn bright red. Her eyes are literally sparkling. "Corinne, you don't even have to ask. I'll help with anything." Seeing her so eager, he smiles. "Senior, great. In that case, there's something I need your help with tonight." Corinne quickly heads out, but not before giving his instructions. Meet me at the Happy Inn at midnight. I'll get everything ready. Once she's alone, Mariette starts trembling with excitement. So that's what this is. She shyly clutches her burning cheeks. Okay, tonight. At the inn with Corinne. Her imagination is running wild. Do whatever you want. I'm okay with it. Meanwhile, Corinne is actually on night watch. 3 days at the academy, 3 nights in a city hotel. He's tracking the Magic Tower mages. 50 mages showed up in total, but among them are 3 big names he needs to worry about. First, there's Elder Admalix of the Red Magic faction, yelling his head off. I said bring documents 13 and 7, now get the right ones. He's a hot-tempered old dude and surprise, surprise, the leader of the Flame Mages. Then there's Elder Mostan of the Black Magic faction, creepily staring at some old book, a specimen to touch and test. Hurry and prepare it, don't waste my time. And finally, Edrin of the Golden faction, the final boss of this arc and a collaborator with Tesbantha Geoth. Catching this guy is top priority. The problem? Nobody knows what he looks like among the 50 mages. One of the mages acts like a total jerk. Hey you low-class magic monkey. Get my bags over here. You drop them, and I'll crush your mana heart. And poor Lace just scrambles to do as he's told. Yep, Lace chose to join the Magic Tower, and now he's their personal doormat. Dude, pick a new career path. Meanwhile, a guy named Manroji is in the crowd, just waiting for his chance. As they pass an alley, he slips away completely unnoticed. From a distance, Corinne sees it all and grins. Bingo. The bait is taken. Later that night, we cut to a gambling den where some guys are losing their minds. Son of a, lost again. One glares at Manroji, who's raking it in. Hey buddy, aren't you winning a little too much? Manroji just chuckles, not saying a word. Meanwhile, Corinne is taking it all in. He'd heard every inn had a gambling den. Through his eye familiar, he identifies the players. One is Tufe, the other is Strida. Corinne smirks. This is going too well. Right about now, the real target should be making an appearance. And right on cue, a hand gently lands on Manroji's shoulder. Mind if I join you? Seeing the greedy look on Manroji's face, Corinne's grin widens. There she is. Manroji spots the pretty lady and licks his lips. Of course, Corinne watches, satisfied. Now this is what he was waiting for. He immediately drags a girl named Mariduna Lev out of the casino, and she lets out a small yelp. She asks nervously, if I do it, will you really give the money back? Oh, and here's his creepy inner monologue. He just loves toying with people after he's completely ruined them. Manroji flashes a greasy smile, saying, just behave. But before he can even finish, Corinne appears right behind him with a truly unsettling grin. Manroji finally senses him and whips around, unleashing some kind of curse magic at the newcomer. Corinne just grabs his face. Is this weak curse all you've got? Then he easily slams Manroji straight into the ground. Corinne lets out a twisted laugh. Look, normally for just bluffing, you'd only get a hand chopped off, but you were about to do something much worse to a young lady. He growls, so your punishment has to be way more severe, and that's when the dude starts to panic. Wait, hold on, I didn't do anything. It was that woman. Corinne calmly corrects him. That woman is the owner of this place, Kalenia, not just some girl. And speaking of Mary Dunalep, she was already sitting up, fixing her clothes. Boss, you're Quico, Corinne continues, making the man's eyes bulge in terror, and the lady's name is Mary Dunalep. He leans in close with that freaky clown face of his and starts to whisper. Mary Dunalep, the very same demon the Magic Tower was trying to kidnap, right? With that, he glances over towards the door. You folks from the old church and the tower don't really see demons as people, do you? Well, I came prepared. Senior, if you'd please. Mariette cautiously steps into the room. Yes, my emoton. Corinne's voice becomes chilling again. This one. He cracks a horrifying smile. Senior, please turn him into a puppet. From behind, she gives a dark reply. Anything my emoton wants. Cut to the next morning at the Mukaba Academy library, where some guy named Mostan is fuming. Where the hell is that idiot Manroji? Reline carefully chooses her words with the old man. He's probably just wandering around the casinos again. Mostan scoffs in annoyance. It's not rare for him to get drunk and disappear for days at a time. He grinds his teeth. Damn it. And I specifically told him this mission was important. At this rate, the Golden Magic Tower Master Edrin will look down on all of us mages. A bead of nervous sweat rolls down Mostan's wrinkled forehead. No, wait a minute. Could it be that Edrin himself? A far more insane possibility pops into his head. What if he disguised himself as Manroji and already started making a move? Mostan's head begins to throb just from the thought. Only Edrin can directly contact the Tesbantha Geoth, so there's no way for me to know for sure. How am I supposed to know if he's secretly cooperating with the left faction behind our backs? He suddenly yells, Relin, find Manroji immediately. Now! She scrambles off, shouting, Yes! Suddenly, one of Mostan's eyes snaps wide open as if he spotted something. Right in front of him, Jen and Jean are walking by, Jean chatting away casually. Stop being so loud, we're in a library, I told you already. Jean just pouts. You're always just nagging me. The boy lets out a big yawn while his companion waits patiently. Mostan's eyes are now completely wide. He licks his lips with a disturbing, hungry expression. Those kids. Could they actually be beastmen? Meanwhile, at a bar, Raylan is complaining to herself. Damn, that bald man Roji. Who knows where he is? I'm a tier 3 mage. Why am I stuck doing this grunt work? She swirls her drink. After this, I'm defecting to the left faction. At least over there, all you gotta do is suck up to that old geezer. Suddenly, a cold voice speaks up beside Raylan. Uncle Pow, a Hallie Martini. Don't shake it, just a light stir. Corinne slides a glass her way with a charming smile. I'm Corinne Lough. Are you here alone? Raylan raises an eyebrow. You here alone too? You're a little young to be hitting on someone. Awkward. He quickly tries to change the subject. Is it because the magic tower is full of nothing but elites? Corin skillfully swirls his martini. Even if a star is still young, he squints his eyes, laying it on thick. It can still recognize a beautiful flower. This takes him back to his drama class final with Erisy. Corin thinks back for a second to his rehearsal with Alyssa. I know we signed up for general arts drama, but why did you have to pick a tragic play about an affair? Alyssa just insisted, because it's a beautiful story. This script is absolutely perfect. Raylan furiously knocks the martini from his hand. An underage kid dares to come into a bar. She starts muttering. As if that old geezer in the left faction who wants to kill me isn't enough. He gets bloodthirsty just looking at me, and now I have to deal with this brat too? I seriously can't take it anymore. Corin has absolutely no clue what's going on, so he just gives an awkward laugh. My apologies. She completely ignores him and starts screaming, making him freeze. You damn psycho. Manager, get over here. This is no way to run a business. Elisa, sitting nearby, just watches in disbelief. That's odd. Why does he seem so down? Ignoring the sulking Corin, Raylan continues her tirade. I'm losing my buzz. Another one. A pale, slender finger suddenly touches her lips. Sweetheart? Raylan furrows her brow. Who's this now? The woman just giggles. Don't say such ugly things. You have to speak gently to be loved. Estelle drops a smooth line, and just like that, the girl's cheeks are bright red. Your lip color is gorgeous. Her flirty eyes lock onto Raylan. Let me buy you a drink, okay? Meanwhile, Corinne and Alyssa are just rebooting. Is that the Saintess? They both go pale. Why is she here? Estelle Hadeda Elrat the Grand Princess, God's favorite, the almighty Saintess herself. The only issue is this girl's personality. Estelle just slides right up, throwing an arm around Raylan. Oh, you're 22 this year? So we're the same age. You're hanging with me tonight, got it? The girl blushes and agrees immediately. Okay. Even though they're literally the same age. She's a full-on narcissist, a true pleasure seeker, and soon enough, a dozen empty glasses litter their table. Come on, drink up! And let's be real, with looks like that, she could charm pretty much anyone, male or female. Estelle leans in and pokes Raylan's cheek. You're not on my level, but you're still pretty cute, you know? But here's the thing, she's now so wasted she's just spouting nonsense. Sis, I'm not even drunk. How did this disaster even get here? Corinne has had enough and shoots to his feet. We're taking Raylan home to prepare for the mission. We have scripts to study. Estelle just turns to him, totally amused. Whoa, you only secured the mission because of my pretty face, didn't you? I just saved this whole mission from failing, and you want the credit? But before he can argue, Estelle just snaps her fingers. And just like that, an entire squad in black appears from the shadows. She says calmly, I've also been preparing for this mission for a long time. Alyssa's brain short circuits. Wait, so all the guests here were. But without a second thought, she leaps in front of Corinne. Hey, you're looking at 2 grade 1 knights right here, so back off. Corinne's tone is casual, but his eyes scan every single one of them. He just calls them out directly. You're the secret group that punishes those who oppress Demonkin. The new church's secret intelligence unit, right? The lead guy, Murukai, just stares in utter disbelief, his brow furrowed. How could you possibly know that? Estelle gives him a friendly piece of advice. Hey, Junior, it's dangerous to reveal you know too much. But he just smirks, completely unbothered. I think you're mistaken. I'm not the one in danger here. A crackle of electricity sparks to life behind him. For a unit like this, I don't even need Alyssa. Murukai sees this and immediately grits his teeth. You arrogant little brat. Estelle, on the other hand, isn't annoyed at all. She just raises a hand to stop him. Stand down, Vice Captain Murukai. She clicks her tongue. As expected, STO is now more certain than ever. So it seems you really are the one holding the Joker card. Corinne slowly puts his offer on the table. Let's make a deal. I have two conditions. She gives a smug glance over at Reline, who's completely passed out from the booze. Fine. First condition. I want this guy. Corinne answers instantly. Elder Marusitan, leader of the Dark Sect. If you're really punishing oppressors, there's no better target. Then he quickly closes the deal. I will provide proof of the illegal experiments he's conducted on Damonkin. STO hears this, stroking her chin. If the intel is that good. His eyes widen. The private land behind Mount Antec, northeast. There's a log cabin there, real close to the Mage Tower. You're giving us that information without any conditions attached? Estelle asks him straight up. What do you want? Corinne's voice suddenly drops low. My goal is… He looks up, a completely devious smile spreading across his face. This time, the goal is to capture every single mage from the Dark Mage Tower. He adds, the Dark Mage Tower has become a total den of depravity. From the guards to the elders, not a single one of them is clean. Murukai immediately dismisses the idea. There's no way that's possible. You think catching them all is easy? If we let them be, they'll sell out humanity to the Bantha Jacks. They are evil incarnate. Corinne just ignores him and focuses on the deal. Looks like Elder Marusitan is all yours. Go on, you can take him. As for the rest, I'll catch them all myself. After a few seconds, she just casually agrees. All right then, the person we were supposed to catch today? I'll hand him over to you. Murukai explodes with rage, yelling, Saintess. She just adds, I'm already giving you so much on the first condition. Aren't you moved? STO's eyes flash with a dark glint. And the second condition? What do you want? Corinne takes a step closer. From now on, let's cooperate. As long as it isn't political, I'll gladly help the Saintess. In return, he says it with a straight face. Pray for me. She just bursts out laughing at that, but quickly regains her angelic composure. Deal. As long as my holy power holds out, I'll pray for you. Besides, we're living under the same roof. It's not a big deal. The prayer of a Saintess is basically an endgame power buff you only get in the final chapter, and he just scored it. So, about that prayer schedule, just let me know, Saintess. She casually drops two words. Call me, sis. He just stares at her, completely lost. Huh? Estelle just grins and gets closer. I said, call me sis, little brother. Corinne is totally flustered now. No, how could I call the Saintess that? And Her Highness the Princess. The more flustered he gets, the more she loves it. I told you to call me sis. And with that, Estelle just winks at him. Don't you see how close we're gonna be, little brother? Whoa, this is moving way too fast. Is this even a good idea? The scene then cuts to Julin returning to a slammed door. He nervously bites his thumb. Rallin's gone dark too. And that Manroji guy? Who cares if he lives or dies? Julin just strokes a thorny bracelet, crying out, Rallin, it's because of her that I feel alive again. All she has to do is join my faction. I was gonna raise her long term, even had a slave seal ready for her. Who dares touch my Rallin? Just then, a sound came from outside the sliding door. Delivery! The guy was too big to fit, so he just left it at the door and bounced. A moment later, Julin opens up to find a single stone rolling on the floor. What the heck is this? He picks it up, only to find it suddenly glowing. A recording stone? A huge screen shoots out from the rock, playing a scene of Rallin tied up. Julin's face instantly turns pale. No way. The Geiger guy on screen is checking out Julin's prize. A beautiful young mage, exactly my type. I'm seriously the luckiest guy alive, he gloats. Rallin struggles, screaming at the top of her lungs. Help me! This place is on the outskirts of the city. Seeing this, Julin lets out a massive roar. No, no, don't you do it, I'm coming right now. And just like that, he bolts like an arrow from a bow. I'll be right there. But from the start, his true target wasn't these small-time thugs, but the Golden Mage, master of the Magic Tower. The problem is, out of the 50 new mages who just joined the academy, nobody knows which one is the Golden Mage. However, at the very least, our guy can spot who isn't the one. Julin is practically flying towards the suburbs. He throws the door wide open and yells, Rallin! A side quest pops up, Belated Love. Fall in love with a young girl from the Hua sect. Julin looks in agony at Rallin's pathetic state right now. Rallin, who did this? It's a story all about the old mage, Julin. He's totally freaking out. Who would do such a thing? Julin promises himself he'll save them, only to get smacked clean across the face by Corinne. The dark mage Manroji that he captured earlier got the exact same treatment. Side quest. The Hidden Gambler's Technique. This was right when Manroji was raking in cash. Corinne had already pounced on him, slamming his head down onto the floor. The dude was already a goner for cheating at cards. Everyone involved in these side quests, Raylan, Jolene, Manroji, is absolutely not the Golden Mage. Jolene wakes up and is immediately horrified by the blood-red scene around her. What is this hellhole? Hey, you, do you have any idea who I am? He struggles in terror as Corinne clamps his jaw shut. What is this? Hey, you can't just start torturing me without asking anything. Just ask whatever you need to ask. Also, for those playing lead roles in side quests, he uses a tool to force Jolene's mouth open. What if he tries to lie? He's catching them one by one. Corinne, laughing like a maniac, shoves a skewer down Julian's throat, turning him into a blood demon. This guy's pretty hardcore, huh? He lets out a weak cry of pain, Corinne says bluntly. So it takes 13 skewers to become a blood demon, huh? Corinne looks bored with his creation, but he looks at Julian, annoyed. Another Jiangshi? A Jiangshi is a blood demon's minion. If you're a virgin, you become a vampire. If not, you turn into a Jiangshi. Corinne is so over it. Manroji was the same way. What is with all these non-virgins? In this world, is being a virgin a crime or something? Mariette, standing nearby, eagerly raises her hand. Me too. I've only ever held my dad's hand. Her voice suddenly drops to a whisper. So then, what about Corinne? Mariette's red eyes go wide with realization, so he'd become a vampire. Corinne just brushes it off. First, please just get this guy's mind back in order. Corinne glances over at Julian, confident, because now that he's a minion, he won't be able to lie. He takes red paint and draws a grotesque smile all the way up to his cheekbones. Then, with that terrifying grin, Corinne speaks. All right then, my friend, tell me everything you know. Mariette begins the interrogation. What's your name? Julian mumbles a reply. Julian, I am Julian. Tell us the plan, Julian. Why did you come to this city? He's utterly terrified but can only grit his teeth and confess. To kidnap Mariette Dunalipt, she snarls. And then what? Julian is forced to name Ariel, to assassinate Principal Ariel Casa. Mariette questions him with an icy tone. Why? He stammers. That is. She loses all patience, her aura flaring. Answer me now. He lets out a yelp of fear and spills everything. The master of the magic tower. We only know of the golden archmage, Edwin. We just do whatever he orders us to do. Julian screams. He said it was an important mission, so he would personally participate. It's unclear if he infiltrated the red or black faction, but he's definitely disguised as one of us. Corinne's lips now slowly curl into a bizarre smile. He tilts his head back, laughing with glee. I've got all the information I need. The next step is... Corinne pats his cheek playfully. My dear Professor Julian, about those missing low-level mages. 1, 2, 3 of them, whatever. I've got them all. If you want to save them, you have 1 week. Bring enough gold to fill an entire ship. With every clap, his grip tightened. And if it wasn't enough, Corinne flashed a vicious smile. Every night, I'll slice off a finger from one of you mages, and this guy is first. All while his demonic laughter echoed from Elder Admiralty's screen. The old man could barely swallow his rage. This ghost, this moron. If he wasn't my disciple, I would have abandoned him a long time ago. A mage in the back whispered, Hey, this is a red faction matter. Even as the black faction, we probably shouldn't interfere with their plans. Elder Admiralty spun around, furious. Shut your mouth, brat. Who gave you permission to speak? Mostan chimed in with a deadpan remark. In any case, no faction can afford to act alone. He was, of course, referring to Professor Josephine, the space witch. If they tried to capture their target and the principal, she would just use space magic to help them escape. Mostan continued speaking. So the plan was to create massive chaos, just as the teachers were finishing their term, distracting the space witch while she saved students. The problem? That clown somehow figured it all out. He coolly walked up to Elder Admiralty. Fine, Faden will help. But you're not planning to split the gold, are you? Elder Admiralty glared at Mostan. That's right, the tower does not negotiate with clowns, he declared flatly. Then we have to catch that clown. Elder Admiralty immediately shot back. But how? Mostan coolly laid out his plan. We follow him. Isn't our little insider already enrolled at the academy, all thanks to our backing? Elder Admiralty mumbled. Right. Miruam's face flashed in both their minds. If it was her, she'd definitely know that Clown's real identity. The second princess, Miruam. She had seen Corinne's clown disguise before, in a forest clearing. The image of a clown with a bat slung over his shoulder stepping out of fire is a uniquely terrifying sight. Since the Mage Tower is Miruam's biggest sponsor, of course she'd reveal things. So, will they capture Mariette, or will Headmaster Ariel shift the target to Corinne? Every single arrow was now aimed at him. They would immediately plant someone in the special dorms to capture Corinne. And at that exact moment, he would wipe them all out. Corinne and his team ready to spring their ambush. This was his plan A. But then, Corinne's laugh on the screen twisted into something else. Watching the puppet show, Miruam suddenly gasped. Oh my god, what is this? Mostan, standing nearby, couldn't hide his excitement. You recognize him, don't you? But she just played dumb. I don't know. Are there a lot of clowns like this in the world? Elder Admiralty was completely stunned. What? The next day at the bakery, Corinne was in shock. What did you just say? He asked Jin Mustafa again, totally bewildered. Princess Mirawam didn't say a single word about me? The guy slowly nodded in confirmation. Yes, senior. Corinne was completely lost. But why? Jin Mustafa just stared back wide-eyed. I have no idea. Your name was never even mentioned. So, does this mean Mirawam is on his side? If that's true, then his entire plan just went up in smoke. Just as Corinne started to stand up, Jin Mustafa's expression turned a little strange. Senior. Corinne cut him off. Thanks, I'm busy, so I have to go. Jin kept that weird look on his face and replied, No, it's not about that. Jin Mustali looked at the dark circles under his eyes with real worry. I think you should get some rest. Are you okay? Corinne just laughed it off. Yeah, I'm fine. Corinne turned his back and left the shop. He still had plan B, after all. He had calculated every possibility, and he wasn't about to lose his master uselessly like last time. Elsewhere, Princess Estelle and Mostan were arranged opposite each other. She announced, Magic Tower Mage Elder Mostan, you are under arrest for illegal human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful confinement. He roared, Are you trying to suppress the Magic Tower? Princess Estelle just giggled. Of course, I, as a saintess, still acknowledge the Magic Tower's authority. But Estelle's tone turned to ice. We have received a report. The situation is extremely serious, and the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. The moment he saw what they brought, Mostan's face twisted in horror. How? How is my research material here? As they restrained him, Estelle was lost in her own doubts. I'm the one who's curious. Mostan's lab is constantly changing locations. Not even their entire black squad could find it. I didn't think you would lie. But to gather all this evidence in such a short time, what's more, the documents Corinne Lough gave her weren't prepared ahead of time. Every single page, every file, everything in that box was all his most recent work. If there had been any suspicious movements from the academy, that paranoid Mostan would have definitely moved his lab again. So he prepared all this himself in just a few days? Seriously, are you planning to take down the Magic Tower alone, Corinne Lough? To continue the great advancement of academia, a fitting sacrifice is required. The witch hunt was created as an act of discrimination and oppression against magic users. Their cries of pain were buried by the flames, but the old church and the Magic Tower failed, defeated by the 3 allied heroes and the new church. Meet our stars, Professors Josephine, Tess Banthazak, and Erin Denor. What followed them was called the Witch Revolution. Yeah, really. After getting their butts kicked, the Old Faith and the Magic Tower saw their power seriously start to fade. So now, the Old Faith and Magic Tower are teaming up with Banthazak to hit Edwin and Mirawam at the school. They figured it'd be a walk in the park, until recently. That night, the red and black factions started roaring at each other. Damn it, how did the New Faith find and attack our secret lab? Don't tell me this is that clown's doing. Or is he a spy for the New Faith? The black robes shot back. We act before he's taken to the church's holy land. We'll burn the academy and rescue him in the chaos. The red robes just fumed. Stop talking crazy. We have enough trouble now that the weird clown has found us. In this situation, you want to play night? Go back to the tower. Just then, Elder Admiral cut them off with an icy glare. Silence. The fire surrounding him suddenly blazed to life. The pressure alone made a dark mage stammer. Yes, sir. With a furious roar, Elder Admiral raged. Elder Mostan has been captured. One person's strength is not enough. The master of the Magic Tower must act. A guy in the crowd of mages quietly pressed his lips together. The fire behind the elder suddenly sputtered out, snuffed by something unseen. And in that empty space, strange fragments began to appear out of thin air. They formed glowing streams of light that swirled around Elder Admiral. The letters slowly pieced themselves together into one floating phrase. Catch a witch. He instinctively glanced back at the words. Catch a witch? How in the world? Another line of text appeared. Method East. A smirk finally crept onto his lips. All right then. Elder Admiral, leading the Red Faction mages, set out with a massive force. Time to launch Operation Looney. Northwest of Makaba, in a small house tucked away by a mountain. Here lies a secret marker rune, etched back during the Witch War. The only people who know its secret are Erin, Danua, and Josephine. So when the signal flared from the marker rune, she naturally thought it was from Erin Danua and rushed right over. But Professor Josephine had no idea she was walking straight into an ambush. He announced their presence loudly. Elder Admiral and his mages, here to put you in your place. Long time no see. Witch. A massive magic circle unleashed enormous energy, a destructive force equal to countless fireballs. Professor Josephine scrambled to throw up a shield to protect herself. Damn it! She yelled out, demanding an answer. You're the ones who activated the marker rune. How? Elder Admiral just grinned smugly. The Master of the Magic Tower has a very powerful ally. There's one other person who knows this location. There were 3 heroes who fought in the Witch War, Professor Josephine finally realized. Tess Banthazak. She roared in fury. You actually joined forces with him. What about the consequences? He casually brushed her off. The old rules don't matter anymore. Or more accurately, a hateful glint appeared in Elder Admiral's eyes. Forcing magic to follow human laws was a mistake from the start. From angels and beastmen to vampires, the more he thought, the more disgusted he became. Protecting these animal-like test subjects for human rights is just inefficient, not to mention letting in common criminals who cast spells recklessly. You Academy types are just holding back the evolution of magic. Hearing this just about made her head explode. You have no idea, do you? Professor Josephine screamed, absolutely livid. You people haven't changed one bit. First it was the demon tribe, then the demonkin. She could never forget seeing the world through cold iron bars. And after them, it was the witches. You always hunt and hate anyone who dares defy you or use magic. The more she spoke, the deeper her resentment grew. But when the hunt ended, you locked me up. I was just a child. Then you started debating how to dissect and experiment on me. Finally, one side declared that fire magic was fundamental. The other side insisted dark magic was the true core, and so they started fighting each other. Her screams just echoed off the stone walls and iron doors. Professor Erin appeared like a god, a savior. I'm here to save you, Josephine continued, right up until her spear pierced your heart. She seethed with hatred, her voice trembling. You people have no interest in magic. You're just a bunch of pathetic losers who have to spend your entire lives hating someone else. Her shield began to expand rapidly, but Elder Admiral just smirked, looking amused. As expected from the hero of the Witch Revolution, he seized the chance, using fire magic to pierce her shield and bind Professor Josephine. But don't. Elder Admiral raised his hand to attack again. This form can hold you for at least 3 days. He had a perfect plan all ready to go, even if it was a bit of a shame to hand the main event over to those dark mages. But while I'm holding you here, the Magic Tower will kill President Ariel, capture the graduating students, and return to their base. Elder Admiral laughed maniacally. In just 3 days, the Academy will vanish. Only the chosen will remain to pursue the peak of magic in our new paradise. A sudden voice made him freeze. 3 days? Elder Admiral spun around, furious. Who's there? And there he was, standing perfectly calm and alone as a vicious firestorm roared right towards him. Professor Josephine saw the danger and screamed her head off. Get back, Corinne! He's a master-level threat! But Corinne just cut her off. Professor, you know why guys like this never change? Before she could even think, he laid it out plain and simple. Because they haven't been beaten down enough. Plan B Corin aimed his spear at the old man and his cronies. You guys are getting a beatdown first. Activate Professor Rescue. And the scene shifts. Meanwhile, Zen and Zahn, knowing they were late for class, sprinted for their lives. We're here. Aljin Renshi's voice boomed with authority. You're late, Student Zen. Student Zahn. Zen, panting like crazy, still managed to apologize. We're sorry, sir. Only to get an earful from the old man. Today's your first monster subjugation mission. They're just standard level 4 monsters. But with an attitude like this, how will you ever succeed? The old guy hated repeating himself, but Zen and Zahn recited in unison. A good guardian needs not only strength, but also punctuality and keeping promises. Aljin Renshi nodded, satisfied. Fine. He stopped yelling and just rushed them onto the vehicle. All right, let's move out. Today's mission is to exterminate some common-grade monsters. Zen slumped over and whined. This is all because Big Bro wasn't there. Zahn added in a small voice. Yeah, he's always the one who wakes us up. Zen couldn't help but shout in frustration. Where did you go so early in the morning, big brother? Well, back with Corin, things were literally heating up. He gripped his spear, that wild look in his eyes again. All right, you punks. First, a proper beatdown. Professor Josephine was completely stunned. Student Corin, how did you get here? Easy. When cornered, the Magic Tower cronies would always target the toughest opponent, Josephine. He already had Plan B ready ancient language tracking. Corin crouched low, gathering power. Elder Admiral, what a disappointment. The place you should be isn't here. As he spoke, he charged forward with overwhelming force. Shouldn't you be with your precious disciple? Master? Elder Admiral suddenly felt a chill. That face, that voice. When the only possible answer hit him, he couldn't stop a terrified scream. You're that clown. Elder Admiral eyed the swirling fire magic in the kid's chest. His armor had fire resistance against mid-tier spells, but he'd lost his sword. The elder gathered a massive energy in his hand, preparing an attack with heat that could incinerate anything to ash. The mage's magic circle above them flared, unleashing a firestorm that condensed into a power source like a small sun. The ultimate technique of the Red Faction, Theos, Nyx Maelstrom, Elder Admiral, holding a grudge for ages, finally got his chance to gloat. "There's nothing the Red Faction's flames cannot burn," he roared. "Die." The Maelstrom shot towards Corinne like a meteor, but the kid was already braced for impact. Corinne didn't dodge. Instead, like a true main character, he just soaked in the glorious enemy spotlight, a calm smirk on his face. As the spell hit, it did little more than shake the ground and kick up some dust. Corinne stood inside the inferno, totally unfazed. Elder Admiral's face, lit by the flickering flames, was a mask of pure disbelief. Impossible. Corinne walked out slowly with that familiar, bone-chilling smile. That wasn't just fire resistance. To see Corinne bathed in sacred fire without a single burn made the Elder's mind shatter. This was a hard counter, an absolute, undeniable counter. And the kid's smile just got creepier. Elder, or whatever you call yourself, Corinne pointed his spear to the sky, summoning his own fire. The attack he was about to unleash was closeless. Solar flare. On his own, he couldn't pull it off. But with this much ambient energy? Yeah. Corinne could manage it without breaking a sweat. Without a hint of hesitation, he launched his next attack. Closolus, solar manifestation. A destructive blast erupted in a flash, turning the entire area into a gray void. The old man and his mages struggled desperately against the overwhelming force. But Elder Admiral was frozen like a statue, completely consumed by the light. He couldn't believe it. The dust and smoke left behind a terrifying aftershock. Corinne planted his spear in the ground, the scene becoming clear. Corpses of the mages lay scattered everywhere. Corinne, standing in a crater, let out a sigh of relief. Professor Josephine was in total awe. Incredible, he admitted. He was a very strong opponent. Yeah, he was one of the 4 great treasures of Danua, after all. She landed lightly. "No, I was talking about you, Corinne Lough. The solar system is the ultimate counter to both the Red Faction's fire magic and the Black Faction's monsters." Professor Josephine tried to read his intentions. "This incident at the Magic Tower, you anticipated and prepared for it, didn't you?" He just glanced away. Well, her expression was unreadable. Corinne Lough. There were too many strange things about this kid. Being wary and suspicious of him was the logical thing to do. But Professor Josephine remembered his goal, and the Academy's goal. Why? To protect this world. In the end, she chose to trust him. The image of this young man, shouldering such a massive burden, he suddenly looked just like Erin Danua, the embodiment of justice itself. She slung his arm over her shoulder to help him up. "I'll help," she said, without a shred of hesitation. "What's the next plan?" Corinne, ever the strategist, had it all figured out. "Based on my calculations, the next target is Senior Mariette. I've already made arrangements over there." He had the enemy's entire playbook memorized. The Magic Tower mages had 2 objectives. Option 1, assassinate Headmaster Iri Kaza. Option 2, capture Marie L. Dunalep. Corinne hadn't expected this. His plan was to become the target instead of her. But with Princess Miriam suddenly on his side, things got a little messy. He kept his cool. After all, he had a plan B. The official opening day of the Dunalep commercial district was bustling with people, and Corinne's plan? It's proceeding perfectly. While he backs up Miss Rosfine, she's playing the perfect bait, moving from crowded events in the spotlight to much quieter, more isolated areas. They pick the perfect spot for an ambush, but she gets a weird feeling. No one's shown up yet, and way too many people are watching. Mariette glances around for a moment, trying to be careful. If there's no ambush, she'll just act natural and head for a carriage. She slips out of the alley onto the main road. If they're coming, it'll be here. Mariette spots the row of carriages lined up perfectly. Just as Corinne said, if they get jumped, they can use the carriages for a quick getaway. She struts forward, full of confidence. The stage is set. Everything is perfect. Then 2 figures emerge from an alley across the way, radiating a dark vibe. She recognizes Guarin and Alyssa and immediately lowers her guard. Mariette is confused, but Alyssa just stares at her. Corinne said he would be coming from this direction. The street is dead silent. Mariette can't help but wonder why no one from the Magic Tower is here. Cut to a deep forest, where a wild boar lets out a blood-curdling scream. Joan shows off her prize with pride. "Zen, look at this. I just bagged a giant wild boar." Zen barely looks up. "I caught an even bigger one." But her mind is clearly on something else. Something weird. Zen feels that the forest is way too quiet. It's breeding season, so this place should be crawling with boars. Last year, Professor Dana bought a ton of them for experiments. She frowns, looking down at the ground. but they've come this deep into the woods, and they've barely seen any. Then she sniffs the air. Hey, Joan, don't you smell something? Joan focuses, trying to place the rotten smell. It's unmistakable. She whips around, spotting a stalker, the stench of a decaying corpse. Whoever you are, get out here. A figure in black casually steps out from behind a bush. It's Professor Akai, successor to the Black Faith's Morstan, and he radiates an aura of pure death. He's also noticed the golden wolves are pretty valuable. Professor Akai muses to himself they're as rare as vampires, and there are 2 of them. And since they're still young, they'll be much easier to capture. Lord Morstan will be thrilled with this little treasure. He summons an entire army of boars with glowing red eyes. Turns out, every single boar in this forest is already undead. Professor Akai tries to reason with them. Don't resist. Come with me quietly. You're both incredibly valuable specimens. Joan takes a defensive stance while Zen gets ready to tear them apart. He can't help but let out a pitying sigh. You're really gonna fight me? What a shame. Professor Akai waves his hand, and the undead boars charge forward. If the specimens get too damaged, but the next second, a massive explosion rocks the entire forest. The shockwave travels for miles. At that same moment, at the entrance to the forest, Aljin Renshi swings his massive scythe in one powerful sweep, completely obliterating 3 boars charging from different directions. Everyone, defensive formation around me. We fight together. We protect each other. These boars are known for their specific mutations and their tendency to eat absolutely everything. That's why their numbers have to be controlled every year. They're tier 4 monsters, and a whole horde is closing in. What if he can't save his students? Damn them. Aljin Renshi turns on the black mages and roars. You filthy practitioners of the dark arts. You are forbidden from harming the Academy's students. That's a major violation of the treaty. A black mage replies with a cold smirk. Frankly, the magic tower doesn't care about you or those students. If you don't resist, we won't hurt you, he sneers. Then what is your objective? The black mage answers bluntly. Those monster wolves. Aljin Renshi growls in frustration. This is such a mess, and I hate repeating myself. He thinks to himself, they're still just kids. Zen and Joan are facing a pack of tier 4 boars all on their own. But then, his tone changes, because those 2 kids are tearing through the boars like they're slicing vegetables for dinner. The sound of sharp claws ripping through flesh echoes everywhere. They're growing up, and John's hands, drenched in blood, make him look even more powerful. He will defend his students to the end. It doesn't matter if they're demonkin or beastkin, they grew up at his academy. Aljin Renshi readies his scythe. They are my students. The black mage points accusingly. You dare defy the magic tower? He shoots back a cold, thin smile. Defy you? Aljin Renshi unleashes his scythe, now glowing with dark energy. You were the ones who touched my students first, he roars, his face twisted in pure rage. At the special dorms, Corinne is yelling her head off for Mariette, while Mariette is frantically searching for her too. She's worried someone messed up. I did exactly what Rin told me, but there was no ambush. Rin strokes her chin, wondering if Rika already figured it all out. Their grand plan was to hit Josephine, Mariusz, and President Ariel all at once. But Mariusz's crew, Fedor, Erin, and Fedon, were way too coordinated. So instead, our heroes laid a trap and waited for the payoff. Fedon's 30 mages just vanished. Rin shows up to help Professor Josephine, reporting she caught Fedor, but his squad is MIA. And just then, Miruam pushes the door open from out of nowhere. Curious where the magic tower's mages have gone? She appears like a ghost, yet somehow doesn't startle anyone. Miruam just smirks, and Corinne gasps it's Princess Miruam. Back in the deep forest, Professor Akai is admiring a field of monster parts scattered across the grass. Oh yeah, he's definitely patting himself on the back for his aim. He knew it. These golden wolves were totally worth the trouble, almost as valuable as a whole dragon's horde. A group of dark mages chant in unison, their faces hidden by a shadowy aura. We have tamed even death itself. They combine multiple corpses with dark magic to forge a new monster, and Professor Akai proudly summons the freshly made nightmare. How can mere beasts stand against true magic? He sneers, warning Jen, who just stares at the dark energy. I know, she screams, right as the monster lunges for them. Run! But in a flash, it's already on top of them, knocking them both flat. Jen and John hit the dirt hard. The 2 kids struggle to sit up, gasping for every single breath. The monster searches for the prey, it just smacked down. From a corner, Akai is drenched in sweat but looks smug. Surprised? For beasts like you, this is hard to grasp. This is the essence of life magic. Deciding to act, Jen and John attack from 2 sides, landing 2 vicious claw strikes. I've researched the essence of life synthesis to increase a creature's muscle density, he monologues. By calculating muscle density and controlling every fiber with precision, John realizes the attack was completely useless. It wasn't just its power. Its durability was off the charts, too. He stares helplessly at the monster's glistening, unscratched skin. Not a single wound? John grits his teeth. It's fast, and it's strong. Jen nods, her spirit unbroken. Yeah, I know. The kids decide to charge in again, remembering what Corinne once told them in a little lesson. At the academy, some are faster than me, and 2 are stronger. Corinne grinned. But if we fight, I win every time. Back then, Jen and John had asked her, but how? She calmly replied, first, as John now sprints up the monster's arm. His eyes flash with fierce intent. John leaps up and slams a blow into the monster's shoulder, a perfect feint to distract it. Jen, now, he yells down. Corinne's advice echoes in her head. Then, attack its weak point. Jen aims for its leg and lunges. If your claws don't work, use your fangs. Don't rush it. Just be persistent and do it again. She follows the lesson perfectly, sinking her teeth deep into the monster's ankle. It can't fight back and just howls in agony. We won. Just as Jen sees the monster fall to its knees in defeat, she thinks it's over. She looks up, overjoyed. It's finally done. And then, she suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. She reverts to her beast form, clutching her throat, unable to even scream. What is happening? John panics, scrambling over to her side in an instant. Jen, the monster's razor-sharp claws had moved in a blur, piercing Jen's body when she was most vulnerable. John could only scream her name in horror. Professor Akai just grins wickedly. You foolish beasts. The chimera's blood is pure poison. But then he realizes something's wrong. You killed it before I could even run the experiment? Are you kidding me? John's rage finally erupts. Shut up! His entire body bursts into flames as he unleashes a devastating punch, but the monster casually blocks it before it even reaches Akai. The professor freaks out. Wait, don't kill it, capture it alive, I don't care if it loses a leg. The bond between the wolf siblings is everything. The monster roars, but John refuses to back down. If one of them falls, the other goes berserk. John's claws become a blur, carving a flurry of deep, crisscrossing cuts into the monster's flesh. These spiderweb attacks spray blood everywhere. The monster's insane durability is finally starting to give out. Professor Akai watches in utter shock as his creation begins to fail. His eyes go wide with terror. A complete awakening. The fire around John suddenly turns a sinister black as he gives in to pure, unadulterated rage. I'll kill you, he snarls. Every last one of you. I'll slaughter you all. Professor Akai orders his mages to get ready. Set up a defensive formation now. Yes, Professor. John doesn't give a damn about their magic. He just charges straight in, his claws a whirlwind of carnage. Akai crawls backwards in pure fear. Impossible! My creation! John raises his claws for one last, final blow aimed straight at Professor Akai. Die! Just then, a figure drops down from the sky, blocking the attack. Corinne! And you! He wailed in despair, convinced Jen was gone for good. Why show up now when you should have been here sooner? Ah, the drama of these twin wolves. Jian, feeling helpless, just slams a fist into his own chest. Why? See, when one of them dies, the other one just snaps, completely losing their mind. And Corinne was already well on his way, clawing at the ground for something to hold on to. So our guy pulls him into a hug, whispering, I'm sorry, am I too late? And then, plot twist, Corinne calms him down. Jen's still alive. Turns out Mariette was over there playing medic, pumping Jen with healing magic. But man, she was in rough shape. A little longer and she would have been toast. She lost a ton of blood, but the immediate danger's over. She's just unconscious now, which is a massive upgrade from dead. Doan just bursts into tears, sobbing on his shoulder. Corinne keeps reassuring him, hey, it's okay now. His eyes go distant, his gaze turning ice cold. Let's hit the rewind button. Marome had come to find Corinne with some bad news. The magic tower was hunting his wolf pack. He was understandably confused. Wait, you're Princess Maruam, backed by the magic tower. Why are you telling Me this? A very good question. She just gives him this mysterious smile. Let's just say I gave up something huge for this. Don't expect it to happen again. Corinne doesn't even say goodbye, just, I guess I owe you one. Mirwam's voice drops. I know. Then she turns away, a scheming look on her face that just screamed. Oh, you will definitely be paying that debt. Fast forward, he's dealing with a mess at the forest entrance. Red faction, black faction, he could not care less. All right, everybody line up and sit down. Now. Aljan Renshi lets out a huge sigh of relief. Luckily, no first-year students were seriously injured in the chaos. Corinne is genuinely grateful, Professor Aljan. You risked your life to protect us? But the old man shakes his head. No, it wasn't my doing. Aljan looks over at his ridiculously talented students. This year's freshmen are just built different compared to last year's class. Thanks to some seriously expensive magic stone equipment, they were actually able to defend themselves. Imagine that. He says quietly, "It was a certain senior." When talking about the guy who generously handed out magic stones, Algin gets a little hyped. That's what happens when you spend your entire fortune. Corinne just scratches his head and laughs. Not my whole fortune. Just, half of it. Professor Josephine Gubgab's voice cuts through the air. Corinne, one step forward. Yes, ma'am? Before he can finish, she cuts him off. This is an emergency. Professor Josephine gets right to the point. The markle that the chairman is holding has started to react. Corinne freezes for a second. There's no way. He remembers what Meerowyn said. You will definitely be paying that debt. The Red faction had attacked Professor Josephine. Things were starting to click. And then there was Gian and his partner getting ambushed deep in the woods by both the Red and Black factions. Corinne connects the dots. The Golden Mage is a no-show. All these simultaneous attacks. A horrible idea pops into his head. Could it be the chairman? The script is flipping back to its original, disastrous ending. Professor Josephine doesn't waste a second, immediately activating a portal. We have to go, right now. And be on your guard. This is a whole different ballgame than the Red and Black squabbles you're used to. Corinne's mind is made up. I know, no matter what, I'm going. He wasn't the same helpless kid anymore. Marius squares his shoulders, totally determined. Me too, Alyssa adds. Looks like there's no path they won't follow Corinne down. And then there was him. Corinne, the guy who holds the sun in his hand and has 3 different types of aura. He's finally strong enough to face the great golden mage, Edwin. Professor Josephine steps through the portal first. Corinne quickly follows, but the scene that greets him is just staggering. Chairman? His breath catches in his throat. Okay, so even in this dumpster fire, there was one tiny spark of good news. Professor Josephine is horrified. Chairman Ariel's body isn't completely destroyed, but whoever managed to put her in this state is a threat on an entirely different level. It would take a special grade archmage to pull this off, he thinks. Then Corinne turns and sees 4 dark, shimmering figures. Edwin. All 4 of Luarda Zidanen's great treasures, gathered in one place. The shining spear Aradagua, the endless alchemy of Andrii, and the sun sword, Klaus Solus. A member of Andrii's group, Junskaius, smirks at them. Well, hello there. Toneric speaks in a low voice. Been a while, Ariel's acting captain. Ohatries just looks down his nose at them. You again. It seems we meet on the bridge of fate. So which will it be, to die or to kill? That is the question. Okay, calm down, Shakespeare. The final golden lock from the Ascension Rite is unlocked. A system window pops up, scanning for related entities. First up, Tonrix, relevance level A+. Next, the shady-looking guy on the left, Dunskies, relevance A+. The arrogant blondie, O'Haters, relevance A++. And the dude just chilling on the throne. Tess Bantha Z, relevance level X. The system displays a 740% stat boost for hero Corinne Lough. Defeat evil and save the world, the quest demands. Corinne is just staring in disbelief. Why me? Tess Bantha Z gives a chillingly casual answer. Destiny has bound our fates together as one. The killing intent rolling off him was suffocating. Are you ready, boy? Our hero hesitates. Tess Bantha Z just gives him this wicked smile. What's the matter? Surprised? The big bad continues his monologue. Oh, don't mind me. Just came to see the student who keeps wrecking my plans and, stole my brain. Meanwhile, Corinne's inner monologue is like, yep, you're probably thinking I took the whole trash-talking thing a bit too far, huh? He sneaks a peek behind him, thinking, Headmaster Ariel isn't toast yet, which of course brings back all the bad memories. See, in the game in the last timeline, Corinne completely failed to save Ariel. Then, in the real world, his master was straight up murdered by Bantha Zoods. Because Corinne leaked the assassination plot, his master evacuated just in time, but Ariel still vanished in the chaos. Ariel, I'm sorry, Corinne thinks. The only ones who know this place are the heroes from the Great Wizard War. The plot thickens. Then he remembers Bantha Zoods' face. Total shock. As if he couldn't believe Corinne would actually show up and fight him personally. Corinne lets out a heavy sigh. Well, this wasn't part of the plan. Great. Another massive, unscripted disaster to deal with. He readies his weapon. No problem. Time for a little rewrite. With murder in his eyes, he charges forward. I always turn things for the better. Toxic Dragon's first head. Corinne grits his teeth, unleashing his domain, the ultimate state for any fighter, an attack that targets consciousness itself. Bantha Zoods just smirks and attacks right back. Toxic Dragon's first head. The villain's icy glare locks onto him. So, you've unleashed your domain. This is a true clash between legendary, lethal martial arts. Corinne pushes harder, but it's not enough. A second domain, Bantha Zoods grins. Nice spear, extreme crimson intent, Toxic Dragon's first head. And Corinne's face shows pure terror. He's spamming domains just like the sword demon. Suddenly, a system window pops up. Sorrel system. Donorix, relevance A+. Donsky, relevance A+. Ohat breast, relevance A+. Analyzing law of Tess, Bantha Zoods. Relevance to user stats increased by 740%. Yeah, but so have mine, he thinks. And with that, their fight gets even more insane. Third domain, the battle gets fiercer, neither one backing down. Fourth domain, fifth, Bantha Zoods is completely unhinged now. He roars with laughter. You're getting the hang of it, let's pick up the pace. Sixth combination, Corinne pushes so hard his veins are popping. They're like two human missiles about to collide at breakneck speed. They both raise their spears, locking eyes in a defiant stare. Two polar opposite auras of light ready to clash. Corinne puts every last ounce of his strength into blocking Bantha Zoods' devastating attack. He grips his spear, raises it high, and swings with everything he's got. But Bantha Zoods isn't scared. He's actually getting excited, and he counters Corinne with the exact same technique. A second into the clash, Corinne and Mariette are just frozen. To anyone who can't use a domain, this battle is completely impossible to follow. Corinne and Mariette rush forward in a panic, Mariette shouting his name, but then they both just stop dead, their faces frozen in tense horror, because right behind them, Alyssa appears. Of course, for someone who can use a domain, her gaze is razor sharp, locked on the fight. She's ready to jump in. Oatrest laughs loudly. Adia's 1/domain. Not simple at all. But Bantha Zood scoffs. The king will be amused. Don't think your domain makes you invincible. Corinne throws a punch right at him, screaming, You! But Bantha Zoods catches her arm with one massive hand. One powerful swing sends both Corinne and Elisa tumbling to the ground. Elisa's head smacks hard against the dirt, her face a mess of blood and pure agony. Corinne gasps in horror. Bantha Zoods just flashes a winning smile, raising his fist over Elisa. So stubborn. But before he can land the blow, a blur of motion, Corinne throws herself in front of Elisa, taking the hit with her back. Elisa is absolutely terrified, but Corinne unleashes a magical chain, screaming, Stop right there! The chains shoot out, wrapping around Bantha Zoods' massive hand. He's bound tight, actually pausing for a second, confused. Corinne's face is pure rage as she growls, You are dead! But then the chain is violently yanked, throwing her off balance. No, what the? Bantha Zoods is struggling like a madman. His huge frame strains against the chains. This is not my destiny. Corinne screams in fury, but with a monstrous pull, the chains snap, leaving her in total shock. He flings his arm, sending her flying. He looks down at her shocked face. Ah, a simple lack of experience. It doesn't matter how tough you are. Rattle the brain, and it's all over. Bantha Zoods picks up his wickedly sharp spear. He raises the spear high for the killing blow. So then, die. But before it can fall, a sudden attack freezes him solid. His eyes dart to the side, filled with disbelief. Staring at Mariette, he asks, You're that soul-sucking demon? Yeah, you could say he was surprised. In fact, he was completely bewildered, with absolutely no idea what in the world was happening. Mariette lets out a shriek and summons. Whatever that hideous thing is. Meanwhile, Teth Bantha Jiak struggles out of its ice cage. He grabs his spear, looking absolutely unhinged. It's the legendary Aradwa, one of the 4 great treasures. It moves on its own, never misses. Yawn. It was going to hit. He hurled the spear, and it tore right through the monster's body. The spearhead flew right up to Mariette's face, making her let out a terrified scream. She squeezed her eyes shut, accepting her fate. But suddenly, a loud roar echoed out, demanding it to stop. Instantly, a glowing circle appeared, and the spear flew straight into it. Over there, Tess Banthazard just smirked. So, you sent my holy spear to another dimension, huh? There's only one person who can pull that off. He stared directly at Josephine with a cold smile. My old friend, Josephine, isn't this reunion a little overdue? She screamed right back in his face. Shut your mouth, you traitor! I wasn't the one who walked away. Reality manifestation, clown solace. This was the absolute limit of what he could do right now, amplified by 740% mana. He turned back, looking straight at her. Even if my heart wasn't in it, that should have been a fatal blow. Her recovery speed is unnatural. If this is the case, then it's no longer the pure strength of a human. His face was dead serious. Under the law of causality, she must have made a great vow, one completely opposite to mine. But manifesting magic on that level is far beyond a human's capabilities. Josephine screamed back at him, I can handle it for a few seconds. She then cast multi-layered spatial teleportation. Oh, he's just watching for fun, isn't he? Running away? How pathetic. Dune Skies laughed. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from nowhere, and Corinne appeared. shouting, "Everyone, hurry up!" They immediately helped each other into the blue circle. Josephine urged them on, "Hurry up!" Corinne's hair changed from white back to black. He stepped into the blue circle with a knowing smile. "See you later." Tess Banthazard on the other side furiously screamed, "You scumbag!" The circle of blue light shrank and then slowly vanished. Dune Skies, recovering, asked curiously, "Do you think it will still hit them?" He replied with a cold smile, "No, my spear will definitely hit its target." Mariette, at this moment, was extremely worried for Corinne. Tess Banthazard's voice continued, "My target was the one I aimed for from the start." Seeing the spear, Corinne stepped forward to shield her. "Mariette senpai." One more possession and one more regression, right before the spear was about to hit. A hand forcefully pushed Corinne away. The holy spear pierced through Ariel's body. He always thought he could change the script for a better ending. But seeing Ariel in agony, still trying to smile, Corinne screamed, "Director!" He was in absolute shock. He rushed forward to grab Ariel's hand, yelling, "No!" His hand was just about to touch Ariel's, but it was too late. Ariel had completely vanished. Only a faint glimmer of light remained before flickering out entirely. Corinne froze on the spot, unable to believe what just happened. He couldn't change a single thing. The first to walk this land were Celestials, just like in other great epics, but their era also came to an end. And upon their mortal remains, the true beings were born: the sun, the light, the earth, the sea, and the entities that represented them all, the Danon. That's what the people of this world called them, their gods. They created a paradise and a perfect era of peace that lasted for centuries. The age of the Danon was considered the peak of civilization, but as time went on, a new guest arrived in that paradise, a small and weak species. Yet, through their burning ambition and endless curiosity, they earned the love of the Danon. Their name was Gordon, which is what we call humanity today. The Danon gifted them civilization and magic, and humanity's civilization flourished endlessly. Before anyone knew it, their numbers had grown to an unbelievable extent. However, humanity didn't stop there. They cut down the forests of the Dryads and the Elves, and finally, they seized this land from the Danon. Individually, they were no match, but the number of humans was too great, surpassing the Danon 100 times over, and so the era of the Danon ended, by the very humans they had once nurtured. Yet, the Danon remained steadfast to the very end, craving coexistence between humanity and this world. And the last remaining Danon in paradise froze herself in that eternal place. That person was her. The Danon of Justice, Erin Danner. She was the only one left, and she led humanity down the path of righteousness. All her disciples left their mark as heroes of this world. Yet, she always carried the loneliness of being the last of her kind in this world. So, she tirelessly searched for the wonders and relics left by her ancestors, Gurias. Finally, she discovered him another Danon, still sealed away, Tess Banthazard. That child soothed the loneliness she had long endured, becoming her source of happiness. So she gave him all her love, her spearmanship, and even her precious treasures. She loved that child as her own son, as a comrade, as a lover. But she never knew the reason why two Danon existed in this world. The Anne that wanted humanity to live in harmony with the world left behind the Anne of justice. But the Anne that wanted humanity to perish left behind the Anne of vengeance. And paradise would descend when the Anne of vengeance learned this world's history and its own true identity. It wiped out all of humanity here to rebuild a divine heaven. So 80 years ago, we stopped paradise from descending and punished the betrayer, Banthazed. Erin Danua recounted her story. In return, she was wounded and sealed away. As their meeting ended, Erin Danua's face was filled with sorrow. That's why he always thought Tess Banthazed would have died a long, long time ago. A familiar line. This event happens right when Erin Danua's avatar is destroyed. When this is all over, Erin Danua will leave the Shadow King's castle and meet her end at Banthazed's hands. Corinne gripped his spear, thinking, just how much do I hate this part of the story? If anything's weird, it's this. He never had any connection to Erin Danua, so why was she talking to him? To someone who wasn't even her disciple? Corinne asked cautiously, "Are you perhaps mistaking me for Banthazed's student? When we should be on high alert, why call me here?" Erin Danua cut him off. "My boy," she said, her voice steady. "You are my disciple, a child from the future, trying to carry everything on your own." Corinne was shocked. How could this be? He wondered. Does she know what happened at the nursery? No, that's not what matters now. What matters is that she knows he's from the future. If that's the case, Corinne's gaze became more determined than ever. Then things will move faster, he declared. We must immediately reinforce this area and hide here for a while. Let no one know. Just because you know the future, Erin Danua said, doesn't mean you have to bear it all alone. Corinne pressed on. You are the queen. The only queen on this chessboard. The king must always be protected. She countered, I have never been a king, but I have been a master. Her voice remained calm, and I have always been. He knew right then. Even knowing the future, she would still choose to sacrifice herself. Corinne rushed to Erin Danua's feet and collapsed, his voice pleading, "Please, I'm begging you. Stay put. Don't you dare leave this castle." He continued, "Not this time. It can't be like before." He seemed to lose control, shouting in her face, "We can change it. We can control it. We just need to prepare and rewrite history, just like I've been doing all this time." Erin Danua gently reached out and touched his face, leaving him completely stunned. Then she embraced him. "We've met again like this, reunited, cherishing one another, just as we can't deny fate, just as the Erin Danua of 300 years ago did, and as my future self did, my present self will trust and support you." She continued, "I will protect you. That is my duty and my choice." Corinne's eyes widened in disbelief. Even knowing everything, he couldn't change a thing. The scene shifts to a training ground. A moment later, Corinne is practicing like a madman. A voice rang out, "Glad to see he looks okay." Laz, munching on popcorn, commented, "Well, it's the first time I've seen Corinne that depressed." The kid continued, "I mean, back at the director's funeral, when Corinne was fighting, he looked dangerously sad. I was worried if he'd be okay." The boy sighed softly, "But to be back to this insane training after just one day, he's a total monster." RG looked confused. "Hey, haven't you noticed all the girls around Corinne have gotten gloomy too? Senior Mary went back to the south, and Alyssa was hospitalized." He glanced over at Guarin. The only one still sane is probably that little one. But seeing her stern expression, he quickly corrected himself. Maybe not." Guarin walked over and grabbed Corinne's arm, which was bleeding from training. He looked at her with curious eyes. She was scowling. She opened his hand, revealing a palm slick with blood. Corinne shoved her away. "Let go. It's not time yet." Her sharp voice grabbed his attention. "Hey." He turned back just to see her fist flying towards him, but it didn't land. A hole appeared in the wall behind him. Guarin stepped beside it. She placed a hand on the wall. "Follow me," she commanded. Outside, raindrops began to fall. "What are you planning to do?" Guarin asked. She replied, "It's too cramped in there, not enough room to go all out." With a whoosh, she shot forward, fast as the wind. Guarin's eyes went wild with a lust for battle. "Let's have a real fight." Corinne was completely baffled. "What the?" Suddenly, he swung his spear sideways toward Guarin. Her fist slammed right into the shaft. Guarin's force knocked the spear aside. Corinne was totally surprised, thinking, "It's different. This is..." From Formac's group project, he had tried teaching Guarin martial arts, but she was already a natural-born prodigy. Plus, Guarin already had an indestructible diamond body. She could have taken that spear hit without a scratch, but she deliberately deflected it. Even though she was still clumsy, this was a move that was completely outside of his expectations. Seriously, when did she even learn all this? Corinne was defeated by Quarren, knocked to the ground, his eyes showing weakness and confusion as he looked at her. Quarren didn't stop, preparing to strike another blow. With a loud boom, she punched the ground, causing it to cave in. Luckily for him, Quarren had punched right next to Corinne's face. She smirked, her every word taunting him, "You're so weak." Corinne's brain just completely short-circuited. What now? She tells him to cool it with the power-ups, just be strong enough not to die again. So of course, Quarren stares at the weird runes on Corinne's body and says, "Hey, you should carve those on me too. I'll get stronger." Her eyes were practically screaming with the need to protect him. And Corinne? He was completely and utterly stunned by her proposal. He immediately shoots down the offer. Absolutely not. He remembers Erin Danua's big speech about being an adult, how it's their job to put protecting kids like him above everything else. Corinne puts a hand on her shoulder, saying he can't put this mark on a kid. This power isn't for a genius like her, but for a failure like him, the risk is too huge. Guarin cuts in, "No, I was wrong. Let me rephrase that," she says, talking right over Corinne. "That's right. I'm not a child," she interrupts him again. "No." Then she just pulls him into a hug. "You are not a failure." Corinne is floored by this, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" his inner critic scoffs. "You said you could handle everything alone. But in the end, you're just like some immature brat, dumping all your problems onto other people." "I can't just lie here defeated." A small smile forms on Corinne's face. "Yeah, thanks." He pats Goran's head gently. "All right then, time to get up." Corinne looks up confidently, a new fire in his eyes. "There's still so much I have to do." We jump to 2 weeks after the whole Magic Tower incident. Around a fancy table, a furious voice is laying down the law. The Admalik faction ambushed Professor Josephine, and the Den faction cornered a first-year student. This cannot be ignored. Another person adds, "The Magic Tower claims it was just a few rogue mages acting out." The man slams the table. You actually believe that? 2 Eldor-class mages were there, and even Professor Demo was with them, she continues. I know, but even if we protest, we're going up against Los Edrin. He's the Magic Tower's representative, and he shut us down. So we need our own representative, which means we need a new council chairman, and fast. A man speaks up. For as long as anyone can remember, the chairman of Mythic Academy has been from House Ariel. Won't it just be the same this time? But the next line shocks everyone. The next chairman has already been decided. Professor Josephine, is it another one from House Ariel this time? Not quite, Josephine replies, as Erin steps forward. Chairman Ariel's assassination threw this academy into chaos, but that was only the beginning. She continues. The coming war will decide humanity's survival, and this academy's only purpose is to train the heroes who will save us. She strides forward with total confidence. Therefore I, Erin, a champion of justice and a master of heroes, Erin declares, will serve as the new council chairman. Out on the balcony, Josephine is still arguing. I object. Banthazat is targeting you, and he's not alone like he was 80 years ago. She sighs. The old order, the Magic Tower, the Northern Kingdom. His power base is incomparably stronger than it was before. Erin wavers. Well, it has been a long time since I've been back, which only gets Josephine more excited. This is going to be amazing. A voice echoes from a building nearby. I told you not to move. Welcome to the Mech 3 City Emergency Hospital. Alyssa, arm in a cast, is demanding. My sword. Please, just bring me my sword. The nurse looks completely defeated. Oh Lord, why is it always like this? Seriously, this whole situation is not good. She remembers Banthazat's warning. Don't get overconfident with your domain technique, he'd said. But she got way too hyped when she learned she could use it. The person getting beat up was Guarin, but I'm the one who ends up in the hospital. Corinne got impaled by a huge spear and was back training the next day. And her? She couldn't do a thing, just useless. Alyssa is in misery, clutching her blanket, when a strong hand appears before her. It's Corinne, with a bright smile. Hey. Alyssa immediately starts blushing. Corinne holds up a warm egg and gently places it on her cheek. She yelps in pain, and he just states the obvious. Whoa, it's still pretty swollen. Alyssa just looks down. Seriously, she thinks. I have no perfect defense, no regeneration. One screw-up and I'm hospitalized. Can I only ever get help from Corinne? But Corinne's next words completely surprise her. It's a relief, he continues. People with special bodies. Indestructible physiques, even genius swordswomen who can use domains. They are all helping me. Every single time, I find myself wondering if I'm even worthy of their help. He slows down, but because I can also help you a little, Corinne says with a huge smile, it makes it easier for me to accept your help. This is a little awkward, but I'm still going to need you. Alyssa shyly turns away, probably thinking she'd be way faster on her own. But if we go together, we can go even farther, she says with a sly grin. So, you can treat me to a meal, as an advance payment on your debt. We learn from challenges and grow together. And just like that, Corinne is feeding Alyssa a bite, who happily opens wide. But before she even gets a taste, something zips right past them. Both of them freeze, completely stunned. Someone learned how to get back on their feet, and someone else learned a brand new feeling. Alyssa teases. Are you getting jealous? Josephine just cuts in, so noisy. She glances at the chaotic scene inside, adding, it seems everyone has recovered, even if the situation looks complicated. Erin quickly adds, I understand your concern, Josephine. Humanity is facing a threat greater than any it has ever seen before. She says this with a shockingly confident smile. Even after her own student betrayed her, stole her power, and locked her away, her work never, ever stopped. She looks at the group inside, almost as if she's seeing a reflection of her own past. The place she built has been secretly raising the next generation of heroes. She believes that the greatest hero in all of history might just emerge from the very seeds she planted. Erin looks up towards the sky, absolutely radiating confidence. His power is far greater than it was 80 years ago, but we will still win, because that is the entire reason the Mukaba Academy exists. A few days later, the scene changes. A brilliant red flame erupts as a meal is expertly prepared. Turns out, they decided to throw a party. The official reason? To celebrate Alyssa's full recovery. Look how much stuff I bought. She cheers excitedly. Corinne eyes the massive haul. Whoa, that's a lot. What was the damage? She cheerfully holds up 2 fingers. Corinne's jaw hits the floor. 2 gold coins? That's a total ripoff. This food budget is out of control. Just then, a gentle female voice chimes in. Hello, I brought some mushrooms I just picked from the forest. A man asks, so this is the special dorm, huh? Another voice calls out to Alyssa. Suddenly, a huge group of people are staring her down with dead serious expressions, but Alyssa is just thrilled. Long time no see, my dear little squad. She then spots Lunia standing nearby. Welcome, Miss Lunia. It's great to see you looking so healthy. Lunia's ice-cold reply, bring the wine. She turns to Corinne. By the way, after that last incident, I still have some rather deep feelings. He immediately starts waving his hands in panic. This debt, she continues, you will absolutely be paying it back. He quickly changes the subject. Right, food would be great. Everyone, bring out the food. A lavish table appears, and people go wild. This technique, the sashimi, is perfect. Alyssa gets all shy hearing the praise. Is this the fish dish Alyssa made? It preserves the flavor of the ingredients so perfectly. The excited chatter continues. And these dishes are by Rone. His control over his energy is so incredibly delicate. Everyone's debating. The skill is amazing. So good. Corinne, you're lucky having two master chefs. Then someone asks the one forbidden question. So, which one is better? All eyes turn toward Corinne. Corinne stammers, He suddenly freezes in horror. Right behind the crowd are two pairs of eyes staring daggers right through him. Come on, tell us, who's better? He's thinking that if he chooses wrong right now, he might be the next dish served on the table. Suddenly, a voice from the distance provides a holy intervention, catching Corinne's attention. What should we do? Is there any way, boss? Rone and Zen approach. Rone speaks up. Couldn't come empty-handed, so I bought this. Anyone want some? Corinne practically tackles him with a hug. Thank you. For me, fried chicken is the best. Internally, he's screaming, you just saved my life. Someone mutters doubtfully. Is he still not sober? Lunia just keeps on eating. Whatever, he was about to die anyway. Rone Gwaski's voice cuts in. The food is great, but now I want to talk business. Lunia agrees. I'm sure we didn't all gather here just to celebrate a hospital discharge. Corinne turns back, serious now. Right, let's get straight to the point. He clears his throat, his tone shifting completely. The reason I've gathered you all today is to talk about the next objective for our group, Corinne Williams. He explained everything he could about the headmaster's assassination and about the forces of Banthag and their ultimate goal, the advent of the heavenly demon. Banthag ambition is to erase everything on this land and rebuild a world for the gods. At first, the mood in the room was just pure disbelief. Everyone thought it was some kind of ridiculous fairy tale. But as the story got more detailed, the atmosphere grew serious, especially when he revealed the church and magic tower had sided with Banthag and that the new pope was a heretic. A few devout followers started to object, but Lunia immediately shut them down. That's enough. This man knows how to tell an interesting joke. I think we can trust what he said so far. She then asks him directly. So how exactly do you plan on fighting a force that massive? Corinne lets out a sigh. Everyone here is a master that I acknowledge, but it's still not enough. The true goal of the Corinne Williams group is to make everyone even stronger, and for that reason, I've invited this person. A delicate female voice rings out, Hello, new heroes, as Erin Danua happily introduces herself. Meet Erin Danua, and yeah, they're gearing up for a counterattack. Cut to Corin, who's explaining that his crew is supposedly the strongest group around, both inside and outside the academy. The problem? There's a massive power gap between them and some guy named Bantha Zach. Corin admits he's outclassed in every way, weapons, soldiers, and pure fighting strength. This rival is apparently rocking some master-level magic armor, a destiny stone, and a spear of light. So, the easiest way to catch up is to get Corin some seriously epic loot, which means they need to get their hands on a new weapon. His grand plan? Before summer vacation ends, he's going to raid Dan Ann's treasury, also known as the Treasury of the Gods. This place is a guaranteed jackpot for legendary items. And right on cue, Erin Danua chimes in about the treasury's location. She, the Dan Ann of Justice, will lead the way. Turns out this event was only supposed to happen after the academy fell and Erin had passed on. She tells him to cheer up and not to worry. He just squeaks out a, yes. Master, he says, thanking her for making this happen early. Of course, Elisa and Wanua are just standing there, completely stunned. Corinne lays out part 2 of his plan. They need an army. Lunia, understandably curious, asks, You want to organize US into an army? That's Lunea Aiden, the #1 swordmaster. Ronwaski immediately pipes up, asking if the pay is guaranteed. Corinne just smirks. It's the treasury of the gods, after all. He tells him not to be shocked by the contract. Spoken to Ron Waski, the mercenary vice captain. He just grunts. The Waski mercenaries will follow their employer. Corinne, all excited, turns to Lunea, saying it's not just for her. But even the 5 swords will find it interesting. She bows her head, talking about some soul-packed debt. She's willing to sacrifice herself to protect her family. But she hesitates risking her subordinates' lives. That's a whole nother issue. Lunea clenches her fist, looking all determined. She declares that the Swordmasters protect the weak, and they won't be sacrificed just so Corinne Williams can get a power-up. No price is high enough to make her deploy her people carelessly. Lunia's voice rings out, listing what they'd need: weapons, an army, and finally, Erin cheerfully slides up beside her, asking why they don't just hear him out first. Lunea is internally freaking out over how close she got when Erin whispers in her ear, complimenting her extraordinary training. As you'd expect, Lunea immediately jumps back into a defensive stance. Her cold gaze locks onto Erin. The Aiden sword style is all about constant training. You think you can make us stronger? How? Erin casually drops a bomb. From now on, I will personally be teaching you, as their master no less. Lunea puts a hand to her sword. You'll teach, even me? Erin's reply is a deadpan, of course. She shoots Corinne a look, her words dripping with hidden meaning. She'll do anything if it means giving that child strength. Lunea tenses, ready to fight, but Erin just stares at her, calm as can be. She drops her hand from her sword, abandoning the idea. She turns to leave, announcing their retreat, but Corinne calls out to Lady Lunea. Lunea stops and coldly says that the secret to her family's strength is a good master. And like that, they all bow their heads. The 5 swords are on board. Yes, Swordmaster. Lunea gives the order. From now until they hit the treasury, they will train and be ready to move on Corinne Williams' command. Outside, one of her subordinates gets curious. Lady Lunea, we can tolerate Corinne, but can we trust that self-proclaimed master? Lunea just sighs at the nerve of someone claiming they could be her teacher. She remembers Erin confident gaze, and her own hand hovering over her blade at that moment. She had already opened her mind's eye, seeing countless ways the fight could have gone. Melina wonders aloud if this woman is even worthy of sparring with Lady Lunea. Lunea just gives a sly smile and says, no. Meanwhile, Erin is hyped. 8, well, got energy, right? Let's start the lesson. Alyssa asks who's up first. Erin just purses her lips and gives them a faint, wicked smile. With a laugh, she makes her request. All of you, at once. Swords are dropped. Stones hit the ground. Erin turns her back on a field of exhausted bodies. That's all for today. Someone gasps, impossible, as Erin casually walks away. She calls 2 brothers forward, Ren and John. John, trembling like a leaf, manages a weak, yes? Her review. They fight too instinctively. They understand smart tactics in theory, but their bodies just can't keep up. She continues, your actions outpace your thoughts, don't they? Your judgment can't keep up with your own reflexes. Erin then walks right up to Ron Waskey. Ron, your balance is good, but when you use multiple magic swords, your defense gets sloppy. You summon too many, too suddenly. Unless you're fighting a crowd, reduce the number of swords. Quick replies, perfect timing and delicate secrets being shared. Yep, this woman is happiest when she's teaching someone. Erin gives a slight nod, a cheerful smile on her face, her cheeks flushed with life. Corinne's voice suddenly cuts in. Master, in that case, let me try it once. She turns to the kid, all like, our Corinne is just warming up. They're the grand finale. Then she glances at his embarrassed face and just keeps talking. Alyssa and Quaran step forward. Guess it's time to see what these 2 with the freaky power levels have got, right? We cut to some special chaos dimension where Erin is like, come on, in here you guys can finally go all out. Alyssa gets that look in her eyes, thinking, first strike wins. She's totally flashing back to her days at the Aiden School's domain. Then Alyssa just snatches Erin sword right out of the air. Erin's like, my student Elisa has a habit of invading people's personal space, just like last time. Before the special moves could even kick in, she keeps on lecturing. Your foundation is a mess. So let's stick to the basics. 1 tap is all it takes to drop Elisa. You need to fix your stance, starting from your core. Erin glances away for a second, and that's the signal for Quaran to lunge in from behind, fist pulled back. You just hear this huge crunch as she punches a brand new crater into the ground. Erin calmly notes, I see you learned that from Korean. Quaran charges in furious, but Erin just gracefully dodges every single attack. You don't need more power, you need to actually learn the right form. Then Erin gets real and asks, so why are you so angry? Quaran remembers that time she saw Erin patting Corinne's head, saying, chin up, don't you worry so much. And boom, Quaran just discovered the feeling of jealousy. Josephine rushes in helplessly, yelling, oh, you big idiot. Quaran is suddenly a blur, shooting forward like a bullet with glowing red eyes. We have officially hit maximum rage mode. Erin just calmly puts out a hand to stop her, grabbing her by the neck. Ouch. Looks like Quaran is giving up, until another hand gently cradles her head. Erin pulls her into an embrace, comforting her. Don't be so reckless. She gives a gentle smile. You're already strong enough. Which is weird. The moves felt like a mother's, but this hug feels different. Almost like Corinne's hug. Speaking of, Corinne steps up. So, is it my turn? It's a little embarrassing, but let me show you my progress. Erin takes a step forward and looks right at them. Oh, I've already seen everything. Through my own eyes. Corinne, I had you stay behind to awaken a different power inside you, she continues. The one you can't control, the one that's just a battery. He's curious. Duke Sabancia's core? She just lets out a happy laugh. Duke Sabancia. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Fate is a strange thing. I never expected you could use his core. The Duke was my disciple 800 years ago. He was a true genius, so controlling his power won't be easy. Are you confident? Corinne cracks a smile and says, Of course I am. Yeah, they say you never know how fate will turn out. Just look at her other star pupils. Some became heroes, others ended up on the opposite side of the battlefield. But this time, she has never felt more certain. The two launch themselves into battle. From this moment on, she's going to pass on everything she has. She is going to make them complete. They will become the hero that saves the world, stronger than anyone. Her final disciple, Corinne. Meanwhile, Dune Skystormer is asking, Sir, you're not going after them? Tess, the big bad, just sneers, destroy the world? My very existence demands enemies and dangers that are actually on my level. Anyway, those women are my true rivals, my karmic destiny. He continues, As a warrior, assassination is beneath me. Then he swings his spear and knocks Ariel down. Real dignified. Ariel is lying on the ground in pain, his voice weak. Corinne is your opponent. Tess just gives a cold laugh. How ridiculous. You won't face me yourself, so you send your cheap little student instead? The fate of Goliampa is absolute. He gets right up in his face. You will be the one to fight the final battle with me. The fate of the world will be decided in that fight. Then he attacks Ariel with his spear again. My great will is absolutely unchangeable. Ariel seems completely enraged, growling his own name. Ariel Danua. Then he just lowers his head, saying nothing more. Back with the good guys, Erin Danua is happily telling Corinne, You did great today. Not just your fundamentals, but your combat skills are top-notch too. Corinne, ever the good protagonist, just replies, I still feel like I'm lacking. He picks up his spear, determined. I'll try again. Duke Sebastia's demonic nature has been passed to him, but he can only use magic spear number 1, Hukeon. Seeing Corinne going all out in front of her, Erin thinks, not bad. But she continues in a soft voice. That's just proof you're still a novice at using aura, mainly because you don't get the nature of Sabancia's aura. This triggers a memory of some dude named John G. Gay Bayob. He was all like, look closely, this is my power, the power I used to kill dragons when I was young, and to behead 5 evil beasts that terrorized the kingdom. Erin Danua's entire demeanor shifts to Grim Reaper mode as he slams down his spear, declaring he's been honing his power just for this. Then Bam's spear, number 2, Orion's lance, aimed right at the 5-dragon heavenly lord. He gives Corinne a nod, admitting he didn't think he'd nail it on the first try. But with enough practice, this right here, this is the true power of the Duke Sebastia style when it's used correctly. She steps forward and pats his shoulder, telling him he can definitely do it too. Corinne, ever curious, asks, You mean, like you, master? Or, the words that follow make her freeze in her tracks. You mean, like Tess Bantha? Her eyes go cold. He's strong, sure, but forget about him. His very existence is my greatest mistake, she says, her voice full of regret. And it's one I fully intend to correct. Corinne, getting antsy, is like, You get what I mean, right? So wait, are you saying you're gonna fight me right here? He presses on, saying they can't just leave this mess to the kids. She cuts him off. Adults can't hide behind children, even with the mistakes I've made. Before she can finish, Corinne speaks up. Erin, pick up your spear. He growls out every word, the me from the future. I lost so many people. He starts listing them off, lost to Formac, to Zunsky X, to Duna RX, to Ohet RX. Countless comrades, all dead. He lets out a heavy sigh, even losing those he could have saved. His hand tightens on his spear. To say I have no regrets would be a lie, but I'm not trading my life to fix them. Erin Danua shouts his name, Corinne, the reason I returned. Why are you taking on the fate of a savior instead of the player? And our boy just screams back in a fit of absolute madness. Call me arrogant all you want, but in the world I save, everyone has to be there. Not a single person missing. And even if it's just his own greed talking, he absolutely refuses to accept a future that she isn't a part of. And again, spear number 2, Orion's lance. Fueled by pure rage, Corinne slams his fist into a solid wall, cracking the entire thing in 2. His words leave Erin Danua completely speechless. Please, just believe in your student. Didn't you call me a hero's vessel? Corinne flashes a confident smile. This time, you won't die. Because I will save you. You can see she's touched. I'm so lucky to find this kind of chance in my twilight years. Corinne gives her a light tap on the head. What's all this about twilight years, he continues. How long you've lived doesn't mean a thing. If you live believing that everything will work out, then you're forever in your youth. Looking resolute, Erin gives a small nod. All right. Meanwhile, in the distance, Alyssa and Gwarin are about to throw down again. Alyssa stands up. Please, let's continue the lesson. The scene shifts and we're in the middle of another conversation. Go with you. To provide aid? That's a bit difficult. Sorry, I'm just heading to the church where Saintess SK usually is. After getting shut down, Laraman Loser grits his teeth. This isn't about some cult, it's about Jerome. He's one of Jerome's top spies. Corinne pops up out of nowhere, asking, The Order or Jerome? The guy nervously answers, It's Jerome, sir. Corinne continues, pointing at the copper prayer beads. Is that so? Guess I asked a pointless question then, didn't I? He keeps talking. I'm not religious, but the copper beads representing Jerome's integrity and purity are pretty cool. The spy holds out a leather bracelet. Wow, you even know about other religions. Corinne Lough, a rare grade 1 knight in his division. Sounds fancy, and it is. But Gerald Academy is a place of old traditions. Word is, they even started a Corinne Williams fan club recently, probably the size of a small guild. You can feel the interest coming from the guy, but personal feelings have to be put aside. As a spy sent by Bishop Rainang Sai to infiltrate the academy, he has to get close to important people. Corinne just nods. All right, then do a mission with me. Jeroman Loser perks up. A mission? The two of them head off towards a cave, and Corinne starts the briefing. Heard a village about 70 kilometers from here has had a string of disappearances. I think it's goblins. The spy looks confused. You're taking on a job like this yourself? Aren't jobs outside the academy handled by the guild, the association, or the church? Corinne just gives a sheepish laugh. Well, since last week, the Corinne Williams Club has been automatically clearing all the quests around here. No, I mean we're handling them. Ron Waski already took down the mage Palin. System rewards are currently being distributed. Kranal Luden dealt with the golem engineer Drellin. System rewards are currently being distributed. UN has stopped Dritzbinchak Gina's plan. System rewards are currently being distributed. He continues. The others in the Corinne Williams Club are out handling business around the village, so we're short-staffed. We'll be back before evening prayers. Don't worry, Corinne Lough. This guy has a weirdly compelling charm, so kind and considerate. If he wasn't under the church's orders, the spy thinks he might have followed him like a big brother. But then he sees something and freaks out. What is that? Seriously, this dude's choice of friends is just the absolute worst. Corinne is just confused. Warren, what's with the sudden drama? Warren casually replies, An insect? A zombie? Isn't that just some low-class demon? Some treat demons like they're people, but that goes against scripture and doctrine. A demon is just a lowly demon, nothing more. Corinne yells, Raroman, look in front of you. Uh-oh. All he sees is a giant mouth full of sharp teeth lunging right at him. He stared at the monster, and man, its mouth was so huge it looked like it could swallow absolutely everything. Suddenly, some fearless dude just charges straight at it. Geronimo Loser's eyes go wide, completely stunned by the scene. Warren rushes the monster, covered in filth. She screams, You filthy animals! Just die already! The monster goes down hard. She turns to him. You okay? He just gapes. Thanks, Senior. Corinne mutters under his breath. This is weird. He eyes the monster. The scale of this swarm is way too big. But most of all, this is a goblin den. Hunters and prey never mix. Corinne says, his eyes locked on a dark tunnel, which means something is being hidden. The group walks together towards a hidden chamber. Corinne sighs. So they do know how to use their heads. It looks like a goblin hideout in some abandoned village, Geronimo Loser adds. This is a lab where mages experimented on family fusion. He continues. The monster we saw outside was probably an experiment, and whatever's in here is fused with a monster. Under his intense, scrutinizing gaze, he drops the bomb. It's a human. He stumbles back, stammering. How is that possible? Who would do this? His hand falls on a piece of paper. Jeremy's mind is racing this crest, this handwriting. No way. It belongs to Bishop Ridwanan. Corinne gives the order, Warren, take care of Jeremy and get all this evidence out of here, right? Then she literally chases after Jeremy. Corinne kicks the door down, revealing a figure in a red robe inside. Elder Admiral whips around, shocked by the intrusion. He unleashes a blast of energy, demanding, Who's there? A figure then blitzes towards him at breakneck speed. An attack lands before he can even react. Corinne appears, spear in hand. He gives a cold smirk. All right, prep time is officially over. My plan has 3 parts. First, let the church's spy, Jeremy, expose their shady connection with Mathap. He glances at the man bleeding out on the floor. Second, destroy the giant resurrection laboratory. Corinne scans the room like he's searching for something. And third, is this thing the head of Mata? Yep, that's the head of Mata, some kind of centipede monster. Corinne grins, absolutely hyped. Now we're ready to raid the Dan Ann treasury. Corinne suddenly remembers a familiar name, Corinne Williams. He starts to worry, thinking they're his strongest allies, but Bantha GX's goons are seriously well armed. Erin Guo's light spear, Andre's magic armor, and Liampa's fate stone. To balance these crazy odds, today Corinne's opening the god's personal vault. The scene instantly shifts to Treasure Island, Ma Men. He glances around at the piles of gold coins littering the floor. His master was the queen of the garden, the last official Dan Ann left in the mortal world, but she wasn't all-knowing. Corinne recalls how even Bantha Giak and the ruins where he was found were things his master discovered herself. There are hidden maps called secret realms, or fragments of the garden you can only reach by unlocking specific hidden events. He turns, looking towards a portal. From the other side, Erin speaks first. Like you said, I'll be waiting here. She asks worriedly, Are you sure? You think you can handle this without my help? To this, Corinne just grins confidently. Please, just leave it all to me. He thinks to himself, even if I am a full year early. Corinne says with total swagger, because I'm not going in alone. He thinks of his team, Arisa and Warren, fresh from weeks of hellish training with his master. Corinne glances up as Mariette appears. Mariette grins and reports, It's all clear around here. Looks safe enough, Corinne thinks. And Senior Mary just got back from the south, too. He confidently adjusts his bag. Aside from Luna, who has to stay behind to operate the sword, this is the strongest possible team. With these three, what is there to fear? As he thinks this, Corinne suddenly stops. He's not sure when, but Alyssa is now clinging tightly to his arm. She whines, Ugh, Corinne, this place is giving me goosebumps. I've hated this kind of vibe since I was a kid. Mariette sees an opportunity and immediately grabs his other arm, excitedly squealing, Me too! This whole scene makes Warren flinch. Her face darkens for a split second, then her cheeks go red as she reaches out. It's scary. Me too. No, I mean, this space is scary, making Corinne absolutely speechless. Alyssa suddenly grabs Mariette's hand and shoves it towards Warren, leaving both girls completely baffled. A second later, Elisa puts on an innocent face and shouts, Then we should all just hold hands. Let's hurry. It feels like a ghost could pop out. The other two look furious. Just then, Corinne speaks up. Not ghosts, gods. This place. It's where the remnants of the past Dan Anns still linger. Elisa immediately looks at him, asking curiously, Corinne, you know something about this place again, don't you? He smirks internally. Of course I do. I've been here before in the game, and I also came here with Baek Sihu. He remembers a few key rules. Pass the trials of the former gods and you'll receive a treasure. The trials are set up in stages. Corinne is getting a little worried. According to the rules, if you get eliminated in Phase 1, you don't even get to attempt the challenge in Phase 2. The final challenge is the hardest, so the only way to pass is to get the whole team through stages 1 and 2. The problem is, the difficulty of both stages is totally random. Depending on which god you meet, it could be a simple quiz, or it could be a life or death mission. It's a total gamble. And just like that, a crazy storm hits out of nowhere. Elisa starts panicking, screaming, Corinne, I can't see a thing in front of me. Hearing this, Corinne just tells her to calm down, no big deal. He quickly opens a bag he brought along, flashing a cocky little smile. People say the gods appear at random, but they totally prioritize players who bring items that are, connected to them. Corinne here confidently announces, And the item I brought is the head of the monster Mata, a beast from the Sadhu faction. This head belonged to a monster that the god King Dakta personally slayed, and thinking about this brings a wicked smile to Corinne's face. He starts making some predictions. He figures the first god to show up will be the god King Dakta, whose trial is always, Go make me a delicious meal, because our boy Corinne here was the dorm's designated chef. Right then, a cloud of white smoke erupts. Corinne quickly stops everyone, his eyes widening in total shock. He's freaking out, thinking, What is that music? And what's with this totally out-of-place scenery? In the distance, a pair of hands appears from a mysterious figure who greets them with a radiant smile. Welcome, heroes, who've come to request a trial. Corinne is completely baffled, thinking, I've never seen this god before. What is going on? The hidden figure then speaks up with a laugh. The monster head you brought is a trophy of my father, the king, and a gift he shared with us, his children. Hearing that, it dawns on Corinne, wait a second. If he's the son of Dakta, the guy just calmly continues. Of course, I'm just using that as an excuse. I'm actually way more interested in something else you brought. And with that, the figure vanishes, leaving Corinne stunned. In a flash, he reappears to the sound of sweet music, surrounded by ladies who look completely lost in love. The figure introduces himself. My name is Engios, and I am the god of love. The second his music plays, all three girls fall into a trance. Corinne panics and runs toward them, yelling, Senior Mary, Warren, Elisa. But by then, the three of them were already losing consciousness, their vision blurring into nothing. In her daze, a familiar voice rings out, Travel safely. Going so far, aren't you going to kiss your wife goodbye? The other person replies, You're truly irresistible. Right after, the two share a deep kiss. A thought flashes through a certain someone's mind, Corinne Lough. Elisa quietly appears from behind a wall, her eyes burning red. Her brother-in-law. She thinks jealously, the most perfect partner for my sister, so why do I feel this way? Just then, a voice suddenly rings out from behind Elisa. Quite a beautiful scene, isn't it? She jumps, immediately admitting, Yes, it is. Sir, when did you get here? Engios just laughs at her reaction. My lady, I've been here since the moment you started watching your sister and her husband. Elisa is terrified, letting out a small, oh, heavens. He continues to sweet-talk her. Lady Elisa, you should try dating. A beauty like you must be incredibly popular at the academy. A sly, cunning look flashes in Engios' eyes as he teases her. By the way, no, if you're still hung up on your brother-in-law, you should probably forget it. This is the trial of love. Witnessing all this, Corinne demands, What did you do to them? Engios calmly replies, The trial has already begun. He smugly pulls out 3 small orbs and continues, Those 3 are inside these spheres, completely mesmerized by the objects of their deepest desires. Engios excitedly confirms, It's you, which startles Corinne. The god explains with a devilish grin, The trial is based on memories you and the girls share, but they're all forbidden loves that can never be. Engios emphasizes, Forms of love that can hurt the one you adore, or even end up hurting yourself. I'm talking about those terrifying types of love. I only want to preserve love that is beautiful and pure. Forbidden love only cheapens the value of true love. He expects that if the girls can control their desires, they will deserve a reward. But if not, they'll all be trapped wandering in this illusion forever. Corinne immediately shoots back. No way. What do they have to do to pass this trial? Engios answers casually. They just have to give you up, leaving Corinne speechless. Engios reassures him. Don't worry too much. I sincerely hope they all pass the test. After saying that, he closes his eyes with an expectant look, thinking to himself, All right then, let's have a little look. Inside the trial, a hazy voice whispers, My dear sister-in-law. My beautiful sister-in-law, your allure is just too powerful, isn't it? Elisa gently strokes the man's head in front of her, softly calling out his name, brother-in-law. Seeing this, a thought flashes through Engios' mind. What is this? He screams in disgust. She's not even trying to resist at all. What a shameless, vulgar creature. At that moment, Elisa is smiling slyly. My sister isn't here today either. In an instant, Elisa is eliminated, her orb immediately shattering. The scene shifts, and Warren is now pinning Corinne down, growling, Stay still. This just confuses him. Warren, what are you doing? She replies. I heard you're getting married soon. Corinne, completely bewildered, shouts back. So this is your way of congratulating me? Warren suddenly blurts out. Thank goodness. Tears suddenly stream down her cheeks as Warren whispers, This is the North, just like you said, a place your people often travel. It could happen right now. She instinctively scoots closer to Corinne, acting like a total baby. Pathetic. Over here, some of us are about to lose our minds. He's screaming, So vulgar, Warren is eliminated. Then he glares at Corinne, completely annoyed. In a way, isn't praising Corinne Lough just plain disgusting? He asks, completely baffled. You call that a compliment? Chili immediately denies it. No, you moron, which of course leaves Corinne frozen, thinking, What on earth did I do? Right then, Chili grinds his teeth. He's thinking to himself, Girls these days have no grace, no understanding for the one they love. Chili has to wonder, is it even possible for the last girl standing to maintain a mature and pure love? Probably not. The scene kicks off with Ismail's big confession. I like Corinne. Chili can't help himself. Ah, yes, a classic forbidden love script. Falling for the guy your friend already called dibs on. Witnessing this, Mariette is completely stunned. Ismail likes Corinne too? Seeing this, he makes a decision. Sure, it's a classic setup, but it just feels so fundamentally wrong. But, thinking about that other girl who didn't even hesitate to cheat. Time to edit the script. The moment Mariette turns to leave, Isbel gives a stern warning. I'm leaving. And some friendly advice? You should probably just give up on Corinne Lough. Mariette's face immediately turns bright red. She's all flustered, asking, What do you mean? But I like my junior, Corinne. Eners, meanwhile, is busy plotting how to block this girl's little love story. Perhaps she needs a bigger rival. Time to search Corinne Lough's memories. While Mariette's distracted, Corinne pops up out of nowhere. Mariette senpai. Seeing her, Mariette breaks into a brilliant smile. Corinne, ah, Chili says, his voice dripping with mystique. Around this time, the one who loves Corinne Lough the most summons her strongest enemy. Mariette freezes up, asking awkwardly, "Can you maybe move a little?" The figure in front of her just scoffs. Turns out it's Sihu. He shouts in disgust, "You bastards never seem to end, do you? Let's rewind the clock 2,000 years. A certain god fell hopelessly in love with a young woman he saw in a dream. Every single day, she appeared in his dreams, driving him mad with longing. He was lovesick, a pain so intense it was almost unbearable. But after what felt like an eternity, he searched every corner of the heavens. And finally, he found that very maiden. The god rushed towards her so eagerly it terrified the poor girl, and poof, she turned into a swan. Among a flock of identical swans, the search seemed hopeless. But the god used his divine power to find her. And Earth's eyes suddenly glow red as he confidently admits it. That's right. It was I, the great god of love, and Earth, who seized that love for myself, and that story became a myth. And Earth glares with contempt. But you people are different, even if you are a demon. For a mere mortal like you, it's impossible. He glances at Mariette from a distance, annoyed. Giving up? That's the love of a mortal. Mariette Dunolev. Meanwhile, a terrified Mariette is running for her life, wondering, why is this even happening? She vaguely recalls, last time I saw my junior Corinne on the street with Isabel, even though I felt a little bad about it. Back then, Corinne took the lead. Okay, let's go to the restaurant, she suggested, making the Sihu in the background absolutely furious. Let go of me. Mariette remembers Corinne happily agreeing to her date. I just wanted to go on a date with my junior Corinne, that's all. Snapping back to reality, she's so scared she starts crying. Why? A massive wave of power suddenly rushes toward her, filling Mariette with terror. An indignant voice rings out right after. I can just about hold back against the others. But when it comes to you, she realizes in shock. It's the boy who loves Corinne Lough, Baek Sihu. He's screaming like a maniac. You are a serious eyesore. Chili thinks to himself, quite satisfied. In this world, a place built from the memories of Corinne Lough. At this very moment, he is the strongest one here. Sihu decisively unleashes his power, spatial demonization triangle, tearing space. Chili smirks, feeling pretty smug about it. Meanwhile, Mariette Dunolev has lost all her memories of Corinne Lough, still unable to awaken as a true maga. He's absolutely certain Mariette doesn't stand a ghost of a chance. Sihu asks condescendingly, and yet you still manage to hold out this long. He then threatens her, I'm locking you in this chamber and turning you into a blood bag to help Lin. Sihu lets out a short, sharp laugh. I'll give you one last chance. Chili's eyes flash with a crimson light as he makes the offer. Give up on Corinne Lough and leave this academy. Sihu speaks the words for him, his own eyes now filled with pure hatred. It's what's best for Corinne Lough. Mariette is understandably terrified by this. She stammers, what are you talking about? He answers calmly, the person Corinne Lough will have to face is the strongest of all, Sihu taunts. If you stay by her side, you'll just be walking to your deaths together. And right on cue, he flashes this super creepy grin. He claims he's the strongest mage, but only when he's Corinne Lough's source of power. It's the only way for Corinne to be happy, so scram. Hearing this, Mariette's head drops. Defeated, she admits. Yeah, me and Junior Corinne. But wait. She cuts herself off. Silence falls. Then this twisted smile spreads across her face. Nope, not Junior Corinne. Then Mariette declares it's just Corinne. And in a flash, she attacks Sihu. Blood sprays everywhere. He clutches his shoulder, stunned, as Enos thinks, what the hell? What is this? How can she use Makadung's power? Don't tell me her memories are back? Mariette calmly speaks. Your words were so ridiculous, it made me realize something. This whole world is just a fake. She's almost in a trance, demanding. You told me I have to leave, Corinne? How could that ever happen? Mariette declares that her only wish is for Mariette Dunolev's happiness. And then she just explodes with rage, yelling, Corinne! It was Corinne who wanted me to be happy! And just like that, Mariette Dunolev awakens. The legendary Makazan. She unleashes a storm of razor-sharp spears. Mariette's voice is dead serious. If I'm going to be happy, then Corinne has to be happy too. So the one who can bring Corinne the greatest happiness in this world. Her face flushes red as she says with total conviction, is not Isabel and it's not you. It's me. In an instant, the tiny sphere just shatters into fragments. Enos is shocked, yelling, what is this? Corinne smirks. Things not going your way, old man? This makes him furious. Shut your mouth, Corinne Lough. Enos bellows in pure rage. This feeling isn't love. He keeps seeing the sad faces of the three girls, convinced this is just some childish obsession. Then his voice drops. Ah, that's right. Now I get it. Corinne Lough. Without a second thought, Enos crushes the three spheres with his power. The reason these girls are like this, he's going berserk, screaming, it's all your fault. Enos gets real serious. This will be the final trial, Corinne Lough. In the blink of an eye, Corinne is teleported among 7 swans. He continues, full of arrogance. This trial will finally confirm what I asked myself 1,000 years ago. What true love really is. This will prove it. Enos scoffs, a total sneer on his face. I searched for the girl of my dreams without hesitation, singing to her every single night. But you? Can you do that? Corinne's face darkens instantly. Enos gestures grandly. 150 swans. And somewhere in that flock are the girls, transformed into swans. You've got 3 minutes. Find the real ones. But then Corinne just laughs. Yeah, not a hint of fear on him. This throws Enos off. He blurts out, you. Then asks suspiciously, what exactly are you planning? Right then, Corinne decisively uses the Pearl of the Death God. It separates body and soul, but it's useless against beings with a strong will. Massive shockwaves just keep erupting from it. The whole scene descends into pure chaos. Corinne glances at 3 swans huddled together. He says calmly, these 3 are the ones, right? He sounds annoyed. Didn't need 3 minutes, now let them go. Enos just stands off to the side, chuckling to himself. He issues an arrogant challenge. I told you to choose the real one, Corinne Lough. Enos says with a sly, wicked tone, you can only choose one. The other 2 will be trapped here in an eternal sleep. He's screaming like a maniac now, past the trial of true love. But Corinne just laughs. You're making a huge mistake here. He calmly walks towards him. From the start, I never had the right to choose. Thankfully, they already chose me. Enos is stunned. What do you mean? Even if you couldn't pass this trial? Corinne answers seriously. I came here to save everyone. If I have to abandon someone just because I have to choose one, then I'll just have to take you down first. He levels his spear right at Enos's chest. The guy is absolutely dumbfounded. Enos starts reminiscing. I passed heaven's trial, and this, right here, is the part of the story that became a legend. But in the end, I could never truly win her heart, because she turned into a swan to escape from me. Enos watches in despair as the girl's figure disappears. The pain makes him cry. She abandoned me. All I could do was drink alone and sing all through the night. If only I'd been more patient. If I hadn't pushed her. Maybe things would have ended differently. Back in the present, a smile plays on Enos's lips. He sounds content. Through this trial, I've learned something. Love isn't about possession. It's about respect. And Oz just nods. Yep, Corinne Lough. That's the one. He actually holds out a hand. Okay, I get why the ladies stick with you. Now leave her here and get lost. And Oz zips up into the air and offers a deal. No eternal slumber. If you can pass the final challenge safely, I'll let you all go home together. But Corinne isn't having it. I appreciate it, but even if I fail, I'm still taking them with me. Enos hears this and immediately objects. No! Hand those girls to me, he insists. Your final trial. Let's just say it's going to be extremely dangerous. The next second, Corinne is completely frozen. He grits his teeth as a power he doesn't recognize takes over. It hits him, this isn't an Oz's doing. If someone out there can activate his mighty Clausolus without him even trying, well, there's only one being powerful enough for that. Just then, a majestic figure appears in the sky, its voice booming with authority. The final trial will be given by me. Corinne's jaw just about hits the floor. The king of all gods. The figure speaks, oh, inheritor of the Sunday. A name instantly flashes in Corinne's memory. Noda Ejlam, one of the 4 great treasures from the hero Ahon's legend, Glorzolas. Even Oz bows his head before Noda. He declares, I will grant you the final trial, successor of the sun, for I am Noda Ejlam, master of Glorzolas, king of the gods. Corinne thinks to himself, if you're worried, then you already know. Of course, it had to be Noda. The first trial was a total crapshoot, so he'd prepared the head of a Mata monster from the Sazu White tribe. He even baited Takeda, the challenge giver, to show up. But instead, some weirdo named Jack Nuss appeared out of nowhere. The final trial, however, was predictable. Corinne holds the sun, Clash Solus, and Noda was its original master. But even if he saw it coming, there was only so much he could do to prepare. In the game, you could never get the sun weapon. Still, the final challenge always demanded overwhelming power, so Corinne brought the 3 strongest people he could summon. However, Corinne flips the bird at Oz's image and mutters, the more I think about it, the more this ticks me off. Noda is not amused. Stop ignoring me. Where are you even looking? The trial has already begun. And right on cue, Sren appears behind Corinne, ready to land a fatal blow. He barely dodges just as the guy's terrifying sword comes crashing down where his head used to be. Noda explains the history. First, there was his kind. Then the gods like Tatanen. And third, the descendants of darkness and night, the demon race. Fourth are you humans, Noda adds, and among them the one you must defeat is the great warrior Sren. A beast from the demon tribe, he lets out a massive roar. Noda just watches the two of them fight, totally unfazed. This is the plain of Moitura, he says. The very place where I defeated the great warrior Sren. It's also where I lost my arm. He holds up his one remaining arm. If you brought Clash Zolas here, then your target is obviously my left arm. He looks at his missing limb with a strange nostalgia, because that arm is essential to perfectly controlling the sun. Now face the great warrior Sren and feel true helplessness. And with that, the two figures rocket towards each other. Corinne, looking dead serious, charges in to attack Sren as Noda's deep voice echoes, human. Sren swings his sword sideways, and Corinne just barely leaps over the massive blade. The Agomeo trial is basically a test from the gods, designed to help players level up. The gods create stages based on their own experiences to teach players lessons. Since players normally can't get the sun, Noda's trial is a first. But when you consider the lore of this world, you can probably guess the real motive. Corinne is struggling so hard he's just thinking, what is this insane level of power? The great warrior Sren is just pure, raw strength. I mean, he's the demon warrior who chopped off Noda's arm. Noda probably just wants to test all the power Corinne has built up so far. And by power, he doesn't just mean brute force. Corinne's hands blur, weaving overlapping rune spells Kenna, Hagalas, Sowilo, Birkanan. He zips past the beast, slapping seals all over Sren's body. Speed-wise, our boy's got the clear upper hand. Sren immediately erupts into a raging inferno behind him. Corinne looks pretty satisfied. That high-speed magic combo took countless hours of insane training to perfect. It's an advanced-level fire rune spell. There's no way he's getting out of that easily. Or so Corinne thinks, right before he turns around to check. Sren is totally fine, not even singed. He's just charging again, bloodthirsty as ever, with that ridiculously huge sword. All Corinne can do is curse. Damn it, he's perfectly fine. His own attacks are too simple. So, he grabs a spear, leaps high, and unleashes his technique. Hong Za, total massacre. Corinne drives the spearhead straight into Sren's body with brutal, decisive force. But shockingly, the spear just barely scrapes his skin, doing basically no damage at all, which has him thinking. The monster, Corinne, lands hard and slides to a stop, his face twisting as he curses. Damn it, the magic runes were useless. On top of that, he's lost his weapon. The old Corinne would be panicking right now, but he's not just about dodging anymore. This was all part of his plan. He remembers Erin's words this training was all about buying just a few more seconds of time using the sun. Corinne had asked her, is it possible for me to control the sun all on my own now? She explained that in the secret realms, there were magic runes that had been carved ages ago, even back in Nasri, and it was only possible there because his master had spent 300 years carving them himself. Corinne bowed his head, saying he could only use the sun because this place was overflowing with dark magic, but Erin shot that down immediately. No, she saw it all clearly through Ariel's own eyes. She told him that in order to protect everyone, he had once used his own power to wield the sun. As she said this, his hair began to turn pure white. Those words awaken his power. Energy explodes from within Corinne, changing his entire appearance. With a confident smirk, he raises a radiant orb and yells, Cloud Solace, converge the sun! Then, he aims his hand forward, preparing to unleash an absolutely terrifying amount of power. And just like that, the power-up vanishes, and his cool new look is gone. He's back to normal, with one big question. Did the sun just disappear? Did the timer run out? No, that can't be it. Besides me, the only other person who can control the sun is. Realization dawns, and Corinne spins around. No way. He looks up to see Noda Ijlam manipulating a small, mysterious orb in his hand. The man looks down with pure contempt and says, I told you so. Don't be careless. And once again, strength attacks him from behind. The great warrior obeys only one command, a destiny he has already fulfilled in the past. He will sever his opponent's arm, and he does. The limb flies through the air as Corinne hits the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder in agony. No time to hesitate. He thinks, I have to stop the bleeding. Gotta cauterize it. Trying to burn the wound shut? Noda says, watching him. The sun will not permit that. And with that, he raises the orb in his hand. Corinne struggles painfully to his feet and fires back. You planned this from the very beginning, didn't you? Noda's expression doesn't change. The divine throne of Dan An, from one generation to the next, can only be inherited by one with a perfect body. Not even a single wound is allowed. I lost an arm to the great warrior's strength, and as a result, I had to give up my position as the divine king. He pictures the celestial realm. But I was satisfied, because I had defeated the entire demon race and opened a new era for the gods. I was at peace, even without the throne. He continues, then you people the black hairs ended the age of gods, until all my achievements and aspirations were turned into nothing. As he says this, his hand clenches into a fist, filled with resentment. Erin Danua, the Dan Ann of justice. This trial only began because she sent you here. Most of the gods here follow the Dan Ann of justice, but not all of them. Hearing this, Corinne realizes something. Don't tell me. Noda raises a hand, preparing to unleash his power as he answers. That's right. I resent the current era that you black hairs created. A longsword materializes in Noda's hand, the sun sword, Clarence Solar. He says, slowly, I, Noda Agelam. Noda gets into a fighting stance. Not only do I despise the filthy demon race, Corinne can only listen in agony as he finishes his taunt. But I also despise weak black hairs like you. Noda's hair suddenly erupts into majestic flames. I am the true, final Dan Ann. He glares at Corinne with a resentful face. I yearn for the return of his era. A Dan Ann is a concept personified into a being. Erin Danua represents justice, while Engius represents love. And him? Noda Ilam is the Dan Ann of kingship, like the sun that shines upon all living things. He received the respect of all, until he faced the great warrior of the demon tribe, Strength, until his left arm was no longer whole. According to the ancient rule of the Dan Ann, only those with a complete body could become king. And so, of course, Noda Agelam had to abdicate. But he held no attachment to his left arm or the throne. From the war with the Celestials to the one with the demons, the Dan Ann had survived every war because he himself had saved this world. Noda thinks for a moment, then grits his teeth. But if I still have one regret, he suddenly raises his voice, booming. It would be you, black hairs. That I was never able to personally erase you from existence. Noda Agelam becomes incensed. I bestowed upon you, black hairs, the flame that brought enlightenment to your civilization. But you used that very flame to forge your sins, and then you betrayed the gods. He continues, his voice seething with rage. Even though the pure Dan Ann were betrayed by you, they still wish to guide this land down the righteous path, and left behind the Dan Ann of justice. Noda Agelam grows more and more furious, and yet, wait, is this really a good idea? Corinne suddenly realized things were getting bad and scrambled to dodge the attack. This was all way beyond what he'd imagined. There was so much blood any longer, and he was a goner. So Corinne immediately dives back in to face the old man, yelling something about Goi Deng being humanity's ancestor. I get your anger, he says, while clashing head-on with Noda Lam, but we humans are with Goi Deng. Corinne quickly whips out his Huar San Nu E technique, but the guy just casually blocks it, flatly stating, there's no difference. Noda Lam quickly parries the attack, then denies it all again, not different at all. The second those words were out, he launched his counterattack. Noda Lam keeps on talking, listing all the things they kill for race, religion, ideas, and even cold hard cash and how they just keep destroying the world. He glares at the kid, declaring that the world is about to become a hell even worse than when the ancient angels were in charge. Noda Lam raises his weapon high into the air. Before that happens, he roars, bringing his weapon down with pure conviction. With absolute power, Noda Lam lands a devastating blow right on Corinne. All Corinne could do was stare helplessly at the flames as a memory surfaced. I still remember. Flashback time, the massive flood at the Rhodian River. Thousands of voices screamed for help, begging for someone, anyone, to save them. 100,000 people were wiped out, and their panicked voices echoed in his mind. Please save me, somebody, please. And he just stood there, completely helpless, unable to do a single thing. Even now, Corinne's mind is a total blur. I still remember it all. He then remembers another horrific scene that he was forced to witness. Those same voices kept ringing in his head. Save me. A friend, Lele, crawled to him pleading, I don't want to die. And those were the screams, the pleas for life from friends he once knelt beside. The flashback ends, and he's back in the present, completely surrounded by fire. Suddenly, Corinne remembers a cold winter day. A voice. You, Corinne. Back then, Mirawam had gently touched his cheek and whispered, You are my destiny. She gave a sad smile and added, Even though I realized it far too late. The moment she said it, Mirawam vanished into thin air. Snapping back to reality, Corinne's fists clenched tight. All those people died because I couldn't do anything. With that, his courage surges back and he launches a counterattack. Corinne suddenly uses every last bit of strength to block the old man's attack. He absolutely cannot die in a place like this. Seeing his opponent is still kicking, Noda Ezedlam sneers. You're still not ready to give up? Corinne starts to get his strength back and rises to his feet. If I give up, what happens to all the people living on this earth? He charges forward, fueled by that conviction. I've got way too much unfinished business to die here. For a moment, even the old man is silent, but a second later, Noda Ejlam speaks up, saying the altar of justice already sent its people here. I've witnessed all of your memories, he says. After Sihuke, Bantha Zed's rival, was killed, I finally understood why a talentless punk like you became the new rival. Noda Ejlam slowly continues. Compared to a Goidang, you must have had some rare experiences, sure. But, he suddenly yells, even compared to that loser Sihuke who couldn't even beat Bantha Zed. And right then, Noda EJ Lam raises his weapon high and declares, you are still just too weak. This is it, the final stage. The power of the sun is reaching its absolute limit, going beyond mere focus and execution. And that power is pure sunlight, compressed and condensed right into EJ Lam's left arm. He looks at Corinne's busted-up form and smirks. Just give up already, you weakling. This is the last bit of mercy I can offer you. Hearing that, Corinne actually smiles and mutters, yeah, you're right. I am weak. Corinne's voice blends with a chorus of others. But even if I had all that power, I wouldn't use it to create some perfect world. He uses his last ounce of will to take a step forward. All I want, Corinne screams with every fiber of his being, is for normal people to live their own lives, their own way, in a free world. At this point, Noda pretty much loses his cool and just snaps. If you won't give up, I'll crush you, Goidang. Seeing this, Corinne doesn't hesitate for a second. If you can, then go ahead and try. The two powers collide with insane force, and the very space around them twists and breaks into chaos. Noda feels Corinne's power and can't help but frown. How are you still fighting with a body that torn up? Corinne just stares Noda EJ Lam down and gives his answer. Because I'm not relying on my own strength. The precepts reflect my actions and thoughts, and the actions and thoughts of my enemy. The first precept is duty, Corinne explains. I will never ignore the suffering of good people. It's just a rule I carved into myself to get stronger. But in his first life, he couldn't see it. Those memories just keep flashing back to him over and over again. He's witnessed new sides of humanity now, and he's heard words he'd never heard before. That voice just kept echoing. Please do it, hero. This power was a gift from the very people Corinne swore to protect. It was a kind of strength Noda Ejet could never even begin to understand. Corinne adds, once you choose to side with Teth, the laws of this world can only grant me more power. And with that, she instantly activates the core of Duke Sabancia. But then, a small smirk crosses Corinne's face. He roars out his personal creed, I will never ignore the suffering of good people. He unleashes his full power, launching a final decisive strike. In this moment, his strength is at its absolute peak. When the dust settles, Corinne stands firm, vowing I will save them all. A moment later, he realizes his legs are completely exhausted. And then they just dissolve, turning to dust and vanishing into the smoke. The battlefield falls deathly silent. Noda Ejet's eyes are locked on the spot where the hero was utterly speechless for a second. He tilts his head at Corinne, wondering aloud. Save them? A moment later, the sky itself cracks open, revealing a deep, dark void. Noda Ejet looks down at the arm on the ground. He slowly kneels, reaching out and picking it up. Noda Ejet makes a request. Dai Amke, heal him. Almost instantly, he hears a reply. Yes, I, Dai Amke of the Danon Healers, will obey your command. But Noda clarifies, don't get me wrong, my opinion hasn't changed. This world can only be balanced through absolute power. He thinks to himself, besides, in your current state, there's no way you could defeat Bantha Gyat. But then, Noda Ejet remembers the prophecy. Until that fateful day, how many can you save? How strong will you become? He walks off, muttering, this is starting to get interesting. To himself, Noda Ejet finally admits, you have passed the test. Sometime later, Dai Amki sees Corinne's eyes open and asks, ah, you're awake? He starts explaining. Your body was pushed way beyond its limits. Erin, that kid must have been worried sick. Hearing her name, Corinne jolts fully awake. Where? Where am I? His head throbs as he tries to sit up. I'm pretty sure I was. He vividly remembers being cut down. So why would Nuda, the one who stood for the test, let him live? While Corinne's mind is racing, Dai Amki speaks. The High One said he'd watch the outcome. He told me to tell you that you have passed the test. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Room of the SX Lam incident. This is a divine weapon forged by Dai Amki Danon of Healing and Godni Danan of the Forge working together. It was then perfected by Miaha, son of Diamki. They made a complete arm, the only tool in existence that can contain infinite power and an indestructible piece of armor that can never be shattered. Equip it with the Sun Clash Solar, and your magic power jumps 200%. The game system has zero authority over this thing. This is a Hyrempus, once wielded by Ohat Rez, Bantha Giat's most powerful subordinate. No, it's not even a normal Hyrempus. Because there is absolutely no way for a player to obtain this version of the EJ Lamb. The price he paid for it, totally worth it. At the very least, he stopped Ohat Rez from getting even stronger. And who knows, maybe now, he can finally master the power of the sun completely. Feeling pretty good, Corinne makes a request. Please, bring back my friends who fought alongside me. The answer he gets? It's still too early for that. He freezes up. In Mammon, the system leads you to a specific god based on your items, but no one has ever met all the gods at once. Ever. The treasure a player gets is always just a single item. A situation like this? He's never seen it, not in the game, not even in his past life. Dada laughs, saying, even after leaving the throne, he is still the eternal sun. The one recognized by the former king is recognized by us all. Therefore, we've also decided to grant you a reward. Diamki remembers something and chimes in. Oh, and Emirth said she had to reward those 3 girls herself, then she disappeared somewhere. A new voice cuts in. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mananan Mokli, the Danan of the sea. Among the Danan, I am the wealthiest, with countless treasures. That's right, Mananan is the owner of this whole treasure island, Mammoth. To the hero who passed the king's trial, she continues, I will grant a treasure that I hold most precious. He looks at the 3 orbs before him, completely stunned. Not just 1, but 3 treasures? While Corinne is trying to process this, another voice echoes, so, Nuda actually acknowledged you? That's unexpected. Lulavada speaks softly. The master left Bantha Giat, the strongest Danan in history, in the mortal realm. I gave everything to the test, so I have nothing left for you, except for one thing. He says, if you can one day defeat my successor, the relic he leaves behind, I will give it to you. In the original game, even after beating the final boss, you could never get those treasures. Especially Lulavada's treasure. It belonged to Bantha Giat from the very beginning, making it completely unobtainable. The guy asks in shock, weren't you allies with those bandits? Why are you doing this? But he's immediately cut off. Don't get it twisted, kiddo. So this dude is apparently the successor chosen by Erin Danua, the Danan of Justice. Not only that, he's also the heir to the sun's power. His fight with Tess? A classic honor duel between warriors. Lulavada chimes in, real slow, from now on, we're not picking sides. Adding, no matter who wins, our goals will be met anyway. After dropping those totally not suspicious lines, the system, of course, had to make an entrance. Legendary class item. Catter. Yup, Catter the Red Spear, one of Mananan's twin spears. Next up, Beregan's Boiling Venom, a legendary poison squeezed from the heart of some dude named Aga who messed with a demon. Another legendary drop. Itner. This is the personal instrument of the God King Data. It's a legendary harp that supposedly took down a giant. So yeah, homeboy just bagged 4 treasures, including EJ Lamb. But of course they start complaining. Is this really enough for Erin's offering? Maybe we should prep something extra before we send it off, just in case. Nah, no need. She'll pop out a few kids sooner or later. That's good enough. A few weeks later at Williams Korea, someone announces, Alyssa got Nebin's red horse from Angus. Mary listens intently, asking, and you, senior, got Matcha's curse, right? The reply? Yeah. Somehow we totally failed the trial but still got participation trophies anyway. She asks, totally confused. Failed trial A? I don't remember a thing. Alyssa just grumbles. Wait, when did I even do a trial? Warren says helplessly. Let's redo it. This is insane. And right on cue, some creep lets out an evil laugh. 3 people, all vying for one person's heart. How beautifully tragic, the voice sneers. May the love of all maidens blossom. So, I shall bless you all. That smile. It is seriously annoying. Just then, Corinne finally speaks up. But, Senior A, he says shyly. I still have to write my mission report for the association, Mary chimes in. You can write that later. She adds, you should rest. Corinne did all the heavy lifting this time while we were basically useless. He hears that and immediately agrees. Really? You think so? Corinne's mind is already drifting. Okay, just for a little while. That break lasts about 5 seconds before a random cat appears and startles him. Nabi, you're here. Come on, Corinne says, scooping up the cat that's always hanging around. Senior, is there any fish left in the kitchen? This one loves fish. Weirdly, it's obsessed with braised mackerel. Mary frowns, muttering, braised mackerel? Suddenly, a memory clicks, and her eyes go dark. Corinne. Mary gets straight to the point. Do you know what treasure Kwa Ran got from Maman? He replies, Kwa Ran won't tell me. She just goes, ooh, I see. So that's how it is. Mary gives the cat a death glare. Nobby, want to come play with your big sister? Not to state the obvious, but the academic vibe at MUA K3 is ridiculously chill. Compared to a normal university, you need way fewer credits, and even those can be swapped for missions with the Guardian Association. So all the super energetic students are already out doing side quests, and Corinne Guardian is no different. After practice wraps up, Dran Waski walks over. Master, my side is all taken care of. Corinne frowns. That fast? Your sword skills are really improving. Dran replies, it's this insane magic sword I got from Minanan. It's a legendary item, the Great Wrath Morantek. Some legendary Hiranbees from an old hero story. A magic sword specializing in area of effect skills, just like the treasure he scored on Maman Treasure Island. Turns out a few other members, including Ron Waski, also managed to get their hands on some treasure at Maman. Thanks to that, Corinne's been blazing through countless missions for the Gordian Association. Someone notes, your promotion quota must be nearly full by now. Granel Luden is shocked. You mean his Guardian rank? Hitting rank 1 in less than 2 months? Isn't that like a legendary record? Corinne adds, it's also thanks to that Gwivern Mary helps us with. Since we can travel anywhere super fast, our schedules are always cut down by at least 2 days. He thinks, good, seems everyone is doing their part. Speaking of, where has Jeremy Loser been lately? Someone asks. Corinne just says, that kid's busy. Jeremy's been gone all day since yesterday. The plot thickens. Meanwhile, he's currently begging a bishop. Geraldman Loser, the bishop says with a smile. I heard you recently joined the very promising Williams Guild, he continues. The other guy replies immediately, yes, sir. Because of that, gathering information for you has become much easier. Then Jeromon suddenly stammers and drops to his knees. But sir, he says, while on the mission, I discovered the laboratory of Hakma, the sorcerer. Jeromon Loser stammers on, even bringing up a letter from the bishop. He asks if they're actually sacrificing kids, and the bishop just loses it, snapping about how tiresome this is. He lowers his voice. On the path of faith, sometimes you have to walk through mud. But Jeromon just stammers. But this is... The bishop cuts him off. Remember the witch hunts? Some innocents had to die then, too. Because of that, hundreds of witches were purged, right? The path to greatness is paved with pain. God understands these things. And just like that, the poor guy's resolve crumbles. I understand. And with that, Jeremy Loser bolts right out of the gate. The bishop just mutters in fury, that nosy little brat. I'll deal with him when this is over. The Grand Ascension plan? A total bust. Even the Crusade team sent to stir things up just vanished. The propaganda campaign against the demons? A complete failure. On top of that, 2 of the 7 Magic Tower factions got completely wiped out. He's so angry he doesn't know where to begin his tantrum. To be totally outplayed by some Eastern mage, his rage just keeps building and building. His mood darkens, but then he thinks maybe, just maybe, even these failures have some kind of value. After all, isn't this all part of God's master plan? Just then, Sakari's voice rings out. Saintess, how is the prisoner transport plan going? Estelle replies, everything's fine, they'll travel with the Holy Knights. She adds that the infamous A-rank heretics are all secured. He agrees, calling them a bunch of arrogant, cursed fools. Then he adds, we absolutely must judge them here in the Holy Land. Estelle lists them off. Morisoda of the Magic Tower, the Sorcerer Kangaon, and even the church's own Crusade squad. She explains that with so many prisoners they have to go by land, so it'll take longer. Sakari suddenly remembers something and asks, by the way, Saintess, about that rather informal outfit of yours. Suddenly he spots a familiar figure, and Estelle's eyes immediately snap in that direction. She gets a clear look at their face and instantly recognizes her. Miriam. Elsewhere, the Merkaba prisoner transport is underway. The procession heads for the Holy Land, with the Saintess's blessing to guide them. Having a Saintess escort prisoners is a bit much, but these are A-listers, so they've got security cranked up to prevent any breakouts. Estelle, hands clasped in prayer, seem to have expected this. Suddenly, shouts from outside. Ambush! Protect the Saintess. She thinks to herself that Magic Tower has been out of line ever since they kidnapped Lady Diuna Reverend, and now they're trying to make an enemy of me? Do they really think they have some powerful backing? Or are they just being reckless? Estelle mutters, noticing her prayer feels a bit weak. Well, with this many soldiers, a drop in efficiency is expected. A voice from outside shouts, Saintess, get away from here, it's too dangerous. But when the person steps inside, they freeze in shock. What the? It's completely silent in here. One of the prisoners recognizes the newcomer. Morusutan scoffs. Took you long enough. Come on, unlock us. Are you insane? His voice trails off as the person walks further inside. The Saintess. He begins channeling his power. I can't believe a so-called Saintess could be this naive, Morusutan continues. Don't you know the moment this cell opens, the magic suppression on us vanishes? Their powers erupt, filling the space with thick smoke. He lets out a small cough. And they call you a Saintess? You're this fragile? The other mage complains about his aching body. But then Estelle's voice cuts through. Why commit the great sin of a jailbreak? Morusutan hears her and freezes. Impossible. He's thinking, my cursed flame should have burned her to the bone. She slowly walks forward. Let us repent. Estelle continues. The Lord protects me, so swords and spears cannot harm me. A saintess's prayer reveals the miracles of God. Her voice firms up. I will not be harmed. God shall shield me from blades, iron chariots, and raging fire. Morusutan is actually terrified. What the hell is this? You crazy woman, stay back. Estelle just gives a mysterious smile. Therefore, if you wish it, please watch over and protect your child, Lord. Listen! Her voice rises. Strike down the enemy with an iron rod. She adds, like a potter shattering a jar, you too shall shatter your foes. This is the path to becoming invincible. And just like that, the scene erupts into a sea of fire, engulfing everything. Estelle yells, I'll handle this. The Saintess is missing, go find her. A subordinate turns, looks at her, and replies. Yes, ma'am, he screams while fighting. There's no end to them. Hold the line and protect the Saintess at all costs. Estelle's eyes narrow with fierce determination as someone runs up behind her, yelling, Saintess, you're here! He emphasizes the grim scene. Those sorcerers were no joke. The bishop just smiles faintly, asking, and the casualties? Jolene shouts, thanks to the Saintess's blessing, which is why, so far, there have been 0 casualties. But the number of wounded is climbing fast, and if this keeps up, they're gonna get wiped. Hearing this, Estelle makes a cold calculation. There's no other way. They are all sinners. We'll execute them on the spot. Leave the rest and retreat. But Estelin hesitates, stuttering, but we can't. He firmly states that retreating now is way too soon. Elder Mostan dedicated his entire life to researching chimeras, so this corpse is probably a fake. She suddenly stops dead in her tracks, as if realizing something. Wait a minute, ST. The man narrows his eyes, his voice sharp. Who are you? I've never seen your face in the escort group before. Seeing the jig is up, the guy's face turns seriously dangerous. Edwin curses. Damn it. The Archmage is disguised as a believer, and he's acting weird. Edwin just cackles madly. He's made a fatal mistake. A brilliant flash of light makes her flinch in surprise. Then Edwin unleashes his magic, his voice dripping with scorn. You said retreat? That's not happening. An overwhelming magical pressure suddenly blankets the entire area. In just a blink, the news spread everywhere. You could hear the paperboys shouting from the streets. Breaking news. Read all about it. The Saintess has been kidnapped. The royals and the church have joined forces to save her. And so, the Williams Association summons its 7 elite teams. One guy named Sophanon scoffs, Corinne Williams? Look at that ship. Why is it loaded down with so much cargo? Then Nizdi chimes in, Captain, looks like that's definitely them. He sneers at the approaching group. Since when did we start dragging children into matters this important? But then, someone actually bows to Corinne. Leader Corinne and Vice Leader Mary of the Corinne Williams team, requesting permission to enter. Congratulations on your promotion to Elite Williams. The arrogant captain is totally floored. Wait, what? The same elite rank as us? He shouts. 2 others join in, shocked. Those brats? Yeah, nobody saw that coming. Not even Mary, Warren, or Arissa. Turns out Corinne Williams is connected with both the Waskey mercenaries and the Aiden family, giving them some serious backup. But becoming a top-tier Williams team usually involves going through a whole mess of long and complicated procedures. But because the association is in a rush, they fast-tracked our promotion since our recent achievements have been off the charts. This is also why they were forced to grind missions like mad. And now, the campaign against the Demon Tower begins. The association announces, the Demon Tower has kidnapped the Saintess. Our branch has sent the 7 elite Williams teams you see here today. They will form the backbone of this assault. But one guy immediately pipes up, looking annoyed. That's great and all, but I trust you've prepared a worthy reward for us, right? Redbride adds, we're not running a charity here. The official totally gets it and says, but of course. The president of the Williams Association lays out the terms. The kingdom has promised a massive reward for the heroes who join the Demon Tower raid. He leans in, emphasizing the real prize. All Williams who participate in this campaign will be granted unlimited looting rights. That means any material resources. Or human resources. Hearing that, the room erupts. Awesome. So we can take all the treasure and magical items we find from the tower. right? Someone else laughs. Does this mean we can just enslave the mages? Are the poor ones fair game too? Another guy gets pissed. Let me be clear. If you even look at our share, you're dead meat, rookie. Mary calls out from behind, Corinne! But he just holds up a hand to stop her. Please be patient, senior. The guy just scoffs and turns away. This bunch is just like a social club. They have none of the dignity of an elite Williams team. The fight for the rewards had already begun. Others join in. Honestly, we should be thanking the Demon Tower for this. They're the ones who kidnapped the Saintess, right? It's obvious they all think the same way. Not a single person here actually wants to save the Saintess. They're all completely blinded by their own selfish greed. Mary seethes, those bastards, they don't care about her at all. She asks Corinne, are you okay? I'm fine, he replies calmly. Let's just worry about our own job for now. Don't mind their pathetic provocations. At this rate, they're all going to die anyway. And so begins the main story. The Demon Tower Suppression Campaign. The Gangcheon Archipelago has dozens of small islands and one giant main island. To reach the tower, you have to conquer every single little island one by one. But the Demon Tower was more than ready, and most of the hastily assembled elite teams couldn't even manage to land. The Vanguard unit was completely wiped out. The main force? A total of 60% of the elites lost their lives. The previous attempt at this campaign was, without a doubt, the worst tragedy in the history of the Williams. Elder Brain is on a classic villain monologue, absolutely loving the sound of his own voice. You pathetic Williams family, you're all about to become monster food. He's doing a dramatic countdown as their ship gets closer. 500 meters, 400, and oh, that evil grin just keeps getting wider. 300. But hold on, he suddenly freezes. An insane amount of power just erupted from nowhere. Lightning crashes down, and the ship is thrown completely off course. Sir, the magic tower freaks. They're on the coast, Nith reported breathlessly. Looks like it's a trap. Hearing this, Lasso absolutely lost it. Damn them, we're gonna get wiped out. Meanwhile, Elder Blend stared at the insane weather, completely baffled. What is that? Elder Brain just blinked. But we haven't done anything yet. Elsewhere, a certain someone's face twisted in annoyance. A slender hand began to strum. Up on the ship's prow, Corinne yelled something super helpful. Mountain! And then he just starts shredding. Rock on! Where are you gonna go? The melody gets crazier, he's stomping, jumping. A system window pops up. Legendary class Bard. This is the string instrument of the God King Dagda, a legendary harp that once took down 9 giants. Just trust in it. The system message continues, explaining it channels magic everywhere, flying to its master's call. When attacking giants, it deals an extra 1,200% damage. The harp's magical effects change depending on the music genre. And in the case of rock music, Corinne just shreds. Where are you gonna run? A robotic voice announces, calamity effect, Lasso is floored. What is he doing in this situation? That's psycho. From below the sea, absolutely massive waves started to erupt upwards. Roan Gwaski's face was a picture of awe. Was this all part of your plan? Master? Suddenly, the sound of ships crashing echoes through the darkness. He thought to himself, so the tragedy where 60% of the army dies on arrival is happening now? People were scrambling, helping each other out of the water. If so, Corinne looked up to the heavens. You're better off dying by my hands. With shining eyes, he roared. The show isn't over yet. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. And just like that, brilliant lights descended from the sky. The scene then shifts over to the Royal Army headquarters. The Guildmaster slams his fist on the table, absolutely fuming. Those damn magic tower bastards, I can't believe they can manipulate nature itself. This was a massive landing operation with over 50 warships deployed, and yet they were completely repelled, unable to even approach the coast. He calms down. What are our losses? NIST reported. 13 warships sunk, several others heavily damaged. Their hulls are completely wrecked, almost beyond repair. Damn it, it must have been a massacre. But NIST stressed, no one died, sir. Just a few minor injuries from the ship damage. The Guildmaster was completely baffled. What nonsense are you spouting? Half the fleet was destroyed without a single casualty? Small rafts brought the exhausted survivors ashore. Every face was worn out. Roan Gwaski was fuming. Damn those magic tower scumbags. But thank goodness Corinne Williams brought so many lifeboats. Lasso just nodded in agreement. He looked up at the sky, his eyes shining. That saved us. Lasso's voice was filled with conviction. It was the music. The music suppressed the storm, Corinne replied heroically. Of course, music isn't for killing. The crowd went wild. So Little Star was to save us? Corinne Lough. Corinne just extended his hand. Take my hand. He remembered, in the original story, these guardians never even had a single moment to shine. Corinne looked them over. Still, They had worked so hard to become guardians, only to be blinded by greed and misjudge the whole situation. Still, he told himself, he couldn't just let them all die here. Everyone assumed the disaster was caused by the magic tower. An emotional lasso suddenly grabbed Corinne, believing his song had stopped the calamity. Looks like this time, he saved the ones he couldn't before. He smiled happily. If possible, he wished the magic tower raid never happened. But maybe this new scenario was a necessary evil. Corinne analyzed the situation. The main plot, the subjugation of the magic tower, was a key event for humanity to learn its true nature. He kept thinking, even those who once followed the magic tower would finally see. Now they'd see the tower's true colors. People read the news, move to actual tears. If the magic tower dares to kidnap the Saintess, our future is doomed. Once the world learns the truth, it will be much easier for Corinne to gather his forces. The only thing is, as someone wept, he worried more about the Saintess being alive. Corinne knew the Saintess was beloved. This would just ignite the anti-magic tower movement, so no need to worry. She once snapped, "I told you to bring the red wine." Estelle was currently locked in the magic tower, but according to the script, she was safe for now. Just like these people, Corinne kept playing, vowing to himself, "I will be the one to save them all." His face screamed confidence. Then, we cut to a dark room, blood dripping. Estelle is in shock. How can this be? Dune Skies replied coldly. What? Did you think a Saintess could never get hurt? Model? Edwin pops up from behind. Dune Skies, aren't you the wanted criminal causing terror across the continent? The guy just smirks back. Being recognized like this is quite an honor, you know. So what? Dune Skies asks. Do you have any idea what that thing is? The one the Estelles are frantic for? The stone? It is. She gasps in total shock. The Holy Stone. Why is it in the hands of a terrorist? He just laughs sinisterly. The Holy Stone, huh? Oh, right. That's what you call it. Adrian quickly grabs her hand. Enough chatter. I'm pouring the holy blood into the chalice. Estelle screams, terrified. What are you doing? She starts to struggle desperately. Stop. Just stop. What are you planning to do? He says softly. The holy blood has many uses. For example, Igentum's eyes gleam, reviving the giant lost since the Great Drought. Elsewhere, a flock of seagulls glides peacefully over the sea. People start cheering like mad. Thunder and massive waves? What even is this? They roar. It has to be Elderbrain. What incredible grand magic. But Elderbrain is just standing there thinking, that wasn't me. Cut to the association's situation room. On the screen, Erin Danua's voice rings out loud and clear. Waves like these are hardly natural, are they? The magic tower must be controlling the sky and sea. Someone shouts, Chairman Danua, we can't just give up. She continues, of course I'm not saying we should surrender. If grand magic is causing this, there must be a hidden magic formation. All we need to do is destroy it. Erin Danua smiles. Isn't that right, Clara? She reports, yes. Back during the Mana Revolution, I witnessed a similar spell. If the sorceress Josephine says so, then it must be true. Her name's in the history books, after all. Josephine thinks to herself, student Corinne. Faking a natural disaster? Of course, this is all a complete and total lie. The others hesitate, but we can't land right now, so how can we destroy the magic formation? Who would join such a dangerous mission? Suddenly, she cuts them off. I have a plan. Someone looks surprised. A plan? Erin Danua states with total conviction. Destroy the magic formation with a small team. Cut to Corinne, who's flat out refusing. Something like that is impossible. He insists. We will go to the magic tower together to rescue the Saintess, Corinne adds. A large-scale invasion would just create pointless sacrifices. Mariette slaps her palm excitedly. So you faked a natural disaster? Then she complains. Ugh, that noisy music. I'm sick of just thinking about it. Corinne's heart hammers in his chest, terrified of being exposed. Josephine adjusts her glasses. You just deceived royalty, but this plan has a problem. She analyzes the issue. After losing the Wizard War, the Magic Tower spent 80 years fortifying the Steel Archipelago into a massive fortress. They filled every corner with spirits, summons, and chimeras everywhere, turning the place into an impenetrable fortress. Corinne tries to reassure them, that's not an issue. Can't we just teleport inside? She replies, that is precisely the problem, and I'm not that powerful, you know. The Magic Tower believes they lost the war because of spatial magic. Therefore, you can't use it inside the tower, and even the island has restrictions on it. Josephine states it bluntly. Conclusion. Entering the Magic Tower is impossible, and there are markers scattered all over the island. The girl looks baffled. Then what's this? Mariette explains. There's one marker outside the barrier. She explains that the marker in the Forbidden Forest has a weak barrier, allowing for one person to be sent inside. But honestly, I pray no one ever has to go in there. The girl asks, why? It seems safe, being so far from the mages guarding the coast. Josephine pushes up her glasses. There's a reason no one guards that place. She emphasizes, because it is quite possibly the most dangerous location in the entire magic tower. Suddenly, Corinne cuts in, I'll go. Josephine is completely stunned. She hesitates. Corinne. Corinne shoots him a judging look. You? Then in unison, they all say it. You're too weak. He complains in his head. You guys are just too strong, Corinne frowns, explaining. Without support from the organization, I'm definitely the weakest one. Suddenly, Erin Danua's voice cuts in. That's fine. She gives him a gentle look. For our disciple. You can do this, can't you? For a moment, Corinne just stares at Erin Danua, completely baffled. But then, a truly confident smile spreads across his face. Yes. A moment later, a massive magic circle appears in the sky. Josephine shouts a reminder. Is everyone ready? Teleporting in 30 seconds, he replies. Don't worry about us. You all be careful. Suddenly, Corinne's worried voice calls out, Corinne! He turns, surprised. Huh? She's blushing as she reminds him. Don't get hurt. Corinne is completely lost. Huh? Corinne grips his hand tightly, her voice cracking. If you get hurt, I'll. Someone yells, 10 seconds until teleport, everyone get ready. Corinne reaches out and puts a hand on her head. I'll see you at the magic tower, Corinne. Did you bring the potatoes? He shows his determination. I won't get hurt. Thanks for worrying about me. A gentle warmth spreads from Corinne's hand to Corinne's head, and in an instant, a flash of light swallows the entire space. Just like that, Corinne arrives in the Forbidden Forest, a landscape crafted by the Green Magic School. This stage is a nightmare, the kind that makes even max-level parties want to rage quit. Then this guy shows up, looking all smug. Not bad looking, but man, what an ego. The ghost lady spreads her arms wide, trying to be all seductive. Come on over, she coos. See, most people fall for this, get grabbed by a million souls, and are promptly torn to pieces. Her hand starts moving right for his face. But Corinne? He just strolls right past her. Man, what a view, been too busy to go hiking lately. She's completely stunned, whipping her head around like, what was that? He's just checking the place out. Let's see, the Magic Tower, a hub for magical experiments. And then something catches Corinne's eye. A mandragora. He starts wondering why there are so many spirits around here. Should I grab this thing or not? Turns out there's some kind of guardian spirit. A thick fog rolls in, blocking the view. Corinne just shrugs. I'll pass. Who cares if they're guardians? Spirit body unawareness. A self-imposed contract for a 50% damage boost against incorporeal beings. Basically, it's a debuff you literally can't see ghosts. This is nothing new for him, pretty much the same deal as when he met Duke Savagia. Because he can't interact with souls, they can't hurt him either. Corinne taps his pouch, realizing. A crazy grin spreads across his face. This is the best trade-off ever. The system chimes in, you have drunk Azurus' tears. Aura level increased by 3 tiers. Magic level increased, max aura up by 2,000, and max mana up by 1,000. 500. You have eaten royal jelly honey. Poison resistance increased. The notifications just keep coming. You've eaten a blood swallow's nest, strength effect doubled, and your danger sense just got a major buff. The stat window pops up. Corinne Lough. Hero aura, 13,130. Mana, 11,920, with traits like regeneration and high-level poison resistance. Field knowledge, beast strength, ancient language amplification, chimera's sense, and his strength stat, a whopping 233. Agility, 160. Stamina 158, Aura 164, and Magic 175. With these stats, he's already stronger than his senior Mary was before she became a demon lord or whatever. Suddenly, Corinne's eyes go wide. What is this? The system helpfully explains. Special grade mana. Boss encounter incoming. Soul King. He's totally baffled. Why now of all times? Across from him, a creature with eyes of blazing fire, but instead of fear, Corinne gets hyped and charges straight at it. Took you long enough to show up. Soul King. He doesn't care who it is. He's just ready for a fight. The treasure it drops? Elder Lyrian, with a measly 1.5% drop rate. The leader of the Green Magic sect poured his entire guild's budget into getting this legendary herb, one of the 3 great mythical drugs, and the final drop? Some fancy ginseng. Corinne snatches it up without a second thought, keeping this one. Then he shoves something else into the ground with his other hand. And this is a little thank you gift. Corinne's got his own code. You get something, you give something back. It's all about balance, right? Mutual aid. Meanwhile, Mariette is handing stuff out. Everyone, take one of these. Someone asks, shocked, what? What is this? She explains they're potatoes made with energy from some guy named Danon. The system elaborates. Curse of Maha, a skill that lets you create cursed seeds. When these crops sprout, all men in the area get a special feeling for 9 days. Yup, a very special feeling. Over here, Corinne is absolutely beaming. Man, that Engius dude really gave me a useful present, didn't he? Then he starts shouting like a madman. Grow faster, my little darlings, grow. Yeah, this opening scene is off to a weird start. Cut to the sewers under the magic tower. This is the meetup point for the infiltration team. A frontal assault on the tower would be pure suicide, so sneaking through the dark, damp tunnels is the only logical route. Corinne's a little on edge. Wait, when did you get here? Behind him, Quarren's voice pipes up. I got here a while ago. I was going to turn into a quail, but... He just replies, is that so? He asks if she got there all right. I heard this area has a ton of monsters, she answers back. Yeah, there were a few, I guess. Corinne lets out a sigh of relief. Looks like you were lucky. As their footsteps echo, he makes a suggestion. While we wait for the others, let's rest here. I figure they'll take another 2 days to arrive. Down in the sewer, they find an old forgotten management room. Corinne glances around and makes his assessment. This room could definitely use some cleaning. Then he teases, hey Quarren, you hate cleaning, right? Want to switch with Ranny? Suddenly, Quarren's whole demeanor changes. So, it's just the two of us for the next 2 days? He pauses. Huh? She steps closer, grabbing the hem of his shirt. Quarren avoids his gaze, sweating bullets. Let's just clean everything. I'll help you. A little while later, night has fallen outside. Corinne thinks to himself, it must be dark by now. It's hard to keep track of time down here. He glances over at her, completely helpless. This girl, Quarren, fell asleep without even taking her apron off. He gets a notification. Support mission, cleaning, completed. Meanwhile, Corinne is trying to figure this out. The only ones who went to the magic tower were him, Mary, and Master Erin. So what gives? So, the team is 3 people total. The plan is for Josephine and Quarren to hold down the fort here, and even though it's temporary, it apparently needs a good spring cleaning. A little while later, Quarren starts to groggily wake up. Corinne's reaction? Oh, you're conscious now. Did I wake you, she asks, but he explains she's still half out of it. Just go back to sleep, Corinne insists. I've still got things to do. Quarren gets this wistful look and says, well, in that case, then just leans right against him. Just let me sit like this for a little bit. Corinne pretty much short circuits. A blushing Quarren then admits that his arms are actually really warm and comfortable. Hearing that makes Corinne's own body temperature spike. She just leans on him and drifts back to sleep. Sometime later, someone gently pushes the door open and slips in. It's Mariette, who opens with, hey, thanks for showing me the way. We got here way faster because of you, she says. Corinne shouts, Mariette, who looks genuinely surprised. Corinne, you got here early. He just clears his throat and nods. Yeah, something like that. At the same time, Erin strolls in with high praise. That's my favorite student for you. Another voice adds, I knew something was up back in the Forbidden Forest. She continues, I just saw some strange runes carved all over this sewer. They're incredibly detailed, and thanks to them a force of over 10,000 was able to carve 40 runes down here in a single day. That question makes Corinne laugh awkwardly. By the way, Corinne, you brought that giant sack of potatoes, right? And you carried it all by yourself? That's our Corinne. But in his head, he's got a different story. It wasn't just potatoes. He flashes back to packing every last elixir and item into one giant bundle. And to top it off, he also packed the very weapon that once caused a natural disaster with the power of Rokeland. You know, casual stuff. A system screen pops up. Class. Legend. 1L. It's the stringed instrument of the god king Dasa, a massive harp of destruction. A symbol of myth. This thing has taken down insanely powerful heroes before. The item description just keeps on scrolling. Wherever its music reaches, it floods the area with a magical effect, and it can fly back to its owner. Anytime, anywhere, using it to attack an enemy adds a 1200% damage bonus. With that auto-return effect, he can summon his bag of goodies whenever he wants. That little realization sends Corinne's mind into overdrive, plotting all kinds of new schemes. Besides, he left magical spirit guardians on duty there. Until he shows up in person, nobody is touching his treasure trove. He cracks a weirdly excited, almost demonic smile. Excellent. This is going even better than I'd planned. Corinne suddenly shouts, all right, everyone's here, so let's get started. Josephine responds, I'll be on standby to activate the teleportation at a moment's notice. Quarren takes her post. I'll stay here and guard. So Quarren thinks Josephine's on teleport duty and Quarren is on defense. A moment later, he begins to slowly hold out his hand. As Corinne casts the spell, he thinks, just rescue Estelle and get back. Simple. The Saintess rescue operation has officially begun. They arrive at a magic tower. Someone yells, "Corinne, look ahead!" But he's already ducking behind a wall, hushing them. Wait a sec. One of the guys in a passing patrol suddenly freezes. Corinne just reaches out, pats his head, and says, "Hey, thanks for the hard work." Mariette sees this and quickly copies him with a grin. The guard, who looked like a total grouch before, now has this warm, happy smile on his face. She gets all excited on the side. "Wow, that went perfectly. That was so easy." Corinne immediately pops her bubble. "Not really. This trick only gets us past the 4th floor without any trouble." He explains that from the 5th floor up, only assistant professor-level mages can enter. They have advanced iris scanners, so she asks, "Well, what do we do now?" "Don't worry," Corinne says. "I've already got a plan for that." He turns to Mariette. "You brought a spirit beast with you, right?" Erin looks confused. "Your usual one?" Mariette shakes her head. "Nope. I went down south and summoned a completely new spirit beast for this trip." And right as she introduces it, the summoned creature starts to appear. It's the former leader of the Red Faction, Elaterate Malik. See, the Black Faction's leader was captured by the Saintess, while this guy, the Red Faction leader, was taken alive and turned into a vampire. Suddenly, someone yells, "Corinne!" Hearing the name makes the vampire completely flip out and start screaming. "I'll never forgive you," he roars. "Sit down," a cold voice commands. Mariette glares at him. "Are you showing your fangs without permission again?" Mistress Dunalep, Master, my apologies." He's terrified. "Do you want to be dissolved by termites or baked into a ceramic pot?" So apparently, all the mages from the Red and Black factions who tried to capture Mariette were caught by her family, the rulers of the South. And thanks to Mariette's mercy, they weren't executed, but were sentenced to hard labor instead. And because of their efforts, the southern region's overall production went up by 10%. What a happy ending for everyone involved. Right then, Elaterate Malik's eyes begin to glow fiercely. With his help, they walk right past the 5th floor security, arriving in a dark, creepy area with a rotting old sign. Corinne walks on, thinking to himself, Estelle has to be in the special sector on the 8th floor. Just 2 more floors to go. And at this point, you better believe not just the Tower Master, but Dune himself knew they had to be extra careful. Corinne immediately gave the order to avoid a fight if they could. If they get spotted in here, it's totally game over. Mariette advised against it, but nope, Corinne spotted something. As she got closer, she realized, wait a minute, that thing looks scared. Corinne was confused. Scared? Oh yeah, Mariette was 100% sure. Something in here was making it react like crazy. The second they stepped into the room, she gasped. This place looked exactly like some kind of mad scientist's lab. He spoke up. Master, have you ever seen this place before? Her reply, nope. Even when she visited as the Academy president, they never showed her this lab. Suddenly, Mariette stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes widening in pure horror at what she saw up ahead. Corinne and Erin were just as stunned. Could that be? Corinne started to panic. This was the first creature to ever rule this world. In front of them was a terrifying monster, a sky titan, or at least all that was left of it was a single, massive eye. Mariette commented that compared to the giants she had seen on the Sky Island, this thing's size was completely off the charts. Seriously, just one eyeball was as big as an entire giant's body. Not only that, the true owner of this eye was, whoa, a loud noise from behind made Erin Danua jump. Dune Skies strolled in. Just a little longer, and we'll finally get to see it, won't we? He said with this creepy, worshipful voice, Oh, great giant king Ballo, rise again. Dune Skies announced like a classic villain, I want to get this over with already, but slowly transfusing the holy blood is such a pain. And just like that, it clicked for her. Of course. The thing they were trying to bring back was, Marius whispered in terror, the giant king, Ballo, the one who killed the god king Nuda and was defeated by the god of light Danula. He's the strongest demon king in history. She started explaining that when King Ballo fell, the great war between the Sky Titans and the Danu people finally came to an end. Corinne got lost in his thoughts. He knew the magic tower was obsessed with resurrection, but this time they'd gone way too far. He was certain. Ballo was the single greatest threat to the Danu people, with enough power to destroy the entire world, even the god king Nuda. The same guy who met Ballo as a spirit in Mameo was murdered by him. Corinne remembered the events of the past and the one who finally took Ballo down. But how ironic is it that the very people who claim to be descendants of Lough and want to restore the Danu world are reviving Ballo himself? He put it all together. Of course. These guys would stop at absolutely nothing to achieve their goals. Do they really think reviving something like that is okay? Dune Skies just smirked. Well then, let's begin. And if this resurrection works, don't you forget it was all thanks to me. A screen instantly popped up Android, one of the 4 holy relics of Daniel, a treasure of infinite life. A small light flickered in the vast, oppressive darkness. Some guy was releasing a whole bunch of roaches. Just then, Adrian seemed to sense something, his eyes darting around. Hmm? His buddy asked, "What is it?" He just shushed him. His voice turned dangerous. Are they here or not? Corinne's face immediately filled with panic. Oh, crap. Then the guy yelled with contempt. Damn insects! Adrian's voice dripped with menace. Hide well, or I'll find that little head of yours. The tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Then Adrian unleashed a torrent of fire and yelled, Gotcha! He was creating a massive inferno. That power was sweeping through and destroying the space, and in that moment, a bunch of terrified rats scurried out. Dune Skies was surprised. Seriously? Rats? Ah, he explained. They're lab rats. We raise a few to help manage the lab, the guy replied. I see. Then Adrian left. Well, time to head back. Outside, the Royal Kingdom's army was still fighting them. Dune Skies agreed. Understood. Their figures slowly disappeared from the room. Strange sounds started to echo from the dark room as our 3 heroes let out a huge sigh of relief. Corinne told himself that, yeah, fighting Adrian and Dune Skies right here in the Magic Tower would be a suicide mission. He let out a little sigh, and Mariette just had to tease him. Wow, Corinne, so generous of you. Corinne stammered in embarrassment. It's just because I had to shrink the magic's area, she concluded. Anyway, the plan is clear now. We just destroy that eye and we're done, right? He shot that down. No, the last thing we should do is piss it off. Rescuing the Saintess is the most important thing right now. An idea popped into his head. He wanted to activate some remote magic to destroy it. But that wasn't going to be easy. Corinne silently assessed the situation. The Magic Tower had already suffered huge losses in the war with his master. The entire Magic Tower was covered by a protective layer against spatial and long-range magic. He hesitated, lost in his thoughts. But if it's only for a short time, Josephine can still set up a spatial magic circle. It should be almost finished by now. So, for now, the scene changes to the highest floor. Corinne reminded them, we don't have much time. Let's split up and search for the top floor. Erin Danua added a reminder. If you get caught, cause as much chaos as possible to create a diversion for the others. Mariette agrees. Okay, the rest of us will split up and search. Corinne yells one last order, then turns and sprints in the opposite direction. All right, everyone, stay sharp. Just rescue the Saintess and get out clean. Easy peasy. A moment later, Rin is scoping the place out, trying to get the lay of the land. Then a bottle comes flying at his head, making him jump. What in the world? STL starts yelling, completely ticked off. This is only a 17-year vintage. I specifically asked for the 35-year-old stuff. Corinne's voice makes her yelp in surprise. You look pretty healthy for a prisoner. Nothing bad happened while you were locked up, right? Recognizing her rescuer, STL is absolutely ecstatic. Corinne feels pretty good himself, thinking this might not be so bad. But then again, she excitedly yells out, Junior, you actually came to save me? Corinne, meanwhile, is just looking around like, is this a hotel or a prison? He cuts straight to the point. We can talk about the details later. For now, you should probably step away from the bars. But STL stops him fast. Breaking these bars without making a scene? Yeah, not gonna be easy. Corinne just smirks and summons his power, totally calm. This little magic tool was made by the old masters in the tower. Every single bit is enchanted, so don't you worry. And just like that, he pulls a sharp spear right out of thin air. A ghost named Manannan appears for a grand introduction. I, child of the sea, Manannan Maclay, grant to Corinne Lough, direct heir of the great chieftain Dunnan of Irene, this spear that devours magic. She says its name with a deeply sincere tone. Garter, please accept it. The second she does, a system window pops up. Legendary rank, Garter, the red spear from Manannan's own twin set. The description is wild. It can completely nullify magic on a single target, and against beasts, it inflicts the Lord's Red Dream curse. STOH breathes its name out loud, Garter. His tone is dead serious. It's a spear of destruction that cancels magic. She just stares, completely stunned. How is that even possible? This is just absurd. Corinne decides, all right, then let's just get out of here. Hey, Saintess, you think you can offer up a prayer? A blessing buff would definitely make this escape go a lot smoother. But her face suddenly falls. I don't get it either, but my holy power just isn't working. And just like that, Corinne remembers, yep, this is straight from the original story. Right now, the Saintess still can't use her holy power. Though I think I know why, he thinks, moving to protect her. First, let's find everyone else. Corinne's expression suddenly turns sharp. This icy chill. He looks into the endless darkness stretching out in front of him. Corinne digs through his memories. According to the original plot, the strongest ice barrier mage was Elder Slarian of the Academy. He almost convinces himself, but then he remembers that's just how the original story went. Corinne quietly figures it out. The strongest ice mage now is, and as if on cue, she appears right as he thinks of her name, Marius Dunalep. Marius's face is filled with pure relief when she sees a familiar face. She scratches her head, embarrassed. Corinne, I was trying to handle this quietly. I guess that didn't work out. He just praises her. It's okay, you did a great job. Just then, Erin Danner shows up. With all this commotion, you can bet the mages from the tower are on their way. Corinne calls out, Master, as she urges them on. Hurry up! The scene then cuts to outside the tower, where a massive explosion shakes the very air. As they all leap from the towering height, Corinne coolly announces, This was all part of the plan, by the way. He yells the order to Marius, who instantly weaves her magic, creating a massive pair of ice wings. Corinne is satisfied. Good, keep slowing us down, and we'll land, if we can just reach the magic circle below. A creepy laugh from above makes him freeze mid-thought. Dune Skies dives down toward them. You rotten rats, so this is where you were hiding. Corinne panics. Oh great, it's that horrifying monster. He recalls that defeating Dune Skies before was just taking out one of his countless forms. They only managed to kill one beast and a. Corin 1.4? What's left are two ferocious dragons, and he's shocked. He can turn into a dragon, too? Corinne looks around and spots two demon bulls radiating magic power, then realizes they just ignored us. Down below, a magical meltdown is in full swing. There are giant pythons, all sorts of strange creatures forming, and the entire mansion is now crawling with demon toads. The villain screams his order. Now, get down here. Marius struggles, yelling, What in the world are those things? Die! Blood spear times 200. An insane amount of power floods the area, followed only by screams of pain. A few demon toads can't possibly stand up to grand magic. Erin, however, calmly speaks up. Before we go back, we have to give them a grand farewell, don't we? She quickly activates her silver spear resonance. It was hard to do in the tower, but down here in the tunnels, a strange light snakes through the tunnel, and Corinne realizes he can still use magic. Meanwhile, amid the chaos, a hand reaches up from the rubble. Over here, she screams urgently. Get ready to jump, now. You have 10 seconds. The remaining distance is 100 meters. That's enough. This is a plan with way too many variables. But with everyone pouring their last ounce of effort in, they dive to block the spell and it actually works. Then, a creepy voice rings out, making Corin freeze. Turns out, a giant freaking eyeball is staring him down. Corin, naturally, screams his head off. What's the emergency? Suddenly, his body is racked with agonizing pain. Through the panicked screams, the whole scene just warps into a place filled with warm, cozy light. They're on a ship, gliding across a calm sea. Alyssa waves happily. Hurry up! The mission was a success! But then her smile just vanishes. Her next words drop the mood to 0. But where is he? Totally lost, she asks. What about Corin? Where is he? In response, everyone just hangs their heads, tears falling. So much for a successful rescue. Mariette's expression just crumbles into pure devastation. A total failure. She can't hold it back, screaming in absolute anguish. Corin! Corin! We have to go back right now! No? Fine, I'll go by myself. Rosefin sadly tries to talk her down. Calm yourself, student married. I get it, I do. But the magic tower is gone. Security will be insane. Going back now is just a suicide run. She's still sobbing, but then Erin Danner puts a hand on her shoulder. Married, here, take my hand. It'll be all right. You have to believe in Corin. That kid will definitely survive. We have to act with that faith. Chairman, Married calls out, wiping her tears. We have things to do here too. Will the two of them be safe? The reply? A simple no. Erin Danner gently corrects her. It's 3 people. Married just freezes. Huh? I only remember. Panic erupts as they realize Warren is gone too. Back at the tower, it's just rubble, the only proof of the battle. Meanwhile, a certain Dune Scythes is losing his mind, roaring in fury. The guy goes completely berserk, his dangerous power flaring up. The Saintess has escaped, a subordinate reports. Sir, it seems she was washed into the sewers, but at that rate, shouldn't she be dead? Hearing this only makes him angrier. The Saintess is dead? Don't speak such unlucky nonsense. Dune Scythes is certain. Without her holy blood, we can't revive the giant. Find her now. His eyes gleam as a new, evil thought takes hold. We were so close. The Andros miracle isn't over yet. You bastards. How dare you ruin the Master's plan? Dune Scythes' voice is pure venom. I will tear you to pieces. And then we cut to a much gentler voice calling out, Corinne Lough. He wakes up to find her lying right on top of him. Corinne quietly asks, "Saintess, are you hurt?" Estelle's voice is full of worry, Junior. She anxiously eyes his injury. "Your stomach." But he just cuts her off. "We have to get out of here. Now. If we stay, the mages will track us down." Corinne glances outside, uneasy. "We can't just sit here and wait." His brilliant conclusion? "We'll probably die." Then he yells, "It's so cold! Welcome to the Northern Iron Archipelago, neighbor to the Frost Kingdom, where it's basically winter all year round." Estelle asks, "Hey, are you really okay?" "Junior," she notes, "that wound looks pretty serious." Corinne just brushes it off. "I'll heal fast, don't worry. More importantly, we need to get moving." She stares, baffled. "What are you talking about? Can't we just hide here?" Corinne's reply is dripping with sarcasm. "Sure, if you think you can last that long, be my guest." Estelle is confused. "Last how long?" Corinne tells her plainly, 20 days. Her reaction? "Who? 20 days?" So he starts to explain. The security perimeter around the entire city, including the port, has been locked down tight. Escape is impossible right now. If we want to hold out for the kingdom's main army, we need to survive for at least 20 days. Corinne then adds, with feeling, "Besides, I really don't want to stay in this place that long." He maps it out. "We'll cross the strait to the north. Specifically, over this iron archipelago to get to the southern peninsula of the North Kingdom." Estelle, predictably, freaks out. "What? That's way too dangerous." He just nods. "It's frozen year-round, so we can walk across." Corinne explains, "Since you can't use your holy power, you're basically a normal person right now. We can't escape the magic tower's surveillance, so this is our only option." But then, Estelle's eyes light up. "No, I escaped the mana prison. My holy power should return soon. If that happens, I can probably break the barrier and we can escape, right?" Corinne's voice is heavy. That holy power isn't coming back anytime soon. He tells her, "Think about it. Did you really lose your power just because of the prison?" And it starts to click for her. "Come to think of it, I haven't been able to use it since that moment." Corinne, of course, remembers the original plot of the story. In the script, the magic tower's method for sealing her power was never clear, but the mastermind behind it was painfully obvious. So he asks, "Right before you were captured, did anyone you were always around act strange?" She pauses for a moment. "What are you implying?" The realization dawns on her. "Is there a traitor among my people?" He nods. "Yes, especially among the high-ranking church officials." But she cuts him off sharply. "Let me give you a piece of advice, Corinne Lough." Her voice turns to ice. "If you want to keep your head, watch your mouth." If he tried to pitch a plan this insane anywhere else, he'd be facing a death sentence for sure. Corinne's question threw her for a loop. Had she really never, not even once, doubted the existence of God? In that moment, STO slapped Corinne right across the face. She was furious. "How dare you say something so disrespectful?" she seethed, grabbing a weapon. But Corinne just turned to leave. "You'll understand it too, someday. Because that's just how this world works." And with that, she left STO to have a full-blown panic attack. Oh God, what was she going to do? A moment later, she's happily doting on a rabbit. My adorable little friend, as cute as a child, as sacred as an angel. STO was lost in her own little happy world, imagining living with this fluff ball in God's own garden forever. She kept praising it, right up until it was suddenly attacked. Blood sprayed across the snow. "So adorable," Corinne deadpanned, picking it up. "Lucky me. There's probably a few more of these around. This one's nice and fat. Should be delicious." STO called her a monster, but they had a plan. Head north. It was the only way to escape the magic tower's pursuit. "The barbaric food of a heretic," she yelled. "Still, it's not like they could be picky about their next meal out here." Then Corinne, our Estelle, pouted. "Doesn't look too appetizing, huh? Here, you should eat more. I've got another one." For 3 days, they just kept pushing forward. Estelle trailed behind them, her holy robes enchanted for warmth. And yet, she shivered. "It's so cold." No kidding. In a blizzard like this, walking even a few meters is a nightmare. They had to be careful. Being spotted by their pursuers while on the move was absolutely not an option. Their enemy's watch was tight, but if they buried themselves in snow, they might pass for animal carcasses. At night, they dug shelters in the drifts. It was the same brutal routine, day after day. But the biggest problem of all was time. They'd already been on the move for a week, and time was running out. Noticing her expression, he finally asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Estelle sighed. "No, I'm just realizing I'm a much bigger burden than I ever imagined." "Now is not the time for self-pity," Corinne shot back. But she just had to ask, "You don't regret this, do you, Junior? Suffering in a place like this, all just to save me." But Corinne's voice was unshakable. "I don't regret it." He gave her a gentle smile. "I saw someone was in pain, and I knew I had the power to change it. So, I came to help. Not coming here? That's the only thing I would have truly regretted. And Estelle felt a warmth spread through her chest. If you truly mean that, she said quietly, then you're an admirable person. If you weren't a heretic, I might have called you a wonderful man. And then, of course, his face went dark and he collapsed. Junior, are you okay? Her brilliant medical conclusion? It must be because you've been wearing wet clothes. Let me help you dry them and get you warm. But then, her eyes filled with panic. What is this? Estelle shrieked in horror. It was blood. And she finally realized. And right on cue, the system explained everything. It was a curse. The curse of Panbanaha. When it touches sunlight, it activates, and the wound it creates will never heal. Corinne had tried to fight it off, and his own sun power kept him from burning, but the curse latched on anyway, and backfired spectacularly. He could feel his body turning to ice. STO was frantic. Wake up, Junior. Here, take my rosary. Hold on to it. She couldn't hold back the tears anymore. No, this can't be happening. He was already so exhausted, and he still tried to save me? As time ticked by, the guilt just consumed Estelle. A whole week he'd been marching through this blizzard. She clenched her fists. My holy power is sealed. I can't even use the grace of the heavens. The only thing I can do now. STO whispered, clutching her pendant, to keep you from freezing. I will. Tears streamed down her face. Me, a princess, a saintess. Has it really come to this? All to keep your body from getting colder. STO took a deep breath and acted. I will transfer my warmth to you, with my own body. And in that dark forest, at that exact moment, a strange light began to glow. Corinne's eyes slowly opened. He was in a daze, but he could feel it. So warm. It was like STO's soft voice cut in. You're awake? Her face was bright red. Corinne dazedly looked down at their bodies and his voice cracked. Saintess? Corinne started freaking out. Why are you get back? Quickly, he stammered. But STO was perfectly calm. I'm just glad you're alive. Corinne was completely lost. Wait, that curse was supposed to be incurable. What was going on? He glanced at his own body. His mana was draining, but the wound, it was actually healing. His eyes shot open in pure panic. What is this? Corinne immediately figured it out and yelled, Is it the magic tower? They couldn't have caught up so fast. Just then, a giant shadow fell over them both. She calls his name Corinne. He curses under his breath. Terrible timing, his body hasn't even recovered yet. Their fight kicks off as Corinne somersaults through an ambush by countless magic tower grunts. He breaks it down. Every single one of them is as strong as a level 2 knight, at least. And they're all human giant hybrids. In the original story, they were supposed to be minions of Tespantha Giat. Corinne puts it together they're demi-giants. Right now, the battle is still absolutely raging. Each one of these guys is a warrior ranked knight level 2 or higher, with the blood of humans and giants. The demi-giants let out terrifying roars, even though in the story, they should be vassals of Tespantha Giat. This whole bizarre moment just made them wonder. This is how it should be. Corinne and Estelle couldn't help but yell out, What in the world is going on? Seeing this, the old man explains that these individuals are from a tribe he once knew. I met them when BJK announced he was enrolling in the academy. This makes Corinne pause and think, BJK. He remembers the stories of the third-year valedictorian. The images flash through Corinne's mind. The demi-giant, the berserker DJK. He gets it now. It all clicks. Then Corinne thinks of Miriam and Estelle, and the huge difference that split the church into the old Zerone and the new Z. Their attitude towards demons. For the longest time, the old church viewed demons as nothing more than monsters or evil spirits. But then, a major event changed everything. After the Witch Revolution, they slowly started accepting demons. The new church completely flipped their views on them. They sought to protect and live in harmony with demonkind. Bit by bit, things changed. Allowing demons into the academy was the biggest example, even in his own generation. He thinks of her and BJK again. Among the upperclassmen, two stood out. Maka Dung, Mary Danaref, and the demi-giant BJK. Back then, the reason they got in despite all the protests was because Estelle didn't hesitate to back them. She declared BJK an outstanding student, which even convinced Corinne. He was grateful then. It was all thanks to the support from Estelle, the representative of the new church. But there was another reason. This place wasn't the true north yet. What could possibly motivate these giants to cross the sea to get here? The guy yells as soon as he spots the target, Hey, they're over there! He madly pushes the cart forward, yelling, Wipe them all out, which makes Corinne a little suspicious of fighting against IC. Up ahead, the mages from the tower are blasting the block of ice with fire magic. In that moment, an urgent voice shouts, Hurry up! We can't let those demi-giants find us. They were clearly having a tough time. Suddenly, something appears, forcing them all to a dead stop. It's Nuan. charging at them looking absolutely furious. You mages dare disturb the eternal sleep of our ancestors? You deserve to die. The sight sends them into a panic. It's a demi-giant, damn it! His partner yells, get the defensive magic up, now! But on the other side, Nuan's own mana is rushing toward them. The mages throw up a barrier to block his attack. Just then, a system window pops up. Gator, the red spear from Manamokli's spear set. Gator, nullifies magical effects on an object. It deals an extra 350% damage against beast-type enemies. Any beast hit by the spear will be cursed by the hunt of the red spear. This makes Corinne grit his teeth. Looks like it's going to take a while to fully recover. In that instant, his eyes widen at what he sees. Of course, a monster appears in front of him with a deafening roar. Crush them all. With a single stomp, the beast makes the ground shake, sending everything flying. The mages didn't even have time to defend. After that, he walks over, pats the beast's head, and praises it. Good job, you. You really are strong, aren't you? Corinne replies politely, oh, it was nothing. If it weren't for everyone else, I'd probably be dead by now. He breathes out a cold mist, analyzing the situation. If the script was right, the demi-giants who were supposed to serve Tesbantha Giant are attacking the mages. But why? Somewhere else, a cheerful voice rings out. It's truly an honor to meet the Saintess of the South. Hello, Chieftain Kareem. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? He seems overjoyed too. Yes. Is that boy Bachetker behaving at school? Not causing any trouble, is he? This man is the demi-giant chieftain, Kareem. Hearing that, Estrau smiles and replies, of course not. Your son is currently the valedictorian of the third-year Knights, making Kareem laugh with pride. Yes, that's my son. Of course he'd achieve that. Suddenly, his eyes land on her companion and he says, by the way, we don't welcome outsiders here. Who is this with you? Just as Kareem finishes asking, who is it, Kareem suddenly drops to his knees, bowing his head to the ground. Kareem clenches his fists, his eyes shining with pure admiration. Model. For the longest time, this guy believed giants were the true creators of the world. He's so emotional right now, he just can't stop gushing about their epic legends. My man's heart is pounding. All he's ever wanted is to walk in their massive footsteps one day. Estelle, standing right there, has to cut him off like, dude, you're dissing the gods again, seriously. Kareem, however, is actually intrigued by this. You Southerners still think our history is just a myth? How come? And boom, Kareem is on his knees again, ready to explain himself because he has, in fact, actually seen it. His next words basically freeze the entire room. He saw the remains of the great giant king, Balor. And our boy here, well, he wasn't lying. The image flashes through his mind again. Yep, a giant's eyeball, just hanging out in the magic tower. A second later, Kareem can't hold it in anymore and shoots to his feet, shouting, is that true? Desecrating our ancestors wasn't enough. Now you dare insult the king's remains? The guy's a ticking time bomb, furious at these damn mages. So yeah, he tries to hold him back, but the enemies are both strong and numerous. Sure, they're no match for actual giants, but their power is definitely nothing to sneeze at. The more he hears, the more impatient Kareem gets. So how do we deal with them? But then, a hand suddenly grabs his. Standing tall, he sincerely offers to join the fight. Without missing a beat, Kareem gives the command, and just look at that sneaky grin on Kareem's face. STO just had to ask, you seem way too happy about this. Was this part of your plan too, Kareem? Hearing that, he just gives the most casual reply ever. Nope, I just found out they were here too. This, of course, made her wonder, then why are you smiling? But Kareem just stays quiet, calculating. The original script was to get friendly with Baekter, then get an invite to visit. He had everything meticulously prepared. That way, when Baekter and the other players visited, they'd discover a massacred giant village. Then Kareem's thoughts drifted to the half-giants from the main story. Most half-giants were just bad guy minions, but this specific tribe respected their ancestors and guarded the giants' tombs. Back in the present, he finally speaks up. Everyone, under a sky full of stars, Kareem's eyes were filled with a single message: hope was not dead. After some time, part 1 of his plan was complete. Just like that, they had formed an alliance with the half-giants. Kareem moved on to other places. He and SJO survived for an entire week, all thanks to some help from their giant-sized allies. With every step he took, his mind was racing for the next 2 weeks. But in the end, they returned safe and sound. The second they got back, a figure lunged out for a hug, catching him completely off guard. It was Mariette, getting all emotional seeing him alive and well. I seriously thought you were dead, Corinne. If Corinne died, then I would. Suddenly, a voice cuts in from ahead. I always had faith in my student. Erin stepped forward, her voice gentle. It's a relief you returned unharmed. All of you, Corinne, the Saintess, and Coran. At this, he just scratches his head and laughs awkwardly. If you all knew what I accomplished, you would be absolutely stunned. Suddenly, Corinne seems to remember something and freezes. Huh? Quaron? Where in the world is Quaron? His question immediately throws everyone into a state of confusion. Wait, wasn't she with you? Where is she? Cut to a different place, covered in thick snow and ice. Corpses litter the frozen ground. Corinne and Estelle have been on the run from the magic tower for a week, but they haven't once had to face the mages. Because a crazy powerful girl has been standing guard, a person who can fight without needing to eat or drink, or even sleep. Coran's eyes are ice cold, devoid of any emotion, as she guards the northern entrance. She stares ahead at the grim, frigid sky. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the magic tower, the leader of the elders, Breen, can't help but let out a tired yawn. For real, when are those losers finally going to attack us? Beside him, the Green faction's leader, Elder Drillion, speaks up. Aren't you being a bit overconfident? We've been fighting the kingdom's army for almost 2 weeks. Then they recalled the horrifying scene from before. I guess Elder Breen's little disaster spell caused way too much damage. Yeah, true. Suddenly, the door bursts open with a desperate shout. Master! Master! He immediately asks, what is it? The apprentice quickly explains that the kingdom's army, the kingdom's fleet, is approaching. Hearing this, Rarian can't help but comment, flying into their own deaths, just like moths to a flame. Breen, however, instantly gives an order. Prepare for battle. It's time they witness the power of the magic tower. This makes the messenger stammer. About that. It's not just the fleet, sir. He sounds even more frantic now. Flying beasts appeared in the sky, which made Brain wonder. In a place like this? Even wyverns can barely fly properly. Rarian chimes in, and it looks like their plan is to leave everyone here to die. Suddenly, one of them starts screaming in a total panic. Those aren't your average flying beasts. Outside, it's absolute chaos, over 30 of them, and a single one is worth over 20,000 gold. How is this happening? Wasting no time, the guy unleashes his magic. Don't panic, just deal with it. Right on cue, the soldiers launch their own attacks. A barrage of ice lances. The sharp ice shards shoot forward, actually stopping the flying beasts in their tracks for a moment. They'd created a solid barrier of ice picks. But not even a second later, the entire thing shatters into pieces. This little display left them all completely and utterly speechless. Lunia draws her blade with a soft voice. You kept me waiting far too long, my fiancé. Aiden's eyes sharpen as he gets ready, his sword prepared for battle. Then, Lunia roars her command to the troops. Slaughter every last one of them for me. Her soldiers raise their weapons and charge, yelling, Yes, ma'am! Meanwhile, Rarian's group is desperately slinging magic and calling for backup. Aiden, sword number 1, we need you. Lunia's army just keeps pouring in, relentless and overwhelming, as the Wiskai Mercenary Guild charges forward. The Wiskai Mercenary Guild, advance! They're too strong, please, send backup. This sight makes him lose all his patience, and he starts screaming, You idiots, what a reckless assault! Nothing's changed, wipe them all out. But as soon as he hears a noise, Rarian growls, Who's making that weird sound? Then a soldier suddenly collapses, clutching his stomach. My stomach. Turns out, this was all part of Corinne's plan. They had no idea that Hazong had already been spread all over the Gangcheon archipelago. He had used something very special indeed, Hazong Crenius. He just throws his head back and lets out a wild, satisfied laugh. A terribly evil treasure brought back from the land of the gods, carrying with it a horrifying curse. That plant seed gradually grows, spreading the Maha curse. Every man living on this land will be attacked from within. And just like that, both Rarian and Bren let out blood-curdling screams, feeling a pain exactly like childbirth. All over the land, tormented screams begin to echo. Corinne's eyes gleam with a sinister light. Angus, you bastard. The revenge starts now. Waves of people just run past, stepping right on top of the fallen. Are they trying to escape? So he can even pull this off. Edwin casually strolls inside. Looks like that business with Matan from yesterday is finally wrapped up. The most fundamental authority has been lost. Beside him, Dune Skies chimes in. That was quick, wasn't it? Then, he glances down at the corpses below. If I only had a bit more time, I could have revived all the heaven giants. His partner just nods. Well, it's no big deal. Then Edwin gives a vial a little shake, looking pleased. At any rate, I've confirmed that the Saintess's blood can be copied. He opens a cabinet and explains the plan. Matan was always a disposable pawn from the very beginning. There's a research lab to the north. I will continue my experiments there. This news immediately gets Dune Skies all fired up. On the way, if we kill some demigods, we can collect a few more skeletons. Inside this guy's body are beasts just teeming with magical power. Moving the Heaven Giant's remains isn't difficult, but dealing with those pests outside? That won't be easy now, will it? He can't help but let out a wicked smile. We have enough of the Saintess's blood and the demigod's blood for the main body. Hearing this, Duneskajes immediately speaks up. If that's the case, the guy looks up at the giant eye and laughs excitedly. We don't need to bring that thing with us anymore, do we? Cut to the top of the magic tower, where our group has just survived some absolutely horrific torture. Rian gasps for air, realizing he's alive. Good thing our magic resistance held up. Lania stumbles to her feet. If it didn't, suddenly, they all start convulsing again, freaking her out. What is it? What's wrong with everyone? They just twitch and scream uncontrollably. My stomach. My stomach. Mom. Meanwhile, Brandia, having survived round 1, just winces in horror. I don't even want to imagine it again. In the chaos, he spots Drarian running off. Elder Drarian, where are you going? The guy looks completely frantic. I have to get to the forest. This just confuses the other guy even more. In an emergency like this, Rarian screams with a voice full of absolute conviction. Even if that place contains precious souls, it's not just precious, it's priceless. It has Mount Goriel, where 10 years of our Academy's production is stored. He's not wrong. He bolts towards the forest. I have to at least get that much back. Elder Rarian clearly did not anticipate this. But inside, the forest is now teeming with bizarre, mystical plants. The Forbidden Forest has been completely wiped out. Rian stares at the scene, utterly bewildered by the curse. The magic tower has fallen. A monster crackling with power lunges forward, and at the same time he loses control of his own summoned beasts, leaving him to scream in despair. Save me! His blood-curdling scream echoes through the entire space. A person places a map on the table and speaks up. I will now report on the situation. Over with the Eastern Steel Corps, Mariette and Erin Danwoody are leading the way. This way, everyone, and yep, I'm definitely seeing more bodies than before. He quickly explains that a magic chant successfully weakened the entire Magic Tower's forces. The Eastern pincer attack was a huge success. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Tower, they're having a complete meltdown. My precious test subjects, you scumbags, do you have any idea how much those things cost? The Magic Tower has now been occupied by the Waski mercenary squad. And on the Western Steel Corps' front, Lunia is fighting and shouting reminders. We can't relax yet, people. Stay on your guard. Leanne replies, yes, ma'am. She also adds that thanks to Amel, the Western Front is making the fastest progress. We cut to Sang, still battling it out on the Southern Front. Reporting in, Commander, the East, West, and South prongs have completed the encirclement, but the mages are using mist to summon clones and find an escape route. They just don't have enough troops to lock down the North. If this keeps up, they're going to let them get away. His eyes narrow as he says softly that there are still forces available there. At this point, the mages from the Magic Tower have all fallen, just a bunch of weak, pathetic rookies. Corinne Williams, their squad captain, stands there defiantly holding his weapon. The moment they see him, his enemies scream, how the hell did you scumbags get all the way in here? At this, Kareem has to admit it. Corinne, you were right. Corinne just gives a firm nod in response. Yes. To achieve their goals, they'll stop at nothing. As the words leave his mouth, his eyes sharpen. A massive sound makes everyone freeze. The old man looks up with pure dread in his eyes. Seriously? The ancestor who was supposed to be resting in peace. Corinne's expression is also incredibly conflicted at this sight. So, he's actually been resurrected? This is the monster that murdered the god king of the Dan and Noda and was the king of the giants. Balor exhales scorching heat, beginning to stalk its prey, Balor of the Evil Eye. Seeing this, their enemies can't hide their absolute glee. See that? This is the true essence of the Magic Tower, the ultimate weapon that can even overcome death. Suddenly, the man's pupils widen as he sees something. Balor's gigantic foot comes crashing down to crush every last one of them. Wait, why is this happening? He slams the ground, creating a massive explosion before leaping away, forcing them all to run for their lives. Damn it! Why is it attacking its own allies like us? Chief, fall back now! But Kareem is just frozen in place. This is all my fault. He's paralyzed. All because of the ancestor who could not rest in peace. It seems Kareem has realized it. He's passing judgment down on us. Balor's strike creates a massive quake, shattering everything to pieces. Suddenly, a brilliant light appears in the distance. A voice rings out, making Kareem pause. This isn't anyone's fault. Professor Joss Finn has created a barrier in front of them. The ones to blame are the scumbags from the Magic Tower who made kin kill each other. Only now can the man finally let out a relieved breath. We're alive. She grinds her teeth in frustration. Corinne, that student. Balor's body is just a mindless puppet, but its destructive power is absolutely monstrous. If it attacks one more time, there's no way we'll be able to stop it. Hearing this, he just speaks up calmly. Don't worry. There is a power that is not inferior to destruction, because we have the power of friendship and courage. Huh? Corinne raises his hand to the sky and yells, Corinne Williams, supreme combination. Seconds later, Corinne Lough and Un shout in unison, right, yes. They combine their strength to unleash their most powerful techniques, the ultimate skill of drift. Warrior enhancement. Great siege golem. Now, Corinne Lough can't hold back his excitement. This time will be totally different than before. This isn't over yet. As the parts of the mecha begin to assemble, he places a hand on it and screams, combine! Piece by piece, the robot's components begin to fuse together. In no time, a complete robot stands before them. System, all stable. Every step it takes feels like it could shatter the world. Operator matter, infinite combination. It slams its fist down, creating a massive impact, the nature golem. At that moment, a system window pops up as the two golems merge. The Wicker Man and Zun golem will cause a one-of-a-kind fusion. When 2 or 3 types of special magic energy are perfectly balanced, it will activate the Moitura crafting set. Only by overcoming these incredibly rare conditions can it be created the Moitura crafting set, forged by 3 Danon blacksmiths, forged into a golem by Redney and Lough joining forces. This is a secret art they created specifically to fight giants. Balor clenches a fist, ready to destroy everything. This is the final evolved form of the golem Roman member, but it dodges the blow with ease. Crush him! The mech pulls out a weapon wrapped in dense magic. It swings the sword a few times, getting into a ready stance. Let's go, nature golem. Wicker warrior, sword combination. On the other side, Kareem and the other giants are roaring in support. Wicker, warrior, and Corinne Lough is just as hyped up. The flame of friendship and courage is burning bright, which makes Un yell back, "You're too loud, focus!" Almost immediately, a giant robot appeared and started unloading on some monster named Balo. Seeing this, Corinne and his group couldn't help but cheer. Nice. But he wasn't done yet. Not even close. He revs up the mech and charges right back in. The core is exposed, so they really are using golem tech to control Balor. Corinne Lough screams at him to just charge and rip that thing out. But then Balor's hand suddenly snatches the mech's arm. What the heck, where did that come from? He looks like he's about to tear everything apart, and struggling is totally useless. Seeing this, Corinne immediately screams out a warning, "Danger!" Instantly, Balor's pupils dilate and glow bright red. Activation initiated. Target locked. He unleashes a massive wave of magic, incinerating everything around him. Corinne Lough can't even believe his eyes. How is this possible? The guy inside, though? Oh, he's looking incredibly satisfied after that little light show. A well-made golem, he admits. As the master of the Golden Faction, he'll give them props, but he's already seen the limits of their little toys. Golems are not the perfect being, he sneers, as a twisted smile forms on Balor's face. However, this experiment with Balor has shown him a brand new possibility, a being combining the body of a celestial and the soul of a mage. Edwin is the one in control, his cruelty on full display. And what if he used the body of the mythical celestial king, combined with his own genius, the mind at the peak of the magic tower? Edwin is just soaking in the power trip. This is the perfect being he has always craved. Balor lets out a completely unhinged laugh after trashing the place. Suddenly, a booming voice rings out, stopping him cold. Impressive. Balor immediately whips his head toward the sound. In that moment, the very space around him begins to crack and shatter, and everything collapses around a very confused Balor. Now, nothing but dust and ashes remain. Corinne steps forward and calls him out. This heap of junk is the peak of the magic tower you were talking about? His crew and the demi-giants are all in formation, ready for a fight. Their message is clear. Bring it on. You can see the hunger for battle burning in Corinne's eyes. I will smash everything. These words even get a comment out of Adrian about friendship. Balor just shrieks back, "You brought your buddies here to die with you?" Over on the side, Corinne Lough is yelling his head off. "Corinne, hurry up, we're stable for now." But if that thing activates one more time, this whole island is gone for good. Wasting no time, Corinne snaps into action. "I get it. UN, take me to the energy core, now." He knows that even the golem's destructive power won't be enough to even scratch Balor's armor. Hearing this, UN simply replies, "Roger." Corinne has no other choice. He clenches his fist, using his magic to push the power of the sun to its absolute maximum. A blinding flash of light appears, compressing the very sun itself. Corinne has only 10 seconds to maintain this power, and he uses every last moment. Each movement is aimed directly at Balor's weak spots. Corinne's feet don't stop for a single second because he knows he has to slam this thing right into him. But Balor is just looking down on him with utter contempt. A risky plan. This body belongs to the giant King Balor, who defeated a god king. You think you can beat me so easily? Suddenly, he freezes in place as his entire body gets encased in solid ice. That was all Mariette. She screams, "Corinne, hurry! I can't hold him for much longer." He quickly shouts back, "Thanks, senior." Right after, Corinne grits his teeth and charges. Balor just threatens, "You're all like rats that will die in my hands." His massive hand reaches out, trying to crush everything in its path. In that instant, Alyssa appears and shouts, "Hold that filthy hand back! Attack now, Corinne!" This just makes Edwin even angrier. What are those mages waiting for? Why don't you get in there and destroy them? From the distance, another figure appears with a voice like steel. "Give up, Tower Master Edwin." Erin stands tall and declares, "The history of the magic tower." And just as she finishes her sentence, Corinne lands a massive blow. Could will end here. Suddenly, from the front, a voice shouts as Balor summons ferocious snakes to attack Corinne. "Looks like you forgot something. My dear friend," Corinne thinks. "I was wondering why you hadn't shown up yet." Just as the snake is about to swallow him, he gets an idea. You just see Corinne give a mysterious smirk. "The Beast King. What a coincidence. We have another monster on our hands." He quickly pulls out his weapon. Gator Lutsky has been hit by Gator's beast curse. It takes 350% more damage, can't escape the hunting ground, and is marked. Corinne relentlessly attacks the snake, feeling more energized with every hit. After that, he uses another technique. The Sebastia dot core has been activated. Corinne raises his sword high and yells the incantation. Suddenly, Dune Skies appears with a wicked smile. "My, you seem to have a lot of free time." Balor declares with total arrogance, "I am a legend. You will all kneel before the giant king, you descendants of the sun." Corinne is caught totally off guard as everything starts getting sucked into Balor's eye. And right on cue, Ran made her grand entrance. She dove straight down to attack Balor, their energies clashing in a massive explosion that completely shredded everything around them. Just then, a voice rings out, "Ran, dodge!" Ran immediately obeys. Yes, Edwin feels a soul-deep pain and starts getting seriously ticked off. "You low-level scrubs actually dared to attack me? Let me show you what real power looks like." But then something appeared that made him freeze solid. It was Corinne, charging at him with an absolutely insane amount of energy. Corinne's eyes widened as he counted down from 3. Balor let out a piercing shriek, "Corinne, stop! Don't you get in my way!" But that wasn't all. Corinne then pulled out a sword practically dripping with magic. "You still don't get it, do you?" He swung the blade with immense force, unleashing his demon-severing technique, leaving his foe in utter disbelief. Just how did everything go so wrong so fast? But Corin remained perfectly calm, his energy levels still maxed out. "So, do you understand the situation now?" The huge gap in their power levels was obvious, but Balor refused to accept it, screaming, "This can't be happening." He still clung to the hope of turning things around, the self-proclaimed savior of the magic way. The two immense powers collided, creating a world-shattering explosion that had even the onlookers above them trembling in pure terror. "It's too dangerous, Saintess. We have to retreat now." But Estelle simply replied, "I'm all right." Her eyes remained fixed on the battle below. "I have to witness this. The fight of those who came here for me." All of a sudden, a massive light erupted from below, so bright it seemed to swallow everything. Even Estelle was stunned by this incredible power. Her eyes flew wide open in absolute amazement. I am a disciple closer to God than anyone." And with that realization, Estelle's tears began to flow freely. "Because of that, I can feel God's power with my own sacred soul." Her eyes filled with pure happiness as she awakened a bloodline hidden deep inside her. Estelle finally understood everything, the truth about the church and the holy war. She immediately dropped to her knees, an image of Corin flashing in her mind. None of this would be possible without him. Back to the battle. The whole area was now a sea of flames, apparently. This is where God truly resides. Edwin coughed violently as he struggled to get back on his feet. Balor tried to move his hand, still refusing to accept reality. "In a place like this, I can't possibly lose," he muttered in bitter denial. Right in front of him was the divine cauldron, a symbol of the power of the god Dagana of the surface dwellers. Through the agony, he desperately reached for it. Me, the parasite and host, can regenerate forever. But Corin got there first, scooping it up. "Persistent, aren't you? Still breathing after all that." Without any hesitation, Corinne just dumped everything inside onto the ground. "Well, this is the end of the line for you." Balor could only stare in horror before letting out a final, pathetic scream. That's... No." Oh yeah, Corin knew exactly what it was, a little gift from Dianset back in Mameo. A flask encircled by a serpent appeared. Rank, legendary. Bergan's Boiling 100 Venoms. It's a nasty concoction of venom from mythological snakes, capable of wiping out all life it touches. And here's the kicker, it's a one-time use item. As Balor began to dissolve, Corin filled him in. In my previous life, you threw this into the sea, killing countless innocent people. The man just kept screaming. No. Balo's hands trembled as he melted, desperately reaching for something to hold. Master. Moments later, he was nothing but a puddle. He's been an empty shell ever since Lusky's death anyway. Memories of the past began to surface. From the moment Saintess Estelle was captured and taken to the Magic Tower. Back then, her sudden appearance had shocked everyone. An incredible number of things had happened since then. Through long adventures and countless battles, they had forged unforgettable memories together over the past month. A seemingly endless, brutal fight. After the long battle, Corinne finally managed a relieved smile. It's finally over. Corinne asked with a voice full of concern. Seriously, where have you been all alone? But Warren remained completely silent. No one knew the answer. For 2 weeks, with no food and no water, she had single-handedly fought off the entire Magic Tower pursuit squad. This feat alone was enough to make her a legend in the North. Warren then grabbed Corinne's wrist. The survival of both Estelle and Corinne was entirely thanks to this one girl. And now, she finally spoke a few words. You're safe. I see. Which left Corinne completely and utterly confused. What did you say? But Ran just smiled and shook her head. You don't need to know. It's nothing. And that legend in the North became a story that never happened. Instead, the tale of Corinne Guardian's overwhelming victory became a myth that spread across the entire world. Dune Sky gave a strange, twisted smile and said, You have defeated the great enemy of the world. A system window popped up. Dune Sky, Grand Sorcerer Rin. Difficulty, a double plus. And the rewards come pouring in. 160 points, aura level increased, and mana boosted all the way to Supreme. He unlocks comprehension of EZ and the Battle Knight class. That first one means he intuitively gets magic, but the system wasn't done yet. The Battle Knight. He's now a living symbol on the battlefield, the most glorious warrior out there. No pressure or anything. But here's the catch, he can't ever fall. His power changes with his allies, so if he goes down, everyone's morale completely tanks. Not only that, but his aura and mana are now both at the Supreme level. The only tier left above this is Special. Quaron just stands there, soaking in the ambient energy, a power that awakens every cell in his body. It boosts his physical body and raw power, and among all the special tier aura users, Quaron is the poster boy for it. On the flip side, you've got STL, a master of mana, able to create supernatural phenomena, and the best example of a special tier mana user is Sister Mary. And get this, as far as he knows, only 3 people in existence have reached the special tier in both. The others are also ridiculously strong, like B and Tetban Thagiat. But that Tetban Thagiat guy, when you add in his precepts, people call him a being from another dimension. That level of power feels impossibly far away. Flash forward 1 year into his second life. In that time, he's wrecked a magic tower and saved countless lives. You know, casual stuff. Corinne is getting way more relaxed about everything. No need to rush, he just needs to be strong enough when it really matters. Just then, Mariette pops in looking thrilled. Corinne, we're all done over here. To which he immediately asks, what's the situation? As he says it, his mind flashes back. This whole Saintess rescue mission came with one amazing perk, unlimited looting rights. During the Magic Tower subjugation, Corinne Williams was allowed to loot anything and everything. A truly ridiculous luxury. But Sister Mary already had the material resources covered, so our crew decided to skip that and go for a different prize. Back to the present, a robot is doing a head count. The final tally is 457 mages, including 2 Elder class and 6 Professor class. So, is it cool if my side manages all these people? That's a lot of manpower, Corinne. The number of people you're in charge of has officially exploded. Mariette's eyes practically gleam with thirst. I think I might need some fresh blood. Corinne looks awkward but agrees anyway. Sure, I guess. Without any hesitation, she opens her mouth wide. Well then, if you'll excuse me. But the arm she bites down on isn't Corinne's, it's Quaron's. Her sudden appearance catches him completely off guard. Whoa, where'd you come from? After a brief silence, Quaron speaks softly. We have a guest. In walks a positively radiant Estelle. Hello there, Junior. Her clear voice rings out across the room. Do you have a moment? And just like that, Corinne and Mariette get booted from the room, looking pretty salty about it. Inside, Corinne asks, what did you want to discuss? As Estelle gently approaches. First, I wanted to say thank you. Corinne, thank you for saving me. Hearing this, Corinne can't help but tease her a little. Planning on paying me back with just words? She immediately shoots back. Don't worry, the royal family will prepare a reward. It's just that the church is super busy, so their reward might be a little delayed. This piques his interest. The church is busy? As she says this, Estelle's face suddenly flushes bright red. Yes. So, I want to give you a gift first. But before Corinne can even respond, she leans in and kisses him. What was that? Estelle gives him an incredibly sweet kiss. That is your reward for saving me. Pulling away slightly, she whispers, close your eyes. Corinne obeys. A scent like heaven fills his senses, the smell of the warm heart that shared its heat in the freezing cold. Something soft and slender slips between his lips, slides past his teeth, and wraps around his tongue. The bottom of it is soft, but the top is hard? Wait. Realization dawns, and Corinne slowly opens his eyes, feeling totally flushed. Hard? There's Estelle, playfully holding up her finger with a mischievous smile. A second later, she points right at his face and starts scolding him. You cheeky brat! You're such a pervert, aren't you? You were totally expecting something else. Expecting something? He can't believe Estelle is just brushing it off, saying, we'll talk about what comes next. Some other time. And when we do, you better call me ma'am, Mr. Corinne. Our hero is not amused. Hey, don't you think this joke is going a little too far? But all he can do is sulk in silence. Man, she is a handful. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Estelle is completely lost in thought. She can't stop replaying that kiss with Corinne. Lost in the memory, she unconsciously touches her own lips. She thinks it's so strange. Even though it was her first, her heart hammered in her chest, just like it did back then. Her mind flashes back to the past, to that colossal divine power. It felt just like the first time she faced the power of the sun itself. Back then, she had been overjoyed when her false beliefs were shattered, feeling that same heart-pounding thrill of finally facing the truth. Corinne, trying his best to play detective, asks if anyone who met the Saintess started acting weird. But nope, he gets a solid slap from Estelle for his trouble. She stares at the necklace, and the gears start turning. My rosary was supposed to be pure gold, she thinks. My holy power is gone because some traitor swapped it with a cheap fake. Her gaze drops to a tiny crack on the pendant. And get this, the only people who could touch it are high-ranking church officials. Just then, a messenger rushes in, ruining the moment. Saintess, it's time to see the Pope. Hearing this, she gets all flustered. Estelle shuts her eyes dramatically. Corinne, can I see you again on vacation? I want to face the sun with a pure soul. But then her eyes snap open as she thinks about the traitors within the church. The more she thinks, the more furious she becomes, resolving to catch and kill every single one of them. Cut to the Duna potato farm down south. It's early morning, and a horrible loudspeaker starts to blare. Rise and shine, you maggots, an awful voice yells, making everyone groan. Is it morning already? A few minutes later, they're all outside for morning exercises. Calisthenics in Duna, begin. 1, 2, 1, 2. The same awful music plays on repeat as they salute the golden potato flag. Yes, a potato flag. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Hey, Julin. His automatic reply, what's for breakfast? Boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, and dried potatoes. He immediately gets whacked by a guard stick. Potatoes again? Seriously? Are you possessed by a potato demon or something? No talking. The guard just keeps screaming. You worthless scum. These potatoes you eat are sacred. They are the blood and the sweat of the people, purchased with their precious tax dollars. As Julien digs, he fumes to himself. This is all that potato-obsessed girl's fault. Just wait. When this is over, I'll rise again. He can't believe how ridiculous this is. For a brilliant professor like me to end up here. But suddenly, he stops. He sees a familiar face, Professor Ronan. Ronan calls out his name, and Julien is bursting with joy. He sees everyone from the magic tower. Finally, you came to rescue us. But Ronan just quietly holds something up. Nope. Ronan raises his cuffed hands, looking utterly defeated. We got captured too. And just like that, Julien's joy turns to stone. Hope, it seems, is just a mask that despair wears. 1 month later, the sun is setting. Manny walks in holding a letter and asks, Honey, did you happen to see the letter that came this morning? Bond just scoffs with total disgust. You mean the one from our ungrateful son? Haven't seen it. He just can't stop himself from complaining. I raised him wrong, I really did. He goes to the academy and suddenly he's too good for his own parents. Bone sounds totally defeated. Last summer he was in the south, this winter he went to the east. The kid is just always off having fun. But his wife is the complete opposite. She's practically glowing, but it seems Corinne's getting a ton of recognition. He even got some kind of promotion. That gets his attention. He asks vaguely, For real? I heard they even started some kind of club together. As Manny reads on, she gets even more excited. It says here the Saintess was kidnapped, and they say Corinne was the big hero of the incident. At that, Bond finally cracks a proud smile. He gets that from me. What a gutsy kid. A man has to make a name for himself. Then, Out of nowhere, his wife asks, "But you know, has our Corinne ever actually been in love?" Bone lets out a long, hopeless sigh. He's a good-looking kid, I'll give him that. But can he even form a sentence in front of a girl? A guy his age needs a girlfriend to finally grow up a little. At that exact moment, at the academy, Corinne and Marie are getting ready to leave together. His letter just said he was bringing friends. Bone sighs again. That boy has such a long way to go. He's probably just dragging a couple of his guy friends along. But Corinne? He looks absolutely ecstatic. All right then. Corinne points dramatically toward the distance and shouts, "Let's get this adventure started." And so, Corinne and the gang set off for the Imperial capital. Meanwhile, Bone and Manny are busy cooking up a feast. Well, if he's bringing friends, we'd better cook a whole chicken for them. Yeah, that should be enough. Somewhere else, a guy named Sihu stares out a window. I am haunted by this stupid damn game. The images flash through his mind clear as day. The item inventory, the crafting window, the skill tree, the quest log, and even the familiar terrain. The name of that game was Legend of the Hero Ahan. Sihu looks down at his own hands. I knew every secret in that game. I was a legend in the community, a top-tier player. But all of that is in the past now. He looks at the world around him and lets out a long, defeated sigh. This is so messed up. Everything is completely messed up. Sihu silently curses at all this insane game world, this new body he's trapped in, and especially this system window forcing him to be the hero. This whole thing is garbage. It doesn't matter if it's a novel or a game, the main characters are always forced to be meddling heroes. Risking your own life just to save someone else? Every time he sees that kind of noble sacrifice, he gets secondhand embarrassment. So, he's totally over the whole hero shtick, which is immediately followed by his brain playing a highlight reel of absolute carnage. But one thing was crystal clear. This world was doomed to be obliterated by some disaster, and the number of survivors would be laughably small. And right then, it clicked for Sihu he was a player in this world, so whether he liked it or not, he was stuck with the glorious job of saving everyone. But he could still salvage something. Luckily, the game had a basic level of freedom. With that thought, Sihu gets moving again. This guy's not just some background character, you can tell. He clenches his fist, dense magic flaring around him. All right, I'm taking the max efficiency route, and I'm going to survive. Just watch. First, he had to master the system, then grab every single hidden reward available in the early stages. Sihu's eyes sharpened. Since it's come to this, I'm doing things my way. Who cares about the main plot? As long as the world gets saved in the end, we're good, right? Elsewhere, he's suddenly shouting some weird stuff. I hate those sickeningly sweet hero types. The crisp, refreshing soda type is where it's at. Sihu silently made a powerful resolution. I'm going to live for myself. A second later, he sees some girl named Corinne running toward him. Hey, me too. Leaving Sihu to just wonder. What in the world is with this girl? But Corinne just kept on rambling. You know Kimchi? I'm Korean. Do you know? He had to quickly cut her off. I said I know already. Meanwhile, Corinne was still going like a hyperactive squirrel, causing him to mutter, "Is her brain broken?" And just like that, the other person's mood completely cratered. I didn't need to hear something like that. Then, Corinne switched topics. Wow, imagine meeting someone from back home, right here. How old are you? He quickly shot back a cool reply. My real age is 26. Sihu thought to himself, though my original body was only 22. Hearing that, the other guy immediately saw his chance to act superior. Oh, really? I'm 1 year older than you. Call me Hyung. And Sihu instantly regretted everything. Damn it, I should have said I was a year older. Then Corinne asked, Hey, Sihu, have you ever played this game before? He replied, a little sheepishly. No, I was about to start when I got dragged in here. He had it all planned out, no need to give away all his info. Hearing this, the other guy rubbed his chin, thinking, is that so? Sihu was still a little worried, because he had no clue what kind of person this Corinne Lough he possessed was supposed to be. But a moment later, Corinne slung an arm around his shoulders and laughed. Don't worry, I'm great at this game. Just trust me, and you'll be fine. First, open your status window. This left Sihu feeling a little lost. Status window? But he decided to roll with it. Fine, I guess I just got myself a temporary sidekick. This person's identity was Corinne Lough, formerly 28 years old, a PE major from a big-name university in the capital. He still trained like a maniac. Currently, he was a total nobody in the Legend of Hero Ahan, just some mob character named Corinne Lough. Over on the other side, Sihu couldn't resist asking, if you were a student at a fancy sports university, how'd you end up as a gym trainer? The guy didn't even try to hide it. Some dude took a bribe from the student council president to fix the results. I called him out on it, so they hated me and kicked me out. Which just made Sihu think, what an absolute idiot. It wasn't his business, but he stuck his nose in anyway. So, to be perfectly honest, Corinne replied, yeah, If I hadn't jumped in back then, I'd probably be making a lot more money now. I might have even made it to Brazil. If things went well, maybe even the national team. And then he forced a smile. I guess I'd have a lot to regret, huh? Hearing that, Sihu just sighed. Ugh, so annoying. These are the types who just parade around with a good guy label. All for show, the whole act. He suddenly remembered college. The pests who kept asking for his number were exactly like this, pretending to be all kind and gentle. At this point, Sihu was starting to get genuinely worried. In the early game, this guy is just a meat shield, bait to draw the boss's attention. He had to ditch him. 1 month later, moonlight spilled down on the academy, with loot scattered all around after a huge fight. Sihu clutched his bleeding arm, staring at the sword in front of him, his body tense. Damn it! His pupils shrank, unable to believe what he was seeing. I let my guard down. Sihu then glanced at the horrific scene. He'd killed Alyssa Aiden just to get Lunea Aiden to join early, and even power-leveled Drone Waski and Grant Ludden, but he still got completely wrecked. Marie S. appeared with a completely soulless look, a monster that stood before him. Mariette Dune knew Olav. She was incredibly greedy, having swiped every hidden item she could find at the academy, including the golden manrek. But one slip in mana control, and she let Kurano's golem get smashed. Now, all Sihu could do was run for his life. Damn it! It was just one tiny mistake, and now the whole situation is a complete train wreck. He could only sprint forward, not even daring to look back. From behind, the dark beast was still chasing him down. What in the world is a monster like this? Instantly, Sihu throws up some magic barriers to defend himself, but fighting one-handed is a massive pain. How's he supposed to hit them like this? Finally, Sihu made up his mind. Since getting his hands dirty is such a drag, he'd just have to go with magic. Looking at the current stats, Mariette is weakened from hunger. He could totally take her solo. But damn it, he's cornered with nowhere left to run. A dead end. Just then, Sihu jumps, feeling a surge of magic power that's way beyond the game. From a distance, Mariette absolutely obliterates the monster with a single blow. Faced with this insane scene, he finally gets it. The difference between them is night and day. Sihu lets out a pathetic scream. It hurts! This isn't game over. I'm gonna die for real. He squeezes his eyes shut, not daring to face reality. This is the end. But when he opens them again, Sihu sees that he's still alive. Huh? Sihu whips his head towards the voice. Unbelievable. Corinne appeared out of nowhere to block the attack. You okay? Sihu is completely stunned. Corinne? Even though he's in agony, Corinne tries to play it cool. Well, you can still talk, so you must be fine. Ow, that really hurts. But Corinne's heroic act just makes him want to lose his mind. Why? You have nothing to do with me, so why would you go this far? And yet, the guy just answers like it's the most obvious thing in the world. I don't need a reason to save you. Reasons are pointless. I just like happy endings. But before he can even finish, Corinne collapses. If that's the case, isn't it better if everyone's happy? A story where someone has to die isn't any fun. These words send Sihu spiraling into a total panic. Wake up! Don't you fall asleep? Do you want to die? Before his eyes close, Corinne gets one last word in. You have to be happy too. Dying in a place like this is not allowed. And just like that, he slumps over, leaving Sihu completely floored. Sihu can't stop himself from punching the ground and cursing the heavens. You idiot! You moron! You fool! He's totally frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Don't you die? All Sihu can do is hold the guy's body and scream, No, Corinne! Now, Sihu watches Corinne lying in bed and silently curses him out. This reckless idiot jumped in, and a whole month later he's still not recovered. Sihu sizes him up. Part of it is because his injuries were so bad. For a weak-side character like Corinne, there's obviously a limit. After that, Sihu throws on his coat and heads out. But it's fine. He finally understands what he has to do now. He carefully remembers his name, Baek Sihu. He then walks off with a whole new level of confidence. Before all this, at 22 years old, she was a promising math and science major at a top university in Korea, a college girl named Baek Sihin. Baek Sihin was determined, with an incredibly bright future ahead of her. She was always surrounded by guys trying to win her over. But now? Now! He is Baek Sihu, a player and legend of the hero. Sihu has been training non-stop for the last month. I've been constantly increasing my own power. Someone whispers, This way, sir. He thinks to himself, I've now far surpassed the level of a normal Tier 1 mage. Just then, Sihu sees Mariette sucking the blood from an animal's corpse, and for some reason, she starts sobbing her eyes out. Seeing that just makes him even angrier. So you get to injure 2 people and still live your best life, huh? This is the witch who got Corinne hurt, but his eyes go wide when he hears her cry out, Corinne! Mariette is filled with regret. I hurt my junior, Corinne. Is Corinne okay? And in that moment, Sihu gets it. Though their time together was short, he realizes Mariette actually had feelings for Corinne from the start. The more he thinks about it, the more his anger just boils over. You too? The next second, Sihu lunges forward and grabs her by the collar. This pathetic NPC doesn't even know her own place in the world. He holds on tight, letting out all his resentment. He's mine. In this whole world of fakes, he's the only real thing that belongs to me. Cutting to another scene, a woman named Rin looks at a pie Mien brought her and starts praising it. Mien, you're an amazing baker. Give me a piece. She replies, thanks for the compliment. Here, I'll get you another slice. She keeps going, it's not just the pie that's delicious, you have such a good heart too. Then Rin goes to help Riel with some things. Riel, where are you going with all that stuff? Riel answers, I'm moving materials to the lab. You're a weak mage. How can you carry all that? Give me half, I'll help you carry it, Rin says. Oh, thank you. Next, Rin turns her attention to Han Dana. Professor Dana, have you been eating well lately? I just got some tangerines from Elja. Would you like to try some? The professor shyly replies, oh, of course. Watching these acts of kindness, Sihu gets so mad a vein pops on his forehead. He thinks to himself, what the hell is that guy even doing? Sihu watches him wipe the sweat from his face, sizing him up. His face is, admittedly, pretty good looking, and his personality is famous around the academy for being way too friendly. But his way of speaking? Every single word out of his mouth is that special kind of charming talk that just automatically makes the other person feel good. Back in the break room, Corinne is still lost in thought when Coran, who's been sitting beside him, finally speaks up. Our guy starts daydreaming, wondering what his old personal trainer buddy, Han Byun, has been up to. He drifts back to a memory of Han Byun giving him a massage, even offering it for free. What a nice person, asking him, does that feel good? Then Corin's mind jumps to his bro, Sejiang, muttering that he wonders what happened to the guy who was forced to throw a match. Hearing this, Sihu gets nosy. So, did you two get close after that? Did you guys go hang out in Hongdae or something? Corin just sighs, saying it's a real shame he only ever had friends before coming here, never a real romance. And those words just make Sihu's soul curdle. This guy is a lost cause. Sihu's face darkens as he silently seethes. He's so dense, he has no idea. Why did my first crush have to be this ridiculously chaotic, flirty dude? Suddenly, Corin snaps Sihu out of it with a comment. Hey, Sihu, your muscles have gotten seriously defined, but your face hasn't changed at all. Sihu just turns beet red. I'm a player character. How could my appearance just change that easily? But Corin, being Corin, just blurts out, seriously, you're beautiful. That makes Sihu totally short-circuit. He suggests they enter the cross-dressing contest at the start of the school year. The prize money is pretty sweet, right? Don't you think? In my opinion, with a face like yours, it'd be an easy win. I told you so. It suits you so well, Sihu perks up. Really? Then, he shyly adds, if you're willing to do my makeup, I'll think about it. Corin is immediately on board. Perfect. I'll buy you everything from the wig down to the fishnet stockings. Sihu then asks, so, are you free tonight? I happen to get a coupon for Holy Panda. Inside, Sihu is buzzing. Why am I getting this happy over something so simple? Am I an idiot? Corin pipes up. Can't tonight. One of my underclassmen, Juna, said she needed to talk about something, so I already promised to have dinner with her. Hearing that, Sihu just snaps, snatching a towel and cursing. What the hell? Corin looks surprised. Why are you so mad? Sihu just has to accept it. He covers his face, thinking despairingly. This gigolo attracting women is basically a force of nature. Sihu lets out a sigh, plotting. I need to prepare carefully. Corin has zero self-awareness about his own popularity, and it needs to stay that way. He pictures Lumia staring intently at the paper in her hand. Sihu muses that the method is simple. Looking at the paper's contents, he decides to form an all-boys party, leaving absolutely no room for any girls to squeeze in. The party's full. For this goal, Sihu will even cut Lumia Aiden, who was once his strongest fighter. He pins up pictures of the girls, admitting to himself that the difficulty will definitely go up. But if he calculates it right, it's not impossible. He'll switch the route from the most efficient way to clear the game to the one with the lowest chance of meeting female characters. Sihu focuses on Estelle's photo, his mind racing with calculations. To catch Banthagiat, he'll just have to start a massive scandal to make the Saintess and the Pope turn on each other. He stands staring at the girls' pictures, thinking, before the final battle begins, I'll just pretend to side with the Saintess and reap all the benefits. That way, there's no way he and the Saintess will ever meet. A sly, devious look crosses Sihu's face as he continues his scheme. Okay, the next part of the script is, he was still thinking, I've wasted 2 whole years trying to lock down this pretty boy. And right then, Corin's hand slams down on the table. He's absolutely wasted now. He's sobbing and stuttering. I I feel so guilty. Corinne bangs the table again, crying, damn it. That stupid dam, why did it have to break right there? Hearing that, Sihu thinks to himself, oh, the Radiant A River? Yeah, I'm the one who blew that up. And at that, Corin just starts crying even harder. His voice cracks. Mary, Warren, Gravel, Une. All of them. So many people died. Sihu, what was I even doing? What the hell was the point? Damn it, I knew everything and I still couldn't stop it. I knew it all. Seeing this, Sihu quietly makes his assessment. This guy always obsesses over the people he couldn't save. He's such a gullible fool, so easy to manipulate. Who cares about some useless NPCs? Corin looks up, still sniffling. Because I was too weak. Sihu speaks up. Actually, there is a way for you to get stronger. He thinks of Erin's image. Yeah, if I want to reach the final stage with him, I need to get stronger too. If it's that girl, the true-born heir of the hero, she could probably take him to a whole new level. With that thought, Sihu grabs Corin's hand and says softly, you can still get much stronger. He continues with a firm voice. We'll go all the way to the ending. Together. Sihu gives a faint smile, his thoughts wandering, and if possible, even after that. His heart skips a beat as he mumbles to himself. Wait, but doesn't this mean I'm basically trying to hit on Erin now too? When Sihu lets go, Corin just slumps onto the table while Sihu calmly takes a sip of his drink, already calculating again. Well, it's only one more person. Just like before, I'll just have to stick to her 24/7 and never take my eyes off her. In the party, among friends, professors, and allied NPCs, all he has to do is manage the female characters. The scene shifts to a few months later. Model. Inside, Sihu was just standing there when Corinne suddenly showed up, calling out his name. Corinne asked if something important came up, since he was dragging him out to Holy Panda Street, and then he drops the bombshell, I'm going to be a dad. The words hit Sihu like a freight train, leaving him utterly speechless. Thinking of Mirawam, Corinne awkwardly explained that the other party was a boss, so yeah, it was a bit weird. They apparently got closer after the royal ball. He just laughed carelessly and said, congratulate me, man, I'm gonna be a father. But Sihu gave zero reaction, just staring at the ground. Corinne called out his name. Suddenly, Sihu clenched his jaw, veins popping on his face. He was beyond furious, cursing this whole situation in his mind. The scene shifts to that evening, just outside the Imperial Palace. The soldiers were on high alert, a dense perimeter even in the dead of night. The palace itself never sleeps. The security level and the skill of the royal guard were the stuff of legends. The camera then moves inside the brightly lit palace. This was the most heavily guarded place of all the palace of the second princess. And right now, Sihu had already stormed in and had Mirawam by the throat. Seeing the fury in his eyes, she snarled, as expected of the kingdom's hero, Sihu. The look you give, Sir Corin, is anything but ordinary, but I never thought you'd be this reckless. Mirawam was sweating bullets but still threatened him. Do you really think you can hide him forever? Rug Hinspider, Lab Burga, and Mariette Dunalep, did you hide them well enough? At this, Sihu let her go, asking if she knew everything, if she saw it all. She shot back. If I die, I've arranged for letters to be sent to both the South and to Sir Corinne. You can't kill me, can you? Sihu's eyes narrowed as he growled out a proposal. Let's make a deal. I know where to find the thing you're looking for. Hearing this, Mirawam's eyes lit up. If that's true, then I have no choice but to act. Congratulations. Checkmate. But his eyes were ice cold, radiating pure killing intent. No, he growled. This is my checkmate. He thought to himself, I know you. There's only one thing he would never forgive. Now you just have to do it. The next day, Mirawam's room was splattered with blood. Just as planned. Seeing the scene, Corinne held her in his arms, sobbing. You foolish girl, I told you to wait for me. Mirawam weakly replied, I know, but I couldn't. Our child. I really wanted to have our child. I'm so sorry. So sorry, she whispered, leaning close to his ear. I love you. I'm sorry for saying it so late. I love you. I truly love you, Corinne. Sihu stood nearby, silently cursing. Damn it, that thing is going to die so pathetically. But behind Corinne, Mirawam's eyes were full of triumph and malice. She mouthed to Sihu, you will fail, and just like that, his rage exploded. Sihu summoned his sword, cursing and thinking how he'd passed Mariette, even Mirawam. He'd risked his life to get this far, only to be found out at the very last moment. His eyes flashed with fury. No more. I can't take this anymore. An image of Corinne bound in chains flashed through Sihu's mind. He spoke with absolute possession. Your will doesn't matter, because you are mine. With a faint system light glowing, Sihu smiled. So wait for me. I'll bring the curtain down on this script myself, because I will claim you. The system alert rang out. The final battle, with the fate of the world at stake, an all-out war. The final act was beginning, And in that moment, the final boss appeared the image of Tes Bantha Giat. The demon god Sihu summoned countless magic circles, which swirled around him in layers of light. And just like that, Tes Bantha Giat kicked off the final battle. He charged straight for Sihu. They clashed, and a blinding light erupted, engulfing everything. This was a battle that would be recorded in myth. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed out, and all that could be seen was an overwhelming source of light. When the light faded, Sihu was on his knees, his face covered in blood as he coughed violently. He's strong, he choked out, a power I've never seen before. It's on par with the gods of old. But why? From a crater in the wreckage, Tes Bantha Giat's voice boomed down at Sihu. But fate has been decided, and my defeat will happen another way. You're strong, but you're incomplete as a fighter, he continued. It's a shame. In the end, we're back to square one. Liampa would never accept such a mediocre ending. Tha de Corinne Lough, the one my master chose, would have been a much better opponent than you. With that, Tes Bantha Giat raised his spear again, his body erupting in flames. No need for attachments. He plunged the spear straight into Sihu's back, roaring. No matter how many times we repeat this, the winner will always be me. Sihu coughed up a mouthful of blood, thinking that his regrets weren't about winning or losing, or even about survival. He closed his tear-filled eyes. His mind was flooded with all the words he never got to say. If I knew it would end like this, I would have told you that I loved you, even though you're a man. I should have confessed sooner, that I like you, that I love you. The scene snaps to a new space. A hand shoots up in alarm. That's Erin, jolting awake in her own bed, muttering to herself. This is my room. Right then, the system flashes a message. You have failed. All player data will be reset. Thank you for playing. Just then, her mom pokes her head in and says, Erin, that's enough gaming for now, come eat. Hearing this, she leaps up and throws her arms around her mom, crying out, Mom, it's been so long since I've seen you. Her mom just goes, what? Suddenly, tears start streaming down Erin's face. She chokes out, but I have to go. And with that, Erin bolts. Her mom shouts after her, Erin, at least eat something before you leave. What's gotten into that girl? Next thing you know, Erin's in a taxi, headed straight for a gym. Hanbia stops her, saying, He's not working today. Who are you anyway? Do you know him? A second later, Erin just blows past him as Hanbia yells, Hey, you can't go in there. Don't touch that. Boss, please, call the cops. Hey. As she runs, Erin does the math less than 10 minutes from here. She pushes herself, absolutely determined. I can still make it in time to see him. Reaching the building, Erin mumbles, Maybe I should have stopped at the mall for some makeup first. I could run back, get some stuff, touch up a bit, then go see him. She tears up the stairs, completely out of breath. But she thinks, no, I absolutely can't be late. I've already been waiting for over 3 years. Finally, Erin stands before a door, panting and exhausted. Seeing a light on, Erin whispers, There's a light. He's in there. That's right, I've returned too. Then she starts hammering on the door, yelling, It's me, Siho. I can explain everything that happened. It was because of... Not waiting another second, Erin yanks the doorknob. She thinks he's just a normal background character. He must have returned to the real world. The door swings wide open as she yells, It's me, Siho. Suddenly, Erin freezes in place, her eyes widening at what she sees. Her pupils shrink to pinpricks. No way, she whispers. Staring at the glowing screen in front of her, she screams, It can't end like this. Tears begin to pour from her eyes. That day, her entire world shattered. All she can do is scream, No! On the screen, the system displays a new message. Subplayer Corinne Lough, initiating succession process. The scene changes completely. A girl with wide, innocent eyes exclaims, It's huge! She runs around happily, saying, Senior, I want to eat that. And that one over there. Against the backdrop of a peaceful, bustling city, Corinne begins to speak. The royal capital is the most developed city in the entire Eldest Kingdom. It's not just where all the government offices are, it's also a major hub for travel. After a short pause, he continues, Though I didn't really want to come back here. The girl beside him asks, Why not? Isn't this your hometown, Corinne? He quietly replies, It is. But you could say I have some painful memories here. As he says this, he glances away before adding, By the way, seeing Marie loaded down with bags, Corinne asks, Senior, why did you bring so much? She smiles brightly. I didn't know what your parents would like. What's your family like? Hearing that, his voice gets quiet. They're just normal. My parents own a diner, and my little sister is studying at the Royal Academy. My family? To me, family is... Corinne pictures his family's faces, thinking to himself, Ever since coming to this world, home has always felt like an awkward place. I'm just an outsider from Earth who stole Corinne Lough's memories and body. He then remembers Siho's face, lost in thought. Honestly, Siho rejected her new life until the very end, and I probably would have done the same thing. Corinne stares pensively at a photo in his hand, murmuring, "For the real Corinne Lough." He continues thinking as he gazes at the picture. If it weren't for his family. An image of Corinne's family laughing together flashes in his mind. He thinks, I was so confused in my past life. Did I just steal Corinne Lough's soul, or did the two of us merge into a totally different person? I still don't know. But his family just accepted me, so naturally, even though I suddenly became someone else entirely. Corinne lowers his head, speaking softly. From that moment on, I accepted that to me, this family here is. As he says this, a look of pure happiness crosses his face as he continues. They're the ones who made me who I am today. Later, as they walk up to a house, Corinne says, "It's been a while since I saw them. I feel both guilty and excited." He raises his hand to knock lightly on the door, his thoughts a jumbled mess. To be honest, this is the first time I'm meeting them in this life. The door opens, and Corinne can't stop the tears from flowing. He cries out, "Mom, Dad, your worthless son is finally home." He can't help getting emotional, unaware of what's coming next. A ladle suddenly flies right at his face as his entire family stands there, armed and ready for a fight. He calls out, "Mom, Dad, Sis, why?" They just growl back, "You." His father roars in fury, "You bastard! You are not my son. Get out of my son's body, you demon." Corinne stammers out in a panic, "Dad, I know it's been a while since I came home, but Bone just points at a massive covered pile of something and roars, "Look there! What is all of this stuff?" The kid says, "How am I supposed to know?" Bone rips the sheet off and fumes, "You little punk. But hold on, rewind 1 hour, where the whole family was just staring blankly ahead. Bone started, "How did?" While Sia stammered, "Our house." Because standing before them were Erin and Josephine. The man just about fainted. It's the presence of Lady Josephine, the hero of the witch war. "And you're the president of the academy my son attends?" Erin shyly explains. "Corinne is a truly outstanding student, sir. He's the top student of his year at our academy. And personally, Corinne and I have a teacher-student relationship." Hearing this, Mandy's mind started racing. A personal teacher-student relationship with our Corinne? And what's with that blushing look? Before leaving, Erin didn't forget to call back. "Well then, sir, ma'am, I have an appointment with the royal family, so I must be going. I'll just leave my gifts here." The mom turns to her husband. "See? It's exactly what we were thinking, right, honey?" Bone grunts. "You're right." He adds, "She's a bit older, but that's probably fine. What's important is their feelings for each other." Mandy asks, "But isn't it weird if our daughter-in-law is older than us?" Suddenly, both of them let out a gasp. Before them, a girl was kneeling with a sword. Mandy asks, "Who are you?" The girl quickly introduces herself. "I am the one betrothed to your son. My name is Lunia Aiden." Lunia looks up and continues, "I came to the capital summoned by the royal family and decided to stop by to greet you. The Aiden family of the East wishes to present a small token of sincerity to the parents of my fiancé." Then, she turns toward a flash of light and says, "Please, don't feel pressured. Jenny, bring out the gift we prepared." A blinding light forces the two to shield their eyes, and under that sheet, an honest-to-God mountain of glittering gold, silver, and jewels. Mandy tries to stop Bone, honey, but his voice booms. "I sent you to school and you think that's not enough? A fiancé?" Bone grabs a broom, absolutely losing his mind. "Are you seducing rich girls like some gigolo to leech their money?" Their son just covers his head as his mom tries to calm things down. "Honey, calm down, please." All of a sudden, a new voice cuts through Bone's explosive anger. Sir? Ma'am?" Mariette steps forward and says, "Hello, it's nice to meet you both." The girl next to her also speaks up. "I'm Alyssa Aiden, a friend of Corinne's." Then Zen just says coolly Zen, while another shyly adds, "Ah, no, I'm Warren. I'm indebted to him." In the middle of it all, Corinne is just scratching his head with an awkward smile. Seeing this, Bone and Mandy share a look. Uh-oh. They thought there were only two of them, so they both raise their hands, faces full of fury, ready to strike. The mom screams, "Son, I'm so disappointed in you." The dad? "Son? What son? That's not my son. He's definitely possessed by a demon. Get out of my son's body." Corinne hears this and just wails, "No, it's all a misunderstanding. I've never even dated anyone before." Seeing how tense things were, Sia steps in. "Mom, Dad, just listen to what Big Brother has to say first, okay? He's not the type of guy to play around with a bunch of girls." Corinne, looking pale, thinks, "You're the only one who gets me, Sia. But, since when did you start wearing solid gold everything?" Suddenly, Sia looks at Corinne with a sly grin and says, "Big Brother definitely has his reasons." To Corinne's absolute shock, Sia keeps going. if he's a responsible man, and if it's true love, he'll choose only one person and stay with them. Right, big brother? And now, every girl in the room is staring daggers at him, leaving the poor guy completely speechless. Mariette excitedly holds up a bag of stuff. Sir, ma'am, she says cheerfully, I brought a little something from the South for you. Hearing that, Corinne's mom yells, The South? Dunifer? Oh my gosh, please, feel free to talk. Young Lady Duchess? Meanwhile, Alyssa happily brings a basket of candy to Sia. My big sister came by this morning, right? I'm her little sister. Want some honey bomb candy? Sia replies. So you're the second young lady of the Aiden South family? I love honey bomb candy. After she tries one, she says, So sweet. Wait, does this mean Lady Alyssa will become my sister-in-law? Alyssa just replies, Probably. A moment later, Sia mutters to herself, But with my big sister, what will my brother become to her? Sia hears this and screams, A pair? While thinking, What on earth is this girl even talking about? While everyone is chatting away, Corinne cracks open a door and slowly steps outside. Suddenly, a vision of herself appears next to her, saying, What are you doing running out here by yourself? We need to do something like those other girls. Corinne coldly snaps back. You're too noisy. The vision insists. Just close your eyes and listen to me for once. It whispers in her ear. I guarantee Corinne will love this. A little later, she arrives at a clothing store, and her vision exclaims, Perfect! It's so cute! And she's wearing this incredibly daring dress, looking totally embarrassed. This is way too revealing. Her little ghost self pops up with some terrible advice from a romance novel. Men are weak to a little skin, before bringing up Mariette and Alyssa. I mean, come on, think about Mary or Alyssa. Compared to them, this is practically conservative. But Corinne is not having it. Everyone has lost their minds. And for the record, that book is not normal. I'm changing. But just then, a voice calls out, New outfit? Of course it's Corinne with the world's best or worst timing. And he is completely floored. You always look great, but wow, you really should have dressed like this sooner. He adds that his trip home is a little complicated right now. Then, ever the gentleman, he holds out his hand. So, care for a walk around the Capitol? Corinne's little spirit projection is practically swooning at the sight. Oh my gosh! Corinne shyly takes his hand and agrees, all while you know she's thinking, okay, gotta borrow volume 2 of that romance novel as soon as possible. And so the date montage begins. Perfect weather, as Corinne leads her through the city. This place has the best food in town. Next, they head to an amusement park, where Corinne points towards a ride and asks, Have you ever been on that one? But she's just silently taking it all in. They wander together until dusk, and she's so lost in the moment she barely responds. He finally breaks the silence. Hey, it's getting dark, which seems to snap Corinne right out of her daze. It is? Corinne just smiles at her and says, This is the last stop. He takes her to a secluded grotto and opens up. For certain reasons, I actually used to live here for a while. More like I was hiding out, honestly. But I found this place back then, and I really wanted to show it to you. Corinne isn't even looking at the view. She's staring right at his face. It's so beautiful. Corinne, of course, misses the point entirely. Yeah, it is, but he gestures up, thinking she means the scenery. The best view is from right here, and above them is a sky packed with brilliant stars. He says softly, Sometimes I need a place like this. Sharing it is nice, but sometimes you want it all to yourself. I know what you mean, Corinne cuts in before getting brutally honest. If you brought any other girls here, I'd be incredibly pissed. A flood of memories of them together hits her. Corinne starts whispering her feelings aloud. When I'm in his arms, my heart feels so peaceful. But the moment he touches me, it starts pounding like crazy. Taking a deep breath, she finally gets it all out, looking him dead in the eyes. I think I've fallen for you. Corinne is completely stunned. You can see on his face, he knows this is 100% real. No games, just a raw, honest confession. His mind instantly flashes to all the other girls. How can he possibly answer this? He's probably remembering his dad's advice to just brace for a beating. He thinks back on all the moments with Mariette and Alyssa. He'd pretended not to notice, but he knew how they both felt. And then there was Corinne. He's been aware this whole time that they all like him, and the weight of it has been crushing him. It's not just a question of who he should choose. The problem runs much, much deeper than that. The real issue is his own existence here, because after this whole scenario ends, he might actually get a chance to go home to Earth. If that time comes, what choice can he possibly make? His fists are clenched. This is pure agony. If I leave, what happens to the one I choose? And after I'm gone, he sighs, the words trailing off into a mumble. He finally makes up his mind and starts to speak. I'm sorry. But before he can say another word, Corinne moves in close. And she gently kisses him, Underneath that incredible starry sky, the whole scene is just dripping with romance. When she pulls away, cheeks bright red, she asks him, "You didn't like it?" Corinne's face goes completely red as he fumbles for words. "No, not at all." He grabs her shoulders, totally flustered and conflicted. He knows he needs to tell her he can't accept her feelings right now. But how do you even say that? Just then, she stops him. "Wait." Corinne continues shyly, "For now, this is enough." It seems she had just enough courage for the confession, but not for the answer. Hearing her say that, Corinne looks at her thoughtfully. "Is that so?" He helps her up and asks, "Did you have fun today?" She gives a soft smile. I'm always happy making memories like this with you." Corinne's voice is low. "Then I'm glad. I hope this could be a memory you could look back on from time to time." He turns away, all dramatic-like. "Then we have to stop." But she calls out, "Wait for me a second." She grabs Corinne's sleeve, her voice low. "These memories of you, they only exist here with me, right?" And with that, she stands on her tiptoes, hesitates for a moment, and plants a soft kiss on Corinne in this super romantic scene. "Please," she begs, "let's dream of us together." All he could think was, man, I'm just an outsider here. And yet he was getting way more love than he felt he deserved. Corinne stared blankly, wondering if it was really okay for things to be going this well. The image of a blood-soaked Miriam in his arms flashed in his mind. She had told him, "I love you. I'm sorry it took me this long to say it." By now, the sky had turned to night. City lights filtered through the window as Corinne slept in his lonely bed. Even if he chose one person, would that truly be all right? The next morning in the kingdom, the scenery was surprisingly peaceful and clear. Inside, the tables were overflowing with food. Rin was already digging in, munching away happily. She declared, "This is the best thing I've ever eaten in my whole life." Mariette arrived with everyone else, smiling. "Eat as much as you like. This feast is for all of us." Corinne spoke up. "Come to think of it, this is your first time in the palace, isn't it, Rin?" Hearing that, Mariette asked, "Corinne, isn't it your first time too?" "Right," he thought to himself, "our first time here in this timeline." With that thought, Corinne's face grew somber. Walking deeper into the palace, he sighed. "It's been a while since I've seen a sight like this." Seeing everyone happily pouring drinks, Corinne asked, "Are those the people who made a name for themselves in the tower? I never knew the academy produced such excellent students." Just then, while Elisa was eating a cake, someone approached her and said, "You're Lady Elisa, right? Could you please give me your autograph?" she asked. Elisa just squeaked. "Me?" While Corinne was relaxing, the sound of autograph requests just kept on coming. "Please sign for me here too," a flustered Elisa replied. "I don't even have a signature." Corinne just watched everyone enjoying the party. He thought to himself, "We probably should just be training, but we've been through so much. We deserve at least one day to rest." Outside, Mary was in the middle of a chat but turned to give Corinne a thumbs up the signal. "Of course, I still have work to do." Back inside the royal palace, a grand door swung open as a voice announced, "His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen are entering." The king's cape fluttered behind him. He announced, "Everyone, listen closely." Before the reverent gazes of Estelle and Miriam, his voice boomed, "Today is a ceremony to commemorate my beloved daughter, the saintess, chosen by the gods themselves and rescued from the hands of evil mages." At this point, the king's voice softened. "And we also honor the guards who gave their lives for this cause." He commanded, "Hero, raise your head." While everyone else was bowing respectfully, the king continued, "I have heard of your outstanding achievements, great knight. You need only ask. I will grant you anything you desire." Just like in the story, this is where the player could get jewels, elixirs, or even land and a title. Hearing this, Corinne spoke up. "What I desire is only one thing." He thought to himself, not money, not items, not even power. "The thing I want is," he said it loud and clear, "a pardon." His words shocked the king. To the astonishment of Estelle and Miriam, Corinne continued, "I ask for a one-time use pardon. A pardon that can forgive any crime." His statement left the entire hall speechless. But the king didn't answer. He just coldly said, "The banquet ends here." He continued, "We will move to another location." Hearing that, Corinne could only stand there frozen as images of the past flooded his mind. In the previous regression, I had so many regrets. The most painful memory was believing in a lie, like an idiot, not realizing the people around me were dying, and being unable to protect my master. In the past, Corinne's hand reached out into a place full of smoke and fire, unable to prevent the incident. That sea of fire consumed everything. Corinne muttered, "If things go according to the script, a storm of blood will soon." Back to reality. Corinne clenched his fist, filled with determination as he told himself, "This time will be different, and to do that, the thing I absolutely need is..." Now he was kneeling before the king, who asked, "A pardon?" A single-use one? But you want me to forgive any crime? Depending on how one interprets that, the king said with a stern face, it sounds like you're planning to commit a crime. With a chilling tone, he questioned, you have a private audience with me. Now tell me, what is your plan? Corinne lowered his head, speaking softly. I cannot say. After hearing that, the king replied, very well. Then I will grant you a one-time pardon that can forgive any crime except treason and harming the royal family. Is that enough? Suddenly, Corinne spoke up again. Forgive me, but I... He bowed his head low, speaking with sincerity. I want a one-time pardon that can forgive all crimes. Hearing this, the king's hand clenched the armrest. Do you understand? He roared. Do you understand what you are saying right now? The king was furious, scolding him. How arrogant. You are declaring right in front of me that you intend to commit treason in the future. Hearing this, Corinne thought to himself, did I miscalculate? The more he spoke, the angrier the king became. It doesn't matter if you're the hero who saved my daughter or the executioner of the tower. If your sword is aimed at the royal family, then I have only one thing to do. Then, the king gave the order. Guards, seize this man immediately. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped forward. The person spoke. You cannot kill the hero with your own hands. And who should appear but Estelle, softly calling out, Father. Seeing his daughter, the old man finally exclaims, Estelle! She declared that Corinne Lough conquered the demon tower and saved her, but Wankin just said, I know. So Estelle dropped the bomb, and we spent a few nights together. Corinne's face went completely pale, probably thinking to himself, well, she's not technically wrong about that. The king absolutely lost it, roaring, You spent the night together? Corinne could only mutter, Couldn't you say something that actually helps me? Ignoring Wankin's meltdown, Estelle kept going, I trust Corinne Lough more than I trust you, father. The king could only ask, What on earth are you talking about? She paid no attention to his expression, continuing, more than anything else in this world. Then she knelt, her entire demeanor changing. I'm not speaking as Princess Estelle, but as the saintess. Wankin grilled her. Do you even realize what that means as a saintess? Estelle shot back. Of course I do. Corinne spotted her trembling hand. She was claiming to trust him above all else, pretty much blasphemy, and yeah, she was scared out of her mind. He gave Estelle a quick look and it all clicked. So that's it. It's a bit early, but she's found out the church's secret and she needs my help. He frowned, breaking into a cold sweat. Still, if he had Estelle's backing, maybe he had a chance. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension. What a truly fascinating little play. It was Miriam, strolling in like she owned the place. Sir Corin always finds a way to keep us entertained, doesn't he? Her cold eyes landed on Corinne, begging for a pardon again, are we? And yeah, our guy's inner monologue was screaming, this is the worst possible timing. Miriam is a saintess of the Orthodox Church, and who was it that destroyed the Demon Tower? Our boy Corinne. And considering the Demon Tower was an ally of her church, you can bet she wasn't exactly thrilled about it. He figured that since Miriam already saw Estelle as a rival, she would definitely intervene no matter what. This was bad. Then Miriam spoke up, just grant him the pardon. A smirk crossed her face as she looked down. I won't kneel. Looking down on Estelle, isn't so bad. She tilted her chin up and added, and as you know, this won't be easy. Those words left Wankin completely stunned, unable to even speak. Just then, Estelle slowly stood up. Wankin could only say, 2 saintesses, 2 princesses, yet my own daughter sides with a traitor. He sank into his throne, his voice filled with disappointment. Raising children is utterly pointless, he mumbled, before addressing Corinne Lough by name. He begrudgingly announced, I will grant you a one-time pardon that can absolve any crime. Corinne immediately bowed. My deepest thanks, Your Majesty. He'd done it. But deep down, Corinne couldn't shake the awful feeling that he was missing something really important. An image of his chat with Miriam suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the exact same feeling he got when he faced the Demon Tower. What was going on? She had said the tower was hunting those things. Night fell, but the question remained. Why on earth did Miriam help him? In her room, Miriam sat alone with a snake on her hand, muttering, My hypocritical father. He must be worried about how far my rage and hatred will spread. Turns out she was talking to someone else, her voice turning to steel. By the way, I'm disappointed. I can't believe you'd barge into a lady's room without permission. You're so rude, not at all like a gentleman. And who was it? Tispanta Zad, of course. He just gave her a wicked grin. I hope you'll understand. His voice dropped lower. I don't like to cause a scene. Miriam shot back. With your serious losses lately, what's the point of me even backing you? He casually replied. Don't say that. This always happens. Tispanta Zad held up a quartz crystal, saying grimly, It was something that couldn't be helped. He continued with pure hatred in his voice. This damned world just hates me too much. He handed Miriam the crystal. Anyway, here, read our fate, as per the contract. Her eyes lit up the second she saw it, her mind racing. A secret treasure of this world, a thing that could actually read her future. Staring at the gem, Miriam thought its name, Fate Stone Liempa. She remembered the past. 5 years ago, Tespantazad came to her and made an offer. If she promised her support, he would let her borrow the Fate Stone Liempa once every year. As a powerful light erupted from the stone, Tespantazad said, "This time, it has to be different." Watching Miriam get engulfed by the brilliant light, he said firmly, "I expect to get the result I want." The scene cuts to a quiet night at Corinne's mansion, where someone is already waiting for him. Seeing Estelle, he called out her name. She responded nervously, "Sir Corinne, I have something important to say." Corinne invited Estelle in. "When you arranged a room for me in the palace, I figured as much." As expected, she sighed. "That's just like you, Sir Corinne." Estelle then took something out while explaining, "My holy power is being sealed." He immediately asked, "Did you find out the reason why?" Estelle flashes back to leaving the island with Corinne, convinced her holy power still hadn't returned. Even after ditching the Steel Island, she figured time would sort it out. Then, a blinding light erupted, and she recalls breaking down in tears at its sheer holiness. She immediately dropped to her knees on the hard ground. That's when her rosary snapped, falling from her wrist. Picking it up, she saw a crack from the impact, a crack that revealed a long-hidden truth. Back in the present, she holds up the rosary and begins her story. "The ghosts from that tower took every single weapon I owned. But they missed the rosario, since I don't always carry it on me." Corinne immediately asks, "So that thing absorbed your holy power?" Estelle nods grimly. "Exactly. But it's weird, right? Something actually blocking a power given by God." A crazy idea pops into her head, and she says it out loud, Maybe holy power has nothing to do with devout faith in God. With Corinne listening intently, Estelle lays out her proof. "I just said something incredibly blasphemous, but I didn't lose a single drop of my power." Her words hit him, and he remembers having that same rosario. He thought, "I was right next to that thing too. My mana, and Saintus Solus's holy power got sucked right into it. This rosary was the real problem all along." Estelle's voice goes tight with tension. "Corinne, you already knew, didn't you?" We get another flashback to the two of them in a cave, where he'd asked her, "Have you seriously never, not even once, doubted that God exists?" Back to now. Estelle frowns and continues, "The truth of this world." Cue the original game's character analysis flashing on screen. Turns out, Estelle was just a support NPC, not a true party member, so she couldn't really get involved in the main story. Because of that, she never realized there was a traitor hiding in the Holy Order. The scene then cuts to a shattered game screen. So, the crimes of Mangtero Serio were never exposed, becoming a massive plot hole that all the players complained about. Then we see a shot of Miriam and Estelle standing together, but history has clearly taken a different path. The second Estelle came back to Mukaba Academy, a day like this was inevitable. Just then, Corinne steps out. "Follow me." He takes them to Mamon Treasure Island, and at the sight of this place, Estelle is absolutely floored. How is this possible? No way. Seeing gods floating in the sky, she asks, "Are those the gods of this world? The Danon?" Then, Estelle just collapses to her knees. With a look of pure horror, she whispers, "Impossible." Behind her, Corinne watches in total silence. Memories flash by her as a child, standing proudly with the king and queen. Their praise echoes in her mind. I've never seen holy power this strong. A truly extraordinary talent. From the moment she was born, this world was hers. A servant begged, "Saintess, please, bless me too." The people offered her everything. A soldier even swore an oath, "No matter where you go, I will give my life to protect you." All the young girls gazed at her with total adoration, whispering, "Look, it's the Saintess." If only she would say one word to me. They admired every single thing about her. Whenever Estelle appeared, all eyes were on her. But which came first, the power or the faith? Honestly, nobody had a clue. Estelle was radiant back then, practically glowing, and she believed one thing without a shadow of a doubt, that I was clearly chosen by God. The scene cuts to a sunset at the Grand Cathedral as Estelle steps inside. She calls out, "Hello, Pope Sakari." He responds gently, "Saintess, what can I do for you?" She pauses for a moment, then asks bluntly, "Pope, do you believe in God?" After a tense silence, Sakari bows his head and replies, "Of course, Saintess, God is watching us even now. Is our holy power not proof enough?" At his answer, she lets a small, knowing smile cross her face. Estelle holds out the rosario. "You know what this is, don't you? After all, within the Holy Order, only high-ranking priests are even allowed to touch this item. Someone swapped this with my real rosario." Her expression turns to stone. What a despicable scumbag. She then asks, "So, what are your thoughts on that?" At her question, Sakari just cracks a bizarre smile while she presses on. Pope Sakari. Sakari slumps back into his chair and says quietly, "So, you finally discovered the truth, but it won't change a thing." Cue a flashback from Sakari's point of view. The reason we can use holy power has nothing to do with something as foolish as faith. It's because we inherited the bloodline of the ancient Danon and the giants. As he says this, his eyes flash with a dangerous light. He begins to laugh like a madman. The Saints will soon understand. The true god we must serve is Danon. And among them is the great Bantharok. The new order, the old order. What's the difference? We're just the ones with holy power. Model. Sakari keeps rambling about paradise returning to the world, and Estelle just goes, "What?" Which only makes him shout louder in her confused face. "That's right, we have been chosen by God," Sakari snaps his fingers. And yet, those jerks from the Magic Tower and the Old Faith. Just then, a whole crowd of people shows up. He groans. "They've ruined it all again." Sakari grabs her hand tight. "Saintess, your blood is all we need to resurrect the giants and get closer to paradise. So why won't you do it? You're all the same." Standing before the goddess statue, Estelle finally speaks, her voice flat. "My lifelong faith has collapsed. The holy scriptures I read, the beings I worshipped, it was all a complete lie." She smacks Sakari's hand away and yells, "You are not worthy to be the pope, and your precious goddess isn't worthy of being a god." Oof, the fanatics did not like that. "What? How dare you insult our goddess? That's no saintess, get that witch." They all charge toward Estelle, but through all the chaos, she doesn't even flinch, not one bit. Sakari is so furious you can see the veins popping on his face. He hands Estelle some items and speaks slowly. "That's right, Estelle. Which of my descendants are you? If it's you, a carrier of my bloodline, then you'll be able to use this." She picks up the spiked mace, saying clearly, "To me, there is a duty more important than faith." An image of Corinne flashes in her mind as Estelle continues to speak. "With the great power I hold comes the duty to lead and save as many people as possible." Gripping the mace, she charges forward, screaming, "The god I believe in is." The thing SJ is holding is the staff of Dada, the Ma Denon weapon of the earth goddess herself. It's what she used to defeat the giants of Bektosa. Estelle swings it forward, sending fanatics flying while yelling, "I've made my decision." And so, a bloody massacre breaks out in the cathedral. This was the exact moment the religious reformation began in the New Gracious sect. But the saintess forging her own destiny wasn't the only one. The scene shifts to Miriam, where Tess calmly asks, "You've already seen the future, haven't you?" Miriam lets out this weird, creepy giggle. Then she bursts out laughing and says, "That's right." Miriam begins to walk away, her voice ringing out, "Yes, in the end, fate will grant my wish." Looking up at the blood-red moon, she mutters, "My hero, my prince." Against the ominous red backdrop, Miriam keeps repeating, "My destiny, my own." With a look of pure satisfaction, she softly calls out, "Corinne." An intimate image of Miriam and Corinne appears. He says, "The reason I have to marry Miriam is because I was captivated by her charm." Back then, Corinne was happy to hold her, feeling an unexpected joy. This contrasts sharply with a horrifying scene of Miriam sitting on a pile of corpses. In the original story, Miriam is the one who causes the demon massacre tragedy and meets a miserable end at the hands of the players. The scene changes to a cold morning, with birds chirping in the distance. As Corinne sits on a branch, a thought enters his mind. But what if I stay by Miriam's side and take care of her? And a vision of a happy family with Miriam appears. He thinks, if I can just make her happy enough that she doesn't need revenge or those dark desires, then I can save Miriam. Save her from dying as a villain like in the original story. An image of an angry Sihu flashes, shouting, "Damn it!" But this was all a huge misunderstanding. A conversation between Sihu and Miriam is replayed. Nobody knew what the hell went wrong. Miriam was once again consumed by hatred and driven mad. She hadn't changed at all from how she was before. Standing on a battlefield littered with bodies, Corinne and Sihu are just frozen. The demon massacre still happened. At that moment, Sihu just laughs and asks, "Bro, is this really how it all ends?" Corinne looks around bewildered, asking himself, where did it all go wrong? Suddenly, a scream cuts through the air. "Help me!" He hears it and asks, "Who's calling for help?" Up ahead is Gigi, being chased by a monster, running as fast as her legs can carry her. Corinne yells, "There's a survivor!" The creature's huge mouth is about to snap her up. He screams, "Kid, run this way, hurry!" Gigi reaches out her hand, overjoyed, "I'm saved!" She was in the middle of saying, "This means..." But before her hand could reach Corinne's, blood splatters everywhere. Red sprays across his face as he stands there in absolute horror. The beast swallowed Gigi whole. Seeing this, Corinne just crumbles, only able to whisper, "Why? Why did it happen like this? With that last word, he shoots forward, moving as fast as the wind. With murder in his eyes, he instantly shoved the spear straight into the monster's mouth. And Miriam's face was a mask of pure horror, because inside its mouth you could see Miriam getting impaled right through by that very spear. Corinne let out a horrifying scream as Miriam, blood dripping from her lips, simply whispered his name, Corinne. He pulled Miriam into his arms, asking why this was happening. She just gave a faint smile and said, "It's too late." Miriam weakly confessed, "I'm sorry. I love you. You're the one I cherish most, my destiny." And just like that, this entire tragedy had happened all over again. We cut to the underground city of Danis, where the wolf tribe elder, Kuss, broods on his throne. Looks like the demons have regrouped. One wolf looks around and pipes up. "Some of our people are missing." Kaka replies grimly, "They were caught by that serpent and eaten." Hearing this, Kuss just murmurs, "Is that so? The oppression from the church is getting more brutal." This gets the others roaring, with one yelling, "That damned serpent cut off my arm! At this rate, they'll find us here too. Elder, you have to find a way to solve this." Kuss thinks to himself, they've been pushed to the very edge of the borderlands. This is the only place left for them to hide. This city, Danis, is their last safe haven. Clenching the armrest, he thinks, "Are we really just supposed to wait here to die?" Kuss finally speaks up. "Edina, what's the situation with the serpent? I heard it successfully infiltrated the city near the port, right?" Edina hesitates. "Well, about that." Taking off her hood, she reports, "It was discovered and captured." Kuss can't believe it, shouting, "What?" Edina recalls her little chat with Corinne's group and continues. "Corinne Williams' party contacted me. I don't know how, but they knew I was a demi-human, and they didn't treat me any differently for it." Back then, John had told her, "Miss Edina, all you need to do is pass our message to your leader." Mary added, "We'll tell you everything we know in a bit." Hearing this, the elder asks, "Corinne Williams? That name sounds familiar." Kuss suddenly remembers the sight of Corinne and Estelle. "Wait, isn't that the group that saved the Saintess Estelle?" Someone else chimes in, Williams Guild's leader, Corinne Lough, the guy who defeated the rebel mage at the Holy Temple? Another wolf says, terrified. "After that, he became a national hero. You think he's using this chance to wipe us all out?" Edina quickly says, "No, that's not it. He's made us a new proposal." "A proposal?" In the quiet room, Edina continues, "He said he'll take care of that serpent for us." A curious wolf asks, "He's going to kill it?" Another asks in disbelief, "Hey, is he being serious?" Kuss scoffs, "This is way too far-fetched. How could his little group possibly accomplish something like that?" He stands up, still doubting. "Besides, how can we just trust his word? Corinne Lough is still just a human." He finishes by yelling, "The new church is just the same. Him pretending to protect us is just for show." In the end, didn't they just stand by and watch the church oppress us? The werewolves all roar in agreement. That's right, humans are all talk. Just then, a voice shouts out, "That's not true!" Seeing them, Edina exclaims, "You two." Realizing it's Ren and Jean, she asks, "Did you follow me here?" Kuss questions them, "You're from the Golden Wolf tribe? I thought you were extinct." Hearing that, Ren replies, "We almost shared that fate, sir." She recalls being captured and then rescued by Corinne. "We were about to become lab rats for the Empire, but Sir Corinne saved us. And now, thanks to Saintess Estelle's help, we're even attending the Mercaria Academy." Ren says firmly, "If it weren't for their help, we wouldn't be here today." Looking at Kuss's face, they say respectfully, "Elder, we're currently working undercover as officials in the kingdom." Edina adds with conviction, "From what I've seen, their plan is totally feasible. For stateless demi-humans like us, living day to day, this is our chance to be recognized as citizens of the kingdom." Hearing this, Kuss falls into a thoughtful silence. Suddenly, Kuss raises his hand high and shouts, "I don't trust them." But then he gently places his hand on Edina's head and hesitates. "But I will try to trust you." At his words, Edina breaks into an emotional smile. Sometime later, the vacation ends, and Mercaria Academy holds its closing ceremony. In a room somewhere, Corinne pulls out a bag. He's got business elsewhere. Corinne places it on the table. He remembers testing the precious elixir he got from the Forbidden Forest. Besides that haul, he found a lot of other stuff, but nothing could compare to this. Seeing the glowing item, Mariette asks, "Corinne, are you really going to eat that? Shouldn't you keep it as a family heirloom?" Corinne pulls out a ginseng root. This is a Gorial Kali Mountain ginseng, an extremely rare herb that grows by absorbing dragon vein energy for 1,000 years. Brew it, and your mana expands. Eat it raw, and your aura grows. After a moment, Corinne drops the 1,000-year-old ginseng into a pot, but I'm brewing it right now. The amount of medicinal power it absorbs depends entirely on the recipe. So, You need someone who understands this ginseng best to do it, and that person is none other than the former elder, Desic Adrian. He's struggling in front of the fire while Mariette cheers him on. You can do it, Desic, Corinne thinks with a grin. My precious elixir that I've worked so hard for. And just like that, the potion is brewed. Corinne chugs it down and is immediately buzzing with pure energy. Awesome. The system window pops up perfect absorption of the mountain ginseng, a bonus 37 points, 564 mana, and a level up from max intermediate to advanced. His magic finally breaks 50,000. Corinne slaps on 2 new items. Of course, he knows he's still not on the level of monsters like North Sihu, OHB, or Hates. But hey, he's got his own special rules to power himself up. The system flashes a reminder. Precept, I will save the world. In any battle related to saving the world, all stats get a 200% boost. His holy set effect kicks in, another 200% magic increase. His mana pool quadruples, hitting 200,000. He stares at his newly equipped arm, filled with determination. Now he can control the sun's power more easily, and it's almost time to use it. An image of a weak Mirawam flashes through Corinne's mind. He thinks to himself, even in the real timeline, even in the first loop when I thought I had everything under control, Mirawam still caused that massacre, like it was some unavoidable, terrible destiny. Then comes the smug face of Hates, the only one thrilled by this whole disaster. Corinne keeps analyzing the situation. Hates wants the new and old religions to fight. He wants humans and demi-humans to become enemies and just wipe each other out, clearing the way for his so-called heaven. The system chimes in with his precepts, chained to a heart. I will save the world. I will not ignore the suffering of good people. If he breaks these vows, he's dead. Simple as that. So to stay alive, there's only one thing he can do. Corinne tells himself he has to stop the villain bent on world destruction and prevent the suffering of innocent demi-humans. Just as the old man said, I grant you a one-time pardon that can erase any sin. He replies, thank you, sir. And just like that, Corinne gets a get-out-of-jail-free card. A pretty huge favor, honestly. Staring at the now empty cauldron, he thinks with confidence, I wanted to avoid this fight, but I'm more than ready if it happens. Elsewhere, Ren and the others are having a good time. Corinne knows he needs to avoid Mirawam at all costs until the time is right. If she finds out he's been pulling strings, then his whole plan is toast. In the last loop, Mirawam's massacre went unchecked, and he couldn't stop her. But this time, Corinne promises himself it's not happening again. He will not make the same mistake twice. Meanwhile, in her room, Josephine holds up a piece of paper. She announces that student Mirawam has submitted an application for a mentor. And as he knows, in exchange for this little privilege, she's making a massive donation to the academy. It's a system that lets students choose a professor or another student for after-class tutoring. Corinne asks, Princess Mirawam wants to meet me after class every day? Josephine just shrugs. Basically, yeah. He's immediately suspicious. What kind of scheme is this? Corinne flashes back to their time in the palace. Mirawam had begged, the magic tower is hunting the wolf tribe. Please, pardon him. He thinks, she was like this before, and she's the same now. While Corinne is wondering if she's just trying to keep him close to monitor him, Josephine breaks the silence. If you don't want to, we can just refuse. But he softly replies, no. Taking the envelope, Corinne says with resolve, I'll be her mentor. The traditional mentoring at Merkabah Academy means a senior with knowledge or experience guides a junior one-on-one. If the junior's skills improve, the senior gets bonus points. But if they don't, well, points can be deducted. RG throws his arms around 2 younger students, asking excitedly, hey, you guys want to be my mentees? Because of this, when a new semester starts, seniors are always on the hunt for juniors. However, the juniors already have a mountain of homework, and there's no real benefit for them, so they rarely ask for a mentor themselves. But, on very rare occasions, a junior might ask for mentoring just to spend more time with a senior they like. Of course, this guy thinks it's no big deal. Corinne just smirks, looking down at the papers in his hand. They just want to follow their seniors and get stronger, that's all. But for Corinne Lough, this junior's request for a mentor is a whole different ballgame, because the person asking is the saintess of the old religion, and the second princess Mirawam Hadatha Elrat. And of course, she immediately puts on her most arrogant face, holding a teacup and coldly saying, enter my mentor, Sir Corinne. Hearing that, Corinne calmly places a letter on the table and speaks softly. My apologies. Then, he stares straight at Mirawam and adds, please find another mentor. She's visibly stunned, completely caught off guard. I didn't think you'd agree right away, she admits. But I never expected to be rejected this fast. Corinne doesn't hesitate to explain. Looking smug, he says, my schedule is packed. I've got missions to run with my team. And with autumn coming, I have to prepare for the festival. But Mirawam just glares, her eyebrows knitting together. Corinne Lough. She thinks about his power. She clenches her fist. You are my destiny. I don't know the how or the why, but the future the Destiny Stone showed me, it includes you. Miruam collapsed to her knees, her hand reaching up toward Corinne's face. He held her close through his tears. Blood from her mouth stained their kiss as her eyes glanced away, seeing a vision of the future, a future where her wish came true. Miruam's gaze drifted far beyond him, toward a great fire blazing in the distance. The complete slaughter of every demon in the Maud Demon Alliance. Her one true desire was finally getting her revenge. But back in reality, Miruam gripped her wooden chair in absolute fury. Right now, she didn't even know where Maud was, which really put a damper on her plans. At that moment, Corinne placed a hand over his heart, bowed politely and said, "Well, I'll be going now." After he left, Miruam's mind raced he was the only one. Her left hand, now stroking a platinum snake, began to plot. She watched Corinne's retreating back, her eyes sharp as knives. All the things you couldn't have, I will make sure you get every single one. Scene change. Corinne takes a leisurely stroll down an empty street under a clear sky. At the same time, Snick, the creature on his shoulder, was doing some thinking. So this is Corinne Williams. If this is the new Williams team, a 5-story building isn't too shabby. Its little red eyes widened in terror as it thought to itself. Running the Williams team is going to take cash. Maybe I should propose a deal. Suddenly, a door swings open. Corinne cheerfully pops his head out. Yo, buddy, good morning. It's your house. Stop slacking and clean this place up. Snick could not believe what it was seeing. A demon hound? And a purebred at that. Its face was a mask of pure horror as sweat dripped from its brow. Its eyes went wide and its jaw hit the floor. Could it be? Maybe living large isn't so great after all. The little guy's whole worldview was shattering. This is the scale of Corinne's operation? He was just leaning on his hands when a shout rang out. Corinne! It was Mariette, grinning excitedly. You're here. Look at this place. What if we build an airport so more Harris Billies can fly in? Even Corinne was shocked by this. The nervous sweat began to pour. Senior, I already said it's fine. Meanwhile, Snick on his shoulder mumbled. Maybe we don't need gold after all. Then, its eyes darted from side to side. You want to grow the Williams team? Then we need to build up our military strength. Just then, a confused Corinne called out, Elisa, what are you doing? The girl, holding a sword, spun around looking flustered. My sister just told me to. Try training a little. Her face was bright red as she squeezed her eyes shut. But Corinne, stay back. I'm all sweaty right now. Snick from the sidelines continued to assess the situation. Well, it looks like we've got plenty of manpower. It watched Corinne change his shirt. After all, the folks downstairs are just tenants. There are more important things than work, right? Snick watched a pair of adorable bunny slippers walk past, lost in thought. He's been so busy lately, so I can't just drop by every night. He saw Corinne blushing shyly. Hugging a pillow, Corinne couldn't help but speak up. Hey, are you sleeping over again tonight? Hearing that, he immediately grabbed her hand with a worried look. Have you been taking your medicine regularly? But Corinne just urged him on, squeezing his hand. Instantly, Corinne felt a wave of comfort. So warm. It feels nice. Corinne, I'm getting sleepy. The moment she said it, Corinne urged, then let's go to bed. Snick saw the entire exchange, its expression a mix of pure shock and confusion as it started sweating again. Elsewhere, Miruam couldn't contain her rage, clutching her head with both hands while gritting her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot as she covered one with her hand and growled, What is this pathetic excuse for a situation? Scene changed to a gigantic, gloomy castle where a very annoyed Miruam spoke up. All right, Sir Corinne. She crossed her arms, staring him down. Honestly, I have no idea what you want, so I'm just going to ask you directly. Miruam stood straight, staring at Corinne's back. What is it you want? What price do I have to pay for you to mentor me? I will do absolutely anything. At that, he immediately faced her and asked, Really? You'll agree to anything? Miruam just let out a cold grunt, her face grim. Nothing else is important, as long as I can get my revenge. Suddenly, Corinne's voice dropped to the lowest possible whisper. All right, in that case. He suddenly stepped close to Miruam and started whispering. A moment later, she gave him a cold look and asked, That's it? At her response, he held out his hand, a small smile appearing on his face. Yes, but the mentoring won't be easy. Corinne started to taunt her. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Miruam quickly shot back. No, I can do it! In another scene, she was panting and completely out of breath. Miruam gritted her teeth, groaning as she practiced chest compressions on a dummy. So tired. Seriously, sir, what's the meaning of life if I have to study this stuff? It's so boring, so pointless. For 2 hours, it's been nothing but rescue training. In response, the coach, who's been staring like a statue, just coldly points to the sky. Of course, it's hard saving people is always tougher than hurting them. His tone was dead serious, and the only answer allowed was, "Sir, yes, sir, rookie." Miruam just couldn't help but ask, "Are you completely insane?" After what felt like forever, the coach finally gave up. All right, class is over. Now it was the royal princess's turn to face the music. Hearing that, Miruam's face instantly soured as she started sweating bullets. "You can't be serious." She slowly recalled Corinne's words from before. "After each session ends, just once, please let me see you genuinely smile, that's all." Back in the present, he was standing right in front of Miruam, waiting for an answer. "You're not actually thinking of backing out now, are you?" He pushed, making her hesitate. "It's not like I can just smile on command." Then, Miruam suddenly plastered on the fakest, most dead-eyed smile you've ever seen. "Is this what you wanted?" Corinne immediately shot that down. "Not a hint of sincerity. Your mouth looks forced, and you need to squint your eyes a little more." Then, he flashed a brilliant, dazzling smile as a demonstration before turning to leave with a casual wave. "All right, that's really it for today. I'll see you at the performance tomorrow." At that, Miruam's eyebrow shot up in suspicion. Seriously, what in the world was this guy planning? The next day, her trainer snapped a resistance band and got right to it. "Rookie, today's training is this fixed routine," he said, which earned him a death glare from Miruam. She was so tired of being played like a puppet, but Corinne, in his role as coach, immediately picked up on her frustrated expression. "It feels like you're forcing it. A little more natural, please. I told you to put some sincerity into it." Then came the next day, and the day after that. Corinne was now crouched beside Miruam behind a small bush, giving instructions. Hiding and taking cover are the basics of strategy, got it? Then, he immediately went back to correcting her expression. "Why is one corner of your mouth hiked up so high? Is your face broken or something? Try to tense up the other side to match it." A moment later, Corinne looked at her incredibly forced smile and announced, "Okay, that's enough for today. It's not like I thought you'd get it on the first try." Hearing that, Miruam couldn't take it anymore and stormed off in a rage. What is the point of all this? Corinne, however, remained perfectly calm. "See you tomorrow." And just like that, time continued to flow, with everything falling right into place, according to plan. Inside Corinne Williams' office, surprised voices called out one by one. "Boss! Ren! Ron!" Corinne, sitting in the center of it all, spoke cheerfully. "My apologies. Something urgent came up this afternoon, so I had to dump all the work on you." Instantly, Etna, who sat across from him, replied, "It's no problem, sir. In fact, we were happy for the extra work." The guy sitting beside her quickly agreed. "That's right. Etna was a great help guiding us through everything." At that, Etna placed a hand over her heart. "You must be Sir Corin. It's my first time meeting you in person. My name is Etna Iruthan. Etna Iruthan, a beastman who, on the surface, is just a black market merchant, but she's actually an internal spy for the kingdom, tasked with monitoring Miruam's every move at Maud. In the kingdom, she hides this identity, posing as a civil servant named Edna. Her fake job involves shaping kingdom policy, but the cruel irony is she's trying to protect beastmen while desperately hiding the fact that she is one herself. Her people, wandering without a nation, face all sorts of discrimination and brutal oppression. Two siblings in tattered clothes hold each other, trying to find some small comfort. They're surrounded by wild beasts, their backs pressed together for safety. Snapping back to the present, Corinne quickly hands a document to the woman before him. "Miss Edna, please accept this." He then slowly explains its origin. "These are the signatures of those who care for and stand with the Demonkin." Isbel, looking incredibly serious behind her glasses, declared, "I will sign as well. If it's for the Demonkin, I am ready." At the same time, Gerard looked over the paper with a worried expression. Not all Demonkin are evil. There are good, kind ones out there too. Next up was Jaeger's crew, who were all hyped up. "We'll add our votes too. Good luck." Finally, two girls spoke on behalf of the Mocha Academy. They explained that to ensure their students' safety, Mocha's protective barrier has been further strengthened. A strange seal appeared on the floor, and Corinne's voice immediately turned serious. "As long as no one knows the exact coordinates, finding it with the naked eye is impossible. Please, don't worry." Overcome with emotion, Etna hugged the stack of papers. "Thank you, everyone. I truly thank you so much." Everything was proceeding perfectly. The force Miruam would deploy for the slaughter was the kingdom's own army. The Demonkin would be framed as rebels and then murdered. It's the kind of plan you make when you have zero regard for the consequences. But if all the Demonkin become citizens, deploying the kingdom's army to suppress its own people becomes an impossible move. Until the bill passes, they just have to keep Miruam's attention diverted, preventing her from finding Maud Ledoux's location. But maybe, this time, Corinne lowered his gaze for a moment. A look of surprise crossed his face as he stared at an empty stone bench and unconsciously called out, Miruam. And so, at the Rum Cathedral, beneath its towering crosses, the hands on the clock of destiny began to move. The camera keeps rolling, no cuts. Miriam squints, her face turning to ice. So that's where you've been hiding. On the map, Snick is just curled up in a corner as she scoffs. Filthy animals. Her lips curl into a smirk. Oh yeah, Miriam's face is pure calculation now, her teeth grinding together. I found you, she says, almost like she's mocking them. One day before the Saintess gets nabbed. The one pulling the strings? The magic tower, obviously. The manager calls her up. Saintess, how's the prep for transporting the criminals going? STO struts around like she owns the place and announces, everything is under control. I'll be leading the Holy Knights myself. An entire squad of A-rank heretics, all caught in one fell swoop. She insists they must be brought to the Holy Hall in Ray to face judgment. Estelle quickly starts making excuses. The number of prisoners is just too high, so we have to go by land. It might take some time. Suddenly, her eyes light up, noticing something nearby. In front of Estelle stands a figure in a deep red coat. Seeing them, she can't help but call out, Miriam! Lost in the forest, a confused Estelle approaches her. What are you doing all the way out here? Reading the other woman's expression, Miriam doesn't hesitate to guess, with a look like that, you're definitely not here to check on my health. Right after, Miriam raises an eyebrow and gets straight to the point. That piece of news, what's its price? As soon as she says it, STO drops her gaze and goes completely silent. Miriam speaks again, her voice totally lifeless, one hand leaning on her staff for support. I've seen everything. From the Demon Alliance to the existence of Maogan, and even how you church folks are trying to hide that location. Then she steps closer to STO and whispers, what will it take to make you talk? I'll meet any demand you have. Miriam keeps tempting her, trying to break her down. If you want, we can even go back to being close friends like we were as kids. A moment later, Estelle immediately avoids her gaze, sweating bullets. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Hearing this, Miriam's face contorts with pure rage. Her hand grips the staff so tightly that it starts to tremble uncontrollably. After that, Miriam turns and walks away, leaving Estelle behind. You will definitely regret this. I'll make you pay dearly for this stubbornness. Seeing this, Estelle looks desperate, clasping her hands over her chest. Along the transport route is the tomb of the late queen. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to stop by to offer her a prayer. But Miriam coldly shuts her down. I don't need your god. Scene change. She's alone, constantly smirking to herself. Estelle, you naive and fake little fool. Miriam stares down at the map in front of her. The name Maogan, which I spent so much effort trying to find, turns out to be right here. Her red eyes glow in the darkness. She grits her teeth. If you're going to hide something, you should at least do it properly, you pathetic lowlifes. Then, Miriam turns her head slightly and speaks. My thanks, Lord Grey. Thank you for abandoning the new faith to join our plan. I'm truly grateful. It's thanks to you that Maogan's location was finally revealed. The other guy covers his mouth and laughs. The one who truly betrayed the new faith has to be ASDL. He doesn't hold back his own questions. I'm not sure how she sniffed it out, but she realized the Test-Ban Tha Giat forces were hiding within the new faith. Ray continues his serious tale. She even caused a huge uproar with her religious reform declarations, getting a ton of priests thrown in jail and even putting the Pope under house arrest. He looks at Miriam's back and gives a bitter little smile, lacing his fingers together. Luckily, I was outside at the time, so I managed to keep my life. So this time, if someone burns the holy temple of the new faith to the ground, suddenly, Miriam snaps back at him. Not the new faith, it's Jae-un. After that, Ray can only give an awkward laugh, looking a bit displeased. New or old, what's the difference, really? We're all on the same side. As he finishes, Miriam turns to him with a sigh. I was planning to make you the new pope after we cleaned up Jae-un. She looks at a stunned Ray and sighs dramatically. What a shame. At the same time, countless fireballs suddenly appear right in front of him. He then flips his sword around and says coldly, Thank you for granting me the honor of judging these heretics. After that, Roll kneels down in pure adoration and calls out, Saintess? At the same moment, Ariba and the others appear, adding, The time has come for our long-held wish to come true. She stands at the back, declaring her goal. Finally, I can settle our old debts with Estel on behalf of the Magic Tower. The great commander of Donald Fosia quickly adds, This old man swears his loyalty to the royal family. A while later, she walks out onto the balcony at night, leaning on her staff. Today, as the Saintess of Jeruin and Princess of this kingdom, I give the order. Her left hand, clad in a black glove, lightly touches the railing. Under the lax watch of Jeruin, the order was simple. Annihilate the parasites trying to overthrow the kingdom and leave no survivors. And just like that, Miruam raises his staff, his voice booming with pure power. ready to wipe them out. Below, a sea of figures waits in the dead of night. Cutscene. Two brothers look beyond stressed, facing some seriously scary dudes. Someone's telling them to chill. Doan's face is a mask of pure panic, looking like he's about to have a heart attack as he keeps talking. He stammers, he's almost here, but the thugs just roar back, "Shut your mouth!" One of the goons, looking totally over it, slams his fist into Doan. The rumor about that poison snake is everywhere, and boom, Han's eyes roll into the back of his head. Wait a second, that snake found us right after you guys appeared. If that's the case, the guy's face darkens instantly. Don't tell me you're the traitors, are you? If you are, nobody's leaving here alive. Just as things are about to pop off, a commanding voice cuts through the tension. Stop. Their leader, sitting high on his throne, coldly states they can't afford to kill each other right now. His brow furrows. With an extremely stern face, the leader looks down, his eyes locked on one man. Well, care to give me an explanation? He calls out to the man holding a weapon that's both massive and wickedly sharp. Corinne Lough. Immediately, the guy speaks up. If I have to summarize things, Corinne grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he takes the fall. Then this is all my fault. He flashes back to a memory of him and Estelle. Because we stayed at the Magic Tower with Estelle much longer than planned. Corinne explains to the Wolf Clan leader that because of their delay, Estelle identified Tess's minions. Turns out, the Bantha Gyat were infiltrating the new religion, and a whole religious reform kicked off way ahead of schedule. He figures some cowardly rats used all the chaos to escape. He can't help but think, this butterfly effect is seriously annoying. Corinne, holding that mean-looking spear before the Supreme Leader, continues, but this isn't the end of it. Please, just give me a little more time. Hearing this, the other guy immediately raises an eyebrow. Time? Right on cue, Corinne hands over a stack of papers detailing a revised bill for citizen registration, a law to make the demon race official citizens of the kingdom. There are only 3 days left until the bill's review. This is the legal document we've worked so incredibly hard to prepare. He doesn't hesitate to point out a key weakness. Most of Miroam's forces are royal soldiers, and the royal army is forbidden from using force against its own people. If you can just hold out until then, we'll have a chance to turn this whole game around. Corinne once again thinks of the others, stating frankly, every single person is giving it their all. He quickly lays out his arguments for a better ending, to avoid a pointless bloodbath, because this is the only path to stopping this civil war. Finally, Corinne locks eyes with the wolf leader in front of him and makes his final plea. Please, don't let all that effort become meaningless. Hearing this, the leader immediately glances to the side with a razor-sharp gaze. Elsewhere, two guys with panicked faces can't stop screaming. Crap, how bad is this situation? We have to run now. Instantly, a thought floods the leader's mind. Everyone is trembling in absolute terror. Seeing this, the leader closes his eyes, exhausted. A moment later, sitting before Corinne, he quietly blames himself. This is my fault. I've walked right into the same trap as the past. Just then, the Wolf Clan leader's mood absolutely plummets into despair. His mistake was putting his faith in humans. He slowly walks past Corinne, head bowed, and adds, if we just stand here like this, we won't last 3 days. The demon race in Mao Gan will be slaughtered in 1. Meanwhile, Corinne quickly tries to snap him out of it. Don't blame yourself. This was already decided by fate. But the leader is lost, drowning in regret. From the very beginning, this was a life or death battle until one side was completely wiped out. Hearing this, Corinne pauses, then asks in a low voice, is that so? Is that your final conclusion? When he sees him grab his spear and turn toward the stairs, Doan quickly calls out from behind, hey! In another scene, the leader addresses the crowd from his chair. Everyone! He raises a hand, stands, and roars his command. Stop hiding! Get out here! Everyone is absolutely terrified by the leader's words. Is he really sending women and children to the battlefield? He doesn't hesitate to bring up the platinum-colored snake named Snick. I know that snake all too well. It won't spare anyone, not even women or children. We have no retreat, nothing left to protect or leave behind. Suddenly, Doan seems to just explode, as if driven by a surge of overwhelming power. The Wolf Clan leader's voice still echoes. Go fight and show them the true form of a monster, just like they've always degraded us. His eyes fly open, his voice drowning out everything else. If we don't finish that snake, we're all going to die anyway. We must survive. His eyes suddenly blaze a brilliant red at the same time. 4 fangs appear. Stop hiding. Charge and kill the enemy. Suddenly, a soft female voice cuts through the tense air, shattering the moment. Sir, the long-armed woman pointed off in one direction, and over there, the old man's jaw dropped. It was a line of armored soldiers, standing perfectly still. Kutch got it immediately. Holy Knights of the new church. He slowly walked closer, asking, are you here to fight alongside us? The words barely left his mouth when a dozen sharp spears were aimed right at his face. At the same time, Estelle, in a spotless white dress, glided forward saying, "I'm here to stop you." She struck a dramatic pose, her voice dripping with mockery. "If you want to get to Miruam, you'll have to get past me first." A girl standing behind her clasped her hands in terror, whispering, "Saintess, why? We can't do this. We've only been able to hide safely because of the Saintess's protection." The old man, however, just grit his teeth. So, the Saintess STO was only human after all. He then stepped before Estelle and spoke with deep respect. "Saintess, we are eternally grateful that you gave us this sanctuary. But in the end, you still can't abandon your own kind." Kutch didn't hesitate to ask directly, even though Estelle looked less than pleased. "Are you really siding with that venomous snake, the one who's a direct threat to our lives?" Suddenly, her whole attitude flipped. A blooming smile appeared as she said, "Not at all, I just want to keep you all here for, say, 3 days." And just like that, Kutch absolutely lost it. "This is no time for jokes. Saintess, if we're all stuck here, who's going to face the army gathering outside?" Estelle, however, remained unbelievably calm. "Let's put our faith in the one I trust most." Hearing this, Kutch's face wrinkled even more. "After all this, you still want us to believe in some god?" Then, another voice cut in, making his expression turn even uglier. "Not a god." Turns out, it was Miruam, with a long column of soldiers behind her. She raised a fist, signaling them all to halt. Miruam's eyes looked completely exhausted. The Saintess spoke up, her tone ice cold. "No matter which path you choose, things are already out of control. Don't stand in front of everyone like that." Her gaze was sharp enough to kill. "The only option is to bet on yourself. What I mean is, trust in that person. He can do it." She looked at her soldiers, her voice filled with a proud excitement, continuing her speech. She raised a hand with long, slender fingers. "I will crush every last one of you." Instantly, all the soldiers understood, raising their bows in unison, ready to fire. Countless arrows flew into the dark night sky, right over Corinne's head. But every single one was stopped by a shimmering golden barrier, clattering uselessly to the ground. Miruam was stunned. "Is this a barrier?" At the same time, Estelle, off to the side, began to pray. "Oh, great and venerable Earth God AK." She closed her eyes, and a wondrous energy began to radiate from her. "I pray you grant us the strength to stand against the enemy's army of steel. And please, protect the king's innocent soldiers. Let no one fall." As she finished, a massive sigil suddenly appeared, covering the entire town. Miruam's brow twitched, her expression dead serious. To cast a protective layer over such a huge area, that's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Corinne was staring intently at her, thinking to himself, the place where Maogan is right now is Danan, deep within the Holy Land. An image of Kutch talking with Estelle flashed in his mind. This underground city was built by the god AK at the dawn of time. A question popped into Corinne's head. What would happen if Estelle, the heir to the power of the earth, used the might of the Andri? He remembered a treasure shaped like a large chalice. The Andri itself wasn't meant for attacking. The endless chalice Andri, one of the 4 legendary treasures of Danan. It's the symbol of the God King, proof of the earth's power and an endless source of life. It can amplify rules and magic. Just then, an old memory surfaced once more. In the past, some lunatic used it to supercharge a summoning spell, causing an endless flood of monsters to pour out of hell. But Corinne realized they had chosen to use it as a shield to protect the people instead. Thinking this, a small smile crept onto his face. This defense wouldn't be easy to break, and finding a crack in it would be even harder. Suddenly, a raspy old voice boomed out. The war between the Danan clan and the giants was so destructive it could have shattered this entire planet. The voice startled Corinne. Old Man Latin had appeared out of nowhere. For that reason, legend says they had to use the absolute law, Geas, to keep each other in check. Using a Danan treasure with a saintess's holy power to revive ancient magic, what a miracle. Then his eyes narrowed. But listen here, kid. From the other side of the barrier, Latin's voice carried over clearly. This thing isn't just a defensive spell. It's a law. Now, publicly declare the terms of the pact. Seeing that, Corinne couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. A mage from the magic tower, huh? Knew his stuff, apparently. Fine, this is the text of Saintess Estelle's geese. He calmly explained that his opponent's technique, Aka's field, wasn't just some one-way shield. It's an ancient pact where both sides set conditions, and the winner takes all. Here's the simplified version from the old tongue. Geese, the absolute covenant. Each side picks their 5 best warriors for a fair duel. If you're defeated or can't fight, you're out of the ring, instantly. The winner moves on to face the next opponent. And in the end, this is the fate waiting for anyone who doesn't bring home a victory. Geese, the absolute covenant. The loser is forever banished from the Holy Land. At this, Corinne frowned, worried, asking what she planned to do. Surely, she wouldn't abandon her demonic troops and run away in shame, right? But all he got in return was the other side's mocking laughter. Just then, Myloam, leaning on her staff, smirked. So cunning, Knight Corinne. But it's fine. None of that matters, because the one laughing last will definitely be me. She didn't hesitate, coolly replying, I agree to your proposal. Full of arrogance, Myloam ordered her opponents. Let the duel begin. This covenant was a powerful magic, with almost no loopholes. But once the rules are set, they apply fairly to everyone. That doesn't mean our side is completely out of luck, though. Hearing this, Marius, standing by Corinne, was furious. Why are we accepting such an absurd loss? The fight hasn't even started, and you didn't resist at all. Is there really no other way? Corinne looked at the Saintess, still deep in prayer, and quickly explained. Estelle is currently maintaining the barrier to protect the demon tribe's people. Just keeping Geese active is draining all of her life force. She doesn't have enough strength left to join the fight. He kept looking at the ancient text. And being unable to fight is the same as being defeated. Anyone who loses the ability to fight must leave immediately. The words barely out, Myloam smirked from her chair. So, only 4 of you left, huh? Off to the side. Ken Latin stroked his long white beard, muttering. If we hadn't accepted that steep price from the start, Geese would have never activated. Hearing this, Myloam immediately announced to everyone, All right, let's begin the second round. The moment she spoke, a huge slab of rock shot up from the ground, with 2 figures on it. These must be the opponents for this round. He immediately stepped forward, their hands touching for a moment. Meanwhile, Can Latin on the other side spoke up with a teasing tone. I sincerely thank you. For an old man about to kick the bucket to have such great luck. He grabbed his staff, his hand still stroking his beard as he continued. Not only do I get to see ancient magic from myths, but I also get to see a member of the Golden Tribe in the flesh. Suddenly, Ken Latin's expression shifted from calm to a crazed, loud laugh. What absolute excitement! How long has it been since I've gotten to observe such a lively specimen like this? Hearing this, Joan was furious, his jaw dropping as he yelled. You're from the Magic Tower, aren't you? Ken Latin didn't bother hiding it, slamming his staff on the floor. That's right, I'm the one who's dedicated his life to researching livestock like you people. He bluntly admitted his plan was to mold them into a more perfect species. As he spoke, Ken Latin whipped his staff forward. A beast resembling a buffalo appeared instantly, breathing fire heroically. The leader of the beast tribe, however, was Joan, who was young and incredibly agile, leaping to dodge the attack. Then, he shot forward like an arrow straight for Can Latin. On the sidelines, Mariette's eyes went wide, sweating as she praised him. That speed is incredible. He launched himself down from the sky toward Can Latin, flames surrounding his body, lighting up the entire space. A single moment of hesitation gives your enemy an opening. Corinne watched the whole thing unfold with intense focus. That's a painful lesson from fighting in the underworld, not bad reflexes. However, on the stage, Joan took a massive hit. His entire body was sent flying, slamming into the ceiling with a loud thud. The scene hit Mariette's eyes hard. Her attitude flipped. You're still too green. The thing you need to handle first is that chimera monster. She quickly guided his fighting style. That creature is big and strong, but it's also very slow. For someone like you, taking it down should have been quick and easy. At these words, Joan's eyes suddenly lit up, his face turning serious. But it seemed he still hadn't figured it out, taking another brutal blow to the body. Behind him, Ken Latin just glanced over, completely bored. Next, the beast with the watery body attacked again with extreme cruelty, and blood just kept spewing from Joan's mouth. On the other side, the buffalo beast suddenly spat out a massive fireball. Without hesitation, it shot the blazing flame right at Joan. A final thought surfaced in his mind. Look closely at this monster. Even though it's been torn apart and stitched together, you should still recognize it. Tears streamed endlessly from the buffalo's eyes. It's one of your own people. Off to the side, Ken Latin remained calm and muttered, The golden fur of the Golden Tribe truly is a top-quality material. Model. It jacks up your endurance and magic resistance to the absolute limit. And of course, it's drop-dead gorgeous. The old guy just can't stop gloating while watching the poor kid fight, saying it's just some animal. But hey, its low intelligence is a fatal flaw you just can't fix, no matter what. It's nothing more than a mindless puppet that obeys my every single command. Seeing John getting absolutely wrecked, Canlaton taunts him, asking why he won't fight back. You're getting torn apart and you still hesitate? You feel sorry for this thing? And then, the dramatic eyebrow narrowing begins. I guess so. You Golden Clan types are always so emotional and soft-hearted. Yeah, Canlaton totally loves being called a great mage, since he's an expert at pushing people's buttons. I have you people figured out completely. You could never bring yourselves to truly strike down one of your own. That instinct is baked into your DNA, a rule more terrifying and unbreakable than any law. Then he goes on about the Chimera's combat skills, saying, but my creation is completely different. Just look at those relentless attacks. This is a Chimera that has completely erased every single weakness of your pathetic race. Canleton is practically buzzing with excitement, hands clasped together and laughing like a complete maniac. The study of genetic manipulation and reconstruction, it is the one field of science that lets us touch the power of the gods. Just then, John's sculpted shield clatters to the ground. He's got nothing left, collapsing motionless onto the dirt. John has fallen. Seeing this just makes Canleton even more hyped. He roars with excitement. Get up! Finish every last one of them for me! He commands his monstrous beast. Now, go round up all those other test subjects hiding nearby. Bring them all to me. It's like Canleton just got a massive power-up. I'm going to turn every single one of them into a chimera. Just then, a huge cloud of dust kicks up, blinding everyone. A new voice cuts through the chaos as John looks up from the ground, totally confused. Genetics? Is that really why you can't lift your sword? Quarren suddenly appears, walking right up to John. I'm not so sure. I think there's more to it than that. In response, Canleton just raises that staff of his and starts chanting, summoning even more of his freakish monsters to the field. Oh, are you about to give me a speech about compassion or humanity? Just then, that same chimera lunges forward, sinking its teeth right into Quarren's body. And boom! A massive earth-shattering explosion erupts out of nowhere. Canleton just watches, grinding his teeth in shock, his eyes bugging out of his skull. Suddenly, Quarren's voice cuts through the smoke. I'm not really sure. Her blood-covered arm slowly clenches into a tight fist. Quarren's silhouette emerges from the dust cloud, repeating his words. Compassion, or humanity. Her face is smeared with blood, her eyes are glowing red, and her voice is ice cold. Those are luxuries I simply do not possess. As his opponent stalks closer, Canleton frantically shoves his staff forward, yelling, Stay away from me! He's in a full-blown panic, screaming, What kind of monster are you? And with that, Canleton's own sculpted shield drops and shatters into pieces on the ground. The great mage has been defeated. From behind them, a proud voice rings out, Miss Quarren! Elisa is just staring in absolute awe, totally unable to believe it. You won with a single punch? Meanwhile, Corinne just stands there silently, pointing in another direction. The message is clear. Time to go. Corinne looks just a little bit bored by all this. Corinne takes in the scene and says, Looks like the tables have turned. So, are you going to be stubborn or just give up? But Meruem doesn't even flinch, just smirks. That girl must be your ace in the hole, Lord Corinne, right? Well, guess what? I've got a trump card of my own. Meanwhile, Quarren is just staring at her own fist, still kind of amazed. Man, controlling my power in that first fight was tougher than it looked. Suddenly, a super arrogant voice cuts in from behind. Your next fight is with me, and you're going to die. She whips her head around instantly. Instantly, Ro charges in like a tempest, longsword flashing. Quarren, however, just casually sidesteps the attack. Heh, you're fast. Ro's eyes practically sparkle. We've only just begun, and I'm already having fun. His brow furrows with fierce determination. You fiend, I'm going to take you down. And with that, Ro splits into multiple clones, instantly surrounding Quarren in a circle. With his target completely boxed in, he taunts her. It doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't even land a hit on me. You'll just end up getting sliced to ribbons by me. Ro unleashes a decisive, powerful slash, the tip of his blade aimed straight for Quarren's eye. The attack connects, causing an immediate explosion of rock and dust. Watching from the sidelines, Corinne calmly makes an observation. Not bad. That knight's pretty skilled. Corinne continues his analysis while watching the fight. His speed is impressive, faster than even Ion or Y could handle. As for Ro, however, but then Corinne says without a hint of hesitation, his voice low, he picked the wrong opponent. It doesn't matter how skilled or fast you are, because his opponent is, the one person who possesses a completely indestructible body. And yeah, he sounds incredibly proud about it. Hearing that just sends Ro into a complete frenzy. He starts slashing wildly, screaming, I will not surrender. You really think I'm just going to lose? Meanwhile, Quarren just calmly parries every single one of his frantic attacks with expert precision. Her expression? Completely and utterly unfazed. Her gaze remains perfectly still. This goes on all night, until morning finally breaks. Ro is completely exhausted, panting for breath. And just then, his sword clatters to the ground. Ro's face darkens, sweat pouring down as his eyes go blank. I lose. I accept my defeat. Quarren is the winner. All the while, she just stands there, watching him in silence. With Rojo defeated and out of the ring, Corinne can't even try to hide her joy over the victory. Meanwhile, Miruam watches intently, hand on her chin with her brow furrowed. That girl. Seems like she's still hiding her true power. The woman beside her immediately adds, or is she just saving her strength for the next fight? But Miruam instantly shoots that down. No, that's not it. Suddenly, her eyes light up with an idea, unless it's about the next match. Miruam shifts her gaze towards the great warrior, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Sir Persier, I'm counting on you. In an instant, her opponent adjusts his armor, accepting the order. Don't worry. I am ready to sacrifice my very life. He dons his iron helmet, his voice is cold as ice, but before he can act, Karan's fist smashes right through Persier's mask. The impact sends him staggering to his knees. Seeing this, Corinne absolutely freaks out, screaming in terror. Oh, you didn't have to do that. Corinne, however, just calmly turns and replies, it had to be done. She then looks over at Miruam, who's sitting with her arms crossed, and asks, looks like the princess has finally figured it out, huh? Miruam's expression is full of questions now, but her tone is still cocky. From the very beginning, your only goal was to stall for time, wasn't it? Corinne doesn't hesitate for a second, admitting it outright. My plan has been exposed. You saw right through it. The objective was to make humans accept Demonkin as citizens of the Empire, forcing them to accept the Empire's laws. Once that law is in effect, Miruam can walk freely into the Holy Land, but an absolute pact prevents her faction from entering with her. However, Miruam's ally Bantha Jiak could still act on her behalf or cause all sorts of unforeseen problems. So the safest bet was to keep Miruam tied up here while the law gets passed. This tournament only ends if an opponent dies, gives up, or gets knocked unconscious. If that's the case, then all you have to do is make it so the opponent can't speak. By gagging him like this, the opponent can no longer declare surrender. It's way more violent than planned, but hey, it's enough. Corinne squeezes Persier's shattered mask as he struggles, reminding him, just stay still. It's all over now, anyway. Suddenly, her eyes fly open in complete shock. Corinne whips around to see a silver spear plunge deep into the man on the ground. On the other side of the arena, Corinne quickly explains with a stunned look, that's not my spear. At the same time, Corinne notices someone with a build just like Corinne's and wonders, who in the world is that? She stares, confused, as the person's appearance begins to change. A moment later, recognition dawns and Corinne shouts, Aja! The golden sorcerer Andrews can only copy an opponent's physical appearance, but the shapeshifter Aja can copy both the weapons and the strength of her opponent. In truth, most weapons are just surface-level copies. She can't replicate treasures or special weapons, that's her limit. Plus, she can only transform after meeting an enemy face-to-face. It's a power with a lot of restrictions, and compared to others of her rank, her skills and strength are a total wild card. But as Aja looks excitedly at her open palm, realizing she's copied a perfect body with limitless celestial power, well, this is a whole different story. And so, she shoots forward like an arrow, getting right up in Corinne's face and asking with a wicked smile, I really want to know, if an indestructible body fights another, who wins? Two immense powers collide, creating absolutely terrifying shockwaves. A moment later, a few drops of blood hit the stone floor. Corinne looks at the scrape on the back of her hand and remarks, that actually hurt. From the sidelines, Mariette watches in a panic. Her indestructible body was actually wounded, but Aja just stands across from her, smiling sweetly. You're still not used to physical pain, are you? She kicks Corinne's wound, mocking her. Your reflexes are way too slow. At that, all of Corinne's pent-up rage finally explodes from her fist. The two clash once again, fiercely. This time, Corinne suddenly uses a kick to break the difficult stalemate. With their two opposing auras, they continue to clash without a single break. After a while, Aja looks at Corinne with bloodshot eyes and a sweet smile. If you don't want to die, just surrender already, you demon. Her eyes go wide with a manic stare, her tone promising agony. I will defeat you fair and square. Resisting is useless. It'll hurt less if you just stop now. But Corinne doesn't hesitate for a second, shutting that down with a simple, no. She blocks Aja's next attack with one hand and says flatly, the winner will be me. Then, Corinne drives a powerful uppercut straight into her opponent's chin. Aja is launched into the air before crashing hard onto the ground, her face turning pale with pure panic. What? Close quarters combat? You don't just have pure strength, you have skills like that too? But Corinne wasn't having it. Her voice was pure ice as she stared down her opponent. Oh yeah, she wanted to know who was tougher too. Corinne didn't even flinch, planting her feet firm. This was a battle of wills, and she wasn't about to lose. Hearing that just made Aja even more furious. If you won't surrender, she screeched, then just die already. And boom, they were at it again. a chaotic storm of energy and power. Two completely different auras clashing in one seriously epic smackdown. Suddenly, Guaran's eyes lit up. Across from her, Aja's jaw practically hit the floor before she powered up for round two. The whole battlefield erupted, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. Through the thick cloud of dust, two blurry figures stood their ground. When things cleared, Aja was a total mess covered in her own blood, her energy fading fast. Down on her knees and covered in wounds, she could only ask, how is this even possible? Aja just couldn't process it, asking how she was so strong. Guaran just smirked back, basically saying, honey, you can't even beat an immortal body. Then she casually admitted this wasn't her first time dealing with this kind of power. Yeah, I've seen your type before. Guaran stalked closer, getting right in Aja's face. Compared to that person, she hissed, you're not even worthy to talk to me. Aja was officially terrified. And then, a complete change in attitude. Guaran balled her hand into a fist. By the way, my name isn't Demon, it's Guaran. So Guaran takes the win, though both fighters are completely wiped. She managed to stall for a ton of time, with only 1 day left before that nasty demon law gets passed. A moment later, Corinne rushed over, grabbing Warren by the shoulders. Thank you, she said. That was an amazing fight. Are you okay? But Warren was as cool as a cucumber about the whole thing. This is nothing, she shrugged. I'll be fine after a little rest. Nearby, Mariette rushed in with a healing potion. Warren, let me apply this. With Queen Miruam's minions handled, it was time for the next round. Corinne nervously turned to her fighter. Elisa, are you ready? The answer came back in a flash, without a hint of hesitation. Ready to go. All warmed up, but suddenly, the shield with Miruam's sigil started shaking violently. At the same time, Corinne frantically yelled into her communication stone. Estelle Senpai, what in the world is happening? The reply was panicked. Corinne, something's wrong. The conditions of the pact they've changed. Right on cue, a robed figure strolled onto the scene. What a beautiful battle, he declared. Truly praiseworthy. And yeah, everyone just froze. That voice. It was coming from the arena's display. The shield with his image suddenly shattered. The newcomer was lean and mean, with a killer gaze, one of Banta Gyat's personal guards. Been a while, hasn't it? He sneered. The Golden Discerner, a guy who sees fate itself. His eyes began to glow. No more stalling. I'll be your opponent personally. The whole vibe turned sinister. And I'm going to take every single one of you down. Hearing this, Corinne stepped forward, spear in hand, with a wry little smile. Someone of your stature, all the way down here? What for? Killing my people doesn't really get you anything, does it? But the guy was weirdly calm about it. It would be a tragedy if the main actor missed his entrance on such a grand stage. He raised a hand. Besides, J. Royam's support through Queen Miruam helps my people greatly. Isn't it a king's duty to build strong alliances with other kingdoms? Oh, the classic I'm just a diplomat villain speech. Before he could finish, Corinne's arm flared with power. Great speech, she shot back. But you came here for this, didn't you? Bingo. Ohad immediately clenched his jaw, growling, you wicked witch. But he quickly recovered with a creepy smile. I do have one question, though. How do you know about the sun's power, and how did you get it? Ohad was genuinely confused, pressing on. Why would Ada give something like that to an evil witch like you? That thing, he spat, was supposed to be mine. We see a quick flashback of him leaving a fight, but now, seeing Corinne in person, his eyes widened in realization. Oh, it was all making sense now. He was laying on the compliments, but with a nasty twist. That handsome face of yours. What a shame it would be to kill you. You'd make a lot of girls cry. You've got main character energy, just like me. Corinne, however, just gave him an ice-cold stare in return. Who knows what'll happen? Beauty is more than just skin deep. That comment clearly hit a nerve. Ohad's face darkened. A punk dares to lecture Emmy on beauty? He stuck out a hand without even looking at Joel. Hey, give me the sword. Joel looked completely lost. Ohad took the broken sword, squinted at it, and turned back to Corinne. You said not to judge by appearances, right? His eyes flashed like a hawk's, in that case. And in an instant, a massive gash opened on Corinne's body, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing the blood only made Ohad more excited. Let's see what you've got on the inside, shall we? The sight completely shattered his friends. They were petrified, screaming his name at the top of their lungs. Corinne! Model. Meanwhile, Oh Hyung's face goes dark, only his sharp eyes visible. He's thinking that with this broken sword, he can take on the absolute monsters who walk this earth, the kind who crush demons like bugs. So, what in the world is this ultimate realm or special level anyway? The system kicks in data backup, checking the rules. Rule 1. You can't just ignore the suffering of the innocent. Compatibility, A+. Rule 2. He can't recognize souls. A replica, Damage increases by 50%. Rule 3, a solemn vow. I will save this world. Oh, a hard reset. Compatibility hits A+ again. Replica, beat the bad guys and save the world. Stats get a 200% boost, just to remind us how insanely dangerous this guy is. Test Banta's minions, by the way, are a straight-up pack of savages. Every last one of them is an elite-level powerhouse, but this guy, he's on a whole nother tier, a monster in a one-on-one fight where distance is key. Since our boy uses a spear, he's got a massive advantage when it comes to range. But surprise! The guy with a broken sword slashes at Corinne, then grabs the spear's shaft. He's clearly got the upper hand now, saying, I want this. With that settled, he sends Corinne flying backward with a solid kick. Meanwhile, our hero's body is too weak to even put up a fight. He uses any weapon he steals from an opponent. This OHAT guy is basically a master of all trades. He wields any weapon like he was born with it. While attacking Corinne, OHAT finally airs his confusion. I still don't get it. He closes the distance, getting right up in Corinne's personal space. One of his eyes starts glowing. Why did Ada? OHAT asks again. Or is it because they call you the special one? Then he suddenly grabs Corinne's wrist, getting impatient. Is it because you have both an aura of light and magic that's stronger than everyone else's? Today, I'm getting my answer. OHAT hoists Corinne into the air, declaring that only someone as special as him deserves to be on this grand stage. And through all this, he's standing there without a scratch, solid as a mountain. Suddenly, OHAT pours all his power into the weapon in his hand, his face like ice. You've got no right to be compared to me beyond your flashy looks, Corinne. The sharp spear tip points right at a super tense Corinne's forehead, so your place is off the stage. Just when OHAT thinks today is his end, Corinne unleashes the returning spear thrust, a family technique he'd been practicing this whole fight. He leaps into the air, lunging at OHAT, who immediately uses his freakishly fast legs to block the attack. However, even OHAT couldn't completely dodge the entire thing. A small cut appears on his face, drawing a little blood. At the same time, the gap between them widens once more. Seeing this, Corinne can't hold back a smirk. You must be pretty confident fighting with any old weapon, huh? His eyebrows knit together. But when it comes to the spear, you can't beat me. To which OHAT actually agrees. It is a fine spear. After he speaks, he snaps his fingers. Instantly, countless sharp swords materialize out of thin air all around him. Both his eyes begin to glow. To fight someone like you, I suppose I should show a little respect. He reaches out and grabs a sword from the air. The strongest weapon of Dan Ann, OHAT pours all his energy into it until it glows, chanting the spell, Fraga Rek. A powerful, terrifying light bursts from the blade. OHAT seems to have completely lost control. Let's settle this in a single blow, you punk. At the same time, Corinne's eyes have changed, his jaw clenched tight. Now that's more like it. This is my style. They both charge at the same time, a head-on clash of two opposing, powerful auras creating a perfectly balanced battle. The force is so great it sends rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing this, Raoul quickly shields Miriam, completely confused. What is even happening? Honestly, everyone can only watch in terror as the two collide, unleashing a peerless power that shakes the heavens and earth. The aura rocks the entire realm. Who in the world caused a disaster of this magnitude? The one who stands above thousands, the player who surpassed. Corinne. A cloud of dust settles on the ground after the life-or-death battle. OHAT lowers his head slightly. His eyes are full of thought, his voice low. This is a pain. Killing you here would be a problem. He raises his sword to the sky, smirking. But if I fail, that's a problem too. Same difference. On the other side, a battered Corinne silently watches OHAT, a man who wasn't even fazed by that attack of his. He couldn't help but feel unnerved. Then, OHAT glances over at Corinne, his voice distant. You have the right to stand on this final stage with me. He looks at the man before him. Corinne Lough, let's call it a draw for today. But Corinne immediately stops him. Wait a second. Corinne watches OHAT walk towards a portal and reminds him, the fight's not over yet. But he couldn't care less. It doesn't matter. Then, he looks back one more time. Your fated rival is not me. Just then, a line of thought immediately surfaces in his mind. When the old man first chose this kid as an opponent, I thought he'd finally lost it. But looking at him now, the portal gradually disappears, but OHAT's voice still echoes everywhere. It really was the perfect choice. Now, only Corinne is left standing on the stage, looking at the scene around him. Suddenly, a panicked voice screams out a name. Corinne! Warren and Mariette sprint over to where Corinne has collapsed. Are you okay? But she quickly, calmly reassures them. I'm fine. Totally fine, you know, like you do when you're about to die. But hey, it worked. It made OHAT think she wasn't beaten yet, so he couldn't press the attack. Teeth clenched, brow furrowed. He just stares straight ahead. In any case, you and your army can't enter the sanctuary now, Princess A. Not while this army is charging in, full of fighting spirit. They had lost all hope watching the battle between the specials, but a desperate shout cuts through the chaos. Princess Miruam! At that, the girl looks completely stunned. Wait a second, the fight between the specials had actually destroyed the curse's seal. The binding contract is totally void. You could say that from the very beginning, the snake never cared about winning this fight. Nope, it was just waiting for the perfect moment when everyone was at their weakest. And just like that, Miruam doesn't hesitate to admit it. Thanks to you, I've achieved my goal, Corinne. Her eyes flare up, crimson red. Her face twists into a wicked grin. Thanks a bunch, Senior Corinne. Especially since you and your little group used up every last bit of energy in those fights. Once upon a time, the story went like this. Estelle Hadithar was a prodigy, a top candidate for Holy Maiden because of her natural-born sacred power. And then there was Miruam Elizabeth. With her sharp mind and warm personality, she was seen as the next in line to be Queen of the Kingdom. As usual, Estelle was whining in her ear like a little sister. Mia, stop studying and play with me. She'd sigh, replying with 3 parts exasperation. I know. But the other 7 parts? Pure affection that Miruam had for Estelle, the sister who was also her best friend. A maid couldn't help but sigh. Oh my, the princesses are so close, aren't they? The girl next to her quickly replies, They really are. The king probably doesn't have a single worry. These were the nannies and attendants who'd been with them since birth. But for Estelle, there was someone even more important. A kind voice calls out, Mia, my daughter. Miruam runs and throws her arms around the woman. Mom! This was her mother, the person she loved more than anyone, Maria Elizabeth Ulat. For little Miruam, these people were her entire world. But on a night with a blood-red moon, a voice cries out, Princess! Catching the woman in front of her, Miruam gasps, Nanny! Before she collapsed, the nanny managed to get out one last message. You have to run. And just like that, her spirit was crushed. Because this was the trip she and her mother took to celebrate a holiday, a day that was supposed to be the happiest ever. On instinct, Miruam bolts down the hall, screaming for help. Anyone, everybody, help me. But her eyes were forced to witness it all over again. Miruam searched for anyone who could be her rock, the scholars who taught her magic and academics. Or even closer, the nannies and maids who had been by her side since she was a child, all the people who made up her world. Miruam's soft sobs echo through the halls. She breaks down, running aimlessly. I'm scared. Please don't leave me alone. Just then, a familiar voice rings out. Miruam freezes, her eyes widening. That voice. It's Maria impaled. A sword runs straight through her stomach. She weakly whispers Miruam's name. Maria smiles, her eyes full of warmth. My daughter. And in that instant, Miruam's entire world came crashing down. She collapses to the ground, just like her shattered soul. Miruam can only manage a tiny whisper. Her pupils dilate, tears streaming down her face as she stares at his hand, dripping with fresh red blood. That day, at the hands of the Silver Wolf, the father she trusted, he covered up her mother's death as an accident to avoid conflict with the demons. Her sister became the holy maiden of the new religion, protecting those very demons. And Miruam, she just locked herself away in the dark. She cried until only tears of blood would fall. Weighed down by some grand, holy cause, she was completely and utterly abandoned. But even as the world forgot Miruam, she didn't rest. She never stopped. Because revenge became her new fuel. She filled the gaps in her holy power with demonic energy, using political games to expand her influence. Finally, Miruam won the title of Holy Maiden of the Jerome Order, and with it, control of the kingdom's entire military. As if it was all meant to be, he found her. His deep voice asks, Do you want revenge? Before she could even answer, he offers her a black stone. Take it. Confused, she takes it in her hand. What is this? He explains simply, the infinite serpent, Midgard's armor. The demonic aura pouring from it is intoxicating. The moment it's activated, it's a grand magic that steals the life of every single thing within its range. Miruam knew there was no such thing as a free lunch and asked the obvious question. A magic like this must have a price, right? The man's reply was chillingly direct. The life of the one who casts it. But then, a smirk plays across her lips. Oh, that's never a good sign. Snapping back to reality, Miruam stares down at Kuss while conducting her little apocalypse. Her dreams coming true, and honestly, she couldn't care less. See, when you've lost it all, self-preservation kinda goes out the window. That smile is pure insanity, and her own life is just one more thing to throw away. And just like that, red stuff starts dripping all over the pristine floor. Snakes slither into view, their eyes glowing red. This is Miruam's signature magic, Midgard Orimer, the infinite serpent. Kuss steps up to play hero, yelling, Everyone, run! But little Chi-Chi isn't leaving, shouting back at him. But what about you? Cuss just clenches his jaw, the words stuck in his throat. In his head, it's a broken record. I have a job to do. He flashes back to some dark, broody moment in his past. Not again. He refuses to be helpless. Then, a piercing scream from behind shatters the memory. Of course, Chi-Chi is now target number 1 for the snakepocalypse. No. And just like that, Cuss is faced with an impossible choice. I have a job to do. Tears stream down his face. I have a job to do. Damn it. And right on cue, a familiar voice cuts through the drama. What the hell are you doing? The newcomer snatches the kid, leaving the mess for Elisa and her crew to handle. Meanwhile, a terrified Chi-Chi is hiding behind Cuss. From a distance, Corinne calls out, "You think you can actually stop Miriam by going alone?" Then he hits him with the real question. Or are you just planning to sacrifice yourself and hope this whole tragedy just stops? Annoyed, Cuss clicks his tongue and snaps back. What could you possibly know? Just stay out of this. Corinne just cuts him off flat. You know better than anyone that we can't let this happen. He leans in on those last words. Cuss freezes, then stammers. Wait a second. He finally notices Corinne's beat-up body, completely shocked. You're with those injuries. But Corinne is laser-focused, reminding him, just do your job. Don't worry about me. Go protect your family. Corinne's eyes gleam with absolute certainty. Because I have my own job to do. And with that, he walks straight toward the giant freaking serpent. Corinne frowns, thinking to himself, you have got to be kidding me. I have to fight this monster again? The infinite serpent, Midgard Orremer, a magic spell that summons a literal monster from the age of myths. And according to Corinne's past experience, this thing killed countless demons, and was also the spell that killed Miriam. Once it's complete, the snakes will slaughter everyone. The past is about to repeat itself. Instantly, his weapon begins to crackle with small sparks of lightning. Corinne charges in, unleashing a combo attack. A system window pops up. Rank, Legend, the twin spears of Mananon Mac Lear. This is the gay bulg. But as he strikes, Miriam's face flashes in his mind. It's the same script as last time. He has to choose. Either kill her himself or, just then, a blazing red light erupts from the gash. The system confirms, deals an extra 350% damage against beast-type enemies. Any beast hit by the spear will now suffer the curse of the gay bulg's eternal pursuit. He grips his twin spears and dives right inside. The moment he enters, a mocking voice greets him. A man who's too clingy just isn't attractive, you know. Sir Corinne, you really should learn when to give up. Even though he expected it, Corinne's still a bit surprised. Miriam cuts him off, trying to crush his hope. Whatever you have to say now is completely useless. Miriam's eyes are wild. I have already seen our destiny. All of my plans are complete, and I am smiling. Everything will burn, because my revenge is finally finished. But then Corinne calmly declares, I know. I knew you would unleash your horrible infinite serpent right here, and I know it won't stop until your life fades away, not until it reaches the northern continent to finally die. Now that gets her attention. What? You've seen the future too? I heard that power was supposed to be hostile to you, but Miriam quickly regains her confidence with a shrug. Oh well, probably doesn't matter. The snakes immediately converge on a single point, and then they merge into a black stone in her hand. Still, thank you for confirming everything for me. The stone begins to glow, signaling the end. Finally, I can fulfill my wish. Outside, the massive serpent coils around the city buildings. The black stone flares brightly to activate Midgard Orremer. The sacrifice? Miriam. She uses it on herself with a vicious roar. This pain, she grunts, is nothing compared to what I've already been through. But Corinne's words make her pause. It's not like that. I saw it myself. His spearhead glows and the serpents scatter in every direction, driven back by the death god's gem. He just blasts them all away. Miriam grits her teeth, summoning another wave of snakes. It's useless. Midgard has already been activated. Besides me, no one can stop it now, Corinne yells back while fighting off the snakes. This isn't the first time we've met. I know your entire plan and I am so sick of it. His power clashes directly with the infinite serpent. In a flash, they use their own bodies as ropes to bind Corinne. They surge forward, trying to pull Corinne into the center of the core. With his last bit of strength, he desperately reaches a hand out. By some miracle, Corinne had made his way over to Miriam, not exactly thinking with his head at this point. He finally reached the black stone, and a blinding light erupted with crushing pressure. But Corinne didn't flinch, just roared right back at it. But all he gets is a smile from her. She's never undoing this spell, she says. This is her destiny. But Corinne is so over this destiny talk. He makes his own vow right then and there. He's here to shatter that miserable fate of hers. Yet, no matter what Corinne said, Miruam's resolve didn't even waver. The infinite gray spell was already in motion. What could he possibly do now? His fist clenched, the system going haywire, but he understood. Infinite gray is a suicide spell. It drains the caster's life force until there is absolutely nothing left. Even so, Corinne seemed ready to make that sacrifice. If one life could power the spell, then maybe another life could be used to stop it. That line completely caught her off guard. What did he say? Faced with his surging power, Miruam couldn't believe it. You'd really trade your life just to stop this? Her eyes blazed. She refused to lose. You think that will make me give up this magic? Why would you sacrifice your life just to get in my way? All he gave her back was a smirk. You think I'm doing this for some grand purpose? Every word Corinne spoke was filled with conviction. He was just done with losing anyone else. His words shook her to the core. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, the infinite gray continued to tear across the battlefield. Alyssa screamed Corinne's name from the middle of the fight, while Cuss desperately shielded 2 children in his arms. Tears streamed down his face. Is this how it ends? The scene suddenly warped a blood-red moon, the moment the mother god was slain. Corinne was completely baffled. Why on earth was he suddenly trapped inside Miruam's memory? Turns out, since infinite gray was draining them both, their minds had accidentally linked up. Talk about a bad connection. And then, it started to click. This was the root of all her hatred. This was her absolute worst memory. Miruam staggered to her feet and shot back. No, you don't know a single thing about me. She turned, her eyes completely lifeless. The time that came after this, that was the real hell on earth. And so, Miruam began to tell him everything. Her father had covered up the whole incident as an accident to maintain peace with the demons, all for the sake of preventing discrimination between the races. Even the STO covered for those monsters. Just remembering it made her hands tremble with rage, and all that hatred festered, building into a master plan. In the end, she dedicated her entire life to revenge, seizing military power, becoming the holy saintess of the church. And now she was here, completely alone. She had lost every single person she loved, abandoned in her solitude. Those days, she whispered, were the most terrifying memories. In response, Corinne simply said, I understand that feeling. But Miruam exploded with rage, cutting him off. Don't you dare say something so ridiculous! She looked at him with pure contempt. You could never understand me. Have you ever felt the pain of losing your family? Miruam laid out her final card. You think I don't know about your family? They're living peacefully as commoners in the capital. If I killed them all and brought their bodies to you, would you still be spouting those pretty words then? Before she could finish, Corinne answered softly, No, I have already lost the ones I loved, and the scene instantly changed to a field of snow. Miruam stepped coldly over a pile of bodies. You show me this now? Do you expect me to feel guilty? But her steps faltered at the sight before her. It was Corinne, holding her dying body, crying out, Mia, why did you do this? She could barely speak, whispering back, I couldn't stop. The sight of it all just made the present Miruam furious. Are you trying to say my revenge is meaningless? Drop this stupid illusion. I've already seen this future. But he calmly corrected her. That isn't the future. That is the past. Looking right into her eyes, he began to explain, I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but shortly after this happened, I was sent back in time, 3 years into the past. Miruam could only stare in horror. What? He tried to make it simple. In other words, from my point of view, your death is an event that has already happened. She refused to believe it. Corinne, stop talking nonsense. How is that any different from the future Leofi showed me? To her, it was all the same. Everything was still unfolding exactly according to the whims of destiny. Miruam had always believed fate was absolute. Suddenly, the scene shifted again, to a bright room with a gentle breeze blowing through. Corinne calmly watched another tragedy play out. I don't want to talk about things like destiny, because this is the story of the family that I lost. In this life, her spell failed, but he remembered a past where things were very different. A scene of a warm, happy family flickered into view. Because in that timeline, the 2 of them had actually gotten married. Miruam stammers, denying everything. Classic move. She insists it's all a lie. And cue the flashback to a snowy night, with Corinne's voice echoing in her ears. How wonderfully dramatic. Miruam weakly wipes the tears from his face, giving the whole I'm sorry, I love you speech, but with one unavoidable truth. Turns out, her desire to save the world from the Banthajat was actually legit, and she really couldn't just watch innocent demons get slaughtered. Miruam's soft voice continues. Our child, I was so looking forward to the day it would be born, but I'm sorry, my baby. I couldn't bring you into this world. And with that, she's gone. For good. Miruam is left completely speechless, having failed to protect the family he already lost once before. Suddenly, she remembered what Rin once said. So this is the pain of being left behind? He just forces a smile and says, yeah, I've had more than my fill of it. Miruam's eyes narrow, her lips curl back. The memory trip is over. She's made a decision. I will absolutely fight. Miruam's entire resolve shifts with that one chant, Infinite Samit Gadurum. However, the backlash is something Rin totally didn't see coming. Her eyes go wide with panic, while he can only curse under his breath, damn it. A few lines of ancient text flare to life, stunning everyone. Could it be, the ancient runic chain? The moment Teth had been waiting for finally arrived. All their struggling was completely useless now. The wolf tribe was getting annihilated by the infinite barrage. They were cornered with nowhere to go. Help me! With magic this powerful, we can't possibly fight back. He admires the glowing stone in his hand as the infinite barrage goes to work, wiping out every last demon on the field. That's just how this world operates. Teth makes it brutally clear. You can't escape this. Corinne grits his teeth, hissing Banthajat. Miruam desperately offers herself up. No, let it be me. But he shuts that down immediately. Absolutely not. This time, Corinne decides to just push her away from the artifact. Sorry about this. Before her vision is blocked, he flashes a smile, determined to lose her one more time. Corinne! Miruam screams as she falls away. Corinne grabs the artifact, bracing for the searing pain. He thinks back to his deathmatch with OH, all the magical power, and the light from 3 different auras. Then a notification appears. Standby system initiating precept check. Great, more stress. The first precept, duty. I will not stand idly by as disaster strikes the innocent. Compatibility, A+. The second precept, impartiality. I will not pass judgment on souls. Standby damage increased by 50%. The third precept, aspiration. I will save this world. Effects Bokai and EJ Lamb activate. Magic power increased by 200%. He gets this news and feels like he's just been reborn. Bantajat. You son of A. The system immediately confirms a standby status increase of 300%. Corinne begins pulling the artifact's power into himself. Once you interfered, this story was always going to change. I'm not acting for the sake of some stupid fate. I'm here to protect the things I swore to uphold, and everyone else gets saved too. The precept, I will save the world. Miruam waits for the final result as the last precept appears. I will not turn my back on the suffering of the righteous. The system gives its command. Hero Corinne Lough, destroy evil and save this world. She watches carefully, praying for him. Please, just wake up. A desperate Miruam places her hands on his chest. She starts CPR, begging for him to come back. Please. Miruam's tears fall, her prayer sounding more like a demand. Wake up. Unexpectedly, his calm voice cuts in. That sad face doesn't suit you. She freezes. Corinne's hand gently strokes her cheek. When the reality hits her, Miruam finally cracks a smile. He uses what little breath he has to praise her. That's right. After that hellish battle, Corinne can finally say it. You look much more beautiful when you're smiling. And in that perfect moment of happiness for Corinne and Miruam, a crowd of demons slowly begins to gather. But yeah, they're clearly not here for a friendly chat. They start yelling accusations, not caring about proof. This woman is the false princess. This is all your fault, isn't it? Just as things are about to get ugly, a calm voice cuts through the noise. Stop. So you were here. Seeing the imposing figure striding toward Miruam and Corinne, the demons around them quickly change their tune, stammering, Lord Cuts. Meanwhile, she's suddenly thrown back into a horrific memory. The image of a man transforming into a wolf under a pale moon is still burned into her brain. You're the one from back then. That sweet smile from moments ago is now nothing but a mask for her boiling hatred. She gets to her feet and snarls. Cuts, the Silvermaned. He obviously remembers her, too. It's been 10 years, hasn't it, Princess Minoam? For 10 straight years, this guy, Cuss, has been absolutely drowning in regret from that one fateful day. A murderous aura just explodes from his body, aimed right at the small girl before him as he declares, and today, I will fix all my mistakes. Right now. But the Miruam of today is built different. She stares down this titan without an ounce of fear, vowing, you're the one who will regret not finishing me off. But then, a sudden twist occurs that makes her eyes shoot wide open in absolute shock. Without any hesitation, Cuss sucks all that terrifying pressure back inside himself, gets down, and prostrates himself right at Miruam's feet. The emotional agony practically radiates from him, seeming to course through every cell of his powerful body. Every single word drips with remorse as he slowly gets them out. I deeply regret what happened on that day. Now, it's not just Miruam, his own demon tribe members are completely floored by what's happening. What? Lord Cuss? Ignoring the chaos, Cuss continues his story, his mind drifting back to that one night. 10 years ago, on the day I let your mother go, I ended up putting my entire tribe in mortal danger. But before he can finish, someone jumps in to defend him. Lord Cuss, that was. Your daughter has when Cuss immediately turns and bellows, "Be silent!" Once the disruptive noise finally settles, he lowers his gaze, his eyes just overflowing with raw emotion. The memory of a recent scene suddenly flashes before his eyes. Corinne, though grievously injured, has a determined look as she slowly emphasizes each word. All of you, do what needs to be done. Cuss's voice rings out again, firm and clear, aimed at his tribesmen. This is my final command. My death here is my choice. Do not ever seek revenge. Then, he lowers himself again, bowing a full 180 degrees before the silent Miriam. Take my head, princess, he begs, and I hope that you will please let go of the hatred for my people. After the last word falls from his lips, a heavy silence blankets the area, stretched as tight as a bowstring. But before she has any time to think and give an answer, a different voice suddenly cuts in, startling Miriam. Turns out, it's a little wolf tribe boy who, despite his fear, is determined to protect him. Lord Cuss is like a father to me, please don't kill him. This leaves Cuss so stunned he can only utter a single word, you. But the boy cuts him off. Sister, I'm sorry, it was all my fault. And this act clearly triggers a painful memory for Miriam. Please, sir, have mercy. My mother. Please, you have to save my mother. We see Cuss, his face a mask of conflict, his sharp claws raised. Sweat streams down his cheek as all that battle-ready focus from moments ago just melts away. However, Miriam isn't left stuck in this difficult position for too long. Cuss decisively grabs the little boy's collar, completely ignoring his desperate screams. No, let me go! The chaotic sounds from the other side keep hitting her ears, but the princess seems to have an epiphany and calmly closes her eyes. The next second, as if her final decision is made, she kneels on one leg and utters 2 words to stop his actions. Look up, then she enjoys the warm sunlight on her body. With her body totally relaxed, Miriam calmly gives her final answer. I want to stop now. After a battle that shook the very earth, it all ended with Cuss's apology and her acceptance. Now, white papers fly through the kingdom sky amid loud shouts. Special edition! Get your special edition here. The people reading the news can't believe what they're seeing and hearing. The ones behind the queen's death 15 years ago were actually the demon tribe? Some people are just speechless. A picture of the king on the newspaper with the headline, "The truth hidden for 10 years finally revealed," leaves them dumbfounded. But look, back to that very day, the day he decided to reveal the whole story to the world. 10 years ago, I lost my beloved wife. He didn't care that revealing the truth could shatter the royal family's image in the eyes of the people. The king remained resolute, speaking each word carefully. The source of this entire tragedy was my wife's obsession with the doctrines of the old religion. Because everything has a cause, he held nothing back. She joined the old religion's fanatic faction to hunt demons, and there, she massacred countless demon kin. The pain of being a powerful elder who could do nothing but watch his tribe and only relative die plunged the Cuss of that time into utter despair. He can only bow his head now, not wanting anyone to see the look on his face as the king continues. After that, my wife was killed by a father who had just lost his own daughter. And Corinne, wanting to clarify, steps forward to ask the most important question. Why did you hide it? What was the reason? A long silence passes as the king seems lost in the memories of that year before finally answering. That father, the one who lost his daughter. At the very last moment, he managed to control his rage. The image of the crying princess is clearly seared into his mind as he recalls the man's mercy. And he spared my daughter, Milwam. Just like that, the king finally revealed the reason for the 10-year cover-up. Not a single day went by where he wasn't torn between rage over his wife's death and gratitude that his daughter's life was spared. He knew the entire story, which only made the pain 100 times worse, because he could understand both the fury and the mercy behind it all. The king's fingers suddenly dug into his throne, a testament to the unease bubbling up inside him. He had been putting off this decision all alone. After that incident occurred, it was like the whole world vanished, leaving only him with the truth. So he locked himself away, choosing to bear the grief of losing his wife in solitude. And because of that long, cold period of isolation, the king couldn't stop himself from being completely clueless about his daughter's feelings whenever Miriam was mentioned. But in this very moment, the distance between king and princess vanished. It was just a father who finally understood everything. I've only just now found the courage to fix this mess. I'm sorry, Mia. At last, after the truth of 10 years past was finally laid bare, the great eagle could finally fly, landing right where it needed to be. After all the chaos, the bill was passed, and the demonkin were recognized as citizens. Estelle and Marielle, arriving by Eagle, were already running joyfully towards Corinne, calling out his name. Brother Corinne! And at the same time, the trial for the Queen's assassination began. No matter the reason, someone was definitely getting cuffed. The crime was so severe that a death sentence was almost certain. And yet, the final verdict was reduced to 10 years in prison. Una brilliant orange scoot. Corinne slowly pieced the question together. The sentence was reduced because of. Miriam just shrugged in response. Who knows? Her mother's every crime had been exposed for the whole world to see. She's probably furious. Miriam abruptly changed the subject just as a small snake peeked its head out. Perfect timing. I've got something to show you. The moment he got a clear look at it, he knew. Could that be the infinite gray serpent? But it was supposed to be gone. But his guess was shot down with a long explanation from the princess. Nope, it's different. Midgard was just a vessel used to summon the divine beast, Vohansa. This little guy is the real Vohansa. Even after losing all his power, he still found his way back to me. Corinne, however, wasn't focused on the snake's backstory. Are you planning to raise it as a familiar? Miriam didn't hesitate to nod. Yep, I'm curious to see what it'll become. Her next answer, however, made Corinne's face flush completely red. My duty is to be a mother. Since I never experienced that, I'll have to try this way. Shock was written all over his face. You remember everything from that time? But she was clearly enjoying teasing her old acquaintance. You know, you were surprisingly rough with a lady. This made Corinne more flustered than ever. Just how much do you remember? Seeing him completely frozen, Miriam finally broke, turning away to hide her laughter. Just kidding. Like a goddess descending from above, she shined brighter than the sun itself. Thank you for your guidance. And it wasn't just because of the embarrassing conversation. Corinne's cheeks were flushed red simply from being captivated by the sight before him. But he quickly regained his composure to say goodbye. It's getting cold. Please be careful. Miriam didn't want to stay, so she answered decisively, Okay. Her footsteps were steady and sure on the neatly laid stone path. As the storm passes, the cool winds of a new season arrive, like a fruitful harvest. Soon, the moon was high in the sky. Lying on the soft bed in her room, Miriam at this moment seemed to have finally cast off all the burdens on her shoulders. The difficult times were over. An era of peace felt like it was just around the corner. Only love and happiness flowed from her ruby-like eyes. But she hadn't enjoyed the quiet for long when a voice cut through the silence. Without a hint of hesitation or panic, Miriam summoned a swarm of vicious snakes and shot back a reply. You're pretty impatient, aren't you? Finding me so quickly. Too bad her snakes didn't stand a chance, getting wiped out instantly. I don't enjoy fighting with toys. The intruder was none other than Tess, who declared with an arrogant tone, because it's not fun at all. Not holding back an ounce of strength, even though they were acquaintances, he simply tightened his grip on his neck. A sigh escaped Tess's lips. I'm actually surprised that your destiny has changed. Your future was never certain, but the outcome was always the same. His icy eyes fixed on her as he delivered each word with absolute conviction. You are to be killed by the player. Without a shred of hesitation, Tess moved to personally ensure fate returned to its original path. This is your end. Miriam looked into his waiting eyes. The hand on her throat slowly loosened as a spear pierced through the wall right next to her. Under the crushing weight of his presence, she used every last bit of strength to ask her trembling question. You're not gonna kill me? I mean, isn't this the perfect once-in-a-lifetime chance or what? Especially with that mysterious glowing green crystal in his hand. But with this bone-chilling cold in the air, honestly, who even knows anymore? He glances at the shining crystal, a rare flicker of thought crossing his face. Her being alive was definitely not part of the plan. His crimson eyes try to stare right through her soul. You can just feel the deep, dark calculations going on in there. Still, it sets you on edge. After all, they were supposed to be comrades with the same goals, once upon a time. Then, he suddenly lets go, letting her collapse onto the freezing floor. Fine, I'll spare you this time. Just stay away from Corinne Lough until the so-called eternal winter begins. Miriam's eyes fly open, completely shocked by her enemy's decision and bizarre warning. He slowly walks toward the moonlight, shining through the massive window, leaving her behind. And you'd better not try any funny business. I'm always watching your every move. He tilts his head, showing off that sharp and cold profile. If you dare to secretly mess up my plans, you'll pay for it with your life. All right then. We'll be seeing each other soon. All around them, the floor is littered with the chopped-up remains of snakes, lying in pools of black blood. This whole scene is basically Exhibit A for the ridiculously brutal fight that just went down. The scene shifts to a gorgeous old school with classic architecture. Golden sunlight streams down, a peaceful vibe that's a total 180 from the darkness before. In the hall, Melina beams, waving her hand. Senior, I had so much fun today. Thanks for walking with me. Corin just smiles and says his goodbyes. Yeah, get home safe. But hiding nearby, Jeremy's face is a mask of pain and shock as he watches this intimate little scene. No, this can't be happening. He can't control himself and bursts out from his hiding spot, his voice cracking from the emotion. Melina! She turns around, surprised to see him. Jeremy? Is that you? What's going on? He stands in front of Melina, trying to summon all his courage to ask the question that's been eating him alive. This Friday. Are you going on a date with Corinne? She confirms it without hesitation. Yes, I am. Then she gets curious. How did you know? Melina's simple answer hits Jeremy like a lightning bolt. His entire world just shatters. But why? Melina, why are you going out with him? Didn't we have something going on between us? He clutches his head in agony, the feeling of betrayal and jealousy boiling over. Why did it have to be Corinne of all people? Seeing his extreme reaction, a worried Melina steps closer. Jeremy, are you not feeling well? He tries to calm himself down with positive thoughts about his rival. He just can't believe the harsh truth right in front of him. No, I trust Corinne. He knows I like Melina, so there's no way he'd do that. His eyes follow Corinne's back as he walks off with two other girls, the perfect senior image in his head starting to crack. Corinne has always been a kind upperclassman, always looking out for the younger students. A great guy like him would never do something like this. But Jeremy's faith is shaken. Corinne's smile now looks so fake. It can't be. The rage finally erupts. His face twists in fury as he thinks about Corinne's true nature. How could I ever trust that player who flirts with every single girl in sight? Unable to take it anymore, he rushes forward and grabs both of her hands. Melina, I have to tell you the truth. I don't want you to go on that date. Because Jeremy's face turns beet red with embarrassment. He decides to risk it all in this one moment. I like you. Melina freezes at his sudden confession. What? Her cheeks turn a bright, peachy red. Melina trembles, letting him hold her hands tight. The truth is, she's so embarrassed the blush is spreading right to her ears. She gathers all her courage to say something, secretly glancing to the side with a look of pure joy. She gives a thumbs up. Thanks, Senior Corinne. It looks like Operation Make Him Jealous was a complete success. Watching the two lovebirds, he can't help but feel happy for them. After all this awkward back and forth, they're finally an official couple. Meanwhile, Mariette and Alyssa are competing to offer him sweets. Corinne, try this one. Do you want to try a honey candy? Corinne happily soaks up everyone's affection. He puffs his cheeks while chewing the candy. All the effort he put in until now has finally paid off, as red maple leaves fall all around them. Melina and Jeremy walk hand in hand, enjoying the peace of a beautiful autumn afternoon. From his time taking down the magic tower, when Corinne and his brave comrades faced down endless danger, through all the hardships and exhaustion from countless unending battles, his body may be covered in scars, but his spirit never once cooled. All the way to the tough journey to the holy land of Jian, every memory is etched into Corinne's subconscious. The Academy's blue sky looks brilliant against the orange autumn leaves. It seems that for a guy who has been through so much, he's also been granted a short, fleeting moment of peace. Corinne took a deep breath, his eyes closed as he enjoyed this rare moment of peace with a satisfied smile, so warm. And that's when a mischievous voice rang out, "Hey there, little brother Corinne." That familiar tone made him jump. And there, dressed in pure white, the saintess herself appeared right before his eyes. Estelle strode forward, and Corinne got flustered as he realized everyone's attention was suddenly on them. "People are watching," he muttered, but Mariette's expression suddenly turned dark. Not a senior, but his sister now? Whatever. She brushed it off as unimportant. Estelle, totally ignoring the stares, excitedly held out a piece of paper. "Look at this!" He glanced down at the poster, an ad for a huge beauty contest. "The Autumn Beauty Queen pageant? You're entering?" The ad's headline was massive, practically screaming, "Vote for your girl, the Autumn Beauty Queen." She was absolutely certain her beauty and fame would leave her with zero competition. That's right. Your big sister is going to sweep all the awards." But Corinne still felt like something was seriously wrong here. "But shouldn't you be back in the Holy Land for the Harvest Festival?" Turns out, Estelle had cooked up a ridiculously bold plan to be in two places at once. She was going to stay in the Holy Land with the elders, then zip right back just in time for the final round. You know, right when everyone picks the Autumn Beauty Queen, the kids started sweating bullets at this crazy plan. Can you even do that? The Harvest Festival is a huge deal, a celebration of the crops. It's a popular event in most cultures, with a festive vibe, bright lanterns, and streets totally packed with people. Last year, there was even a crossover festival between academies, where guys and girls walked together under the autumn sun, making unforgettable memories. The hype for the festival was higher than ever, as everyone rallied around one big shared goal. But yeah, the Academy always hosts its own massive, national-scale harvest festival every year anyway. Of all the events, the main attraction is a pair of gorgeous red shoes walking down a carpet of golden maple leaves, signaling the start of a legendary beauty contest. It's a tradition to gift a golden shoe won in other competitions, and the race for that title promises to be absolutely wild. Basically, it's one massive popularity contest. And get this, it used to be a main story quest. If the player was female, she had to campaign and show off her skills to get picked. The poster girl practically radiated determination, her finger pointed high. That golden shoe is definitely meant for me. And if the player was male, he had to win at least one event and gift that golden shoe to the main heroine. The competition was full of insanely difficult challenges. But back in the present, Estelle just smiled brightly at Corinne, holding out her hand like it was a done deal. So, you're gonna enter, you're gonna win, and you're gonna give that shoe to me. The poor guy was completely on the spot. He couldn't believe his ears. Me? Why? But she was being totally shameless, making a scene right in the schoolyard. Just do it! I told you to, so you have to, or I'm gonna get really mad. Corinne was mortified, noticing the growing buzz of whispers around them. Saintess, ma'am, people are watching us, please calm down. But Estelle was not budging an inch. I don't care, you handle it. In the crowd, someone was practically grinding their teeth with jealousy. That, stupid lucky bastard, someone else muttered in a rage. Even the Saintess. Just as the tension hit its peak, Mariette stepped in, making things even more chaotic. Saintess. Estelle looked a little surprised. Junior Mariette. Suddenly the mood just dropped. Mariette wasn't smiling her usual smile, her face was completely serious. Corinne wouldn't like that. Corinne was trapped between the two women, feeling like he was standing on an active volcano. Estelle and Mariette locked eyes, kicking off a silent but deadly showdown. But oh, it wasn't over. Mariette spoke up, her voice deceptively soft. Corinne, I want to enter the Autumn Beauty Queen pageant too. The color completely drained from his face. Senior? I thought you weren't interested in that stuff? Her eyes glowed a dangerous red. You'll give that golden shoe to me, right? Before he could even respond, another hand grabbed his other arm. Brother Corinne, me too. You have got to be kidding. Now even Elisa was jumping into this mess. Corinne, I want to give it a try as well. He was just going from one shock to the next. What? The look of pure despair on Corinne's face was a masterpiece. He finally realized he was trapped in the eye of a brutal storm. No, what is wrong with all of you? That was the only thought screaming through his mind. It's over. If this keeps up, the Harvest Festival, his sanity, everything is finished, and Mariette still wasn't backing down. She pressed her advantage with words that staked her claim. You weren't planning on giving it to the Saintess, were you? I was the first one to get close to Corinne. Estelle just offered a dangerous smile, gripping her scepter. You know, maybe this is even worse than death. Meanwhile, Ran giggled with total confidence, thinking about the festival. This is my first Harvest Festival since awakening. Being by his side should be plenty of fun. He wouldn't abandon us, right? Every bit of attention was now laser-focused on that tiny object of destiny, the golden shoe. 4 pairs of glowing eyes, each with a terrifying aura, were drilled into Corinne. You're going to give it to M.E., right? Right? The poor guy stood alone, completely surrounded, his breath coming in ragged gasps from the insane pressure weighing him down. Sweat poured off him like a waterfall. Corinne knew with absolute certainty that every single choice led to a terrible, terrible punishment. Give the golden ribbon to one person, and you'll just make enemies of the rest. Meanwhile, Alyssa and Giga are hiding out in a corner behind some shades. Someone's grabbing the popcorn for this drama, a satisfied look on their face. Are we finally about to see Corinne get torn into 4 pieces? Guess coming to the academy wasn't a total waste after all. Meanwhile, Corinne is desperately trying to find a way out of this nightmare. And suddenly he's off, sprinting like an Olympic runner and leaving nothing but a cartoonish puff of smoke behind him. I've got something urgent to do, so I'm afraid I'll have to skip the contest this time. Catch you all later. He bolts, not daring to glance back for even a second. Yep, before you make a choice that leads to total disaster, it's probably best to find another option. And in his panic, only one person comes to mind who can possibly get him out of this mess. The headmaster of Makaba. He'll talk to his master and demand they cancel the Autumn Bell event. A flicker of hope ignites in Corinne's eyes. He's certain Erin will save his skin even if the sky itself comes crashing down. There has to be a way out of this. Locke and Gigo just calmly watch Corinne's shrinking figure. That idiot probably thinks he just found the emergency exit button. But right behind Corinne, the possessive and murderous aura of 4 girls has reached its absolute peak, creating a truly terrifying scene. He runs and screams in pure, uncut desperation. Master. His 2 friends casually chat about his fate. You know, for an escape button, that looked a whole lot like a self-destruct switch. Corinne slams straight into the heavy wooden door of the headmaster's office, his piercing scream shattering the quiet air. Master! Erin calmly looks up, maintaining the serene composure of a master. My dear disciple, what's all the fuss about? He tries to bottle up the panic boiling in his chest. It's about the autumn contest, but Erin calmly cuts in with some surprising news. As it happens, something rather embarrassing came up about that festival during the last professor's meeting. Corinne is floored, his voice cracking with shock. Embarrassing? He gets a sinking feeling this is about to be way more chaotic than he imagined. No way. Erin's slender fingers gently brush back a lock of her radiant platinum hair. A surprisingly feminine expression crosses her face. The truth is, her hesitant words absolutely demolish any hope he had for a clean getaway. Oblivious, she asks, "By the way, Corinne, are you entering any of the competitions?" Her next question is like a finishing blow, aimed right at the heart of the problem, sending Corinne into a tailspin. "I was just wondering, if you win, who are you going to give that golden ribbon to?" And just like that, his brain short-circuits as Corinne mouths the words back. "The golden ribbon," he whispers, screaming internally. "Oh God." His knees give out, and he crumples onto the cold, hard floor. "I'll give it to." The sheer horror is still sinking in. Oh my God. A pained smile twists his face as tears well up in his eyes. "That golden ribbon, I'll give it away." His shoulders slump from pure exhaustion and the terrifying dread of the stormy festival days ahead. As Corinne kneels at Erin Danduo's desk, she finally speaks. "The ribbon. I have to give it away." His voice hardens with resolve. "That golden ribbon, I will hand it over personally. He knows it's over. There's no way out now." Corinne falls silent for a moment, thinking, he knows exactly what he has to do. She stares at his back with a worried frown. "You don't look well at all. Is something troubling you?" But Erin Danduo is completely blindsided by Corinne's next words. "Master." He stands up straight, making a request. "At the stroke of midnight, could you please meet me at the clock tower?" Erin blushes, placing a hand on her chest. "At midnight?" She covers her mouth with a hand, smiling. "All right, I'll be there. Right after," Corinne continues, "I will definitely." He turns his back to her, emphasizing every single word. "Make you the autumn belle." We cut to the Makaba Academy cafeteria, where a loud voice rings out. "Damn it all," Gigo teases through a mouthful of rice. "I warned you, didn't I? Did you honestly believe you could handle all this on your own?" Lack, sitting next to him, adds, "You're totally dead this time." The list of candidates includes Estelle, Mary, Alyssa, Warren, and Corinne Danua, all 5 of them. Corinne is absolutely drenched in a cold sweat. He's feeling the squeeze. All 5 of them are putting on the pressure, demanding he give them the golden ribbon, but there's only one of him to go around. He remembers his bold declaration to Erin Danua, and on top of it all, he already promised to give the first-place golden ribbon to her. Back in the present, Corinne is clutching his head in despair. What am I supposed to do now? Gigo, his mouth stuffed with food, offers a solution. "What's there to think about? Just pick one and get it over with." Corinne immediately shoots him down. "I can't do that." The others would be heartbroken. Hearing this, his friend just sighs. So naive. Suddenly, another voice pipes up. "Hey buddy, don't sweat it. There's still one way out of this." Corinne's head snaps up in astonishment. "What is it? How?" Lack leans in, whispering, "Just end it all. It's the only way." Gigo immediately shoots him 2 thumbs up. "Not a bad idea. I approve." "Yeah, just go self-destruct already and get it over with." Corinne stares at them, utterly disgusted. What a bunch of useless friends. But no matter what, this guy just refuses to give up. It's always been his thing, no matter how insane the challenge. Corinne simply doesn't know how to back down. His buddy tries to talk some sense into him, like, "Just drop it, man," says he's just wasting his time. But nope, Corinne just stands up, muttering to himself. If things have gotten this desperate, Corinne confidently declares he'll just have to win the golden ribbon for all 5 of them. Problem solved. He throws his hands up, yelling with fiery determination that he's entering all 5 events in the Harvest Festival and taking first place in every single one. The kid next to him is justifiably freaking out. Good game, not missing a beat, just whispers what everyone's thinking. This dude has lost his mind. Is he really going all out like this just to keep his title as the campus flirt? Seriously? Corinne, completely unbothered, just walks off, laughing to himself. "It's a friend's duty. I have to be fair to all of them. I can definitely do this." Let's rewind to 3 weeks before the Harvest Festival. There's this little mountain north of Mokuba City, a place they call Sagan Peak. During holidays, people gather here to watch the moon. With its gentle slopes and an amazing view of the city, this place is always packed with hikers. And lately there's been a whole lot of buzz on this trail about some bizarre new event. A bunch of people are on the ground doing push-ups, while someone bellows, "That's the best you can shout, people? Is that really all the strength you have?" he yells. Then they all move on to the next ridiculous exercise with their instructor. 3, jump up, keep going, push it. That's right, good job. Not far off, a couple of women start gossiping. Okay, what in the world is this? I heard he's a student from the Godian Academy. He's been coming here to lead these workout sessions for a few days now. One of them suddenly blushes, thinking, but that male student. She's practically drooling over Corinne's physique. That's when the other ladies dive in, swarming him with cheers. Oh, hello there. I have never touched muscles this firm before. Corinne, oh my God, look at these abs. And that's Corinne Lough for you, a former candidate for the national team's coaching staff. So of course, he casually rips his shirt off, showing off that six-pack. He roars, the muscle art performance, dedicated to all you lovely ladies, officially begins now. The fangirls below absolutely lose their minds. Oh my God, he's amazing. Please be with me. And all this admiration just hypes Corinne up even more. And yeah, he should probably be focusing on the Harvest Festival, but the real reason Corinne's trying this hard is, well, it's pretty obvious. He slips his shirt back on, his voice suddenly serious. All right, everyone, Corinne calls out, getting their attention. You all know the Harvest Festival is right around the corner, don't you? In his head, he's thinking, this is the perfect warm-up for the main event. Cut to 2 weeks before the festival. All hush-hush so nobody knows what he's up to. Corinne's flexing his huge arms, motivating a new crowd. Good Game peeks down from a window, suspicious. Hey, aren't those the mages from the Magic Tower? His buddy confirms it. Yep, that's them. I can't believe I used to look up to those guys. And now that Corinne fella is ordering them around like they're his personal butlers. Back then, his prep work was going smoothly. Corinne points to the side, reminding them of their task. Just do exactly what I told you to do. And now, we're 1 week away from the festival. Inside the physical training room, a voice echoes in the dim light. You've made some incredible progress lately. I'm talking about your control. Alyssa bows her head, speaking softly. Besides that, though, I don't think there's anything else I can possibly teach you. Corinne crosses his arms and sighs dramatically. You're way too humble. Aren't I the one who keeps losing to you over and over again? She answers, her confidence wavering. Maybe. But if we were in a real battle, I'm absolutely certain I would be crushed. Alyssa gestures toward her legs, confessing, I don't know why, but I just can't picture myself ever being able to beat you. Corinne, I should have been training so much harder. I've always avoided picking up a sword because I was scared. He picks up a glass of water, trying to cheer her up. Tons of experience isn't what matters most. It's about the intensity and fighting people who are actually strong. You agree, right? He's still got so much potential to unlock. Inside, our hero realizes, so this is what's been bothering her? Not so bad. Alyssa raises an eyebrow, repeating his words. Intensity and experience against strong opponents, huh? Maybe I should try sparring with my grandpa. She glances over at him, then calls out hesitantly. But, Corinne? He immediately freezes mid-movement. The moment Alyssa asks about the ribbon prize, Corinne, mid-sip, goes completely pale as her words ring in his ears. Even the headmaster is competing. There are 5 of them in total. Seeing his epic reaction, Alyssa covers her mouth and giggles. She scoots closer, placing her hand right on top of Corinne's. You finally put it all together, haven't you? Corinne quickly looks away, stammering out a reply. Yeah, I guess I get it now. Alyssa doesn't hesitate to just lay it all out there. I have feelings for you. That's the honest-to-God truth. I'm telling you this with all my sincerity, Corinne. The guy tenses up completely, managing to squeak out a single, thank you. But she just leans in closer, whispering. And then Alyssa smiles, dropping the real bombshell. So, you don't actually have to give that prize ribbon to me. For a solid second, Corinne's eyes go wide. He is, to put it lightly, completely and utterly floored. Deep down, she really likes Corinne, and she's not about to lose to anyone on that front. But she's also totally terrified she won't be the one he picks. So, because of all that drama, Alyssa decides to just bow out from the very beginning. She'll take on the role of the gracious one, actively dropping out of the race. Yeah, it's a little habit Alyssa's had since she was a kid. But Corinne's firm voice completely shatters her plan. Not a chance, he says, looking down. I'm giving a golden ribbon to you too. Alyssa spins around, totally shocked. What? She blurts out, as Corinne explains his master plan. I know this sounds cowardly and super selfish, but I plan on giving a golden ribbon to every single girl. She eyes him worriedly, saying, but to do that, you'd have to take first place in 5 different competition categories, you know. Corinne slowly gets to his feet. An indecisive guy who likes to keep things vague and leads everyone on deserves to struggle a little, right? Alyssa tries to stop him. I honestly don't mind, so you really don't have to give me one, but he cuts her right off. Stop it. Corinne glances back, his voice rock solid. You absolutely deserve to receive one. The scene then shifts over to the Academy's special dormitory, where he's lost in thought. The exams are this week, right? Jen confirms it. For now, yeah. Corinne just mutters, "I'll probably skip them and take the retest." She freaks out. "Have you lost your mind?" Zahn jumps in, sweating. "Dude, I really don't think that's a good idea at all." His face darkens. "There's no other way," he sighs. "To guarantee 5 ribbons, I have to win all 5 competitions, and I have to prepare for all 5. One of them brings up Miriam. "What about the princess of the Zadok tribe?" The other one figures it out. Miriam sent a message saying she has an event in the royal capital, so she won't be here. Zahn, half asleep, tries to reason with him. "You still get a ribbon even for 3rd place, right? You don't have to kill yourself over this," but Corinne just shoots him down. "I know I could get a bronze or silver ribbon, but those aren't worthy of a precious lady. Besides," he remembers Alyssa's words, "you don't have to give me a ribbon," and his heart just sinks. "If I only give one, the others will definitely feel left out. I just can't bring myself to do that." Hearing this, Jen crosses her arms. "Can you even handle that many events at once?" Exhausted, he points to a paper on the table. "Bottom line is, I've already locked in the 5 competitions I'm going to enter." She looks at the circled names, totally confused. A shooting competition, a food fair, and an auction. Zahn just goes along with it. "You seriously think you can just sweep all of those?" Corinne points to one spot, getting them super curious. "There's always a way. And first things first, that's why I called you guys here." Finally, the opening day of the Harvest Festival arrives. Day 1 of the Autumn Festival, the hunting competition. A guy with a mic hypes up the crowd. "May I have your attention, please?" The long-awaited first event, marking the grand opening of our festival, is about to begin. The Autumn Festival hunting competition is exactly what it sounds like. The rules are simple, just hunt. Special creatures are released, and contestants take them down to rack up points. However, there's a certain special rule in effect this year. Suddenly, everyone's looking in one direction, whispering, "What is that thing? Is that even allowed in here?" Alex stares at Corinne, completely bewildered. "Hunting dogs?" Corinne just flashes a huge grin. "Exactly. The official is skeptical. Those don't look like dogs, they look more like wolves." "But why on earth are they so gigantic?" Corinne explains excitedly. "They're an imported species. I had to spend a fortune just to get my hands on them." Alex eyes Zahn and Jen next to him, suspicious. Even so, their size is just way beyond anything I've ever seen. Corinne just laughs and changes the subject, but let's put that aside for a sec. "They're super cute, right? And of course, there's the rule. Contestants can bring professional hunting dogs." Corinne gestures toward a very embarrassed Zahn, continuing. "And they've undergone some incredibly thorough professional training." "Zahn, my boy, give me your paw." And he actually lifts his own foot, playing along perfectly. Corinne can only apologize in his head. "I'm so sorry, Jen, Zahn, but please, just help me out this one time." But Alex is still scratching his head. "Should we even approve this?" Corinne immediately fires back. "Is there any rule about the size of the hunting dogs?" The official admits it. "No, actually, there isn't any regulation at all." Corinne leans in and whispers, "Sir, with all due respect, do you know why rules are made?" Alex strokes his chin, looking confused. "So everyone follows them?" Just then, a girl from the stands raises her hand and yells, "The competition will officially begin right now." Corinne seizes the opportunity, muttering, "Big mistake." He instantly bolts forward with a determined look, Zahn and Jen right behind him. He screams, "Rules exist so we can exploit all the loopholes they forgot to regulate." And so it begins the official hunt for love and a shiny gold ribbon. A moment later, a voice rings out declaring the winner of the hunting festival. But the crowd ain't happy. "Isn't that hunting dog playing dirty? Seriously, where'd he even get that thing?" Of course, the name everyone knows gets dropped, Corinne Lough. Someone nearby watches him and his buddies, Zahn and Zen, muttering under their breath. Weird. Meanwhile, Corinne is holding the ribbon, grinning like he just won the lottery, thinking, "I'm finally the champ." Behind him, John speaks up. "Sir, this tournament went off without a hitch." Zen chimes in. "So, you got a plan for the other events?" Corinne just smirks. "Of course I do. I've got a perfect plan all worked out." A girl deadpans. "Your plans have a tendency to blow up in the weirdest places, you know." Corinne immediately snaps back. "Hey, don't jinx it!" Remembering last year, Corinne thinks, "Okay, step 1, get the gold ribbon." Next up on day 2 of the festival, the charity auction. And no, they're not actually selling people. The prize being bid on is a dating ticket. The announcer is already shouting, "13 gold coins! Do I hear 14? Luna waves to the crowd as the final call echoes out. Yes! The dating ticket with Junior Luna from the 3rd year Knights division is sold for 13 gold coins. The winner immediately drops to one knee right in front of her. He nervously proposes, "Senior Luna, would you do me the honor of spending this day with me?" She blushes, asking softly, "What is this?" "Oh, it's you, Junior. What a surprise. According to the rules, if you win the date auction, For that one day, the winner becomes an exclusive night, spending the entire day with the person they won. It's a whole plan designed to feed everyone's nightly romantic fantasies, and man, it worked way better than they expected. The best part? All the revenue is donated to charity. The crowd is buzzing. I heard Senior Bex is making an appearance today. Are you serious? I have to win. I heard the #1 first-year girl is joining too. No way. I could get a date with her? Just take my wallet. Since it's an auction, things get crazy competitive for the popular people, which of course means some shady backroom deals are about to go down. Cut to a mansion at night where a voice whines, "If you want to buy that pretty boy, you can bid on him yourself." A blushing Mariette desperately, "Hey, could you please bid for me?" She clasps her hands, eyes sparkling, and hits him with a classic pout. We're friends, right? And just like that, our hero caved. Completely defeated. These bidders weren't exactly high rollers. Most were just students hoping to make some pocket change, maybe 4 or 5 gold coins at best. The bidding would probably cap out at 10 gold. But then the host gestures to Corinne, grandly introducing the night's final, most hyped-up item, the hero who saved thousands of lives, our academy's greatest talent, and the next guaranteed special grade knight. He bows as the crowd roars his name. The one and only junior, Corinne Lough. Meanwhile, the guys in the audience are losing their minds. You damn player, just drop dead, drop dead. The girls, however, were buzzing with excitement. Corinne's up there. Should we try placing a bid? A player, you think? That sounds harsh. Corinne's super nice. You're right, let's pool our money and go for it. Our boy, looking sharp in his suit, just lowers his head and listens. Shall we slowly get this party started? Honestly now, Junior Corinne, what price do you actually expect to go for? Inside his head, a simple plan was forming. Now that he knew he was the final act, Corinne then looks up. The highest bid was for Senior Luna Namba, 13 gold coins, no more, no less. So he suggests, I think 14 coins is fair. Jen already had a bag of money ready. Corinne sighed, what a waste, but he'd rather just buy himself to get this nightmare over with. And so the host quickly made the announcement. Then let the final auction begin. The prize? A date with our very own Junior Corinne, starting at 3 gold coins. Instantly, hands flew into the air. 4 coins, 5 coins. He excitedly gave an update on the price when a massive, muscular arm shot up, making the host flinch. Over there. 9 gold. Good Game was absolutely losing it, roaring. I refused to let that guy Corinne go on a date with any of these girls. His buddy next to him was dying of laughter, chiming in, Yeah, Corinne, you have to eat with us. I will not let you steal away any more of our beautiful ladies. But his glorious speech was cut short by a new bid. 20 coins. They all stared, wide-eyed, as Isabel held up 2 fingers. The announcement echoed, 20 gold coins, we have a bid for 20. Corinne saw this and pouted, realizing who it was. That was Senior Mary Day, the #1 for sure. This battle was now way out of his control. Just then, Jen opens the money bag and is absolutely horrified. Meanwhile, another person bids 21 coins. Good Game's crew, refusing to lose, screamed back, 22 coins! All while Corinne just stood there, completely baffled. But why is this even happening? Right then, Isabel coolly pushes up her glasses and drops the hammer. 50 gold coins. He heard it and internally screamed, Why would you go that far? Corinne just completely turned to stone right on the spot. Corinne pleaded, Senior Isabel, I get it, but isn't this a little excessive? But she just shot him a wicked smile, thinking, Just be a good boy and go on your date with Mary. The auctioneer cheerfully repeated, 50 gold coins. Anyone higher? Suddenly, a man in the shadows called out, 1 platinum coin. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes snapping towards him. Corinne's jaw dropped as he did the math. Platinum? That's 100 gold coins. 1 platinum coin could buy you a whole floor of a mansion, no joke, or at the very least, the most epic horse in the entire southern region. Isabel was just as stunned, wondering who on earth would drop that kind of cash for just a single day. Then it clicked Uncle Mac. He looked down at her and said, It's been a while, hasn't it? Isabel. The crowd started buzzing. Duke Mac? Why was a man like that here? A person of his status, what was he doing? Isabel stammered out. You, uncle, but why? Mac cut her right off. Isn't it obvious? Corinne was floored by his directness. Isabel, my Mary already asked for your help, correct? Just to get a date with that little punk? A second later, Mac exploded like a demon, roaring, That scoundrel Corinne? As long as I can see him, you can forget about Mary standing next to him today. Because today, Mary has a full schedule, a date with her dear old dad. Corinne just awkwardly scratched his cheek. Sorry about that. The old man blew a gasket. Don't you call me uncle, Corinne just muttered back, calling him lame. Lame, you say? Mac slowly raised his hand to reply. Lame? History is always written by the victors, my boy. Things were getting tense. Isbel quickly jumped in with a bid. 110 gold. He just laughed mockingly. Oh, Isbel, I'm sure my daughter gave you plenty of cash. But all that money? Mac didn't hesitate to raise his hand, dropping a bomb no one saw coming. Is just the allowance I gave her myself. 1,000 gold. A voice cut through the dead silence. It appears there are no further bids. He smugly adjusted his vest, looking mighty pleased. In that case, I'll. Suddenly, a new voice rang out, freezing Mac mid-sentence. Honey? What are you doing here? A woman pushed open the door. She covered her mouth, demanding, Don't tell me you're pulling a stunt like this just to ruin our Mary's date. He flinched. Calling out honey, she immediately grabbed his collar, absolutely fuming. I am so done with you. Dragging him away, she ordered, You kids over there, follow me now. All Mac could do was cry out, Honey! She stopped for a moment, her cheeks turning a little pink. Oh, right! Son-in-law Corinne, let's have a family dinner together soon. He just bowed his head politely and replied, Please be careful, Mom. Even while being dragged away by the collar, Mac still managed to scream. Who's your mother? I ask you, who is your mother? Huh? A few seconds later, the door slammed shut. Isbel clutched her money pouch and called out, 1,001 gold coins, feeling a wave of relief, even though she'd paid far more than expected. But hey, this was just enough to ensure she survived another day. The auctioneer shouted, 1,001. Any other bids? Corinne, meanwhile, was sighing. Well, we got the ribbon, I guess. But I definitely wasn't expecting this whole soap opera. Anyway, it's gotta be over now, right? And then another voice rang out, making his eyes go wide. 2,000 gold coins. The silhouette of a young woman appeared in the doorway. Everyone's head whipped around. A collective, huh? Echoing in the room. Cut to a grand villa. With the start of the Autumn Harvest Festival, the city of Makaba was already buzzing with activity. The very presence of Makaba Academy was the ultimate seal of safety for the entire city of Makaba. Because of that, it was only natural for all the nobles to become sponsors for the Godian Academy. You are truly beautiful, the crowd toasted, praising Headmaster Erin. I wonder if you might have some free time later. Managing and entertaining sponsors like this was a key part of her job. But all Erin could think was, man, I really miss my students. She looked out at the crescent moon, thinking to herself, so the Harvest Festival is happening again this year. Erin Danua knew this festival had been around long before she was born, an event with an incredibly noble and ancient history behind it. Originally, it was considered a sacrificial rite to express reverence and gratitude to Mother Earth, Danon Dakta. During this grand festival, the various Danons would receive the offerings that humanity had prepared for them. First was Dakta, who brought fertility and richness to our lands, followed by the sun god Noda and the light god Lo, the ones who nourished the trees until they were lush and green, and then the Danons who governed the rivers and brought good weather. Joined by the Danon of music, who filled the air with lively tunes for the festival, the grand finale to close everything out is the event where the chosen autumn maiden receives a sacred blessing from the Danon of beauty herself. Ariel Dander could still recall the good old days, when blessings actually kept the world from falling apart. She mumbled to herself, thinking of all the legendary figures who had once stood on this very spot. Their loved ones were probably just distant memories now, full of sorrow and impossible to ever see again. Erin, mid-drink, looked up and piped in, It's been what, 2,000 years? She then glanced at Ohatrez, calling him the Dan of Beauty. He just flashed a wicked grin. The Academy cleaned this place? Oh, I bet they buried a lot of secrets here. After all this time, we have to face each other through a crummy illusion like this? What a shame. Ariel Danu was baffled. Why now? And hold on, you're one of Tess's minions now, meddling with this world? Ohatrez explained that, in the end, his side was guaranteed to win. Soon, the entire world, including the place she just created, would be his. And on that pile of rubble, no one would be debating justice or beauty anymore. Her time, and his, was over. Then, cutting through the silence, a deep, resonant voice echoed out. What a new era truly needs is a light to shine down upon all the ruins and wreckage. Cut to a high-class hotel in Makabar City, where Corinne and Estelle are having a fancy dinner. She casually sticks her toes out to touch his pants while making conversation. Corinne's thinking, nice, the plan worked, we got another ally. While Estelle is rubbing his calf with her foot, calling him Little Ma. Corinne's face went beet red as sweat started pouring down. He thought to himself, okay, but she leaned in with one hand on her chin, grabbing his hand with the other. Want to play a little wicked game with me? Our boy's brain just completely short-circuited. This was definitely not part of the plan. She starts talking about some dream where he's the sun god, and she's the earth goddess. Under the table, Estelle's foot is basically doing a tango on Corinne's leg. We will combine our two powers into one. Just imagine the child we could create. her foot inches closer to his sensitive parts. That child would definitely be stronger and could save more people, right? Estelle's face was flushed red, a look of pure delight on her face. Then, out of nowhere, her eyes popped wide open in total shock. Estelle noticed he was acting super weird, and then he grabbed her entire foot. Yeah, straight for the foot. This sent her into a fit of uncontrollable, hysterical laughter. She only stopped when Corinne finally let go. He shot to his feet, his voice booming. 2,000 gold coins? Is that some kind of joke? Stunned by his reaction, she stammered, "Little bro?" He was absolutely furious. "Don't call me little bro, that goes for Senior Mary too. I can't believe even a Sanus could be this reckless." But Estelle, still not getting it, tried to defend herself. "It's not that much money." Enraged, Corin slammed his fist on the table, stressing, "It is a huge amount, and it's not cash you just throw around in a place like this. Everything has its limits. I never wanted a future where people use money to buy someone's dignity." Estelle took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her whole demeanor shifted calm but firm. "Buying him, you say? I suppose you could see it that way." Estelle made her point with absolute certainty. But in that situation, both Senior Mary and I would do the exact same thing. We weren't trying to buy his dignity. Her eyes were unwavering, driving home their true goal. We were stopping him from being sold. She knew Corin's side too. "I know why you wanted to join the auction." Then, she started blaming herself. "I know you're juggling multiple competitions, and I hate myself for adding another burden onto your shoulders." Her fists clenched, trembling uncontrollably. "But for you to become someone else's property, even just for a moment on paper." She struggled to stay calm as she confessed her true feelings. It was just really upsetting. Understanding now, Corin's tone softened. "Don't worry." He gently moved closer, making a solid promise. "I swear, from now on, nothing will ever happen that makes you feel that way again." Corin broke into a brilliant smile, declaring, "Because I like happy endings." Then, we cut to the Academy's main event, Day 4 of the Harvest Festival. Gordon Academy mostly trains guardians to fight magical beasts, but it's also packed with students chasing more academic goals. Magic nerds and merchant guilds all gather at the Magic Expo, a place where basically anyone can sign up to show off their achievements. This year, with their main rival, the Magic Tower, now a pile of rubble, the crowds pouring in were absolutely massive. One guy proudly presented his invention. "This is a portable water purifier. It gives you clean water on any expedition. And I made an ice machine using ice magic." Meanwhile, the regular folks were creating inventions for everyday life. Everyone was super curious about these new gadgets. "Behold, a rocket I designed to orbit the cosmos and return safely." Someone else just asked, "What's a rocket?" Some outlaws invent with a vision for the future. They make things that leave everyone speechless. And then there are the special ones, who just smash a giant death mobile through everything. "My booth." Yep, Dima is furious, raising her voice to question the absolute chaos. "What kind of maniac was that? A terrorist?" She squints, trying to get a better look. And there he is, a figure standing proudly on the car with his arms crossed. With a clown-like grin, Corinne announces, "My masterpiece has arrived." Someone else points, absolutely livid. "What about this guy? You wreck people's booths and call that pile of junk art? It's a monster, not some normal carriage. Judges, you gotta do something." Dima ignores them and commands, "Silence." She closes her eyes, focusing intently. Can't you people hear that? She's noticed something strange, the heartbeat of that metal beast, and then she comes to a stunning conclusion. Its entire body is made of scrap. Mana flows through it like blood, pulsing constantly. Dema touches the carriage and makes a careful observation. This beast, it's growling. It wants to run, right now. Her eyes snap open. "Corinne Lough," she asks. Her curiosity piqued. "Just how did you manage to give this beast a soul?" Corinne smirks with his eyes closed, having expected this. "Professor Dema, I knew you'd be the one to figure it out." He starts sweating nervously, because honestly, he has no idea. Corinne just came up with the concept to escape a potato farm, blurted it out, and the thing basically built itself. That's all Dema needs to hear. She awards him the prize on the spot, declaring, "There's no need to see any other entries. Champion of the Magic Exhibition Fair." You could say his victory came from perfectly playing to the judge's wild tastes. Trunksic tackles Corinne, sobbing with emotion. "We did it! We're not getting kicked out of the office anymore." He pats the old guy's back, comforting him. "And you're not going back to that potato farm either. It's been tough, Trunksic. From shooting contests to auctions and now this, their efforts have paid off. The marketplace is absolutely packed with people. Sir Knight, hello there." Corinne calls back with a friendly wave, asking how things are going. "Hey Anna, has little Nobby stopped running away from home yet?" Everyone is totally fascinated with his shop, stopping by with their friends. This tiny little shop is adorable. Hey, I heard eel is good for a man's stamina. Yo, get over here and pour us some wine. Even with his hands full, Corinne grins and heads over. You got it, boss. I'm on my way. During all this time, he never stopped working, taking on quests from the town board, even offering free training. He was always there to help, and because of that, Corinne was declared #1. Since the Autumn Harvest Festival opened, Corinne Lough's booth has shattered every sales record. Honestly, this result was a given. And just like that, he now holds 4 gold ribbons. With only one left, there's no contest he's more confident about than this final one. The Harvest Festival, Day 5, time for the mock trial. Participants get split into prosecutors and defense lawyers for a fake defendant. And to make things interesting, the case is based on a real event that actually happened at the school. At first glance, it seems tough, but for him, this is the easiest competition yet. I mean, this is the same guy who memorized the entire kingdom's law book just for fun. No student at Mukava knows the law better than he does. Besides, the professors acting as judges are just there to run the show. The real verdict comes from the students on the jury, which means all you have to do is win over the audience. The trial begins. The prosecution charges the defendant with illegal dumping for throwing food out of a classroom window. Hearing this, the prosecutor looks incredibly confident. How can anyone possibly defend that? Victory is mine. But Corinne's eyes just sparkle as he fires back. What are you talking about? The defendant was merely returning to nature that which was taken from nature. The prosecution is stunned. What? He slams the table, turning away in fury. Your Honor, that logic is absurd. But the judge just nods along in total agreement. Well, food does come from nature after all. A trembling, angry voice cuts in. Your Honor. The prosecutor tries a new charge, skipping an outdoor class to go mess around in the city. Corinne just points forward, his confidence unwavering. He was simply pioneering a path of his own making. Ega, once again, totally agrees with this logic. Pioneering. Yes, that's right. Another prosecutor points a finger, trying a different angle. The defendant secretly experimented in the dorms, causing a huge explosion. Corinne just shrugs it off. But everyone was perfectly safe, weren't they? And again, Ega agrees with this completely sound reasoning. Well then, innocent on all counts. Innocent. The audience goes absolutely insane, enthusiastically cheering for Corinne Lough. Go, Corinne! Use that silver tongue and sweep them away. Ega bangs his gavel to restore order. Quiet, everyone. There is still one final trial. Moving to the final round, he quickly gives the order. The final stage. Will the prosecution please read the indictment? Corinne flashed a super confident smirk. Yeah, I'll just take that 5th place ribbon, thanks. But the prosecution was already on it, and as they started, he suddenly looked confused. That annoyingly familiar face. He pushed his glasses up, his voice sharp as he read the charges. The accused, Joran Joker, used his handsome looks and smooth talking skills to start shady relationships with 5 different girls at the same time, and is therefore charged with being a serial player. Corinne completely lost it, slamming the table in protest. A serial player? What are you talking about? Objection, Your Honor? He started sweating, his voice a chaotic mess of panic. According to kingdom law, dating multiple people isn't actually a crime. Plus, the accused never officially said, let's go out with any of them. Then Corinne turned, delivering his masterstroke conclusion. That's right, we were just friends. You could hear a pin drop in the courtroom. Seeing his chance, the prosecutor decided to pour a little more fuel on the fire. Going on dates, kissing, and even sleeping in the same bed. You're really going to call that kind of relationship, friends? Corinne's face went ghost white as he screamed. Who? Who just said that? The guy just gave a smug little smirk back at him. Who said Corinne? This is a story about a fictional character named Joran Joker, isn't it, counselor? The air in the room got painfully awkward, but Corinne was still trying to salvage this disaster. Look, just think about it. Maybe Joran had his reasons. Maybe he had some tragic secret, like he had to save the world and wasn't allowed to actually date anyone. The judge had clearly heard enough of this nonsense and slammed his gavel down. Time for the verdict. After much deliberation, based on the jury's vote, the defendant, Joran Joker. And with that, it was all over. The 5th day of the Harvest Festival came to a close. The final result? 4 gold ribbons, 1 silver ribbon. Someone looked up at the results with a spark of interest. Hey, there's a different colored one up there. Corinne was grabbing his head, absolutely livid with the outcome. That stupid jury. What's so wrong with Joran Joker anyway? He railed against the final verdict. The punishment of being torn into pieces equal to the number of girls he led on is just way too harsh. The other two just stared, totally confused. Corinne hung his head, running the numbers. He was still 1 short. All the main competitions were over now. He had to think of something else. His face twisted with rage. Damn it, do I really have to do that? Zen, who probably guessed the horrible idea brewing in his friend's head, decided to ask, "You're not seriously thinking of joining that, are you?" Corin didn't even hesitate. Yep, it's the only way left. The moment of truth had finally arrived the very last day of the Harvest Festival, and historically speaking, his plans had a high probability of going completely sideways. I mean, yeah, he wasn't exactly the brains of any operation. Baek Sihu was always the planner, and he was the muscle. But since bad luck was his constant companion, having a plan B and C was just standard procedure by now. So, because of that, this whole thing wasn't really a big deal. This is something only a real man can do. The manliest action possible, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. He began to psych himself up. Be proud. Corin's eyes blazed with fierce determination. After that, he donned a wig, disguised himself as a girl, and headed for the Harvest Festival's finale. The final contest was officially declared open. The cross-dressing competition may now begin. The Academy's cross-dressing contest was an official event for a gold ribbon, but for some reason, it just wasn't very popular. Seriously, you'd think people would rather get 2 gold ribbons just for going to class than do this. Yeah, you had to be forced into it. No one signs up for this contest willingly. Most of the contestants are here as punishment. That's right. They were all just going through the motions, with zero will to win, just hoping the nightmare would end. All of them, except one. Corin was radiating pure competitive fire, chanting in his head, "I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win." The host quickly called the first person to the stage. "All right, contestant number 1, JG Hinspeeder." Corin looked up, totally stunned. What the hell? The crowd below was going absolutely wild. "Go, Sister JG. You're so beautiful. Marry me." He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why is that dude suddenly so popular? Don't tell me. The host called up the next contestants. Next up, contestants number 2 and 3. The atmosphere got even more intense. "I will stand this group until they debut." Corin stared at them, his eyes wide with fear as he broke into a sweat. These bastards. He refused to lose again. His image was already ruined anyway. I absolutely have to stop that red-haired dude from getting the gold ribbon. Is he just messing with me? Corin took a moment, trying to calm himself down. "Okay, I see your level," he declared with a fiery spirit. "I'm going all out too." When it came to dancing, he actually had some skill. He watched a ton of idol videos back in the army. Corin closed his eyes, realizing the key to victory. The most important thing is getting into character. He stepped onto the stage, performing like a natural. He had to hypnotize himself into believing it. Zager gets booted off the stage, absolutely fuming. Corinne's raw talent just wiped the floor with everyone. The crowd just stares, totally mesmerized. This dude owned the whole show. Seriously, they were completely captivated by his performance. The entire stage was his. The other contestants just threw in the towel. "Give him the prize already. I'm out. I quit." Even the people who hadn't performed yet went dead silent, and the host was totally speechless. And get this, even Corinne's breathing somehow became ridiculously charming. He finished his perfect performance, face bright red. Out of 15 contestants, 4 were injured and 10 quit. The host quickly announced the final result. The survivor, the winner, Corinne Lough. He finally got the champion's ribbon he'd been dreaming of. Mission accomplished. By now, night had fallen over the city. Erin pointed something out. "Hey, see that place over there? That fruit store in the commercial district? That's where the academy was first founded." She started telling its origin story. It was originally an orphanage she started with Josephine and a few other kids who'd lost their families to monsters. A little drunk, Erin looked down at the city lights. "Amazing, isn't it? This is our city." Corinne walked up behind her and asked, "The Autumn Goddess Parade is in full swing. Aren't you sad you're missing it?" But Erin had zero regrets and looked totally content. "The festival is for the students. My star pupil already made me happy enough." She'd already noticed the fire inside him. "From the moment you told me to meet you at the clock tower, I could feel your serious determination." Erin turned to him, curious about what was on his mind. "So, what's going on?" "Just tell me." Corinne got straight to the point, laying out his deepest wish. "Master, I hope that everyone can be happy. Not just me, but lots of people. Even if to someone else, they're just worthless strangers on the street." Some might call it fake or say he's being overly dramatic, but Corinne held onto a beautiful ideal. "If it's possible, I still wish for everyone's happiness." That was his whole reason to keep going, to be alive. "I want to protect something as simple and obvious as that." Erin looked at Corinne, her eyes filled with trust. "If it's you, I'm sure." He suddenly grabbed her hand, promising, "I absolutely have to make it happen." Then, Corinne pulled Erin into a hug, whispering, and among all those people, his eyes sharpened as he gave a firm order. "Until this is all over, you must stay right by my side." Erin's face went bright red, completely baffled by what was happening. Corinne, it was starting. The final event of the Autumn Harvest Festival, a major catastrophe from the middle of the hero Ahon legend, the fall of the Academy. Time froze, or more accurately, everyone had been pulled into a world where time itself had stopped. The source of the time freeze was sitting right at the top of the clock tower. It was the first ancient rune, Te, the very artifact that Tesban Thagyut had hidden when he first established the Academy. He was using its power, forcibly activating every single rune carved throughout the entire city. Thousands of teleportation runes all resonated at once, shifting everything, including the Academy buildings, into the Shadow Labyrinth. The fallout was catastrophic. Regular students couldn't even budge, and even though some of the top students tried to resist, it didn't change a thing. One by one, they all started to fall. It was him and Ohat Rest, leading a massive invasion of shadow monsters. Originally, this was an impossible, unbeatable quest. Key characters included tons of people at the Academy were supposed to die. The whole place was engulfed in flames, and a familiar, tragic figure suddenly appeared in the chaos. It was none other than Erin. Because the ancient runes were indestructible, whether in the game or his past life, he could never stop this. And every single time, the righteous Erin would sacrifice herself for the Academy's heroes for her students. She'd turn back with a bright smile, saying, "I'm the adult here, kiddo. And as an adult, it's my duty to protect children like you." Then she'd bravely walk into the inferno, giving her own life. That's right. Tonight was supposed to be her last night. Erin looked up at him, stammering, Corinne. The fated moment had arrived. The clock's hands finally hit the hour precisely on the dot. A massive surge of power erupted. That familiar T appeared once more. The ancient rune was activated, and thousands of others across the city sang in chorus. Down on the streets, people started noticing something weird. The T symbol was appearing everywhere, but this time, something was strangely different from before. In a stroke of incredible luck, it wasn't the teleportation rune. The festival was still packed, with people celebrating in every corner, surrounding a float with 4 girls on it. For all the effort they had put in, this was the season to reap the rewards. Ever since he arrived in this world, he'd gone through it all: exams, countless missions, and saving his friends, pushing himself to get stronger. Every single moment spent at Mukava Academy. Corinne never, not once, considered giving up. He's always pushing himself to do his part while also trying to lead everyone else. Listen up, like me, you all cooperate and report back to Corinne. Over here, too. It was all part of the grand plan to fix everything. Back in the present, he hugged Erin even tighter. It all should have been so incredibly obvious. The whole city was just buzzing with the simple joys of everyday life, things he'd received from the people of tomorrow. Corinne put a hand on Erin's shoulder, silently vowing, "I'm just repaying what you've all done for me." But he still worried about a terrifying future. A harsh winter was approaching fast. Could he make it through that bitter cold? Corinne couldn't forget Erin's birthday. And so, happy birthday. His face completely lit up as he called her name, Erin. A smile instantly bloomed on her lips. Thank you. Erin's face turned bright red, absolutely overjoyed. My good student. In that moment, everything around Corinne just felt perfect. Well, at the very least, his autumn this year was a massive success.